In a parallel world, the affluent Zuo Yunlong has little interest in opulent mansions or luxurious yachts. Instead, he aspires to be a hardcore fisherman. To his astonishment, his fishing nets consistently yield contraband. On the first day, he hauls in a great white shark. On the second, an unidentified corpse. On the third, a case of shotguns. And on the fourth, he unexpectedly retrieves an extraterrestrial laser weapon. Just when the online community believes the narrative has reached its climax, he astonishingly tows back a battleship with his fishing vessel. The netizens are left in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is your catch area the galaxy?" Chapter 1. You call this a New Year's gift? The Yunlong awakens in an 18 square meter bed, gazing upon a spacious 180 square meter bedroom, having roused from slumber in the arms of a humble maid. As he surveys the grand room, he shakes his head. Zuo Yunlong, carrying the memories of his past life, has traversed into a parallel world remarkably akin to Earth. Here, he has led a life of debauchery for the past 20 years. However, this is not his desire. "Young master, you are awake," the maid announces softly. Zuo Yunlong nods, still somewhat dazed. The maid retrieves a walkie-talkie. "The young master is awake. Lower your voice. Why the commotion?" Zuo Yunlong stretches lazily in dissatisfaction. The maid, adorned in black and white silk, approaches him to assist with his attire. Her voice is now much gentler. "Young master, it is time to change your clothes." No sooner had she spoken than the room trembles. An earthquake? Zuo Yunlong's eyelids remain unflinching as he gazes at the imposing 3-meter-high, 4-meter-wide door. The tremors emanate from beyond it. As the door swings open, a procession of maids enters, each carrying garments. "Good morning, young master. Please change, young master." Over 100 maids bow in unison, greeting Zuo Yunlong. Upon the door's opening, Zuo Yunlong's lips curl downward in disdain. He pays no heed to the maids' fluttering greetings as he quickly dresses under their service and strides out the door. Ignoring the maids' delicate calls, he declares, "Father, I am going out," and approaches a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement. "What do you intend to do?" Zuo Yunlong's expression hardens. "I will do as I please." "You." His father's lips twitch in response. "You've grown up. I can no longer control you. Can I? Should you wish to venture out on your own, do not expect a single penny from me." Zuo Yunlong scoffs. "I do not require your permission. I am merely notifying you. I have my meager New Year's gift to sustain me. I am off to pursue my passions." With that, Zuo Yunlong dismisses his father with a wave and strides toward another room. Having exited his chamber, Zuo Yunlong carries only a small sum of his New Year's money and is accompanied by several burly men who serve as his aides. The butler insists on following him, but Zuo Yunlong is indifferent. After all, his father will eventually seek him out. He simply desires to be undisturbed in pursuing his own aspirations. The moment he steps outside the mansion, he feels a sense of liberation akin to a fish leaping in vast seas. He detests this life of excess, sensing that it drains his very essence. Since childhood, he has had a penchant for catching fish, fishing, netting fish. Thus, he resolves to acquire a fishing vessel and venture out to sea. Zuo Yunlong recently perused a passage that solidified his resolve. A middle-aged man, while vacationing by the seaside, observed fishermen diligently sorting their catch. He approached one of the elderly fishermen and inquired, "Good sir, how much do you earn in a day?" The fisherman replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps over 1,000. However, when the middle-aged man returned in the afternoon, he found the elderly gentleman leisurely sipping tea and enjoying life. "Do you only work in the morning? Do you rest in the afternoon?" The fisherman nodded in affirmation. "You could earn another 1,000 in the afternoon. Wouldn't that be delightful? After earning more, you could hire a worker to increase your profits, establish a company, and go public." The young man had already formulated his grand plan, envisioning great wealth. Yet the elderly man shook his head. What is the purpose of amassing such wealth? "To enjoy life," the middle-aged man exclaimed, bewildered. The fisherman smiled at that moment. "I'm already enjoying life, am I not?" The middle-aged man was left speechless. Zuo Yunlong now found himself living a similar existence. He would fish in the morning and relish his preferred lifestyle by the seaside in the afternoon, thereby sidestepping 40 years of unnecessary toil. His next step was to acquire a fishing boat and venture out to sea. Thus, he made his way to the coast, intent on purchasing a fishing vessel. As Zuo Yunlong wandered about, he scrutinized various boats. This vessel has sufficient power, but it is somewhat small. I'd have to return after catching only a few fish, which would be unsatisfying. This boat has adequate tonnage, but its power is abysmal. The journey alone would take several days. Far too slow. What an outdated fishing boat, and yet it dares to be sold. Huh? No refrigeration system? Disqualified. Insufficient horsepower? Disqualified. As Zuo Yunlong assessed each fishing boat, he offered his judgments. After examining over 10 vessels, he found none to his satisfaction. Suddenly, he nodded. This one is perfect. It possessed ample power, sufficient tonnage, the latest sonar system, and a refrigeration unit. Excellent, this is the one. Someone, he called casually to a staff member. I'll take this boat. The staff member, upon seeing the chosen vessel, was taken aback. You want this? What do you mean? This is our family's fishing boat. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. It was your family's, but now it belongs to me. Bring forth my little bit of pocket money. The fisherman was left bewildered. Was this young man causing trouble? Pocket money? Buying a fishing boat? Had he lost his mind? They exchanged puzzled glances, suspecting that he might be an escapee from a mental institution. Just then, a burly man behind him brought forth his pocket money. Thud, in an instant, a heavy box landed on the ground. The robust man forcefully tipped the box over, and to everyone's astonishment, a cascade of gold bars tumbled out. The fishermen were left utterly speechless, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Gold bars? What the heck? So much? My goodness. Wait, what did he just say? Is this just a bit of his New Year money? Is this what you call New Year money? The fisherman's eyes nearly bulged out. She even pinched her husband, who let out a yelp. She was certain she was not dreaming. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong continued. Any questions? No more questions. Absolutely none. From now on, this fishing boat is yours. I can even provide you with a fishing license. All the necessary tools will be supplied. Rest assured, you can fish without worry from now on. The fisherman, taking the gold, dashed away in an instant, showcasing the potential of humanity. 50 pounds of bricks were immovable, but 50 pounds of gold could not only be carried but also run with. Zuo Yunlong also boarded his own fishing vessel, embarking on his journey as a fisherman. The life of fishing officially commenced. Chapter 2. You call this going out to fish? Since he intended to fish at sea, having adequate manpower was essential. The next day, Zuo Yunlong rose early and made his way to the seaside. Look, that's the person. That's the one who bought the fishing boat with a chest full of gold yesterday. As soon as Zuo Yunlong appeared at the beach, he was instantly recognized. He calls a chest of gold New Year money. Is this the legendary wealthy person? Simply outrageous. Isn't New Year money supposed to be a few dozen bucks? His New Year money is all gold. The disparity in people's lives is simply too vast. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, having never witnessed such absurdity. More and more people gathered around, hoping to gain a fortune from the wealthy individual, wondering if they could also buy their boats with gold. Perhaps even purchase their homes, freeing them from the burdensome life of a fisherman. As soon as Zuo Yunlong appeared on the shore, he captured everyone's attention. However, he remained indifferent, positioning a sign next to his boat. Recruiting crew members, salaries doubled. First come, first served. Just 12 characters, nothing more needed to be said. After erecting the sign, Zuo Yunlong turned and returned to his boat, seemingly conveying to everyone, I am here, you are welcome to come or not. What? Recruiting crew members? What? Salaries doubled? So he's here to hire workers? Fellow villagers, let me test the waters and expose the true face of this vile, wealthy individual. A burly man pushed through the crowd and boarded the ship first. An old man who was shoved aside shouted angrily, Young man, you're lacking in virtue. How disgraceful. Then, that old man also charged onto the deck. Vile rich man, despicable capitalist, I am here to bring you down. Another burly man yelled as he rushed onto the ship. What are you saying? That's not a capitalist, that's a father. I won't allow you to insult my father. Another young man chased after the burly man onto the ship. I too wish to join. Father, your child has come to seek you. Adoptive father, please accept your child. The world has fallen into disarray. O young adoptive father, do you still find this old man of use? Though Yenpa is aged, can he still dine? Those inexperienced youngsters surely cannot match my seasoned expertise. O master, please take me aboard. One by one, they clambered onto the deck. As for those below, employing various cunning tactics to secure their place on the ship, Zuo Yunlong merely smiled in amusement. Close the door. With Zuo Yunlong's command, the gate on the ship side was shut by the first wave of eager individuals. A total of 12 had made it aboard. The crowd on the shore wailed in despair. Boss, take on 2 more, we work very hard. Who was that scoundrel that pushed me just now? I could have boarded. How envious I am of those above we perform the same tasks. Yet they earn double what I do. I too wish to ascend, how did I fall behind? Zuo Yunlong had no time to heed those left on the shore. Observing the dozen or so individuals, he nodded in satisfaction. The first hurdle of staffing was resolved. Set sail and let us fish. Following this concise command, the group sprang into action. They were all seasoned hands on the fishing vessel, well acquainted with one another, and their coordination was seamless. The fishing boat sailed steadily out of the harbor, heading into the depths of the ocean. A few of you move the items from the cabin onto the deck, Zuo Yunlong instructed. Under his guidance, fine wines, roasted suckling pig, and caviar were arranged meticulously on the deck. Boss, what are these doing here? One crew member inquired, puzzled. Zuo Yunlong casually replied, merely employee benefits. Crew member? What the heck? Is this what you call employee benefits? Are we sure this is a fishing trip? If I didn't know better, I'd assume we were off on holiday. Which company's employee benefits include fine wine and caviar? The crew member stood frozen in astonishment, as if turned to wood. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong's live stream had commenced. Initially, viewers entering the room believed it to be a fishing stream. Curious onlookers clicked to see, is this really a fishing live stream? How intriguing. A student attending class, upon discovering the newly launched stream, immediately clicked in. Wow, I've only seen beachcombing streams before. I've never witnessed a fishing stream. This is quite interesting. A white-collar worker sneaking a break at work also clicked in. Simultaneously, over 100 individuals, captivated by the fishing live stream, ventured into the room, only to be utterly taken aback. Is this what you call a fishing live stream? This feels more like a gourmet food show. Abalone, lobster. I can understand if you say these are caught from the sea, but what on earth are lawfight, matsutake, and roasted suckling pig doing here? Oh my god, did they transfer a Michelin restaurant onto a fishing boat? Seriously, does this look like a fishing vessel? This is a luxury cruise. And black truffles too. Where thousands per bite are they truly here to fish? Host, are you certain that you are here to fish and not on a vacation? Fraud. Refund. The crew looked helplessly at Zuo Yunlong. Boss, what should we do? Should we continue the broadcast? Zuo Yunlong's lips curled into a subtle smile. Let's show them something substantial. He instructed the person holding the phone to shift the camera away from the delectable dishes on the deck and instead focus on the large fishing machinery outside. It really is a fishing vessel has life for fishermen improved this much? Oh my, it truly is a fishing boat. This has astonished me for an entire year. Mom, I wish to go fishing too, not for anything else, but for a bite to eat. The live stream erupted once more upon the sight of the fishing equipment. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand, cast the nets, let's fish. The fishing machinery began to operate before the lens of the broadcast. The fishing net slowly descended into the water, drifting along with the vessel. It's going down, it's really a fishing boat. I'm curious to see what kind of fish can be caught to accompany such luxurious dining. Goodness, what am I witnessing? A luxury cruise ship that even has fishing capabilities? Do the wealthy really know how to enjoy themselves this way? Well set upstairs. Regardless, I am eager to see what they will haul in. Haha, if they catch only small fish and shrimp, wouldn't that be an insult to their meal? Indeed, the person in front is right. I can hardly wait. A moment to witness a miracle. Zuo Yunlong shouted, haul the nets. The fishing net was slowly pulled up, and all the viewers in the live stream watched with bated breath, eager to see what treasures might be recovered. Chapter 3. A truly conscientious streamer. As the machinery operated sluggishly, the fishing net gradually emerged from the depths of the sea, slowly ascending. Oh my, what an enormous mesh. It appears the streamer harbors grand aspirations. Indeed, this mesh is no trifling matter. The streamer clearly disregards the small fry. Undoubtedly, a streamer who indulges in black truffles while fishing is far superior to those who cast their nets indiscriminately, leaving nothing behind. For this alone, I shall support you. However, with such a large mesh, wouldn't the fish have all fled? What do you know? The smaller fish have escaped. What rises are the larger ones. We must allow the little fish to grow for another couple of years. Ah, I see now. How benevolent of the streamer. Truly, a conscientious streamer. Coolme. Let us observe the fruits of the conscientious streamer's first catch. As the net gradually revealed itself above the surface, Zuo Yunlong gazed at the net, his heart brimming with anticipation. Yet, upon discerning the contents of the net, the live streaming room erupted in chaos. Within the net, not a single fish was present. Only a pitiful collection of small crabs. Viewers? No way. With such a large net, not a single fish? Streamer, what sort of luck is this? Even with my eyes closed, I could dredge up a dozen fish with such a large net. I'm truly in awe of your luck. Streamer, with such fortune. Perhaps you ought to forsake fishing and return home to tend to your children. I have come to a conclusion. The streamer is merely on holiday. Fishing? It's impossible for them to catch a single fish in their lifetime. To have a net of this size yield nothing is no trivial feat. Streamer, you truly are remarkable. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong was too preoccupied to concern himself with the chatter in the live stream. The corners of his mouth began to twitch in disbelief. Is fishing truly this arduous? How can it be? Flush the net, he commanded succinctly, and the crew sprang into action once more. This catch, as the viewers had remarked, was indeed plagued by an abundance of marine debris. Only after clearing away this oceanic refuse could they discern the net's true bounty. However, the yield was beyond description. It was simply disheartening. Aside from a few crabs, there were no fish to be found. As the crew gathered the crabs, they began to brief Zuo Yunlong on their findings. Boss, this is the most common type of crab, of little value. It is typically used for drunken crab dishes. This one is a blue crab, not expensive. And this is a flower crab, quite cheap. Listening to the crew's descriptions, Zuo Yunlong could only think of two words: inexpensive. Nevertheless, the variety of crabs they had caught was quite notable. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I am here to fish, not to receive a lecture on the various types of crabs. I refuse to be disheartened. Recast the net and fish, Zuo Yunlong commanded resolutely. The crew, having gathered the first net's crabs, swiftly cast the net once more. With the net plunging into the water again, excitement surged within the live streaming room. Wow, look, the streamer has cast another net. Don't tell me this one too yields no fish. If so, streamer, you would indeed be extraordinary. This live stream is quite entertaining. With such a large net, not a single fish to be caught. You are truly a marvel, streamer. I merely wish to observe the streamer and ponder when they might catch a fish. Streamer, could it be that in a past life you tread upon a kindergarten and struck a nursing home? Otherwise, how could one possess such extraordinary luck? Zuo Yunlong disregarded the sardonic comments in the live stream and instead focused intently on the surface of the sea. Cast the net. After calculating the time, Zuo Yunlong issued the command once more. The crew busied themselves, and the fishing net slowly emerged from the depths. Zuo Yunlong fixed his gaze upon the net, unwilling to believe that once again he would fail to catch something substantial. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly excited. Our environmental guardian is casting the net. Will he disappoint us this time? What a conscientious streamer. A bright red? My heavens, is that a red pants? How can this be? This streamer possesses some talent. I cannot stop laughing. Last time it was green aquatic plants, and now it's red pants. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls up a doll next. Wait, it seems he has indeed caught something this time. Could it be that the conscientious streamer is about to lose his conscience? For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this news, a faint sense of sorrow washed over me. At that moment, the crew member responsible for netting also noticed something unusual in the catch. Boss, it seems we've caught something substantial. The crew member promptly reported to Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong's eyes lit up. Quick, lower it and see. Soon, the net was released, and the water cannon immediately washed away the marine debris. Zuo Yunlong concentrated on the haul, dismissing the crabs and large shrimp as he sought the prize catch. While he searched, the keen-eyed viewers in the live stream had already spotted it. Look over there, what is that? Subsequently, the viewer took a screenshot, marking it with a red dot before sending it into the chat. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong finally laid eyes on the legendary catch. What on earth is that? Under the guidance of the enthusiastic viewer, the live stream audience also discovered the prized find. Goodness, not a single fish, just a turtle? Streamer, you truly are something. Unable to catch a fish, yet you bring up a giant turtle? And it's a first-class protected species? Conscientious streamer, you never cease to amaze me. Wait a moment, those uneducated above, that is not a turtle. It is a sea turtle. Time for a little education. This is a green sea turtle. A nationally protected species. What? A first-class protected species? Wow. Streamer, you've really outdone yourself. A first-class protected species. And you managed to catch one? You are truly impressive. I am in awe. Indeed, nothing can deter our environmental guardian from their determination to protect them. I am at a loss whether to deem this streamer's luck as fortunate or unfortunate. How is it that not a single fish was caught? Yet you inform me that the turtle caught is a first-class protected species? At this moment, Zuo Yunlong gazed at the green sea turtle, rendered speechless. The crew member approached to enlighten Zuo Yunlong about the green sea turtle. A first-class protected species? If it is a first-class protected species, it should be safeguarded, not found entangled in a fishing net. Captain, perhaps we should hold on to it for a while and see if we can recover some money? Suggested a crew member. Moreover, creatures like turtles and soft-shelled turtles carry auspicious meanings. Let us keep it for now. After all, we are currently live-streaming, and everyone can attest to how this green sea turtle came to be here. So Yunlong nodded, tacitly agreeing to the request. The money was of little consequence. What truly vexed him was that after casting 2 nets, not a single fish had been caught. It felt oddly cursed. Once he received Zuo Yunlong's affirmation, the crew member immediately began to lavish care on the green sea turtle. If they were to inadvertently let it perish, it would be a dire misfortune. Damn it, cast the nets again. I refuse to believe we cannot haul in even a single fish. Zuo Yunlong was genuinely angered. Following the successful handling of the second net, he promptly commanded the commencement of the third net's deployment. Chapter 4. Is this legitimate fishing? As the third net was cast into the sea, Zuo Yunlong fixated his gaze on the surface of the water. Come on, streamer, let us believe in miracles. Streamer, show us how you continue to catch protected species. I'm new here. What is special about this streamer? This streamer seems a bit uncanny. A netizen shared a photo of a hospital, revealing their own face contorted in laughter. Zuo Yunlong glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, his expression darkening noticeably. Observing the change in his demeanor, the crew member cautiously inquired, Captain, should we perhaps shut down the live stream? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zuo Yunlong retorted, why shut it down? They've never seen the world. Have you never seen the world? The crew member replied, understood. Zuo Yunlong commanded, continue. With his command, the fishing vessel's machinery roared to life for the third time. This time, as soon as the machinery began to operate, the operator revealed a look of astonishment. Within the fishing net, there was indeed a large fish. Boss, we've really struck gold this time. We've definitely caught a big fish. Upon hearing this news, Zuo Yunlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hadn't his long-held dreams come to fruition? Quick, haul it up. The live stream erupted with excitement. What? This defies logic. The streamer actually managed to catch a fish? This time, it better not be another protected species. Let me see what rare protected animal it is. Zuo Yunlong anxiously watched the fishing net on the water surface. This time, nothing bizarre must occur. Yet, the net was indeed struggling with something substantial. Zuo Yunlong felt a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Only fishing could evoke such exhilaration in him. As the net slowly ascended, smiles crept onto the faces of the crew members. Judging by the sheer force involved, the creature they had caught was surely significant. However, as the net continued to rise, the smiles on the crew members' faces began to falter. The expression of eagerly hopeful anticipation in Zuo Yunlong's eyes transformed into disbelief. What was this? To his astonishment, a shark emerged from the net. If he wasn't mistaken, it was undoubtedly a great white shark. There was no need to deliberate. The great white shark was also a protected species. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, I've caught a great white shark? Netizens responded with astonishment. Incredible. The host has truly captured an impressive catch this time. Viewers who have been attentively following the live stream were instantly filled with excitement at the moment the net was raised. To those in front, please open your eyes and see. Is that a fish? My goodness, my host has managed to haul in a great white shark? I came to witness fishing, and here I am witnessing the capture of a shark? This is utterly absurd. Even a shark can be caught. What on earth am I seeing? First a green sea turtle, now a great white shark? Host, I came here to see fishing, and this catch is nothing like I anticipated. You are truly remarkable. Host, please accept my admiration. Your skills are extraordinary. What? This host has previously caught a green sea turtle? This is simply unbelievable. What kind of host is this? I must say, I have never seen anyone manage to reel in a great white shark before. The thrill is exhilarating. I am compelled to follow without hesitation. This host is exceptional. Host, I implore you to behave. Your methods are too ruthless, and I can no longer contain my admiration. I swear, I have never encountered such an outrageous host in my life. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zuo Yunlong was on the verge of exploding with anger. Indeed, this is quite a sizable creature, a fish nonetheless. However, can this fish be consumed? Will anyone dare to eat it? Could we not catch a more conventional fish? Or have all the ordinary fish ended up in the belly of the green sea turtle? Zuo Yunlong was truly incensed, his head throbbing. The crew member, holding a phone and broadcasting live, cautiously inquired of Zuo Yunlong, "Boss, what do you think of this great white shark?" The crew member was apprehensive, fearing that Zuo Yunlong might impulsively haul the shark onto the deck. At that moment, it was uncertain who would end up being the consumer. Zuo Yunlong helplessly waved his hand. "Let go, let it go. Cast the net again. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch a single fish today." Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's instructions, the crew member was filled with joy. He immediately directed the operator of the machinery to return the great white shark to the ocean. "Cast the net. Keep fishing." The crew member, with a face full of anxiety, looked at Zuo Yunlong, but complied with the command, casting the net into the sea once more. Look, the host is on fire. If I were the host, I would be ecstatic too. How many times has this been? 3 nets, and not a single fish caught. This host is truly talented. I just calculated for the host, and it appears he is lacking in fish. The host still has some skills. Who among you can guarantee that 3 nets would yield no fish? Host, you must persevere. If you end the stream, I will lose much of my enjoyment. My goodness, this is a masterful host. What he brings forth is far from ordinary. Suddenly, I find myself uninterested in seeing the host catch fish. These peculiar items are quite fascinating. The viewers were already buzzing with excitement in the live chat, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Zuo Yunlong's expression was dark enough to drip water. Let us continue. Keep going. Meanwhile, the crew member was sweating nervously. What kind of extraordinary creatures are we encountering on this first day? Some are already worried that this next net might directly yield an orca. The 4th net was slowly being drawn up under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zuo Yunlong's gaze was fiercely fixed upon the fishing net. He could hardly believe that not a single fish had been caught after 4 attempts. Look, the net is being raised. The 4th net. What peculiar treasures will our extraordinary host unveil this time? In the live stream, some viewers had already taken on the role of enthusiastic commentators. Naturally, new viewers were thoroughly educated by the Season 1s about the wonders of this remarkable live stream. How astonishing it was to stumble upon such a treasure. Go host. We are rooting for you. We have yet to see those extraordinary finds. Please don't let us down with this net. As the 4th net ascended, the anticipation among the viewers surpassed even that of Zuo Yunlong. Yes, it's a success. With the 4th net surfacing, Zuo Yunlong erupted in excitement. The net was brimming with fish, and the variety was impressive. Did the host actually catch fish? This defies logic, exclaimed one viewer. After waiting so long, I can hardly believe the host really pulled up fish. Finally, fish had been caught, and the viewers felt an exhilaration that rivaled that of the host. Is this real? Did I really witness fish being caught? A wave of disbelief swept through the chat, as the viewers seemed more astonished by the sight of Zuo Yunlong catching fish than if he had pulled up something bizarre. It was akin to a sudden headline-grabbing event. Gulme, let us see the catch. Zuo Yunlong commanded with fervor, finally feeling a sense of vindication. Who would dare claim he wasn't a fishing host? As the catch was spread across the deck, water guns cleaned the hull, and Zuo Yunlong's lips curled into a slight smile. Fishing is this straightforward. It was merely a stroke of bad luck earlier. So no fish now? Just then, a crew member made an alarming discovery. Boss, it seems something strange has mixed in. At the height of Zuo Yunlong's excitement, a crew member suddenly reported to him. His eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding creeping in. What is it? Zuo Yunlong inquired immediately. Well, we initially thought it was a squid, but upon closer inspection, it seems. The crew member hesitated. What is it? Speak. Zuo Yunlong urged impatiently. Finally, the crew member stammered. It appears to be an old-fashioned bomb. What? Zuo Yunlong gazed incredulously at the crew member. This was too much. He was utterly speechless. The workers, terrified, stepped back, their faces pale. Is this a bomb? Is this serious fishing? A bomb has surfaced? However, the crew member's words had already reached the live stream. Upon hearing this news, the chat erupted once again. Chapter 5. I just want to fish in peace. Is that too much to ask? Wait, did I just hear something incredible? The viewers in the live stream stared at the screen in disbelief. A bomb has been pulled up? How is that even possible? Goodness, what kind of existence is this host? They can even catch a bomb? It must be you, host. Only you. Truly, it did not disappoint. Astonishingly, they managed to retrieve a bomb. This is absurd, utterly preposterous. Is the sea so perilous? I long to return home to my mother. A bomb indeed, a bomb. How did you accomplish this, dear host? My knees can no longer convey my profound respect for you. Please accept my utmost admiration. Subsequently, the live chat was inundated with expressions of reverence. Zuo Yunlong observed the astonishment of the viewers in the chat, feeling a sense of helplessness. I did not wish for this. Can we not enjoy fishing in peace? The crew, witnessing the bomb being hauled aboard, had already taken refuge at a safe distance. Resigned, Zuo Yunlong picked up his phone and dialed. Hello, I need to report an incident. Meanwhile, at the police station, officers were leisurely sipping coffee and perusing the newspaper. After all, the public safety here was so commendable that they could afford to relax. The long-awaited phone rang, and a somewhat inexperienced officer answered. Hello, what seems to be the danger? The officers here typically receive calls about maritime risks, boats running aground or damaged by storms. However, the officers soon became agitated. Wait, what did you say? You caught a bomb while fishing? Sir, reporting a crime is a serious matter. You cannot make such statements lightly. What? You have video evidence? You're live streaming? We will dispatch units to your location immediately. Please remain calm. We will fulfill our duties. After hanging up, everyone in the room gazed curiously at the officer. His lips twitched slightly as he exclaimed, We have to respond. This is a significant situation. The others, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained their composure. Their professional demeanor was immediately evident. Within 3 minutes, all available officers were mobilized as Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Sighing in resignation after the call, Zuo Yunlong was aware that the viewers in the live chat were fervently discussing the extraordinary events unfolding. It was indeed a rare spectacle. Never before had they encountered such an absurd host. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the live chat. Greetings, we are cyber police. We ask for your cooperation. Upon entering, they promptly typed a message in the chat. Wow, the host is incredible. Even the cyber police have arrived. This bomb retrieval is astounding. This will leave a lasting impression for years. Enthusiastic viewers even chronicled Zuo Yunlong's heroic exploits of 4 bomb recoveries in the chat. The cyber police behind the screen were utterly bewildered. This is beyond what even a television drama would dare portray. Had it not been for the testimonies of these viewers, the cyber police would have been tempted to issue an arrest warrant for Zuo Yunlong. If this were intentional, it would undoubtedly warrant significant penalties for the unlawful handling of protected marine life and arms trafficking, each charge severe enough to incur substantial consequences. The cyber police exchanged incredulous remarks with their colleagues. However, this fellow is broadcasting live. Isn't this a bit ostentatious? A nearby colleague expressed confusion, questioning whether he was afraid his actions lacked sufficient gravity. Do you understand the script? It is evident he has never dabbled in live streaming. The cyber police, currently gathering evidence in Zuo Yunlong's streaming room, scoffed, asserting that this must have been premeditated. Otherwise, they cannot believe he would be so audacious. The colleague perked up. Come, this fellow must be thoroughly investigated. Here, one must commend the efficiency of these individuals. Within 10 minutes, the police had arrived on Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat aboard a speedboat. Upon welcoming them aboard, Zuo Yunlong pointed helplessly at the bomb nestled among the fish. I was merely fishing. How did I end up with this? The officers, upon seeing the bomb, were understandably alarmed. Is this something a normal person would haul up? And he claims to be a mere fisherman? A fisherman could not engage in such inhumane acts. Zuo Yunlong realized these individuals might not believe him. So he continued, Your colleagues are currently collecting evidence in my live stream. The viewers can corroborate my story. Still live streaming? The officers were now utterly bewildered, swiftly ordering Zuo Yunlong to shut down his stream. Reluctantly, he complied, closing the broadcast. On the other side of the screen, the online audience was not satisfied. What happened? Did the internet cut out? My goodness, the police are involved. This streamer is truly remarkable. They felt compelled to stay updated, eager to see what else the streamer might uncover. The mere fact that he had attracted the attention of the entire police department was enough for them to follow him closely. He must possess something extraordinary. Uncertain of the developments, they decided to call a relative for more information. Though the live stream had ended, the viewers remained intrigued. This streamer was unlike any they had ever encountered. Witnessing Zuo Yunlong close his stream, the bomb disposal unit swiftly took charge of the situation. One member approached the bomb cautiously, gingerly lifting it, while another meticulously examined its condition. The crew stood frozen, pondering what crime they had committed by simply wanting to earn a living in peace. After a brief examination, the bomb disposal officer finally exhaled in relief. He then removed his protective mask and reassured his colleagues, "It's all right. This bomb is too old. Its fuse has already been disarmed." A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the fishing boat. However, Zuo Yunlong's aspirations of fishing were dashed. "Sir, please accompany us to provide a statement." Zuo Yunlong, resigned yet aware of his inability to refuse, followed the officers to the precinct. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong's father received the news of his son's arrest. "What did you say? My son has been detained? For arms trafficking? I never imagined he possessed such audacity. This is troublesome. I will have to intervene." Upon receiving the news, Zuo Yunlong's father initially reacted with disbelief. He promptly contacted the director. "Hello, Lao Wei. I heard my son has been involved in arms trafficking." At that moment, the director had not yet received a report from his subordinates, but he had indeed heard rumors of someone possessing explosives. "What? Your son is the one trafficking bombs?" Zuo Yunlong's father sighed. "Alas, misfortune has befallen our family. It must indeed be my son. Could you possibly release him? If that's not feasible, at least charge him with something minor, like soliciting, so he can reflect on his actions for a few days in custody." "No, absolutely not," the director replied without hesitation. "Rest assured, money is not an issue. If you help me resolve this matter, I will certainly ensure you are well compensated," Zuo Yunlong's father continued. The director, feeling helpless, responded, "My friend, this isn't merely a matter of finances. Trafficking arms is a grave issue that I cannot suppress. Are you trying to endanger my position?" Zuo Yunlong's father felt a sense of helplessness. The situation was indeed complicated. "All right, my friend, do not worry. I will inquire immediately." With that, the director hung up. Zuo Yunlong's father anxiously awaited a response. Shortly thereafter, the director called again. "Hey, my friend, it's not a big deal. Your son merely stumbled upon a bomb." "It's nothing serious," he said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Zuo Yunlong's father was utterly dismayed. Wasn't he supposed to be fishing? How'd he end up with a bomb? Is fishing this thrilling these days? That evening, Zuo Yunlong emerged from the police station, his lips twitching in agitation. Is it really so difficult to simply fish in peace? Chapter 6. I told you to fish, not to hunt whales. I refuse to believe today will be as bizarre as yesterday. The next morning, Zuo Yunlong rose early to awaken his crew, ready to venture out to sea once more. Clearly, the previous day's experience had left a profound impact on his psyche. "Captain, are we going live today?" The crew member who had streamed the previous day glanced at Zuo Yunlong with trepidation. "Yes, we are going live." No hesitation, Zuo Yunlong declared decisively. The crew member swiftly activated the live stream. As the stream opened, the crew was taken aback. "Boss, it seems we've gone viral," one exclaimed. The crew member recalled that when they had to shut down the stream yesterday, they had just over 1,000 viewers. Now, over 10,000 had suddenly joined. Zuo Yunlong glanced at the viewer count, thinking, is 10,000 considered viral? They truly have not seen much. Wow, is this the streamer who fished out the bomb yesterday? I heard about it from classmates. I had to witness this miracle. Another viewer commented, "Miracle streamer, are we still fishing today? Don't let us down. I'm new here. Is this streamer really that impressive?" "Absolutely. You've come to the right place. Let me tell you, as a seasoned internet enthusiast, this is the most captivating streamer I've ever encountered." Soon, viewers from yesterday began to educate the newcomers about Zuo Yunlong's exploits. "What? You call this a fishing streamer? This is clearly an entertainment streamer." To my astonishment, as a fishing streamer, I find myself unable to catch a single fish. How utterly absurd. Is this streamer truly so unfortunate? With concerns for wildlife and the presence of explosives, even the police have had to intervene to maintain order in the live stream. Suddenly, I find myself harboring great anticipation for the streamer's first net of the day. Hurry and catch something. Rest assured, this streamer is not one to dawdle. As soon as the broadcast commenced, they got straight to work. "Look, everything is now ready." Zuo Yunlong, surveying the prepared fishing net, confidently commanded, "Cast the net." However, the crew today lacked the vigor they displayed yesterday, their movements considerably slower. After all, who would not be apprehensive about pulling up a bomb? The net descended slowly into the water, and Zuo Yunlong anxiously awaited its return. Yesterday's haul had been virtually non-existent, as he had been compelled to return all the fish to the sea to search for explosives. When they ultimately discovered that there was indeed only a single bomb, Zuo Yunlong felt utterly devastated. Today, he was determined to secure a catch of fish, no matter the cost. What sort of live stream is this? Why do I sense that these crew members are rather unprofessional? Observe that crew member's hands are still trembling. If you were to personally retrieve a bomb, your hands would shake as well. What? You can actually fish out a bomb? Forgive my ignorance. Today, I am here to broaden my horizons. The number of viewers in the live stream continues to grow, now reaching 30,000. What? This streamer fished all day yesterday? The most crucial detail is that not a single edible fish was caught. What? After much effort to haul in a net, it turns out there was a bomb hidden within? I cannot believe it. I came to witness the fishing results, only to see this? Good heavens, after hearing you speak, I am so eager to discover what lies within that net. The streamer's net resembles that of a magician performing a trick. One can never truly know what is concealed within. Goodness, if this streamer were to operate a gambling den, they would undoubtedly wipe out everyone. Noticing that enough time has passed since the net was submerged, Zuo Yunlong shouted, "Raise the net." The fishing net was slowly drawn from the depths of the sea, and some crew members were already prepared to make a hasty retreat. Though everyone remained skeptical, the events of yesterday had been far too peculiar, and the potential for another bomb loomed. Viewers, holding their phones, began to frantically speculate as the machinery whirred to life. The net is being raised. What could possibly be inside this time? I refuse to believe that there won't be any fish within. What the streamer has caught remains uncertain. No, aside from fish, everything else is a mystery. As the net finally surfaced, all the crew members exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there were no explosives within. Yet within the vast net, there lay but a solitary fish. Zuo Yunlong felt a glimmer of solace. Although it was merely one, at least it was a fish. At long last, it was no longer an oddity. What? The streamer has actually caught a fish? Although it is but one, the streamer has indeed succeeded. Splendid. I have finally witnessed a genuine fishing streamer in action. Surely, this fish cannot be harboring a bomb in its belly. There is an inexplicable sense of unreality surrounding this streamer-esque catch of a normal fish. My goodness, this is incredible. The host has actually caught a fish. Of course, while yesterday's viewers were astonished that Zuo Yunlong could land a fish, today's newcomers are not as impressed. Really? Am I here to watch you fish? They mutter. What about the excitement? And where are the protected species? I want to see those. Alas, the host legend has crumbled, lasting just one day. Zuo Yunlong, however, seems unfazed and promptly instructs, "Gather the fish. This is our first catch. Let us prepare a feast." The crew exchanges puzzled glances, and after a moment of hesitation, one speaks up, "Boss, we shouldn't unload this fish onto the deck." Zuo Yunlong looks at him in confusion. The crew member whispers, "This is a yellow-lipped fish. A first-class protected species, just like the green sea turtle." Zuo Yunlong, what? After all that effort, I catch a first-class protected species? A fish we can't even eat? At this moment, a defiant viewer has also looked up information about the fish and shared it in the chat. What? It's a protected species? My heavens. This host hasn't shattered the myth after all. Truly impressive. This is the miracle I was hoping for. Though mentally prepared for anything, this twist still caught me off guard. Host, you truly are full of surprises. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand, instructing the crew to return the yellow-lipped fish to the sea and immediately cast the net again. This time, however, the situation took an unexpected turn. As the net touched the water, a whale surfaced, seizing the fishing net. Zuo Yunlong watched in disbelief as the whale pulled away the net, his mind racing with expletives. It's happening. The host is finally going after a whale. What a bold move. Are you kidding me? A whale, really? Stunned, utterly astonished, the host has blown my mind. This is truly a fishing stream like no other. Laughing uncontrollably, I can hardly breathe as the net is snatched away. Host, please don't end the stream. We'll crowdfund you a new net. Instantly, gifts began to flood the live chat. The crew member, feeling awkward, asked, "Boss, what should we do? Should we continue fishing?" Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong replied, "Get a new net and let us fish." Following his command, the crew swiftly replaced the net and prepared for a third catch. As the net was slowly raised, both online and offline viewers fell silent. Finally, one viewer could no longer contain themselves. What on earth is that? As the fishing net emerged, it revealed a shocking sight, a human head among the fish. In an instant, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Viewers, what? This is unbelievable. They stared in horror. No way, did they just pull up a corpse? I thought we were just fishing. How could this happen? Is this host truly capable of such a chilling discovery? Amidst the multitude of fish that remained uncaught, the sudden emergence of a corpse from the depths raised eyebrows. However, upon closer inspection, It revealed itself to be nothing more than a mannequin from a clothing store. The viewer's expressions twisted in disbelief. It turned out to be a false alarm, a mere trick of the eye. I had my suspicions. How could a body truly be retrieved? Oh, what a startle it gave me, only to discover the ruse. Shortly thereafter, the screen was inundated with an avalanche of gifts. As one viewer aptly noted, the host is exceedingly generous to his fans. Failing to send gifts would be a disservice to such a host. Yet, Zuo Yunlong paid little heed to the influx of gifts in the live stream. Did he lack money? Certainly not. But the crew operating the live stream were beside themselves with glee. In a mere moment, viewers had showered the stream with 20,000 gifts. Host, don't dawdle. Cast the net again. Come on. Come on. Don't forget we're crowdfunding for a net. The chorus of excitement echoed through the chat. Hurry, hurry. Though you may not wish to labor, I truly wish to see you fish. Gifts continued to pour in, and the screen was awash with pleas for Zuo Yunlong to cast his net once more. A wry smile crept upon Zuo Yunlong's lips. Throw that wretched thing away, he commanded, as a crew member hastily directed two others to dispose of the plastic model into the refuse. The crew member in charge of the stream muttered, I told you, how could a body possibly be retrieved from the sea? This ISNTA film, it's not that eerie. Zuo Yunlong called out with vigor, quickly. Let us cast the net again. We must bring in fish today. Following the earlier tension, the crew felt a wave of relaxation wash over them, responding with a hearty, all right. They deftly maneuvered the machinery, raising and lowering the net. As the viewers witnessed Zuo Yunlong prepare for another haul, anticipation filled the air. After all, his catches were always extraordinary, each one more astonishing than the last. Let us go. Haul in the net. With newfound confidence, Zuo Yunlong now commanded with ease, while the crew executed their fishing maneuvers with finesse. Though thus far, there had been no genuine catch. The net ascended slowly, only to reveal yet another head. Was it yet another imitation? The viewers could not help but voice their discontent. Hey host, this is getting dull. The same trick won't work a second time. First, you pulled up a mannequin, and now a head? How many props do you have prepared? Are you an entertainment host, or a horror host now? Zuo Yunlong gazed at the three heads tangled in the net, his expression contorting in disbelief. This is outrageous. It's too much. The crew, having just witnessed the mannequin incident, had grown somewhat desensitized. Surely, it was merely a prop. As the net was reeled in, the three heads rolled out. The crew, ever the entertainers, even provided a close-up of the heads. Wow, this is impressive. The craftsmanship surpasses that of the previous silicone doll. Even the details of fish nibbling are masterfully rendered. Truly, our host is remarkable. The crew could not help but admire Zuo Yunlong. Boss, you're incredible. Zuo Yunlong playfully kicked one of the crew members. The three severed heads are indeed real. Did you not notice the pus still oozing from them? What? The crew member responsible for the live broadcast gasped in shock, retreating repeatedly. Aren't these props? Zuo Yunlong's lips twitched in disbelief. What purpose would a fisherman like me have for such props? Moreover, what kind of fishing yields severed heads? The viewers in the live stream, hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, erupted in chaos. What? Are you telling us those heads are real? My heavens, what have I just witnessed? I wondered how such lifelike heads could exist. The key point is that the host actually managed to retrieve them. How astonishing is that? Truly, the host must be the chosen one. How is this even possible? Goodness. The host isn't seriously going to be executed, is he? Oh my gosh, I am terrified. There are indeed severed heads in the sea. Thank goodness I live on land. Meanwhile, the crew members were at their wits' end. First, it was bombs and then protected species. Now, heads have made an appearance. Is the boss setting an example, leading us into this madness? The crew looked at Zuo Yunlong, speechless. If this continues, we'll need extra pay. This is no longer about fishing. It's about risking our lives. Zuo Yunlong, with a sense of resignation, waved his hand and said, call the police, call the police. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I wish to report something. As soon as Zuo Yunlong finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end before a soft voice inquired, is this the bomb brother? Yes, it's the one who retrieved the bomb yesterday. Zuo Yunlong replied nonchalantly. Goodness, the host is so composed even while calling the police. In the live stream, everyone was captivated by Zuo Yunlong's calm demeanor. Did you retrieve another bomb today? The operator inquired cautiously. If Zuo Yunlong managed to recover another bomb, even the operator might start doubting whether he was the one burying them. No need to worry. There is no bomb today, Zuo Yunlong stated calmly. Oh, that's a relief, the operator sighed in gratitude. Just as the operator was celebrating this good news, Zuo Yunlong continued softly. Today, I merely retrieved 3 severed heads. Oh, the operator, who had just thought Zuo Yunlong had discovered another protected species, suddenly jolted awake. After all, the operator had heard of Zuo Yunlong's legendary exploits. It was either bombs or protected species. The word release was almost on the operator's lips, but was quickly swallowed back down. What on earth? Severed heads? And 3 of them at once? This is not something that can be released. They're already cold. Moreover, is this person truly a fisherman? Are they certain they aren't sent out to find work for these individuals? Concerned about this year's performance? Zuo Yunlong, indifferent to the operator's tumultuous emotions, calmly stated. Send someone over. The usual place. Understood, we'll be there shortly. The operator promptly hung up the phone and shouted to the colleagues at his unit. We have a job. Bomb Brother, the usual place, 3 severed heads discovered. Goodness, really? Bomb Brother is here to find work again? This time, it's not about bombs, but severed heads. Enough with the delays. Let's move out quickly. Everyone immediately sprang into action, heading once more towards Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat. Zuo Yunlong meticulously arranged 3 severed heads in a corner, languidly awaiting the arrival of the police. These heads, ravaged by fish, bore no resemblance to their former selves. Zuo Yunlong's lips curled in irritation. Are we to cherish animals or severed heads? Goodness, must I be deprived of a peaceful fishing experience? All that remained was to wait for the law enforcement officers to arrive. However, feeling the tedium of inactivity, the Yunlong meandered to the opposite side of the boat, distancing himself from the gruesome sight. Another cast, since idleness is not a virtue. The distance from the shore was considerable. Who knows how long the police would take to arrive? The crew, with reluctance, resumed casting nets, unaware of what they might haul in next. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream, witnessing Zuo Yunlong's renewed efforts, flooded the chat with messages and gifts, their excitement palpable. This moment held promise. Amidst the sea breeze, Zuo Yunlong felt increasingly disheveled. At that juncture, the police finally reached Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Chapter 8. Are there more bodies? Where are the bodies? Upon boarding, the officers wasted no time and quickly located Zuo Yunlong. Following the events of the previous day's bomb incident, they were now somewhat acquainted with him. Of course, whether the police were eager to encounter Zuo Yunlong again was another matter entirely. Zuo Yunlong casually lifted his gaze, and the officers followed his line of sight, discovering the 3 heads neatly arranged in the corner, reminiscent of offerings in a ritual. Goodness, this setup possesses an unsettling sense of ceremony. One might almost suspect these individuals were intended for some sacrificial purpose. Our tranquil workday has been thoroughly disrupted by you. The past 2 days have been more eventful than my years of service. The officers couldn't help but jest about Zuo Yunlong. He merely smiled, remaining silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon. What should we do, Captain? One officer inquired. The leader casually replied, let us assess the situation first. Subsequently, the team approached the 3 severed heads. Upon observing their condition, their expressions turned to shock. They had been so thoroughly mutilated by fish. The situation was far worse than anticipated. There had been an inkling something was amiss, but this was beyond expectation. The officers' faces darkened as they regarded the grotesque remains quietly resting in the corner. The captain pondered briefly. 3 deceased individuals constituted a significant case. We must be accountable to the public. No matter the challenges, we must persevere. Summon a forensic expert to examine these heads, and I will gather more information. After issuing his orders, the team hastened to their tasks, while the captain approached Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong cooperatively provided his statement. With video evidence corroborating his account and the precedent of the previous day, Zuo Yunlong's suspicions could largely be dismissed. There was no need to detain him for further investigation. After completing his statement, the officers internally marveled at the absurdity of the situation. What catch this young man had made? What on earth had he reeled in? No, this fellow must be fabricating these incidents for the sake of spectacle, right? The captain's resolve began to waver, casting suspicion upon Zuo Yunlong. The coincidences were simply too uncanny. Is this it? Even a seasoned screenwriter would surely be impressed. While the captain's mind was engulfed in speculation, the forensic expert completed the analysis and approached him. What is the situation? The captain inquired, eyeing Zuo Yunlong with a wary gaze. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong had gradually transformed in the captain's eyes into a malevolent figure. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it quickly takes root and flourishes. The estimated time of death should not exceed a day, with the precise timing likely being just after this fellow unearthed the bomb yesterday. What? The captain looked at the forensic expert in disbelief. Are you certain? The forensic expert solemnly nodded and replied, Captain, I can assure you, with the utmost professionalism of my vocation, that this is indeed the case. Zuo Yunlong had been taken back for questioning yesterday and was only released in the evening. According to the forensic analysis, there was simply no opportunity for Zuo Yunlong to commit the crime. This revelation extinguished the flickering flame of suspicion that had begun to kindle within the captain's heart. Captain, I understand this may be hard to believe, but based on the existing evidence, it is indeed just a coincidence, the forensic expert murmured, fully aware of the captain's suspicions. The captain remained silent. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream continued to revel in excitement. Impressive, my streamer, calling the police twice in 2 days. Such a talent. One might not experience such a feat in a lifetime. Unbelievable. How could they possibly have gotten ahead? Wait, the streamer has cast another net. Could there be another unexpected surprise? Is it time to haul it up? Or perhaps the police are nearby, making the streamer hesitant to use their extraordinary abilities. At that moment, a crew member inquired, Boss, it's about time. Should we haul the net? Zuo Yunlong nodded and replied, Haul it up. As the machinery whirred to life, the captain was suddenly jolted back to reality. Hey, what are you doing? The captain approached Zuo Yunlong, his voice sharp with inquiry. Oh, I was just bored waiting for you, so I cast another net. Zuo Yunlong replied nonchalantly. Who told you to cast a net? You're truly unbelievable. I'm impressed. The captain's tone shifted abruptly as he gazed at the horizon, his face awash with incredulity. To his astonishment, several corpses emerged from the retrieved fishing net. Zuo Yunlong, police, forensic expert. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. The crew members appeared as if frozen in time, each one rooted to the spot as the net floated weightlessly in the air. The forensic expert's mind raced with a torrent of expletives. Not again. Meanwhile, the officers accompanying the captain felt utterly drained, questioning how this was even possible. Wasn't this supposed to be a fishing expedition? The series of unexpected developments left Zuo Yunlong momentarily flabbergasted by the captain's abrupt change in demeanor. However, Zuo Yunlong soon sensed an unusual atmosphere. Turning his gaze towards the fishing net, he was startled to find a complete corpse suspended in midair. Meanwhile, far away, a student engrossed in a live stream stood frozen in disbelief, grappling with the shocking revelation before him. In another location, a laborer on a break in the restroom stared blankly at his phone, bewildered by his surroundings, and exclaimed, Is this even possible? After a brief moment of silence, the live chat exploded with reactions. Goodness, there can't be another corpse in there, can there? Impossible. Just look at the police's ghostly expressions. It must be a real body. Laughter ensued as viewers remarked on the officer's naive astonishment, clearly taken aback by the streamer's unexpected revelation. The streamer is incredible. Not only have they caught a corpse, but they keep reeling them in. I wonder who else can do this? They continued to marvel at the scene, exclaiming, What an extraordinary streamer. This is far more entertaining than any other live broadcast. The streamer demonstrated their prowess in corpse retrieval right before the police, leaving viewers to speculate whether they were a seasoned professional in this macabre endeavor. Indeed, some tasks are best left to experts, and the presence of cyber police was welcomed. I am a cyber officer, and I share the same sentiment. This streamer has immense potential. Yesterday, we watched them retrieve explosives, and today, they are fishing for corpses. I can only imagine what tomorrow holds. On the boat, the captain couldn't help but give Zuo Yunlong a thumbs up. You're truly remarkable. What are you waiting for? Hurry and have your crew bring the body aboard. Chapter 9. A boat full of corpses? No one could have anticipated that after Zuo Yunlong fished out a human head, he would immediately retrieve a corpse. Everyone was left speechless in shock. At the captain's call, the crew regained their composure. They promptly followed the officer's orders to transfer the body from the net to the deck. The forensic expert rushed to the corpse, preparing to conduct an examination. The captain looked helplessly at Zuo Yunlong, who mirrored the sentiment. Who could have imagined that casting a net could yield yet another corpse? Meanwhile, in the live chat, viewers continued to fervently discuss the unfolding events. Suddenly, every viewer was expelled from the stream. This time, It was not the crew's doing, but rather the platform, unable to contain itself any longer. The live stream was abruptly shut down, as viewers stared at the now-closed stream. Their frustration mounted. What happened next? What was unfolding? Soon, various attention-seeking accounts began posting videos. Breaking news. The streamer caught 3 heads and a corpse while fishing. Is this a moral distortion or the decay of humanity? Watch how the streamer fishes. The videos crafted by viewers quickly ascended to the trending charts. However, they were soon suppressed. This time, it was the cyber police taking action. Indeed, the matters at hand have momentarily ceased to concern Zuo Yunlong and the officers present. The forensic examination was completed swiftly, yielding conclusions consistent with those of the 3 severed heads. They likely perished at the same moment. Who could possibly commit such a brutal act, claiming 4 lives at once? Who knows? Could it be that the captain was involved? Have you forgotten the forensic expert's testimony? According to the estimated time of death, the captain had no opportunity to strike. How foolish. This individual would never resort to hiring a hitman. The officers speculated, while the crew members indulged in wild conjectures. Alas, do you think this incident could be linked to the captain? A person capable of producing a chest filled with gold cannot simply be an ordinary individual. Let us refrain from idle speculation, as long as we receive our payment. We need not concern ourselves with anything else, for we have not participated in any wrongdoing. However, if we continue down this path, we shall require additional compensation. The captain, furrowing his brow in worry, realized that their sole lead had been severed by the forensic expert. What then could explain these bodies? Suddenly, a message crackled through the captain's radio. Captain, a vessel has been spotted in the distance. Should we investigate? Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes brightened, and he immediately issued orders. Commence an immediate search. Be cautious, as a vessel may harbor dangerous criminals. Understood. Soon after, a police speedboat, carrying 4 individuals, sped toward the horizon. The distant ship appeared to be adrift upon the sea. At that moment, both the captain and Zuo Yunlong ascended the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. Indeed, in the direction the speedboat was heading, they faintly discerned a small vessel. The captain swiftly turned to Zuo Yunlong and said, "They may require assistance. Can we maneuver our ship closer?" Zuo Yunlong nodded affirmatively, stating, "No problem. I will direct the ship alongside." He then commanded the vessel to approach the indistinct ship emerging from the sea. As they neared, the police brandished a megaphone, issuing warnings towards the boat. Yet, there was no response. The vessel continued to drift upon the water. The officers drew their firearms. Let us proceed with caution. However, as they approached the ship, a strong stench of blood assaulted their senses. "I shall investigate," the captain declared, instructing his team to wait. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong leaped aboard the vessel. Upon boarding, they were greeted by the sight of a ravaged hull, the scent of blood growing ever more potent. "A gunfight has occurred here," the captain cautioned. Zuo Yunlong nodded, saying little as he inhaled the acrid air and moved forward. Indeed, around a corner, Zuo Yunlong discovered numerous corpses sprawled across the deck. The foul odor emanated from this very spot. Without uttering a word, he began to survey the area. "Are there any survivors?" the captain inquired. "Report, Captain. We have conducted a thorough search and found no living souls," an officer promptly reported. The captain nodded, remaining silent as he continued to search. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong suddenly spotted a concealed compartment. When a secret compartment opened, Zuo Yunlong was taken aback. What was this? A mound of golden jewelry, along with various diamonds and agates and ornamental trinkets. Judging by their quality, if they were authentic, they were indeed rare treasures. Surrounding them lay a heap of corpses, leaving everyone in a state of shock. What on earth was happening? How could all these people be dead? Was it possible that they had quarreled over the spoils, leading to mutual slaughter? At that moment, the captain entered the room, and upon seeing the hidden treasures, he too was astonished. A significant case, undoubtedly a major case. A peculiar expression crossed the captain's face, as he had a premonition that he might achieve something noteworthy. His previously bleak prospects in his career could be on the verge of improvement. After further searching, aside from the secret compartment, they found nothing else of significance. Back on Zuo Yunlong's boat, the captain awkwardly said to him, "I'm afraid I must trouble you to accompany me back to the police station once more." Though Zuo Yunlong felt helpless, he could only express his understanding. After all, If it had merely been those 3 severed heads, he would not need to return to the precinct. However, with 3 heads, a corpse, and now the ship laden with gold, silver, and jewels, Zuo Yunlong knew it would be difficult to avoid the police station. Upon returning, Zuo Yunlong navigated the precinct with familiarity, heading directly to the interrogation room to have an open-hearted conversation with the captain. Just as they were discussing, the coroner rushed in. The captain stared in surprise at the coroner and inquired, "What is going on? Have we made any progress?" The coroner, with a wry smile, replied, "Yes, and we have confirmed the identities." The captain looked at the coroner in disbelief. "What? So soon?" The coroner nodded, saying, "Captain, take a look at these documents first." The captain accepted the documents, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Zuo Yunlong observed the captain's expression with curiosity. After the captain finished reading, he promptly handed the documents to Zuo Yunlong. "You should take a look too." Upon receiving the documents, Zuo Yunlong was left stunned. What? The entire ship was filled with pirates? Notorious international pirates, no less. Meanwhile, as Zuo Yunlong's colleagues entered the precinct, his father received news. "Sir, it's bad. The young master is in trouble again." Zuo Yunlong's father was startled. They say the bomb incident was a misunderstanding? How could he be in trouble again?" "Oh, sir, it's not about the bomb this time. I've heard it's regarding a murder," the anxious steward replied. "What?" Zuo Yunlong's father gazed at the steward in disbelief. Chapter 10. Going out to fish while solving a case? Zuo Yunlong's father looked at the steward, incredulous. "Murder? Could this be true?" The steward shook his head, saying, "Sir, I've only heard rumors and don't know the specifics. But the young master has indeed been taken to the precinct." Zuo Yunlong's father was at a loss for words. In just 2 days, he had been to the police station twice? What a troublesome child indeed. "My lord, are you heading out?" The butler noticed Mr. Zuo Yunlong's father dressing. Mr. Zuo nodded. "I shall not trouble the director this time. I will personally visit the police station to ascertain the situation." Concerned about a repeat of the previous blunder, he deemed it prudent to make the trip himself. Should any insurmountable issue arise, he would contact the director to seek assistance. Fishing, it has almost turned into a mystery film, he muttered to himself as he walked. Meanwhile, at the police station, Zuo Yunlong gazed incredulously at the pirate dossier before him. The captain speculated, "Given the current circumstances, it appears unrelated to you. It seems to be a case of internal strife among the gang, likely resulting in their demise." The captain swiftly concluded the matter. Zuo Yunlong nodded, refraining from further comment. To have found oneself entangled in this affair was indeed a rare occurrence. According to the reports received, this group had recently robbed a jewelry store belonging to a family living comfortably before fleeing to international waters. The coins and jewels you discovered likely originated from that establishment, the captain explained. Zuo Yunlong nodded again. Since these were stolen goods, they bore little relevance to him. However, he wondered if he might receive any reward for this discovery. Although he, Zuo Yunlong, was not particularly motivated by money, it was not a valid reason for them to overlook expressing their gratitude. Moreover, considering the funds belonged to a family leading a decent life, it was imperative to secure a substantial reward. "Has there been any acknowledgement from the family in question?" Zuo Yunlong inquired of the captain. "Rest assured, the higher-ups have already contacted the consulate on their end and are awaiting a response. The family will surely express their gratitude. You can be assured of that, especially since this incident has made a significant impact in their country." Only upon hearing this did Zuo Yunlong nod in satisfaction. Before long, an officer entered, calling for the captain to take a phone call. The captain smiled at Zuo Yunlong. "It should be news from the family. I will check it out." Zuo Yunlong nodded, saying nothing further. As he watched the captain depart, he sat quietly, while the officer observed him with curiosity. Zuo Yunlong looked at the officer in confusion. The officer, somewhat embarrassed, asked, "Could you grant me an autograph?" Zuo Yunlong was puzzled, wondering what an autograph was. "I am merely a fisherman." Noticing Zuo Yunlong's bewilderment, the officer quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I am simply in awe of your remarkable achievements. You have single-handedly helped us fulfill this year's quotas. My seniors have said that you are the hope for our success. Following you is far more thrilling than idolizing celebrities." Upon hearing the officer's words, Zuo Yunlong felt a sense of resignation. "Am I truly so legendary? Just an ordinary fisherman?" After the officer's repeated requests, Zuo Yunlong reluctantly signed his name. After signing, the officer gazed excitedly at the autograph. Was this merely an ordinary signature? No, it was far more significant. It was a talisman for one's career. This was undoubtedly more reliable than any charm one might seek in a temple. To be touched by such mystical occurrences surely meant success was just a heartbeat away. At that moment, the captain returned from a phone call, bearing news that the small nation had shown considerable sincerity in their dealings. Zuo Yunlong, however, was indifferent to notions of sincerity. The value of sincerity was measured in currency. They were quite astonished by your situation and had proposed a reward of 20 million in their currency. What? Only 20 million in their coins? Zuo Yunlong glanced at the captain. What good is such a sum? The captain was taken aback. What did you say? 20 million? Who informed you of that? I meant 20 million in their currency, which translates to just over 1 million of our currency. Zuo Yunlong's expression darkened. He had thought it was 20 million in our currency, only to find it was their coins? It must be said, their currency is truly inadequate, lacking the strength of ours. Is this all there is? Zuo Yunlong scoffed. The captain was at a loss for words. Brother, be grateful. If this were in the Dragon Kingdom, it would scarcely reach 100,000 in our currency. The small nation has been quite generous this time. The check will arrive shortly. After hearing the captain's words, Zuo Yunlong chose not to comment further. Better something than nothing, he thought. In no time, the check was delivered into Zuo Yunlong's hands. Upon receiving it, he bid farewell to the police station and prepared to return to his fishing vessel. Just as he was about to step outside, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was one of the crew members responsible for the live broadcast. Answering the call, he was met with an excited voice. Boss, we've gone viral. We're trending. You must check it out. Zuo Yunlong was unimpressed. What was the fuss about? Upon entering the application, he was stunned to find it was indeed a significant event. Zuo Yunlong felt a wave of despair wash over him. All he wanted was to fish in peace. Was that too much to ask? Now, entering the software, he was bombarded with discussions about him. A ship full of pirates perished. Who is the lone hero? Who said that facing the light is not heroic? The rise and fall of the pirates. It seemed the police had already clarified the situation. Zuo Yunlong recalled that the previous discussions had revolved around the decay of humanity and moral decline. He noticed his follower count had surged to 100,000, with a continuing upward trend. It seemed that surpassing 300,000 followers was no longer a distant dream. As for private messages, they had long since been overwhelmed. Zuo Yunlong could scarcely muster the energy to glance at them. Unbeknownst to them, this captain was, in fact, an informant for the police, having infiltrated the pirate crew for an extended period and had risen to the position of second-in-command. This was a necessary action to ensnare them. Otherwise, he would have become a boss. According to official reports, this captain was actually a special forces operative, specifically targeting this group of pirates. Entering someone else's live stream, Zuo Yunlong discovered that it was filled with similar opportunistic behavior. I am but an ordinary fisherman. When Zuo Yunlong saw a streamer claiming to be a superhero with extraordinary powers, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Has he been watching too many American blockbusters? The responses from netizens below were equally astonishing. Can this truly be? Going out to fish and simultaneously solve a case. And it's an international case at that. Who has the account of that streamer? Please share it. I wish to follow him. I've heard that the little country of Japan has impressive rewards, offering 20 million yen, but who knows how much that is in dragon coins. I just looked it up, and it amounts to 1 million dragon coins. How incredible. Could it be that the rumors online are true, and that streamer truly possesses supernatural abilities? Zuo Yunlong could no longer contain himself, and replied below. That streamer is just an ordinary fisherman. There is nothing special about him. Is this really all? Just an ordinary fisherman? Do you even believe that? If you could go out to sea and fish as impressively as that streamer, I would call you father. An ordinary fisherman can simply scoop up an international case, just like that. What he pulls up is either a corpse or a severed head. Do you really call that ordinary? With Zuo Yunlong's words on the public screen of the live stream, an immediate outcry erupted from all the netizens. Zuo Yunlong, feeling helpless, thought to himself how disheartening it was. He truly was just an ordinary fisherman. At that moment, the streamer seemed to have realized something monumental. Dear netizens, it seems that the person who just spoke is the fisherman you are talking about. What? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zuo Yunlong quickly exited the live stream. Why could no one believe he was merely an ordinary fisherman? At this point, the captain approached Zuo Yunlong and, noticing he hadn't left, inquired, "What is wrong?" Zuo Yunlong, with a bitter smile, shook his head and replied, "Nothing. Just a little mishap. Do you need me to send officers to escort you back?" The captain asked with concern, especially since he had just received news that this incident had put his name on the line. Now, what had once seemed an uncertain future appeared to show a glimmer of hope. Zuo Yunlong pondered for a moment and said, "Thank you for your efforts. It's nothing. Just a small task," the captain casually remarked, then summoned 2 officers to escort Zuo Yunlong back to the shore. Once Zuo Yunlong departed, the captain immediately instructed others. "You all keep an eye on that fellow. Inform me at the first opportunity when he goes live." Understood. The police officers present perked up, relishing the chance to sneak in some leisure time during work hours. Accompanied by the officers, Zuo Yunlong arrived at the port, only to find the atmosphere bustling with excitement. The moment he stepped out of the car, he was astonished to see his father had come to the port. "My son, I already know what you've done. You make me so proud." Zuo Yunlong's father embraced him tightly, while cameras flashed incessantly, capturing this heartwarming moment. "Come, see the gift I have prepared for you." Zuo Yunlong's father indicated towards an enormous fishing boat behind him. So Yunlong gazed at the fishing vessel, his brow furrowed in confusion as he inquired, "Is this for me?" His father nodded emphatically, declaring, "That small fishing boat is unworthy of my son. Only this vessel can truly befit you. This is your reward." "Well done," Zuo Yunlong replied. "I truly did not intend to solve the case. Do you believe me?" Chapter 11. Is catching a protected species scientific? The following morning, Zuo Yunlong boarded the fishing boat purchased by his father, resolutely continuing his pursuit of the sea. The crew, previously stationed on the former vessel, was naturally transferred to this new ship. Upon stepping aboard the new fishing boat, everything felt distinctly different. The crew did not wait for Zuo Yunlong's command, as they promptly opened a live streaming session. The moment the stream began, it was flooded with viewers. "Host, I miss you so much. Host, are we going fishing again today? Good luck, you've gone 2 days without a catch." The crew observed the viewer count rising, their excitement palpable. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. Eventually, the viewer count plateaued at 500,000. "Wow, Captain, our live stream has reached 500,000 followers." A crew member exclaimed excitedly to Zuo Yunlong. He cast a casual glance, "Just a small affair? Now this is a grand spectacle." With that, the camera turned to the new vessel. This ship was extraordinary. The crew immediately followed orders. This new fishing boat, a testament to Zuo Yunlong's father's financial prowess, far surpassed the previous one in capability. It was not only equipped with the latest fishing technology, but also boasted significantly enhanced power. Furthermore, every amenity was upgraded to a level beyond mere comparison. A brand new refrigeration system, a larger cold storage room, and top-of-the-line spare fishing nets were all part of its impressive arsenal. The crew trailed behind Zuo Yunlong, marveling at the boat's equipment. The functional areas on the vessel had also seen substantial improvement, leaving the online viewers in sheer disbelief. "Wow, did I just see that correctly? This fishing boat has a bar? What's a bar compared to the swimming pool on board? No way, it's that extravagant? A swimming pool on a fishing vessel? Wait, what was that? A massage and bathing center? Goodness, there's even a banquet hall? Is this really a fishing boat? This is insane. This vessel is even more luxurious than a cruise ship. Host, are you certain this is for fishing and not a holiday at sea?" Truly, the host is extravagantly affluent. Heavens, what did I just witness? Were there bikini-clad beauties by the poolside? I can't be imagining things. I saw it too. Did the host perhaps raid a pirate ship? Such audacity. Is fishing still the goal with a ship like this? I've never seen fishing done this way before. Truly, the host is remarkable. Host, are you genuinely focused on catching fish? Under the crew's guidance, the viewers of the live stream were once again introduced to a level of extravagance previously unimagined. Upon encountering Zuo Yunlong, the bikini-clad beauties by the poolside beamed with smiles. Their figures were stunningly voluptuous, perfectly embodying all the right proportions, ample curves where they should be and no excess flesh where it should not. As Zuo Yunlong approached, several of the ladies cheerfully greeted him. "Hello, young master. Our lord fears you might be bored at sea, so he sent us to entertain you." One particularly alluring young woman, dressed in minimal attire, moved closer to Zuo Yunlong, proudly displaying her enviable physique. "Wow, such a figure could rival any beauty pageant winner. My goodness, how could such a face be so exquisitely crafted, rivaling that of any star?" Zuo Yunlong felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his limbs growing weak and his bones seemingly turning to jelly. Indeed, the affluent indulge in extravagant pleasures, leaving him filled with envy. When the crew's live stream captured the bikini-clad ladies, a chorus of howls erupted from the audience. However, Zuo Yunlong paid no heed to the alluring women, walking past them as though they were invisible. He scoffed at the thought of his father's preoccupation with these distractions aboard the fishing vessel. What on earth? I simply wish to go fishing. Is that too much to ask? Zuo Yunlong felt somewhat exasperated. At this moment, he was keen to examine the new fishing apparatus his father had arranged. Hey, young master, will you swim with us later? One of the bikini-clad girls called out invitingly. No time, I'm here to fish. Zuo Yunlong curtly replied. The sea breeze is strong. You should head back and dress warmly. Don't linger here. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong noticed that the crew had entirely diverted their attention to the beauties, neglecting their duties. Infuriated, the ladies turned and retreated to the lounge. Only when the beauties returned to the cabin did the crew reluctantly withdraw their gazes and resume their work. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted in reaction to Zuo Yunlong's apparent disregard for such lovely ladies. Is this guy blind? He just sent those magnificent beauties away. Of course. They're not his to keep. Why broadcast this live? Wow, this host seems utterly oblivious to his good fortune. I take a dozen of those beauties. Thank you very much. The upstairs viewers are so greedy. Just one would suffice. Please, dear host, share their contact information. Seeing Zuo Yunlong usher the beauties back into the cabin, the live stream exploded with fervent howls. Zuo Yunlong approached the fishing apparatus, marveling at the nets and devices before him. This equipment is simply exhilarating. With this gear, I need no longer worry about whales dragging away the nets. Of course, I would rather not encounter whales at all. Nevertheless, this apparatus is undoubtedly capable of handling even smaller whales with ease. Let us get to work, Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him after inspecting the equipment. After all, he had yet to truly catch any fish. Armed with this new gear, his confidence surged. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to test the capabilities of the new equipment. Let us get to work. Let us get to work. The host is ready to fish again. In a single breath, the atmosphere of melancholy, still lingering from the departure of the bikini-clad beauty in the live broadcast room, was abruptly revitalized. Wow, is the host about to cast the net again? I am filled with anticipation for what treasures the host might uncover this time. The viewers mused. Indeed, it seems that the allure of the bikini beauty pales in comparison to the host's fishing prowess. Go for it, host. This time you're sure to catch something. Meanwhile, within the police precinct, officers promptly reported to their captain. Captain, that rascal Zuo Yunlong is gearing up for another fishing expedition. All units, be on high alert. Prepare for immediate deployment. The captain commanded without hesitation. Turning to his colleagues, he instructed, you all, keep a vigilant eye on the screen. Should he retrieve anything unusual, report it without delay. Understood. The officers, elated by the directive, reveled in the opportunity to watch the live stream during work hours. Cast the net, Zuo Yunlong shouted, flinging the fishing net into the sea. Indeed, the new equipment proved its worth, enhancing work efficiency by 20%. Do not underestimate this improvement. What once yielded 5 nets of fish per day could now yield 6 with this vessel. Shortly thereafter, Zuo Yunlong commanded, haul in the net. The fishing net gradually emerged from the water. Here it comes. What will it bring this time? The viewers in the live stream brimmed with anticipation. Please, not fish. Not fish, not fish. On the other side, the officers in the precinct anxiously fixated on the screen. Surely it won't be another corpse this time? One officer whispered to another. Relax. The host cannot be that unlucky every time, the officer responded, though his confidence wavered as he spoke. Once the net fully surfaced, Zuo Yunlong sighed in resignation, gazing at its contents. Inside the net, a charming little seal was joyfully bouncing about. The live stream erupted in laughter and cheer. No way. You caught a seal too? Congratulations to the host. The record remains unbroken. Is there anyone who could provide some insights? After checking, it's a ringed seal. A second-class protected species. A second-class protected species? The host's skills seem to have diminished. They used to catch first-class ones. Wait, I just joined. What's this all about? So catching a second-class protected species indicates a decline in skill? What on earth did the host use to catch? Haha, host, you're simply remarkable. On the vessel, the crew swiftly explained the seal's origins to Zuo Yunlong. In a moment of exasperation, he waved his hand dismissively and released the seal back into the ocean. Damn it, what good is having top-notch equipment if it can't yield fish? It's all a waste. Back at the precinct, the officers exchanged glances, perplexed. A second-class protected species. Could this lead to charges? The captain approached the two officers. What happened? What did you catch? One officer cautiously replied, Captain, we retrieved a national second-class protected species. The captain could not suppress a spray of water from his mouth, splattering the officer's face. My apologies, my apologies. The captain hastily brought some tissues to wipe the face of a team member. What were you saying just now? The officer looked at the captain with a sense of grievance. A second-class protected species. Captain, can we mobilize to apprehend him? Another officer inquired. Illegal fishing and killing of second-class protected species is indeed an offense, the captain asserted, shaking his head emphatically. But was he fishing in a protected area? No, replied the officer. Then is he about to harm this protected species? The captain continued to probe. No, it has already been released, the officer answered again. The captain erupted in anger. Then why the hell would we apprehend him? He was fishing legally, with all the proper documentation, and did not harm any protected species. On what grounds do you propose to arrest him? The officer hesitated, unable to counter the argument. This is not illegal fishing of protected species. This is a miraculous scientific phenomenon. The captain yelled. The officers exchanged bewildered glances. Is it scientific to catch a protected species with every net? Chapter 12. Fishing in a protected area? Just continue watching. If it's about protecting animals, there's no need for concern, the captain calmly stated. I believe Mr. Zuo Yunlong is a law-abiding citizen. Such trivial matters regarding the catch of protected species should not be blown out of proportion. The officers looked at each other, utterly perplexed. When did the capture of wild protected species become a trivial matter? Is the policy that open now? Though speechless, they knew they had to obey the captain's orders. They set their phones aside once more, keeping an eye on Zuo Yunlong's fishing activities. After releasing the ringed seal back into the ocean, Zuo Yunlong resumed his fishing work. Damn it. I refuse to believe that everything I catch will be a protected species, Zuo Yunlong thought, feeling agitated as he had not caught a single regular fish in days. Lower the net. Raise the net. Let's see what's caught. Boss, this is a second-class protected species. Lower the net. Raise the net. Are you kidding? Another protected species? Yes, boss, this is also a second-class protected species. Lower the net again. I refuse to believe this. Come on, raise the net. Let me see if it's still a second-class protected species. The crew exchanged glances as they looked at the fish in the net. Boss, this time it's genuinely not a second-class protected species. I told you it couldn't possibly be protected species every single time. This time it's a first-class protected species. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were at a loss for words. This streamer must have disturbed a protected species nest in a past life. They all seem to be coming for him now. This is hilarious. Congratulations to the streamer for successfully leveling up from second class to first class. Wow. Has the experience of catching second-class protected species maxed out, leading straight to first-class fishing? It was baffling. After 4 nets, 3 caught second-class protected species and 1 caught a first-class protected species. Was this harder than winning the lottery? For the first time, I feel like protected species are so common. And it's all thanks to you, streamer. Your catch rate is incredible. In the police station, several officers who had been periodically checking the live stream fell silent. How many different protected species is this now? One officer inquired. Is this already the 4th type? Each net captures a protected species. One officer remarked incredulously. I've never witnessed such an absurd fishing vessel, another officer added. The first officer then quietly inquired. Should we report this to the Animal Protection Association? As they deliberated, the captain approached them directly. Captain, is there any unusual situation at present? An officer promptly reported. No unusual situation. The captain gazed at them in disbelief and commanded, stop hesitating and respond immediately. Head to that sea area. Yes, sir. The 4 officers promptly stood, bowing respectfully to their captain. It wasn't that they disliked watching Zuo Yunlong fish. Rather, if they continued, they would begin to question their existence. On the boat, Zuo Yunlong was utterly speechless as he surveyed net after net filled with protected species. What on earth? How could I possibly catch 4 nets of protected animals in a row? Is today an inauspicious day for fishing? Or was the feng shui here unfavorable? Should I change locations? Zuo Yunlong pondered silently, then called out loudly, reel in the nets, we're changing locations. In the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter upon hearing his words. The host should have changed locations ages ago. This place is simply cursed. Did he not consult a master before setting out? One commented, haha, it's futile. I trust the host. Changing locations won't change a thing. Suddenly, another viewer exclaimed, wait, what do I see? The host is surrounded. Indeed, many police boats are heading his way. Just as Zuo Yunlong prepared to relocate, several police vessels arrived, encircling his fishing boat. Soon, the captain and officers boarded Zuo Yunlong's vessel. No way, the police are back. This time the host isn't he even pulled up a corpse. What do they want? Lamented viewer. Please, host, don't abandon us. We still want to see you fish. Officer, he truly hasn't done anything outrageous this time. He merely caught a few protected species. Isn't it outrageous to have caught 4 nets of protected animals in a row? The live stream was filled with despair, while Zuo Yunlong looked at the captain in confusion. Please leave this sea area immediately. This region has been designated as a nature reserve, and any fishing activities are strictly prohibited. Zuo Yunlong stared blankly at the captain. This area is a nature reserve? How was I to know? When did this happen? Just now, the captain replied, fixing his gaze on Zuo Yunlong. How could you not know it was designated as a nature reserve? You've caught 4 nets of protected species, all of which are 1st and 2nd level. How could this place not be designated a nature reserve? My phone is nearly bombarded by calls from the Wildlife Protection Association. The captain could no longer contain his frustration. Zuo Yunlong's recent exploits had become excessive. The establishment of a nature reserve is typically a complex endeavor. However, this individual resolutely shattered the layers of approval and played a pivotal role in the swift establishment of this nature reserve. Zuo Yunlong gazed innocently at the captain. I merely intended to catch some fish, yet here I am, having not caught a single one, and instead, I have inadvertently established a nature reserve. The live stream erupted upon hearing the captain's words. Wow, the host is incredible. They managed to create a nature reserve directly. Surely, this reserve must be named after the host, right? Amazing. While others venture out to fish, you have set out to create a resort instead. No wonder this cruise looks so much like a vacation spot. It turns out it is indeed for leisure. What happened to the promise of fishing? Instead, a nature reserve has been established? Haha, this is too much. Host, if you cast a few more nets, you might even solve the issue of endangered species. The captain looked at the seemingly innocent Zuo Yunlong and said, all right, you needn't return to this place. Let's find another location. Zuo Yunlong nodded, replying, I also feel this place is a bit uncanny. I was just about to change locations. Let's go, let's go. The captain waved his hand helplessly. Thanks to you. My tasks have doubled. Subsequently, the captain disembarked and instructed the police boat to clear a path for Zuo Yunlong and his crew. Following this, the captain began directing the police boat to secure the area and set up notices. Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat stopped only after it had distanced itself considerably from that area. He was not eager to catch any more peculiar items. Once a safe distance was achieved, Zuo Yunlong began to direct once more. All right, lower the nets. The crew, filled with vigor, promptly began the fishing operation. In the live stream, laughter ensued. The host is casting the nets again. For some reason, seeing the host lower the nets makes me want to laugh. The feng shui seems off this time. Let's see how this location fares. Host, you lack confidence. This isn't a feng shui issue. It's clearly a matter of your skill. While I also believe it's a matter of the host's luck, the host remains undeterred. After Zuo Yunlong felt it was time, he shouted, reel in the nets. Come on, let's see if the host can create a miracle. Upstairs. Hasn't the host already created enough miracles? I mean, can they pull in a net full of fish? It's hilarious. Now, catching fish is already a miracle for the host. Indeed, the conscientious host has never let us down. Host, we love you. The fishing net slowly ascended, and to everyone's astonishment, a shipping container was dangling from it. This was a standard cargo container, and as it was pulled up, water continuously gushed out. Zuo Yunlong stared in amazement at the container. So, you're refusing to give me fish, are you? What on earth is this container? What could it possibly hold? I told you the host wouldn't let us down. They even managed to fish a container out of the ocean. Wow, the host's skills are no joke. Being able to accurately retrieve a container from the vast sea is truly impressive. If, within this container, there lay a full shipment of salted fish, do you think the host would shed a tear? Fear not, for it is utterly improbable that it contains salted fish. After all, salted fish is still fish. It would be far more credible to suggest that the container holds a shipment of pandas. Captain, what shall we do? The crew inquired anxiously, for the contents of the container remained a mystery to all. Zuo Yunlong fixed his gaze upon the container and replied, "What else can we do? Lower it down." Upon receiving Zuo Yunlong's command, the crew swiftly lowered the container onto the deck. Cool me. Let's unbox it and discover what lies within. Chapter 13. Grass, Alum, and Sugar. The crew exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to approach the container. Who could fathom what might be inside? Given the captain's penchant for peculiar catches, it was likely that this container also housed something far from ordinary. Noticing the hesitation among the crew, Zuo Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly. "Hey, you two, open the container." He gestured towards two crew members. The pair hesitated and replied, "Captain, could we wait just a moment?" Zuo Yunlong, growing impatient, nodded curtly, "Fine, but be quick about it." Upon hearing the captain's words, the two crew members hurried into the cabin. In no time, they emerged fully equipped. "Goodness, is this for real? So exaggerated?" A viewer in the live stream commented, astonished by their attire. "Seriously, they're donning hazmat suits? This ship must be hiding something substantial. Wow. This host seems quite self-aware to have prepared hazmat suits on board," exclaimed another. "To open a container, one must don a hazmat suit? That is a bit over the top, don't you think? Hey, are you new here? With this host, wearing a hazmat suit seems a bit risky. Indeed, if a nuclear device were to emerge from that container, I wouldn't even blink." Amidst the fervent discussions in the live stream, the two crew members reluctantly approached the container. Zuo Yunlong, perplexed by their protective gear, wondered when the fishing vessel had acquired such equipment. His father truly had been generous to him. The two crew members cautiously opened the container. As it swung open, Zuo Yunlong, the crew, and even the viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless. The container was filled to the brim with white powder neatly packaged in transparent, self-sealing bags. "Good heavens! A container full of powder?" exclaimed the host. "This is truly dire. Deal? This is enough to condemn one to the depths of hell. A whole container? That is a light sentence for 18 trips. My goodness. Even hell wouldn't dare to accept this." The crew glanced at Zuo Yunlong, and one of them suddenly knelt on the ground. "Boss, I have dependents. I saw nothing. Nothing at all. What are we to do? This is terrifying." Zuo Yunlong was equally at a loss. What had he done? No fish. Only a heap of powder? He retrieved his phone, no longer needing to utilize public resources. He dialed the captain's personal number directly. Before long, the call was connected. "Hello, Captain, it's me." Upon seeing Zuo Yunlong's call, the captain was already flustered. The nature reserve had yet to be completed, and now there was more work to be done. "Brother, if you keep dredging like this, be prepared to visit the asylum to find me," he exclaimed. "I haven't seen you in ages, and now you're throwing me another surprise." Zuo Yunlong replied, his tone laced with helplessness, "I don't want this either, but I still haven't pulled up any fish." The captain sighed in exasperation. "So, what is it this time? A body or arms?" Zuo Yunlong sighed again and said, "Neither. This time it's powder." "What? Powder?" The captain couldn't help but exclaim, causing the surrounding officers to tense up as if ready to pounce on him. "How much?" he asked directly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Zuo Yunlong glanced at the container and whispered, "Not much, just one container." "What? One container?" The captain shouted into the phone, "Give me your coordinates. I'm on my way." Zuo Yunlong quickly relayed the coordinates. After hanging up, the captain noticed that his colleagues had already readied their weapons, watching him intently. "Brothers, we've got a first-class achievement coming. Let us move." The captain shouted excitedly. His colleagues exchanged glances and remained still. "It's Zuo Yunlong. He has pulled up a container of powder. He just called me." Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's name, the previously ready officers immediately relaxed. No wonder he is a master. He managed to pull up a container of powder. What are we waiting for? Let us go. A collective first-class achievement is within reach. What about the nature reserve? To hell with the nature reserve. Nothing is more significant than this powder. They could always return to the construction later. The captain jumped onto a speedboat and sped away. Subsequently, 5 more speedboats hastily headed towards Zuo Yunlong's location. The police boats disregarded the nature reserve entirely and turned around, heading full throttle towards Zuo Yunlong. Just after Zuo Yunlong hung up, his fishing vessel was soon surrounded by the police. Impressive, calling the police twice in one day. This must be an upgraded skill, he thought. The police were surely gleaming with excitement at the prospect of a container of powder, which could lead to a significant achievement. Zuo Yunlong greeted the captain calmly. "You're here." His eyes sparkled at the sight of the container filled with white powder. Was the first-class achievement guaranteed? However, the officers following the captain were not as composed. Is it really a container? I swear, I've never seen so much. Did they rob the Golden Triangle? Indeed, this fishing streamer was capable of anything but fishing. Damn it, this guy has landed us a huge task. It seemed that this year's holiday would be entirely consumed by this fellow. The officers were left in shock as they beheld the container of powder, their minds in disarray. Unpack it, verify the goods. The captain immediately commanded. Before long, the testing personnel approached the captain with an expression of consternation. What is it? The captain inquired, sensing an ominous foreboding. The results are in. It is not powder. The tester murmured softly. What? The captain glared at the tester, his eyes ablaze, as if the tester had single-handedly squandered his hard-earned commendation. The tester, equally resigned, replied, half a container of alum, and the other half is sugar. The captain was taken aback by this revelation. What happened to the powder? What happened to my commendation? Was this all just a jest? Meanwhile, the officers behind him remained less agitated. Thank goodness, it was just a false alarm. Fortunately, it wasn't a full container of powder. Otherwise, it would have certainly attracted the attention of the highest authorities. That was quite terrifying. This fellow has a knack for putting us on edge. Although the commendation was lost, it was somewhat reassuring, as such accolades are not easily earned. In the live stream, some viewers remained skeptical. Sir, shall we investigate further? The streamer cannot afford to falter now. Goodness, I was genuinely convinced it was a full container of powder. What do you mean by falter? To pull a container of alum and sugar from the sea, and not a single grain dissolved. Now, that's impressive. After verifying that the container did not contain powder, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand, saying, no worries, no worries. We still have time for another haul. Let us cast the net again. He directed the crew to continue fishing. The captain stepped forward and remarked, well, since there is nothing amiss, I'll take my people back. Zuo Yunlong immediately interjected. I feel rather guilty about putting you through this. Let us wait a moment. Once this net is brought in, I'll ensure each of your men receives 2 fish. The captain hesitated, but then nodded in agreement. His interest in the fish was minimal. He merely wished to observe Zuo Yunlong's fishing technique. Upon receiving the captain's consent, Zuo Yunlong began instructing the crew to haul in the net. Just a moment, we'll have the fish shortly. With such vigorous energy, we ought to ward off any evil, right? Surely this net will yield fish, Zuo Yunlong mused to himself. As the fishing net slowly emerged from the water, it astonishingly revealed a sports car. Goodness, the streamer has struck gold. A sports car? This could yield a substantial profit. Who would have imagined that fishing could result in such an absurd catch? The streamer has truly outdone himself, pulling up a car, although not a typical catch. It is nonetheless functional. Dear heavens, can anyone explain how this sports car ended up in the fishing net? Ha, indeed. The fishing streamer has managed to capture everything but fish for 3 consecutive days without losing his outrageous persona. The captain glanced at Zuo Yunlong and asked, is this what you refer to as fish? Zuo Yunlong, undeterred, replied, no worries, no worries. Perhaps there are fish inside the car. We'll know once it's lowered. The captain observed the car. Indeed, the tinted windows obscured the view of its interior. The sports car was swiftly placed on the deck, and Zuo Yunlong stepped forward, saying, Captain, look, the fish has arrived. As he spoke, Zuo Yunlong opened the car door, and 2 corpses tumbled out onto the ground. The captain gazed at Zuo Yunlong and inquired, are you certain you intend to bring me back 2 fish? I don't recall expressing a desire for fish. The viewers in the live broadcast room erupted in astonishment upon witnessing the 2 lifeless bodies inside the car. What am I seeing? Not only did they retrieve a sports car, but they also included 2 corpses as a bonus. Incredible. The streamer has uncovered bodies for 2 consecutive days. Is the streamer truly the legendary deep-sea corpse collector? My goodness, in this vast ocean, they couldn't even catch a single fish. Shouldn't you be amazed that they managed to recover corpses for 2 days in a row? Did that officer just say he wanted fish? Lao Montak. I want fish too. Wait, look, it seems like there are chains binding something beneath those 2 corpses. Chapter 14. So, you're teaching me how to fish? The captain also noticed the peculiarities beneath the car. There is something else, he exclaimed, pointing. Zuo Yunlong glanced beneath the vehicle, where several boxes were interconnected to the car. He looked at the captain, who immediately ordered the men to open the boxes. At the moment the boxes were opened, the captain stood there, stunned like a statue, while the person opening the boxes was equally bewildered. Inside were pristine weapons. Although they had been submerged in seawater, it was evident that they had not been there for long. Zuo Yunlong stared at one box after another filled with military arms, momentarily at a loss for words. What on earth? Fishing has yielded firearms? Good heavens, a shotgun? A submachine gun? Even a Gatling gun? Is this meant for a minor-scale battle? What madness is this? Are they truly here for fishing? What is going on? The capability of the streamer was indeed extraordinary. They could even retrieve arms. The captain regained his composure, looking at the weapons, momentarily at a loss for words. The first box contained a Remington 870 shotgun, which was quite common, as many security personnel and transport officers carried this type of shotgun. However, the contents of the second box were anything but ordinary. The American M1014 combat shotgun is a notably advanced weapon. The third box contained the classic automatic rifle, the AK-47. The fourth box held a submachine gun. And the fifth box astonishingly revealed a Gatling gun, the very one said to emit blue light, the rapid-fire Gatling. Upon seeing these weapons, Zuo Yunlong instinctively ceased his fishing endeavors. The officers who had opened the boxes exchanged bewildered glances. Were they genuinely here for fishing? Are they certain this ISNT to arm a battalion for combat? Is this a joke? Recovering shotguns while fishing? And even an AK-47? The most terrifying part is that they even pulled up a Gatling gun. Is this really fishing? Are we sure this ISNT some sort of battle royale? At this moment, Zuo Yunlong was equally dazed, thinking, I simply wanted to fish. I never intended to deal in arms. Will fishing yield arms? Is there truly more weaponry in the sea than fish? The online community is fervently debating this in a live stream. Goodness, the host plays PUBG too? With such equipment, has the host summoned an airdrop? The host is remarkable. Who would have thought fishing could bring forth so many weapons, truly deserving the title of the fiercest in the entire internet? Indeed, it is ruthless. Who dares to claim otherwise? Just unleash the Gatling gun on them. The captain helplessly glanced at Zuo Yunlong, who returned the look with equal resignation. All right, I understand. Let us go. Zuo Yunlong, feeling defeated, ceased his fishing endeavors, and naturally, the live stream came to a close. However, though the stream ended, tales of Zuo Yunlong began to circulate online. Fishing? Hunting? The miraculous host has retrieved 5 crates of arms. Mysterious deaths. The tumultuous love-hate saga between the miraculous host and weaponry. The miraculous host has trended on social media for 2 consecutive days due to outrageous events. Is it mere sensationalism? Or is it a fateful twist of destiny? One outrageous headline after another occupies the trending charts. Yet the pinnacle remains Zuo Yunlong's footage of retrieving a sports car. Yesterday, his previous achievement of retrieving a head has slipped from first to third place. The second spot belongs to Zuo Yunlong's unboxing video. Good heavens, is this host even human? Truly ruthless, this host is a force to be reckoned with. I must follow this incredible host. I cannot miss the next live stream. It's utterly absurd. What a treasure of a host. I must tune in. Zuo Yunlong's fan base surges rapidly, on the brink of surpassing 1 million. Yet at this moment, Zuo Yunlong remains indifferent to the happenings online. Subsequently, he followed the captain into the police station with ease. The captain cast a glance at Zuo Yunlong, who nodded and said, "It's fine. This case will keep you busy enough. I'll head to the recording room. You carry on." The captain nodded helplessly, realizing that this was the first individual to frequent the police station for 3 consecutive days. "You go ahead. I'll investigate this matter and come find you shortly." With that, the captain departed without further pleasantries. Zuo Yunlong navigated to the recording room with familiarity. "Hello." He greeted the officer seated inside. The officer, seeing Zuo Yunlong, responded with unusual enthusiasm. "Ah, you're here. Come in, take a seat." Zuo Yunlong, feeling somewhat resigned, entered and sat before the officer. "I suppose self-introductions are unnecessary?" The officer nodded repeatedly. No need for that." The officer thought to himself, if this were outside, you could have processed everything by now. Coming to the police station so frequently, I could probably recite your details from memory. Zuo Yunlong smirked and said, "Let us skip the preliminary steps and get straight to the point." No rush, the officer insisted, waving his hands dismissively. "May I make an unusual request? I am curious about how you have managed to reach this level of fishing prowess," remarked Zuo Yunlong with a hint of resignation. "To be frank, I simply wish to fish in a straightforward manner. Allow me to clarify. I merely cast the net, and whatever comes my way is left to fate." The officer could not help but give Zuo Yunlong a thumbs up. Impressive. If I possessed your capabilities, I would have long since been promoted to captain, and perhaps even the director would not be beyond reach. So Yunlong replied with indifference, if you think you can do it, then go ahead. I have no desire for such abilities. The officer sighed. I certainly do not possess your remarkable talents. Zuo Yunlong quietly inquired, shall we commence the recording now? The officer waved his hand. Let's begin. It's merely a formality. Our officers have already spoken of your remarkable achievements. This time, they experienced everything firsthand on the boat. Unfortunately, I was unable to join them. Observing the officer, Zuo Yunlong suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for him. If you have the time, I will be delighted to have you as a guest on my fishing boat. However, one must work while aboard, Zuo Yunlong gently offered. Really? That is wonderful. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Zuo, exclaimed the officer, his excitement palpable at the invitation. Zuo Yunlong, feeling a sense of exasperation, asked, shall we proceed? Yes, indeed. The officer replied eagerly. Mr. Zuo, would you prefer tea or coffee? I can have someone bring it to you. After a moment's thought, Zuo Yunlong responded, tea please. Very well, Mr. Zuo, please take a moment to relax. I will prepare the record shortly. The officer said with a smile as he headed off to fetch a cup of tea. Zuo Yunlong, puzzled, asked, do I not need to assist? Oh, no need. I have heard all about it. I will complete the record, and you can simply sign it if everything is satisfactory, the officer replied cheerfully. Zuo Yunlong, rendered speechless, never anticipated that while seeking fish, he would instead attract a cadre of enthusiastic officers. Chapter 15. All left to fate? How much? Upon completing the record, Zuo Yunlong wore a look of resignation. While accustomed to such procedures, his mood remained decidedly sour. Given that he was merely out at sea fishing, one might assume he was a regular visitor at the police station. Why must he frequently find himself there? Why could he not simply fish in peace? After leaving, Zuo Yunlong sought out the captain directly. The captain greeted him. Ah, you've arrived. How did it go? Zuo Yunlong did not bother with pleasantries. The captain, not withholding any information, stated, this batch of arms is entirely new. The rifling shows no signs of wear. You truly possess remarkable skills to have dredged up a shipment of pristine weaponry. I am genuinely impressed. The captain gestured in a manner of reverence towards Zuo Yunlong. It was not that the captain lacked experience. Rather, Zuo Yunlong exceeded all expectations. Zuo Yunlong, feeling a sense of futility, asked, what about the other matters? If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. The captain chuckled. No need to rush. The origin of these arms is still unknown, and we have yet to hear of any reported losses. So Yunlong contemplated for a moment before stating, then you can track them down through those two corpses. We are already on it, the captain swiftly replied. The autopsy report indicates that the two had been deceased for 2 days, with their hands and feet bound. It appears they were drowned alive. Indeed, quite cruel, Zuo Yunlong remarked with a flat tone. He showed no interest in the case itself. His sole desire was to depart from that place. He was even indifferent to any potential rewards. It has yet to be confirmed, but we suspect a connection to arms dealers. This batch of weapons likely belongs to them. However, we cannot fathom why they would use brand new arms to bury these two individuals. It defies logic. The captain glanced at Zuo Yunlong and quipped, of course, compared to you. This matter seems far more scientific. When can we expect results? Zuo Yunlong inquired. Well, just wait for my updates. I will inform you as soon as I have news. Nodding, Zuo Yunlong turned to leave. The past few days have been utterly absurd. Should he seek out a master for guidance? Thoughts of the bizarre events of the last few days lingered in his mind, causing him to hesitate. After all, if such outrageous occurrences were possible, consulting a master might not be too far-fetched. Just as he was mulling over this, a middle-aged man strode confidently towards him. Without a word, the man grasped Zuo Yunlong's hand. You must be Zuo Yunlong. What a pleasure to meet you. Your name is indeed renowned. Upon seeing the newcomer, the captain immediately stood at attention and exclaimed, Good day, director. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong's father received yet another notification regarding his son's visit to the police station. This time, the situation was even more thrilling, involving not only arms, but also murder. Zuo Yunlong's father hurried to the precinct once more. In the span of 3 days, he had visited the station on 2 occasions, and on the one day he did not go, he had been on the phone with the director. He couldn't help but feel exasperated. What is this child up to? Is he truly fishing, or is there something else at play? Surely he hasn't done anything irreversible. His father's mind raced with wild speculations. Upon arriving at the police station, He happened to witness the director shaking hands with his son. A hero emerges in youth. I am grateful for your contributions to our department. Zuo Yunlong replied with resignation. It's nothing. I merely went fishing. Fishing is excellent. A promising future awaits you. You must venture out to sea more often. The director's heart swelled with joy, believing that the frequency of Zuo Yunlong's fishing excursions would determine his department's success this year. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall do my utmost to assist you. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong's father approached the director. The director, upon seeing him, was equally pleased. Old Zuo, you have raised a fine son. He has just donated 5 boxes of arms to our department. You must not hinder your son's fishing endeavors. Do not blame me if we fall out over it, the director warned playfully. So Yunlong's father, bewildered, replied, No, I'm the one sponsoring his fishing boat. Ah, that is splendid. Old Zuo, if you face any challenges, do not hesitate to bring them to us. We will strive to resolve any issues, the director said with a beaming smile, gazing at Zuo Yunlong's father with an expression akin to that of a wolf eyeing a young maiden. Zuo Yunlong's father felt quite uncomfortable under the watchful gaze and remarked, If there's nothing else, I shall take this lad with me. Yes, take him away. Feel free to come and play any time. The director smiled warmly as he bid farewell to the duo. After grasping the full context of the situation, Zuo Yunlong's father was left utterly astounded. What? Everything is accounted for this time? Not only arms, but also bodies? Are you certain you went out to fish? Zuo Yunlong replied, Indeed. I too am perplexed as to how I managed to salvage such items. I have been fishing for 2 days and have yet to catch a single fish. I wonder if perhaps I should consult a master. After pondering for a moment, Zuo Yunlong's father suggested, Yes, it would be prudent to seek the guidance of a master. I know of a temple on Yumiao Mountain where a skilled master resides. Shall I accompany you? No need, I shall go alone. Aware of the master's whereabouts, Zuo Yunlong departed from his father and made his way to Yumiao Mountain. Within the temple on Yumiao Mountain, Zuo Yunlong lit incense and offered a substantial sum of 50,000 as a donation. The abbot was taken aback, exclaiming, Bah, 50,000? It has been ages since I have seen such an offering. Zuo Yunlong addressed the abbot. Abbot, I wish to have an audience with the master to seek answers to my confusions. Is that possible? The abbot regained his composure, though internally he was quite shocked. Such a generous offering upon an initial meeting signified that this individual was indeed a significant patron. You appear to be a kindred spirit. Please follow me, the abbot said, leading Zuo Yunlong to the master. You may express your concerns directly to the master. I shall take my leave now, the abbot stated before exiting the room, leaving only the master and Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong spoke directly. Master, I have been out at sea fishing for 3 consecutive days, managing to recover a plethora of items. Yet I have not caught a single fish. I simply wish to fish in peace. Why is it so difficult? What should I do? The master chanted a verse and replied, Patron, fishing is a matter of fate. Zuo Yunlong contemplated for a moment before inquiring, Master, how much fate should I seek? Would 1 million suffice? The master's eyes widened as he gazed at the youthful visage of Zuo Yunlong. Patron, that is indeed an abundance of fate. Not only are you destined to connect with the fish, but we too share a bond. He continued, This is a talisman I crafted myself, ensuring that your wishes will be fulfilled and all will go smoothly. After accepting the talisman, Zuo Yunlong softly chanted a verse in gratitude. Thank you, master. Suddenly, the master asked, Patron, may I inquire what you have managed to recover? Zuo Yunlong scratched his head and replied, Oh, nothing much, just some protected species, arms, and a few bodies. The master quietly recited a verse. I have encountered a formidable individual. Not even 10 talismans may suffice to quell your presence, he mused silently, watching Zuo Yunlong's departing figure, feeling utterly disoriented. Chapter 16. The Mola Mola. Does it indicate a flip in fortune? The following morning, Zuo Yunlong stepped onto the deck with renewed vigor. I refuse to believe I cannot catch fish today. Upon seeing Zuo Yunlong, the crew members greeted him enthusiastically. The crew responsible for the live broadcast glanced at Zuo Yunlong and cheerfully remarked, Boss, you seem to be in good spirits today. Zuo Yunlong nodded affirmatively. Let us set sail. Time for fishing. Boss, are we still going live? Of course. Why would we? I am confident we will catch fish today. I notice those viewers still refer to me as an entertainment host. Seeing Zuo Yunlong's commanding presence, the crew member promptly activated the live stream without hesitation. Following Zuo Yunlong's apprehension yesterday, when he was taken away, all the crew members realized one significant truth. Their ship had become a sensation. Nowadays, anyone who watches short videos would feel embarrassed if they hadn't heard of their vessel. Consequently, the crew members had risen to the status of minor internet celebrities. With their newfound identity, their worth was continuously soaring wherever they went. Once the live stream commenced, the number of viewers skyrocketed. There was no need for words. The fan count in the live stream had already reached 500,000 and was still climbing. Finally, you're back. I'm glad you didn't give up. Wow. Host, you actually made it out alive. How was the police station? Miracle host, can you live stream from there next time? We want to see how you command respect in the police station. Wow, the host is incredible, entering and exiting 3 times. Are you trying to emulate Zuo Yunlong's 7 entrances and exits? Haha, as long as you're not imitating manhua, we're good. Host, hurry up. I want to see you fish. Have you decided what you'll catch today? I'm quite eager. Haha, whatever you're looking forward to. Just don't expect the host to catch any fish. I bet a pack of spicy strips that today will be another day of recovering corpses. TSK stingy. I wager a tea egg that today will be a mortar shell. I'll play it safe. If we can catch a sturgeon today, that would suffice. Not the farm kind, but the wild protected species. Haha, I'll be even more conservative. Let us hope the host can delineate a natural reserve. Oh dear, the host is taking a bit too long today. Hurry up and fish. It's all the same wherever you are. The viewers in the live stream grew increasingly impatient for Zuo Yunlong to catch something. Naturally, not a single viewer believed that Zuo Yunlong would truly catch any fish. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong also noticed the comments from viewers in the live stream. Today I shall astonish you all and show you what my first catch in life looks like. Zuo Yunlong secretly vowed, I refuse to believe that with a protective talisman, I cannot catch fish. He then retrieved the talisman and hung it on the boat. Wow, the host is starting to perform a ritual. Look, he actually hung a talisman. No wonder he asked the host. Even though I don't know what this talisman does, it seems impressive. Damn, is it now trendy to hang talismans when going out to sea? Haha, the host finally has a bit of self-awareness. No way. Is this the host performing a rite for the souls aboard his ship? Wow, hanging a talisman while at sea? This host is quite skilled. I looked it up. This is a safety talisman. The host indeed has connections. At the moment Zuo Yunlong hung the talisman on the boat, everyone was left astounded. Where did the boss procure this talisman? Oh my, yesterday the boss didn't return until late at night. Did he go seek this talisman? Calm down. I have a strong feeling that this time we will certainly catch some fish. Upon witnessing the charm hung by Zuo Yunlong, the crew members began to murmur among themselves. Zuo Yunlong cast a cold glance at the crowd and smirked. What do you understand? This isn't merely a charm, it's a connection. I aim to befriend the fish. Once the charm was hung, the sky began to darken gradually, and the winds and waves intensified. Before long, a light rain started to fall. Goodness, it rains the moment the charm is hung? Who claimed it was a talisman for peace? Does this tempest look peaceful to you? The crew chuckled, acknowledging the uniqueness of the charm's effect, even if it seemed to dissuade them from fishing altogether. Indeed, how'd I not think of that? One crew member remarked, glancing at Zuo Yunlong. Boss, the winds and waves today are quite fierce. Shall we still fish? After witnessing the various anomalies surrounding Zuo Yunlong, even the crew could not help but concede. With a wave of his hand, Zuo Yunlong declared, of course we shall fish. Why would we not? After all this time as a crew member, don't you understand that the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch? The crew member glanced at the peace talisman, thinking, how can I not know that? But these risks come with a price. The moment you hung that charm, the winds and waves arrived. Where's the logic in that? Nevertheless, Zuo Yunlong was their captain, and the crew resignedly continued their live stream. Cast the net. Zuo Yunlong commanded without hesitation. What are these minor waves to us? This vessel is built for such tempests. With the charm for protection, we are destined to catch fish today, he mused confidently. Moments later, the fishing net began to rise slowly. The viewers in the live stream brimmed with anticipation. Come, let us witness the miraculous moment of our miracle streamer. As the net ascended, it revealed 2 large fish, heads intact but devoid of tails, quietly resting within. Fantastic! We finally caught fish, Zuo Yunlong exclaimed with excitement. After 3 long days, he could hardly remember how he had endured. Today, he had finally succeeded in his endeavor. I must ask, who dares to label me as merely an entertainment streamer? Who would claim I am not a fishing streamer? The viewers erupted with enthusiasm upon seeing the fish. Incredible. Today is indeed a miraculous day for our miracle streamer. What? The miracle streamer actually caught fish? This is truly astonishing. Please remain calm. I wish to know if these fish are protected species. Another viewer inquired. I too wish to know. If anyone is knowledgeable, please enlighten us. No way. The streamer is well-versed. He dares to catch a mola mola? Someone remarked. Mola mola. Is that really its name? One must admit, that name suits the streamer perfectly. The miracle streamer catching fish. Isn't that a flip of fate? Indeed, I've heard that fishermen are afraid to turn them over. Yet this streamer boldly caught a mola mola, another viewer chimed in. This streamer is truly formidable, incredibly impressive. The crew members, upon seeing the fish, wore expressions of sheer terror. No way, the first haul brings in a mola mola. How are we supposed to work today? I am astounded. After years of venturing into the sea without ever encountering a sunfish, this young fellow manages to catch one in just a few days? What does that signify? Despite my over a decade of fishing experience, I have yet to witness the recovery of arms or corpses. A sunfish? Perhaps it would be best to advise the captain to return. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong, unaware of the origins of these two fish, was ecstatically directing the crew to unload the fish onto the deck. Yet none of the crew moved. A sunfish? Zuo Yunlong gazed at the fish he had just caught, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had just beseeched for a talisman of safety, and now, in a mere turn, he had pulled up a sunfish? Did this not imply that today, as fishing trip would end disastrously? Zuo Yunlong felt a hint of agitation rising within him. He waved his hand and commanded, "Release it. Quickly, let it go. Am I afraid of sunfish? But having already caught so many protected species, what does one sunfish matter? Kulme, let us hasten and cast another net." Zuo Yunlong commanded with authority. He gazed proudly at the talisman, believing it would guarantee his success in fishing. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze swept by, and the talisman vanished without a trace. At that moment, a droplet of bird droppings fortuitously landed on Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed in disbelief. What the? Chapter 17. What? A vampire has been caught? The chat room exploded with excitement. No way. The talisman was actually blown away. It seems that even the most powerful talisman cannot contain the mischief of the streamer. Goodness, did you see that? Bird droppings fell on the streamer? Is it truly possible that there are seabirds in this cursed weather? This is exceedingly ominous. Zuo Yunlong stared at the talisman blown away by the wind and the bird droppings on him, too apathetic to care. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch fish. Zuo Yunlong grumbled internally. At that moment, a crew member approached inopportunely. Captain, I sense something is amiss. First, we catch a sunfish, and now the talisman is blown away. Perhaps we should return to port and ride out the storm? Zuo Yunlong cast a disdainful glance at the crew member. Do you think such minor turbulence can overturn the ship? The crew member understood that this slight disturbance posed no threat to the vessel. However, he thought, Captain, do you have any awareness of what we are hauling? Are you truly afraid of this storm? I am more concerned about you. Continue fishing. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. I am determined to catch this fish. No one can deter me. Zuo Yunlong replied with bravado. The crew member, with a resigned expression, retreated to dutifully resume the live stream. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the viewers in the chat room praised him profusely. Wow, the streamer is a real man. Yes, he says, what is a little pain in the storm? Wipe away the tears and do not fear. At least we still have our dreams. How can we not love a streamer like this? Ha, well done. If you weren't fishing, I'd be bored to death today. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand decisively. Cast the net. He thought to himself, I am already enigmatic enough. I refuse to believe there exists anything more bizarre than me. Meanwhile, the crew members silently prayed, please, let it not be something strange. Let it not be something strange. Zuo Yunlong glanced at the time and declared, all right, let's raise the net. The crew slowly began to hoist the fishing net. Their caution was understandable, given that today's events had strayed beyond the realm of normalcy. As the net ascended gradually, it revealed, to everyone's astonishment, not a single fish. Instead, within the net lay a wooden box adorned with exquisite carvings, prominently featuring a massive skull at its center. Goodness, it resembled a coffin, didn't it? Zuo Yunlong, gazing at the box's shape, couldn't help but recall the coffins of vampires he had seen in films. Not a single fish had been caught. Where had they all gone? Had they fled into the coffin? Meanwhile, The online viewer sighed in relief upon seeing that Zuo Yunlong had yet again failed to haul in any fish. Moments earlier, his unfortunate catch of a sunfish had likely disappointed many. How could a fishing streamer possibly bring up fish? They mused. Yet, you managed to retrieve an entire wooden box from the ocean? If it's made of agarwood, you're in for a fortune. Indeed, the wood did appear to be agarwood. Yet its true value remained elusive. Come, let us speculate what might be inside this box. Wait, why does this box look so much like a vampire's coffin? The resemblance was uncanny. What? You're telling me the streamer didn't catch any fish, but instead pulled up a coffin from the sea? This streamer was truly veering into the realm of horror. First a corpse, now a coffin. In this vast ocean, to think one could even retrieve a coffin was astonishing. Streamer, I beg you for your sea coordinates. I wish to try my luck as well. This streamer was incredibly thrilling. My heart feels as though it cannot withstand the excitement. First a sunfish, then a talisman blown away, and now a coffin? This place is too eerie. Streamer, how thrilling. I love it. Let us see if we can capture a wild vampire from within the coffin. How frightful. Zuo Yunlong, once merely an entertainment streamer, had swiftly transformed into a leading figure in horror streaming. Goodness, the truth has emerged. This coffin truly belongs to a vampire. A viewer promptly typed in the chat. Soon after, an image of vampire's coffin was shared on the screen. No way. Why do I suddenly feel so frightened? Wait, can one actually retrieve a vampire from the depths? Is that something a mere mortal can accomplish? While I may not believe others, I trust this streamer. If there were indeed vampires, he would be the one to fish them out of the sea. Oh no, I suddenly feel a wave of fear. Given the streamer's recent antics, it really could be true. I've heard that vampires fear sunlight, right? With this blazing sun overhead, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you blind? Can't you see that it's drizzling in the streamer's area? Where's the sun? Streamer, perhaps you should consider acquiring a cross. It seems the protective talismans of Longhua cannot contain the vampires from the west. Indeed, the land nourishes its people, and the divine governs its spirits. Perhaps there is truth in these beliefs. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the public screen, utterly speechless at such vivid imagination. I heard that in the past. The Dragon Kingdom also had vampires. Later, it was said that the blood of vampires could cure all ailments. Consequently, vampires became an endangered species. How quintessentially Dragon Kingdom. Much like other invading species, in the eyes of the culinary enthusiasts in the Dragon Kingdom, only delectable dishes matter, and the quest to discover the most delicious food prevails. As long as it doesn't lead to death, they will indulge to excess. Thus, it has become increasingly rare to encounter vampires in the Dragon Kingdom. What? Such a thing exists? Could it be that the host is about to discover a new protected species? Goodness, if the host cannot catch any protected animals, will they resort to creating one? Truly, it takes a host of their caliber to undertake such an endeavor. At this moment, under Zuo Yunlong's command, the coffin was placed on the deck. Yet, no one dared to approach it. Captain, we really can't do this. It's better if you handle it. A crew member said cautiously. I will do it. Zuo Yunlong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the crew members cowering in the corner, and strode directly to the coffin. The coffin was indeed exquisite, but Zuo Yunlong had little faith that anything could be more sinister than himself. Gradually, he lifted the coffin lid. Chapter 18. The Hunt for Vampires? At this moment, the coffin lid slowly creaked open. Zuo Yunlong fixed his gaze on the contents within, prepared for whatever lay inside. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, eager to witness the birth of a miracle. When Zuo Yunlong beheld the contents of the coffin, he momentarily froze. What in the world is this? How could something like this even be dredged up? Without hesitation, he flung the coffin lid wide open. The crew members, upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong's sudden action, instinctively stepped back a few paces. No amount of money is worth more than one's life. Inside, there was no corpse, let alone a vampire. Instead, various tools were meticulously arranged. Upon further inspection, he discovered it was a complete set for hunting vampires. Zuo Yunlong's lips twitched slightly at the sight of the items within the box. The crew members, seeing that no vampire emerged from the coffin, mustered the courage to inquire, "Captain, what is inside?" Zuo Yunlong glanced back, exasperated, and replied, "Come closer and see for yourselves. It certainly isn't a vampire." Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the crew members cautiously approached him. As they gazed into the coffin, They exchanged bewildered looks. What in the world have we fished up now? At the center of the coffin lay a handgun, surrounded by various bottles containing unknown substances. Additionally, resting atop the box was a crucifix depicting Jesus, one end adorned with a skull. Below were a wooden mallet and stake, a New Testament, rosary beads, a dagger, and pliers. Were all these items? The crew members exchanged perplexed glances. As the crew drew nearer, the online viewers in the live stream finally caught a glimpse of the contents within the coffin. Goodness, is this even possible? Host, have you once again salvaged weapons? Why can't you simply fish like a normal person? You are scaring me with these bizarre finds. I thought it was a vampire. With these items, even a vampire would likely take a detour. What on earth is inside? Why are there so many bottles and jars? My word, these tools are indeed meant for hunting vampires. I've done some research, and it turns out this is a vampire hunting kit. What fortune has befallen this host to dredge up such a remarkable set? Are you sure you're just fishing? This is utterly outrageous. Truly, the host's prowess is extraordinary. It seems even fate is displeased with your mischief. It appears to be hunting you instead. Huh, that talisman flying away makes perfect sense. No king shall see another. With this charm to protect you, go forth, dear host. Quickly, cast another net. Perhaps you shall indeed catch fish this time. Today's host is impressive, filled with intriguing content, both the protective talisman and the vampire hunting kit. It appears we are in for yet another day of suspense, horror, and humor. Zuo Yunlong was left speechless. Was it really so difficult to simply catch a fish? It seemed that retrieving these strange items was the more arduous task. Why, then, had it become so effortless for these peculiarities to manifest upon him? Host, while you're under the protection of this kit, hurry and cast another net. Indeed, host, how is this kit more visually appealing than your fishing? Come on, everyone. Let us rally and support the host. In the live stream, a flurry of virtual gifts began to pour in. The crew, witnessing the increasing number of gifts, became instantly exhilarated. Boss, how about we take advantage of the light rain and cast another net? Zuo Yunlong glanced back at the crew member, surprised by the request for another cast. Seeing the vampire hunting kit had bolstered the confidence of the other crew members as well. With this charm at hand, what sinister occurrences could possibly arise? Surely, upon its revelation, any malevolent force would be compelled to retreat. Having followed this enigmatic captain for so long, they finally glimpsed an object capable of quelling his mischief. If they didn't seize this opportunity to showcase their skills now, when would they? Surely, nothing could be more malevolent than this. Each crew member held their own thoughts, yet their primary sentiment remained unified. With this vampire hunting kit in hand, they were certain they would not encounter any further malevolence. The crew was invigorated, each taking their positions with great zeal. Zuo Yunlong felt a sense of satisfaction at this display. Let us cast the net. At this moment, he too was filled with confidence. What if the talisman was gone? Here I have a cross and a Bible. What could possibly stand in my way? The crew, braving the gentle rain and small waves, cast a fishing net once more into the sea. Zuo Yunlong and the crew awaited the moment of harvest. Just then, the winds shifted dramatically. The ominous clouds loomed over the sea, casting a suffocating atmosphere that even the viewers in the live stream could perceive through the screen. Soon, the gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, with raindrops cascading like pearls. As the rain fell in torrents, a fierce wind surged, causing the flags to flutter violently. Had it not been for the fishing equipment aboard this vessel, the ropes securing the nets would have surely been swept away. With the wind came towering waves. The sea swelled to heights exceeding 10 meters, quickly flooding the deck. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the darkened waters, revealing a stark whiteness against the night. Thunder followed, rumbling in the ears like a relentless barrage, accompanied by a series of deep, resounding claps of thunder. At that moment, the crew members descended to the deck, for it is a well-known fact that standing high invites the wrath of lightning. Indeed, as soon as they reached the deck, successive flashes of lightning lit up the sky beneath the clouds, and the thunder roared as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The viewers in the live stream bore witness to this extraordinary scene. Is this real? What on earth is happening? Wasn't it just a vampire hunting outfit being salvaged? Why such a commotion? Wait, did everyone forget that the host just cast a net? Goodness, host, what on earth are you trying to fish up? Seriously, everyone, keep your distance from the host. Come on, host, are you preparing for calamity? Are you a vampire hunter gathering equipment to face a trial? Were you really trying to salvage? This spectacle suggests something is about to be unleashed. Host, please, be reasonable. This is far too outrageous. Wasn't the host a horror streamer just moments ago? Now, they've turned into a fantasy streamer? Host, for the love of all that's good, spare the other streamers. Chapter 19. The Black Tortoise Statue Captain, we can't continue. The rain is too heavy. The crew member broadcasting the live stream shouted at Zuo Yunlong. It wasn't his desire to raise his voice, but the tempestuous weather rendered normal speech futile. Zuo Yunlong nodded and waved his hand. The crew immediately understood his intent and swiftly retreated into the cabin. Meanwhile, the crew member responsible for the live stream remained dutifully filming the unfolding scene outside. Goodness, this is a celestial phenomenon. It must herald the emergence of a great treasure. Heavens, what has the host done? Is it possible they'll haul in a dragon? Given the circumstances, the outcome was uncertain. Haha, I fear we may soon discover that the net has vanished again. Zuo Yunlong gazed out at the tempest, patiently awaiting the outcome. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The ferocity of the storm promised a bountiful catch. At that moment, he envisioned net after net filled with fish being drawn aboard, eager to showcase to the uninitiated viewers what it truly meant to be a fishing streamer. After a brief period, the storm began to subside. At long last, amidst the silence, the sky has finally cleared. All right, let's cast the nets. In this moment, Zuo Yunlong is filled with anticipation, as if envisioning a net brimming with fish flopping energetically on the deck. Do not question the exuberance. It is simply for the delight it brings. As Zuo Yunlong and his crew once again take to the deck, the online viewers are equally exhilarated. What extraordinary treasure might be struck by lightning? There is a sense of eager expectation, for this net is surely destined to yield something remarkable. Such a tempest must bring forth great bounty. Hurry, let's cast the nets, for I can hardly contain my excitement. Come fort, magnificent treasure, reveal yourself. The long-sealed artifact. Make your appearance. This storm is undoubtedly a harbinger of exceptional finds. Indeed, given the spectacle, one could believe the host could catch fish. The crew swiftly engages in their tasks, and the fishing net rises slowly from the depths. Each crew member, filled with hope, anticipates not only the capture of a vampire-slaying ensemble, but also, based on years of experience, that the haul after such a fierce storm will be substantial. This time, success is assured. As the net surfaces, to their astonishment, it reveals a statue resembling the mythical beast Xuanwu. It is encrusted with seaweed and other marine debris. One can only vaguely discern it to be Xuanwu. Zuo Yunlong is taken aback. Where the fish he anticipated. Instead, a statue is drawn forth. Incredible. I knew there would be a significant treasure. Who would have thought they would unearth Xuanwu? Although it is merely a statue, it is nonetheless extraordinary. Clearly, this storm bears significant meaning. To have retrieved the statue of Xuanwu from the ocean. Host, you are indeed remarkable. First a talisman, then a vampire hunting set. And now, even the statue of Xuanwu? You are truly impressive. Please accept my admiration. My dear friends, do you think this statue might still be suppressing something? Oh, you have intriguing thoughts. You may be onto something there. Host, hurry, let's cast another net. Do not rush. Let the host first secure this statue of Xuanwu. The host is indeed astute. The statue is gently placed on the deck, and the crew gathers around in curiosity. This object was retrieved from the sea? What a preposterous notion. It is truly unprecedented. Today has certainly broadened our horizons and opened our eyes. Let's wash this statue. Who knows, it might be an antique. And we could strike it rich. The crew member responsible for the live broadcast calls out loudly. Upon hearing the word antique, the eyes of the crew members light up. If this is indeed an antique, it would be an immense fortune. Fishing? More like a pursuit of fortune. If this is an antique, especially such a grand statue, the latter part of our lives will be free from worry. Zuo Yunlong, however, holds no interest in this statue. Where are the fish? Where have they gone? After such a grand display, is this all that it amounts to? The crew hurriedly begins to wash the statue of Xuanwu, covered in algae and sediment. The more they clean, the more it becomes evident that this object is ancient, a true relic of the ages. Is it possible to retrieve antiques from the depths of the ocean? One cannot help but ponder, as it appears quite feasible. Indeed, the host remains unfazed, adept at unearthing treasures. Yet, As the crew watched the findings, they exchanged bewildered glances. Left Yunlong, upon a cursory glance, was left utterly astounded. What on earth is this? A child's rocking horse? The very kind that evokes memories of a grandfather? And it's electric, no less. Is it even operational? Left Yunlong found himself at a loss for words. Amidst such turbulent seas, this was the prize? What benevolent soul would cast such a thing into the ocean? Surely, it would fetch a better price as scrap metal. This is truly outrageous. The crew shared his incredulity, initially anticipating relics of millennia. They were met instead with a mere year's worth of debris. After a prolonged period of excitement, this was the spoils? One could be forgiven for feeling disheartened. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream expressed their myriad reactions. I waited for ages, only to be shown this. I can't breathe from laughter. It culminated in a rocking horse. Host, your plot twist was executed flawlessly. I was entirely unprepared. I envisioned mythical creatures, yet all I received was a steed fit for a child's fantasy. Truly, this steed is remarkable, yet I require neither 998 nor 98. I only seek a tempest. I refuse to believe that after such a grand spectacle, all that surfaced was mud, algae, and a rocking horse. Host, I thought you were fishing. I could even accept a fish from your haul. Yet this? My goodness, host. The opportunity was yours to seize, yet you fell short. How is it possible that amidst such a storm, not a single fish was caught? Dear friends, fret not. Behold, a Xuanwu rocking horse. At least it is a steed from the realm of the divine. Host, why not sift through the display soil? I wager a bag of spicy strips that there lies something of value within. Even if fish were to emerge, I would believe it. Yes, yes. Perhaps there is more hidden within that soil. After such a grand display, this is the outcome? I can scarcely believe it. Your words are swaying my skepticism. Host, the atmosphere has been perfectly cultivated. Do not let us down. Host, perhaps you can investigate if those algae are of extraterrestrial origin? The ambience has been set so well. Yet this is all we find? Left Yunlong shook his head repeatedly, having expected at the very least an antique, only to be met with this? Selling scrap metal may prove laborious now. However, just then, the water-esque surface exhibited an extraordinary change. Chapter 20. A gold bar worth a fortune? Where are the fish? Captain, look over there. Something seems amiss. The crew member pointed towards the water, addressing Left Yunlong. Left Yunlong gazed at the sea, and suddenly, a colossal bubble emerged from the depths. Following this, the surface erupted with bubbles, growing increasingly dense, as though boiling. The viewers in the live stream gasped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Could it be that some seal has indeed been loosened? A netizen, upon witnessing the scene in the live broadcast room, could not help but exclaim, "Is there truly something beneath the surface?" I had a feeling that such a grand spectacle could not merely involve a mythical beast mount. Haha, this is too amusing. Could it be that the divine mount is actually subduing something? Goodness, this feels rather peculiar. Is it really possible to catch something of this magnitude while fishing? The host is indeed remarkable. With a mere cast of the net, it feels as if the very heavens and earth are collapsing. Oh my, could a little golden dragon leap from the depths at any moment? Perhaps a great white shark would be a more plausible catch? Do you underestimate the host? When the host takes action, a mere white shark would hardly suffice. It must be a golden dragon. We are on the brink of witnessing the legendary creature. The live room was filled with laughter and speculation about what lay beneath the water. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong remained fixated on the spot. One of the crew approached and remarked, "Boss, this bubble may be caused by a collapse below. There might be something down there." You see, though the crew member's words were left unfinished, the implication was clear. At that moment, the crew member hoped to cast the net once more to uncover the secrets below. The curiosity of the other crew members was piqued, and they turned their gazes towards Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong's intent was solely to catch fish, and he was about to decline. Yet the crew member continued, "Perhaps there are large fish beneath. Should we try casting the net again?" Upon hearing the mention of large fish, Zuo Yunlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not the very opportunity he had longed for? What more was there to discuss? Let us proceed. Cast the net and catch some fish. Zuo Yunlong promptly issued the command. Upon receiving the order, the crew members became animated. With their practiced coordination, they swiftly aimed at the bubbling location and cast the net. Could it be that the host truly intended to haul up a golden dragon? Ha! The host has cast the net again. Let us see what he manages to retrieve this time. The host is impressive, as I said. The mythical beast mount surely implies something extraordinary. Let us find out what it is. Come on, I refuse to believe that after such a tempest, the host could return empty-handed. This time, it's certain. The host is finally about to catch his first fish. Zuo Yunlong paid little mind to the chatter in the live room, instead focusing intently on the surface of the sea, estimating the passage of time. When he felt the moment was right, he commanded the crew to haul in the net. At this juncture, Zuo Yunlong could hardly contain his eagerness to meet his catch. The fishing net slowly began to rise to the surface. The viewers in the live room were equally eager to see what the net contained. As the net emerged to sea level, a wooden box lay quietly beneath some timber within it. Goodness, could it be? Are we truly in the midst of a supernatural narrative today? There are no fish? My heavens, another wooden box has been retrieved. Could this possibly be an urn? First, a sunfish, then a coffin, followed by the divine beast, and now an urn? Host, are you certain you came to fish and not to raid tombs? This is even more astonishing than tomb raiding. At least with tomb raiding, one knows the purpose. Can you honestly say you understand what the host is doing? The host claims he is nothing more than an ordinary fisherman. Haha, I can hardly contain my laughter. Is this place really just a common fishing spot? Which ordinary fisherman could possibly catch such treasures? To be honest, with the luck of this streamer, winning the lottery would be a certainty. The odds of this are even slimmer than that. Upon encountering this wooden chest, Zuo Yunlong felt a sense of resignation. Must I constantly deal with these peculiar items? Is it true that I am truly lacking in fish? No worries, Captain, do not lose heart. Perhaps the fish are hidden within the wooden chest. Some fish indeed enjoy burrowing into such boxes. Seeing Zuo Yunlong's spirit sag, the crew hastened to encourage him. After all, the revenue from this live broadcast alone is sufficient to sustain the entire crew. We must stick with this boss. After hearing the crew's words, Zuo Yunlong's enthusiasm was rekindled. However, the viewers in the live stream were not so easily appeased. Impressive, did you hear that? Opening a chest to find fish. Well then, it seems one must now open treasure chests just to catch a fish. This will not do for the streamer. The difficulty of extracting a fish from a wooden chest is insurmountable. With the streamer's current skills, only a king's chest might yield a fish. Are you all trying to make me laugh to death? The viewers in this live stream are truly talented. Well, that's not our talent. It's the streamer's incompetence that brings it out in us. Let me put it this way. I have followed the streamer for 4 days, and to this day, I have yet to see him catch a single edible fish. Can you believe it? The wooden chest was carefully placed on the deck, and Zuo Yunlong eagerly approached to open it. Here it comes, the moment to silence you all. There must be fish inside. As he opened the chest, a dazzling golden light filled his vision. It was a chest full of gold. Zuo Yunlong was taken aback. I thought there would be a big fish. What use do I have for gold? I just want to fish in peace. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into excitement. Is the bounty of the sea truly this abundant? Can such treasures be fished up? My goodness, during school, the teachers always said the sea is rich in mineral resources. Today, the streamer has opened my eyes to its true wealth. This can actually be caught from the ocean. I asked you to fish, and you bring me a chest of gold bars? And real gold at that. The crew, too, stood in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into joyous cheers. This is a chest of gold. An entire chest of gold. We've struck it rich. We've truly struck it rich. The crew estimated that this chest of gold weighed around 500 pounds. 500 pounds of gold amounts to roughly 100 million dragon coins. 100 million dragon coins. Such wealth is something the crew may never encounter in their lifetimes. Goodness. The boss has such incredible luck to have caught an entire chest of gold. I told you, following this boss would not lead us astray. Just look, even a small portion of this bounty would suffice for years. The boss is truly remarkable. This catch has filled our nets to overflowing. I suddenly realized that aside from his lack of luck in fishing, the rest of his fortune is quite extraordinary. At this moment, several beautiful women clad in bikinis also witnessed the scene unfolding on the deck. My goodness, how much gold could this be? I feel even more enamored with the young master. What should I do? This gold is truly enviable. Soon, the crew proceeded to weigh the chest of gold. Indeed, it amounted to 500 pounds, which translates to a staggering 100 million dragon coins. The gold bars retrieved in one haul are worth over 100 million. How terrifying. One net cast, and one could easily exchange it for a fishing boat, perhaps even several. Oh no, I too wish to venture out to sea for fishing. This is simply exhilarating. After meeting the necessary contributions, everything left would be for oneself. How delightful. I have never seen so much gold in my life. Zuo Yunlong's lips twitched slightly. Why are you all so excited? I merely wished to catch some fish, yet this bizarre assortment is what emerged. Where are the fish? Let us meet for the first time. Boss, should we not cast another net? A crew member suggested upon seeing the chest brimming with gold. Who knows if there will be more gold beneath? Zuo Yunlong immediately dismissed the idea. No more fishing here. Let us change locations and continue this afternoon. I refuse to believe we cannot catch any fish. Chapter 21. Retrieving gold bars. You tell me about bad feng shui upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's intention to leave. The crew member quickly responded. Captain, should we not consider casting another net? I have a good feeling about this place. So Yunlong shook his head vehemently. No more. No more. The feng shui here is unfavorable. His words reached the live streaming room, leaving viewers bewildered. My goodness, you've already pulled up this gold, and yet you speak of bad feng shui? What place could possibly have good feng shui? Please tell me, I shall give it a try. Truly, a streamer. One chest of gold is not enough to satisfy you? This streamer is getting a bit carried away. Haha, as expected of a streamer, indeed full of surprises. You're killing me with laughter. Can you not be so ridiculous? Bad feng shui, really? Is it possible that the only time the streamer cannot catch fish is when the feng shui is poor? No way, that would be absurd. You've drawn up a chest of gold, and yet you're still seeking fish? It seems the streamer's reputation is on the line. Declaring oneself a fishing streamer, yet failing to catch a single edible fish. How amusing. The crew member, upon hearing this, was equally speechless. He glanced at the chest of gold, then turned to Zuo Yunlong. Seriously, boss? Are you being earnest? The place that yielded a chest of gold has poor feng shui? However, Zuo Yunlong remained steadfast in his gaze toward the crew member. The crew member, feeling defeated, could only nod in agreement. After discussing with the other crew members on board, they all exhibited expressions of confusion. Nevertheless, there was no choice. After all, he was the boss, and whatever he decided would be executed. After a midday break, Zuo Yunlong directed the fishing vessel to a new maritime area. He surveyed the surroundings, stating, All right, this is the spot. The feng shui here is auspicious. The crew member, upon hearing this, wore a look of resignation. In any case, he could not discern any indication of favorable feng shui. Cast a net. Zuo Yunlong resolved to embark on a grand venture here, determined to haul in a bountiful catch. This was his inaugural experience dedicated to this very place. The crew, invigorated by the prospect of a chest of gold, displayed remarkable enthusiasm. With deft coordination, they cast their nets. Meanwhile, the online audience gathered in the live stream, eagerly awaiting the moment Zuo Yunlong would pull in the net. I yearn to witness what it truly means to have good fortune. Clearly, Zuo Yunlong's morning remarks lingered in the minds of some viewers. Soon, the first net was drawn up, only to reveal emptiness, aside from a few crabs. There were no fish to be found. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the barren net with a sense of resignation. In this day and age, even an empty net had become a rare sight, as it was devoid of the peculiar finds they had grown accustomed to. Goodness, the streamer has caught nothing at all? I believe I have only witnessed an empty net once before, and to see it again today is quite a rarity. Indeed, this feels far more scientific. Encountering an empty net seems far more rational than discovering bizarre objects. One must admit, the streamer possesses a unique talent. This place truly has good fortune, capable of keeping the streamer grounded. Finally, they need not fish for oddities. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong commanded the crew to cast the second net. As the second net was lowered, he noticed the viewer count in the live stream was nearing 1 million. The crew, however, was left speechless. Was this truly good fortune? Before long, the second net was raised. Yet it too was empty, with only crabs to show for their efforts. The audience in the live stream exclaimed in disbelief. How could it be that in such a vast sea, with so many fish, they could catch none? This defies logic. The streamer couldn't even manage to catch anything peculiar? It seems the streamer's luck has run out. After 2 consecutive empty nets, the viewers began to stir. Yet for the crew, such occurrences were commonplace. It was rather normal not to catch anything while at sea. Unlike the boss, who managed to catch even a small creature with each haul, their own lifetimes spent fishing paled in comparison to such legendary feats. Zuo Yunlong looked at the crabs on the deck, now feeling a wave of nausea. Eating crabs had been enjoyable a few days prior, but one can only indulge so much. Aside from the initial day's catch of crabs, they had not netted anything else. After 2 days of crab feasts, his stomach could no longer bear it. Let us cast another net. Zuo Yunlong commanded once more. The crew, still displaying their adept coordination, promptly lowered another net. As the net was raised, Zuo Yunlong was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. At last, they had caught fish. The net contained a large fish, accompanied by a scattering of smaller ones. Of course, these smaller fish were only small in comparison to the larger one, as they were not insignificant in size. Who dares to question my prowess as a fisherman now? The pent-up frustrations of Zuo Yunlong over the past few days finally found release. When the crew beheld the catch, they were suddenly engulfed by a sense of surreal nostalgia. It had been so long, far too long, since they had experienced the thrill of hauling in fish. The appearance of this catch rendered the moment almost dreamlike. Goodness, they had actually caught fish. The crew exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Eventually, they erupted in joyous cheers, embracing one another tightly, with some even shedding tears of excitement. Could it be that we caught fish? Finally, we are no longer plagued by those bizarre catches. Everything will be all right. Won't it? Zuo Yunlong nodded at the exhilarated crew. Behold, this is the allure of fishing. Does it not surpass even the allure of striking gold? At that moment, the crew member responsible for the live broadcast also became animated. Look, we've caught fish. Truly, my emotions are overwhelming right now. I will soon introduce the varieties of fish we have salvaged. In a live stream, after witnessing Zuo Yunlong's haul, there was a brief silence lasting 2 to 3 minutes. At last, a viewer inquired on the screen, "Could someone enlighten us about whether any protected species are present among these?" Silence ensued once more, as many viewers frantically searched the internet for the types of fish in the net. After all, such occurrences are not unprecedented. Yet, observing the jubilant crew, it seemed unlikely that any protected species were included. Another viewer remarked, "Let's not be so glum. The fish have yet to be brought aboard. Did we forget about the bomb?" However, this sentiment was swiftly countered as a net full of fish successfully landed on the deck, devoid of any peculiar items. Come, everyone, this is a 50-pound grouper, the largest catch of this haul, valued at over 5,000 dragon coins. Now, let's examine these fish. The crew detailed the various catches, including large yellow croaker, small yellow croaker, ribbon fish, and silver fish. At this moment, someone in the live stream exclaimed, "Can you believe it? The host actually caught fish. And none of those strange items either? How surreal." Indeed, they truly caught fish without any protected species. No arms either, just a pure net full of fish. The host caught fish? Is this a dream? This is utterly unexpected. The host is remarkable for achieving such a feat. Just then, a newcomer to the live stream asked, "ISNT, this a fishing host? ISNT catching fish normal?" Out. Newcomer, you cannot possibly comprehend our current emotions. Once you learn about the host as past endeavors, you will realize how ignorant you truly are. Immediately, other viewers messaged him, enlightening him about the host's illustrious history. After this enlightening session, the newcomer was left speechless. Can it be that such a miraculous host has indeed caught fish? Following an extended period of shock, the live stream erupted into fervent discussion. Finally, this stream has returned to normal. I have witnessed the host catch fish in my lifetime. Haha, what a rarity. I have finally seen a genuine fishing host. Wow, this host truly has a knack. There must be a reason for the good fortune here. Indeed, the waters here are exceptional. Otherwise, this enigmatic host could not maintain their charm. Gradually, the narrative took a peculiar turn, as the entire online community attributed Zuo Yunlong's ability to catch fish to the influence of feng shui. After all, was it not the streamer himself who suggested such a notion? Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, Chapter 22. Finally, it's normal. Bluefin tuna. How absurd. I caught these fish through sheer skill, yet they attribute it to feng shui. He felt a surge of indignation. However, upon witnessing the bountiful catch, even his most tempestuous emotions were quelled. The crew member in charge of the live broadcast remarked, "Boss, we have quite a haul this time. Should we what? We must." Zuo Yunlong interjected without hesitation. "Inform the brothers to prepare. Let us cast another net." He commanded decisively. The crew responded with enthusiasm. "All right, boss." They swiftly took their positions, and the fish on the deck were promptly handled by others. Wow, the streamer is casting another net. I hope he can catch more fish this time. Haha, there is no doubt. The streamer has mentioned that the feng shui here is excellent. Indeed, it's remarkable that the streamer can catch fish here. I wonder if you share this sentiment. I suddenly find myself eagerly anticipating the streamer's next catch. Although the peculiar items he has caught before are amusing, the thrill of catching fish is equally delightful. Keep it up, fishing streamer. Return to being a conventional fishing streamer. The net was soon cast into the sea, quietly awaiting the fortunate catch. With renewed confidence, after hauling in a net full of fish, Zuo Yunlong gazed at the surface of the water, filled with optimism. In no time, he ordered the net to be pulled again. As the fishing nets surfaced, Zuo Yunlong's fist came down with fervor. Yes, another fish, he exclaimed with exhilaration. Moreover, this tuna was familiar to him, the illustrious bluefin tuna, the aristocrat of the tuna family. Although Zuo Yunlong had never caught one before, his extensive culinary experience had acquainted him with its value. The price of a bluefin tuna of this size was entirely dependent on luck. A certain marketplace recently sold a bluefin tuna weighing over 500 pounds for over 330 million small currency units. When converted to dragon coins, that amounts to a staggering 21 million. However, the tuna market is notoriously intricate. Presently, there are numerous counterfeit tunas circulating, primarily made from oilfish, a species with an exceptionally high oil content. As for the aftermath of consuming such fish, anyone who can emerge from the restroom standing could be deemed a man. The tuna market is rife with deception as well. Instances of low-quality tuna masquerading as high-quality varieties are rampant. For example, skipjack tuna, also known as bullet tuna, can easily be disguised as big-eye tuna, with prices doubling at a whim. Some of these have even been canned and exported overseas. Of course, one cannot label this as deceitful. After all, bullet tuna, being merely a cheaper alternative, is still considered a type of tuna. Lastly, there are the yellowfin and big-eye tuna, both of which can masquerade as bluefin tuna, resulting in a price increase of 3 to 5 times the original value. Their taste bears a resemblance to that of bluefin tuna, albeit with a slight tang. The crew, too, was swept up in excitement. Wow, we've caught another fish, they exclaimed, laughter echoing as they felt a sense of normalcy returning. This catch appears promising. Our boss seems to have regained his luck. Indeed, such a large tuna is a true treasure, and noble among fish, the bluefin tuna. Before long, the tuna was successfully unloaded onto the deck and promptly placed into the fish tank. Meanwhile, in the live stream, upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong haul in another fish, viewers grew increasingly agitated. Incredible. Another fish has been caught. Is there any information on whether this is a protected species? No, absolutely not. I recognize this fish. This is none other than the pinnacle of tuna, the bluefin. Wait, is that really bluefin tuna? I've heard it fetches a hefty price. Indeed, a few years back, one weighing over 350 pounds was auctioned for 230,000. That's old news. The highest recent sale was for a fish over 500 pounds, commanding a staggering 21 million. 21 million? This one looks to weigh over 600 pounds. Is it truly that expensive? Is the streamer going to soar to new heights again? Are we to witness a haul of golden bluefin tuna? How can ordinary folks like us survive? Indeed, the fortunes seemed favorable. Could it be that the streamer possesses some sort of mastery? Alas, I feel envious. I, too, wish to venture out to sea for fishing. This fishing business is exceedingly lucrative. Haha, unless you possess a noble heart, you might grasp the streamer's plight. Goodness, the streamer's earnings are indeed hard-won. What a riot. The streamer has finally embarked on fishing. Finally, it felt like a return to a normal fishing live stream. Zuo Yunlong remained immersed in exhilaration. Everything is looking up. This time it truly is, he declared. Brothers, let us feast on a whole fish banquet tonight, using this tuna for sashimi. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. Wow, the streamer is generous. A fish worth over 20 million, and he intends to serve it as sashimi? How extravagantly unrestrained. Streamer, do you need more hands on deck? I wish to join. Oh my, I want to go too. Please accept me. Damn, I'm so envious. Regardless, it seemed like a return to a normal live stream. Zuo Yunlong's words instantly elicited cheers from the crew. While they had consumed quite a bit of seafood, few could bear to indulge in something so costly. especially one freshly caught. Brothers, let us press our advantage and cast another net. Zuo Yunlong relished the thrill of fishing, excitedly directing the crew. With such an excellent captain, they felt compelled to exert their utmost effort. This time, it remains uncertain what sort of fish might be caught. Under the guidance of Zuo Yunlong, the net was soon cast and retrieved. When the net surfaced, Zuo Yunlong was momentarily taken aback. His excitement and enthusiasm were swiftly extinguished. For a familiar sight emerged from the depths, a large crate. Could it be another large crate here? Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words. He hadn't even had his fill of fishing yet, and here he was retrieving yet another box. In a live broadcast room, viewers were momentarily stunned at the sight of the crate. Subsequently, one viewer commented, "It's back. Everything familiar has returned. This must be arms, no doubt about it. Oh no! Has the streamer started again? Incredible, it has begun anew." Chapter 23. Do you believe in light? The crew exchanged glances. They had just finished 2 nets, and another one appeared. The crew member responsible for the live broadcast looked to Zuo Yunlong and inquired, "Captain, what should we do?" Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong replied, "What do you mean, what should we do? Let us haul it up and take a look. Who knows, there might be fish inside the crate." At that moment, Zuo Yunlong clung to the last vestige of hope. As long as the crate remained unopened, it could contain fish. Even the King of Heaven could only bring forth fish. The wooden crate was steadily placed on the deck. Zuo Yunlong, unable to contain his eagerness, approached to open it. Having already caught 2 nets of fish, it would be a shame to falter at this juncture. The moment the crate was opened, Zuo Yunlong's disappointment set in. Not a single fish was to be found. Instead, several pieces of porcelain were neatly arranged within the crate. The live broadcast room was momentarily silent as viewers took in the scene. Could it be that we can also fish up porcelain? This streamer has truly lost his mind. Incredible, they managed to pull up porcelain. This streamer is quite skilled. Laughter erupted. Strangely, it reminds me of mythical beasts and mounts. It does resemble antiques, though I cannot tell if they are from last week or last year. The crew gathered around, brimming with anticipation as they gazed at the porcelain. Is this valuable? If it's an antique, it could be worth quite a sum. But what if it isn't? Selling it as a modern craft might still yield some profit. Captain, why not take a closer look? See if this is worth anything? Zuo Yunlong, unable to resist the crew's request, picked up a porcelain plate, examined it, and initiated the appraisal process. The porcelain exhibited an elegant, rounded, and delicate form. The texture was fine and smooth, the color pure white, thin and lightweight, with a well-proportioned shape. The glaze was relatively thick, the finish smooth and refined, with a hint of green in the white. The bottom bore an inscription, made in the Yongle period. This should be Yongle porcelain. Zuo Yunlong manipulated the porcelain with skill, quickly arriving at his conclusion. What Yongle porcelain? The crew listened perplexed. Yet in the live broadcast room, some viewers became agitated. No way. Could it really be Yongle porcelain that was fished up? Is it from the Yongle period of a eunuch Sambao? Who is eunuch Sambao? Have you heard of Zheng He? The one who sailed to the west 7 times? That eunuch Sambao. My goodness, has the streamer struck it rich again? To everyone's astonishment, the host managed to unearth such treasures. At this moment, some viewers, perplexed, sought clarification. The crew members gazed at Zuo Yunlong with eager anticipation. Zuo Yunlong, feeling somewhat helpless, continued, "Have you heard of Zheng He's voyages to the west?" The crew nodded vigorously, for this was a tale known to anyone with a modicum of knowledge. After seizing the throne, the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di dispatched Zheng He to navigate the seas, thereby opening the maritime Silk Road. This story was a cherished narrative among those who made their living from fishing. Zuo Yunlong pointed at the porcelain and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, these artifacts are likely remnants from Zheng He's maritime expeditions." The term Yongle refers to the era of the Yongle Emperor, hence these pieces are known as Yongle porcelain. You must have heard of the Yongle Encyclopedia as well, as it was named after him. The crew, though confused about the details, understood that these porcelain items were indeed authentic antiques. "Boss, how much do you think these are worth?" One crew member inquired cautiously, swallowing hard. Zuo Yunlong cast a glance and replied, "In decent condition, if sold to a knowledgeable collector, they could fetch around 20 million. However, when it comes to cherished collectibles, that price could easily double." He provided a rough estimate, considering his own family's extensive collection and the numerous times his father had been deceived in similar transactions. Double? So that amounts to 40 million? The crew member exclaimed in disbelief. Zuo Yunlong scoffed, What are you imagining? The value is contingent on fate. 20 million would be a considerable achievement. 20 million? That's remarkable. The crew member gasped, astonished at the prospect of uncovering antiques worth such a sum. Clearly, their boss had some remarkable capabilities. The viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. He truly unearthed Yonla porcelain from Zheng He's voyages? Incredible. This lineage is undeniable. Its value must surely increase. They exclaimed. Indeed, how could an ordinary person manage to retrieve Yonla porcelain? This is astonishing. Host, you're truly impressive. I am in awe. To find porcelain from the Sanbao eunuchs in the sea is reasonable, but for you to do so effortlessly is simply outrageous. Remarkable. Host, you are genuinely extraordinary. I am in awe. Could you teach me how to do this? I wish to venture out to fish as well. Just one net could surpass my entire lifetime's earnings. What is the point of this job? My goodness, the host is truly exceptional. Your skills are formidable, even in fishing. This ocean must be your domain. The crew was filled with joy, while Zuo Yunlong remained somewhat exasperated. This guy, just when things calm down, why does it have to start again? The viewers could only express their admiration for the host with 2 words. Incredible. The crew, brimming with excitement, looked at Zuo Yunlong, who promptly directed them to cast another net. By now, the crew and Zuo Yunlong had developed a strong understanding. With a mere gesture, they knew precisely what was expected of them. The viewers in the live stream once again found themselves filled with anticipation. For the miraculous host was now capable of not only retrieving peculiar items, but also fish. At this point, the audience was left to ponder what wonders the host might extract next. Logically, one would assume that the likelihood of catching fish was the highest. Yet, can one truly rely on logic to predict the actions of such a host? To do so would be the gravest insult to their abilities. Moments later, the fishing net was drawn up once more, revealing a large box exuding a palpable sense of modern technology. It appeared strikingly sophisticated and impressive. The viewers were left in a state of astonishment at the sight of this box. What could it possibly be? Could such a high-tech container have truly been pulled from the depths of the sea? The host continued to impress, having just caught 2 nets full of fish. And now this spectacle unfolded again. I maintain that it must be the host's prowess at play. Who could dare to contest that? This was indeed the miraculous host. And I must apologize for my limited imagination in attempting to fathom what the host had retrieved. Surely, it could not contain a transformer, could it? The prospect seemed entirely plausible given its technological allure. What could be more outrageous than pulling a transformer from the ocean? One must trust the host. It is far better to place faith in them than to believe that transformers do not exist in this world. Could it possibly be Ultraman? Zuo Yunlong's lips twitched incessantly. Were things about to take a bizarre turn? Was it not possible to simply fish in peace? Chapter 24. Using laser weapons to explode fish. The net descended slowly, and the technologically advanced box landed gracefully on the deck. Zuo Yunlong hurried to the box, astonished to find that it was completely dry, without a single drop of water on it. How was it possible that this had been retrieved from the ocean without even a hint of moisture? Could it be that the box possessed some kind of hydrophobic protective layer? What on earth could be inside? The host was truly remarkable, managing to catch something as extraordinary as this. Surely, this box alone must hold considerable value. Yet, this was where Zuo Yunlong's knowledge fell short. What did this box have to do with him? It was not a fish. Moreover, judging by the appearance of the box, it likely contained no water, let alone fish. Host, hurry and open the box. Indeed, the host, the delivery has arrived. Aren't you going to take a peek? Hurry. The exterior of the box is so impressive. Whatever lies within must be extraordinary. The live stream was filled with viewers clamoring for the unboxing. They too were eager to discover what could possibly fit inside such a remarkable container. Zuo Yunlong stepped forward to open the box, but an unexpectedly awkward situation arose. This box was completely sealed, devoid of any seams or indentations, leaving Zuo Yunlong at a loss for how to open it. It was as if the box were a natural entity, entirely seamless. The most critical aspect was its metallic composition. Attempting to force it open might damage whatever lay inside. What on earth had the host managed to catch this time? How astonishing is it that even a mere box can possess such marvels? Is it truly capable of being retrieved? It seems implausible, yet after consulting all available information, I could not locate any details regarding this peculiar box. My humble vocabulary fails to encapsulate the wonder of the streamer, Thus, I can only describe it as remarkable. The streamer continuously brings forth unexpected delights. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the box before him, feeling a pang of frustration. Where are the fish that were promised? Not only have I failed to see any fish, but I'm also unaware of what lies within this seemingly inconsequential box. In a fit of irritation, Zuo Yunlong delivered a forceful kick to the box. Suddenly, the box began to move as if it were a transformer. Goodness, it has opened. Zuo Yunlong was taken aback, astonished that his casual kick had inadvertently activated the box's mechanism. The panels surrounding the box swiftly retracted into its base, revealing an extraordinary piece of equipment that none had ever witnessed before. Incredible! This box has transformed in a manner akin to a transformer. How astonishing! What on earth is this object? That section resembles a battery. Surely, it cannot be true. A battery submerged in seawater for such an extended period and still retains power? If it has no charge, how could the box have transformed? Could it truly possess the qualities of a transformer? Everyone, I've found it. This device bears a striking resemblance to a laser weapon. Is it possible for such a weapon to be retrieved from the sea? While it may look similar, it is not an exact match. Surely this is a jest. Laser weapons are classified secrets in every nation, and yet one can find information about it? Indeed, those that are publicly accessible are likely outdated. The latest technology would not be so easily discovered. That would be a game changer. Is this even plausible? Are you suggesting that the streamer has managed to recover the most recent laser weapon? Has there been anything rational about the occurrences surrounding the streamer? In a live stream, discussions transition from shock to fervent debate regarding Zuo Yunlong's retrieval of a laser weapon. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong's phone rang. Upon checking, he recognized the caller, his team leader. As he answered the call, before he could utter a word, the team leader's voice burst forth. Damn it, what am I to say about you now? You've done something monumental. You're truly remarkable this time. There are people here watching your live stream. You've managed to recover a laser weapon. Are you a deity? Stay put. We'll be there shortly. Oh, and get ready. The experts have already called and will be joining you soon. With that, the team leader abruptly ended the call, leaving Zuo Yunlong with no opportunity to respond. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong was astounded. This object had even piqued the interest of experts. What sort of treasure could this possibly be? After hanging up, he curiously examined the laser weapon before him. Should I get a try? An insatiable curiosity began to stir within him. While waiting, it seems prudent to test the power of this laser weapon. Although I understand its operation, that red button must be the trigger. Adjusting the position of the laser weapon, I aimed the emitter at the sea surface. After a brief moment of hesitation, I pressed the red button. In an instant, the sea surface collapsed, followed by a tremendous splash. As the waves receded, a layer of fish appeared to be floating on the water. To my astonishment, this device can indeed fish. It's incredibly efficient. I can simply collect the fish directly. I quickly commanded the crew to gather the fish. The crew, having been momentarily stunned by the laser weapon, snapped back to reality in my direction. It is astonishing what can be caught now. Even a laser weapon is effective. They were amazed, yet under my command, they swiftly set about their task. Viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement upon witnessing my trial shot. Wow, the power is astonishing. A weapon of such magnitude was actually retrieved from the sea? Is this even possible? This streamer is incredible, truly impressive. They exclaimed. This defies logic. It said that laser weapons are ineffective underwater. Could this truly be a laser weapon? When did laser beams become explosive? This makes no sense. Isn't a laser simply a beam of light? Oh my, I'm at a loss. What on earth have you fished up, streamer? This doesn't resemble a laser weapon at all. Could this be the latest model? Am enlightened. Observing the bustling crew, I suddenly felt a sense of monotony. No, this method is too simplistic. Although effective, it lacks challenge. There is no sense of achievement in this endeavor, far less joy than traditional fishing. Just then, the thunderous roar of a helicopter filled the sky. The viewers reacted. No way. Have they even deployed a helicopter this time? Chapter 25, The Ultimate Exciting Weapon. Meanwhile, in a hotel within the provincial capital, the director of the Public Security Bureau, Ho Jun, was engaged in casual conversation with several provincial leaders. Director Ho, I hear you've been performing admirably lately. The top provincial official remarked with a smile, praising him. Ho Jun quickly responded, Not at all. It is all thanks to the leader's support. Without the provincial leadership's assistance, we could not have achieved such results. Come now, Director Ho, let us not be modest. Discovering so many weapons recently is indeed a significant accomplishment. The second-ranking provincial leader affirmed, while also advising, however, Director Ho, you must enhance your control over these matters. Such powerful tools are beneficial, but if they fall into the hands of ordinary people, it could spell trouble. Ho Jun promptly assured, rest assured, esteemed leaders. Our Public Security Bureau will work closely with the community to ensure that these arms do not end up in the hands of civilians. Indeed, observe how Director Ho is quite ambitious, able to unite with the masses without detaching himself from them. This aspect is commendable and should be widely promoted at the provincial level. The first figure smiled as he conversed with the second, who nodded in agreement. It should be this way, Director Ho. Perhaps you could take some time to draft a report to submit, sharing your insights. The second figure cast a glance at Ho Jun. Just as Ho Jun was about to respond, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Who could be calling at such a time? A hint of irritation welled up within him. Isn't this a hindrance? Embarrassed, Ho Jun offered a sheepish smile to the two leaders. Fortunately, they were quite understanding and paid no mind to it. It might be something important. Go ahead and answer. There's no rush. The first figure encouraged. Feeling a bit awkward, Ho Jun smiled again and then retrieved his phone. The caller's name caused him to furrow his brow slightly. It was Director Wei, the one who had previously reported 5 boxes of arms. Apologies. After expressing his regret, Ho Jun gestured to the first figure, indicating that he could continue with his business. Stepping outside, he answered the call, his tone less than cordial. What is it? Suddenly, a shout from Ho Jun pierced the air. More weapons have been discovered. Laser weapons? What? This has even attracted the attention of the military? Experts are already en route by helicopter? Fine. I understand. You must get to the scene immediately. It is imperative that you hurry. Inside the room, the two influential leaders exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. Shortly after, Ho Jun re-entered the room. Without waiting for the leaders to inquire, he promptly reported, esteemed leaders, breaking news has just arrived. Laser weapons have been discovered once again. Laser weapons? Both leaders were taken aback. Which nation's? Currently, laser weaponry is a focal point of research for every country, and if it pertains to the Dragon Nation, it would indeed be a significant incident. This is undoubtedly a breach of confidentiality, jeopardizing national security. According to reports, no nation has yet issued any documentation regarding these laser weapons. If the two leaders wish to view it, a live broadcast is available. Ho Jun responded immediately. What? A live broadcast? This revelation utterly shocked the two leaders. Can such things even be broadcasted live? Ho Jun nodded with exasperation, explaining, it's the same individual from the previous fishing incident. This time, he has retrieved laser weaponry. The two leaders exchanged glances, inquiring, is this the same person who handed over 5 boxes of arms to the state? Did he also recover this laser weapon? Aware of the incredulity surrounding this situation, Ho Jun could only nod in affirmation. The second figure quickly regained his composure and pondered for a moment before asking, has an investigation been conducted into this person's background? Is there any foreign connection? Ho Jun promptly replied, an investigation has indeed been conducted. He is the child of a local tycoon with no foreign ties, and his lineage is quite unblemished. Yet the items he has recovered are indeed extraordinary. The second figure fell silent. His background is impeccable, devoid of any issues. Yet the items he has retrieved pose a significant dilemma. Is he out fishing or out gathering arms? In this era, even laser weaponry has been salvaged. One wonders if electromagnetic cannons will be next. The leading figure smiled slightly and remarked, no matter, since he is willing to turn it over to the state. It indicates that this young man still possesses a sense of duty towards his country. Ho Jun nodded repeatedly in agreement. The leading figure continued. This acquisition of laser weaponry is indeed a significant achievement. If time permits, I would like to meet this remarkable young individual. Did you not mention that the live broadcast allows us to witness it? Let's watch together and observe just how extraordinary this young man truly is. Upon hearing this, Ho Jun nodded eagerly, and his secretary promptly brought in a projector, which began displaying a video of Zuo Yunlong. Unsurprisingly, Zuo Yunlong surged back to the trending charts. Currently, the entire trending list is dominated by him. From salvaging bombs, recovering corpses, retrieving arms, to unearthing gold and antiques, and finally, the acquisition of laser weaponry. The video of Zuo Yunlong testing the laser weapon has ascended to the top of the trending list. Following closely is the video showcasing the transformation of the container that housed the laser weapon. The number of likes has already surpassed 10 million. Furthermore, Zuo Yunlong's personal fanbase has exceeded 1 million, solidifying his status as a true internet sensation. The comment section is filled with astonished remarks. Wow, this laser weapon is quite impressive. Where can I purchase one? I want one too. This device is incredibly efficient for fishing. Is it really possible to retrieve it from the ocean? Doesn't it get waterlogged? To the commenter above, I suggest you watch the previous videos. Not only will you understand why it doesn't take on water, but you will also grasp the marvel of this streamer. I have been following this streamer from the very beginning. It's astonishing. And now, laser weaponry. Is this a joke? Can lasers explode? Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong gazed up at the helicopter in the sky. Shortly, a rope was lowered, and 2 soldiers accompanied a refined-looking gentleman, Director Wei, onto the deck. Director Wei promptly approached Zuo Yunlong and introduced, "This is Academician Liu from the Dragon Institute." Zuo Yunlong casually replied, "Hello, Director Wei." "Hello, Academician Liu. Please take a look at this laser weapon and, if possible, take it away. I cannot afford to delay my fishing." Upon catching sight of the laser device, Academician Liu's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost compelling him to rush forward. Yet, reason prevailed, and he addressed Zuo Yunlong, "Greetings, I am Liu Feng, the head of the Optical Sciences Department at the Dragon Institute, here to take a closer look." Zuo Yunlong gestured, "It's right there. Take a look." Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, Liu Feng hastily approached the laser weapon. After examining it from various angles, a look of shock spread across his face. "How is this possible? This defies the laws of science. How did you manage this?" He then turned to Zuo Yunlong, inquiring, "Are you certain this is what you salvaged from the ocean?" In the live stream, viewers erupted in astonishment once more. "No way. Even Academician Liu has been stirred by this. What on earth has the streamer salvaged? My goodness. Is that the medal-winning Academician Liu? He even flew in by helicopter? This streamer is incredible. What treasure has the streamer unearthed to warrant such attention? How astounding it is that Academician Liu, a paragon of national excellence, was so thoroughly astonished by a streamer. My goodness, with Academician Liu himself endorsing the streamer, it is virtually impossible for them not to achieve fame. But wait, I must inquire, is it merely a laser weapon? What could possibly warrant the personal attention of Academician Liu? Indeed, what remarkable find has the streamer unearthed? Chapter 26. Streamer, are you taking disciples? I too wish to learn the art of fishing, thought Zuo Yunlong, bewildered as he gazed at Academician Liu. This is what I have caught from the sea, with video evidence to substantiate my claim. Liu Feng was engulfed in confusion. How could this be possible? He murmured to himself. At that moment, the captain, accompanied by the police, arrived at the scene. As soon as he boarded the vessel, the captain was met with the sight of Director Wei and Academician Liu. Astonishing. Both the director and the esteemed academician have been drawn here. The captain, equally perplexed, had only received orders from Director Wei to lead the team, unaware that the director himself would also be present. "Director," the captain immediately reported. Director Wei glanced at the time and remarked, "Ah, your response was quite timely. No witties. Academician Liu is merely intrigued by the laser weapon we have retrieved, and I have come along to observe." The captain, looking at Zuo Yunlong, could not shake his growing doubts about his own reality. To have drawn the attention of Academician Liu, what could this young man have possibly unearthed that is so extraordinary? Once Academician Liu regained his composure, he continued to examine the laser weapon. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong grew increasingly impatient. If this inspection continued, it would hinder his fishing endeavors. "Academician Liu, why not take it back for further examination? You all can observe here while I am unable to fish. Moreover, I assure you, I am not involved in arms trafficking. I have video evidence to prove my innocence." Academician Liu nodded repeatedly, stating, "Indeed, if you could trade this, you would indeed be a national treasure. The battery, the laser configuration, the laser generator, each of these components, if brought to the outside world, would be of paramount importance to the nation. Young man, you have achieved something monumental." After a thorough examination, Academician Liu expressed his astonishment to Zuo Yunlong. At that moment, both Director Wei and the captain were left in a state of disbelief. What? A national treasure? Such words emanated from the lips of the esteemed Academician Liu himself. The significance of this discovery was immeasurable. Could this truly be retrieved from the depths of the ocean? Goodness, this young man is undeniably impressive. Subsequently, they exchanged glances, barely able to contain their elation. If this item is indeed a national treasure, as academician Liu claims, then have they also achieved recognition? Truly, fortune favors the bold. Meanwhile, the online viewers were in an uproar. What? What did academician Liu just say? A national treasure, directly salvaged by the streamer from the sea? What a miraculous streamer. A national treasure retrieved from the ocean? How astonishing. Am I witnessing the birth of a national treasure? The streamer has skyrocketed to fame. Goodness, I have never encountered such an extraordinary streamer. I am utterly enamored. This is the first time I've seen an official endorsement. Truly formidable, simply remarkable. Impressive. The host is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong cast a glance at the laser weapon, then at academician Liu. I feel it's nothing extraordinary. It's just a bit more effective for fishing. Academician Liu, having recovered from his astonishment, shook his head and remarked, "You don't understand." Wait, what did you just say? Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he fixated on Zuo Yunlong. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine under Liu's intense gaze, fearing that the academician might react impulsively. At that moment, Director Wei and the captain sensed the tension and stepped forward to advise. "Director Liu, please remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally." "Indeed, Director Liu, the director speaks wisely. Take care of your health." Ignoring their concerns, academician Liu continued to press Zuo Yunlong. "You said you used this to fish." Zuo Yunlong nodded. "Yes, while waiting for you, I tried it out, and it worked quite well for fishing." He then gestured to the fish behind him. "This is what I caught just now. The power is impressive." Academician Liu examined the fish, then looked back at Zuo Yunlong, tugging at his hair in frustration. "This is not right. It defies scientific principles. The laser would attenuate in water. How could it possibly possess such power? Moreover, how could an explosion occur? This is inconsistent with scientific understanding. Did you truly retrieve it from the sea?" Academician Liu inquired once more. Zuo Yunlong sighed, feeling exasperated. "Academician Liu, you've asked that twice already. I merely intended to catch some fish. I had no idea I would pull up something like this." At that moment, the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Wow, I've never seen academician Liu so flustered before. The host is incredible. He has even managed to astonish an academician. Seriously, who dares to say I overreact every day? Look at this host. It would be bizarre if he didn't react. Even academician Liu is taken aback. My sense of equilibrium has been restored. Truly, the host can make even an academician kneel in submission. This is utterly outrageous. I feel like academician Liu is on the verge of a breakdown. This host is truly extraordinary. At that moment, Director Wei was also visibly shocked. He had a slight understanding of academician Liu's contributions to the nation, albeit minimal, yet significant enough to astonish anyone. However, the current demeanor of academician Liu was far from normal, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, his eyes brimming with desire. Wait, Director Wei seemed to have an epiphany, stepping forward to mediate. Zuo Yunlong, you see, retrieving such a laser weapon for the state is commendable. However, discharging it without permission is not acceptable. Please be cautious next time. As soon as Director Wei finished speaking, academician Liu interrupted. No, there's nothing wrong with it. It's fortunate that this young man conducted the test fire out at sea. Had I done so in the laboratory, an accident might have occurred. Young man, do you have the video of that test fire? I would very much like to see it. The viewers in the live stream were once again left in utter disbelief. Is it possible that Director Liu has become so chummy with the streamer? Astonishing. What kind of laser weapon has the streamer unearthed to provoke such a reaction from Director Liu? It feels as though the entire world has gone mad. Zuo Yunlong casually opened a video and remarked, "Look, this is the footage from the recent test firing." Given that the test firing video had already gone viral, Zuo Yunlong effortlessly found a clip. At this moment, the audience in Zuo Yunlong's live stream had surpassed 120,000 viewers. As Director Liu observed the explosive scenes on the video, he exclaimed, "Incredible! Absolutely incredible! This is something our Optical Research Institute must acquire for thorough study. It may lead to groundbreaking discoveries." So, Yunlong nonchalantly replied, "Whatever, just handle it quickly so I can get back to fishing." Director Wei also had no objections and nodded in agreement. Director Liu patted Zuo Yunlong on the shoulder and said, "Young man, fish diligently. Your your future is boundless. With this catch, you might propel our nation's laser weaponry to the forefront, potentially surpassing the world standard. Upon hearing Director Liu's words, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Could it be that this streamer has gained the recognition of our nation's top experts? To earn the endorsement of Academician Liu with just one catch is truly remarkable. This is an opportunity for fame and fortune. I must also learn to fish like the streamer. This is exhilarating. Streamer, do you take disciples? I wish to learn the art of fishing. Tuition is no object. Just then, bubbles began to rise from the water's surface, signaling an impending event. Director Wei immediately tensed at this sight, instructing the team to protect Director Liu. The captain swiftly stepped in front of Director Liu. Chapter 27. Simply 2 words, exciting. Everyone anxiously gazed at the ocean's surface. The captain promptly commanded the patrol boats to cordon off the bubbling area. Whatever emerged must be swiftly contained. Director Wei remained nervously close to Director Liu, resolute that while he could face danger, Academician Liu must not face any peril. The viewers in the live stream were equally captivated, eyes fixed on the sea. Could it be that a massive whale might surface? Who knows, but it feels as though something extraordinary is about to emerge. My goodness, could the streamer's catch involve not just a laser weapon, but something even more astonishing? Zuo Yunlong, observing the bubbling surface and the encircling patrol boats, struggled to contain his excitement, sensing that fish were indeed present and yearning for another haul. Amidst the anticipation, a submarine surfaced. Unbelievable, a submarine? How could it possibly be in the sea? What a curious question to pose. If a submarine were to roam the roads or soar through the skies, one would surely be terrified. No, I mean, how could it suddenly surface at this moment? As the viewers in the live stream were bombarded with astonished questions, the patrol boats stood ready. This submarine's model and code were not of domestic origin. This is a foreign submarine. Director Wei immediately commanded, all personnel on alert. All the patrol boats directed their cannons towards the submarine, while helicopters hovered above, poised to strike from the air. Yet, the submarine remained motionless, showing no signs of life. The personnel within the submarine listened as Director Wei called out, "You are surrounded. Do not resist." However, after a prolonged silence, there was no response from the other side, resulting in a stalemate. Director Wei, cautious due to the presence of Academician Liu on board, refrained from taking rash actions. Conversely, the occupants of the submarine remained inscrutable, their intentions unclear. Left Yunlong felt helpless. Another submarine had emerged, jeopardizing their fishing endeavors. Soldiers aboard the aircraft promptly established communication with 2 soldiers on the ship. Soon after, these soldiers, along with 2 from the helicopter, stealthily approached the submarine. Moments later, voices crackled through the intercom. The submarine is unoccupied. Everything is secure. After hearing this, Director Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Academician Liu, eyeing the submarine, expressed a desire to inspect it. After multiple confirmations with the soldiers inside the submarine, Director Wei ultimately consented to Academician Liu's request to board. "Little brother, would you like to accompany us to take a look?" Academician Liu invited Left Yunlong. He nodded eagerly, imagining the convenience of owning a submarine for fishing. In a live stream, the host was about to board the submarine. Academician Liu had surprisingly invited the host aboard. This was astonishing. Could it be that Academician Liu was also captivated by the host's talents? Indeed, it seemed plausible. If the submarine did not surface soon, it might eventually be salvaged by the host. How amusing would it be to fish a submarine from sea? Do not laugh. Do not underestimate the host's capabilities. Have you ever heard of someone retrieving laser weapons from the ocean? This host was truly legendary. Meanwhile, Left Yunlong followed Academician Liu into the submarine. Upon entering, Academician Liu regained his composure, no longer displaying the excitement he had shown upon seeing the laser weapon. Calmly, he remarked, "This is the American Dolphin-class submarine, quite an antique." He then led everyone deeper into the submarine's interior, where several station soldiers remained vigilant for any unforeseen incidents. Academician Liu wandered through the submarine with an air of leisure, continuously inspecting the surroundings, while Left Yunlong explored as well. In the live stream, this is the inside of a submarine. It's my first time seeing it. The host is amazing. I'm learning so much by following along. Truly impressive that the host can even enter a submarine. Shortly thereafter, Academician Lu approached Left Yunlong with a peculiar expression. Left Yunlong turned to him, asking, "What's wrong? Is there a malfunction with this submarine?" Academician Lu nodded and then remarked, "It is likely that the laser weapon you just tested ultimately compromised the submarine's internal buoyancy system, allowing it to surface." Zuo Yunlong looked at Academician Lu in disbelief. "Is that even possible?" Academician Lu affirmed, "Indeed, it appears that your fishing explosion has brought this submarine to the surface. Moreover, I have another piece of information to share with you. This submarine is in the truest sense a submarine. Do you understand?" Zuo Yunlong shook his head, uncertain of Academician Lu's meaning. Academician Lu continued, "This means that the submarine is equipped with torpedoes and similar weaponry. If your laser weapon had deviated just a bit more, the torpedoes would have detonated and our fishing vessel would have been obliterated." Zuo Yunlong tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting that it could have ended that way?" Academician Lu nodded confidently, "Absolutely. The weaponry aboard could easily sink your fishing vessel." Zuo Yunlong felt a wave of despair wash over him. Since when did fishing become such a perilous profession? Is it really that dangerous now? The crew members accompanying Zuo Yunlong felt a chill upon hearing Academician Lu's words. They had been enjoying their fishing, blissfully unaware that they had nearly become the catch themselves. It was utterly terrifying. Truly, being with this captain could be summed up in 2 words: exhilarating. This was a thrill like no other, bordering on reckless abandon. At that moment, the live stream erupted with excitement. "Wow, the streamer is indeed extraordinary. Their skills are unparalleled. Can you believe it? Exploding fish to reveal a submarine? Only a streamer could pull off such a feat. It's simply outrageous. I am in awe. Just one word: respect. A submarine equipped with torpedoes. And the streamer wields such weaponry with finesse. Had it deviated even slightly, our joy would have been significantly diminished. To have a submarine revealed through laser weaponry. Is that truly feasible? It must be the streamer, so composed." Meanwhile, Director Wei, along with soldiers and the captain leading his team, were equally astonished by Academician Lu's explanation. The revelation that this submarine's emergence was the doing of a young man before them seemed utterly preposterous. Was it truly possible to extract a laser weapon and subsequently reveal a submarine? Was this within the realm of human capability? Ultimately, Academician Lu's concluding remark left everyone in disbelief once more. "For what I can ascertain, this submarine appears to have been deployed to this area for reasons unknown and remains unused. It can be considered entirely new." Everyone's thoughts echoed with incredulity. Zuo Yunlong had uncovered a brand new submarine with a laser weapon? How utterly absurd. At that moment, Director Ho, along with key officials, were watching the live stream. Is this really happening? Despite their extensive experience, the 3 were astonished. Just then, Ho Jun's phone rang again, and after a brief pause, he answered, Understood. The 2 leaders and I are currently in the live stream as well." "What? Provincial leaders are starting to take notice of this young man?" On the other end of the line, Director Wei, holding his phone, looked at Zuo Yunlong in disbelief. It was indeed beyond comprehension. Chapter 28, The American Dolphin-class Submarine. After visiting the submarine, Zuo Yunlong and Academician Lu returned together to the fishing vessel. In contrast to the well-documented submarine, Academician Lu found himself far more intrigued by the enigmatic laser weapon. Upon returning to the fishing boat, he was eager to examine the laser weapon once more. Zuo Yunlong, without reservation, remarked, "Academician Lu, you may take this laser weapon back to your research institute for further study. I must continue fishing." Academician Lu, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, offered an awkward smile. Meanwhile, the online audience was in a frenzy. "Wow, the host is impressive. He even dares to confront Academician Lu," exclaimed one viewer. "This host is truly bold. If Academician Lu's students found out, they would surely scold him." However, it seemed unreasonable for the host to continue researching the weapon on his boat after having already submitted it to the state. Indeed, wouldn't it be better to take it back for thorough investigation? "There is no need to rush," another viewer commented. Yet, the host's dedication to fishing elicited laughter from the audience. Director Wei promptly stepped in to mediate, stating, "Academician Lu, I will arrange for someone to deliver the laser weapon to your research institute." Academician Lu gazed longingly at the laser weapon, seeming reluctant to part with it, but eventually nodded in agreement. At that moment, another helicopter appeared overhead. Zuo Yunlong looked up in confusion at the additional aircraft, and Academician Lu appeared equally perplexed. A soldier accompanying Academician Liu explained, Academician Liu, we have received orders from higher authorities to conduct underwater inspections in this maritime area. Zuo Yunlong responded incredulously. Does that mean I can't fish here anymore? The online viewers erupted in laughter. No way, can fishing really lead to this? Incredible. I heard the host previously uncovered a nature reserve. Surely he hasn't stumbled upon a military base now? Exclaimed one viewer. What? The host discovered a nature reserve before? Is that even possible? Others marveled, astonished by Zuo Yunlong's past accomplishments. The soldiers, however, paid no heed to such discussions. Had Academician Liu not still been aboard Zuo Yunlong's vessel, they might have already forced him to leave. The newly arrived helicopter promptly dispatched 4 soldiers clad in diving suits. Director Wei had already instructed the police to package the laser weapon, and with Academician Liu's assistance, they successfully located the crate's release mechanism, restoring it to the high-tech appearance it had when Zuo Yunlong first retrieved it. Each exploration of this laser weapon elicited continuous admiration from Academician Liu. It's astonishingly advanced, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, the Yunlong sat idly on the deck, while the crew, having nothing to do, observed the soldiers and police as they busied themselves. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the soldiers' radio. Alert! Alert! A submarine has been detected in the waters again. We are preparing to board. Upon hearing this news, Zuo Yunlong was rendered speechless. Isn't it just about catching fish? What do these 2 submarines signify? I wondered why fishing was proving so difficult. Upon hearing this, a man resembling an officer aboard the vessel changed his expression dramatically. He promptly reported to his superiors. As the information ascended through the ranks, the command was ultimately given to activate the National Level 3 alert status. The sudden discovery of 2 submarines, along with the presence of laser weaponry, raised suspicions. Who could believe this was not the act of foreign adversaries? The live broadcast was filled with astonishment. Could it be true that a Level 3 alert had been initiated? Indeed, this was not a drill. I repeat, this was not a drill. My goodness, could war truly be on the horizon? The air defense alarms in our city have already sounded. It seems that conflict is imminent. The military has mobilized, positioned to the coastline, fully prepared for any eventuality. Incredible. The warships are also on the move. The broadcaster has truly made an impact. This single net cast has reverberated throughout half of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the city overseen by Director Wei has entered a wartime state. Large contingents of the army have assumed control of the city, with citizens being orderly evacuated to safety shelters and refuge locations. Artillery units have swiftly fortified the coastline, ever vigilant for any signs of enemy activity. Should any threats arise, they will be ready to deliver a swift response. The Air Force has also been ordered to take flight, patrolling the skies above the sea. Dozens of warships are converging from all directions, prepared for combat at a moment's notice. Numerous drones have been deployed to monitor the surface of the sea, ready to respond with a comprehensive tri-service strike should enemy forces intrude. Fishermen are advised against venturing out to sea or even approaching the shore. A seasoned fisherman, accustomed to the sea, found himself utterly bewildered by this show of force. Is this a drill? It is truly terrifying. Are all boats prohibited from setting sail? Surely, we cannot be on the brink of war. What will become of us? My heavens, what is happening? As the entire nation entered a state of alert, military personnel rushed to the fishing vessel of Zuo Yunlong. Surrounded by patrol boats and warships, another submarine surfaced. To his surprise, there was yet another submarine, though it remained uncrewed. Director Wei, still shaken, remarked to the officer. The officer glanced at the 2 submarines, then at Zuo Yunlong, feeling somewhat helpless. This was all due to that young man's actions. However, how should this achievement be reported upwards? The officer found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, the military district commander boarded Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Are these the 2 submarines? The commander inquired. The officer stepped forward and affirmed, indeed, those are the ones. Have you conducted an investigation? The commander asked directly. The officer promptly replied, yes, both submarines were uncrewed, and our soldiers easily gained control over them. The commander then turned to Zuo Yunlong and asked the officer beside him, is this the individual responsible for bringing the submarine to the surface? The officer nodded vigorously, indeed. That's correct. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. To blow up a fish and inadvertently surface a submarine is remarkable, the commander praised. The officer chuckled, pondering how this young man, If aware of his near ability to mobilize half of the Dragon Kingdom's military might single-handedly, would surely be over the moon. The commander smiled, but refrained from elaborating. Shortly thereafter, a soldier returned with a report. Sir, the newly arrived submarine is still the Dolphin class from the United States, powered conventionally, armed, and unmanned. According to academician Liu, it appears to be a submarine that has not undergone military service, possibly adrift with the currents. The commander found amusement in the absurdity. A submarine can be lost? Is this the sort of thing academician Liu would actually say? While academician Liu understood its implausibility, he asserted that it was the most reasonable explanation available. The soldier continued with his report. The most reasonable explanation? The commander chuckled. I would rather believe it was due to this young man's explosive antics. That seems the most plausible. The officer, puzzled, inquired, Commander, have you heard of this young man's story? No, but the tales woven in his live stream are abundant. The commander smirked. This world is growing increasingly insane. Chapter 29. Life is inherently simple and unadorned. Indeed, this young man possesses an uncanny ability. The officer remarked with a grin. I was idly perusing his live stream records earlier, and the content was quite unbearable to behold. The commander chuckled lightly before declaring, Very well. The entire maritime area is under martial law. We cannot limit our search to this section. We must scrutinize all waters to prevent any miscellaneous items from infiltrating our territorial sea. At the commander's decree, the officer's smile vanished. Search the entire maritime area? Surely, this is no jest. The officer cast a glance at Zuo Yunlong, idly lounging on the deck, feeling a surge of frustration. Were it not for this young man, he would not be burdened with such an overwhelming workload. The fishing fleet tentatively inquired, Are we not permitted to enter this area any longer? Most certainly not. You are to return to the harbor immediately with these 2 submarines and this fishing vessel, the commander stated with authority. Understood. The officer snapped to attention and saluted, though internally he was in distress. After issuing the command, the commander departed the area via helicopter, accompanied by academician Liu and the salvage laser weaponry. The officer approached Zuo Yunlong, informing him, This maritime area is under martial law. You must return to the harbor with me. Zuo Yunlong appeared bewildered. What? Does that mean I can't fish? What on earth is this young man thinking? The Dragon Kingdom is nearly in chaos because of him, and he is only concerned with fishing? The officer, drained of sarcasm, nodded, Yes, you won't be able to go fishing for several days. Await further notifications regarding the lifting of the restrictions. Zuo Yunlong, disheartened, pondered the prospect of returning home. The thought of a life immersed in hedonism felt utterly mundane. Yet, the nation's interests supersede all else. With resignation, Zuo Yunlong followed the troops back to the harbor. Upon returning, the Coast Guard collaborated with the Navy to conduct a comprehensive search of the waters. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong was picked up by his father. On the surface, the Navy and Coast Guard tirelessly continued their search around the clock. Zuo Yunlong is indeed quite the character. He casually retrieves a laser weapon and departs, leaving us stranded here. The captain of the Coast Guard grumbled in dissatisfaction. At this moment, he had been leading his team in a relentless search for an entire day, having gone 24 hours without a wink of sleep. Beside him, the officer in charge of the operation shared similar grievances, having also endured sleeplessness. Anxious about missing a single clue, the officers and sailors tasked with the search were on the verge of collapse. I've descended 3 times already. At this rate, I feel like I might evolve gills, one lamented. What has to compare to my 12 hours fixated on the sonar radar? I feel like I'm about to mutate. Another responded. The team responsible for security wasn't faring any better, managing barely an hour of sleep each day, never knowing when they might need to spring into action. This torturous waiting was unbearable. Whoever extracted that laser weapon was truly ruthless. If this continues, I fear for my sanity. How many more days of this torment lay ahead? My heartfelt thanks go out to the family of the person who retrieved that laser weapon. Meanwhile, the Yunlong had returned home, aimlessly passing the time without streaming. After all, such a monotonous life offered little for an audience. He thus posted a brief video, expressing his boredom. Yet behind him loomed a wardrobe brimming with trendy designer clothing. Shortly thereafter, Zuo Yunlong shared another video, this time seated at a table laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, black truffles, Australian lobsters, abalone, and caviar. It's truly dull at home. The caption read. The final video showcased him playing golf on a vast lawn. Sigh. These 3 short clips quickly became viral on the platform. Viewers reacted with astonishment. Wow, no wonder he asked the streamer who built a swimming pool on a fishing boat. This is outrageous, they exclaimed. Is this what you call boredom? When will I ever have such a boring life? Some expressed their admiration, while others criticized, this is pure Versailles. Unabashedly so. Initially, it was thought that with the streamer no longer fishing, his days would be dull, but upon seeing his videos, the audience felt invigorated. Streamer, please act like a human. One begged, is this what you call boredom? Are you going to post a video of you gaming with a group of beautiful women next? While he had recorded such content, it had been censored for reasons that were all too obvious. Online, the outcry was substantial. Zuo Yunlong remained unfazed, continuing to share snippets of his daily life, which consisted mainly of cruising in limited edition sports cars, donning exclusive attire, and indulging in leisure. On the patrol boat, the captain stumbled upon Zuo Yunlong's video, having followed him out of curiosity. How is it possible that we toil away here while this fellow revels in comfort at home? The captain had managed barely over an hour of sleep in the past 48 hours. The officer beside him was in a similarly dismal state, their spirits waning. I wish I could capture this guy and make him search with us, the captain exclaimed, his frustration palpable. The officers shared similar sentiments. After 2 consecutive days of searching, they had uncovered not a single trace of weaponry. Others seemed to effortlessly haul in arms with a single net, while they had yielded absolutely nothing. This was utterly humiliating. To make matters worse, the very culprits behind their toil were at home, living lavishly and flaunting their fortunes daily. It was enough to incite a murderous rage. 3 days later, both the officer and the captain were visibly fatigued. What is the status? The officer inquired. A naval soldier responded, report. After 3 days of diligent effort, we have thoroughly searched this maritime region. And the results? The officer pressed tersely. We have found a single rusty handgun, the sailor continued. Upon hearing this, the officer's face turned pale. Is this what one dares to call weaponry? What else? Speak quickly. That is all, the naval soldier replied. The officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the sailor. What? That is it? The sailor nodded, affirming, yes, that is all. The officer was aghast. He had spent 3 exhausting days with his crew, only to discover that their haul paled in comparison to what Zuo Yunlong had managed to catch with a single net. Moreover, how could a mere rusty handgun be classified as weaponry? Where were the submarines? Where were the laser weapons? At the very least, one would expect a Gatling gun spewing blue light. Yet, in the end, he was merely informed of a single, rusted handgun. Clearly, such tasks were better suited for Zuo Yunlong. Professional endeavors should indeed be entrusted to professionals. Overcome by despair, the officer fainted. The captain quickly supported him, offering a wry smile, and promptly arranged for the officer to be taken to the medical officer. Who could possibly compete with that miraculous streamer? Was this not an exercise in futility? Given that the entire maritime area had been searched, there was no longer a need for a lockdown. Well done, everyone. Lift the state of emergency. There is no further need for it here. At that moment, the very cause of the officer's distress, Zuo Yunlong, upon receiving news of the lockdown's end, sprang into action. Fantastic. Finally, my tiresome days here are over. I can once again set sail and fish. Chapter 30. The 5th day of fishing. Zuo Yunlong hastily packed his belongings overnight and made his way to the port, eager for the restrictions to be lifted. As the clock struck midnight and the lockdown was officially lifted, Zuo Yunlong dashed toward his fishing vessel. Although the other crew members had yet to return, the familiar sensation was exhilarating. Excitedly, Zuo Yunlong leaped about on his fishing boat, unable to resist the temptation to start a live broadcast. Instantly, over 1 million viewers flooded into the stream, despite it being past midnight. Clearly, Zuo Yunlong's fanbase had continued to grow, especially with the backing of academician Liu. Could the streamer possibly be fishing at this hour? Streamer, we've missed you dearly. When can we experience your kind of mundane life? What do you plan to haul in this time, streamer? Please, allow me to pay my respects. Your previous catches established a natural reserve. This time, the online community directly enlisted the Navy to search the seas for you over 3 days. You are truly remarkable. Host, are you still recruiting crew members? It's incredibly enjoyable to be with you. As Zuo Yunlong gazed at the screen filled with frenzied comments, he chose to ignore them. Today was the day of lifting the ban, and I have returned to this fishing vessel. The crew would be back during the day. Today, we shall venture out to fish once more. I'm absolutely thrilled. After expressing his excitement, Zuo Yunlong abruptly ended the broadcast. Ended the broadcast? The entire online audience was left in bewilderment. Was the host merely announcing their plans to go fishing today? Incredible. This host is truly unique and immensely likable. Alas, I feel as though I've already fallen deeply in love with this host. Host, do you need a girlfriend? One who is not clingy. My goodness. How can such an extraordinary person exist in this world? Zuo Yunlong's primary purpose for going live was simply to share his uncontainable joy with others. Was there anything wrong with ending the broadcast after sharing? Not in the slightest. The following day, all of Zuo Yunlong's crew returned to the fishing vessel. Upon seeing Zuo Yunlong already aboard, admiration lit up their faces. Truly the captain, arriving so early. It seems the captain has been rather bored at home these past few days, they whispered among themselves. Only the crew could comprehend Zuo Yunlong's fervent obsession with fishing. Set sail. Fishing. With a commanding voice, Zuo Yunlong set the fishing boat in motion, heading once again into the depths of the ocean. At this moment, the crew member responsible for the live broadcast was already in position, opening the streaming room. The Coast Guard and Navy had searched for several days without uncovering anything unusual. Surely, this time they would not catch anything peculiar. Today, we will surely bring in a bountiful catch. Zuo Yunlong thought confidently. As the streaming room opened, the number of viewers rapidly surged to 120,000. Wow, host, I've been waiting for you. Finally, I get to see you fishing again. Host, have you decided what you'll haul in today? I heard the Navy searched for 3 days and found nothing. Are you still planning to catch some military supplies to show them? Wow, host, I miss you so much. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong directed the crew to commence fishing. The nets sank into the sea, drifting with the currents. This sensation filled Zuo Yunlong with a long-missed joy. After allowing the nets to linger in the water for a while longer, Zuo Yunlong commanded them to be pulled up. The entire online audience eagerly anticipated what Zuo Yunlong would catch this time. This was his first haul after retrieving a laser weapon and exploding a submarine. The fishing nets slowly surfaced, revealing a charming sea creature nestled within. The net swayed gently in the breeze. Zuo Yunlong, gazing at the SpongeBob within the net, felt himself swaying along with the wind. SpongeBob, where is your Patrick? Has he abandoned you? Come into my net. Can the Coast Guard also take these peculiar finds away? Upon the sighting of SpongeBob, the crew members were momentarily rendered speechless. He has returned, and with him, that familiar sensation has returned. The feeling of being governed by a myriad of peculiarities has resurfaced. Never before have I encountered such an extraordinary event. To think that one could fish out SpongeBob from the vastness of the ocean. Might the next catch perhaps yield Patrick? Incredible. To pull this from the first net? The viewers in the live stream were once again in a frenzy. Truly, you are an exceptional host. I had sensed something was amiss these past few days. And it turns out it was your absence. Oh, host, my admiration for you knows no bounds. The SpongeBob you have retrieved is utterly delightful. I had assumed you had turned over a new leaf, yet here you are, reverting to your old self with the aid of a laser weapon. Huh, you have me in stitches. The miracle host has embraced the absurd once more. I am eager to see what you will catch in the next net. It is astonishing to think that SpongeBob could truly be pulled from the boundless sea. Is it possible this can happen here as well? Goodness. Is it not unreasonable to fish out SpongeBob from the vast ocean? It is entirely reasonable. If the host retrieves it, then it is indeed reasonable. I may not yield to anyone, but I concede to the host. This is simply too amusing. SpongeBob. May I inquire about the extent of your psychological shadow at this moment? This is truly you, host. Cast aside the image of the angler from days past. Fishing is but a temporary endeavor. Such bizarre entities are your true calling. Dear host, although I have grown accustomed to the peculiar items you haul in, the combination of SpongeBob and the host still astonishes me. This is too funny. I am currently en route to the hospital, and I cannot contain my laughter. What a disaster. I might just laugh myself to death, and the hospital queue is already forming. Shortly thereafter, a photo of the hospital queue was shared, revealing that, unlike ordinary patients, these individuals could not suppress their laughter. The most peculiar sight was a nurse also waiting in line. Was she caught playing on her phone while on duty? Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong reassured himself. It's all right. The Coast Guard has already conducted a sweep, and the likelihood of encountering such oddities must be diminished. The next net surely will yield fish. He then directed the crew to cast the net once more. Meanwhile, The viewers in the live stream remained immersed in a joyful atmosphere. I cannot endure this any longer. Host, I implore you, do not retrieve any more bizarre items, or I may very well laugh myself to death. I finally comprehend the cruelty of ancient punitive laughter. This is utterly tormenting. Zuo Yunlong's speed in raising the net this time was significantly swifter than before. He was driven solely by curiosity to see what strange things might emerge. Soon, the fishing net was seen floating on the surface of the sea, containing a wooden box. To my astonishment, here it comes again. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the net and sighed in resignation. On the wooden box were several large characters visible to the naked eye. Buddha's relics. Zuo Yunlong. Viewers? Chapter 31. If only I could have played with him as child. The relics of the Buddha? Have they truly been salvaged? What manner of relics could possibly be retrieved from the depths of the sea? I can hardly believe it. Just days ago, they unearthed Yonla porcelain, and now they're claiming to have found the Buddha's relics? The broadcaster seems poised for celestial heights. The viewers in the live stream were once again astonished by the scene unfolding before them. Salvaging the Buddha's relics from the ocean. What an extraordinary phenomenon. The wooden box was gently placed on the deck, and Zuo Yunlong approached to inspect it. The box was adorned with simplicity, bearing only the inscription Buddha's relics. It certainly resembled a vessel meant to encase the remains of an enlightened master. With a heart full of reverence, Zuo Yunlong slowly opened the box. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. Inside was a box brimming with glass marbles. The box labeled as containing the Buddha's relics held nothing but glass spheres. Glass marbles? Zuo Yunlong felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Are these truly relics? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally flabbergasted. No way, the Buddha's relics turn out to be glass marbles. This is utterly ridiculous. Haha, this is hilarious. I almost believe the broadcaster genuinely salvaged the Buddha's relics. For a fleeting moment, I truly thought that what lay within the box were indeed the Buddha's relics. To think such things could be retrieved from the ocean, the broadcaster, is remarkable. Haha, this is too funny. My laughter hasn't ceased, and now the situation has escalated. Folks, while watching the broadcaster's exploits, do not forget your medications. Otherwise, there may truly be life-threatening consequences. Oh no, the doctor just entered the broadcaster's live stream. The doctor is now in need of rescue as well. Incredible, a doctor daring enough to venture into the broadcaster's realm. Haha, this is too rich. Could it possibly be true? Pictures speak volumes. Shortly after, a viewer shared a dynamic photo, revealing a doctor who could hardly contain his laughter. Wow, the broadcaster has truly outdone himself. Even the doctor is drawn in. Haha, I can't breathe from laughing so hard. I must head to the hospital. My laughter is rendering me breathless. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the box filled with glass marbles. Well, let's play first and worry later. Crew member? No fish to catch? Immediately, Zuo Yunlong summoned the crew to engage in a game of marbles on the spacious deck. Each glass marble cost 10 yuan. Upon hearing there was a chance to win, the crew members eagerly joined in. When it comes to playing marbles, no crew member has ever backed down. Who among us wasn't a master at marbles in our youth? Under Zuo Yunlong's guidance, the crew quickly immersed themselves in an epic marble battle. The viewers were left speechless at this turn of events. They have abandoned fishing in favor of playing marbles? This broadcaster is something else. Clearly, he understands the importance of balancing work and play. Perhaps the broadcaster realized today had taken an absurd turn and decided to switch up the activity and the mood. The broadcaster is truly talented, playing marbles aboard the ship. How impressive. Zuo Yunlong displayed remarkable skill in his marble-playing prowess. The viewers in the live stream room were instantly captivated. Wow, the host's marble skills are truly impressive. My goodness, a triple hit. The host managed to launch 3 marbles at once. Surely, this must be a practice skill. The others lack such finesse. The host is extraordinary. Their techniques are lacking. You would perform just as poorly. Left Yunlong was thoroughly enjoying himself, having amassed a small fortune in just a few rounds. The crew exchanged glances. The captain's marble prowess was nothing short of miraculous. Have you ever seen a marble that curves? Or one that descends from the heavens? Have you ever witnessed a marble that rebounds to eliminate 3 others? Or a consecutive series of 5 marbles? A simple marble game had transformed into an exquisite spectacle reminiscent of billiards, courtesy of Left Yunlong's flair. Incredible. Isn't it? The viewers, witnessing Left Yunlong's audacity, could no longer remain passive. My goodness, is this possible? Even Newton's grave would tremble at such feats. To strike with such precision from such a distance? The host's skills are astonishing. Suddenly, it seemed that aside from fishing, the host excelled at everything else. Who claimed the host was inept at fishing? I assure you, I would not harm him. Which fisherman could boast of catching a protected species? Ha! The comment above is spot on. The host is unparalleled, both in fishing and in marbles, and I shall not entertain any objections. Goodness, why do I feel like his crew might burst into tears? Ha! There's no helping it. The defeat has been utterly humiliating. The viewers were completely enchanted by Left Yunlong's marble techniques. The crew, calculating the cost at 10 yuan per marble, realized they had lost several thousand yuan to Left Yunlong. I suspect the boss intends for us to work for free. How could he win so much in one go? Wow, the boss's skills are invincible. Thankfully, I have only this many marbles, or I would have lost an entire month's salary to him. Boss, I suspect you want us to work without pay. Meanwhile, the crew member responsible for the live stream watched Left Yunlong's marble skills with quiet astonishment. It's fortunate I'm merely here to stream, otherwise, I will be contributing marbles to the cause. Left Yunlong, now in high spirits, had long forgotten the disappointment of not catching any fish. After playing for a while, he had won hundreds of marbles. When he wished to continue, he noticed the crew exchanging glances, with no marbles left to keep the game going. How about I lend you some to continue playing? Left Yunlong inquired with a cheerful smile. The crew shook their heads vigorously. No, no, no. The boss is too formidable. We cannot compete. If this were our childhood, I would have certainly cried on my way home. Boss, your skills are too formidable. You leave us no chance. We won't play anymore. If we do, my salary for the month will vanish. The viewers, who have been watching all along, began to express their awe on the screen. The host has won overwhelmingly. Just look at the pained expressions on those crew members. It's undoubtedly more distressing than a salary deduction. A couple of days ago, I was reprimanded by my boss, and upon witnessing these crew members, a sense of equilibrium washed over me. I suddenly realized how lenient our boss truly is. This streamer is quite the character. Haha, a technical streamer indeed. If anyone possesses streaming skills, why not challenge the streamer? I can hardly contain my laughter. I must initiate a challenge, a battle of marbles. I shall search the entire internet for marble experts to take on streamer. Goodness, if this streaming skill had existed during my childhood, I would have only been able to engage in mock play. Truly, I cannot bear the thought of losing. Chapter 32. The High Seas Pursuit of Tuna. Observing the crew members with their forlorn expressions, Zuo Yunlong suppressed his laughter. This isn't merely about the monetary winnings. It is the sheer joy that fills his heart. This is undoubtedly the greatest affirmation of his skills. Well then, let us continue casting our nets. As long as we can catch fish today, all your losses will be considered mine. In the live broadcast room, the audience erupted in joyful laughter. Haha, the streamer has a profound understanding of himself, doesn't he? If he doesn't wish to reward the crew, he could simply say so. Isn't this a form of bullying the honest? Ah yes, fishing. Fishing. Will the streamer manage to catch anything today? Since things have come to this, why not embrace a touch more absurdity? The crew members, however, turned pale. They felt that the captain's words offered no solace. Rather, they pierced their fragile spirits. Nevertheless, fishing must continue. The crew soon rallied their spirits, prepared to embark on their fishing endeavor. What if, just what if, a miracle were to occur? Just as the crew was preparing to fish, the winds and waves suddenly grew more tumultuous. Such a fierce storm presents an excellent opportunity for fishing. Zuo Yunlong felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly instructed the crew to cast their nets. Yet, what unfolded before him left him momentarily speechless. The crew, too, stood in astonishment. The sea shimmered with silvery glints as fish leaped from the water. Flying fish. We've encountered a school of flying fish. Suddenly, a crew member shouted with exhilaration. Hood, hood, hood. Fish continued to leap from the sea, landing directly on the deck of the ship, producing a resounding yet delightful impact. Zuo Yunlong looked on in disbelief at the spectacle before him. There was no longer any need for fishing. Captain, what about the glass balls? A crew member inquired cautiously. Forget it, forget it. Zuo Yunlong was equally flabbergasted. Fish were literally presenting themselves. The audience in the live stream, after a brief silence, erupted into joyous laughter. Haha, I can't breathe from laughing. Catching fish is commonplace, but fish willingly leaping aboard? This is unprecedented. It's outrageous. I must report this. The streamer is intent on making me laugh to death. Goodness, even the sea offers deliveries, voluntarily boarding the ship? How astonishing. Just as the streamer finished speaking, these fish willingly sacrifice themselves? My word, I have never encountered such fish before. Haha, this is utterly hilarious. They're truly heroic fish. Perhaps they are sent by the heavens to punish the unscrupulous boss. Haha, it is utterly hilarious. Truly, the streamer is remarkable, saying one thing yet doing another. I initially thought today would be devoid of fish, yet unexpectedly, the fish seem to leap onto the boat themselves. Is this streamer a prophet? Quite extraordinary. Oh dear, streamer. Could you possibly divine my romantic fate? I've just emerged from the hospital, and now my mouth is crooked with laughter again. I'll have to return to register and queue anew. As for those above, there's no need to queue anymore. The newly appointed doctor has succumbed to laughter as well. So we must await the arrival of a new physician. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the vessel is diligently collecting fish. These flying fish truly are a stroke of good fortune. Without them, the crew would have had to shell out thousands to the captain. The crew is elated as they catch the fish. Yet, Zuo Yunlong pouts, remarking, "This method of fishing lacks any thrill. Is it not less challenging than frying fish?" Nevertheless, he finds a prospect of flying fish sashimi rather enticing. In a fleeting moment, Zuo Yunlong's eyes sparkle. Not far off, a school of tuna emerges on the surface of the sea. Goodness, these flying fish are indeed harbingers of fortune. Has luck finally arrived? Zuo Yunlong now shares in the excitement with his crew, albeit for different reasons. Let us not concern ourselves with these fish that come to us. Let us go catch some. Zuo Yunlong swiftly issues his command. At this juncture, the crew also spots the nearby school of tuna. Chase! Zuo Yunlong commands without hesitation. The fishing boat powers forward, pursuing the school of tuna. Suddenly, the crew member responsible for the live stream senses something amiss and promptly informs Zuo Yunlong, "Boss, if we chase any further, we will leave our territorial waters and enter international waters. Should we continue?" At this moment, Zuo Yunlong, having already spotted the tuna, is eager. "Pursue. We must chase. After all, international waters are open for fishing. We're not breaking any laws, so what is there to fear?" Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the crew members cease their objections and watch as the vessel sails towards the open sea. The viewers in the live stream are equally thrilled. The miraculous streamer has struck luck today. First, fish willingly board the boat, and now there is a school of tuna? Remarkable. I thought today would simply be another humorous day, like when I saw SpongeBob, yet the streamer truly seems poised to catch fish. At this moment, the viewers appear even more exhilarated than Zuo Yunlong. The thrill of chasing fish is simply electrifying. As the fishing boat operates at full throttle, covering an unknown number of nautical miles, it finally catches up with the tuna. "Drop the net. Quickly, drop the net," Zuo Yunlong excitedly directs. This is the sensation one expects. This is what fishing should feel like. The crew is equally resolute, promptly deploying the net for fishing. The first net descends, and in a short while, it is hoisted back up, successfully capturing a tuna. A broad smile breaks across Zuo Yunlong's face. "Quick, quick, drop the net again. Let us catch more of them." After unloading the captured tuna into the holding tank, the crew swiftly deploys another net. This time, they haul in 2 tuna. Zuo Yunlong was increasingly exhilarated. Another catch. Another catch. The viewers in the live stream were equally swept up in his fervor. "Hurry, hurry. We must catch these fish before they escape." It's a rare occasion for the host to engage in such a bountiful harvest. We must seize the moment. My goodness, I never imagined that fishing could be so thrilling. What should I do if my heart races unexpectedly? Why are the crew members moving so slowly? Come on, pick up the pace. Brother, pay attention. That's the net being drawn in. If you pull it too quickly, you'll scare the fish away. The excitement was palpable, as if one could sense the viewer's exhilaration through the screen. Another net full of fish was pulled up, revealing 2 splendid tuna. Zuo Yunlong continued to command the crew with fervor, their movements synchronized as they placed the tuna into the fish tank and promptly readied another net. This time, they caught yet another tuna. Zuo Yunlong was on the verge of bursting with excitement. This sensation was utterly delightful. "Come on, let's go for another catch," he urged enthusiastically. However, at that moment, a crew member responsible for the live stream quietly interjected, "Captain, the school of Tuna has dispersed. There are no fish left." Zuo Yunlong gazed at the crew member in astonishment. What? They dispersed already? He felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, as he focused his gaze, he indeed saw no trace of the tuna school. However, casting a glance at the 6 tuna swimming in the tank brought a radiant smile to his face. The feeling was simply exhilarating. Suddenly, a crew member shouted loudly, "Not good." At that moment, an unexpected change in the sea weather struck. Chapter 33, Pirates from Everyday Life. The already tumultuous weather took a turn for the worse. The wind and waves intensified suddenly, causing the previously stable fishing vessel to sway precariously. Everyone, retreat to the cabin. A storm is approaching. The crew member who first noticed the trouble shouted to those still on deck. Without hesitation, he scrambled down from the fishing apparatus and dashed toward the cabin. Zuo Yunlong quickly recognized the perilous shift in weather and swiftly turned to run for the cabin as well. A storm at sea is no trifling matter. Remaining on deck could be fatal if one is not vigilant. All the crew members poured into the cabin. As the last person entered, the storm descended with ferocity. Towering waves crashed against the deck in relentless succession. The fish tank, under central control, was covered with a protective deck to prevent the fish from being swept away by the sudden storm. As for the swimming pool and other important items on the deck, they were all securely reinforced, providing peace of mind. Zuo Yunlong felt somewhat frustrated, just as he was reveling in the thrill of the catch. This damned storm had interrupted his enjoyment. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream expressed their dissatisfaction with the situation. "Oh no, seriously? Just when it was getting exciting, this happens? What do I do if I haven't seen enough? No way, I must follow this. I'll be back tomorrow to watch the host fish again. This is truly exhilarating. The thrill of fishing here is entirely different from the chaotic randomness of other activities. My goodness, how can there exist such a treasure of a streamer in this world? It truly astonishes me. I have fallen for the streamer more and more. Is it possible for the top supporter to go on a date with the streamer? I do not seek a date. Merely experiencing the voyage would suffice." What? The top supporter can board the ship? In an instant, the gifts in the live stream surged, all from fans utterly captivated by Zuo Yunlong. Glancing at the weather, Zuo Yunlong paid no heed to the enthusiastic fans showering him with gifts in the live stream. Let us shut it down. This dreadful weather makes fishing impossible. Suddenly, the fans, engrossed in gifting, were greeted by a notification that the live stream had ended. What just happened? All fans were left bewildered. Meanwhile, after arranging his tasks, Zuo Yunlong returned directly to his cabin. The storm was unlikely to abate anytime soon. It was wiser to rest. After all, the on-duty crew would notify him once the storm had passed. The other crew members also retreated to their respective quarters, while only the on-duty crew member remained in disarray in the cabin. I wish I could rest too. The storm raged throughout the night, only beginning to subside by the following morning. On the next day, Zuo Yunlong was awakened early by the crew. Upon ascending to the deck, his first action was to check whether the storm had harmed the fish he had caught. Fortunately, the fish from the previous day remained unharmed. As for any losses, did they truly matter? At that moment, a crew member approached Zuo Yunlong, stating, "Boss, we shouldn't linger here too long. The open sea can be quite perilous. Let us head back." Yunlong nodded in agreement. "All right, let us return. After all, we did catch some fish this time." However, as Zuo Yunlong issued the command, the fishing vessel remained motionless. Soon, a crew member rushed over in a panic. "Boss, trouble. Our fishing boat has malfunctioned and can't move." Zuo Yunlong, seriously? How unfortunate. Has anyone gone down to inspect it? The crew member promptly replied, "Yes, someone has gone to check, but the cause of the malfunction remains undetermined." Zuo Yunlong felt helpless. Yet there was little to be done. Since they were waiting anyway, why not cast a net? A smile crept on his Zuo Yunlong's lips. Perhaps they might still catch some fish. The crew member's lips twitched slightly. Is the boss overly optimistic? Nevertheless, the crew member responsible for the live stream dutifully reopened the stream. Wow, streamer, has the sky cleared? Fishing seems to be starting rather early today. Haha, does an early rising streamer get to eat fish? Good morning, streamer. Truly diligent. The crew member cheerfully explained to the viewers in the live stream. Our boat has encountered a minor malfunction, so we may be delayed in departing. For now, we can only cast a net and see what we can catch. Upon hearing that Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat was broken, the viewers in the live stream became quite agitated. What? The streamer's boat is broken? This cannot be. Friends, did you promise the streamer his boat wouldn't break? Goodness. How long will it take to repair the boat? During this period, have we not experienced a significant reduction in joy? No, I refuse to accept this. Absolutely not. Come, let's crowdfund to repair the ship for the streamer. One small gift after another quickly flooded the live stream. Fortunately, the fishing apparatus remained unscathed by the storm. Zuo Yunlong commanded the crew to promptly cast the nets in place. As for what they might catch, it was entirely left to fate. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong remained unaware that he had become the target of someone else's attention. Several nautical miles away from Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel, a group of pirates was deliberating in their cabin. The storm had finally abated, and it was time for them to get to work. Pirate Inoue, with a furrowed brow, addressed Matsushita. Engaging in piracy is no easy task. 3 years may pass without a single venture, and when one finally does, it must sustain one for 3 years. One misstep, and one could find themselves facing grim consequences. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter, Matsushita replied confidently. When you are at work, I have no worries. Inoue's expression brightened with satisfaction, yet they had already been at sea for 3 months with little success. I have a hunch, Matsushita proclaimed. A premonition that we are about to strike it rich. My left eye has been twitching incessantly. As the saying goes in the Dragon Kingdom, the left eye twitching signifies fortune, while the right eye signals disaster. My left eye's persistent movement suggests that something good is about to occur. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. Fishing vessel sighted ahead. The vessel has been locked onto. Please advise. Upon hearing the message, both Inoue and Matsushita displayed expressions of delight. They retrieved their binoculars and spotted Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat. Just as I suspected, we are about to become wealthy. This fishing vessel is quite valuable. A Dragon Kingdom fishing boat daring to appear on the high seas? They shall not blame me for being impolite. They began to devise a plan to deal with the fishing vessel belonging to Qin Ming. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong had seemingly retrieved something extraordinary from his net. It felt heavy and substantial. What on earth have I caught now? Can we not reel in something normal? Chapter 34. Have we retrieved a rocket launcher? What on earth is happening? The viewers in the live stream began to sense that something was amiss. The net was rising unusually slowly today. As Zuo Yunlong watched the net ascend gradually, it finally emerged above the surface, revealing a net brimming with wooden crates. Viewer comments flooded in. No way. Is the streamer about to unleash something monumental with this first haul? A net full of wooden crates? Is today the day for unboxing surprises? I can't believe it. The streamer usually hauls them up one by one, but today he's received a grand gift all at once. This is madness. It feels like the streamer is about to embark on something significant. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong's expression darkened. How wonderful it would be if he had caught a net full of fish. When did wooden crates become so plentiful? Zuo Yunlong felt utterly bewildered in the wind. The crates were slowly placed on the deck, and with a sense of resignation, Zuo Yunlong approached to continue unboxing. Who knows what surprises awaited him within? Upon opening the crates, Zuo Yunlong was left astounded. This time, it was a portable rocket launcher. Zuo Yunlong, feeling helpless once again, thought, here we go again? And still in international waters? Is it even worth contacting the captain? One by one, he opened over 20 boxes, revealing a total of 20 portable rocket launchers and 5 boxes of ammunition. Zuo Yunlong was utterly stunned. Where are the fish? How did these items resurface again? And the key point is, we're in international waters. Is anyone even responsible for this? At that moment, the live chat exploded. What? More military arms have been retrieved? My goodness, the territorial waters have been thoroughly searched by the Navy, and the broadcaster has gone to international waters to fish for arms? Heavens! Has the host stumbled upon an arms depot? How could he possibly retrieve portable rocket launchers? This is terrifying. Can such things really be fished out of the sea? Host, you're something else. It seems territorial waters no longer satisfy you, and you've ventured into international waters for thrills? Haha, host with your skills. Perhaps you should have some Coast Guards on board to save them the trouble of constantly searching for you. What the person above said is true. Host, calculate how many times your fishing expeditions have stirred up the Coast Guard. This is hilarious. No wonder you're a broadcaster. Zuo Yunlong picked up the phone, realizing he couldn't possibly return with so many weapons. He decided to call the captain for assistance. After dialing, a familiar voice answered. All right, enough said. We're always keeping an eye on you. The Coast Guard is already en route to your location. Just wait. The captain, equally exasperated, felt overwhelmed ever since Zuo Yunlong began his fishing ventures. The Coast Guard had barely recovered from their extensive searches just days prior, and now they had to mobilize again. If this continued, the captain seriously considered establishing a Coast Guard office on Zuo Yunlong's vessel to alleviate future complications. After hanging up, Zuo Yunlong prepared to cast his net once more. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred on the sea. Several small boats were approaching his fishing vessel. Some viewers in the live chat noticed this development. What? Has the Coast Guard already set their sights on the broadcaster's ship? Their response time is incredible. Ha! There's no other way. The Coast Guard's speed is remarkable. They hung up the phone and arrived almost immediately, and this is in international waters. As the viewers marveled at the Coast Guard's swift response, gunfire suddenly erupted. Zuo Yunlong sensed something was amiss the moment those small boats appeared and immediately instructed his crew to prepare for defense. Indeed, what he feared had come to pass. Were they being robbed? Pirates? As he gazed at the approaching vessels, a single word echoed in his mind. Had he encountered pirates? The crew was equally bewildered, astonished at the prospect of encountering pirates at sea. Viewers reacted with disbelief. What? It was just a few rocket launchers retrieved. Is it necessary to resort to gunfire? My goodness, hasn't this broadcaster contributed to the country? Surely, it can't be this extreme. Do not spread rumors. I am indeed a maritime police officer. And those are not our people. If nothing unexpected occurs, has the broadcaster encountered pirates? Suddenly, the maritime officer, hidden in the live stream, revealed his identity, clarifying the precarious situation of Zuo Yunlong. The viewers in the live stream were left in stunned silence. What? The broadcaster has encountered pirates? Hang in there. We cannot lose you. Indeed, how much joy would we lose without you? We're the maritime police. Hurry, our broadcaster is in danger. Goodness, are pirates now so audacious? With just a few shabby boats, they dare to seize such a large fishing vessel? What do you know? Even Somalia dares to shake its tiny wooden boats to seize oil tankers. This equipment is already the pinnacle of piracy. When did pirates start appearing in this area? Maritime police, we call upon the maritime police. Upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong in peril, the netizens frantically tagged the maritime officer who had just spoken. Rest assured, I have already reported the intelligence. The maritime police are on their way and will arrive shortly. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong, after the initial shock, regained his composure. The crew anxiously inquired, "Boss, what should we do?" Just then, one crew member shouted, "Boss, the pirates seem to be from the Riji family." Hearing that they were from the Riji family, the live stream erupted once more. What? The Riji family has been living well. Have they become a bit too arrogant to dare target our Dragon Nation? They are indeed from the Riji family. This is unacceptable. Pirates. Do pirates even differentiate by nationality? They're the same wherever they are. They are from the Riji family. Broadcaster, take them down. Upon hearing that the pirates were from the Riji family, Zuo Yunlong's eyes instantly brightened. Targeting the pirates from the Riji family is something that carries no guilt whatsoever. Zuo Yunlong glanced at the rocket launcher recently retrieved, a cold smile forming on his lips. "You have forced my hand." Zuo Yunlong immediately issued a command through the intercom. "Assemble the portable rocket launchers." Damn it. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the crew's eyes lit up. Yes, they have submachine guns, but we have rocket launchers. Who can truly overpower whom is yet to be determined. At this moment, the individuals arranged by Zuo Yunlong's father on the ship also played their part. Some of these individuals were responsible for ensuring Zuo Yunlong's safety and were all veterans. There were no obstacles in handling the portable rocket launchers. Soon, under Zuo Yunlong's command, they swiftly assembled the rocket launchers. Zuo Yunlong also took one for himself. Taking down the Riji family personally is much more satisfying. Don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. Zuo Yunlong resolutely pulled the trigger. Chapter 35. The poor soul who was instantly defeated. Goodness, it's happening. The broadcaster has finally taken action. In a live stream, the viewers were exhilarated upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong launch the rocket. The broadcaster is incredible. Take them down. Here, let me donate a rocket launcher to the broadcaster. Bam! A gift was sent as a reward. I'll join in. Take down the Riji family. I'll donate 1,000. Come on, I'll donate 1,000 too. I'll donate 10,000. What? Targeting the Riji family? I shall first donate 1,000. This month, I shall refrain from playing mahjong. I shall begin with 1,000, and if it proves insufficient, I shall contribute more. Alas, one person shall commence with 1,000, and should it not suffice, further donations shall follow. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong's live stream has once again surged into trending topics. Although he is battling against the pirates of the Little Day family, the broadcaster has been dubbed the foremost hero in the fight against Japanese invaders. Viewers from all directions flock into Zuo Yunlong's streaming room, each contributing their efforts to vanquish the Little Day pirates. The crew, witnessing the fervent generosity in the stream, found their eyes brimming with emotion. Is there unity among the masses? Is there unity among the masses? Yet, Zuo Yunlong is currently far too engrossed to care about public perception. At this moment, he is utterly bewildered. Is the recoil from this contraption truly so immense? After firing a cannonball, Zuo Yunlong felt as though his shoulder no longer belonged to him. It was entirely numb. This singular cannonball struck with such precision that it annihilated a small vessel. Following Zuo Yunlong's initial shot, the crew eagerly unveiled their rocket launchers, aiming at the vessels below. Odon. What the hell? Isn't that a fishing boat? Since when did fishing boats come equipped with portable rocket launchers? Is the treatment for fishing in Dragon Country now so lavish? How on earth are we supposed to engage in combat? Oda, after witnessing a ship being obliterated, found himself in disarray. He had intended to seize an easy target, only to unexpectedly confront a formidable opponent. How could he possibly compete with a submachine gun against a rocket launcher? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, they are pirates, but they are not devoid of sense. Just as Oda was lost in thought, a rocket propelled straight into his contemplation. Baka, there is no escape now. This would be Oda's final utterance. A total of 6 or 7 small boats, faced with 20 rocket launchers, were thrown into chaos. They had believed themselves to be quite formidable, only to encounter an even more audacious adversary. Captain, should we annihilate them or spare a few? Inquired a crew member. Zuo Yunlong replied tersely. Spare them? Spare them for the new year? Destroy them. Whoosh. Over 20 rocket missiles were unleashed in an instant. The pirate vessels were obliterated in the blink of an eye. The surface of the sea blazed with crimson flames. The sensation was indeed exhilarating. A smile crept upon Zuo Yunlong's lips. It is merely a shade less gratifying than fishing. Captain, it's done. A crew member proudly informs Zuo Yunlong as he hoisted the rocket launcher. He had just single-handedly eradicated a pirate ship belonging to the Little Day family. The feeling was succinctly described in 2 words, pride. At that moment in the live stream, after a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted. Holy smokes, they've been defeated. They've been defeated. The broadcaster is incredible. The Little Day family is no match, having been dispatched so effortlessly, truly deserving of the title. The broadcaster instantly put the rocket launchers to good use. The broadcaster is indeed formidable, swiftly concluding the battle. At this juncture, a viewer shared an animated image. One tiny figure showcased a myriad of martial skills, while another figure produced a rocket launcher, leading to utter obliteration. I never anticipated the broadcaster could triumph. And so effortlessly at that. The rocket launchers retrieved here were indeed prophetic, and they were employed without delay. The broadcaster is ruthless. Little Day has indeed fallen into misfortune. While astonishment and celebration unfolded within the live stream, the captain received a phone call. Don't rush me. I'm even more anxious than you. I'm racing towards the high seas at full speed. Who would have thought that the rascal could no longer be satisfied in territorial waters and has made his way to the open sea? The captain's face reflected his urgency. Director Wei had issued a strict order to retrieve this batch of arms. Now, Left Yunlong had encountered yet another pirate attack. Truly, one wave had not settled before another arose. The captain felt an overwhelming desire to tether Left Yunlong at this moment. Meanwhile, a voice came through from the police officer. No, Captain, it's already resolved. The pirates have been dealt with. The captain was left in a state of shock. What? You say it's resolved? How can that be when I haven't even arrived yet? The captain was bewildered, thinking, how could Little Day's predicament unfold without me? Has that lieutenant officer already arrived? The captain had managed to contact Lieutenant Chow, an officer he previously knew, to jointly rescue Left Yunlong. Could it be that old Chow had dispatched aircraft for aerial support? The police officer continued. No, it was Left Yunlong who handled it himself. What? Are you serious? Left Yunlong managed to handle it himself? The captain was even more astonished. Was this young man truly so brave as to confront pirates? However, what the captain did not know was that while Left Yunlong might hesitate against genuine pirates, he would certainly confront the pirates of Little Day. The police officer reiterated, yes. Yes, he used the recently salvaged rocket launcher to take them out. What? He took them out with the newly salvaged rocket launcher? At that moment, the captain felt as if 1,000 wild beasts were galloping through his mind. Was this fellow capable of using such gear? Last time, he used a laser weapon to blow up fish, and now he was using a rocket launcher against Little Day. This young man was astonishingly resourceful. How could he pull this off? The captain was at a loss for words regarding Left Yunlong. All right, I understand. You keep an eye on the live stream. Contact me if anything arises. After hanging up, the captain pondered for a moment before immediately calling Director Wei to report the situation. Upon receiving the call, Director Wei's reaction mirrored that of the captain. This young man dares to use a rocket launcher? And against the pirates of Little Day? What about illegal firearm usage? This is reasonable self-defense. All right, I understand. You continue your pursuit. These rocket launchers must be retrieved. Additionally, check if there are any pirates who escaped capture. Do not leave any potential threats for Left Yunlong, understood? After hanging up, Director Wei was still reeling from the shock. However, having weathered many storms, he managed to maintain his composure, unlike the captain who had lost his poise. Yet, Director Wei knew that such matters were beyond his ability to suppress. Director Ho? Yes, it's me. At that moment, Director Ho had just exited a meeting at the Public Security Bureau. Upon answering Wei's call, he inquired, "Don't tell me you salvaged more arms." "What? You really managed to salvage them?" "We searched for 3 consecutive days without success, yet he managed to retrieve them." This young man was indeed remarkable. Oh, in the open sea? That's a relief. Have you sent someone to collect them? What exactly was salvaged? What? A portable rocket launcher? Is it truly possible to retrieve such things? Is this individual fishing or trafficking arms? Do not tell me he is merely fishing while inadvertently collecting weaponry. It seems the latter is more accurate, considering the arms he has gathered far exceed any fish. Quickly, he must be brought back. What? He has even employed a rocket launcher to eliminate the pirates from that little nation? Very well, I understand. After hanging up, Ho Zhan felt as if his heart could not bear the weight of this news. The constant barrage of information was overwhelming. This young man is far too reckless, managing to procure arms once more. Moreover, he has used those very arms to counter the threats from that nation. Truly astonishing. Director Ho hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to make call. "Hello, this is Ho Zhan. Please connect me to the governor. I have urgent and significant matters to report." At that moment, the top official was touring a pivotal industrial facility within the province. Upon receiving the call, he was momentarily taken aback. Arms retrieved from international waters? And he has also eradicated a faction of pirates from that little nation? Very well, I understand. With layers of reports cascading upwards, the news eventually reached the central authorities, leaving them in utter shock. Concurrently, the reports from the Navy captain also made their way to the Central Department. Upon receiving this information, the central government exhibited a high level of concern and astonishment. Is this truly a fishing expedition? One might mistake it for a terrorist operation. The weaponry retrieved is simply extraordinary. What? Concerned about maintaining amicable relations with Longri? What is there to worry about in eliminating threats? Well done. Chapter 36. Retrieving a rocket launcher and simultaneously eradicating pirates? Zuo Yunlong was unaware that his act of destroying the pirate ship from that little nation had sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Longhua. Gazing at the fragments of the ship scattered across the sea, Zuo Yunlong could think of only one thing: disaster. This water has been polluted. Fishing is no longer an option, and even if caught, is unfit for consumption. Do not ask why. Simply know that the little nation consumes nuclear wastewater. It's toxic. Meanwhile, not far away on the main pirate ship, Matsushita Koen was visibly enraged. Wasn't it reported that this was merely an ordinary fishing vessel? How could a common fishing boat be equipped with a portable rocket launcher? Inoue Koen, what is the meaning of this? Matsushita's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Inoue. Inoue Koen was equally bewildered. This vessel was indeed a standard fishing boat. How could it possibly be armed with portable artillery? Could it have encountered fellow fishermen? Neither Inoue nor Matsushita could have imagined that this portable rocket launcher was a gift from the sea, and moreover, just recently retrieved by Zuo Yunlong. Matsuhitakun. Have you heard of the fishing enforcement of Longwa? Inoue pondered for a moment before inquiring. Baka, are you suggesting they have reeled us in like fish? Inoue nodded, asserting, there is no doubt Matsushita-kun. Otherwise, given Longwa's stringent control over arms, it would be impossible for a fishing vessel to possess such an arsenal. Baka, baka, baka. Matsushita furiously threw objects in frustration. The people of Longwa are far too cunning. Inoue, resigned, then remarked, Matsushita, it would be prudent to refrain from provoking the Dragon Kingdom's fishing vessels in the future. Haven't we suffered enough at their hands already? Matsushita, glaring at Inoue, retorted, you were in agreement with this matter. Are you now seeking to place all the blame upon me? No, Matsushita, you have misunderstood my intent. I meant to convey that the Dragon Kingdom's fishing vessels represent a formidable and enigmatic force. Have you forgotten that they once retrieved our father's torpedoes and even sank one of our warships? Inoue reminded him. Matsushita fell into silence, realizing the truth. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom's fishing vessels were sacred and inviolable. In the distance, the Dragon Kingdom's fleet awaited to observe the rocket artillery aboard the Zuo Yunlong. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from afar. They peered through their binoculars, noticing that a skirmish seemed to have erupted. What is happening? Quick, let's draw closer. They feared for Zuo Yunlong's safety and hastened their pace. However, upon arrival, they were met with a scene of debris strewn across the surface of the sea. Alongside the bodies of pirates, the Navy was left bewildered. On board, Zuo Yunlong and his crew were wielding rocket artillery, smoke still billowing from the barrels. Had they turned the tide against the pirates? What on earth is this? My goodness, did the pirates provoke you into fighting? Zuo Yunlong could only shrug helplessly. There was no choice. They attacked us first. If we hadn't retaliated, we would have been the ones to perish. The Navy had merely intended to observe the rocket artillery, never anticipating a confrontation with pirates. What could they say? They had set out to fish and had inadvertently captured rocket artillery while also eliminating pirates. All the naval officers wore expressions of incredulity. At that moment, a naval officer approached with news. There is another ship in the distance. It appears to be a pirate vessel. The captain, upon hearing this, became invigorated. There's another sizable target ahead. This is our chance. We've been itching for action. After receiving this report, the captain promptly turned to return to his patrol boat, while Lieutenant Chow swiftly made his way back to his warship. Soon, the military vessel sped toward the pirate ship. Meanwhile, as Inoue and Matsushita continued their argument, they suddenly noticed a fleet of Dragon Kingdom warships rapidly approaching. Alarmed, they immediately turned to flee. Yet, they were already locked onto by the radar of the Dragon Kingdom's fleet. Escape was impossible. The speed of the Dragon Kingdom's vessels was clearly beyond their capacity to match, and they were quickly overtaken. We are the Dragon Kingdom Navy. You are surrounded. Surrender your weapons immediately, the Dragon Kingdom's warships proclaimed, encircling the pirate ship. Lieutenant Chow wasted no time, sending officers aboard to apprehend them. Those who dared to target the Dragon Kingdom's fishing vessels would face the full force of its laws. Following the standard proclamation, Lieutenant Chow commenced the assault, swiftly overtaking the pirate ship. Inoue and Matsushita, resolute, launched a fierce counterattack against the Dragon Kingdom. The audience in the live stream marveled, wow. A fishing streamer is broadcasting a small-scale war. How impressive. Do you refer to this as a fishing live stream? My goodness, the soldiers of Longwa are truly impressive. Viewers are equally stirred with fervor. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. The combat prowess of the Little Day pirates stands no chance against the soldiers of Longwa, and they were swiftly eradicated. Moreover, Matsushita and Inoue proved to be ruthless individuals, attempting to detonate their pirate ship before meeting their demise. Unfortunately, they were caught off guard by a sniper and met an untimely end, never having the opportunity to press the detonation button. The Little Day pirates are simply not resilient, Captain Chow proudly proclaimed. In this battle, Longwa eradicated the enemies aboard the pirate ship without incurring any losses, indeed a point of pride. However, the primary reason is that the majority of the pirate ship's combat forces had already been neutralized by Zuo Yunlong's rockets. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Zuo Yunlong replied dismissively. I hope it's all right for me to check on the pirate ship that intends to target me? At that moment, Captain Chow received a report from his subordinate that the pirate ship had been thoroughly searched and no further dangers remained. Go ahead, Captain Chow replied nonchalantly After all, this young man is anything but ordinary. Perhaps he will uncover something remarkable. Captain Chow had heard from the team leader about Zuo Yunlong discovering gold aboard a bandit ship. If he could find some military arms on the pirate ship, his team would be significantly enriched. Chapter 37. Discovery of Secret Documents, Specialties of the Little Day Nation. Zuo Yunlong, accompanied by a small entourage, boarded the pirate ship. This Little Day vessel boasts commendable performance, ideal for fishing. After boarding, Zuo Yunlong casually roamed the ship. At this moment, the Navy and Coast Guard were bustling about. The ship contained numerous contraband items, most of which had already been seized by the Navy and Coast Guard. They were currently busy transporting the confiscated contraband onto the warship. Zuo Yunlong paid little heed to all of this. He then wandered into a cabin. A computer inside the cabin immediately captured Zuo Yunlong's attention. Opening the computer, he sat down without any formality. Previously, Zuo Yunlong had learned some of the language and script of the Little Day Nation from his father, not for any other reason, but to enjoy the learning process without barriers. He aptly termed it, mastering foreign skills to counter foreign threats. Thus, he sat effortlessly at the computer, operating it with ease. How tedious, not even a game to play. The lives of these pirates are truly lacking. He casually browsed the contents of the computer. Suddenly, a folder caught his eye. Study materials. What on earth? The Little Day people also engage in this? Zuo Yunlong was taken aback. Upon opening the folder, he discovered, as expected, it was filled with the specialties of the Little Day Nation. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished upon witnessing this. Truly a streamer, to hide something so discreetly yet have it uncovered? My goodness, this is not scientific. Is this content available for free viewing? What? This can also be broadcasted? Realizing the implications, Zuo Yunlong promptly closed the folder. As he continued to observe, Zuo Yunlong pondered to himself that it was possible they might face a ban for broadcasting. What was the fuss about someone having a unique flair? Suddenly, Zuo Yunlong noticed what appeared to be a hidden folder. He promptly revealed the hidden directory and ventured inside. Within, there lay an abundance of legitimate information. Randomly, he opened a file, and the contents left him astounded. Wow, is this even possible? At that moment, Lieutenant Chow and the captain were on the deck, engaged in lighthearted banter. The profits from this pirate eradication would undoubtedly warrant them a second-class merit award. They exchanged knowing smiles, unable to contain their amusement. Captain Huang, how did you stumble upon such a treasure? Lieutenant Chow chuckled. With this alone, we've made enough. Captain Huang, in a jovial mood, replied, You have no idea. Old Chow, this kid causes us endless trouble daily. Lieutenant Chow, with a hint of jealousy, retorted, You call this trouble? If this is trouble, I wish you would come around more often. Captain Huang grimaced. Ever since this lad took to the seas for fishing, the entire police force has been thrown into chaos. The worst part is, I can't fathom why he is so obsessed with fishing. My head is about to explode. Lieutenant Chow had heard tales of Zuo Yunlong's heroic exploits. Haha, ISNT had said that the capable work harder. What's not to like? Captain Huang shook his head, looking pained. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong's eager assistant rushed in with fervor. Gentlemen, our boss requests your presence. He claims to have made an important discovery. The assistant panted. Lieutenant Chow and Captain Huang exchanged glances. Could it be that this lad is about to work wonders again? Following the assistant, they entered the cabin, finding Zuo Yunlong busily manipulating something at his computer. Just as the assistant was about to speak, he was halted by Captain Huang. The two approached Zuo Yunlong cautiously from behind, with curious crew members trailing after them. Before them, Zuo Yunlong was uploading a series of educational materials to his cloud drive. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted with excitement. Wow, I wondered why the host dismissed the assistant. Turns out he wanted it all for himself? Come on, share the materials. Host, I've sent you a private email. Good things should be shared. After all this mystery, is it just for this? Host, you seem to be neglecting your duties. What happened to fishing? Let me help you bear this burden. Captain Huang and Lieutenant Chow exchanged glances filled with exasperation as they stared at the screen. Despite their unfamiliarity with Japanese, some characters bore resemblance to Chinese, allowing them to grasp the gist of the content. We're out here laboring to the bone, and this is what you show me? Lieutenant Chow fumed upon witnessing the scene. Is this the so-called vital intelligence? Captain Huang gently cleared his throat behind Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong turned around and, upon seeing the two of them, hurriedly minimized the cloud storage, offering an awkward smile. Xiaozhua, This is illegal within our borders. If you are profiting from this illicitly, I will have no choice but to apprehend you, Captain Huang earnestly cautioned Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong replied, "You didn't summon us in a frenzy merely to see this, did you?" Lieutenant Chao retorted with a hint of irritation. So Yunlong waved his hands repeatedly, insisting, "No, you must look at this." With that, he revealed the hidden folder. Lieutenant Chao and Zuo Yunlong exchanged glances, recognizing some elements. Yet the prospect of a complete translation seemed utterly implausible. Observing their discomfort, Zuo Yunlong decided to be forthright, stating, "I have perused the contents within." Subsequently, he signaled to the crew to mute the microphone, as the forthcoming revelations could be utterly shocking. This vessel is not a pirate ship. It belongs to a certain department affiliated with the Shao family. Due to historical circumstances, the Shao family cannot maintain an army. Thus, they resorted to masquerading as pirates to discreetly amass power. Of course, due to the nature of their operations, they do engage in genuine acts of piracy to deceive the world. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, both Captain Huang and Lieutenant Chao were rendered speechless. Goodness, is this even possible? Is this something a rational person can undertake? Calm down. Zuo Yunlong quickly opened another file, declaring, "Here lies the exciting part." As they gazed upon the densely packed text from the Shao family, Lieutenant Chao and Captain Huang exchanged bewildered glances. What is this? Chapter 38. Is this scientific? The astonishment expressed by Captain Huang and Lieutenant Chao was not unwarranted. The news Zuo Yunlong had brought was profoundly shocking. Is this still about fishing? If what Zuo Yunlong has divulged today were spread, it would undoubtedly cause international upheaval. One could even call it a seismic event. They both understood that Zuo Yunlong, who had never before opted to turn off the live stream, had today made an exception by muting the microphone. Keeping the live stream active was Zuo Yunlong's final act of defiance. What is this? Captain Huang, having been taken aback by Zuo Yunlong's revelations numerous times, was the first to regain his composure and inquire. Zuo Yunlong nonchalantly responded, "The list of spies from the Shao family infiltrating Longhua." What? Lieutenant Chao and Captain Huang could not help but exclaim in disbelief. This news was astoundingly explosive, akin to a monumental revelation crashing down upon them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Indeed, that is precisely what it states. It meticulously documents the spies' code names, occupations, and residences. "We must return immediately. This is no trivial matter," Zuo Yunlong remarked with casual indifference. At this moment, Lieutenant Chao was utterly at a loss for words. This young man was truly extraordinary. Initially, he had thought that uncovering such a plethora of contraband and weaponry aboard this pirate ship was a monumental achievement. Little did he realize that this young man had effortlessly unearthed their very stronghold, and in such a manner that it could only be described as comprehensive. During the live broadcast, Zuo Yunlong deliberately instructed the crew to steer clear of the computer screen, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly perplexed. "Goodness, how outrageous! Are they truly incapable of sharing?" exclaimed one viewer. "Look at these two. Their eyes are wide with astonishment. Have they never seen anything before? What is so captivating about this?" Watching the host fish is far more exhilarating. It was not that Captain Huang and Lieutenant Chao were overly dramatic. Rather, the information Zuo Yunlong brought forth was profoundly shocking. Could this possibly be about fishing? How could one unearth such clandestine intelligence through mere fishing? Incredible, simply astonishing. The two men were left speechless for an extended period. If Zuo Yunlong's revelations were to reach the public, it would undoubtedly create a seismic stir on the international stage. No, it would not merely cause a stir. It would be akin to an earthquake. At that moment, both men comprehended why Zuo Yunlong, who had never before voluntarily ceased a live stream, had chosen to mute his microphone today. Maintaining the broadcast was his final act of defiance. Otherwise, the live stream might very well explode with the intensity of the revelations. As they observed Zuo Yunlong solemnly discussing the document now displayed, they exchanged a glance, bewildered. "What is this?" Captain Huang, having been taken aback too many times by Zuo Yunlong, was the first to regain his composure and inquire. Zuo Yunlong casually replied, "Oh, it's merely a list of spies from Little Sun lurking in Longhua." "What? Are you telling me that this is the list of spies infiltrating Longhua from Little Sun? How on earth did you discover this?" Lieutenant Chao and Captain Huang could not contain their exclamations. The revelations were far too explosive. It felt as though an immense accolade had fallen from the heavens, landing squarely on their faces, leaving them utterly speechless. Indeed, that is precisely what it states. The document meticulously records the code names, professions, and residences of the spies. Zuo Yunlong remarked nonchalantly, "We must return immediately. This is a matter of grave importance." Lieutenant Chow was left utterly speechless. "This kid is remarkable. I initially believed that uncovering so many contraband items and weapons aboard this pirate ship was a monumental achievement. Little did I know, he has effortlessly unearthed the very seeds of espionage, and he is doing it all without breaking a sweat." Zuo Yunlong was well aware of the significance of this matter, which is why he had intentionally directed the crew to avoid the computer screen during the broadcast, leaving the viewers in the live stream still in the dark. "Goodness, how outrageous! Are they truly incapable of sharing?" exclaimed another viewer. "Look at these two. Their eyes are wide with astonishment. Have they never seen anything before? What is so captivating about this?" Watching the host fish is far more exhilarating. As Lieutenant Chow and Captain Huang regained their composure, they immediately declared, "We must return to the ship at once. This situation has escalated tremendously." Upon their return to the warship, Lieutenant Chow and Captain Huang promptly reported to their superiors. Meanwhile, at a certain military camp, the commanding officer was observing the soldiers' drills when suddenly a guard rushed in with a phone, exclaiming, "Commander, you have a call. There is an urgent situation that requires your attention." Upon hearing of the urgency, the commander did not hesitate and promptly answered the call. "Hello." The voice of Captain Chow resonated from the other end. "Commander, it is I." "Oh, it's little Chow. How are things? Have you apprehended that rascal?" The commander assumed that the urgent matter Captain Chow referred to was the capture of Zuo Yunlong. Captain Chow replied repeatedly, "Indeed, we have apprehended him, Commander." "Ah, that's good to hear. What about that band of pirates?" The commander inquired casually. It would be rather embarrassing if the naval forces of Longhua could not even handle a mere band of pirates. "We dealt with them. That young fellow managed to turn the tables on the encroaching pirates, leaving none alive, utterly annihilated. We merely came to clean up and handle the remaining pirates aboard their flagship." Captain Chow responded honestly. He was eager to elaborate further, but was abruptly interrupted by Commander Liu. "Well, as long as they're dealt with," Commander Liu said dismissively. Suddenly, a spark of disbelief flickered in Commander Liu's eyes. "What? Wait, what did you say? You're telling me that young man took out that group of pirates? Not a single one spared? All eliminated?" Captain Chow, feeling somewhat helpless, explained. "Yes. He used the newly recovered rocket launchers." "What? He used those freshly retrieved rocket launchers? Is this young man truly that formidable?" Commander Liu offered no opportunity for Captain Chow to respond. At this moment, Captain Chow's countenance turned a shade of green. The significance of the news weighed heavily, and he wondered if he would ever finish his sentence. Commander Liu continued to emphasize, "Keep a close eye on that young man. He is undoubtedly a talent. A remarkable talent. Truly formidable. Ruthless in action. To wipe out an entire crew on his first endeavor. He is undeniably a fierce individual." Meanwhile, the commander happened to arrive with the central officer to inspect their division. Upon seeing the commander, Liu immediately stated, "All right, the commander is here. We must swiftly bring that young man back." Wait, Commander." Captain Chow interjected repeatedly, fearing the commander would terminate the call and his hard-won achievements would vanish. At that moment, Captain Chow was animatedly reporting to their superior. "Hurry up. The commander is approaching," Liu urged, glancing at the advancing commander. "Commander, we have also uncovered a list of spies from Little Japan that have infiltrated Longhua." At last, Captain Chow managed to convey this crucial piece of information. "What?" Commander Liu exclaimed, astounded. "Is this true?" Captain Chow promptly affirmed. "It was discovered by Zuo Yunlong. It must be genuine." Good heavens, wasn't he just a fisherman? Did he really manage to reel in such large catches? Commander Liu's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Is this even plausible? How can this be reasonable? Chapter 39. A slight display of prowess has already placed one on a pinnacle unreachable by others. At this moment, the commander, accompanied by the central officer, stood before Commander Liu. "Old Liu, at your age, why are you still so impetuous?" The commander chuckled. "The central officer has come to inspect. You should accompany him." Commander Liu glanced at the commander, then spoke into the phone. "All right, I understand. Please send me a copy of that list." After hanging up, Commander Liu immediately saluted both superiors. "Greetings, leaders. We just received critical intelligence. Without hesitation, he declared. The commander furrowed his brow and stated, "The Central Commissioner is present. Any matters can be discussed shortly." Colonel Liu immediately shook his head and replied directly, "We have discovered that a certain individual has infiltrated the list of spies in Longhua. I request your guidance." The commander, taken aback by Colonel Liu's words, promptly inquired, "The list? How was it discovered?" Colonel Liu recounted Lieutenant Chao's account verbatim. Not only the commander, but even the Central Commissioner was left bewildered. Was this akin to encountering pirates and remaining calm, first casting a net to catch them? Are you suggesting that this individual managed to haul in over 20 portable rocket launchers? The commander asked incredulously. Colonel Liu nodded affirmatively. You mean to say that this person annihilated the encircling pirates with the rocket launchers he just retrieved? The commander continued to express his disbelief. Colonel Liu continued to nod. Is this truly akin to fishing? The commander was also shaken. This tale was simply too surreal. Moreover, a mere search of the pirates' flagship yielded the spy list? The Central Commissioner couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Colonel Liu nodded once more. It wasn't just the two of them who found it hard to believe. Even Colonel Liu felt as though he were in a dream. This situation was nothing short of fantastical. The three, Central Commissioner, Commander, and Colonel, exchanged glances. Suddenly, Colonel Liu's phone vibrated. It was Lieutenant Chao sending the spy list. Colonel Liu opened the image and subsequently shared it with both the Colonel and the Central Commissioner. To their astonishment, there truly was a spy list. It was only upon seeing this list that both the Central Commissioner and the Colonel could dare to believe this extraordinary reality. This was utterly absurd. An ordinary fisherman had directly uncovered a plethora of spies, and the information was so comprehensive. Was this merely fishing? It could certainly be deemed so. It was akin to reeling in a great catch. He had directly unearthed a bounty for the nation and its people. The commander's expression was a whirlwind of emotions, struggling to emerge from such shock. The Central Commissioner was not faring much better, his face also reflecting disbelief. Is this even possible? Can this truly happen? Yet, the list lay before them, compelling their belief. Moreover, based on the contents of this list, it was nearly certain that it was authentic. Each spy's contact, superior social connections, and home addresses were meticulously enumerated. If this were a fabrication, the individual providing this intelligence must belong to one of two categories, either a seer, capable of foretelling the past and future with uncanny precision, or someone immersed in an unprecedented realm of big data. The Central Commissioner's astonishment began to fade as he addressed the two. We shall not proceed to the military camp today. This matter is of great significance, and I must report it immediately. The commander and colonel both expressed their understanding. The Central Commissioner conveyed this matter to his superiors, submitting the image as well. The higher-ups were astounded. Could one truly garner such intelligence from fishing at sea? This was utterly unprecedented. How terrifying! This incident elicited heightened attention from the authorities, who promptly sought to have the document translated into Chinese. At this moment, the Minister of Public Security found himself in a state of restless agitation. The presence of so many spies within the borders of the illustrious dragon country signifies a grave dereliction of duty on the part of the minister. You must take the lead personally, enlisting the commanders of various military districts to assist you. None of those implicated can be spared. After handing over the list to the minister, the supreme leader conveyed these instructions. The minister promptly accepted the mandate, vowing to fulfill the task. At the same time, he harbored a curious intrigue regarding the individual who uncovered this list. Who is this remarkable person? How extraordinary to have procured such intelligence. A grand anti-espionage operation swiftly commenced across numerous cities. Within a certain enterprise, a spy fervently addressed the employees, attempting to indoctrinate them. Suddenly, a contingent of police stormed in, subduing him without hesitation. Similarly, in a shopping mall, a sales clerk was apprehended on the ground. Concurrently, taxi drivers, ticket agents at train stations, and security personnel from various professions found themselves ensnared by the police. Even beggars on the streets were not spared. This extensive operation incited widespread panic, leaving everyone on edge. The spies, in particular, faced the most distressing predicament. How on earth were we discovered? I had been lying low, with no recent activity. How did they trace me? Is it possible that my superiors betrayed me? I confess, I will reveal everything. Among those watching the live stream of Zuo Yunlong, some were also apprehended. At that moment, the live stream exploded with activity. Family, has anyone been arrested where you are? I heard they took 2 or 3 people from our side. I thought we were the only ones experiencing this. It turns out you are too? Could someone please explain what is happening? I am so worried that I might be next. Don't worry. As long as we have the protection of the esteemed host, we want to be caught as long as we stay out of trouble. At this moment, the live stream was filled with fervent chants of trust the host and gain eternal life. 2 hours later, nearly all individuals on the list had been captured. The few remaining were under police surveillance, hoping to ensnare a bigger fish. It was only after receiving permission from Captain Huang and Lieutenant Chao that Zuo Yunlong activated his microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I discovered some espionage information on my computer and reported it to the police. I had to turn off the mic to prevent any leaks. My apologies, dear family. Following a brief silence in the live stream, a torrent of reactions erupted. What? Host, are you saying you found a list of spies on that computer? Can such a thing even be discovered on a pirate ship computer? No way. Are all those who were just arrested spies? What is worse? One of them lived next door. It's terrifying to think about now. Host, are you implying that you identified these individuals? Incredible. You truly possess extraordinary talent. The comment section was flooded with incredulous reactions from viewers. Zuo Yunlong felt a sense of helplessness. I merely wished to fish in peace. Who could have anticipated such occurrences? Indeed, the host's slight efforts had already elevated him to an unattainable pinnacle for others. Chapter 40. Just fishing, no rewards needed. Inside the live stream, a user suddenly typed this phrase on the screen. At that moment, the apprehended spies were equally curious about how they had been discovered. Some of the less culpable spies quickly sought to confess, yet they insisted on knowing the details of their exposure. After receiving confirmation from their superiors, the officers finally revealed the truth. It was said that a young man had gone out to sea to fish and subsequently fell prey to a pirate attack. However, that young man managed to turn the tables and defeat the pirates. In the end, he uncovered their information on his computer. After a succinct introduction of the situation to the spies, silence enveloped the room. Come on, if you don't want to tell us, just say so. Are we to be treated as fools? Do you truly believe this absurd reasoning? Is there anything more ludicrous than this? Are you implying that I was apprehended simply because some dubious fellow went fishing and miraculously reclaimed his boat from pirates? Why not say the fishing vessel was armed with a rocket launcher instead? The officer paused for a moment before responding. You're actually correct, according to intelligence. It was indeed a portable rocket launcher that dispatched the pirates. The spies fell into a deeper silence. Was this even plausible? All eyes turned to the officer, who maintained a grave expression. Finally, one spy could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Is this true?" The officer nodded affirmatively. The spies were utterly devastated. What? He merely went out fishing, and now we've been exposed? Meanwhile, after explaining the situation to the audience in the live stream, Zuo Yunlong decided to end the broadcast. After all, fishing was no longer an option, and continuing the stream seemed pointless. Unbeknownst to Zuo Yunlong, once he concluded the live stream, the video of him defeating the pirates went viral. The trending searches were now entirely dominated by Zuo Yunlong, with every topic related to him. Shock. A fishing boat defeats pirates with the perfect timing and circumstances. A tale of resilience. The extraordinary life of the pirate-slaying fisherman. The wave of attention surged forth. Consequently, Zuo Yunlong became an overnight sensation, with his follower count skyrocketing to 12 million. On the return journey, Captain Huang approached Zuo Yunlong. Your fishing vessel has been repaired by our technicians, and there will be no charge. Zuo Yunlong scoffed. Am I short on money? Captain Huang sensed the implication and felt somewhat embarrassed. Without Zuo Yunlong, he could never have achieved such a monumental accomplishment. This is a personal token of appreciation from me. Upon our return, there will be even greater rewards in store for you. Zuo Yunlong was indifferent. Forget it. I just want to fish in peace and avoid any more of these chaotic entanglements. Captain Huang wore a dismayed expression. Such chaos was a luxury he could ill afford to encounter. The police boat swiftly returned to Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel, while Lieutenant Chao had completed his mission and departed. Otherwise, the naval ship of Long Country would be aimlessly drifting in international waters too close to the coast, making it vulnerable to those with ulterior motives. As Zuo Yunlong returned to the fishing vessel, the crew was abuzz with excitement. Boss, you're incredible. Just went out to fish and managed to take down a spy from the Little Days organization? Wow, boss, I'm sticking with you from now on. Even my aunt's cousin's nephew's niece has been asking about you. Boss, you've really brought honor to us fishermen. I can't believe it. We've seen everything from torpedoes to colliding with warships, but never someone who can dismantle an overseas spy agency directly. The Little Days folks must be furious now. And to think the Coast Guard is repairing our fishing boat. I could never have imagined such a thing in my lifetime. Boss, you're truly remarkable. We're in awe. It must feel exhilarating to handle a rocket launcher. From now on, even if you chase me away, I want to leave the boat. Amidst the crew's fervent admiration, Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter, really. As long as we all focus on fishing, everything else is secondary. He then retreated to his cabin. It was evident that he would certainly be returning under the escort of the police boat. Thoughts of fishing were now far from his mind. What awaited him upon his return? Only time would tell. At the very least, he would not be mistaken for a spy chief and arrested. Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat returned to port safely under the protection of the police vessel. Fishermen were astounded to see him back. What level is this? A police escort for a fishing boat? No way. Who is this person? Good heavens. This fishing boat is extraordinary. It even requires police protection to return. Is this real? The spectacle is astounding. Amidst the murmurs, a designated area had been cleared at the harbor to allow Zuo Yunlong to dock safely. Meanwhile, sirens blared from all directions as numerous police officers sealed off the harbor. What on earth has happened? Wait, are they actually closing the port for a reception? What is inside that fishing boat? Hold on, I think I just saw Director Wei in that car. No way, Director Wei himself is here? This is serious. What? Director Wei is merely a supporting character in this affair? I'm stunned, witnessing the unfolding events at the harbor. The fishermen felt their minds were struggling to comprehend the situation. After a lifetime of fishing, who would have thought there could be such a glorious moment? Even in death, one would feel like their ancestors were smiling down upon them. Zuo Yunlong disembarked from the fishing boat. Immediately, someone rushed forward, with Director Wei closely following. The individual extended both hands towards Zuo Yunlong, who reciprocated with one hand while casting a puzzled glance at Director Wei. At this moment, Captain Huang dared not even breathe. What am I witnessing? Director Ho has personally come to welcome someone? Not only ordinary fishermen, but even Captain Huang felt overwhelmed. He knew this was a significant achievement, but he never expected that the provincial director, Ho, would personally make an appearance. I am Ho Zhan from the provincial department, here to express my gratitude on behalf of the nation and the people, Ho Zhan said, gripping Zuo Yunlong's hand firmly with palpable excitement. With such a monumental accomplishment, Zuo Yunlong's position could surely advance further. Director Wei interjected, Zuo Yunlong, Minister Ho has taken time out of his busy schedule to come here. He represents the nation to award you. You have rendered immense service to the country. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Zuo Yunlong shook his head and replied, No need. I am merely an ordinary fisherman, and I do not require any accolades. Minister Ho was taken aback by Zuo Yunlong's modesty. You have accomplished so much, yet you still claim to be just an ordinary fisherman? An ordinary fisherman does not single-handedly dismantle a nation's espionage network upon setting sail. This is absurd. Nevertheless, Minister Ho reassured him, Rest assured, this reward will undoubtedly satisfy you. So Yunlong continued to shake his head, stating, I simply hope to fish in peace in the future. That is all I truly desire. Minister Ho, thinking Zuo Yunlong was merely being courteous, insisted, We have brought the items. Please accept them. Director Wei echoed, Indeed, indeed. You should accept them. Zuo Yunlong looked at the two men helplessly, repeatedly asserting that he did not need it. Yet Minister Ho continued to have the items brought over. I know you are young and accomplished, and do not seek monetary rewards, so I have specially requested this for you, Minister Ho said with a smile. Director Wei then began to introduce the equipment. This apparatus is the most advanced interception system in Long Country, capable of countering all forms of attacks, including collisions, bullets, rockets, and even missiles. Fishermen watching from afar were bewildered. When did fishing become such a perilous profession? They even need to intercept missiles? This kid is impressive. He can equip his fishing vessel with such a formidable system. Is he going fishing or going to war? After hearing the introduction, Zuo Yunlong suddenly felt that this reward was quite appealing. This is acceptable. I will gladly accept it. Zuo Yunlong unreservedly agreed to take it. Upon hearing that Zuo Yunlong was willing to receive the equipment, Minister Ho let out a sigh of relief. Zuo Yunlong is a rare talent. If he encounters any unforeseen circumstances at sea, how could I bear the thought of him suffering? Minister Ho quickly commanded that the equipment be installed on Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat. He then inquired, "Young Zuo, do you have any other requests? Feel free to speak. We will do our utmost to accommodate you." After some contemplation, Zuo Yunlong replied, "Well, there is indeed one." Minister Ho, eager to endear himself to Zuo Yunlong, perked up at the prospect of a request. "What is it? Just say it. We will certainly cooperate," he exclaimed excitedly. Zuo Yunlong smiled and said, "I would like to go out fishing, and does that mean I do not have to come ashore with you?" Minister Ho was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? Is that even a request? But soon, he was moved to the brink of tears. This child is so dedicated. He isn't merely going to fish. He is paving his own path to success. "Of course, if you wish to go out fishing, we will grant you immediate permission," Minister Ho said, filled with excitement. Zuo Yunlong hesitated momentarily, inquiring, "What recording? What importance does a mere record hold compared to fishing? Don't you agree, Director Wei?" Director Ho turned towards Director Wei for confirmation. Indeed, a record pales in comparison to fishing. "Young Zuo, you are a national hero. Special circumstances warrant special treatment." Director Wei promptly affirmed. "Very well, then I shall take my leave." Zuo Yunlong promptly returned to his fishing vessel. At that moment, the defensive apparatus had been installed, and the police officers disembarked from the fishing boat. "Farewell, mother. Today, I set sail on a grand adventure." Zuo Yunlong hummed a cheerful tune, commanding the fishing boat to venture out to sea once more. Director Ho gazed at the departing vessel, tears welling in his eyes. What a talent. Truly a remarkable individual. Director Wei, such talent must be diligently safeguarded. Do you understand? Director Ho spoke softly to Director Wei. Without hesitation, Director Wei nodded, assuring, "Rest assured. Our leadership will remain vigilant regarding Young Zuo's safety, ensuring no peril befalls him upon the vast ocean." Meanwhile, the fishermen were left in disbelief. What kind of person is this, disregarding both the bureau chief and the department head, and heading out to fish again? If only I had his privileges. I wouldn't bother fishing at all. This is madness. I feel as though my entire worldview is collapsing. Chapter 41. Setting sail for the Strait of Bale. "Boss, where are we headed to fish this time?" one crew member asked, gazing up at Zuo Yunlong with admiration. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong loomed over them like a deity. What sort of ordinary person receives such an interception system as a reward, and personally delivered by the Chief of Public Security, no less? Meanwhile, the little sidekick opened a live stream, and the viewers remained exuberantly engaged. Zuo Yunlong decisively stated, "Let us go. I just received a suggestion to head north." The crew members immediately followed orders, and the fishing boat set its course northward. One crew member, curious, asked, "Boss, who gave you that suggestion?" "I don't know. It was in a song," Zuo Yunlong replied nonchalantly. The crew member was bewildered, exclaiming, "What song suggests where to fish? Is this something a normal person would do?" Zuo Yunlong looked at the inexperienced crew member and remarked, "I journey northward, departing from the season devoid of fish." The crew exchanged glances, feeling a strange sense of familiarity yet distinctiveness in his words. Our boss is truly well-versed. Boss is amazing. Zuo Yunlong gazed expectantly towards the north, hoping for a bountiful catch. The fishing boat continued its steadfast journey northward. "Boss, if we go any further, we'll sail out of our territorial waters," one crew member suddenly cautioned. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively and replied, "No worries, onward." The fishing boat pressed on, while the crew grew increasingly anxious. "Boss, you're not considering fishing in the Arctic, are you?" one crew member asked nervously. Upon hearing Arctic, the live stream erupted with excitement. "No way. The streamer is actually going to fish in the Arctic? Finally, they're taking action in the outside world. How bold. Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? The streamer is daring." Zuo Yunlong waved his hand again, saying, "What Arctic? What fish could possibly be caught in such a place?" The crew patted their chests and silently murmured, "That's good, that's good." Zuo Yunlong continued, "This time we are heading to the Bering Strait." The crew grew uneasy. "Wait, where?" The viewers in the live stream were also unsettled. "No way. The host is actually going to the Bering Strait to fish? Impressive, host. Are you truly preparing for an Arctic expedition? What? The Bering Strait? The very one between the Bear Country and the United States? No way, host. You're not even at the Arctic yet. Isn't that just the boundary between the Pacific and Arctic Oceans? Host, are you really playing with ice? You're quite daring. Venturing to the Bering Strait. The crew's anxiety intensified. Boss, you may not be at the Arctic, but you're just a step away. Take another step, and you'll be there. No way. Are we really going to the Bering Strait? This boss has some wild ideas. Can I still get off the boat now? Zuo Yunlong calmly responded. Don't worry. I've prepared warming gear for everyone, and the thermal clothing is of the finest quality. This trip to the Bering Strait has cost me quite a bit. The crew exchanged glances, pondering whether this was merely a matter of money. This is about having a life to go there and whether we can come back. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand decisively, declaring, each of you will receive an additional 1,000 in wages. Boss, it's not just about the money. 2,000. Boss, it truly isn't a matter of money. 3,000. Boss, this is 4,000. Boss, 5,000. Go, 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 set sail immediately. Under Zuo Yunlong's formidable financial persuasion, all crew members decided to journey to the Bering Strait. After a prolonged voyage, the fishing vessel finally reached the Bering Strait, one of the most perilous fishing grounds in the world. Not only were there treacherous undercurrents, but also elusive icebergs, and the days available for fishing each year were few. As Zuo Yunlong had mentioned, it was his considerable expenditure that enabled them to fish here. The yields were plentiful, including the king of king crabs and many other valuable fish. Moreover, due to the environmental factors, the income from fishing here was quite substantial. At this moment, despite it being one of the warmer days in the Bering Strait, everyone was still bundled up tightly. Zuo Yunlong wore a cotton jacket underneath a military overcoat. The viewers in the live stream found the scene utterly amusing. Wow, you're bundled up so well. Haha, it's like you're truly heading for an Arctic expedition. That outfit is fierce. Haha, I can't take it. I'm dying of laughter. Although it's a bit schadenfreude, the host looks really funny. Oh no, host. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Fishing in that attire? Haha, this is too hilarious. Zuo Yunlong then commanded, cast the nets. Due to the heavy clothing, everyone's movements became quite clumsy. The fishing nets slowly descended into the water. The viewers in the live stream began to anticipate. Wow, the nets are being cast. Let us see what the host can haul up. It is said that the resources of this strait are quite abundant. Indeed, if one were to fish for less than half a year, the situation would be dire if the resources were not plentiful. Ha! Let us see what the host can catch in the first net. If the host fails to catch any fish here, it would be quite astonishing. Ha! This only implies that the host is fated to be fishless. As the fishing nets slowly ascended, Zuo Yunlong gazed in silence at the few meager catches. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, where are the fish? I have traveled so far yet still caught nothing? The viewers in the live stream echoed his disbelief. Wow, I knew the host could do it. But to travel this far and still not catch anything is unbelievable. Goodness, even my grandmother could catch fish here. Ha! It seems we haven't ventured far enough north, as we are still in the season devoid of fish. Here, dear host, it might be time to accept your fate. Zuo Yunlong promptly ordered another haul, insisting that there must be plenty of fish here. It must be the wrong net. He immediately instructed the crew to switch to a fine mesh net for the next attempt. After all, they were not in their own territorial waters, so it mattered little. Moreover, it would be quite challenging for the fish population in the Bering Strait to be completely depleted, even if fishermen were to fish relentlessly. The extended closure period would have allowed the fish to recover. After the crew sluggishly changed the nets, they cast the next one. Their efficiency had diminished significantly compared to before, but it was an unavoidable consequence of the frigid weather limiting their movements. As the net was cast once more, the viewers remained engrossed in the previous shock of not catching any fish. Zuo Yunlong commanded the net to be retrieved again. Arctic sweet shrimp, come into the net, he called out. However, upon raising the net, it was not Arctic sweet shrimp that they found, but rather a multitude of tiny Arctic shrimp. In a live stream, as the viewers heard the host's words, they eagerly anticipated the contents of the net. Unable to contain their laughter, they exclaimed, wow, are you trying to make me laugh to death? This is Arctic sweet shrimp, but they're just a bit too small, haha. Host, why not take them back and raise them? Perhaps they will grow into proper Arctic sweet shrimp. Haha, host, do you really consider this to be Arctic sweet shrimp? Are you planning to make shrimp paste? Zuo Yunlong's face darkened. This was utterly absurd. After unloading the tiny shrimp onto the boat, he promptly ordered another haul. I refuse to believe this. Zuo Yunlong thought, feeling indignant. This is not how the narrative is supposed to unfold. After casting the third net, he declared, come, let us see if I can pull up a pile of ivory clams. However, when the third net was retrieved, it was filled with nothing but dead shells. The live stream erupted once again. Wow, can this even happen? The host is incredible. They guessed the species correctly. Ha! Host, you truly are something. To catch such rare finds in this natural fishing ground is remarkable. If rarity defines value, dear host, you have struck it rich this time. Haha, I assure you, even the locals might struggle to catch such things like you do. Indeed, it is essential. After all, they often haul in a king crab, which is quite commonplace, while Arctic sweet shrimp is merely a staple. Haha, it is no easy feat to catch shrimp and even more challenging to retrieve the shells of the deceased. Upon returning, the familiar sensation enveloped me once more. Chapter 42. The stellar sea cow takes command. With 3 consecutive nets cast, Zuo Yunlong felt his head swell with anticipation. However, something seemed amiss, for the video I had previously viewed did not align with this outcome. Surely there was a flaw somewhere. As the clock approached noon, Zuo Yunlong declared a break. Upon hearing this announcement, the crew hastily retreated to the cabin, not for any other reason than the unbearable chill outside. Zuo Yunlong, too, returned to the warmth of the cabin, while his faithful assistant diligently continued the live broadcast. The viewers in the live stream had grown accustomed to the extravagant lifestyle aboard Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. After all, such opulence was a testament to his prowess. At this moment, the crew's greatest joy lay in the prospect of relishing a steaming hot meal. Yet, Zuo Yunlong lacked the appetite to dine. The disappointments of 3 nets compelled him to investigate where the issues lay. He retrieved his phone and opened a video he had previously bookmarked. In the video, the fisherman cast his net, and lo and behold, the king crabs eagerly swam into the mesh, resulting in a bountiful catch. Zuo Yunlong observed, perplexed. It appeared rather straightforward. Throughout the afternoon, he followed the video's instructions, repeatedly casting his nets. However, each retrieval yielded nothing but an assortment of kelp, seaweed, and miscellaneous shells. The livestream audience had become numb to the spectacle. What on earth is happening with this streamer? This is the Bering Strait. The adage that higher risks yield greater rewards seems utterly ineffective in this case. Haha, it is laughable. The streamer has singularly diminished the success rate of fishing in the entire Bering Strait. This is too hilarious. How can one possibly descend so far and end up with such meager results? Streamer, should you consult an expert again? The last time was somewhat effective. Has it perhaps expired? Should the streamer renew their subscription? I am utterly bewildered. How did this happen? In a live stream, viewers watched Zuo Yunlong haul in net after net, filled with shock and confusion. In other locales, one might find some understanding, but here in the Bering Strait, a veritable paradise and hell for fishermen, these catches were woefully inadequate. The audience could not help but feel a moment's sympathy for Zuo Yunlong. Of course, only for a fleeting second. Any longer would border on disrespect, for the situation was indeed comical. Is this truly possible? Finally, in the last net, Zuo Yunlong triumphantly pulled up a king crab. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It worked. It finally worked. The viewers in the live stream were even more elated than Zuo Yunlong himself. My goodness, the streamer has caught a king crab? Ha! The streamer has finally succeeded. While others may catch king crabs net after net, our streamer has managed to do so one by one. Oh my, the host is quite remarkable. Managing to catch something after all. This marks a splendid beginning. Indeed, the host has truly excelled. It's time to call it a day. You have already triumphed. Remarkable work, host. After several hours of dedication, you have finally succeeded in catching a king crab. As the sun began to set, Zuo Yunlong decided it was time to wrap things up. During dinner, the crew indulged in the exquisite ingredients they had brought along. Zuo Yunlong instructed the chef to prepare the king crab with minimal processing for consumption. The freshness of the crab he caught himself was simply delightful. Flanking Zuo Yunlong were beautiful companions, arranged by his father, who remained steadfast even in the Bering Strait. However, given the inclement weather, donning bikinis was certainly out of the question. Observing this scene, viewers in the live stream couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Although they hadn't caught much fish, it suddenly didn't seem as though the host was suffering as much as they had imagined. Indeed, I find myself thinking the same. A hint of envy crept in unexpectedly. The following morning, Zuo Yunlong resumed his fishing endeavors, following the previous day's achievements, which had garnered him considerable fame in the Bering Strait after capturing a king crab. Even foreigners were unable to remain indifferent. Rumors began to circulate regarding environmental pollution threatening the biological ecosystem of the Bering Strait, questioning how Zuo Yunlong could have caught only one king crab in a day. Foreigners promptly dispelled these rumors, asserting that the Bering Strait was in perfect condition, showcasing their own fishing successes. Yet, even they were astonished by how Zuo Yunlong managed to catch only one king crab per day. Nonetheless, such matters were of little concern to Zuo Yunlong. Rising early, he immediately set about fishing once more. Having adapted to the conditions over the previous day, the crew gradually found their rhythm. The heavy outerwear had become more comfortable, and their operations became increasingly fluid. Naturally, their efficiency could not be compared to earlier standards, but there was noticeable improvement. As the net was cast into the sea, the viewers in the live stream became excited. Finally, the host was no longer catching bizarre items. Indeed, the host had moved beyond such peculiar catches. Zuo Yunlong had grown accustomed to the Navi reactions of the live stream audience. Haul in the net. With the host command, the fishing net emerged from the water. A peculiar creature was entangled within, prompting an astonished exclamation from one of the crew members. A manatee. Could be a stellar sea cow. The viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Is it truly impressive? One viewer quickly researched the stellar sea cow. No way. Can this really happen? They can actually be caught? Incredible. The host managed to catch this? My goodness. Isn't this species already extinct? How is this possible? Is the host planning to establish a nature reserve abroad? Truly remarkable. The host's actions are nothing short of extraordinary. Zuo Yunlong turned to the crew member who had shouted earlier, and the crew member hastily began to explain. As Zuo Yunlong heard that the meat of the manatee was exceptionally delectable, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, upon learning that this species was extinct, he hesitated momentarily. Ultimately, after the group unloaded the manatee onto the deck, they took photographs with it before returning it to the sea. After all, consuming the stellar's sea cow might mean that it was the last of its kind in existence. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to research information about the manatee. Wow, host, you managed to salvage an extinct animal. Impressive. I knew the host would be extraordinary. This is remarkable. I said the host was here for scientific exploration. Who can doubt that now? Host, you are indeed incredible, truly divine. With the protected species of the stellar's sea cow now in the host's possession, could they perhaps establish a wildlife conservation exhibition? Chapter 43. Just when things seemed to normalize, they took a strange turn again. After returning the stellar's sea cow, Zuo Yunlong resumed fishing. Although it was somewhat regrettable, reflecting on the tragic fate of the manatee reassured him that his actions were justified. Within the live stream, amidst the astonishment, admiration for Zuo Yunlong grew. Such matters were trivial to him. He cast another net, his spirit invigorated, sensing that something wonderful was about to transpire. After all, if he could catch a stellar sea cow, capturing something like king crabs or halibut should pose no challenge. The viewers eagerly anticipated what Zuo Yunlong might haul in next, for the familiar host had never truly left them. The speed of fishing in the Bering Strait surpassed that of ordinary waters, due to the turbulent undercurrents. Zuo Yunlong did not have to wait long before he could haul in his net. The currents would guide the fish into the nets. Haul the net, Zuo Yunlong commanded promptly. As the eyes of the crowd brimmed with anticipation, the fishing net floated to the surface. Gazing into the net, the viewers were stunned to find a bronze chariot. No way, can we really catch domestic goods abroad? Is this a bronze chariot? Am I seeing this correctly? Wow, has the host struck it rich again? How could such a thing exist here? Don't you know? The Bering Strait was originally discovered by our ancestors from Dragon Country. Indeed, it is said our ancestors traversed the Bering Strait to reach the New World. As the bronze chariot was placed on the deck, Zuo Yunlong felt a sense of exasperation. Where are the fish? Why is it always these oddities? I've traveled so far from home, yet I cannot escape the influence of this cultural heritage. Zuo Yunlong sighed, acknowledging that, at the very least, it was an antique that might offer some contribution. However, when he approached the bronze chariot, he was left speechless. What on earth is this? An Ultraman driving a chariot? Sitting in front of the chariot was indeed an Ultraman, seemingly known as Digga. As the viewers followed the live stream's camera to the chariot, they too were left astounded. No way, is that really Ultraman? I am utterly speechless. Ultraman driving a horse-drawn carriage? This is undeniably a modern artifact. Who on earth would create such an eccentric piece of contemporary art featuring Ultraman at the reins? Allow me to speak candidly. Have you not considered how the streamer could possibly retrieve this bronze carriage from the Bering Strait? An Ultraman driving it? How could that be accomplished? Ha! If such trivial feats were beyond them, could they still be the beloved streamer I admire? Surely, this streamer cannot be so absurd as to reach such extremes. Remarkable, truly a miraculous streamer, and the miracles continue. Ha! I find myself believing in the streamer, even if I lose faith in other things. This place is truly trustworthy. Streamer, it has been proven that your absurdity knows no geographical bounds. Zuo Yunlong, the little assistant, inquired softly, "What should we do, boss?" "Nonsense. Whoever wants it can take it." Zuo Yunlong replied with displeasure. "Not only did we fail to catch any fish, but we also ended up with such a bizarre item. What a headache." Meanwhile, the live stream room erupted with excitement. "Streamer, don't throw it away. If you don't want it, I'll buy it." Wow, the streamer managed to fish out something so significant. Definitely worth supporting. I'll take it. You're truly amazing, streamer. I want this item. Name your price. I'll offer 1,000. Keep it for me. I'll bid 1,500. The viewers in the live stream began to outbid each other, and the price quickly soared to 5,000. Little assistant, can an Ultraman-driven carriage really fetch 5,000? This is absurd. It seems the fans of this ridiculous streamer are equally unreliable. Nevertheless, the price continued to rise. The little assistant looked at Zuo Yunlong. "Boss, is this live stream going to be an auction? What should we do?" Zuo Yunlong disdainfully remarked. "An auction here? I'd be embarrassed to give it away. Let us just find a fan to gift it to." The live stream room erupted in excitement, everyone bidding frantically. Ultimately, the little assistant randomly took a screenshot and sent it to the viewer whose name appeared at the top. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong continued to command the fishing operation. Another net plunged into the depths of the sea, and when it was retrieved, it astonishingly contained a shell. The viewers, who were still basking in the joy of the bronze carriage, were now taken aback. Is that a shell? No wonder the Bering Strait is so rich in resources. The streamer remained the same. This time, it was indeed remarkable. Could it be that we fished out military ordnance? Should this be reported to the authorities? Are you foolish? In Bear Country, possessing a Gatling gun is perfectly legal. Retrieving a shell is merely a minor issue. After being carefully placed on the deck and identified, it was discovered to be a tank shell. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, "No way. How did a tank shell end up in the sea? Did Bear Country intend to drive a tank across the Bering Strait, and it fell in? This is truly absurd. How could I possibly retrieve such an item?" The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing this news, also went wild. A tank shell? We can actually fish out a tank shell from the ocean? Previously, there was at least a wooden crate. Now it seems there's no pretense, just the real deal. I can only say that the location is no longer the same as before, yet the host remains your familiar presenter. Truly, it is astonishing. Who would have thought that even shells could be retrieved? Is there anything more outrageous? I simply wish to know, is this even possible? As the viewers in the live stream fervently debated, Zuo Yunlong cast another net. This time, when he pulled it up, he astonishingly retrieved a tank track. The viewers in the live stream were immediately swept into a new wave of excitement. Goodness, a tank track has been fished up? I wonder, can such things really be obtained from the depths of the sea? Host, enlighten us. What are your intentions? I can't help but suspect the host is planning to assemble a tank on his fishing vessel for our viewing pleasure. How thrilling. I wager a pack of spicy snacks that next time the host will directly haul up a tank. Haha, I bet he'll retrieve a tank, albeit one, missing its ammunition and tracks. Zuo Yunlong is speechless. This is truly not what I desired. I merely wish to catch some fish. What purpose do these oddities serve? Can't I fish in peace? With another cast, Zuo Yunlong was eager to see if he could indeed pull up a tank. Sometimes, he felt the urge to challenge himself. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this net. Everyone was convinced it would yield a tank. Even the crew believed it without a doubt. It seemed that no one anticipated how ludicrous it would be to actually retrieve a tank. As the fishing net slowly ascended, it revealed nothing at all. This haul was utterly fruitless. Just as disappointment began to settle, the surface of the sea suddenly transformed. The water boiled as if heated, surging violently with bubbles. Chapter 44. Fishing out a tank? What on earth is happening? Goodness, it feels as though something extraordinary is about to emerge. Why does the scene feel so eerily familiar? Could it be that the sea floor has collapsed again? No way. I recall the last time the host encountered such a phenomenon. A golden treasure chest? Could it be another treasure chest of gold? Surely, the host's luck is beyond belief. I wonder if you've heard the legend of the Tsar's gold? I suspect the host has stumbled upon the Tsar's treasure. Are you referring to the missing 500 tons of gold? Could it be buried in the Bering Strait? That is quite plausible. Has the host discovered the Tsar's gold? Goodness, 500 tons of gold. Wouldn't it make the host fabulously wealthy? Oh, let me discover it too. This is too thrilling. Host, I implore you to adopt me. In the live stream, viewers speculated that Zuo Yunlong had indeed found the Tsar's gold. Instantly, all the viewers became restless. Truly impressive. The host can accomplish this? He is indeed a miraculous presenter. How can this be? Has the world's mystery been unraveled by the host? It's simply unbelievable. Look, everyone, indeed, something yellow is rising to the surface. Wait, gold, surfacing? Is it made of plastic? How can that even float? At this moment, Zuo Yunlong gazed at the tumultuous sea, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He had no illusions that what he might find could be fish, nor did he harbor any expectations. Yet, what could this yellow object be? Finally, the yellow item surfaced, revealing itself to be a lifebuoy. Zuo Yunlong was rendered speechless at this sight. What does this mean? Are you anticipating my ship sinking? Preparing me with a lifebuoy beforehand? He pondered. Can this even sink to the ocean floor? Could it truly be that gold is submerged beneath? The absurdity of the situation left him utterly exasperated. As the first lifebuoy emerged, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. One after another, lifebuoys floated to the surface, creating a magnificent spectacle of yellow. Zuo Yunlong was in a state of shock, questioning the purpose of it all. What is happening? Are we not even afraid of sinking anymore? These lifebuoys could buoy a fishing vessel to the surface. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed, their anticipation of Tsarist gold replaced by bewilderment. Is this really what we're witnessing? How bizarre. In that moment, the audience was at a loss for words. Finally, a viewer broke the silence. Can someone explain what is happening? Did the host sink another submarine? With so many lifebuoys, I need clarification on this situation. My mind is struggling to comprehend. How did these end up at the ocean floor? Goodness, I must commend the host. How is this even possible? Lifebuoys surfacing? What a surprise. I expected something extraordinary, yet here we are. It seemed the host was not always a deity of fortune. Is this not extraordinary? Can anyone's lifebuoy truly sink to the ocean floor? One viewer mused. After hearing you, it does seem plausible. But merely surfacing lifebuoys is rather dull. Isn't it? I thought the host might retrieve gold, yet it's merely a heap of yellow fabric. I wonder if the original owner of these lifebuoys is still alive. If they witnessed this scene, would their heart not ache? The surface of the sea was still bubbling, indicating a day of lifebuoy retrieval. Alas, if only they were antiques or weaponry. How tedious. The viewers continued to express their discontent in the live stream. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong felt a growing unease. The abundance of lifebuoys felt ominous. Who are these for? Am I truly meant to use them? With so many, one could easily cover a boat. This is rather exaggerated. The bubbles on the water's surface continued to churn as the viewers awaited further developments. They wondered if anything else might emerge besides the lifebuoys, perhaps the coveted Tsarist gold. Just as anticipation hung in the air, suddenly, the viewers were abruptly ejected from the live stream. Their phones displayed a stark message. Live stream has been closed. Bewildered, the audience was left in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, the little sidekick also noticed the unusual situation and exclaimed, Captain, there is no signal on the phone. The live stream has been forcibly terminated. What? Zuo Yunlong was taken aback and immediately glanced at his phone. Indeed, it had lost all signal. This was simply unscientific. Wasn't it just functioning perfectly moments ago? The other crew members also pulled out their phones, only to discover the same lack of signal. Could it be that they were experiencing severe signal interference? What had just transpired here? The crew members were somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it merely a few life vests that had surfaced? Meanwhile, the audience who had exited the live stream, after a brief moment of confusion, began to regain their composure. In Zuo Yunlong's fan group, netizens were fervently discussing the situation. What had happened? Why did the live stream abruptly end? Indeed, this was not in line with the host's usual style. Certainly, this was the same host who wouldn't even cease streaming while retrieving military supplies. Could it be that the host truly needed to use the life vests? No way. No way. The host couldn't have encountered any real danger. Could he? If so, wouldn't that mean my joy would vanish? As the conversation in the fan group escalated, online posts began to proliferate, with netizens inquiring, "Who saw that fishing host? What happened afterward? I too wish to know what the host managed to salvage. Why was there no follow-up after the life vest appeared? Who knows? Seeking the host's coordinates. Can anyone check on him? Surely, the host hasn't he perished?" The connection was severed so abruptly. I ask, did that fishing host encounter anything else? The surface of the sea surely held secrets. Rumor has it that the host encountered a black hole and has transcended dimensions. The unfolding events quickly reached the police station. At this moment, the station's phone was inundated with calls from concerned netizens. "Officer, you must save that fishing host. He is our source of joy. I need to report a missing person. A host has vanished." "What? Someone has already called?" "Officer, you must believe me. The host would not easily end his stream. He must have faced some misfortune." "Officer, the host has gone missing in the Bering Strait. Please expedite a diplomatic request to investigate. Truly, this host possesses remarkable talent. We cannot bear to lose him." Hearing the flood of calls regarding Zuo Yunlong, the police were left feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong, who was being sought after, was equally bewildered. The signal had been quite strong. How could it simply vanish? Just as he was mulling over the abrupt end to his live stream, suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the sea. The crew members were startled. Zuo Yunlong, gazing at what had surfaced, was utterly astonished. Was it a tank? Zuo Yunlong stared in disbelief at the tank floating on the water's surface. His composure shattered. "Zuo Yunlong? Is there truly a tank?" The crew, upon seeing the tank, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. There really was a tank? Goodness, I knew that retrieving tank shells and treads was extraordinary. But to find an actual tank beneath the sea? How on earth did a tank get into the water? This is simply astonishing. Heavens! How can a tank float on water? An amphibious tank? Following the boss is quite thrilling, isn't it? With laser weapons and rocket launchers. Now even tanks have emerged? Boss, are you preparing for a rebellion? Is this even possible? Zuo Yunlong, having stayed late at work, scrutinized the tank closely. This is utterly unscientific. How could a tank possibly float on water? The crew members were equally astonished upon witnessing this tank. No way, could it really be this tank? Chapter 45. The T-90 main battle tank. Zuo Yunlong turned to the crew member who appeared dumbfounded and asked, "Do you recognize this tank?" The crew member nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes, indeed, this is the most advanced tank from Bear Country." Upon hearing this, the other crew members grew increasingly agitated. What? This is actually Bear Country's most advanced tank? Can it truly be discovered here in the sea? Boss, should we contact Bear Country? This feels too surreal. Indeed, boss. Seeing this thing floating on the ocean gives an unsettling impression. Yes, it does feel as though it could fire and take out our fishing vessel at any moment. Zuo Yunlong disdainfully smirked and said, "Take out our fishing vessel? Have you forgotten that our fishing boat is equipped with the most advanced interception system? Here, it dares to threaten my fishing vessel?" Hearing Zuo Yunlong mention the interception system, the crew members felt considerably reassured. Indeed, with this interception system in place, there's a sense of security. However, another crew member expressed some skepticism. "Are you certain this is Bear Country's most advanced tank? How did it end up abandoned in the sea?" The crew member who recognized the tank grew a bit irritated upon being questioned. "You may doubt my fishing skills, but you cannot question this tank. This tank is indeed Bear Country's latest T-90 main battle tank. I used to be a soldier. I am well acquainted with this." At the mention of this name, all the crew members were rendered speechless. This is the tank reputed to be Bear Country's most advanced main battle tank, and it has surfaced from the depths of the sea. It is not that the crew members lack experience. Rather, the situation is far too bizarre to comprehend. Zuo Yunlong pondered, "Is this even possible? Have I inadvertently raided Bear Country's armory? If so, this joke has escalated rather dramatically." The crew members were also bewildered. What have they truly gotten themselves into with the most advanced active tank? Suddenly, Zuo Yunlong recalled a crucial detail and rushed to the deck to gaze at the tank. "But I have never heard of this tank being capable of swimming." Indeed, upon closer inspection, Zuo Yunlong discovered that the tank was artificially propped up by air cushions beneath it, resembling an amphibious vessel. This is how the tank could float on the ocean. Could it be that someone intentionally sank these tanks in the sea? Zuo Yunlong's mind was overwhelmed. What could be the purpose of such an act? "Boss, what should we do?" Though he felt somewhat reassured, being aimed at by so many tank cannons left the crew members in a state of panic. Zuo Yunlong's lips curled into a slight smile. Since these tanks have presented themselves, is only fitting to graciously accept them. Though not a fish, it could still be taken back to the Dragon Kingdom for examination, to see if it possesses any redeeming qualities. Resolute in his decision, Zuo Yunlong turned to the crew, who looked at him in bewilderment. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Come, bring those turtle shells aboard." The crew exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Was he serious? Did he truly believe the Bear Nation would be easy to provoke? Observing their inaction, Zuo Yunlong urged them, "What are you thinking? Get moving." At that moment, one crew member hesitantly asked, "Boss, isn't this a bit unwise?" Another chimed in, "Yes, boss, could this lead to trouble?" Zuo Yunlong dismissed their concerns with disdain. What trouble could arise? We are engaged in legal fishing. The crew fell silent. While it was indeed legal fishing, one might question who legally fishes for tanks. Such an endeavor was far from lawful. Yet, under Zuo Yunlong's persistent insistence, they reluctantly operated the crane to retrieve the tanks. However, none of them felt any joy. After all, they were dealing with the Bear Nation, known for their combat prowess. One wrong move could lead to dire consequences. Zuo Yunlong, unfazed, watched as the crew maneuvered the crane to bring one tank after another onto the deck, feeling a pang of regret. How wonderful it would be if these were all just large fish. Finally, when the last tank was placed on deck, he quickly counted 15 tanks. This equipment could undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle. Gazing at the 15 tanks on the deck, Zuo Yunlong was relieved that his ship was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, these behemoths could not have been accommodated. He approached one of the tanks and gently stroked its surface, only to be astonished to find a waterproof membrane. The texture confirmed it was indeed a waterproof layer. Had someone deliberately discarded this into the sea? This was simply illogical. Such valuable items couldn't just be thrown away. It was too wasteful. Better to transport them back to the Dragon Kingdom for those in need. Diligence and simplicity are indeed esteemed virtues of the Dragon Kingdom. Zuo Yunlong had already arranged a final destination for these tanks. He then turned to the crew member who had initially recognized the tank and inquired, "Can you operate these tanks?" The crew member smiled and replied, "Absolutely. I used to drive tanks. I can handle any type." "I see." Zuo Yunlong pondered for a moment. "Then why don't you test this tank's performance? We need to know if prolonged exposure to seawater has affected it." The crew member, thrilled at the prospect of driving a tank, eagerly responded, "Working with such a boss is fantastic. I can actually drive a tank?" "All right, boss." He promptly jumped into the tank's cockpit. After observing that the tank's movements were functioning smoothly, Zuo Yunlong felt reassured. At least it wasn't just a pile of scrap metal. "Boss, shall we test the tank's firepower?" The excited driver inquired. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go ahead." With a gleeful expression, the crew member declared, "All right, I'll demonstrate how to catch fish with an explosion." He adeptly aimed the ship's main cannon at the sea. The crew was left astounded. Had they not already stirred enough chaos? However, upon hearing the notion of exploding fish, Zuo Yunlong's interest was piqued. "Excellent. Let us see how this compares to laser weaponry." Without hesitation, the crew member pressed the launch button, and a shell soared forth, creating a massive spray upon impact with the water. Zuo Yunlong glanced at the scene and mused, "Is this it? It pales in comparison to the laser weaponry." Meanwhile, the crew was in awe. No wonder this is the main battle tank. Its power is astonishing. If that shell had struck the ship, it would surely sink. Truly, this is the most advanced tank from the Bear Nation. Remarkable. Suddenly, Zuo Yunlong snapped back to reality. "Everyone, we must depart immediately from this area." The fishing vessel hurriedly revved up its engines and sped away. Only after a moment did Zuo Yunlong realize the potential danger. If the Bear Nation's forces traced the sound, it would be difficult to explain. It was best to flee and ensure they remained undetected. Chapter 46. 15 tanks, formed in perfect order. The online discourse surrounding Zuo Yunlong had ignited fervently. What extraordinary discovery did the miraculous streamer make in the ocean? Surely, it cannot be a prehistoric beast that has eliminated the entire crew? Nonsense. If the miraculous streamer were in peril, would we still find joy? I am utterly anxious. What has the streamer uncovered? The connection has been severed? It must be a network outage. Otherwise, given the streamer's temperament, the broadcast would not have ceased. Heavens! Could it be that a signal jammer has been retrieved from the depths? I am equally curious. Even if it were just fish, I could endure it. Truly, the streamer cannot be surreptitiously fishing, can he? That would be utterly mundane. Fishing? Fishing is quite impossible. How often have you seen the streamer haul in any catch? Streamer, I implore you to restore the broadcast swiftly. I can't even enjoy my lunch. Isn't it ironic? Without witnessing the streamer's broadcast, I am quite distressed. Meanwhile, the beloved streamer, Zuo Yunlong, was guiding the fishing vessel back toward his hometown. Boss, we've traveled quite a distance. Surely the Bear Nation cannot pursue us now? Inquired his anxious assistant. We are merely fishermen. There is no need to risk our lives. Zuo Yunlong smirked slightly, replying, It is better to remain cautious. Have the tanks been properly covered? His assistant nodded vigorously, all secured, boss. Zuo Yunlong's lips curled into a subtle smile. That's excellent. We cannot solely focus on our return. We must also enjoy ourselves. Let us continue fishing. Zuo Yunlong proclaimed joyfully. His assistant was taken aback. What? We are to continue fishing? If we bring up any more strange items, there will be no room left. The assistant was filled with dismay. Moreover, judging by the boss's demeanor, he hardly seemed anxious. It was evident that he was simply indulging his fishing obsession once more. However, these thoughts lingered in the minds of the underlings, who dared not voice them aloud. Very well, boss. Upon hearing that Zuo Yunlong intended to continue fishing, the crew grew increasingly anxious. Could it be that with so many significant figures aboard, the boss still wished to fish? My heavens! How audacious of him to dare fish here. What if he were to inadvertently haul in something troublesome? That would be truly disheartening. Goodness! Do we still intend to return home? Would we not be apprehended for smuggling arms? Though each crew member harbored their own thoughts, the boss's orders were to be followed. A net was cast directly into the depths of the sea, and Zuo Yunlong did not rush to retrieve it. After all, they were returning home. He could afford to let the fishing net linger on the surface for a while. Surely they would catch something here? After a period of navigating the waters, Zuo Yunlong finally commanded the retrieval of the net. As the net surfaced, it brimmed with an array of fish. Haha, we've caught fish. Zuo Yunlong felt a surge of excitement. This bounty would certainly last for several days. The crew gazed at the haul, as if in a dream. We've really caught fish? Finally! Goodness, this isn't an illusion, is it? This is simply unbelievable. The crew exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. This defied all scientific reasoning. How could the boss have managed to catch so many fish with such ease? When did fishing become such a simple endeavor? The boss is indeed remarkable. He truly has brought in fish. Thank heavens, thank the earth, and all the deities above and below. The boss has finally ceased to haul in troublesome items. Everything has returned to normal. My word, as a fisherman, the very act of catching fish has moved me to the brink of tears. At this moment, the most exhilarated was Zuo Yunlong. Quickly, let's place these fish on the deck, but gently. I wish to see what we have caught. The net was soon laid upon the deck. Zuo Yunlong eagerly dove into the pile of fish to examine the haul. Flounder, sole, turbot, and yellow croaker. Such an astonishing variety. There were even a few rare species among them, all of great value. Moreover, there were no peculiar items mixed in, nor any protected species. It was a pure catch of fish. This left Zuo Yunlong and the crew both unaccustomed, yet exceedingly thrilled. At last, it felt like true fishing. Zuo Yunlong swiftly produced his phone and handed it to his underling, preparing to go live. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong had exited the signal jamming zone, and the phone signal had been restored. The underling shook his head at the phone being offered. Boss, please remain calm. We still have a tank on board. If the fans in a live stream were to see this, it could spell trouble. Moreover, if there are spies from the Bear Country, it would be disastrous. They might be frantically searching right now. If we go live, wouldn't that be tantamount to delivering ourselves right into their hands? It would be far better to simply dive directly into the belly of the Bear Nation. After listening to his companion's words, Zuo Yunlong extended his thumb in praise. Not bad. That's a good idea. Quite reasonable. Let us forego the live stream. Upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong's acquiescence, his assistant finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the Bear Nation were to discover their whereabouts through a live stream and pursue them, the ramifications could be dire. Escaping from their clutches would be a formidable challenge. Zuo Yunlong retracted his phone, hesitating momentarily. Subsequently, he deliberately tore a larger hole in his already damaged pants. Boss, what are you doing? His assistant inquired, astonished by Zuo Yunlong's actions. Zuo Yunlong smirked. You are too naive to understand. He then leaned against the side of the deck, facing the camera with a slight grin. Oh dear, folks, my pants got snagged while I was fishing. How should I mend them? With that, Zuo Yunlong extended his leg. He then adjusted the camera to focus on the gaping hole in his trousers. Behind his leg, a small mountain of fish lay piled up, some still wriggling. In quite a predicament here, waiting for your guidance. This maneuver left the crew utterly bewildered. Can we really do this? Is he actually asking for advice on how to fix his pants? Isn't he just showcasing the haul he has caught? After recording everything, Zuo Yunlong performed some simple edits on the short video before posting it. The moment his video was uploaded, the long-suffering viewers finally glimpsed hope. Chapter 47. Riding the wave of popularity, they are professionals. Oh my gosh, the miracle streamer is alive. The miracle streamer is alive. Police, I confess. The miracle streamer hasn't perished. I reported falsely. Heavens, he posted a short video. He actually posted a short video? I'm beyond excited. Why only a short video? Has the streamer been taken hostage? Indeed, streamer, go live. I need to see you, right this instant. First, let us check the short video to soothe my traumatized little heart. Upon opening the short video, viewers were once again astounded. What is this? Is he going to sew his pants? What kind of cryptic message is this? I can't quite grasp it. Could it be that he is trying to hint at something due to being held captive? As viewers initially watched Zuo Yunlong's short video, their expressions were filled with confusion. What does this streamer mean? Why is he mending pants? At that moment, a sharp-eyed viewer sent a message in the fan group. Attention, everyone. Pay close attention to what's behind the streamer. With this revelation, the online community erupted once more. Wait, is the streamer being held by a ghost? Is this some new trend in the paranormal? No, this is even more terrifying than anything ghostly. Look, are those the fish he just caught behind him? Thanks to this viewer's alertness, the audience's focus finally shifted from Zuo Yunlong's pants to the fish behind him. Indeed, those are freshly caught fish. This truly seems like a realm of the underworld. How could fish possibly be caught? This situation feels rather unseemly, as the likelihood of the miraculous streamer reeling in fish appears to be even less than that of safeguarding endangered species. To think that the streamer's purpose for going offline was merely to fish in secret. How absurd. How on earth did the streamer manage to catch these fish? Is it not a yellow life jacket? Could it be that the life jacket conceals the fish within? Who on earth is so bored as to dress fish in life jackets? What a ludicrous notion. If the fish were aware, they would surely be infuriated. After all, do they not know how to swim? The crux of the matter is that the streamer's sole intent in going offline was to fish. This is utterly vexing. I have been genuinely concerned for the streamer, only to be presented with this farce. And to add insult to injury, patching up trousers? Just dispose of them. You've already lost all sense of shame. This blatant display is clearly a means to flaunt the fish he has caught, is it not? The online community is in an uproar. After tirelessly searching for the streamer's whereabouts, he has deceived everyone to indulge in fishing. Is this truly what one can do? How many nets must the streamer have cast to reel in such a bounty? Has he somehow struck it rich? My interest in the fish has waned. I merely wish to know when the streamer will return. My goodness, the fish in the back are quite sizable. If I were to catch such large fish, the entire village would certainly be informed. Streamer, return swiftly so I can express my ire. Just moments ago, I was nearly in tears, only to be shown this. At the very least, if you could have brought back some munitions, it would have been a more fitting tribute to us. The behavior of Zuo Yunlong, fishing without a live broadcast, has drawn continuous condemnation from netizens. Furthermore, observant individuals have discovered a line of text beneath the streamer's post. Family. I will be back in a few hours. Do not be too excited. Upon this text discovery, netizens sprang into action. Let us go to the port and welcome the streamer back. It is imperative. I must witness how he intends to explain himself. I have never felt such sorrow, even when divorcing my wife. I am eager to see what the streamer has truly caught. I refuse to believe he is nothing but fish. I too must be among the first to know what the streamer has reeled in. It is infuriating that he dares to fish. While I can tolerate fishing, the fact that he turned off the live stream to do so is most displeasing. Let us go, everyone, and see what the streamer has brought back. Having traveled abroad, one would expect him to return with some foreign flair. Countless netizens spontaneously made their way to the port to welcome Zuo Yunlong back. This incident soon trended online. The miraculous streamer's return prompted tens of thousands of netizens to flock to the harbor. Influencers also began to ride the wave of this traffic. Regarding the miraculous streamer's return, I perceive it merely as a gimmick, utterly foolish. This is a misuse of public resources. After a particular influencer voiced such sentiments online, they were immediately met with a barrage of criticism from netizens. Yet this influencer secretly reveled in the attention. After all, negative fame is still fame. Nowadays, anyone associated with Zuo Yunlong can garner traffic. Of course, this influencer could never have anticipated that they would be subjected to such backlash that it would lead to their withdrawal from public engagement. Finally, the internet celebrity boldly announced the deletion of their account, expressing their intent to cease participation. Meanwhile, at the port, countless netizens eagerly awaited the return of Zuo Yunlong. Many influencers, who had previously shown no interest in Zuo, now flocked to the harbor. Dear friends, behind us is the grand assembly welcoming the miraculous broadcaster. It is truly a spectacular sight, exclaimed a host, live-streaming the vibrant atmosphere of the port. A casual stroll around the harbor revealed thousands gathered to witness the event. In a few hours, the miraculous broadcaster would arrive at this very port. To lighten the mood, a young lady proposed a dance, inviting everyone to join her in anticipation of the miraculous broadcaster's arrival. With that, the beautiful host showcased her figure at the port, her dance being rather unremarkable. At that moment, nearly 10,000 viewers tuned into her live stream. However, the audience paid little attention to her performance, instead engaging in discussions about the miraculous broadcaster. Additionally, two individuals at the harbor entertained the crowd with a comedic dialogue, providing commentary on the return of the miraculous broadcaster. Their humor was sharp yet non-offensive, resonating well with public sentiment. Within a few minutes, they garnered tens of thousands of followers. The pair were exhilarated, as if they had stumbled upon the secret to viral success, and they performed with even greater vigor. At that moment, the port resembled a bustling marketplace, filled with a diverse array of individuals, vendors selling water, snacks, and local delicacies, as well as performers showcasing acrobatics, magic, and remarkable feats. The fishermen were left astonished, wondering what was happening. They had heard nothing about any events occurring that day. Upon realizing that such a grand spectacle was merely to welcome a fisherman, their disbelief deepened. When did fishing become so promising? They exchanged incredulous glances. As the crowd continued to wait, military vehicles suddenly approached the shore. Soldiers disembarked from the trucks, standing at the ready. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a sense of numbness. What was happening? Were the military involved again? Chapter 48. You call a tank a toy? Upon entering the territorial waters of Longhua, Zuo Yunlong leisurely navigated towards the port, casting his net for fish at intervals along the way. With no pressing matters awaiting his return, there was little reason for haste. However, it seemed that fortune had conspired against him, as he had been met with empty nets on 2 consecutive hauls. The crew, witnessing the barren nets, began to feel a growing tension. The thought that their boss might be up to something odd crept into the minds of nearly all the crew members. After 2 more empty nets, Zuo Yunlong felt somewhat disheartened. Yet, glancing at the seafood already in the fish tank, a smile crept upon his lips. This outing had indeed been fruitful, yielding a bountiful catch. At least for 2 consecutive days, he had brought in something, starting with a solitary king crab on the first day. Today, however, promised even greater rewards. As Zuo Yunlong prepared to cast his 3rd net, the crew's anxiety reached a fever pitch. If any further absurdities were to emerge, would it leave anyone with a semblance of peace? 15 tanks insufficient? Perhaps we should summon some artillery? Rocket launchers? My esteemed boss, it seems our catch for today is already substantial, and the crew appears somewhat fatigued. Might we consider a brief respite? The junior aide murmured softly into Zuo Yunlong's ear. Upon hearing this, Zuo Yunlong found merit in the suggestion and promptly nodded, stating, "Very well, let us rest today." After all, having already netted a considerable haul, further attempts that might dampen spirits would be counterproductive. With Zuo Yunlong's acquiescence, the junior aide felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel sailed steadily within the territorial waters of Longhua, devoid of concerns regarding pursuit from Bear Country. However, as Zuo Yunlong slowed down, those awaiting at the port were met with dismay. Netizens chose to camp at the harbor, erecting numerous small tents. Meanwhile, the influencers were utterly exhausted. Weren't they supposed to return after a few hours? How much time had passed? Over 6 hours had elapsed with no sign of their return. What were they up to? The 2 comedians had exhausted their repertoire, their voices now hoarse. They had no choice but to end the live stream, contemplating life as they gazed toward the harbor. The dancing streamer, too, had long ceased to perform, shutting down the broadcast to take a breather. The most carefree among them was the live broadcaster of the event, who had mysteriously vanished, leaving only their phone recording the unfolding scene. Now, apart from the military personnel still present, the others were nearly dozing off. It was not until the middle of the night that a fishing vessel finally appeared in the harbor. The crew, upon witnessing the multitude of tents, were momentarily taken aback. When did this place transform into a holiday resort? Why were there so many people camping here? The fishing boat glided smoothly into the harbor, and the soldiers who had been waiting for some time sprang into action. Leading the charge was none other than Zuo Yunlong's old acquaintance, Captain Chow. Perhaps due to the military's involvement, the police had yet to arrive on the scene. As Zuo Yunlong disembarked from the vessel, Captain Chow approached him. "Come now, let me see what treasures you have brought from your sea voyage. You shutting down the live stream left me quite eager." Perhaps the military's operations had generated too much noise, for many sleeping netizens were abruptly awakened. Wait, the streamer is back? Really, they survived the ordeal. This place is simply marvelous. In an instant, the harbor's lights flickered to life, as enthusiastic netizens welcomed the streamer as if they were a hero returning from battle. Naturally, those influencers eager to capitalize on the traffic would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. One after another, live streams began to open on the platform, each showcasing the return of Zuo Yunlong. Dear viewers, the miraculous streamer you have longed for has arrived at the port. Let us celebrate. What you are witnessing is the military leaders warmly welcoming our miraculous streamer, whose background is indeed impressive. The miraculous streamer has returned. Family and friends, the miraculous host has returned. Let us behold the wondrous treasures he brings. At this moment, Captain Chow grasped the hand of the esteemed Zuo Yunlong tightly, while Luo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is nothing much, just a few trinkets. Just don't be overly astonished when you see them." As he spoke, the crew began to bring down a wooden chest. Meanwhile, the online viewers had already gathered around. Thankfully, the military personnel maintained order, preventing anyone from approaching Zuo Yunlong and Captain Chow. Curiosity piqued, Captain Chow gazed at the wooden chest, while Zuo Yunlong wasted no time and opened it. Before Captain Chow lay a magnificent bronze chariot. His eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a bronze artifact? Such a national treasure must never fall into foreign hands. You actually managed to bring it back from abroad? The online audience erupted in excitement. Wow, did you hear? The host has recovered a national treasure. A bronze chariot? This is priceless. The host has truly struck it rich. To salvage a bronze chariot from the depths of the ocean is nothing short of miraculous. While the viewers marveled at Zuo Yunlong's discovery, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Perhaps due to the darkness of the night, Captain Chow had not seen clearly. Just as Zuo Yunlong lifted the bronze chariot, it nearly collided with Captain Chow's face. Upon closer inspection, Captain Chow's expression turned pale. Is this Ultraman? Before Captain Chow could confirm, the online viewers erupted once more. Wait, isn't that the bronze chariot piloted by Ultraman? No way, it's actually Ultraman. I always said that this land has belonged to Dragon Country since ancient times. To recover Ultraman's bronze chariot is quite the feat. Imagine if it fell into the hands of the pickled cabbage country. They would surely seek to apply for heritage status. Laughter echoed among the viewers, reveling in the absurdity of the situation. Captain Chow twitched at the corners of his mouth, glancing at Zuo Yunlong. Is there anything else? Without hesitation, Luo instructed the crew to bring forth lively fish, flopping about as they were unloaded at the port. Surrounding viewers were unimpressed. Is this it? Did you really think we came here in the dead of night just to watch you catch fish? Is this some sort of show-off? The miraculous host is catching fish. This defies logic. I'm not here to watch fish. The disbelief continued as they processed that he had indeed caught fish. The probability of the miraculous host catching fish is incredibly low. I thought that short video was just for appearances, yet he truly managed to catch fish? Goodness, these fish are quite sizable. The host must be pleased with this catch. Instantly, the port buzzed with commotion, resembling a bustling marketplace. Captain Chow frowned upon seeing the fish. Brother, is this truly the entirety of your haul from this voyage? With pride, Zuo Yunlong replied, what do you think? Are you astonished? This time, I have successfully netted an abundance of fish. Isn't it remarkable? This is the most precious find from my recent sea expedition. Lieutenant Chow helplessly echoed. Indeed, truly remarkable. Yet the netizens remained unconvinced. Seriously? A mere bag of fish is deemed the best treasure? This streamer must have never encountered anything of true value. One exclaimed, damn, I'm craving fish now. After spending an entire night, this is what you show me? Thank goodness there's no admission fee, or I would definitely demand a refund. The streamer is indeed impressive. I waited all night only to be shown the fish he caught. I'm astounded. Lieutenant Chow continued to inquire. Was there nothing else? Suddenly, a strong tremor resonated from the wooden planks of the dock, accompanied by the thunderous roar of a massive engine approaching the port. Oh, there are a few small gadgets prepared for the military. On board, a tank, under the driver's control, was poised to dock. Lieutenant Gao. Netizens. Are you seriously calling a tank a small gadget? Chapter 49. Am I blind? Lieutenant Chow clearly possessed a greater discernment than the average netizen. Staring at the tank emerging from the ship, he was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him. This is the most advanced T-90 main battle tank currently in service with the Bear Nation. At that moment, he struggled to articulate his astonishment. Left Yunlong shook his head. It's not a fish. I can't remember the name of this tank. All that matters is it's the most advanced from the Bear Nation. Lieutenant Chow was left dumbfounded. Are you seriously comparing a tank to fish? Have you lost your mind? Meanwhile, the netizens were electrified. Did you hear? That's the most advanced tank from the Bear Nation. I knew the streamer wouldn't return from the sea with just a few fish. What a delightful surprise. Suddenly, I'm wide awake. This is something that can even be fished out of the sea? Miraculous, truly a miracle. Forgive my ignorance. Allow me to express my current feelings with a simple exclamation. This streamer has indeed struck gold. No wonder military personnel are arriving. Ha! It seems this streamer has now gained recognition in the military district. Truly a miraculous streamer. This streamer is undoubtedly a national treasure. I suddenly feel that even the giant panda pales in comparison to the streamer's charm. Do you think someone might want to capture the streamer for research to uncover such marvels? Honestly, upon witnessing the tank, I was rendered speechless. It was utterly breathtaking. Miracle streamer, you are forever trustworthy. Nearby, the netizens were in a frenzy, and several influencers' live streams were overflowing with viewers. Brothers, shall I perform a dance to liven things up? The dance streamer sweetly suggested. However, the netizens were uninterested. Scram, don't waste my time watching the miracle streamer. Wait, didn't a tank just roll down? The miracle streamer is truly impressive. If you dare utter another word, we'll switch to another streamer's room. It's a tank. It truly is a tank. The dancing streamer was momentarily taken aback upon reading the comments displayed on the screen. In that instant, the earlier agitation from the viewers' criticisms faded from her mind. She turned her head in a daze and finally caught sight of the tank being brought ashore. Could it truly be? Was there genuinely a tank? Had it really been retrieved from the depths of the sea? The dancer stood there, bewildered, as if frozen in place. Damn it, this foolish streamer is obstructing our view. Change the live stream, quick. I cannot afford to miss this spectacle. The number of viewers in her stream plummeted rapidly, yet the dancer remained unfazed. This was miraculous, simply astounding. If only she could board that ship. A fire ignited within her heart. Meanwhile, the two performers of the comedic skit were rendered speechless by the viewers' relentless barrage of comments. You too, focus on watching the miraculous streamer's performance. If you keep chattering, we will change the venue. Almost all other popular streamers present were subjected to the same treatment, save for one who had set up his phone but had disappeared from sight. His stream boasted the highest number of viewers among the group. Lieutenant Chow gazed at the tank before him, swallowed hard, and attempted to steady his emotions as he inquired, how many of these tanks did you recover? 3. Zuo Yunlong shook his head in silence. Only then did Lieutenant Chow feel a sense of relief, remarking, no worries, managing even one of these tanks is already quite remarkable. If Zuo Yunlong had indeed recovered an excessive number of tanks, it would be beyond the capabilities of a mere lieutenant to manage. With a casual wave of his hand, Zuo Yunlong suddenly activated the ship's lights, blinding the onlookers on the dock. Lieutenant Chow instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand, peering through the gaps between his fingers. The viewers and streamers alike closed their eyes, unwilling to confront the blinding radiance. Under the brilliant glare, the silhouettes of massive objects began to emerge. Lieutenant Cao discerned the familiar outline. As everyone struggled to adjust to the intense light, their gazes fell upon the neatly arranged 14 tanks on the ship. leaving them utterly astonished. Lieutenant Chao's mouth gradually fell open, prompting Zuo Yunlong to suppress the urge to stuff an entire duck egg into it. The expressions of the viewers were remarkably uniform. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, and faces adorned with exaggerated astonishment. Finally, after a brief silence, an eruption of excitement ensued. The entire port erupted as if a droplet of water had fallen into a sizzling hot oil pot. Holy cow, am I dreaming? What is that? Oh my, I'm panicking now. Am I being aimed at by the cannons of 14 tanks? Can I surrender? Surely this must be a toy, right? How can a toy be this realistic? Tell me where I can buy one. What on earth did the streamer do after disconnecting? Did he raid an arms depot? This is terrifying. It shouldn't be played like this. I want to know, did the streamer really bring all these behemoths up from the sea? How on earth did they end up in the ocean? Is it possible that it remains in such pristine condition? Streamer, you are remarkable. I am utterly in awe. I initially believed you had merely acquired a single tank, yet you returned with an entire tank brigade? A total of 15 tanks. 15. How astonishing that they were brought back like this. No wonder you chose to end the live stream. If it were me, I too would disconnect. With a live broadcast, returning alive would be uncertain at best. Streamer, I wish to join your expedition. I seek no monetary gain, merely a glimpse into how you achieve this feat, I wonder. What else might you salvage next time? Lieutenant Chao was utterly dumbfounded. 15 tanks? All legally retrieved from the sea? Such a statement seemed too extraordinary to believe. Yet this absurdity was indeed what Lieutenant Chao encountered today. You mean these 15 tanks? Zuo Yunlong understood Chao's confusion and calmly replied, "Oh, we salvaged them all together." At that moment, a subordinate beside Zuo Yunlong added, "Our boss mentioned that they might be of some assistance to Dragon Country. We brought them back for you to dismantle and examine." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Chao appeared slightly dazed. Ah, so these tanks are no longer operational. That makes the situation considerably more reasonable. After all, if they were new tanks, who would think to dismantle them for amusement? Meanwhile, the online audience was equally bewildered. Can you believe it? 15 tanks salvaged solely for the purpose of dismantling them for the Dragon Country's military. Is there a more extravagant streamer out there? Chapter 50. The military district holds an emergency meeting. Incredible. Truly befitting of a streamer. The vision is grand. The streamer is genuinely impressive. Did you not recall the last time you salvaged a laser weapon? I am in complete admiration. What a wild notion to dismantle tanks. It seems utterly insane. Perhaps the salvaged tanks are merely scrap metal? A sensational stunt, perhaps? At this moment, Lieutenant Chao was intently scrutinizing Zuo Yunlong. If these are indeed scrap, I could manage them. But if not, Zuo Yunlong looked at Lieutenant Chao with exasperation. What do you mean by scrap? Did you not see someone just drive a tank off the ship? How is it that Lieutenant Chao appears to struggle not only with logic, but with perception as well? Lieutenant Chao was genuinely astonished by Zuo Yunlong. What normal individual could salvage tanks from a sea, and to retrieve 15 in one go? Chao simply could not believe that Zuo Yunlong had indeed brought back 15 intact tanks. This was utterly ludicrous. Did you not see my crew driving the tanks over? Zuo Yunlong remarked. It was only after this reminder that Lieutenant Chao regained his composure. Are you implying that all these tanks are operational? He asked, still somewhat incredulous. Zuo Yunlong was speechless. They were right in front of you. What more is there to discuss? If you're unsure, why not send someone up to inspect them? Zuo Yunlong realized that unless Chao sent someone to verify, he would remain skeptical. Upon hearing these words, Captain Chao finally reacted, eagerly dispatching soldiers to inspect the tank. The soldiers, upon receiving this news, shook off their initial shock of seeing the tank and rushed to examine it. A tank retrieved from the sea? This was utterly unprecedented. Fortuitously, a squad was selected to conduct the inspection. As they approached, all the soldiers were left in disbelief. Goodness, could this truly be new? One soldier exclaimed upon touching the tank. The squad leader was equally taken aback. How could something submerged in the ocean not have succumbed to corrosion? Was it possible that this fellow had actually led a crew to plunder a military factory in Bear Country? Yet, soon enough, the squad leader noticed something unusual. Astonishingly, there was even a waterproof membrane present. Was this indeed Bear Country's main battle tank? How could it have arrived in our Dragon Country? It felt surreal, almost like a dream. Meanwhile, the other soldiers were excitedly inspecting the tank, which was in impeccable condition. They were all astounded by the sight before them. Who would have thought this marvel had emerged from the depths of the sea? Once the soldiers completed their inspection, they hurriedly returned to report to Captain Chow, brimming with enthusiasm at the prospect of acquiring these 15 tanks. 15 tanks. That was a significant haul. Report, sir, there are a total of 15 tanks, all brand new. Upon hearing this news, Captain Chow was once again rendered speechless. The onlookers were equally astonished by the revelation. Goodness, I thought it was a pile of scrap metal. And now I'm told it's all brand new? This is beyond my comprehension. A brand new tank for Dragon Country to dismantle and examine? Truly impressive, host. With just one move, you have left everyone in awe. Who could have anticipated that they would salvage entirely new tanks? Where could one even begin to rationalize this? Captain Chow was equally flabbergasted. 15 brand new Bear Country Type 90 main battle tanks? They were indeed retrieved from the ocean? It was believable that someone might think Zuo Yunlong had raided a military factory in Bear Country. However, this matter was beyond Captain Chow's sole discretion. He immediately made a phone call. Hello, please connect me to the division commander. At that moment, the division commander was returning from a drill. And upon hearing it was Captain Chow on the line, he quickly answered. Chow, how are things? Did Zuo Yunlong have any success this time? Captain Chow forced a wry smile, saying, Sir, it's not a matter of whether Zuo Yunlong had success. It's that he had an overwhelming amount of success. Oh, so it's quite a significant haul. The division commander replied with a smile. Just handle it as you see fit. No need to call me specifically to report. That one do, sir. I cannot make such decisions on my own. Captain Chow was now extremely anxious. If he dared to take action regarding these 15 tanks, he feared the division commander would personally send him to a military tribunal the following day. It's fine, just manage it. It's a good opportunity for your development. As long as it's not related to laser weapons, the division commander said somewhat casually. Commander, he has recovered the tank. Captain Chow's voice trembled slightly. Dear Commander, please do not put me in a difficult position. The commander, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, a tank? Such a common occurrence. Just handle it as you see fit. He spoke with a calm demeanor, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Captain Chow immediately corrected him, not one, but 15. The commander's eyes widened suddenly, and he found it hard to breathe. Wait, what did you say? 15? Tanks? He asked in astonishment. Hearing the commander's shocked tone, Captain Chow thought to himself, finally, he gets it. Yes, indeed, 15 tanks. 15 tanks? Did this fellow really pull them from the sea? The commander inquired urgently, what model are they? They can't be those outdated types, can they? Captain Chow, resigned, replied, indeed, he claims they were retrieved from the ocean. They are brand new Xiongwa Type 90 main battle tanks. The commander was utterly taken aback, losing all semblance of his previous composure. What did you say? The most advanced main battle tanks from Xiongwa? And brand new? Did he truly pull them from the sea? Or did he raid an arms depot? Captain Chow had harbored similar suspicions, thinking that it seemed more plausible for Zuo Yunlong to have raided an arms depot than to have fished them out of the ocean. However, he had to concede, no, although there is no video evidence, the tanks are covered in waterproof film. They must have been retrieved from the sea. The commander was rendered speechless. The situation was absurd. When did tanks become something one could fish from the water? Take immediate action. Weapons of this caliber must not be left exposed. The commander ordered without delay. How to handle them? I will decide after reporting. Only after receiving the command did Captain Chow feel reassured enough to let his men take possession of the 15 tanks. After all, he dare not touch such a hot potato. Once the military personnel had driven all 15 tanks away, Captain Chow fixed a tense gaze upon Zuo Yunlong. There isn't anything else, is there? He asked tentatively. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand and replied, this time, there truly is nothing left. Upon hearing this, Captain Chow finally felt a sense of relief. He was thoroughly frightened now, genuinely worried that Zuo Yunlong might produce something else to embarrass him. In that case, I shall take my leave. With all these big items you've acquired, I expect I'll have to draft a report through the night. With a sigh, Captain Chow patted Zuo Yunlong on the shoulder and promptly led his team away. Not long after, the soldiers in the military district learned of this remarkable streamer, who had managed to recover Xiongwa main battle tanks from the sea, tanks that could not even be purchased. His singular achievement stirred the entire military district to convene an emergency meeting that left everyone unable to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, those who had been spectating swiftly shared the video of Zuo Yunlong's return online. All the netizens who had never witnessed Zuo Yunlong's fishing exploits found themselves with a singular thought. This streamer is simply incredible. He promised to go fishing, yet he ended up retrieving tanks? Chapter 51. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Zuo Yunlong once again ignites the internet. This time, netizens were utterly astonished. Is this fishing? Can fishermen truly haul in tanks? Incredible. I have never encountered such audacious fishermen. It is truly terrifying. Tanks, 15 of them, effortlessly retrieved. I am in awe. If they were ordinary tanks, it might be one thing, but these are the most advanced tanks from the Bear Nation. This streamer is quite remarkable, intending to donate these tanks to the state for dismantling. Haha, the military district must be receiving these tanks with tears, only to scold the streamer for being extravagant. I'm simply curious about where one can fish for tanks. I want to try it too. Lift me up. I want to join the streamer in fishing. This seems exhilarating and thrilling. Have you seen his previous streams? Everything he does is extraordinary. What a treasure of a streamer. I have indeed seen them. Otherwise, why do you think he is dubbed the miracle streamer? Please, this is far beyond being merely a miracle streamer. This is akin to an arms dealer. Indeed, the previous commenter is correct, with laser weapons, rocket launchers, and now tanks making an appearance. I can only wonder what he will conjure up next. This streamer is truly exceptional, single-handedly propelling the military industry of Dragon Nation forward significantly. The title of arms dealer suits him far better than miracle streamer, as who else could fish for arms, let alone tanks? Soon, the moniker of arms dealer gained unanimous recognition among netizens. Zuo Yunlong consequently acquired a new title, and with it his fanbase surged dramatically. All were eager to learn how to fish for tanks. Zuo Yunlong's followers swiftly reached 15 million. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong lounged at home, far from boredom, contemplating how to prepare the fish he had caught. He remained indifferent to external affairs, solely focused on when he could venture out to fish again. Since Zuo Yunlong had, in one fell swoop, retrieved 15 tanks, Captain Chow no longer held the authority to make decisions regarding them. Thus, Zuo Yunlong could only stay at home, awaiting summons. At this moment, high-ranking officials of Dragon Nation commenced discussions. After a video played on the screen, an elder spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you here today to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. This elder was none other than the current paramount leader of Dragon Nation. A stern, middle-aged man, the commander of the military district where Captain Chow served, pondered for a moment before replying, "Fortune favors him." The audience exchanged glances upon hearing this statement. Such a remarkable act, attributed merely to good fortune? The commander continued, unhurriedly, regardless of how you perceive this situation. It is a fact that this young man has surrendered the tanks. Such behavior, in my view, deserves commendation. The head of national security interjected, is it truly just luck? Subsequently, the man produced a diagram. If Zuo Yunlong were present, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. The image captures the astonishing fishing exploits of Zuo Yunlong since his departure at sea. Numerous attendees, unfamiliar with Zuo Yunlong's remarkable achievements, are rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. All of this was retrieved from the ocean? Inquired the Minister of Labor, the head of national security, fully aware of the sentiments of those present. Similarly found himself speechless upon first witnessing the haul. Indeed, all of it was fish from the sea, he affirmed with a nod, continuing, among the items are not only weaponry, but also protected species, antiques, and gold. These are treasures that an ordinary person might never encounter in a lifetime. Yet this young man, after merely a few days at sea, has managed to procure so much. Do you believe this is mere fortune? The military commander spoke in a grave tone. I understand how difficult this may be to believe. Furthermore, our military and police have cordoned off the waters, searching tirelessly for 3 days and nights. However, our findings may pale in comparison to what this young man has amassed in a single day. Thus, I am inclined to believe that his success is merely a stroke of luck. Otherwise, we would not have returned empty-handed. The head of national security nodded in agreement, stating, I too believe it is luck, especially since this young man has previously single-handedly assisted us in resolving all espionage issues related to the Shao family. What? He accomplished that as well? A deputy minister inquired incredulously. The audience below appeared utterly bewildered, contemplating if such feats could indeed arise from fishing. The chief pondered briefly and remarked, did all of this transpire during his live broadcast? Have we investigated his background? Upon hearing the chief's inquiry, the Minister of Public Security, seated among the audience, stood to respond. We have conducted a thorough investigation. His background presents no issues, nor are there any signs of contact with foreign entities. The current dilemma is the need to nationalize these tanks, which hold significant research value. However, they were retrieved from international waters, leaving us unable to enforce their reclamation. Therefore, we must offer him some form of reward in exchange for these tanks. What are your thoughts? The crowd furrowed their brows in contemplation. Should we bestow upon him a first-class merit award? This young man is not in want of money. Perhaps we might send a few elite bodyguards his way, which would also allow us to monitor him. Alternatively, we could reward him with domestically produced tanks, stripped of weapons, which would at least be safer than those retrieved. Or we could inquire if he has any specific desires we might fulfill. The assembly nodded in agreement, realizing that this was their only course of action. Shortly thereafter, Captain Chow arrived. Without preamble, he stated, the tanks must be surrendered to the state. However, we shall provide you with a reward. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Zuo Yunlong was momentarily taken aback. Requests? My only request is that you expedite the removal of these tanks. They bring me ill fortune. I merely wish to fish, yet I have fished up tanks, and now their very sight makes me cough. Captain Chow's expression darkened upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words. Really? Is it necessary to be so dramatic? That matter is significant enough to provoke discussions among the higher-ups regarding its fate, yet here it has become a source of misfortune? Moreover, what is with that disdainful expression on your face? Is the most advanced main battle tank from Bear Country? Is a tank. How could you possibly look down upon it? Why is it not I who was retrieved? At this moment, Lieutenant Chow's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Rest assured, the state will provide you with some form of compensation due to this situation, although the specifics have yet to be determined, as you might understand. Zuo Yunlong shook his head repeatedly. If you could just expedite the removal of those items, I would be eternally grateful. Because of these few items, I have not been able to go out to sea for fishing for 2 days. Just consider the amount of fish I have lost. It is truly a challenge to redirect my efforts now. Lieutenant Chow, rendered speechless, was confronted with the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 52. An appearance fee of 100 million? Do you think I am in need of money? Lieutenant Chow appeared utterly bewildered. They still wished to offer him countless rewards just to reclaim the tank. Little did they realize, in your eyes, the tank seems to hold less value than fish. Does it not? My admiration for Zuo Yunlong has only grown. He is truly a remarkable talent. At this moment, Lieutenant Chow was contemplating whether to learn from Captain Huang, encouraging his troops to frequently watch Zuo Yunlong's live streams. After exchanging a few more casual words with Zuo Yunlong, Lieutenant Chow turned to leave. With his departure, Zuo Yunlong regained his freedom. At last, he could venture out to sea for fishing. Zuo Yunlong couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He promptly organized his gear and hurried to the fishing boat. The crew members, having followed Zuo Yunlong out to sea, had also become minor internet celebrities. Upon receiving Zuo Yunlong's notification, the crew wasted no time in relaying the news to their families. Oh my goodness, the miracle streamer is going out to sea again. What should we call him now? He deserves to be referred to as an arms dealer. My goodness, I've been unable to eat or sleep these past few days, just anticipating when the streamer would set sail again. And finally, the moment has arrived. I must inform my classmates. This is simply exhilarating. Overnight, forums were inundated with chatter. The arms dealer is setting out to sea again, so all friendly nations should secure their possessions and ensure we don't snatch them away. Haha, I am curious to know what arms will be salvaged this time. Perhaps mortars? A radar system, perhaps? Please accept it graciously. No. I believe a destroyer would be more fitting, given the maritime context. Haha, I could just imagine the destroyer wanting to expel the streamer upon sight. How utterly absurd. It has been ages since I encountered a protected species. I wish to see some wildlife. What about the stellar sea cow? Have you never seen it? That creature is extinct, yet somehow the streamer managed to catch one. How can one make sense of that? I can only imagine the stellar's sea cow wondering how it managed to survive. There is also a possibility of salvaging antiques, considering he is the miracle streamer. It wouldn't be surprising to retrieve such items. However, the likelihood of recovering arms is greater. The only question remains is what kind of arms will be salvaged this time. The enemy is in a state of panic, hoping that no advanced equipment will be recovered again. Do you think the streamer might inadvertently retrieve a nuclear bomb out of sheer excitement? Oh my goodness, that would be exceedingly outrageous. Accepting the retrieval of a missile is something I can entertain. What kind of streamer is this? You can accept the recovery of a missile. Just bring a ship. All forums are abuzz with speculation about what Zuo Yunlong might bring back from the sea. The guesses are as varied as they are numerous. Yet not a single netizen has pondered the possibility of Zuo Yunlong catching fish. Such an evident and straightforward answer has been entirely overlooked by the online community. Perhaps it is akin to multiple-choice questions, where the most apparent answer often serves as a trap. As Zuo Yunlong stepped aboard the fishing vessel, he felt an overwhelming familiarity with his surroundings. Anticipation coursed through him as the other crew members quickly gathered on the ship. However, just as he was preparing to set sail, a large group of people suddenly appeared at the harbor. I have already surrendered my tank. What are these individuals here for? Zuo Yunlong furrowed his brow as he surveyed the throng before him. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached the fishing boat. Are you the miraculous streamer, Zuo Yunlong? Zuo Yunlong replied coolly, I am Zuo Yunlong. Who are you? The man announced loudly, I am a director, and I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Me too. I'm also a director looking to partner with you. Chimed in another. And I'm a planner. You must join us. Compensation is not an issue. Brother Zuo, don't listen to them. I am the most capable one here. I have brought the investors, and nothing is a problem. Zuo Yunlong felt bewildered upon hearing the shouts from below the ship. What do this group of directors and planners want from him? He stepped down from the boat, gazing at them in confusion. What are you all doing? I am the director of the Go Fisherman program, and I would like to invite you to participate in our show. Brother Zuo, don't heed him. His is merely a small show. Join us instead. We are the Set Sail Fishing Boat Program, and we are far more capable. Miraculous streamer. We represent the Dragon Kingdom Fishing King program. Join us. Compensation will absolutely not be an issue. They can't make the decisions. I am the investor. Come to our best fisherman program, and you can name your terms. Mr. Zuo, you should consider our romantic full fishing boat program. Our female guests are particularly charming. Join our program instead. We are the Youth as Fisherman Team, the official platform. It will exceed your expectations. As Zuo Yunlong stepped off the fishing vessel, he was immediately surrounded by this throng of individuals, each chattering excitedly about their respective programs. His head was spinning from the overwhelming barrage of information. What on earth is this? A variety show? A fishing-themed variety show? Come to our program. I can offer you 100,000 to invite you, and additionally, we will purchase anything you catch at 20% above market price. Huh. A mere 100,000 to invite a miraculous streamer? Your standards are quite low. We offer 500,000. The catch will be the same as those from their production team. I will offer 1 million. Join us, and I will buy your catch at 2% more than they will. Only 1 million? And you dare to mock others' capabilities? I will directly offer 20 million. You just need to come, and 20 million is yours. Brother, this is nearly the fee for a top-tier appearance. How could you possibly compare me to a first-rate artist? What I ist? My friend, set the price as you wish. I shall cover it. How does double the market price sound for the acquisition? Even if you demand 100 million, I would oblige, provided you grace my show. Though the more money, the better. Our female guests are all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. And by the way, all single. Zuo Yunlong cast a glance at the crowd. Do I appear to you as someone in dire need of money? Does my demeanor suggest financial desperation? His cold response left everyone momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. At that moment, the director who proposed the alluring guests brightened. Was this an invitation for him? Yet, Zuo Yunlong coldly stated, women will only hinder my fishing endeavors. Moreover, do you perceive me as a man of ill fortune, seeking out competitors to vie for fish with me? Am I insane? After uttering these words, Zuo Yunlong returned directly to the fishing vessel. Set sail, he commanded instantly. With the sound of a horn echoing, the fishing boat departed the harbor, leaving behind a group of prominent figures bewildered by the wind. Chapter 53. Fishing for antique treasures from the Warring States? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Boss, should we continue sailing north? The junior assistant tentatively inquired. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were fervently bombarding the screen with comments. Head north. Zhuangzi said there are fish in the northern abyss. Indeed, host. Aren't you here to fish? Head north. Yes, that's right. The host should definitely go north. I support you, host. I believe the Bering Strait is a splendid location. Do visit again. Zuo Yunlong scoffed. Am I out of my mind? Just recovered 15 tanks from the Bear Nation, and now I'm expected to head north? Am I mocking their naval fleet as mere decoration? There's no way I'd sacrifice myself like that. We're not heading north. Let us find a stretch of territorial waters to cast the net. Zuo Yunlong commanded resolutely. As long as we remain in our own waters, safety is assured. The junior assistant promptly complied, instructing the crew to navigate freely and fish at will. So Yunlong exclaimed, "Do I mean that? Can one expect to catch fish haphazardly?" The vessel entered an uncharted sea area. The weather was pleasant, the waves gentle, and the sun bright. Rays of sunlight danced upon the surface of the water, shimmering, as if fish were frolicking beneath. Zuo Yunlong found the scene delightful and declared, "This is the spot. We shall fish here today. I have a premonition that we will haul in something substantial, at least a large salmon." The junior assistant nodded nonchalantly. After all, the boss possessed an extraordinary constitution, and something notable was bound to emerge. As for whether it would be fish, the assistant remained skeptical. With Zuo Yunlong's command, the crew swiftly cast the fishing net into the sea. This long-awaited sensation ignited excitement among the viewers in the live stream. Wow, finally, I get to witness the host casting the net to fish again. These past few days have felt like an eternity. Suddenly, I am enveloped by a profound sense of having no regrets. The streamer casts his net, fishing for fate, while we honor our ancestors in remembrance. This is quite exaggerated. After all, it has merely been 5 days, 38 minutes, and 54 seconds. What's the fuss about? Goodness, you are remarkably precise, even down to the second. A munitions dealer. One might assume this place has been thoroughly searched by the Navy. There shouldn't be any weaponry here. Have you considered relocating? Huh. The perspective from above is quite narrow. Do you know why we call him the miracle streamer? Because his very existence is a miracle. Indeed, the miracle streamer has never failed to meet our expectations. I can hardly contain my anticipation for what he will pull from a net on his first cast. Zuo Yunlong quickly instructed his crew to haul in the first catch. Aside from some kelp, there was a pair of pliers nestled within. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the haul with a hint of disappointment. Well, it's acceptable. At least there's nothing too bizarre. After all, kelp can be considered seafood, he reassured himself. As for the pliers, it's hardly surprising. With so many vessels in the sea, it's not unusual for someone's tools to fall overboard. Once the first haul was deposited on the deck, Zuo Yunlong picked up the pliers without a second thought. Zuo Yunlong was somewhat speechless. He had hoped the pliers might be useful, yet they were covered in green mold. What utter rubbish! Is there zero effort made towards preservation? Who would dare use this? I suspect even a maker of these pliers never imagined they would one day be retrieved from the ocean. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were fixated on the pliers. Was the first haul completely empty? Why does it feel somewhat unscientific? Wait, who claimed there was nothing? Why do I sense that these pliers are extraordinary? Indeed, the miracle streamer has only pulled up a pair of ordinary pliers? This situation feels fundamentally off. Are we certain it's just a common pair of pliers? Could it be a relic from ancient times, considering he is a munitions dealer? Yes, the streamer either finds nothing, or what he does find is laden with significance. Is there anyone knowledgeable among us? Goodness, this truly lives up to the name of the miracle streamer. Suddenly, a viewer exclaimed in astonishment. Look at what the streamer has caught. Doesn't he bear a striking resemblance to this? He promptly shared an image in the chat. The viewers were left bewildered. How could this be merely a resemblance? It was virtually identical. Soon after, another viewer traced the image back to its origins. Bronze hand pliers from the Warring States period? Is this artifact indeed from that era? A viewer quickly shared the findings on the screen. It was unearthed in 1979 in Shaanxi province, originating from the Qin state, known for its advanced metallurgy during the Warring States period. Goodness, it's genuinely from the Warring States? This is utterly absurd. Could it possibly be real? Wait, this belongs to the Great Qin? How did it end up in the sea? When did the ocean become a place to retrieve such artifacts? Truly, nothing the miracle streamer hauls in should come as a surprise. How can an object so modern in design actually originate from the Warring States period? My grandmother could purchase such an item at the hardware store right downstairs. Is this even possible? It truly resembles a standard product of the industrial age's assembly line. Honestly, it is quite difficult to fathom that this tool was crafted over 2 millennia ago. I'm merely curious if the host is aware of this fact. Indeed, the host is remarkable, showcasing extraordinary skills from the outset. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful assistant in the live stream found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at the pliers. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were undeniably modern tools. How could they be antiques? Yet, the buzz online filled the assistant with anticipation. Boss, I saw online that this item is from the Qin state during the Warring States period. It must be quite valuable. He whispered to Zuo Yunlong. Huh. They even claim this is extraterrestrial technology. Do you believe it? Zuo Yunlong scoffed, discarding the pliers into a corner. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock at this spectacle. Truly, the host, who has donated 15 tanks, displays such extravagance. Wow, host, look here. This is truly identical. ISNT it? No way, you're just tossing it aside? Host, if you don't want it, I do. Regardless of its authenticity, I'll pay 100,000 for it. Even if it's fake, having been touched by the host makes it worth a fortune. The assistant, observing the frenzied comments in the chat, felt a twinge of temptation. Boss, perhaps we should keep it. What if it's real? Fine, then you take care of it. Zuo Yunlong replied impatiently. What does it matter if it's real or not? It's not a fish. He disdainfully glanced at the pliers once more. Hearing his words, the assistant hurried over to carefully retrieve the item. If it turned out to be genuine, one could only wonder how much the boss would reward him. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the assistant's eyes. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong continued to direct the fishing efforts. Cast the net. Keep fishing. Chapter 54. A Warring States Crystal Cup? What a dream. Let us see what the host will haul up this time. Surely, it must be some weaponry. Haha, not necessarily. Didn't Tiwi just pull up a mug? This host truly has something noteworthy. I'm glad I've been following them. As the viewers eagerly awaited in the live stream, another net was pulled up. This time, it contained neither kelp nor anything of substance, just a hodgepodge of seaweed. Among it lay a mug. Zuo Yunlong stared in bewilderment. What on earth was happening today? Was it not a suitable day for fishing? Watching others fish seemed so effortless. After a brief silence in the live stream, someone began to inquire. This seems like a rather ordinary mug. Doesn't he it? Wait, whatever the host pulls up is bound to be extraordinary. Yes, let us give it a moment to reveal its true nature. I found it. This mug appears to be a gray pottery cup from the Xia dynasty. No way, could it really be from Xia dynasty? My goodness, isn't this streamer here to catch fish? Why does it feel like they're excavating artifacts instead? It's quite baffling. Have you seen the streamer pull out any fish? Soon enough, netizens began sharing information about the gray pottery cup on the screen. The gray pottery cup was initially discovered at the Erlitou site, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship that leaves one in awe. At first glance, this artifact appears rather unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, it bears a striking resemblance to a contemporary everyday item, the mug. The gray pottery cup unearthed from the Erlitou site was crafted using ancient gray pottery techniques. The raised patterns on the cup's surface resemble the ridges of a melon, and combined with the appropriately proportioned handle, it indeed resembles today's mugs. Wow, they've actually pulled out a gray pottery cup? This item dates back to the Xia dynasty. It must be incredibly valuable. My goodness, what on earth is this streamer pulling up? Just moments ago, it was a hand clamp from the Warring States period, and now it's a gray pottery cup from the Xia dynasty? Could it be that arms dealers have turned to archaeology? Surely, this cup can't be genuine. If someone else had found it, I would absolutely doubt its authenticity. However, given the streamer's track record, I remain skeptical. After all, this individual is no ordinary person. The items they retrieve are often astonishingly outrageous. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic discussions among the viewers in the live stream have already reached Zuo Yunlong's ears through his assistant. Yet, disappointment is the only emotion reflected in Zuo Yunlong's eyes. Where are the fish that were promised? On such a clear day, shouldn't it be an ideal time for fishing? This simply defies logic. The crew quickly maneuvered the fishing net back onto the boat. Zuo Yunlong leisurely picked up the cup, scrutinizing it closely. From this angle, it indeed seems to be a gray pottery cup. The streamer is truly remarkable. They can manage to retrieve anything. After all, they've even pulled up extinct animals, so finding a gray pottery cup seems reasonable, right? Do you really consider this reasonable? I sense I might discern the authenticity of this cup. Items from the Xia dynasty are exceptionally rare to have survived intact, until now. Why do I feel like this cup retrieved by the streamer is in better condition than those typically unearthed? It's astonishing that such well-preserved artifact from the Xia dynasty can be found. If it is authenticated as genuine, wouldn't the streamer's fame soar to new heights? Zuo Yunlong, however, seemed indifferent to the speculations in the live stream. His assistant, a bit anxious, inquired, "Boss, is this really from the Xia dynasty?" Zuo Yunlong examined the cup closely, but found little distinction. It appears to be just an ordinary cup, he mused. This clearly resembles a typical mug. Zuo Yunlong expressed his confusion, prompting immediate dissent among the viewers in the live stream. Streamer, let me put it this way. You may doubt me, but you must never doubt yourself. Yes. Streamer, your self-awareness seems a bit lacking. Indeed, streamer, could you truly believe that what you retrieved is merely an ordinary mug? Indeed, the host asserted that it was undoubtedly a cup from the Xia dynasty, a remarkable piece indeed. Despite the exuberant claims made by the viewers in the live stream, Zuo Yunlong remained skeptical about the authenticity of this artifact. Could this truly be from the Xia dynasty? He thought it looked more like a recent find. Nonetheless, he acknowledged the cup's aesthetic appeal and handed it to his assistant, instructing him to keep it safe. The assistant gazed at Zuo Yunlong with excitement, inquiring whether it was genuinely from the Xia dynasty. With a slight smirk, Zuo Yunlong merely chuckled. He then dismissed the assistant and ordered another haul. If there are no fish to be caught, I shall see if I can indeed reel in some today, he mused. Meanwhile, the live chat buzzed with fervent discussions about Zuo Yunlong's discoveries. One viewer expressed a desire to contact their uncle, an enthusiast of antiques, to verify their authenticity. I too wish to discern whether these are genuine, another chimed in. A gray pottery cup from the Xia dynasty, submerged in seawater for so long? This defies logic. However, they were reminded that discussing science with the host was futile. Metaphysical conversations were more appropriate. After calculating an adequate interval, Zuo Yunlong cast the net once more, revealing yet another cup. The viewers were thrown into a frenzy. Another cup? Could it still be an antique? What has happened to the host today? Switching from arms dealing to antiquities? Zuo Yunlong's lips twitched in disbelief at his bizarre fortune. 3 nets cast, and each time, something peculiar emerged. What on earth was happening? At that moment, a viewer exclaimed, "Goodness, a crystal cup from the Warring States period?" The host managed to fish out such a treasure. A stroke of genius indeed. A crystal cup? Everyone was momentarily bewildered. Did such a thing even exist during the Warring States? Viewers began to search fervently for confirmation. Indeed, the resemblance to a Warring States crystal cup was uncanny. Could it be that the host had deliberately submerged these items in the sea? What a farce. If you possess such skill, why not try burying such artifacts yourself? Meanwhile, the assistant felt his supply of dates was dwindling. Boss, could this truly be a crystal cup from the Warring States? He asked softly, seemingly apprehensive about uncovering some monumental secret. Zuo Yunlong scoffed. How could that be? Are you all dreaming? Chapter 55. What do you mean, Jojo Ding? Why are there only these bizarre items? Could it be that my luck has run out after catching that bountiful haul of fish? Zuo Yunlong reminisced about the exhilaration of that previous catch, then glanced at the strange artifacts he had unearthed, utterly speechless. How mundane. Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words. Did I hear that correctly? The host just declared it mundane? The viewers, having missed the earlier part of Zuo Yunlong's statement, only caught the final word, mundane. This is truly extravagant, isn't it? I wonder when I might experience such trivial concerns myself. Host, you have gone too far. If I were to encounter such worries, I would surely wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Host, relinquish those antiques, and let me take a turn. Yet, Zuo Yunlong promptly issued a command. Quick, cast another net. I refuse to believe I cannot catch a single fish. The crew remained speechless. Surely, retrieving these antiques cannot be more gratifying than catching fish. Nevertheless, one must heed the boss's words, for there is sustenance to be had by following him. Another net plunged into the sea, and everyone awaited what it might yield. I wager that this time the host will once again bring up antiques. How absurd that antiques have become so commonplace. Indeed, in the host's case it seems so. A perfectly respectable arms dealer has now turned to fishing for antiques. This is simply ludicrous. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong anxiously gazed at the water surface. This net must contain fish. This time, Zuo Yunlong allowed the fishing net to linger longer in the sea. The viewers in the live stream grew increasingly eager, sensing that the host was preparing to unveil something significant. I too have a premonition that the host is destined to catch something grand this time. I feel a bit of excitement. Could it be an Italian cannon? Oh, that would certainly align with the host's identity, merging arms and antiques. Hurry and haul it up. I'm growing impatient. Zuo Yunlong estimated that the net was nearing its bounty. Haul the net, he shouted. With anticipation, the net slowly began to rise. This time, it ascended more gradually, the ropes taut with tension. Upon witnessing this, Zuo Yunlong felt a surge of joy. It must be something substantial, perhaps even a large salmon. The viewers in the live stream seem to sense the same. Incredible. It truly appears to be something significant. Goodness, could it possibly be a tank? Perhaps even a submarine? The legendary host is truly making a move. It feels as though we are about to witness the birth of a miracle, and the excitement is palpable. As the net slowly emerged from the water, it astonishingly contained 2 large cauldrons. Zuo Yunlong was rendered speechless, fixated on the cauldrons. Don't tell me these are antiques as well. At that moment, the viewers were equally astonished. A cauldron appeared within the sight of all. The host had managed to haul a cauldron from the depths of the sea. This is utterly astonishing. I am in awe. Host, this is simply remarkable. It seems you are prepared to claim the Central Plains. Zuo Yunlong helplessly watched as the cauldron was gently placed on the deck. He could not ascertain its nature, for it indeed bore a striking resemblance to an antique. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream had begun to search for information on their own. Yet after some time, they remained uncertain of its identity. What on earth is this? Is there anyone knowledgeable who could enlighten us? After a considerable wait, an expert finally discerned what it was. This is the legendary tripod of the 9 provinces. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, a barrage of comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. My goodness, could it be that these are actually 2 of the tripod? What? Wasn't the tripod of the 9 provinces believed to be buried with Emperor Qin in his mausoleum? The streamer managed to unearth this? What on earth happened? This is simply outrageous. Truly, the streamer is here to substantiate the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, the doubts raised abroad regarding the Xia and Shang dynasties of the Dragon Kingdom have been dispelled by the streamer. This is not merely an antique. This is authentic history. The streamer is remarkably skilled. Look at this. Are these not the Jingzhou and Yangzhou tripods from the 9 provinces? Indeed, they appear identical. Unbelievable. The streamer has truly brought forth the tripod of the 9 provinces. Let us see who dares to question the history of the Dragon Kingdom now. The streamer is simply magnificent. Streamer, you are like a cow soaring in a rocket. The assistant, upon witnessing the viewers' comments, became equally excited. Boss, it's incredible. It seems like these are indeed 2 from the tripod of the 9 provinces. Look at these 2. They resemble the Jingzhou and Yangzhou tripods so closely. Zuo Yunlong disdainfully scoffed. Is this all? Zuo Yunlong. Do people outside have no understanding of the number of crafts out there? Let alone 2 tripods. I could collect the entire tripod of the 9 provinces, if you believe me. Why the excitement? How can you be certain this isn't a counterfeit? It's undoubtedly a knockoff, no question about it. If you want, I can contact the manufacturer to create a set of the tripod of the 9 provinces just for you. His words instantly dampened the assistant's enthusiasm. Indeed, the tripod of the 9 provinces is a national treasure, searched for both domestically and internationally for years without success. Experts have even stated that the tripod is buried in the mausoleum of Emperor Qin. How could it be coincidentally unearthed by the boss? However, recalling the various miraculous feats of his boss, it doesn't seem entirely impossible. Oh no, I'm feeling upset. The streamer is doubting himself again? Streamer, even if I doubt myself, I would never doubt you. These 2 are undoubtedly from the tripod of the 9 provinces. No question about it. Truly, I believe. Even though this seems improbable, I am merely curious about how the streamer accomplished this. It is truly marvelous. Streamer, did you save the Earth in your past life? Could it be that you are the legendary warrior who sacrificed himself in the battle against extraterrestrials? Zuo Yunlong had no time to entertain the banter in the live chat. He glanced at the darkening sky outside and sighed. Today has indeed yielded no results. The viewers in the live chat did not catch this, but the assistant did. As expected of the boss, even after unearthing so many antiques, he remains unsatisfied. The assistant gazed at Zuo Yunlong with starry eyes. Zuo Yunlong could not help but shiver slightly. Let's head back. Tonight, we shall return to the port for some rest. His words carried a hint of melancholy. After all, having caught not a single fish today, Zuo Yunlong felt somewhat disappointed. Perhaps a couple of days of rest would bring better fortune. Zuo Yunlong pondered silently. After all, this period had been consumed either by fishing or by thoughts of fishing. It was time for a brief respite. After his junior assistant bid a brief farewell to the viewers in the live stream, he promptly shut it down. Upon returning to the port, Zuo Yunlong was taken aback. A throng awaited him, seemingly eager for his return. Chapter 56. He lacked neither wealth nor fame. Was it the variety show producers once more? Zuo Yunlong mused. Yet, I harbor no interest in variety shows whatsoever. The crowd did not resemble ordinary fans. As the boat docked, a group of elderly gentlemen promptly surrounded him. I've stated before that I would only seek assistance in fishing if I were ill. Zuo Yunlong, who had already endured a frustrating day with nary a fish caught, was inflamed by their audacity to encroach upon his catch. Hadn't he suffered enough? The newcomers exchanged glances, bewildered. Growing impatient, Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively and prepared to leave, yearning for a good night's sleep. He hoped that upon awakening, he could venture out to sea once more and return with a bountiful haul. Of course, he desired it to be filled with fish. Those peculiar items held no allure for him. An elderly gentleman stepped into Zuo Yunlong's path. Zuo Yunlong cast a glance, suspecting a ruse. The gentleman spoke with composure. Mr. Zuo, we have seen what you have dredged up. And what of it? Zuo Yunlong was truly vexed and wished to avoid any further conversation. We are from the Dragon Nation Archaeological team and wish to examine these items, the gentleman stated plainly. Feel free, do as you wish. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand impatiently. Don't delay me from my sleep. He carelessly uttered, then departed. However, Zuo Yunlong's junior assistant, upon hearing the mention of the archaeological team, couldn't he help but brighten. Wow, even the archaeological team is intrigued. Could those items truly be treasures? With this thought, the assistant advanced. Sir, feel free to express any requests. I am the captain's second in command. At some point, the assistant had taken it upon himself to assume an official title. Hello, hello. The elderly gentleman hastily shook hands with the assistant. What seems to be the matter with your captain? The assistant glanced at Zuo Yunlong's retreating figure and replied helplessly, nothing much. He simply retrieved a pile of antiques today and didn't catch a single fish, so he is rather displeased. The assistant's remark left the esteemed figures in the fields of archaeology and collection momentarily stunned. Is it true? Since when did the value of antiques fall short of even a single fish? This fellow truly defied comprehension. The miraculous streamer, indeed worthy of the title. Such thoughts surged within the minds of these distinguished individuals. The assistant smirked slightly, amused by their astonishment. Follow me, he said casually. The elderly gentleman, resembling eager schoolchildren, closely trailed behind the assistant as they boarded Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. The assistant gestured, saying, "Look, it's right there." Several elderly gentlemen followed the gaze of a young attendant, their eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that such treasures lay carelessly in the corner? Good heavens! What a waste indeed. This is somewhat difficult to ascertain. No, it is imperative to employ professional equipment for accurate evaluation. How unfortunate that I did not bring any apparatus. If these items are indeed authentic, it would constitute a discovery of seismic proportions. The elderly gentleman rushed forward, marveling at the artifacts laid before them, while the young attendant leisurely trailed behind, observing the excitement among the group. He sensed that this matter was likely settled in their favor. The leading elder cautiously inquired, "Young man, do you think these items can be of assistance to us?" The young attendant, already understanding the gentleman's intent, replied nonchalantly, "Our boss has stated that you may proceed as you wish." Upon hearing his words, the elder was rendered nearly speechless with exhilaration. "Your boss is truly magnificent," he exclaimed, turning to his companions. "Do not move hastily. Let us prepare to transport these back for proper evaluation. The conditions here are wholly inadequate for such an assessment." Acknowledging the elder's words, the other gentlemen ceased their actions. However, the young attendant interjected, "Certainly my boss has granted you permission to act freely, but I do have a modest request. As long as we can authenticate these items, we shall consent to anything, even tenfold." The elder was on the verge of losing his composure. He had a premonition that if he could successfully date and authenticate these artifacts, his name would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of history in the Dragon Kingdom. Presently, he lacked neither wealth nor fame, yet he yearned for a legacy that would endure a century beyond his time. He sensed that his chance for immortality hinged upon this singular event. "Oh dear, there is no need for such anxiety," the young attendant chuckled. "I merely wish to observe the authentication process and perhaps stream it live." The attendant swiftly articulated his desire. Just here, the elder found it hard to believe his ears. He had intended to offer a substantial reward for the crew, yet this request seemed almost too simple, an unexpected windfall. Noticing the elder's hesitance, The attendant grew slightly displeased. Is that not permissible? The elder quickly nodded, affirming, absolutely, absolutely. That is no problem at all. I cannot thank you enough. The elder repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the young attendant. A sudden rush of exhilaration surged through the attendant. This feeling was utterly delightful. Indeed, securing a place on this vessel and aligning with his boss was the wisest decision of his life. Moreover, he found himself increasingly in awe of his employer. What manner of individual remains unperturbed by the allure of fame and fortune, reserving such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for himself? My employer is truly magnificent. After conceding to the conditions set by his junior assistant, the old gentleman tentatively inquired, "So, what do we do next?" The assistant eagerly extended his hand and replied, "Please, proceed." Upon hearing this, the old gentleman immediately became animated and dialed a number. "Brothers, we've struck gold. Come quickly. Bring the finest individuals from our institution. I have a premonition that this is a moment destined to be etched in history." The voice on the other end of the line was equally agitated. "Is this for real? Director Ding, where did you uncover this treasure? What? Someone actually fished it out of the sea? Is this true, Lao Ding?" The inquiries were incessant, while Director Ding confidently reassured them, "Enough chatter. Hurry over. It's first come, first served. If you arrive late, you'll miss out." A smile involuntarily crept across the assistant's lips. This scene was all too familiar to him. It was precisely how he had boarded the boss's ship in the first place. Before long, a helicopter descended directly onto the port. "Goodness, what is happening? They've even dispatched a helicopter." The assistant suddenly felt his horizons were rather limited. Chapter 57. Completely stunned. The helicopter swiftly landed on the vacant lot at the port, and the assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth had the boss dredged up? This was utterly extraordinary. Almost immediately, two more helicopters landed on the same patch of ground. For this salvaged item, they had deployed a fleet of helicopters? This was indeed an astonishing spectacle. At that moment, the elderly director, Ding, warmly shook hands with the personnel descending from the helicopter. "Thank you for your assistance." Upon recognizing the visitors, the assistant was taken aback. It was none other than Captain Chow. Captain Chow smiled and said to Director Ding, "It's no trouble at all. It is our duty to serve your Archaeological Institute." Director Ding did not hesitate, instructing Captain Chow to take the soldiers to transport the artifacts. The crystal cups and gray pottery from the Warring States period were manageable, easily loaded onto a helicopter with little effort. However, the Jingzhou Ding and Yangzhou Ding were far too heavy. Captain Chow directed several soldiers who struggled to lift them. Each ding required its own helicopter for transport. Throughout this process, Director Ding observed the scene with utmost caution. "Be careful, even more careful," he urged, as if those dings were the entirety of his existence. The assistant was utterly bewildered. What on earth was this treasure? The boss was truly defying the odds. The crew, witnessing this extraordinary display, stood frozen in astonishment. Hadn't he, the boss, claimed it was all a hoax? Did a mere fabrication warrant such meticulous handling? Indeed, the boss was remarkable. Every expedition seemed to provoke either military or police intervention, and anything less would be deemed a failure. "I can't breathe. My employer is simply extraordinary." At that moment, the crew's admiration for Zuo Yunlong reached unparalleled heights. Captain Chow, gazing at the familiar vessel and the familiar faces, wore a bittersweet smile. "Director Ding, it's Zuo Yunlong once again?" Director Ding, with a face full of displeasure, exclaimed, "What? Is it impossible? Is it only permissible for Xiao Zuo to contribute to your military, your police, and your optical research institute, while he is not allowed to make contributions to our archaeological endeavors?" Lieutenant Chow shook his head repeatedly, saying, No, I simply find it too incredible." Director Ding snorted coldly and remarked, "You must pay attention. If these artifacts are genuine, it would undoubtedly be a world-shattering discovery. You must realize that the most recent of these items dates back to the Warring States period. If these two tripods are indeed the legendary 9 provinces tripods, they could trace back directly to the Xia dynasty. Once the inscriptions on the tripods are deciphered, who will dare to claim that our Xia dynasty is a mere fabrication?" This matter weighed heavily on Director Ding's heart. Although the Dragon Nation had unearthed the Erlitou site, affirming the existence of the Xia dynasty, those obstinate international counterparts refused to acknowledge it. The reason is straightforward. The artifacts excavated from the Erlitou site lack any textual content. Yet, the ceremonial 9 provinces tripods are certain to bear inscriptions. Before the Qin dynasty, generations relied on the 9 provinces tripods as a standard. This is why there is the phrase to contest for the Central Plains. Are these mere tripods? No, they embody culture. They signify profound heritage. As Director Ding educated him, Lieutenant Chao was utterly astounded. How had this young man, Zuo Yunlong, managed to achieve such remarkable feats? Now, words fail to describe Zuo Yunlong's actions. Lieutenant Gao Li, fully aware of the significance of this operation. After much effort, the soldiers finally transported the tripods onto the helicopter, and Lieutenant Chao wasted no time preparing for takeoff. Director Ding and several esteemed figures from the archaeological and collecting circles followed closely behind, boarding the helicopter. Naturally, the young assistant accompanied them as well. Lieutenant Chao regarded the assistant with envy, pondering the immense fortune of being associated with a boss like Zuo Yunlong. Soon, the helicopter ascended, heading towards the Archaeological Research Institute of the Dragon Nation. Concerned about transportation issues, Director Ding first directed the artifacts to be sent to the nearest branch of the Archaeological Research Institute. Immediately thereafter, he placed a call to arrange for the equipment from the capital's Archaeological Institute to be sent overnight to this location. Upon receiving Director Ding's news, the entire Archaeological Institute was astounded. What? Did you say the 9 provinces tripod was discovered? What? There are also Warring States bronze hand tongs and gray pottery cups from the Xia dynasty? Who made this discovery? I must pay homage to this great figure. After decades of relentless efforts to find such items, someone has actually uncovered them? This is simply unbelievable. Who, pray tell, discovered these artifacts? What? You're telling me a fisherman casually retrieved them? Or they were fished from the sea? No way, you must be joking. I must see this for myself. This is history. This is a moment to witness history. Yes, I must go too. This is utterly incredible. Could it be that there are still many artifacts in the sea that we have yet to discover? That evening, the flights from the capital to the provincial capital were fully booked almost instantly. In fact, the members of the Archaeological Research Institute even chartered a plane to reach the provincial capital without delay. No one wished to miss the moment of witnessing history. At this juncture, the young assistant found himself in the provincial branch of the Archaeological Research Institute, receiving treatment akin to that of royalty. Young comrade, could you elaborate on how you managed to procure these artifacts? Director Ding inquired warmly. The assistant, looking perplexed, replied, Well, our boss ordered us to haul them up. So we cast the net and pulled it in, and there they were. Director Ding, incredulous, responded, When did archaeology become this straightforward? Is this even possible? Despite his disbelief, he pressed further. Does your boss have any awareness that there are antiques involved? The assistant, with a hint of resignation, remarked, He certainly doesn't know. If he did, he wouldn't have gone after them. He only wanted fish. Antiques hold no interest for him. Director Ding was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? How can someone be disinterested in antiques? The assistant seemed to recall something and added, by the way, we also have some porcelain from the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty on board. Porcelain from the Yongle period? Director Ding was stunned. There are indeed antiques? The assistant nodded. Yes, there should be quite a few. Our boss uses them for serving dishes. Director Ding felt numb. Using Ming dynasty Yongle porcelain as tableware? Was this madness? The assistant further supplemented. Oh, it seems the boss mentioned they were transported during the voyages of the 3 treasures eunuch. Director Ding felt as though he might lose his mind. Porcelain from Zheng He's voyages being used as dinnerware? Young man, you should rest well today. Tomorrow we shall commence the appraisal. Director Ding said wearily before slowly departing, looking as though he had aged several years. The current generation truly is inscrutable. Chapter 58. The Baffled Appraisal Master. The following day, the assistant accompanied Director Ding to the site responsible for appraisals at the Research Institute. Such places are typically off-limits, as they house numerous treasures yet to be unveiled. However, today, Director Ding made an exception for the antiques salvaged by Zuo Yunlong. As the assistant opened the live stream, a deluge of fans flooded into the room. Gazing at the rapidly increasing follower count, he was utterly astonished. Wow, how many are there? When the viewer count stabilized at 50 million, the assistant went into a frenzy. Given the total traffic on the platform, how could this be possible? At that moment, a significant portion of the platform's traffic was concentrated in this live stream. Meanwhile, the official team of the platform was in a state of chaos. What on earth is happening? How can there be such immense traffic? This is terrifying. I have never encountered such a situation. Miracle Streamer. It was the Miracle Streamer's live broadcast. We can't let this continue. The stream might crash. They panicked. Oh no, the server's going to collapse. What do we do? At the very moment they finished speaking, the live broadcast room of Zuo Yunlong became unresponsive. Meanwhile, Director Ding, clad in a Zhongshan suit, entered the appraisal room with a solemn expression. Following him was the most elite appraisal team in the entire Dragon Nation, along with the cultural relic restoration team and the archaeological team. The scene was already heavily guarded. The assistant, upon witnessing the situation, felt a tinge of anxiety. Director Ding turned to the assistant and inquired, "Shall we commence now?" At the same time, the headquarters of a certain platform was bustling with activity. Quickly, activate the backup servers. Our servers will not falter. Yes, we fight for honor. Am I the only one concerned about what kind of live broadcast could possibly overwhelm our servers? This is utterly terrifying. A challenge to our programmers. Soon, the live broadcast room was restored to normalcy. The assistant, observing the revitalized broadcast, nodded at Director Ding. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream had gone wild. Without hesitation, they began showering gifts. The content was explosive. What on earth am I witnessing? Is that the esteemed Director Ding from the Archaeological Research Institute? And Mr. Zhang, the Master Restorer, has also arrived? Goodness, what kind of appraisal requires such formidable bodyguards? Is that Mr. Ma, the Collector Extraordinaire? This is insane. The Titans of the Archaeological Collection and Restoration Worlds of the Dragon Nation have all gathered. I told you the host is remarkable, truly a miraculous broadcaster. I'm in love with this host. I must follow. Director Ding slowly approached a box containing the Warring States period bronze tongs. As the box was gradually opened, the viewers erupted in excitement. What is this? Tongs? Aren't they just ordinary tongs? What is there to appraise? At that moment, Zuo Yunlong's devoted fans felt vindicated. Do not expose your ignorance, sir. This is a relic from the Warring States period. Indeed, these are Warring States bronze tongs. There's no doubt about it. Haha, we cannot ascertain authenticity just yet. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. As the box opened, several esteemed figures exchanged glances. Could these truly be the Warring States bronze tongs? Master Zhang, the cultural relic expert, gazed incredulously at the object before him. He was intimately familiar with this item, having meticulously crafted its preservation, as it was incredibly precious, one of the pinnacle works of ancient bronze smelting craftsmanship. Director Ding shook his head and remarked, "I cannot be certain myself. So I invite all of you esteemed gentlemen to verify." Mr. Ma's eyes widened as he beheld the Warring States bronze tongs. My instincts tell me this is undoubtedly authentic. Due to his long-standing engagement with antiques and cultural artifacts, Mr. Ma's intuition proved quite accurate. In the live stream, viewers exclaimed, "Did you hear what Mr. Ma said? This item is genuine? Truly, this miraculous host managed to pull a relic from the Warring States period from the depths of the sea? What is the excitement for? We haven't even conducted the appraisal yet." Haha, you may not be aware, but the products from Miracle Streamer are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. Indeed, it was my belief in the Miracle Streamer that drew me to this broadcast. Can you believe it? Not long ago, the Miracle Streamer was a merchant of arms, and now they have transformed into a master of archaeology? Truly remarkable. Please do not mock me, for I am currently watching the live stream on my knees. Fortunately, I am reclining while watching, as I fear I might end up kneeling in awe. Master Zhang was the first to approach and examine the artifact. The moment he held it, he was taken aback. How could this be? Master Zhang stared in disbelief at the bronze hand clamp before him. Meanwhile, Director Ding held his breath, and the other scholars and experts present did the same, awaiting Master Zhang's verdict. "Old Zhang, is there something amiss?" Director Ding could not help but inquire. Master Zhang finally regained his composure and replied slowly, "I cannot say for certain, as I am not particularly adept at appraising treasures. However, I must assert that if this indeed is a bronze hand clamp from the Warring States period, it is undoubtedly the best preserved specimen to date. Look closely. Aside from some patina, it exhibits almost no deterioration and requires no restoration whatsoever. I even suspect that this bronze hand clamp may be a modern creation." Upon hearing Master Zhang's words, everyone fell silent. A modern creation? What value could that possibly hold? The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Could it be true that the miracle streamer had suffered a setback? Is this truly a modern artifact? How can that be? This was recovered by the miracle streamer. It cannot be so simple. Indeed, this is the miracle streamer, my unwavering faith. Master Zheng meticulously scrutinized the bronze hand clamp once more. I cannot make a definitive judgment. I can only state that if it genuinely originates from the Warring States period, its value is immeasurable. Subsequently, Master Zheng signaled for Director Ding to come and take a look. Director Ding, accompanied by the appraisal team and Mr. Ma, approached to examine the artifact. Each individual wielded a magnifying glass, diligently inspecting the various patterns on the bronze hand clamp. Master Zheng stepped back and inquired of his assistant, where exactly was this discovered? That it is so impeccably preserved? The assistant responded without hesitation. It was retrieved from the sea. Master Zheng remarked. The sea yielded a hand clamp from the Qin dynasty of the Warring States period? This cannot be true. Furthermore, how could it remain in such pristine condition after being submerged? This defies logic. After careful measurement and observation, Director Ding and his colleagues began to recognize the issues Master Zheng had pointed out. Exchanging glances, they placed the bronze hand clamp into a machine. When the analysis report emerged, they were all astounded. This bronze hand clamp truly belonged to the Warring States period? How could it be so remarkably preserved? Chapter 59. A priceless treasure. Is it truly so? Is this indeed a bronze hand clamp from the Warring States? I knew that the miracle streamer would not falter, although I could discern its extraordinary nature at first glance. Upon hearing this news, I still feel compelled to exclaim, incredible. The miraculous streamer is truly extraordinary, effortlessly retrieving a Warring States bronze tongs. I must inquire if anyone wishes to join me for a fishing expedition. Ha! Do you see yourself as a miraculous streamer? Ideals may be splendid, yet reality often proves stark. Not everyone is destined to be the chosen one. I am genuinely astonished. I long to meet the streamer and humbly request to be accepted as a disciple. Meanwhile, several esteemed individuals are even more exhilarated. A priceless treasure indeed. Mr. Ma cautiously admires the Warring States bronze tongs, something he could hardly dare to dream of possessing. After all, such artifacts are among the rarest in the Dragon Nation. What merit does he possess to own such a collection? Master Zheng, however, is more focused on the preservation methods for the bronze tongs. Amazing, it is truly remarkable. I find it hard to fathom how this artifact has evaded corrosion from seawater. Director Ding fixates intently on the tongs, fully agreeing with Mr. Ma's assessment. A treasure beyond price, undoubtedly a priceless gem. Upon hearing the declarations of these esteemed figures, the young assistant is left astounded. Is it possible that their boss's casual find is so astonishing? The netizens are even more shocked. Goodness, did I just hear Director Ding proclaim this as a priceless treasure? My heavens, this miraculous streamer is indeed remarkable, utterly incredible. I am thoroughly captivated. Words fail to express my admiration. Director Ding glances at the two and then at the assistant. Can we, perchance, add this to our collection? Having weathered many storms. Director Ding's voice carries an unusual hint of nervousness. The assistant immediately shakes his head. Collect? How could that be possible? This is something our boss retrieved. Would I dare to handle it without permission? Surely, that would be insubordination. Such matters must be discussed with our boss. I cannot take it upon myself. It then dawns on Director Ding that all these treasures were brought up by Zuo Yunlong. Master Zheng looks at Director Ding in confusion, who merely smiles with resignation. Let us first examine what comes next. As another chest is opened, it reveals a Warring States crystal cup. Once again, Master Zheng moves forward to inspect it for any necessary restorations. The colorful rays dance around the crystal cup, and Master Zheng regards it as if it were a precious jewel. Such a fine item, truly exquisite. He meticulously observes the cup's intricate patterns, which are clear and unbroken. This crystal cup appears to surpass any currently unearthed specimen. It is hard to believe, utterly unbelievable, if this is also from the Warring States period. Appraising treasures is not Master Zheng's forte, though he is convinced of its authenticity and still requests Mr. Ma and Director Ding to bring forth experts for further examination. Goodness, this is truly beautiful. It is no wonder this is a crystal cup from the Warring States period. Did the miraculous streamer truly retrieve this? When did such treasures abound in the sea? Incredible. The miraculous streamer is truly remarkable. Upon taking the stage, Director Ding and Mr. Ma are equally astounded. The intricate patterns and the mesmerizing interplay of 5 colors make this crystal cup an exceptionally rare find. Ding swiftly reached a conclusion, while Mr. Ma found himself entranced by the cup's dazzling hues. Who could possibly have retrieved such a flawless crystal goblet from the depths of the sea? Mr. Ma's gaze was firmly fixed upon the cup, unable to tear himself away. Matters of dating were left to the machines for resolution. Soon, the analysis report confirmed its authenticity, dating back to the Warring States period. Both Ding and Mr. Ma were left utterly astonished. When had artifact from the Warring States era become so easily uncovered? Furthermore, how had such an item been preserved in such pristine condition? It was nothing short of a miracle, a true marvel. The moment they glimpsed the report, both Ding and Mr. Ma were rendered speechless by their astonishment. Master Zheng, upon witnessing their expressions, immediately recognized the accuracy of his assessment. This artifact indeed belonged to the Warring States. Meanwhile, the assistant anxiously observed the 2 men, while viewers in the live stream began to speculate. Goodness! Seeing Ding's expression, could this artifact truly be real? This was beyond absurd, to have such a treasure pulled from the ocean. Could it genuinely be a Warring States crystal cup? Miracle Host, is there anything else I should know? It seemed that Ding was on the verge of becoming a fan of our Miracle Host. Miracle Host, I pledge my unwavering support for 1,000 years. You are truly a treasure. Regaining their composure, Ding and Mr. Ma exchanged glances before declaring, the Warring States crystal cup is authentic. Upon hearing their pronouncement, the assistant was overwhelmed with excitement. Setting aside other considerations, the value of these 2 antiques was immeasurable. One could hardly estimate a price, should anyone wish to collect them. Another priceless treasure had emerged. The viewers in the live stream were in a state of disbelief. Could it truly be real? 2 artifacts from the Warring States period? Incredible. Miracle Host, I want to join you on this journey, to follow you and become the Treasure King. Miracle Host, are you serious? Does the Miracle Host need to be serious? With a mere flick of the wrist, he has already reached the pinnacle of his craft. It is astounding. The excitement of witnessing the appraisal process has my blood boiling. Both items are genuine. The only comparable feat might be the Miracle Host retrieving 15 tanks. Viewers who have witnessed Zuo Yunlong's entire live broadcast of the sea expedition began to chime in. This is just the beginning. There are even more astonishing discoveries to come. Did you really think our Miracle Host was merely playing around? Indeed, he is the Miracle Host. This time, Ding Yuanzheng and his companions did not delay further and promptly opened another box. Inside lay a gray pottery cup. Master Zheng's pupils constricted upon seeing the cup. Is this a gray pottery cup from the Xia dynasty? Ding nodded and affirmed. Indeed, I suspected it was a gray pottery cup from the Xia dynasty. Isn't this the one unearthed from the Erlitou site? Master Zheng asked incredulously, gazing at Ding. Ding shook his head emphatically. No, absolutely not. Master Zheng immediately stepped forward to examine the gray pottery cup, which was preserved almost as impeccably as the crystal cup. How could this be? How could this be possible? This artifact dates back to the Xia dynasty. Master Zheng murmured in disbelief, struggling to accept that the gray pottery cup before him was genuine. It was simply too perfect. In a live stream, the viewers erupted once more. No way. Are you telling me this is from the Xia dynasty? Even older than the Shang dynasty? How can this be? How can it look like this? Chapter 60. The Dragon's Soul Returns. At this moment, Mr. Ma was also stunned, at a loss for words. After a long pause, he turned to Ding. Old Ding, it's time to turn yourself in. Don't you think you might have smuggled these treasures out from the excavation site? Although Mr. Ma's words were somewhat excessive, they were indeed far better than retrieving these items from the sea. The entire situation exuded an air of the uncanny. How could this possibly have been fished out from the ocean? In terms of condition, age, and value, it was astonishingly high. Ding shot Mr. Ma a glare. Old Ma, if you could bring out a single tile from the excavation site, I would consider you impressive. Upon hearing Ding's words, Mr. Ma nervously inquired, is this true? Are you not all colluding to prank me? Ding fell silent and stepped onto the stage, carefully cradling the gray pottery cup. Unfortunately, this cup still bore no inscriptions. Otherwise, a mere gray pottery cup could undeniably refute those ignorant foreigners who claim that the Dragon Kingdom had no Xia dynasty. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mr. Ma finally approached to scrutinize the gray pottery cup. The craftsmanship was exquisite, flawless, and utterly unbelievable. After a series of shocks, Mr. Ma had lost his usual elegance. Damn, the person who fished this up is truly remarkable. This statement was immediately heard by the viewers in the live stream. Haha, see? Even Mr. Ma has to bow down to our host. Officially verified, the miraculous host is incredible. Where's the miraculous host? I want to see how they react now. Miraculous host. Have you considered starting an archaeology side career? The official big shots have verified it. The miraculous host is truly extraordinary. No rebuttals accepted. I adore you. Miraculous host. I want to worship you. After Ding Ding and Mr. Ma had their fill of admiration, the experts and scholars conducted their evaluations. Ultimately, it still needed to be analyzed by instruments. After all, without inscriptions, relying solely on appearance for dating would be overly hasty. Soon, the instrument's appraisal report emerged once again. Genuine, indeed genuine. Is this truly an artifact from the Xia dynasty? Ding Ding was so excited he nearly lost his breath, almost fainting on the spot. Mr. Ma felt the same way. Oh, my ancestors, how remarkable it is that archaeology can unfold in such a manner. Having lived for half a lifetime, I never once contemplated the possibility of conducting archaeological endeavors beneath the sea. Although the challenges are formidable, the rewards are bountiful. Indeed, my ancestors. At this moment, academician Ding is so overwhelmed with excitement that he is speaking incoherently, utterly unaware of his own words. Those artifacts from the Xia dynasty, how extraordinary they are. Mr. Ma, too, is at a loss for words, consumed by his own exhilaration. Artifacts from the Xia dynasty are exceedingly rare. Regardless of the cost, Mr. Ma is determined to acquire this piece. It is undoubtedly a treasure worthy of the museum. What sort of individual could have retrieved such an item? It is truly astounding. Beyond comprehension, the excitement of the young assistant is palpable. Items from the Xia dynasty cannot be appraised in monetary terms. They transcend the realm of wealth. The viewers in the live stream are ablaze with astonishment. How astonishing it is! The miraculous host has unearthed one extraordinary item after another. Truly impressive, remarkably impressive. Miraculous host. Oh, how I wish to share in your fortune. Just one of these treasures would send me into a frenzy of joy. And you, astonishingly, have brought forth 3. At this moment, a subtle comment flashes across the screen. Why all this excitement? The real gems have yet to be revealed. Yet, this comment quickly fades, drowned out by the fervent reactions of the audience. After experiencing such exhilaration, Director Ding reluctantly opts to pause the identification process. He fears that continuing might cost him dearly. Mr. Ma concurs with Director Ding's perspective. Having witnessed so many unprecedented artifacts today, it is indeed an experience unlike any other. Furthermore, astonishingly, not a single one of the 3 items is a forgery. This situation is bizarre, utterly surreal, verging on the extraordinary. Meanwhile, Master Zheng is more concerned with how such pristine originals have been preserved. It is indeed unfathomable. What level of expertise could achieve such preservation? During the intermission, experts and scholars take the opportunity to enlighten the viewers about these artifacts. Following this enlightening session, the viewers are left in a state of frenzy. My goodness, I always knew the host was impressive, but I never imagined the extent of their brilliance. In this moment, I feel my own perspective is limited. The miraculous host's achievements are beyond the grasp of mere mortals like myself. Observing Director Ding and the others rendered speechless in awe makes me realize my own naivety. I had not anticipated that ignorance could breed such courage. My legs are weary from kneeling, and just as I attempt to rise, I'm swiftly pressed back down. Miraculous host, I implore you to act like a human. Surely, only a divine being could accomplish such feats. Miraculous host, wouldn't it be more delightful to simply fish? You are imparting profound lessons upon my life. Farewell, mother, for tonight I embark on a journey. The distant sound of a pipe calls. For not everyone is destined to be a host. Amidst the fervent discussions in the live stream, Mr. Ma and Master Zheng approached Director Ding. Old Ding, are you certain you wish to authenticate those 2 items in the live stream? Mr. Ma earnestly inquired. Master Zheng concurred, saying, "Indeed, Ding Ding. Those two artifacts could rightfully be called the soul of the Dragon Kingdom." Quite so. What old Zheng asserts is correct. If those items are genuine, they would undoubtedly astonish the entire world. Mr. Ma continued to echo his sentiments. Not every nation embodies the essence of the Dragon Kingdom, nor does every country possess its rich culture and heritage. Master Zheng gravely nodded. Indeed, I fear that hostile forces from abroad might seize this opportunity to wreak havoc. Moreover, it is the legendary tripod of the 9 provinces. How could it possibly have been retrieved from the sea? Ding Ding cast a glance at the two. If it weren't for this young lad, who would have imagined that the crystal cup from the Warring States period, the bronze tongs, and the gray pottery cup from the Xia dynasty could also be salvaged from the ocean? Master Zheng and Mr. Ma fell silent, taken aback by Ding Ding's retort. Indeed, the two had come together primarily to rely on Ding Ding's judgment, as they initially considered the notion of retrieving such antiquities from the sea to be sheer folly. Yet reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces, leaving them in utter shock and speechless. Well then, let us proceed to authenticate the final 2 items. If they are indeed authentic, the soul of the Dragon Kingdom shall be restored. Chapter 61. As if returning to the era of Yu the Great. The livestream continued to buzz with fervent discussion as Ding Ding, Master Zheng, and Mr. Ma, the 3 esteemed figures, emerged together. The intermission had concluded, and the most tense moment was imminent. Numerous experts and scholars had gathered, all eagerly gazing at the final 2 and largest boxes. Ding Ding's expression grew solemn. This time, rather than allowing others to open them, the 3 of them would do so themselves. The instant the boxes were opened, everyone was left astounded. The ancient and profound aura seemed to envelop them, as if it had been suppressed for a millennium. This is the tripod of the 9 provinces? What a jest! That is indeed the tripod of the 9 provinces, which has been lost for over 2,000 years. I heard it was even retrieved from a sea. Is that possible? The tripod of the 9 provinces is synonymous with the Dragon Kingdom. It has actually emerged? Experts and scholars gazed at the 2 grand tripods before them, their faces painted with incredulity. If it is genuine, then the individuals who salvaged it must be extraordinarily remarkable. At that moment, Ding Ding took to the stage to elucidate. Everyone has heard the term 9 provinces of Huaxia, which originates from the division of the world into 9 provinces by Yu the Great. According to legend, in the early years of the Xia dynasty, King Yu divided the realm into 9 provinces, requiring each province to contribute bronze to forge 9 tripods, symbolizing the 9 provinces. The mountains and rivers, along with wondrous objects from the 9 provinces, were inscribed upon the tripods, which were then housed in the capital of the Xia dynasty, symbolizing that all 9 provinces belonged to it. The Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties all revered these as national treasures. During the Warring States period, both Qin and Chu sent forces to the Zhou royal city of Luoyi in search of the tripods. Later emperors, including Wu Zetian and Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, also cast 9 tripods to affirm their legitimacy. If the previous artifacts could be deemed invaluable treasures, then the Jiuzhou Ding is undoubtedly a treasure of unparalleled magnificence. It stands as a monumental relic, rivaling even the revered imperial seal of China. Legends suggest that this extraordinary artifact was submerged in the waters of the Xi River during the reign of King Xian of Zhou, while others claim that Qin Shi Huang retrieved the Jiuzhou Ding, entombing it alongside him. Today, we are here to authenticate the Yangzhou Ding and Jingzhou Ding from the Jiuzhou Ding. Director Ding eloquently recounted the history of the Jiuzhou Ding, igniting excitement among the experts and scholars present. Even those familiar with its history found themselves enthralled once more. The Jiuzhou Ding, a symbol of sovereign power, has resurfaced. If this truly is the Jiuzhou Ding, I would have no regrets in life to behold it. My goodness, this is nothing short of astonishing. The Jiuzhou Ding, our ancestral legacy. Indeed, it is the Jiuzhou Ding. Some individuals were so moved they were brought to tears. The Jiuzhou Ding represents not merely the essence of Dragon Kingdom culture, but also the object of countless scholars' lifelong dreams and aspirations. Director Ding aptly referred to it as the soul of the dragon. At that moment, the assistant's mind was a blank slate. His knowledge of the Jiuzhou Ding's history was limited, yet he grasped one undeniable truth. His boss was truly exceptional. While he might not be familiar with the Jiuzhou Ding, Who could possibly be unaware of the imperial seal? This artifact is indeed worthy of comparison. Moreover, its historical significance surpasses that of the imperial seal. What is this? My heavens! The assistant felt overwhelmed. Once a quick-witted individual, now simply stood in awe, holding his phone aloft, aimed at the two magnificent Ding. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream, following Director Ding's enlightening discourse, were equally bewildered. Did I just hear that correctly? Am I hearing things? Did Director Ding truly say these two artifacts are indeed the Jiuzhou Ding? No way. I thought they merely resembled the Jiuzhou Ding, but they're the real deal. Why the excitement? Director Ding and the others have yet to confirm. It remains uncertain if it's genuine. You simply do not understand history. Even the Jiuzhou Ding from the era of Song Huizong is considered an extraordinary treasure. Is it even possible to retrieve something like this from the sea? Huh. You have no comprehension of the miraculous. My goodness, the Jiuzhou Ding, what is this? It's not merely a ding. It embodies the essence of the dragon. It heralds the inception of dragon kingdom heritage. Excluding the ancient era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, it marks the genesis of dynasties. How remarkable! My heart races with anticipation. Miraculous dreamer, what exactly have you unearthed? Is such a relic truly recoverable from the depths of the sea? Miraculous streamer, you are nothing short of extraordinary. I am utterly eager to discover whether this is indeed the Jiuzhou Ding. As if responding to the voices of the viewers, Director Ding cautiously approached one of the dings. Mr. Ma's countenance was solemn, and he hesitated to even lay a hand upon it. Master Zheng held his breath, meticulously examining the exquisite cauldron before him. The intricate depictions of birds and beasts, majestic mountains and rivers, captivated his gaze, embodying an ancient simplicity that was anything but ordinary. With just a few strokes, it transported one to an immersive experience of another realm. Director Ding, momentarily at a loss for words, found himself speechless, his mouth agape as he attempted to articulate his thoughts. The cauldron was simply astonishing. As he stared at the artifact, Director Ding felt as though he had been transported back to the era of Great Yu, the legendary figure who tamed the floods and measured the vastness of the land. He envisioned Great Yu meticulously surveying the expanse of the 9 provinces, ascending to the pinnacle of greatness. Meanwhile, Master Zheng, overwhelmed by emotion, was moved to tears. Although the authenticity of the cauldron as a creation of Yu the Great remained uncertain, the profound connection he felt was undeniable, a legacy passed down through generations. If this were a mere imitation, it was so masterfully crafted that it could easily deceive the senses. This was the true essence of the dragon's soul. At that moment, Master Zheng felt an irresistible urge to prostrate himself before the magnificent cauldron. Such a divine artifact surely required no mortal intervention for restoration. How could an ordinary person even fathom the intricacies involved? Every inch, every detail was a marvel of craftsmanship. Even if Master Zheng were to return to his youth, in his prime, he would not dare to lay a finger on this masterpiece. Mr. Ma, filled with excitement, trembled with anticipation, his lips quivering and hands shaking. He yearned to reach out and touch it, yet reason cautioned him against such an impulse. One misstep, and he might find himself kneeling in reverence before this monumental creation. The camera zoomed in on the cauldron, revealing its exquisite engravings, leaving his assistant momentarily stunned. It was beyond impressive, truly extraordinary. Chapter 62. Witnessing History, Witnessing Miracles. In a live-streaming room, an unusual silence enveloped the audience. All the viewers were captivated by the cauldron's beauty, seemingly in awe. What had I just witnessed? Suddenly, one viewer seemed to regain their senses and typed fervently in the chat. This is beyond belief. I feel as though I have glimpsed the ceaseless flow of the Yangtze River. I feel it too. It's as if I'm standing on a celestial mountain, a truly ethereal realm, exclaimed another. My goodness, what am I witnessing? I feel as though I'm soaring. Indeed, I thought I was hallucinating. Be careful with your words. They might attract unwanted attention. How can it be so exquisite? How can it appear so lifelike? Is this truly just an antique? It's miraculous. This is a divine artifact. Unbelievable. The miraculous host has truly unearthed a treasure. I can't contain myself. Even a fleeting glance at this cauldron feels worth dying for. Honestly, I share that sentiment. It is utterly astonishing. What a fantastical creation. I can't believe I was moved to tears just now. This is simply enchanting. Ah, the ancestral relic. Indeed, it is the ancestral relic. Although Dean Ding and his colleagues have yet to reach a definitive conclusion, I cannot shake the conviction that this must be the legendary Zuo Ding. O miraculous broadcaster, how could you possibly unearth such a peerless artifact? How did this divine implement come to rest beneath the sea? Miraculous broadcaster, could you provide an explanation? Once Dean Ding and his companions collected their thoughts, they turned their gaze back to the Zuo Ding. At this moment, the astonishment in their eyes had evolved into something deeper, an awe that was almost reverent. Like devout pilgrims on a sacred journey, they cautiously circled the grand vessel, inspecting it with care. Is there truly a need for commentary on the Zuo Ding? Absolutely not. The three of them reached a silent consensus. From the very first glance at this magnificent piece, they had been utterly captivated. Now, they simply yearned to behold it for a few more moments, greedily savoring its presence. Once this magnificent artifact is confirmed to be authentic, it would surely transcend their humble existence, and they would never again have the privilege to witness it. Such a treasure, even if classified as confidential, would undoubtedly be deemed top secret. It should not merely materialize in the mortal realm. This grand vessel is far more than an ordinary ding. It embodies the very spirit of the Dragon Nation. Such an artifact is unworthy of the likes of Japan, is unattainable by America, non-existent in Gaul, and even less deserving of South Korea. This is a treasure that belongs solely to the Dragon Nation, one that only it can cherish and preserve through the ages. Many nations have claimed that the people of the Dragon Nation lack faith. Now, let the world be informed. This ding is the embodiment of the Dragon Nation's belief. It is the very soul of the Dragon Nation. With utmost caution, they examined it repeatedly, yet the final verdict eluded them. The illustrations etched upon it are not of this present age. They are genuine relics of a bygone era. Meanwhile, the eager assistant felt a surge of impatience. Is it truly authentic? Though each heart may harbor its own conclusion, they still yearn for Dean Ding's personal confirmation. If this were to be a fabrication, the very fabric of the world would unravel. After a prolonged moment, Dean Ding exchanged glances with the other two, who nodded in subtle agreement. Taking a deep breath, Dean Ding meticulously prepared the instruments to assess the grand ding, as if fearing to inflict even the slightest harm upon it. When the testing report emerged, a wave of relief washed over Dean Ding and his companions. Yet, they lingered for a few more precious moments, gazing at the magnificent ding. In the live broadcast room, viewers held their breath in anxious anticipation for the final verdict. Could it be? I'm so tense. If this were not the case, it would be an affront to justice. It must be so. The miraculous broadcaster will surely perform wonders. Though I recognize the odds may be slim, I fervently wish for it to indeed be the Zuo Ding. I cannot bear it any longer. I'm almost afraid to look. Trust in the miraculous broadcaster. Trust in Dean Ding. This artifact is undoubtedly an authentic masterpiece. Oh my goodness, I can hardly believe it. This miraculous artifact has actually been unearthed. Hurry, announce the results. I feel as though I am on the brink of madness. Truly, it is exceedingly difficult. I too yearn to know. Please declare the outcome. At this moment, the assistant anxiously gazes at Dean Ding and the others. Dean Ding takes a deep breath. Upon evaluation, it has been determined that this grand cauldron was constructed during the Xia dynasty. Through our collective judgment, we ascertain that this magnificent vessel is one of the 9 tripod cauldrons built by the Great Yu during his efforts to control the floods, specifically the Zuo Ding. As this news spreads, an electrifying excitement envelopes the crowd. It is real. It is indeed real. I knew our miraculous host would never disappoint us. My heavens! To think that one could dredge up such a divine artifact while fishing at sea. I am utterly overwhelmed. The Zuo Ding, it is truly the Zuo Ding. At this moment, I find myself humbled. The ancestral relic has finally re-emerged. Miraculous host, how have you achieved this? How could such a discovery be possible? Our miraculous host continues to perform wonders. Truly, those with weak hearts should refrain from following him. Yes, indeed, my heart is racing to the point of explosion. Who dares to claim we lack a Xia dynasty? Who dares to assert that our civilization is merely over 3,000 years old? I rise. I feel as if I have risen. Do they possess anything comparable in America? In their land of foot-soaking chickens? Are they worthy? When we crafted this artifact, they were still clad in leaves, chasing monkeys. My admiration for the miraculous host knows no bounds. This is the pride of our dragon nation. After announcing this momentous news, Ding appears to have exhausted every ounce of his strength, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mr. Ma and Master Zheng are similarly overwhelmed. The revelation is simply exhilarating. The discovery of the Jingzhou Ding is no less astounding than the eruption of a mushroom egg. This will undoubtedly astonish the entire world and prompt a re-evaluation of our dragon nation. It signifies a cultural triumph, a true renaissance in every sense. Upon hearing the announcement, the assistant feels an equal surge of excitement. What has he witnessed? He has personally observed the emergence of a divine artifact. He has borne witness to a piece of history, to a miracle. This is beyond imagination. Oh boss, who exactly are you? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? You are remarkable, truly extraordinary. What need is there for fishing here? Does fish possess such allure? The boss is undeniably exceptional. Now, after conducting further evaluations, Ding and the others returned to the lounge. Initially, they intended to evaluate both cauldrons together. However, they greatly underestimated the power of this grand cauldron. It is akin to a mushroom egg. It is like a space station. It is comparable to an aerial combat aircraft. Or rather, the significance of this item far surpasses those two. After a brief respite, the three esteemed figures reappear in the treasure appraisal livestream. Next, we shall unveil the final cauldron, the Yangzhou Ding. Chapter 63, the Yangzhou Ding. At last, it has emerged. We can hardly contain our anticipation. We are just one revelation away. Indeed, we have waited far too long. If the final Yangzhou Ding is indeed an authentic piece, would it not be somewhat exaggerated? Not at all. For the miracle host, such foundational skills are indispensable. Director Ding and his colleagues emerged, visibly exhilarated. Given that the Jingzhou Ding has already been authenticated as genuine, could it be possible that the Yangzhou Ding is also authentic? This notion was swiftly extinguished by Director Ding. Absolutely not. As a professional appraiser, succumbing to preconceived notions is utterly fatal. Although the final dating relies on instruments, initial assessments are equally paramount. A humorous incident once unfolded in the archaeological community, where a well-known master, overly reliant on machinery during the authentication process, preferred to trust his own understanding over the capabilities of machines. On one occasion, a collector presented a ceramic vase. Without hesitation, the master cast it into the machine, which indicated it was a Ming Dynasty artifact. Upon its emergence, the collector could no longer maintain his composure. For the vase's base mark read, "Made in the Qianlong era of the Great Ming." The master attempted to argue, suggesting perhaps it was crafted by someone named Qianlong during the Ming Dynasty. Ultimately, another expert decisively countered, confirming it was merely a modern craftwork. Thus, while machines serve as valuable aids, it is ultimately human insight that holds true significance. Director Ding and the others swiftly approached the Grand Ding. Upon first sighting this Yangzhou Ding, a distinct aura, unlike that of the Jingzhou Ding, enveloped them. Different landscapes unfolded, as did unique floral and avian motifs. Yet both bore an equally majestic presence. Even though they had previously authenticated the Jingzhou Ding, the group found themselves standing transfixed before the Yangzhou Ding. For the impact of the two vessels was entirely disparate. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. I have a premonition. This Ding is also genuine. Could it be that everything the miracle host has unearthed is authentic? How could this be? It is simply astounding. I bear witness to the miracle host's moment of glory. Am I the only one who finds this Ding extraordinary? I still yearn to pay homage. This Ding, while magnificent, does not diminish the prowess of the miracle host. Witnessing the serious and solemn expressions of Director Ding and his colleagues, it seems this Ding cannot escape scrutiny. Perhaps it is because the online viewers are not present in person, or perhaps it is the barrier of a screen that separates them from the Ding. Although they are awestruck by the exquisite craftsmanship and lifelike engravings, they are unable to fully grasp the distinct aura and solemn, ancient essence. Coupled with the prior experience of the Jingzhou Ding, this time, while the viewers remain astonished, they do not find themselves at a loss for words as before. Those present on site, including the followers and experts, wield greater authority in discourse, even after having witnessed the grandeur of the Jingzhou Ding. The sight of the Yangzhou Ding left one speechless. The eager junior companions struggled to conjure a term from the depths of his mind to aptly describe this magnificent vessel. Yet his limited knowledge rendered him incapable of finding a fitting word. He could only declare it to be uniquely exquisite. Meanwhile, Director Ding, Mr. Ma, and Master Zheng encircled the ding, rendered momentarily mute by its splendor. The intricate patterns and designs upon its surface were simply unparalleled. Suddenly, Director Ding's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You all, come quickly and take a look here." He beckoned Mr. Ma and Master Zheng to his side. Upon approaching one side of the great ding and following the direction indicated by Director Ding, they appeared to uncover an oracle bone script hidden within the landscape. "Goodness, is this even possible?" Mr. Ma, despite his vast knowledge, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Master Zheng was equally entranced, grappling with the wonder of it all. How is this even achieved? He pondered anxiously, contemplating whether he would be able to discern such mysteries if he were to undertake the restoration work. Director Ding, brimming with exhilaration, could hardly contain himself. Oracle Bone Script. I cannot believe I've encountered Oracle Bone Script once more. It was utterly astounding. In a fervor, Director Ding returned to the Jingzhou Ding, meticulously searching with a magnifying glass. In a matter of moments, he too discovered Oracle Bone Script on the Jingzhou Ding. It was real. Indeed, it was authentic. Director Ding was now overwhelmed with elation. "I have unearthed inscriptions from the Xia dynasty on this grand ding. I must inquire, who else has made such a discovery?" The miraculous broadcaster was truly remarkable. He would never comprehend the significance of the two great dings he had unearthed. "I find myself at a loss for words." Director Ding clutched his chest in exhilaration. His students rushed to support him, recognizing the momentous importance of this revelation. Mr. Ma and Master Zheng understood precisely what this entailed. Yet, amidst their silence, the viewers in the live stream grew anxious. What has Director Ding discovered? Why is he so agitated? I am genuinely concerned for his health. What could possibly evoke such a reaction from these esteemed figures? Haha, it's only natural for miraculous discoveries to elicit such responses. No, I just want to know what it is. Meanwhile, the junior companion felt a twinge of apprehension. Could it be that the great ding turned out to be a forgery? Perhaps Director Ding's excitement stemmed from being proven wrong, uncovering some artifact from the Kangxi era of the Xia dynasty. How fascinating that would be. Tentatively, the junior companion inquired, may I ask what has been discovered? His question echoed the sentiments of all the viewers. Netizens are anxiously awaiting the news. Given that Mr. Ma is a public figure, it is only natural for him to respond with some fluency. It's nothing significant. We merely want to confirm that this item is indeed authentic and is one of the renowned 9 tripods of the Xia dynasty. Although we were mentally prepared, the news still left netizens utterly stunned. What? This is also one of the 9 tripods of the Xia dynasty? In other words, everything that the miraculous host has retrieved is genuine. Is it truly that exaggerated? No, look at Dean Ding's excited expression. I sense that the situation is far from simple. Chapter 64. Oh, it turns out to be true. What next? Yes, indeed. Given Dean Ding's demeanor, this matter must contain some intrigue. Yuan Fang, what are your thoughts? No, we should use the instruments. I want to uncover the truth. Indeed, I too wish to reveal the truth. Such a monumental event. How could Dean Ding possibly dare to joke about it? Precisely. Dean Ding, being highly esteemed, is known for his integrity and would never be reckless in such matters. Soon, netizens online divided into 2 factions, each engaging in heated debates. Some believed that making a hasty judgment was irresponsible and that there must be some hidden truths. Conversely, others maintained that the matter is straightforward. After all, Dean Ding, Mr. Ma, and Master Zheng are vouching for it. Each of these individuals holds a prestigious position in their field, and their reputations are undoubtedly reliable. Are you all blind? Have you forgotten the sensation you felt upon seeing the grand tripod? I can only acknowledge its exquisite craftsmanship and lifelike quality. What does its era matter? And let us not forget that this was retrieved by the miraculous host. Upon hearing this, all opposing netizens fell silent. This reasoning is quite persuasive. After all, the miraculous host is a testament to miracles. All eyes turned to the tripod on stage. At that moment, Dean Ding regained his composure and approached the front. Ladies and gentlemen, here I not only wish to announce that these 2 tripods are authentic, but also that we have discovered something of great importance on them. Naturally, I am aware that some individuals place their faith in machines, so let us allow it to undergo an examination before we proceed. With that, Ding Ding instructed to carefully place the tripod into the apparatus. Soon, the analysis report was generated. Everything was as anticipated. The tripod was indeed an artifact from the Xia dynasty. Upon seeing this analysis report, all netizens fell silent. Meanwhile, the assistant eagerly gazed at the grand tripod. The boss has achieved greatness. Everything the boss retrieved is authentic. Netizens expressed their regret for their initial skepticism. It is indeed true. I always said the miraculous host never disappoints. Goodness, what was I thinking? How could I have doubted the authenticity of this grand tripod for even a moment? By heavens, miraculous host, how could you have retrieved these two grand tripods? Alas, if I could retrieve even one of these magnificent cauldrons, I would undoubtedly be able to establish a family genealogy in my own home. How astonishing. I would dare to cross the street with abandon. This is truly remarkable. Oh, esteemed host, your prowess is unparalleled. I find myself a loss for words, and I am in awe of you. I acknowledge my shortcomings towards you, but I am eager to understand why Director Ding was so fervently agitated moments ago. I implore you for clarity. Amidst the chorus of exclamations from the audience, Director Ding gazed at the report in his hands, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Similarly, Mr. Ma and Master Zheng were equally captivated. Initially, they intended to observe for a while longer, but in their excitement, they inadvertently revealed the results. As a result, they had no justification to continue their examination of the cauldron under the pretense of authentication. The secrets it harbored were destined to be unveiled. Esteemed guests, you must be curious as to why I was so intensely stirred. Behold this. As Director Ding spoke, he pointed to a specific section of the feng shui painting, prompting his assistant to zoom in on that very detail. Concurrently, the screen in the venue illuminated, showcasing precisely the area Director Ding had indicated. One of the scholars appeared to recognize the oracle bone script, though disbelief clouded his expression. His reaction was scarcely more composed than that of Director Ding. This is utterly unfathomable. Could it truly be oracle bone script? How is that even possible? This is a relic from the Xia dynasty, and yet here we discover oracle bone inscriptions. My heavens, the historical narrative of the Xia dynasty, which lacked written records, is on the verge of being challenged today. Scholars were abuzz with speculation and deliberation. Meanwhile, the online audience, upon hearing the scholars discuss, was equally astounded. Goodness, could it genuinely be oracle bone script? Indeed, just moments ago, I pondered why there were no inscriptions on the cauldron. I never anticipated it could be concealed so profoundly. The ingenuity of our ancestors is indeed astonishing. Wait, I suddenly have a bold hypothesis. Goodness, could it be that others share my thoughts? What in the world has this host unearthed? Please do not leave us hanging. I surmise that the imagery on this cauldron is not merely decorative, but rather an inscription. How could this be possible? This is utterly surreal. Is it truly feasible? Could this not be a jest? If it is genuine, then this is truly remarkable. Observing the reactions of the esteemed scholars, Director Ding nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as everyone has witnessed, these markings are unequivocally oracle bone script. Subsequently, Director Ding spoke slowly. Just a moment ago, I was contemplating why such an exquisitely crafted cauldron would lack inscriptions. It is widely known that inscriptions on cauldrons are commonplace and quite probable. With a mindset of exploration, I endeavored to seek out the inscriptions, only to uncover the anomalies within the illustrations. This is the inscription on the great tripod, the words inscribed upon it. This is oracle bone script. The era lacking written records in the Xia dynasty has come to an end. With the pronouncement of Director Ding, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Almost immediately, it felt as though the entire space was on the verge of upheaval. Unbelievable. Director Ding has truly outdone himself. Discovering an abundance of oracle bone inscriptions, the individual who retrieved them is nothing short of extraordinary. How could such a miraculous artifact be unearthed? I am in awe, utterly fascinated by this miraculous broadcaster. Truly remarkable. How splendid our Chinese characters are, capable of depicting such majestic narratives even in ancient times. And it's a piece of inscription no less. It is often said that our script is derived from pictographs, and now we have finally traced our lineage back to its origins. Goodness, with this artifact in hand, We can disregard any disparaging remarks from the West and beyond. This incident quickly gained traction across online platforms. Meanwhile, the other protagonist, Zuo Yunlong, had just awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he noticed a flood of missed calls on his phone. Casually returning one call, Zuo Yunlong, still groggy, instantly perked up. Zuo Yunlong. Oh, so it's true. And then what? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Is this not astonishing? Chapter 65. Participate in a variety show? Impossible. After ending the call, Zuo Yunlong dressed with the assistance of a maid. At that moment, the butler entered from outside. Young master, someone has come to see you. Zuo Yunlong furrowed his brow. Is it really necessary to be so persistent over a few antiquities? Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the butler's composure faltered. He had been watching the live stream and understood the significance of those artifacts. To Zuo Yunlong, they were merely a few antiquities? This is a groundbreaking archaeological discovery. Henceforth, no one shall dare to claim that the Dragon Kingdom lacked a Xia dynasty, even though the inscriptions on the Great Tripod have yet to be deciphered. Who would dare to say this is not a monumental discovery? The butler couldn't help but twitch his lips. Zuo Yunlong pondered for a moment. Since there was still some time, he might as well meet this visitor. Take him to the reception room, he said casually. The butler complied and departed. After a light breakfast, Zuo Yunlong made his way to the reception room. Ah, this breakfast lacks the flavor of fish, I caught myself. Clearly, Zuo Yunlong was not particularly satisfied with his meal. Upon entering the hall, he spotted a middle-aged man seated in the reception area, evidently having waited for quite some time. The butler, noticing Zuo Yunlong's arrival, promptly introduced Director Zhang. This is our young master, Zuo Yunlong. It is an honor to finally meet you, Director Zhang exclaimed. Rising to his feet upon seeing Zuo Yunlong, he enthusiastically extended both hands, clasping Zuo Yunlong's firmly. Zuo Yunlong looked at the butler, puzzled. The butler quickly clarified. This is Director Zhang, who has heard of your exploits and has come specifically to pay his respects. Indeed, Mr. Zuo is truly a prodigy. My admiration for him has endured for quite some time. Director Zhang, following the butler's lead, offered flattering remarks. Zuo Yunlong gently withdrew his hand, signaling for Director Zhang to take a seat for a conversation. Zhang promptly sat down, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Zuo Yunlong. Speak your mind, Zuo Yunlong casually invited. Zhang wasted no time and immediately stated, Mr. Zuo, I am currently in the process of producing a variety show titled Natural Fisherman. Upon hearing this, Zuo Yunlong's brow furrowed. Mr. Zhang, I have previously expressed my disinterest in participating in variety shows. Zhang quickly responded, there is no need for concern, Mr. Zuo. We have taken your circumstances into account. Our team comprises the most professional experts. As long as you agree to join our show, we are willing to offer double the price for whatever you catch. Additionally, we will assume full responsibility for your taxes. You need not worry. Zuo Yunlong was left speechless. It seemed that Mr. Zhang was not fully grasping the situation. Perhaps you have misunderstood my intent, Zhang. I mean to say that I am currently struggling to catch fish myself. Do you truly believe I would allow a crowd to compete with me for my catch? Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, Zhang's demeanor shifted dramatically. How many times have you even fished? Are you truly afraid of others competing with you? Do you think such remarks are polite? Mr. Zuo, we have immense confidence in your abilities. If you agree to collaborate with us, the price is entirely negotiable until you are satisfied. Zuo Yunlong disdainfully scoffed. Do you think I am in need of money? Zhang was left at a loss for words. This was perplexing. How could there be someone who did not covet wealth? Then what is it that you desire? Zhang inquired directly. We will fulfill any request within our capacity. Zuo Yunlong sighed. I merely wish for a tranquil time to fish. I have no intention of participating in any variety show. Zhang was further bewildered. A person who had caught protected animals, arms, and antiques was now professing that his dream was simply to fish in peace. Was this even conceivable? No. Zhang was convinced that Zuo Yunlong was merely dismissing his offer out of dissatisfaction with the terms. Gritting his teeth, Zhang resolutely stated, Mr. Zuo, please reconsider. If you agree, we can additionally offer you 20 million for your appearance. Internally, Zhang felt a pang of regret, realizing he had underestimated this young man. Just with a few words, Zuo Yunlong had compelled Zhang to reveal his hand. Meanwhile, the butler was also taken aback by this revelation. Goodness, the young master's worth has soared to such heights. The butler wished to immediately agree on behalf of the young master. Zuo Yunlong, observing Zhang's determined demeanor, could not help but smile bitterly. All he sought was a peaceful fishing experience. Why could no one believe him? However, Zuo Yunlong was well aware that if he did not provide a response, Director Zhang would not relent easily. I shall ponder it further, Zuo Yunlong replied, his tone tinged with resignation. In any case, once he set sail, he would be free from such troublesome matters. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, Director Zhang's expression revealed an air of satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. I knew it. No one can resist the allure of wealth. Director Zhang thought confidently. Very well. I shall await Mr. Zuo's favorable news and look forward to the day we collaborate. With a cheerful smile, Director Zhang bid farewell to Zuo Yunlong, who wore a look of helplessness. It seemed that Director Zhang had indeed misunderstood him. But let the misunderstanding be. He certainly had no intention of participating in any frivolous variety shows. A group of people fishing in a single area? He would hardly catch a few fish himself. And with others stirring up the waters, what chance would he have? After seeing off Director Zhang, the butler gazed at Zuo Yunlong with a smile, secretly marveling at his growth. The young master had matured. Even the negotiation tactics he employed now surpassed those of his father in his youth. Young master, there are others waiting outside. Shall I bring them in? Upon hearing the butler's words, Zuo Yunlong quickly exclaimed, No. One Director Zhang had already made his head spin. What more awaited him outside? Were they truly the same crowd from the variety shows? Absolutely not. He must flee swiftly. The butler pondered for a moment before replying. Well, there are indeed people from various variety shows outside, as well as some online video producers seeking collaboration. We should maintain a sense of discernment in our engagements. Allow me to read them to you. You can decide which to consider, he proposed. Zuo Yunlong waved his hands repeatedly. Please, spare me. I would rather continue fishing at sea. The butler sighed in resignation. However, the area outside is currently swarming with them. How shall you manage to leave? Chapter 66. Setting sail again. The Air Force is not an option. On the fishing vessel, Zuo Yunlong leaned against the railing, gazing out at the distant sea. The scene he had just fled from replayed in his mind, leaving him still shaken. For the first time, he felt the anxiety of fame. Indeed, as the butler had described, the surroundings were inundated with people eager to invite him onto their variety shows. Zuo Yunlong could only slip out of the villa through a small door under the butler's cover. Once outside, he hurried back to his fishing boat. Now, he could only wait for his companions to return to the vessel before setting sail. If those directors, screenwriters, and investors from the variety shows caught up with him, he feared he might not get the chance to fish today. His companions quickly regrouped on the fishing boat. Wow, boss, you're amazing. One of them exclaimed excitedly as they boarded. It's such a pity you weren't there. You should have seen the astonished expressions on those experts. It was like they had seen a ghost. There exists a repair master who personally came to seek my counsel on maintenance methods. I possess no such expertise. I merely told him the techniques my boss casually acquired. And that was that. The repair master was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. Boss, you are truly remarkable. The other crew members were equally thrilled upon seeing Zuo Yunlong. Boss, now even my relatives are introducing potential partners to me. Truly, working on this fishing vessel under your leadership feels more prestigious than any state-owned or foreign enterprise. You are simply extraordinary. As long as you don't disdain me, I shall dedicate my life to you. You are my idol. Me too, boss. As long as you allow me to work on this ship, I would do anything for you. Honestly, boss, I have a relative willing to spend $1 million for a spot on the ship. Goodness, it's evident you are the boss, while others pay their employees. People are now eager to pay just to work for you. Is it really that outrageous? Boss, please don't dismiss me. I would work for free if you let me. Boss, I have some savings. Perhaps I could offer you a little. Hearing such increasingly absurd remarks, Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words. He declared resolutely, On our ship, we reject internal competition. Anyone who competes shall be expelled. After a brief silence, the crew erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The boss is wise. Let us resist competition, starting with ourselves. Goodness, boss, I am with you. Where else could one find such a leader? Exactly. Whoever competes shall be expelled. I choose to take it easy. Zuo Yunlong, with a furrowed brow, noted that these youngsters were becoming increasingly audacious. Set sail. With Zuo Yunlong's command, the crew swiftly prepared for the departure. At that moment, a throng of people appeared on the shore. Mr. Zuo, please consider our variety show. Mr. Zuo, wait. Can we have a proper discussion? Miracle Streamer, I am your fan. You have the final say on this show. Miracle Streamer, our girls are truly impressive. Want to reconsider? Observing the mass of people on the shore. Zuo Yunlong was drenched in cold sweat. What the hell? It feels like I'm being chased by paparazzi. He felt that if he delayed even a moment longer, he might be cornered at the port and unable to set sail. His diligent assistant promptly took out a phone and began the live streaming task. Goodness. The Miracle Streamer has finally appeared. Miracle Streamer, I missed you terribly after not seeing you yesterday. Oh my. Miracle Streamer, could you share how you handle those antiques? Miracle Streamer, I adore you. Have you set sail again today? What do you plan to catch? Miracle Streamer, you must strive hard. You cannot let the title of arms dealer go to waste. Indeed, our military equipment is lagging behind foreign nations by several years. Perhaps you could procure their latest aircraft. Aim for space and consider particle beams. It's all on you, Streamer. Streamer, why not retrieve a few lithography machines? We are quite in need of those. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the barrage of comments filling the screen, rendered speechless. Dear viewers, let us remain composed. This is a fishing live stream, not a wish-granting session. His assistant was equally at a loss, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How could every unfolding event become increasingly ludicrous? Zuo Yunlong felt an overwhelming sense of resignation. It seemed that there was always a catch in this endeavor. The fishing vessel glided into the designated waters amidst the laughter and cheers of the online audience. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong commanded the net to be cast. As the salty sea breeze brushed against him, a familiar sensation returned. The crew, grinning widely, swiftly submerged the net into the depths of the ocean. Everyone, please remain quiet and witness the miraculous host performance. What on earth will we haul up this time? Surely it won't be the Imperial Seal again, right? Perhaps a carrier ship? The anticipation was palpable, and viewers chuckled, confident that it would not be fish. Not necessarily. Our host has had a few successful fish catches in the past. It feels like catching fish is even more challenging than retrieving antiques. Indeed, you have a point. That is just how our host operates, so get used to it. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the first net emerged from the water. An empty net. The viewers lost their composure upon witnessing the void. No amount of calculation could have predicted that the initial haul would be devoid of any catch. How could this be? The miraculous host could not possibly be left with an empty net. Wow, it's been ages since we've seen this. The miraculous host certainly has something up his sleeve. Suddenly, there was an unsettling feeling reminiscent of a guaranteed bet that had gone awry. As expected of the miraculous host, he always manages to surprise us. Is there anyone studying air? Come, let us ascertain if this air possesses any peculiar qualities. Surely our host won't pull up a net full of natural gas. Wait, is the host about to delve into mineral extraction? Zuo Yunlong stared at the empty net, his displeasure evident. To return from the first outing with nothing but air, today's luck seemed rather unfavorable. His assistant quickly reassured him, it's all right. The first net doesn't count. Let us continue fishing. Despite the initial emptiness, the crew remained optimistic, eagerly awaiting Zuo Yunlong's command for another cast. Yet, Zuo Yunlong harbored an ominous premonition. Never mind. Cast the net. He ordered decisively. The crew soon lowered the second net into the sea. This time, something must be retrieved. Meanwhile, the online viewers eagerly anticipated what the second haul would reveal. After all, even if the first net had indeed caught natural gas, there was no way to collect and verify that. Was there? It was far better to see something tangible. As he watched the net sink into the depths, Zuo Yunlong felt a nagging sense of foreboding once more. Chapter 67. Tang Sankai. Retrieve the net. Even though his inner dread was potent, it was only logical to bring back the net that had been cast. At Zuo Yunlong's command, the fishing net slowly rose from the surface of the water. In the live stream, viewers held their breath in anticipation, waiting in silence. As the net broke the water's surface, Zuo Yunlong could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What on earth was this? Is it so difficult for me to simply catch a fish? Within the fishing net, a solitary seahorse struggles helplessly. Upon witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream burst into joyous laughter. What the heck? After all this anticipation, this is what I get to see? The host is impressive, managing to pull a horse from the sea. It's not a fish after all, but a seahorse. I bet the host's psyche is in shambles. A seahorse indeed. I must say, The miraculous host lives up to the name. I've heard this creature is quite nourishing. The host is in for a treat. By the way, does the host have a girlfriend? My sister is quite lovely. Would you consider her? Shortly thereafter, a viewer posts a provocative photo of a beautiful woman. Hey, my brother-in-law, could you pass me my wife's contact information? How shameless. That's my wife. After this brief interlude, the viewers return to fervently discussing the seahorse. No way. Could anyone genuinely believe this seahorse is edible? I'll wager a pack of spicy snacks that this seahorse is a protected species. The person above is correct. I just checked, and indeed, this seahorse is a protected species, and a second-level one at that. Although seahorses can be consumed, it varies by species, you know? This one is definitely not for eating. Oh no, the host is in trouble again. Haha, this is the familiar flavor. Those who understand must be longtime fans. Indeed, I almost forgot. The host is quite skilled at catching protected species. Suddenly, I recall the terrifying prospect of the host establishing a nature reserve. Those were the days ruled by the miraculous host, capturing one protected species after another. I wonder, who else is there? Truly exceptional. The host is indeed a marvel. Is this just boredom driving them to start protecting their own work? Left with no choice, Zuo Yunlong sighs. Once again, it's a protected species, and, as expected, my intuition was spot on. The viewers in the live stream continue to offer suggestions. Host, don't bring that seahorse aboard. It's only a second-level protected species. It doesn't deserve it. Exactly. Host, how could a second-level protected species qualify to board your deck? Let go. This familiar feeling is quite delightful. Meanwhile, the little assistant glances at Zuo Yunlong. He waves his hand in resignation, and the assistant immediately understands. The seahorse is promptly returned to the sea, and the fishing net once again sinks to the ocean floor. In the live stream, upon witnessing this, the audience bursts into laughter, filled with joy. I told you. A second-level protected species doesn't deserve to board the host's deck? Absolutely. The host has even caught extinct animals before. How could a mere second-level protected species be of any concern? It's still the miraculous host. I didn't laugh at all yesterday, but seeing the miraculous host today has me in stitches. I maintain that the miraculous host is forever a legend. No objections accepted. Zuo Yunlong laments. I just want to simply catch a fish. Why must it be so challenging? Watching the net sink into the depths of the sea, Zuo Yunlong decides to let it linger there a bit longer. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream can hardly contain their excitement. Host, believe in yourself. You can do it. Bring up the net. Indeed, no matter how long one waits, the fish remain elusive. Let us hasten to unveil the treasure. However, I must respectfully disagree. It could very well be weaponry. The host has just imparted a lesson in skill, and it might even be a protected species. As time was drawing near, Zuo Yunlong issued the command for the third haul. The crew members coordinated seamlessly, swiftly drawing the fishing net upwards. As the net surfaced from the depths, it revealed not a single fish, but rather a statue enshrouded in mud. Upon seeing the contents of the net, the crew erupted in excitement. Could it possibly be an antique? Judging by its size, it might very well be a Buddhist statue. Has the boss unearthed yet another artifact? The appraisers must be going wild. The boss is almost single-handedly shouldering half of the archaeological realm. This sentiment was shared not only among the crew, but also by Zuo Yunlong, whose first reaction upon seeing the mud-covered statue was that it was indeed an antique. Had they inadvertently plundered an underwater tomb? Why were so many artifacts surfacing all of a sudden? The viewers in the live stream were equally agitated. Oh my, it's happening again. The host has retrieved another antique. I cannot believe the host has managed to pull out yet another artifact. I was merely jesting, yet the host took it to heart. This item has truly emerged from the depths. The host is extraordinary. I apologize for my earlier exuberance. My enthusiasm was perhaps excessive. An archaeological master, indeed worthy of the title. Yes, it appears that today the archaeological master has triumphed over both arms dealers and environmental advocates. Come now, host. Let us see the treasure unveiled. The net was gently placed upon the deck, and the crew's eyes sparkled with joy. If this turns out to be an antique, they would surely strike gold. Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words. How had this item surfaced again? The water jets continually washed away the mud clinging to the statue, gradually revealing its colors. Tang san kai, undubet li tang san kai. Upon witnessing the vibrant hues, the crew quickly realized this was not a Buddha statue, but rather Tang Sankai. How valuable could this be? The viewers in the live stream also caught sight of that striking shade of black. Such a color could not belong to a Buddha statue. The miraculous host has indeed recovered Tang Sankai. My goodness, host, you are phenomenal. If this were to be auctioned, I cannot even begin to imagine its worth. Why is it that these treasures keep surfacing through the host? I wish I could claim one for myself. If you could retrieve such items, you too would be a miraculous host. I must seek your mentorship. This miraculous host is incredibly efficient. Suddenly, aside from the fish, it seems that everything else the host retrieves comes with such ease. Look, indeed it's white. Tang Sankai primarily consists of yellow, green, and white, hence its name. There is no doubt, it is indeed Tang Sankai. Host, you are truly remarkable. Zuo Yunlong remained fixated on the object identified as Tang Sankai. As all the mud was washed away, Zuo Yunlong found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth is this? Chapter 68. The Unexpected Little Black One. Once the mud had been completely dispersed, the true form of the Tang Sankai was finally revealed. Clad in suspenders and a white shirt, with a center-parted hairstyle and a basketball clutched in his right hand, the scene struck a familiar chord. Zuo Yunlong stared in disbelief at this so-called Tang Sankai. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an inscription on the back that read, Genie Tai Mei. Zuo Yunlong? Is this really Tang Sankai, Little Black? How am I supposed to criticize this? The viewers in the live stream were instantly in an uproar. Who just claimed this was Tang Sankai? Step forward. I promise I won't harm you. What in the world is this? How did it end up in the sea? The miracle streamer is truly incredible. They managed to pull this from the ocean. I'm impressed. The streamer deserves recognition. I apologize for my earlier remarks. I insulted Tang Sankai. Oh no, the miracle streamer has failed. This is not Tang Sankai. Seriously, can you even critique this? Show us something like this that you pulled from the sea. Huh, to think the miracle streamer could retrieve something like this is quite remarkable. I must confess, I was intoxicated earlier, but upon entering the live stream, I suddenly sobered up. I can't help but admire the miracle streamer. Honestly, I believe this was Tang Sankai, only to be shown this instead. I feel deceived by the miracle streamer. You must take responsibility. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the statue. His expression darkened. This was indeed a challenging predicament. The crew members, upon witnessing the true appearance of this Tang Sankai, also bore expressions of despair. I thought it was worth 500,000, and this is what I get. If this were truly Tang Sankai, it would be extraordinary. Honestly, I was about to cry, but after hearing you say that, I suddenly want to laugh. If this were Tang Sankai, it would be monumental. At that moment, a young assistant awkwardly inquired, Boss, what should we do? After experiencing the live treasure appraisal, Zuo Yunlong had become almost a figure of reverence in the assistant's eyes. Wasn't he retrieving a Tang Sankai to be expected? Zuo Yunlong, with a weary gesture, replied, Let us set it aside for now. We can't throw it back into the ocean. Let us cast the net. I refuse to believe we can't catch a single fish today. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his words, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but express their admiration. What a conscientious boss. To finish after catching just one haul? Such a rare find. To conclude after catching one haul of fish? This is astonishingly simple, isn't it? Indeed, the viewers above might have underestimated the miracle streamer. The crew members must be feeling utterly defeated at this moment. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the crew felt a surge of emotion.
Yet they found themselves unable to express it. It seems to me that the boss implies we shall not be working through the night.
No one is to expect any rest. No, no, no. One must believe that the boss's intentions are noble. After all, which fishing vessel's sole task is merely to catch fish? Goodness, if this were any other fishing boat, the captain would surely be a conscientious one. But here, boss, if you wish for us to work overtime, you need not pressure us so. I have a foreboding that we might not be getting any rest in the coming days. Although each crew member harbored their own thoughts, the work still needed to be done. Under Zuo Yunlong's command, the crew swiftly cast the net into the depths of the sea once more. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream had begun to send their prayers for the crew. Please, not fish, not fish, not fish. I have yet to witness enough of the miraculous streamer-esque catches. It cannot be fish. Do not bring forth fish at this moment, for that would surely spell a tragic tale. I would gladly trade my 5 kilograms of flesh to avert such a fate. It seems the crew is even more anxious than we are. Who is it that proclaimed this captain to be conscientious? Step forth, and I shall ensure your silence. This is nothing short of blatant intimidation towards a crew. Moreover, this intimidation is rather justified, for catching fish at sea is undoubtedly simpler than retrieving antiques, is it not? Under Zuo Yunlong's guidance, the fishing net slowly emerged from the ocean's embrace. Upon seeing the sea turtle within the net, despair washed over the crew. Let's not dwell on this. It is clear that overtime is inevitable today. Zuo Yunlong, witnessing the scene, was at a loss for words. Fishing is truly a challenging endeavor. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong had surrendered to the futility of struggle. The sea turtle had already been caught once, and without needing a reminder, he was aware that this creature is a protected species. Nonetheless, he allowed the net to rest upon the deck. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Did you witness the expression in the crew's eyes? I could sense an urge to resort to violence from their gazes. Truly, the poor crew, it seems today is destined to be a day of overtime. This is utterly hilarious. This streamer indeed possesses a certain talent for justifying the crew's extended hours. Furthermore, the crew had no grounds for refusal whatsoever. Ha! Did I alone notice that this sea turtle is aboard? Without needing to investigate, I can ascertain that this sea turtle is undoubtedly a first-class protected species. As expected, only first-class protected species are permitted on board. Truly, this miraculous streamer is impressive. At this juncture, a small follower seemed to sense something amiss. Boss, that sea turtle appears to be in considerable distress. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong also observed that the sea turtle seemed to be suffering. Viewers in the live stream, alerted by the small follower, began to notice this as well. Goodness gracious, could it be that the streamer intends to harm it? Streamer, please, release that sea turtle quickly. Should it perish aboard your vessel, you would be in serious trouble. Indeed, streamer, do not provoke that sea turtle. Please, streamer, do not lose your reason. The viewers in the live stream fervently urged Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong frowned as he directed the crew to place the sea turtle on the deck. An experienced old sailor promptly approached the creature. Observing the state of the turtle, Zuo Yunlong inquired, "What is the matter with this sea turtle?" Upon seeing the turtle's condition, the sailor immediately furrowed his brow. "Boss, it appears that this turtle has been tormented by barnacles to the brink of madness." The barnacles, densely clustered on the turtle's shell, were an unsightly sight. At that moment, the crew's assistant also focused the camera on the turtle. The barnacles clung thickly to its carapace. "Is it truly this alarming?" Zuo Yunlong remarked. Chapter 69, a decompressing live stream. Upon witnessing the grotesque sight, the viewers in the live stream expressed their discomfort. "Oh no, my fear of clusters is acting up. What on earth is this? It looks utterly repulsive. My goodness, it's a miracle that this sea turtle has survived until now. If it were me, I would surely choose to give up. Miracle streamer, please save this poor turtle." The chorus of pleas from the viewers filled the live stream. Zuo Yunlong, after enduring the sight of the barnacles, could no longer restrain himself. "I can't hold back any longer." The crew's eyes brightened at his words. Could it be that the boss was about to take action? In fact, the sailors had also reached their limit. With Zuo Yunlong's comment, one of the crew members understood immediately. He dashed back with a small shovel and a high-pressure water gun. The viewers in the live stream were filled with anticipation. Truly an environmental guardian. Is he about to intervene to save and protect this creature? Come on, streamer, you can do it. Wait, what am I seeing? The streamer is going to take action himself. Zuo Yunlong took the shovel and high-pressure water gun, immersing himself in the task. The crew gathered around, abandoning their fishing and the thought of quitting for the day. After all, catching fish was uncertain. It was far more enjoyable to watch the boss rid the turtle of barnacles. Zuo Yunlong, relishing the moment, thrust the shovel down, dislodging a multitude of barnacles that cascaded away. The sensation was exhilarating. So Yunlong exhaled deeply, then plunged the shovel down once more, clearing another cluster of barnacles. Naturally, some stubborn barnacles refused to budge. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong seized the high-pressure water gun and unleashed a powerful stream against the turtle's shell. Wow, this looks incredibly satisfying. A whole group of barnacles has just been blasted away. I feel so much better now. Go, streamer. The crew members displayed expressions of joy. Oh no, I want to join in too. It looks so gratifying. Just watching it is delightful. One crew member suddenly said to Zuo Yunlong, "Boss, I can handle this job." Zuo Yunlong paid him no mind, continuing to blast away the barnacles with the water gun. One by one, the barnacles fell away. The sea turtle seemed to revel in the comfort of the cleansing. After a vigorous session with the high-pressure water gun, Zuo Yunlong picked up the shovel once more to continue dislodging the remaining barnacles. What a true release! Zuo Yunlong suddenly felt his previous frustrations about failing to catch fish dissipate as his gaze fell upon the dense cluster of barnacles. Observing the cleared area, a sense of pride welled within him. The achievement was undeniably gratifying. Indeed, venturing into the sea to fish was the wisest choice of his life. Otherwise, how could he have encountered such a situation? A subtle smile crept upon Zuo Yunlong's lips. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream expressed their exhilaration. Wow! Though I don't quite grasp the reason, witnessing the cleared barnacles is immensely satisfying. This streamer truly provides a form of stress relief. Those barnacles looked quite bothersome. Ha! Seeing the streamer remove so many barnacles has lifted my spirits considerably. I share that sentiment. The miraculous streamer possesses an enchanting charm that brightens my mood. Those barnacles are quite despicable, bullying the turtle. Little one, must you feign cuteness? Who knows the culinary potential of barnacles? I suddenly feel they might be quite delectable. No way can such things even be consumed. Ha! In Dragon Country, there are only incompetent cooks, never unpalatable ingredients. Streamer, pick up the pace. This sensation is absolutely delightful. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong was hardly preoccupied with the chatter of the viewers in the live stream. With a shovel in his left hand and a water gun in his right, he alternated between scooping and spraying. Before long, the barnacles in one area were entirely cleared. Gazing at the vacant space, Zuo Yunlong displayed a look of contentment. This was indeed how a sea turtle should appear. At that moment, the crew members were envious of Zuo Yunlong's task. Irrespective of anything else, it was truly a stress-relieving endeavor. Zuo Yunlong then focused on another area, promptly beginning his cleaning. This time, armed with the experience from his previous efforts, his movements were considerably swifter. The sea turtle squinted its eyes, seemingly relishing this refreshing moment. Soon, the barnacles affixed to the turtle's shell were completely eradicated. The viewers in the live stream reacted with a chorus of soothing exclamations. Wow, this is incredibly relieving to watch. The contrast is astounding. It's as if it's not even the same turtle. What a delight. The sensation is reminiscent of childhood bubble popping. Even though the miraculous streamer isn't fishing, merely engaging in this activity is thoroughly enjoyable. The miraculous streamer is truly remarkable, capable of anything. Zuo Yunlong turned the sea turtle upside down, preparing to remove the barnacles from its underside. Initially, he meticulously pried off each barnacle from the turtle's abdomen with his hands. After all, the abdomen was not as robust as the shell, so Zuo Yunlong proceeded with caution. Subsequently, he began using a small shovel, carefully prying off each barnacle one by one. The seasoned crew members nodded in approval, recognizing that this approach was entirely sound. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, also began to commend him. Wow, the streamer's technique is clearly professional. This sea turtle will surely have tales to tell in the turtle community. Indeed, the miraculous streamer is personally giving it a massage. Wow, while it may not provide that exhilarating sensation of a grand cleanup, it is undeniably a source of great relief. I feel as though the host has stumbled upon a new frontier, working with such fervor. Goodness, could it be true? If the miraculous host shift from catching fish to prying off barnacles, it would be a great loss. But what of it? Even if the miraculous host were to engage in the most unsavory of tasks, extraordinary events would still unfold. Is it truly that fierce? Surely, the miraculous host cannot possess such peculiar hobbies. I can hardly contain myself. Watching the miraculous host remove barnacles makes me feel utterly relaxed. The miraculous host is so gentle. After exerting considerable effort, Zuo Yunlong finally cleared the barnacles from the turtle. The crew, observing the now pristine turtle, wore expressions of satisfaction. This feeling can be summed up in one word: delightful. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly excited. What a relief, truly a remarkable relief. Who would have thought that watching the miraculous host could yield such benefits? The miraculous host has indeed never disappointed us. Is that all? I haven't seen enough yet. Host, when will you stream the repair of donkey hooves? Host, have you considered a knife forging competition? Host, I would love to see a pimple popping live stream. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the turtle, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed the crew. All right, let's return it to the sea. Chapter 70, Mermaid? The crew promptly responded to Zuo Yunlong's call and released the turtle back into the ocean. Upon witnessing the turtle's return to the sea, the live chat was filled with voices of regret. Host, have you considered catching a whale? Indeed, I've heard that removing barnacles from a whale is quite exhilarating. Ah, what a pity. We only caught one turtle. If only a few more had come aboard. Ha, what a fierce sentiment from the front row. Do they think the host ISNT being punished enough? Miraculous host, give them a show and catch another one for us to see. Goodness. The miraculous host is truly casting the net. After releasing the turtle, Zuo Yunlong showed no hesitation, instructing the crew to cast the net for fish. Could it truly be that no fish would be caught today? Zuo Yunlong, undaunted, did not subscribe to such superstitions. Yet, the crew's enthusiasm had waned. While they certainly believed Zuo Yunlong could accomplish the task of hauling in a net full of fish, they harbored little faith in his ability to actually catch any. Perhaps a suggestion to catch an antique or a protected species would elevate their spirits. The fishing net sank to the depths of the sea. This time, Zuo Yunlong allowed the net to remain submerged for a longer duration. Simultaneously, he urged the fishing boat to move. Damn it, you fish. If you refuse to swim into my net, I shall seek you out myself. Zuo Yunlong mused inwardly. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, were full of praise. It seems the host has become more astute, no longer waiting idly for fish, but now taking the initiative to pursue them. The miraculous host remains unaware of his own prowess. The miraculous host's inability to catch fish has nothing to do with where or how he is fishing. Perhaps the miraculous streamer aims to demonstrate that he is inherently disconnected from fish. By the way, have you all watched the recently released fishing variety show? No. Who would find watching someone else fish as entertaining as watching the streamer? They seem unaware that we would prefer to have our streamer invited. Regardless, when it comes to fishing, I only recognize the miraculous streamer. Amidst our banter, time swiftly passes. Before long, Zuo Yunlong commands the net to be raised. With the call to action, the viewers in the live stream snap back to attention. The net is being raised. What treasures will the streamer retrieve this time? What ist? The items retrieved by the miraculous streamer are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Is anyone still guessing for military arms? Is that even a question? Absolutely. I'm a fan of the arms dealer. I am different. I'm a fan of the archaeological master. No witties. I'm also a fan of the environmental guardian. After all, we are all supporters of the same person. Alas, the environmental guardian has triumphed today. Let us await the archaeological master and arms dealer to make a comeback. The fishing net slowly surfaces. Zuo Yunlong's eyes widen at the sight of the net. What on earth does it contain? 2 mermaids? Is there anything more absurd than this? The viewers in the live stream are equally bewildered upon witnessing this scene. No way. What am I seeing? The legendary mermaid? This is an epic-making discovery, and judging by their appearance, one is male and the other female. My goodness, what further miracles can the miraculous streamer unveil? This is beyond belief. Wait, the miraculous streamer has discovered a new species? I now realize that the environmental guardian has underestimated the miraculous streamer. He is on par with Darwin. Could this be a newly evolved species? This is madness. My worldview feels like it's about to collapse. What more can I say? I can only express my admiration for the streamer. The streamer is indeed remarkable, discovering everything from second-class protected animals to first-class protected species and even extinct creatures. Now, he has directly unearthed a new species. What is going on? Has the streamer grown unsatisfied with already existing beings? I am genuinely in awe. The streamer has brought me to my knees before my phone. Meanwhile, the crew members display expressions of sheer terror. What is this creature? Will it conquer the human world? The boss has actually caught a mermaid. I wonder whose intelligence is superior, that of the mermaid or that of humans. Truly, the boss is extraordinary. He hauls in things that are not human without a hint of hesitation. I would like to inquire, do mermaids count as fish? Can we clock out now? Do you really think mermaids fall within the boss's definition of fish? This is madness. Being around our boss is incredibly exhilarating. At this moment, the assistant zooms in on the 2 mermaids. The mermaids' faces are pale, and their features are indeed exquisite. Wow, no wonder they're called mermaids. Their skin is so fair. Everyone's gaze is fixed on Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong exclaims. I simply wanted to catch fish, but not mermaids. What's going on? Have they come here to enact a fairy tale? With a male and female present, could they not directly breed mermaid offspring? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Zuo Yunlong instructed the crew to place the mermaids on the deck. He and the crew regarded the two mermaids with utmost caution. While some crew members had already taken precautions, some wielded harpoons, other scythes, and of course a few brandished submachine guns. After all, the last times Zuo Yunlong had entrusted 15 tanks to Long Country, they were understandably wary of any unforeseen incidents. Hence providing some weaponry seemed quite reasonable. Yet, this was hardly a reward. No one dared to approach. Humanity's instinctual fear of the unknown loomed large. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to cheer. Go on. Say hello to your friends from the sea. They urged. Seriously, with so many of you, are you truly afraid of two mermaids? They questioned. Indeed, do mermaids possess superpowers? I wish to see what powers mermaids wield. On the deck, news of the captured mermaids spread rapidly to the cabin. Enraptured by curiosity, beautiful women flocked to the deck, eager to glimpse the mermaids' allure, comparing their beauty to that of the mermaids. However, upon reaching the deck, the women were taken aback. A throng encircled the fishing net. Yet none dared to step forward. Nonetheless, curiosity propelled them to investigate further. Upon witnessing the appearance of the mermaids, they were astounded. They bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Suddenly, a woman trained in nursing spoke up. Why do they look as though they are drowning? Though her voice was soft, it reached Zuo Yunlong's ears. Upon hearing her words, Zuo Yunlong's mind reeled. Mermaids? Drowning? Are you seriously suggesting that mermaids can drown? Is this even scientifically plausible? Zuo Yunlong scrutinized the mermaids' tails, his expression contorting with concern. This was an abomination. These were not mermaids. They were merely humans. Quick, save them, he shouted. The nursing-trained woman was the first to react. She rushed forward to administer aid to the mermaids. A crew member swiftly followed suit, rushing to assist the other mermaid. The viewers in the live stream were left in utter disbelief. What was happening? Were they actually performing resuscitation on mermaids? Had the mermaids truly drowned? This was astonishing. Haha, even mermaids must be unable to swim when they encounter a miraculous broadcaster. Perhaps, could it be that these two are simply humans? After relentless effort, both individuals finally regained consciousness. The woman appeared still in shock, while the man, snapping back to reality, erupted in anger. What the hell is wrong with you? We just went into the sea to take some photos, capturing coral, and such. Was it really necessary to net us? I nearly suffocated. Damn it, we ran, and you chased us. We ran again, and you continued to pursue us. Where are you playing at? Did you need to haul us out of the ocean? Upon hearing the man's words, an uneasy silence enveloped the crowd. Zuo Yunlong cast an awkward glance at the two individuals. What on earth is happening? I merely sought to catch a fish. The viewers in the live stream fell silent as well. However, after a brief pause, they erupted into unrestrained laughter. Ha! This is hilarious. Miracle host, are you trying to kill us with laughter? I can't stop. He runs, he chases, he finds no escape in the net. Ha! This is too much, host. You've truly crossed the line. What else can a miracle host possibly pull from this? Mermaid, my heart is heavy, but I shall not speak. Truly, the miracle host is remarkable, almost causing a life-threatening situation. Haha, I wondered why his complexion was so pale. Turns out he nearly met his end. Oh no, the miracle host is too impressive. Can this really happen here? How astonishing. What a feat. I simply must know how the miracle host achieved this. From a respectable arms dealer to fishing for people instead. What a riot. Can this actually occur? The miracle host. Your ever-reliable entertainer. Indeed, no one could have predicted the bizarre happenings that the miracle host would ensnare in his net. At that moment, a speedboat swiftly approached Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Boss, it seems someone from the opposite side is coming to retrieve them. One of the assistants alerted Zuo Yunlong upon spotting the boat. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zuo Yunlong acknowledged that it was not his intention to catch the two individuals. Yet, they had indeed come perilously close to disaster due to his fishing endeavors. My apologies, we were merely fishing as usual. We did not expect to haul you two in. The man, upon hearing this, was consumed with rage. Fishing as usual? Do I look like a fish to you? Zuo Yunlong glanced at the man clad in a mermaid costume, wanting to nod in agreement, yet refraining from doing so. He surmised that a nod at this moment might provoke the man to violence. We've been trying to avoid your net, yet you ensnared us anyway. How could we possibly evade such precision? Do you have X-ray vision or radar? Your targeting is uncanny. Are you tracking us to cast your net? The man continued to express his indignation, having survived a grave ordeal. Zuo Yunlong apologized. I'm truly sorry. We did not intend for this to happen. Sorry? Is that all? You owe me compensation. The man insisted without hesitation. At that moment, the woman finally regained her composure, standing silently behind the man and gently tugging at his arm. The man, however, was not pleased. What? Shouldn't we demand some form of compensation? 50 million. Not a penny less. If you offer any less, I shall take legal action. The crew members were left dumbfounded by the man's demands. 50 million? Is this a joke? Who makes such outrageous demands? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in disbelief. Wait, did I hear that correctly? How much does he want? 50 million? Is this extortion? Truly, the miracle host encounters scammers even while fishing at sea. My goodness, has this man become utterly obsessed with money? Initially, I felt a twinge of sympathy for the pair, but now it seems this is a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Good heavens, the audacity of such a brazen robbery is truly alarming. One cannot help but admire their gall. Upon hearing the man's demand for 50 million, the woman's expression paled even further as she tugged at his arm once more. Must you keep pulling me? Is 50 million such an outrageous request? I nearly lost my life. The woman immediately gestured for the man to look in a particular direction. The man, dissatisfied, responded, What is there to see? Is it just some filthy fish catch? If they cannot afford it, let them use their fishing boat as collateral. I refuse to believe that in broad daylight. There is no sense of justice left. At that moment, the man could not resist glancing in the direction indicated by the woman. Just a single look left him stunned. There, several individuals were brandishing guns and staring intently at him. The man seemed to perceive a murderous intent in their eyes. Good grief, have I encountered pirates? His mind was now in a state of confusion, far removed from the arrogance he had just displayed. Zuo Yunlong furrowed his brow, contemplating how to deal with these two individuals. He was not short of money. Rather, it was the manner of spending that caused him trepidation. After all, while Zuo Yunlong possessed wealth, he was not foolish enough to acquiesce to such evident extortion. The man turned to Zuo Yunlong, noticing his frown. No witties, no witties. I was merely startled a moment ago. My thoughts were unclear. Just a little joke with you, brothers. Please, continue with your business. As he spoke, the man gradually pulled his female companion towards the railing of the deck. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that proclamation, he swiftly turned and leaped into the sea with his companion. It was only then that Zuo Yunlong snapped back to reality. Huh? What on earth is happening? The crew members were equally astonished by the man's sudden actions. Is this even possible? The man who had jumped into the water immediately swam towards the speedboat with his companion. Upon reaching the boat, he shouted, Hurry, there are pirates. They are armed. Zuo Yunlong remarked, What an audacious maneuver. Laughter erupted in the live stream chat once more. Goodness, I thought this fellow was a hero, but he turns out to be quite the character. Haha, this is too amusing. One might ponder whether this man is indeed a clever opportunist. This is hilarious. It seems our miraculous host is also at a loss. His head must be spinning. Turning his gaze, Zuo Yunlong spoke with an impassive expression. Cast the nets. Let us continue fishing. Chapter 72. These fish are truly magnificent. The crew, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's command, momentarily froze before springing into action. The young assistant felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Zuo Yunlong and obediently held up his phone to continue the live stream. However, the crew's compliance did not guarantee that the online viewers would behave similarly. Observing Zuo Yunlong's indifferent tone and expressionless demeanor, the viewers in the live stream were filled with admiration. Goodness, the miraculous host seems quite upset. The consequences could be severe. What the predicament? I initially believed the miraculous streamer had discovered a new species, but is this all there is? The miraculous streamer is displeased, clearly yearning to catch fish. Yet those two individuals insist on diving into the net. Haha, I cannot help but find this depiction of the miraculous streamer endearingly amusing. Alas, my heart is melting. I wonder what extraordinary feat the irate miraculous streamer might unleash. Come on, pull out a nuclear bomb and bring about global nuclear peace. Caution, an angry miraculous streamer has been spotted ahead. The consequences are unfathomable. I surmise this haul must yield something substantial. As a fan of the arms dealer, I sense that the arms dealer is about to make an appearance. It seems only munitions can quell the streamer's inner fury. To the individual above, are you certain you're not adding fuel to the fire? The crew swiftly submerges the net into the depths of the sea, moving with a dexterity unparalleled to any previous attempt. Meanwhile, the psychic remains closely beside Zuo Yunlong. Evidently, those two mermaids have truly displeased the boss. Assessing the time, Zuo Yunlong resolutely commanded to raise the net once more. As the fishing net slowly ascended to the surface, it astonishingly revealed nothing at all. Upon witnessing the scene, the viewers in the live stream became utterly unsettled. Could it be an empty net? This defies logic. The miraculous streamer is furious. Yet we end up with nothing? This is disastrous. Will the miraculous streamer explode with rage? It's not inflatable. How could it possibly explode? To the person above, your remarks are perilous. Beware of the streamer's wrath. Indeed, should the streamer become so incensed as to cease broadcasting, I would have to take you down first. Please, let us not entertain that notion. If the miraculous streamer stops streaming, my joy would vanish in an instant. Oh streamer, please do not let such trivial matters anger you. Precisely, it is not worth your ire. Dear streamer, think of it this way. You are bound to catch fish soon. Haha, I cannot hold back. The joke has unexpectedly amused me, and it was not my intention. At this moment, the crew cautiously directed their gaze towards Zuo Yunlong. The psychic dared not even breathe, for the boss was utterly displeased. Upon seeing the net empty, Zuo Yunlong maintained his stoic demeanor and immediately commanded, "Lower the net again." Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong speak, the crew felt a wave of relief and promptly lowered the net once more. No one dared to delay, even for a moment. Simultaneously, the crew silently wished, this time, there must be something, even if it's merely an antique or munitions, anything but another empty net. Who among the crew still dreams of catching fish or finishing early? It is better not to dream. Even if one hopes for fish to leap into the net, do not anticipate catching any. Just as the net had yet to sink to the ocean floor, a shimmering silver light suddenly flickered on the surface. What could that be? The crew gazed at the sea, suddenly struck with astonishment. Such a familiar scene, such a known sensation. Meanwhile, the livestream viewers seem to have their memories stirred by this spectacle. This scene appears strikingly familiar. Have we not encountered this before? Indeed, it seems the streamer has experienced this previously. The live broadcast room fell into an instantaneous silence, as everyone awaited an astonishing outcome. On the surface of the sea, flashes of silver light danced. Could it be flying fish? The crew was left astounded. They had encountered flying fish once again. Fish leapt from the water, gliding gracefully above the waves. Many of them even sprang onto the deck, joyfully hopping about. Could this be considered as us catching fish? The crew exchanged incredulous glances. How does this even count? Are we allowed to leave early? Seeing this scene, Zuo Yunlong was equally speechless. Unable to catch fish, they chose to fly up themselves? Have a fish here developed such personalities? Is fate to be dictated by oneself rather than by the heavens? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. No way did the fish truly jump onto the deck, truly deserving of the title Miracle Broadcaster. With mermaids diving into nets and fish leaping onto decks, who would dare to imagine such a thing? It was evident that they were not seasoned fans. We had witnessed this moment before, and the number of flying fish that time surpassed that of the current occurrence. Incredible. The Miracle Broadcaster is indeed remarkable. These fish don't even need to be caught. They willingly throw themselves into the nets. I simply wish to understand how this counts. Does this also constitute catching fish? No way. No way. Could it be that the broadcaster is about to end the stream? At this moment, the assistant cautiously observed Zuo Yunlong. "Boss, here." Zuo Yunlong rubbed his forehead and replied with resignation. "All right, time to end work." At his command, the crew erupted in cheers. They had not caught anything in this net, yet they promptly reeled it back in. Naturally, there was nothing in the fishing net. The viewers in the live stream were left speechless upon witnessing this. Wasn't it promised that they would end the stream after catching a net full? Did the fish sacrifice themselves to ensure the crew could leave early? Incredible. These fish are truly noble, understanding the struggles of workers. It's disappointing. We have yet to see the broadcaster reel in any treasures today. Who could argue otherwise? Where are the treasures promised? Where are the antiques? Haha, but it's still acceptable. Can you imagine anyone catching 2 live humans? Indeed, this is more remarkable than reeling in antiques. And the spectacle of flying fish leaping onto the deck. Who would dare to conceive such a scenario? Absolutely. It must be the miracle broadcaster. Simply extraordinary. Sigh, although I haven't seen enough, today was still satisfactory. Anymore, and I might not be able to sleep tonight. Haha, I can't stop laughing. Can someone come to my aid? Amidst the countless reluctant comments from viewers, the assistant closed the live stream. Subsequently, the assistant approached Zuo Yunlong and inquired, "Boss, what shall we have for dinner?" "Fish," Zuo Yunlong replied without hesitation. Since these flying fish dared to come aboard, they were destined to be eaten. That evening, slices of flying fish sashimi were presented on Zuo Yunlong's dining table, while the other crew members feasted on a sumptuous banquet. Zuo Yunlong picked up a piece of sashimi, savoring it delicately. It was a delightful blend of salty and sweet, imbued with the fragrant essence of the ocean. Paired with a touch of specially crafted soy sauce, the flavor was utterly exquisite. Zuo Yunlong's mood finally began to improve. Yes, this is more like it. Tomorrow we will surely catch some fish. The next morning, Zuo Yunlong made his way to the deck, while the crew emerged from their cabins, preparing for the fishing venture. Fishing is indeed arduous, and as for the rewards, it all depends on the whims of nature. Individuals like Zuo Yunlong are quintessential examples of those who are driven by fate to earn their keep, albeit not with fish on this occasion. Noticing Zuo Yunlong up so early, the crew greeted him with enthusiasm. After spending some time together, they recognized that this boss possessed remarkable talents. Would one who lacks great ability be able to unearth antiques or procure arms? Zuo Yunlong nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the observation platform. Calculating carefully, he determined that the weather was excellent for fishing today. Once the crew had completed their preparations, Zuo Yunlong wasted no time and commanded them to cast the nets. At the same moment, his assistant activated a live stream to capture the entire fishing process. As soon as the stream began, millions of viewers flooded in. The assistant was taken aback. Had everyone really risen so early? The host was indeed dedicated today. Perhaps this early start was a compensatory gesture after allowing the crew to leave early yesterday. That could be it. But let us think positively. Maybe the host couldn't sleep after catching 2 mermaids yesterday? What? The miraculous host caught 2 mermaids yesterday? What did I miss? Seriously? My phone was confiscated by my dad yesterday, and it turns out the miraculous host discovered a new species? Enough about yesterday. Let us focus on today. The miraculous host is casting nets again. I simply adore the style of the miraculous host. Their efficiency is unmatched. At the very moment the assistant began the live stream, Zuo Yunlong commanded the crew to lower the nets. The fishing nets swiftly sank into the depths of the sea, and Zuo Yunlong intently observed the surface. What would the miraculous host's first catch of the day be? The anticipation was palpable. Surely, the mermaids wouldn't be at work so early, would they? Was it Darwin or an arms dealer logging in today? Perhaps an archaeological expert? The host never ceases to surprise. It is truly difficult to predict. Zuo Yunlong, glancing at the time, instructed the crew to retrieve the net from the depths. The net slowly surfaced, revealing a car tire nestled within. Zuo Yunlong, what on earth is this tire doing here? Is today destined to be yet another ominous day? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally baffled upon seeing the tire. Viewers, wait, this is possible? What even is this? Goodness. Has the miraculous host unlocked a new skill? Is today the day of the scrap metal master? Oh, come on, folks, don't be so dramatic. Finding a car tire in the ocean is perfectly reasonable. After all, how can a ship be called a ship without tires? The net deposited the tire onto the deck with a thud. Surprisingly, it was rather heavy. The assistant directed the camera towards the tire. What kind of tire was this? It was enormous. Clearly, this is the tire of an off-road vehicle. My uncle has one. Is it possible for an off-road tire to be this large? Goodness. What is the host attempting to retrieve from the depths? I am astounded. It seems today will be another remarkable day for the host. Just joking. When has the host ever been anything less than extraordinary? I'm simply curious about how this tire ended up in the ocean. After casting a glance at the tire, Zuo Yunlong disdainfully scoffed. Is this it? It can only be sold as scrap. What vehicle could possibly accommodate such a massive tire? A bulldozer, perhaps? Lower the net. Zuo Yunlong, showing no interest in the tire, promptly instructed the crew to cast the net once more. The crew complied without hesitation. The viewers in the live stream were still reeling from the shock of the tire. What vehicle was this tire originally attached to? I too am eager to discover. With just a tire, it is impossible to deduce anything. Wait, do not rush. The miraculous host has cast the net again. Let us see what he can pull up this time. Under Zuo Yunlong's command, the second net slowly surfaced. Within the fishing net lay the front end of a vehicle. Zuo Yunlong was left utterly speechless. What is happening today? What happened to the fish? Instead, they retrieved the front of a vehicle and appears to be waterlogged. This item would barely be worth scrap metal. Yet, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. It's been unveiled. The tire was attached to this vehicle, exclaimed one viewer. Could it be that today the host intends to assemble a vehicle before our eyes? Is the miraculous host perhaps a mechanical virtuoso, demonstrating how to repair a car in under 3 minutes? The crew glanced toward Zuo Yunlong, who reluctantly gestured for them to place the vehicle on the deck, indicating that they would examine it later to see if it could be salvaged. As the vehicle landed on the deck, Zuo Yunlong noticed that it was camouflaged. A military vehicle? Unpleasant memories began to surface in his mind. Moreover, there were Cyrillic inscriptions on the vehicle. As it settled onto the deck, the viewers in the live stream finally beheld the full appearance of the vehicle. What kind of vehicle is this? From its color, I can sense its uniqueness. Could there possibly be a body inside? How could such a thing be retrieved? The miraculous host truly astounds us. An arms dealer has resurfaced. And from the Bear Nation, it seems the miraculous host has crossed paths with them. Meanwhile, within the police precinct, officers promptly reported to their captain. What? That kid Zuo Yunlong has unearthed something peculiar again? Suspected to be a battle vehicle from the Bear Nation? Upon hearing this news, Captain Huang became visibly agitated. The news was rapidly escalated through the ranks until it reached the Minister of Public Security. What? Is it that host who once retrieved 15 tanks has made another discovery? How could this be possible? The minister found it almost unbelievable, yet he immediately opened the live stream. After all, who in their right mind would dare to imagine that one could retrieve 15 of the Bear Nation's latest main battle tanks? Upon entering the live stream, the minister was left in a state of shock upon seeing the vehicle. My goodness, is this truly the vehicle in question? If it is indeed authentic, the Minister of Public Security dared not contemplate further. He swiftly picked up the internal phone to urgently contact the military. In light of this emergency, he requested an immediate dispatch of helicopters. The minister was certain that there must be munitions aboard that vehicle. After hanging up, he could only silently pray for everyone's safety. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong's third fishing net had successfully set sail, and astonishingly, it contained an intercontinental missile. The viewers were left in utter disbelief. Wait, the streamer has actually fished up an intercontinental missile? Could it possibly belong to the Bear Nation? They exclaimed, my heavens, what a miraculous streamer! Clearly, a merchant of arms. That audacious streamer has retrieved a strategic weapon. How on earth is that even possible? I am genuinely at a loss for words. To think an intercontinental missile could be salvaged from the sea. I recall when the Camel family purchased 21 express deliveries, guaranteeing their home would remain undisturbed for many years. If this missile were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly be the object of a frenzied scramble among nations. This is the miraculous streamer. There is nothing they cannot retrieve. Normal, routine operation. They exclaimed. You dare to call retrieving an intercontinental missile a routine operation? Please elucidate what constitutes extraordinary performance. Well, the only extraordinary performance I can fathom is pulling in a net full of fish. The chat momentarily fell silent, followed by inquiries. As a fishing streamer, if one retrieves a net full of fish, would you consider that extraordinary? Are you sure that is polite? Ha. While it may not be polite, I believe this is the truth. There is but one truth. Indeed, this streamer is remarkable. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the fishing vessel was filled with trepidation. This object was a bona fide weapon of mass destruction. Should it detonate, everyone aboard would meet their demise. Is it really thrilling to work for the boss? Who knows how it will end? Surely, we can't be blown up by an intercontinental missile just for catching fish. Among the crew, a retired soldier immediately recognized the origin of the missile. No way. Is that truly an intercontinental missile from the Bear Nation? What is that? Upon seeing a knowledgeable individual surface, inquiries began to flood in. The viewers in the live stream showcased their impressive research skills, uncovering the missile's model and combat capabilities. The Yar's intercontinental ballistic missile boasts a range exceeding 8,000 kilometers, serving as the backbone of the Bear Nation's land-based nuclear strike force. Its range can reach 110,000 kilometers and is equipped with additional booster devices and multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, capable of attacking multiple targets simultaneously. Furthermore, it was evident from Zuo Yunlong's salvage that this Yar's intercontinental ballistic missile was the rare road-mobile variant not commonly seen from the Bear Nation. The Yar's intercontinental ballistic missile, characterized by its launch method, is capable of being deployed from any location and at any time, achieving a state of readiness within mere minutes. Furthermore, this missile incorporates advanced penetration technologies and boasts formidable resistance to interference. Upon hearing this news, the viewers in the live stream fell into a collective silence. Is this not merely a weapon of destruction? It is, in fact, an unparalleled instrument of devastation. The crew, having been in close proximity to Zuo Yunlong daily, had gradually developed a certain immunity to such revelations. Soon enough, one of the crew members emerged from his shock, prompting others to regain their composure as well. What extraordinary method of fishing is this that yields such formidable results? Goodness, if the boss were to pull up a nuclear warhead, he could easily dominate the world. While global domination may be an exaggeration, establishing territorial sovereignty would be effortlessly within reach. After all, who would dare offend one who possesses a mushroom cloud? Moreover, this is genuinely an individual's possession of such a formidable weapon. My word, one must tread carefully with such statements. If one were to suggest that our boss might very well be capable of retrieving a nuclear warhead. Indeed, let us not speak carelessly. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing the crew's reactions, finally regained their senses. What had just transpired? Did the host truly recover a nuclear warhead? I had suspected that this host was extraordinary. Surely, there must be some underlying issues. Shouldn't such items be safeguarded by every nation? How could something like this be retrieved? No, let's not propagate misinformation. The miraculous host merely recovered an intercontinental missile. But it is an intercontinental missile. No one knows whether it is equipped with a nuclear warhead or not. If anyone has dealings in armaments with our miraculous host, they would undoubtedly profit immensely. How many nations currently possess such intercontinental missiles? Even possessing an intercontinental ballistic missile is formidable, and this is indeed a shocking occurrence. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to all, in the capital city of the Dragon Nation, several influential figures were seated before a projector, attentively watching Zuo Yunlong's live broadcast, including the Minister of Public Security. I wish to understand, didn't you Naval and Coast Guard forces conduct a joint search of our own waters? Who can elucidate this anomaly? Moreover, it is the Adams intercontinental ballistic missile from Bear Nation, and it is the recently unveiled mobile version. If it truly contains a nuclear warhead, we would be deemed criminals of the Dragon Nation. The implications of a nuclear explosion in our territorial waters are unfathomable. The leading figure, Chief One, exhibited a mixture of astonishment and indignation. This object was retrieved from the sea. Is it even possible to recover such a treasure from the depths? Chief One could hardly believe it. These items are prized possessions of nations. Particularly, this is the most advanced intercontinental ballistic missile from Bear Nation. Even the loss of a single screw would warrant severe penalties in Bear Nation. Now, such a magnificent entity has unexpectedly emerged within the territorial waters of Longhua, and it was even retrieved by a fisherman. This incident is profoundly unsettling upon further contemplation. How did this object manage to enter the borders of Longhua? Could there be other items that have also infiltrated? Moreover, is this phenomenon confined solely to the ocean, or are there other locations involved? As the supreme leader, it is imperative for him to consider these matters thoroughly. The Minister of Public Security and the commander of the military district promptly expressed their concerns. Chief, we have indeed searched everywhere, and we have found no weapons, they asserted. Do you think this object could have been deliberately cast into our waters by Xiongwa? The supreme leader expressed his dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the military commander and the public security minister felt utterly helpless. Although the Minister of Public Security had suspected the presence of arms upon seeing that vehicle, the notion of an intercontinental missile was something he could hardly fathom. It could be said that the value of this object far exceeds that of the 15 main battle tanks from Xiongwa. For while a main battle tank cannot accommodate a nuclear warhead, this object certainly can. Chapter 75. Life and Death Viewed with Equanimity. Fight if unconvinced. We have dispatched armed helicopters to the incident area at the utmost speed. The military commander replied swiftly. The higher-ups appreciated their prompt response. We must ensure the safety of the populace. Do you understand? The military commander immediately stood at attention and saluted. I vow not to disgrace our mission. The higher-ups refrained from further comments, instead gazing at the still image of Zuo Yunlong. After a moment of contemplation, a senior official remarked, "Last time he retrieved 15 tanks for the state. It seems he was not awarded anything substantial, was he?" Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. In Longhua, allowing fishermen to carry arms is already unprecedented. What, then, constitutes a significant reward? In Longhua, the possession of arms is punishable by law, and their ability to carry them openly speaks volumes. Furthermore, with that automatic interception device in place, it is nearly guaranteed that the vessel will encounter no mishaps. However, the higher-ups appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Indeed, we should better protect such talent. The Minister of Foreign Affairs quickly responded in agreement. At this moment, the Minister of Public Security furrowed his brow, uncertain of the higher-ups' true intentions. The military commander pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Chief, we have a warship that is about to be decommissioned. What do you think? Well, let us gift that warship to him. After all, he refuses to accept any monetary compensation, so a humble fishing vessel should suffice," came the reply. The Minister of Public Security quietly inquired, "Wait, I recall that your warship was only replaced last year. How is it already being decommissioned? When I say it is to be decommissioned, it shall be so." The military commander shot a glare at the Minister of Public Security. The Minister of Public Security immediately understood. This meant they were to modify the latest warship and present it to this young man as a fishing vessel. The rest of the dignitaries present were left in astonishment. What extraordinary luck this young man possesses to receive the latest warship as a fishing boat, and with the approval of the higher-ups, no less. Truly remarkable. This is indeed a singular occurrence in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. To have a military vessel dismissed by the upper echelons as merely an ordinary fishing boat is nothing short of miraculous. Could it be that this young man is a clandestine offspring of the higher authorities? Is this even permissible? With a mere wave of the hand, the higher-ups declared, "Enough. Disband. Return to your respective duties. The intercontinental missile that has been brought back must be safeguarded with the utmost diligence. It is classified as top secret. The Bear Nation must remain oblivious to its existence. Do you understand? Should the 15 main battle tanks come to the Bear Nation's knowledge, diplomatic niceties could provide a temporary reprieve. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has no intention of retaining these items. Once the technological research has been thoroughly conducted, they can simply return the remnants of scrap metal to the Bear Nation. However, should the Bear Nation become aware of the intercontinental missile, they would undoubtedly be incensed. Although the Dragon Kingdom is not particularly fearful of such revelations, it would inevitably impact the bilateral relations. One party feigning ignorance while the other remains silent is how this matter will be resolved. Meanwhile, at this moment, Zuo Yunlong is blissfully unaware of the unfolding events in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. The crew members are cautiously placing the intercontinental missile on the deck, fearful that a misstep might lead to disastrous consequences. The attentive aide inquires tentatively, "Boss, what shall we do next?" Zuo Yunlong shrugs. "It's not as if I intended to fish it out. What can we do? Just call and inform them to come over. After all, this is not our first encounter." The aide is utterly in awe of Zuo Yunlong's composure. It speaks volumes about his leadership that even in the presence of an intercontinental ballistic missile, he remains so unfazed. If one day they were to retrieve a nuclear bomb, it is likely he would maintain the same demeanor. Zuo Yunlong promptly makes a call to Captain Huang to inform him of the situation. Before Zuo Yunlong can even speak, Captain Huang interjects, "All right, understood. Just be cautious. If that thing explodes, we might all be done for." At that moment, Captain Huang is en route to Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Should the intercontinental missile indeed detonate, Captain Huang might find himself within the blast radius. Zuo Yunlong ends the call and instructs, "There is still time. Let us move swiftly and cast another net. We haven't caught any fish for 2 consecutive days, and I'm not willing to accept defeat. We must seize the opportunity before the authorities arrive." Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words in the live stream, viewers are left in disbelief. Wow, this miraculous streamer is truly audacious. There's an intercontinental missile on board, and he is still contemplating fishing. Laughter ensues as viewers express their admiration for the streamer's audacity. I knew the miraculous streamer wasn't timid. It's just an intercontinental missile. The viewers are astounded, contemplating the absurdity of fishing alongside missile. Surely, our streamer would experiment with detonating the missile to catch fish. Right? Detonating a missile to catch fish? Is that even something a person can do? What cannot be accomplished by mere mortals is undoubtedly within the realm of the miraculous streamer. The fish, seemingly innocent, must wonder what has transpired to warrant the use of intercontinental missiles against them. It is likely that the miraculous streamer would find no satisfaction in this. For under such bombardment, the fish would surely be obliterated. The truth is, the streamer might even remark that this method of fishing pales in comparison to the might of rocket artillery. Truly remarkable. The streamer may be the first to equate rocket artillery with intercontinental missiles, and in such a comparison, the latter would be utterly defeated. Indeed, the miraculous streamer is nothing short of invincible. If a nation of bears were to learn of this, they would surely be astounded. The formidable Adams intercontinental ballistic missile, a weapon of mass destruction that even the United States regards with trepidation, has been overshadowed by mere rocket artillery. One must ponder how such a missile has found its way to our dragon nation. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? The miraculous streamer operates in a realm beyond our comprehension. The streamer is akin to a deity, truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, the crew is equally perplexed. With the situation as dire as it is, why pursue fish? Where's the boss's sense? It is unclear whether it is a lack of heart or an abundance of ambition. Nevertheless, the crew must heed the captain's orders. They swiftly cast the fishing net into the sea, hoping for the swift arrival of the Coast Guard and Navy. Guarding such a colossal entity is enough to induce sheer terror. Where are our brave Coast Guard and Navy? Hurry! The captain is on the brink of madness. Zuo Yunlong declares, regardless, the goods are already aboard. Life and death are inconsequential. If you are unwilling, then let us fight. Chapter 76. Are we really fishing up coffin? In a live stream, viewers were astonished to witness the fishing net cast into the sea once more. Unbelievable. The streamer is truly serious. Casting yet another net? Is it possible he intends to retrieve a mushroom warhead? Given the trajectory of this narrative, it seems highly plausible. Today belongs to the arms dealer, the master of this domain. Should a mushroom warhead be retrieved, the streamer would surely gain recognition from the world government. Incredible. This would be a moment of divine apotheosis. The streamer is extraordinary, a perennial deity in my eyes. I can only imagine the reaction of the Coast Guard upon discovering yet another mushroom warhead aboard the vessel. Retreat. All forces retreat. This is not merely a fisherman. This is a national-level combat hero. Zuo Yunlong anxiously glances at the clock, fully aware that time is of the essence. Once the Navy and Coast Guard arrive, he knows he will be compelled to return with them. Whether they can salvage fish now hinges upon this moment. As the time strikes, Zuo Yunlong immediately commands, "Raise the net. Quickly, raise the net." He issues the order with urgency. There is no time to wait for the Navy and Coast Guard to arrive before lifting the net. The crew, feeling helpless, reluctantly begins to haul the fishing net from the depths of the sea. If a mushroom warhead lies within, it may very well lead them to their demise. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream are equally tense. Someone among them first types the words mushroom warhead, prompting a flurry of responses. The public screen of the live stream is soon inundated with the phrase mushroom warhead. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, the fishing net finally surfaced. However, the contents of this net defied description. To everyone's astonishment, it contained a coffin, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding opulence. Upon seeing this coffin, Zuo Yunlong was rendered speechless. What on earth is this? Where are the fish? Can fish truly be housed in such a magnificent coffin? The viewers in the live stream were equally unsettled. What is this? What miraculous object has the streamer unearthed now? How could such a thing be retrieved from the sea? Is this an artifact? Has an archaeologist come online? Surely, the Bear Nation wouldn't conceal a nuclear warhead within? Incredible. The streamer has managed to salvage such a relic from the depths. Is it your first time witnessing the streamer's extraordinary catches? Isn't it perfectly normal for our miraculous streamer to retrieve anything? Yet, wasn't it stated that an arms dealer would be online today? What is this archaeologist doing intruding? Indeed, I bet there are weapons hidden inside. Weapons encased in such a lavish coffin? Is this madness? For the miraculous streamer, such occurrences are merely routine. Could it be that the streamer has pilfered from a royal tomb? Is there anyone knowledgeable who can ascertain which emperor was buried at sea? I found it. It is the Ming dynasty's Emperor Zuo Yunlong, who is rumored to have been interred in water. But wait, hasn't Zuo Yunlong's tomb already been discovered? Moreover, he appears to have been buried in the Yangtze River, not in the sea. Whose coffin could this possibly be? It clearly belonged to someone of great stature in life. The crew members were equally bewildered. What has our boss unearthed this time? Following the boss truly is rewarding. Casually fishing has led to yet another antique. Our boss is remarkable. This is truly astounding. I've spent half my life fishing, yet I've never experienced such enlightenment in just a few days with the boss. Is it truly possible to retrieve such a thing from the sea? The boss is invincible. However, Zuo Yunlong was unconcerned with notions of invincibility. He was solely fixated on one question. Is there fish inside? As for whose coffin it was, Zuo Yunlong remained skeptical. Which emperor's tomb could be so easily dredged? Surely this is no jest? With the crew's deft handling, the coffin was soon placed steadily on the deck, right beside an intercontinental missile. The sight of these two objects together was indeed chilling. Surely, ancient emperors would not have employed modern intercontinental missiles to guard their mausoleums? Zuo Yunlong stepped forward to examine the coffin more closely. Crafted from exquisite golden silk nanma wood, this coffin would have been an essential item for emperors and high-ranking officials in ancient times. Could there truly be something extraordinary within? Zuo Yunlong began to doubt that the coffin contained an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the crew gathered curiously around. The viewers in the live stream were equally astute. Soon, someone recognized the coffin. My goodness, could it be? Is it really made from golden silk nanma wood? In ancient times, this was undoubtedly a luxury reserved for the elite. Could it be that the miraculous broadcaster is about to perform another wonder? One can hardly fathom who may lie within. Surely it cannot be the eunuch Sanbao? There are rumors that Zheng he made 7 voyages to the western seas, ultimately being buried beneath the waves. If Sanbao were to possess an ornate coffin, it would not be entirely implausible. After all, a casket of golden silk nanmu would befit such a figure. Zuo Yunlong scrutinized the exterior, yet the identity of the coffin's occupant remained concealed. Open the coffin, Zuo Yunlong commanded without hesitation, having previously dared to unseal a vampire's casket. What could possibly be more fearsome than that? The crew, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, stood in stunned silence. Are we truly to open a coffin? Who knows what or who lies within? Moreover, this coffin is clearly no ordinary artifact. Is it certain there are no traps? Who would dare to proceed? Observing the trepidation of his companions, Zuo Yunlong furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, his enthusiastic aide, well aware of the value of such antiquities, stepped forward. Let me do it. The aide volunteered. Zuo Yunlong glanced at him, realizing that one person alone could not manage the task. I shall assist you, he replied resolutely. The duo swiftly acquired their tools and pried open the coffin. As the lid was lifted, both Zuo Yunlong and his aide were momentarily taken aback. To their astonishment, they discovered yet another layer beneath, adorned with exquisite decorations, featuring a 5-clawed golden dragon. The viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy upon witnessing this. No way, a 5-clawed dragon? Not a mere 4-clawed dragon? Incredible, truly incredible. Is this genuinely the Emperor's coffin? They exclaimed. Heavens! Could it be that the broadcaster has indeed plundered a royal tomb? Zuo Yunlong's gaze fell upon the accompanying artifacts. It did not take long for him to identify them as relics from the Ming dynasty, specifically from the era of the founding emperor, Zuo Yunlong. Could this truly be the coffin of Zuo Yunlong? Zuo Yunlong found himself in disbelief. If this were indeed the case, the rumors would be validated. Zuo Yunlong was said to have been buried underwater. Yet how had his remains ended up in the sea? Gritting their teeth, Zuo Yunlong and his aide resolved to unveil the second layer of the coffin. To their astonishment, they uncovered a skeleton clad in a dragon robe. Goodness, a genuine emperor? The aide felt his mind racing upon seeing the dragon robe. Chapter 77. Historical texts may require rewriting. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered upon seeing the skeleton. Is it truly permissible to witness such a spectacle for free? My word, did we just retrieve an emperor live on air? How could this possibly have been salvaged from the sea? I have scoured historical records and found no emperor buried beneath the waves. The ancients emphasized burial in the earth. Now I'm being told that imperial tombs also exist in the sea? Am I the only one who finds it utterly astonishing that the miraculous broadcaster has unearthed such a treasure? Nonsense. The broadcaster has already retrieved intercontinental missiles. So what is so remarkable about retrieving an emperor's coffin? At this moment, Zuo Yunlong gazed at the emperor's skeleton adorned in the dragon robe, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. The fish of my own imagining has not appeared, nor has the nuclear warhead envisioned by netizens. Instead, this peculiar sight has emerged. Who, indeed, is this individual? Must I further authenticate their identity? Nevertheless, the emperor's burial seems rather meager, does it not? The funerary goods within the coffin are rather scant, and even the most significant item within the coffin is merely a silken edict. Is this truly a fitting burial offering for an emperor? The crew, oblivious to this, can only surmise the value of the imperial robes adorning the figure. Astonishingly, our boss has truly unearthed the emperor's coffin. How remarkable! Our boss's prowess is indeed formidable. But which emperor is this? I have never heard of an emperor being interred at sea. Zuo Yunlong stole a glance at the edict above and began to formulate a plan. The answer, he surmised, lay within that very edict. With utmost care, he extracted the edict nestled in the emperor's embrace and opened it for examination. Meanwhile, his assistant deftly directed the camera towards the edict. The viewers in the live stream could clearly discern the contents of the edict. Zuo Yunlong's countenance gradually morphed into one of astonishment. Some viewers in the live chat recognized the contents of the edict. This was, in fact, the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor, Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong, upon comprehending the records inscribed on the edict, was utterly astounded. The Jiangwen Emperor, Zuo Yunlong, was the grandson of Zhu Yuanzhang and the son of Crown Prince Zhu Biao. He had been deposed by his uncle, Zhu Di, under the pretext of restoring order. Legend has it that Zheng he undertook 7 voyages to the west in search of the Jiangwen Emperor. Never did they anticipate that Zhu Yunlong had truly met his demise at sea. This revelation is indeed sensational. It resolves a historical enigma that has perplexed many historians, unraveled with such ease. The live stream's audience erupted in disbelief. Could it be that this is the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor? My word, the tales of Zheng He seeking the Jiangwen Emperor were, in fact, true. Poor Jiangwen Emperor, deposed by his own uncle, ultimately perishing in the ocean. Surely, it was his longing for his homeland that compelled him to choose this maritime resting place. How extraordinary! The miracle host has effortlessly solved a historical mystery. The truth reveals that the Jiangwen Emperor did not die within the palace walls, but instead vanished upon the waves. This discovery is on par with the momentous finding of the 9 provinces cauldron. The miracle host's brilliance is unmatched, indeed. Their archaeological prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. I must remark, the Jiangwen Emperor, whom Zhu Di sent Zheng He to find, was so effortlessly retrieved by the miracle host. Is there not a sense of cosmic justice? It appears the Jiangwen Emperor's life abroad was not as favorable as one might expect. Otherwise, his burial offerings would surely not be so humble. Archaeological experts have collapsed in despair, having labored for years only to be outdone by a mere fisherman. The miracle host is not someone an ordinary person can compare to. They are akin to a divine presence. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the crew was left utterly bewildered. Recently, the treasures of the eunuch Sanbao were salvaged, and now, astonishingly, the figure of the Jiangwen Emperor, Zhu Yunlong, has been recovered as well. Is this a direct challenge to the Ming dynasty? The boss truly deserves the title, managing to retrieve the Jiangwen Emperor. It appears that there is a profound connection between the Ming dynasty and our esteemed leader. One cannot simply quantify the value of such an artifact. This is a significant enigma from history. With this revelation, the annals of history will undoubtedly require rewriting. Zhu Yunlong? Wasn't it said that he renounced the throne to become a monk? Indeed, that adds to its worth. It has now been confirmed that Zhu Yunlong ventured into the sea. No wonder Zhu Di dispatched the eunuch Sanbao on 7 voyages to the western seas. The truth has emerged. Everything is becoming clear. Once again, the history of the Dragon Kingdom has found its continuity. Our boss is truly remarkable. Upon confirming the identity of this emperor, a resounding noise erupted above Zuo Yunlong and his companions. The armed helicopter that had been dispatched first successfully pinpointed their location. From the helicopter, Lieutenant Chao directly descended onto Zuo Yunlong's deck. The moment he laid eyes on the intercontinental missile, Lieutenant Chao was taken aback. What? You salvaged this? When Chao received the notification, he was unaware that Zuo Yunlong had also recovered an intercontinental missile. He had only been informed that Zuo Yunlong had retrieved a military vehicle, which likely contained munitions. Yet, upon arriving, he was met with the sight of an intercontinental missile. The visual impact was overwhelming. Zuo Yunlong could only nod in resignation. Yes, I suppose I must trouble you again. Lieutenant Chao was at a loss for words. Laser weapons, main battle tanks, and now intercontinental missiles. What else could this young man possibly salvage? I am simply curious how you selected this location. How could you even uncover such a weapon of mass destruction? Lieutenant Chao was filled with questions. This was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. If one were to claim that Zuo Yunlong lacked some extraordinary talent, Lieutenant Chao would never believe it. Zuo Yunlong shrugged and replied, I just casually fished it out. Lieutenant Chao circled the intercontinental missile, inspecting it closely. Fortunately, it was devoid of a nuclear warhead. Otherwise, this would have been a world-shattering revelation. Is the loss of a nuclear weapon merely a joke? However, even a single intercontinental missile was sufficient to astonish the globe. Just as Lieutenant Chao was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a coffin placed beside the intercontinental missile. An ominous premonition surged within him. What is this? Have you raided a royal tomb? Zuo Yunlong could only express his exasperation. While waiting for you, I fished out another net, and this is what came up. Lieutenant Chao, skeptical, inquired, what does it contain? Zuo Yunlong nonchalantly replied, no one in particular, just the Jiangwen Emperor, Zuo Yunlong, Chapter 78, affiching vaisselle salvaging intercontinental missile. What? Lieutenant Chao was utterly bewildered. Zuo Yunlong? Had he not vanished after Zhu Di attacked the former capital of the Ming dynasty? How could he be retrieved from the sea? Zuo Yunlong could only shrug in exasperation. Captain Chao felt as though his mind was on the verge of combustion. This was an occurrence beyond the realm of the conceivable, a spectacle never before witnessed. Was this event truly so exhilarating? To salvage an intercontinental missile was not enough. They had even retrieved the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor. The viewers in a live stream could clearly see the astonishment etched on Captain Chao's face. How amusing. I once thought my own experiences were limited. Yet here was this burly officer, equally flabbergasted. A sudden sense of equilibrium washed over me. Indeed, the feats accomplished by the miracle streamer were not comprehensible to mere mortals. This was utterly hilarious. The miracle streamer had subdued even the officer. Is this all it takes? Even celestial beings would bow in reverence. Truly, the miracle streamer is extraordinary. It wouldn't be complete without leaving everyone speechless. I wonder who else will return shortly. Will they also wear such expressions? There is no need for speculation. That is certain. Captain Chao glanced at the intercontinental missile and then at the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor. Ultimately, he turned to Zuo Yunlong, a complex expression crossing his features, and inquired, May I ask you something? Zuo Yunlong, of course, had no qualms. After all, he would have to disclose it eventually. How many nets did you cast? Zuo Yunlong pondered for a moment and candidly replied, It seems there are not many. Not many nets. Yet he managed to retrieve an intercontinental missile and the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor. Captain Chao was at a loss for words with Zuo Yunlong. Such innate talent was truly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. No wonder he had previously salvaged the Jiuzhou Ding. What an astonishing feat. Zuo Yunlong admitted, Indeed, I merely intended to fish, never anticipating that I would pull up such peculiar items. I must say, your navy is lacking. Had he not already scoured these waters? How did you fail to discover anything? Captain Chao was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Zuo Yunlong's nonchalance. Previously, Captain Chao had spent 3 sleepless nights surveying the seabed in these territorial waters, and yet they had uncovered nothing. However, Zuo Yunlong had barely set sail before retrieving an intercontinental missile, followed by the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor. Was this not a blatant slap in the face to their navy? Of course, the Coast Guard had also participated, and one could only imagine how pained their expressions must be now. With this thought, Captain Chao felt somewhat reassured. At least they were not the only ones experiencing embarrassment. It was better to have company in such a predicament. Meanwhile, a ship in the distance had begun to observe the unfolding events. Was that the vessel that had led Matsushita and his compatriots to their demise? A middle-aged man peered through binoculars at Zuo Yunlong S fishing vessel. A crew member promptly remarked, "Yes, that S the ship." The middle-aged man coldly suggested, "Shall we proceed to take it down?" The crew member immediately objected, "No, that is within the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. If we enter, we will easily be discovered. Moreover, once found, escaping the ambush of the Dragon Kingdom's military would be exceedingly difficult." The middle-aged man, visibly displeased, retorted, "Are you afraid of sacrificing your life for your country?" The crew member's face flushed with indignation as he replied, "You cannot insult my integrity. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary casualties." The middle-aged man cast another glance at the fishing vessel. This individual must be of great significance to the Dragon Kingdom. Observe how the armed helicopter is safeguarding him. Once we succeed in sinking that fishing vessel, it will undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. The middle-aged man thought, a fervent expression manifesting upon his countenance. The crew member, somewhat skeptical, remarked, "It cannot be. It is merely an ordinary fishing boat. How could it possibly be under the protection of an armed helicopter? Take a look." The middle-aged man handed his binoculars to the crew member. Hesitantly, the crew member raised the binoculars to his eyes. Instantly, he was astounded to discover that an armed helicopter was indeed circling above the fishing vessel. How could this be? This defies all logic. However, as he brought the binoculars back to focus on the fishing boat, his expression darkened significantly. "Sir, if I were in your position, I would promptly order our ship to flee." The middle-aged man scoffed, "Coward, muster your courage and demonstrate your loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor will witness my sincerity, but I refuse to die in vain." "You fool, do you not see what is aboard that fishing vessel?" The crew member roared in anger. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The middle-aged man was taken aback by the crew member's audacity. "Do you wish for death?" The crew member retorted furiously, "Open your eyes and take a good look. There are intercontinental ballistic missiles on that ship." "What?" This time, it was the middle-aged man who was left in shock. How could a mere fishing vessel possibly be armed with such devastating weaponry? "I refuse to believe it." He seized the binoculars back and peered once more at the fishing boat. "Good heavens! There truly are intercontinental missiles. How can this be?" The middle-aged man felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Wasn't it said to be just an ordinary fishing boat? An ordinary fishing boat equipped with intercontinental ballistic missiles? This is absurd. Witnessing the middle-aged man in such a state of panic, the crew member felt an unusual thrill. "Sir, where is your courage? The time has come for you to demonstrate your loyalty. I can provide you with a small boat to eliminate that fishing vessel. What say you, sir?" The middle-aged man cursed vehemently, "Scoundrel! Depart at once. Those are intercontinental missiles. Must we truly engage in a futile sacrifice? Hurry, this is madness." The crew member, tired of further conversation with the middle-aged man, promptly ordered the ship to turn around and hastily head toward the open sea. Meanwhile, on the fishing vessel, Zuo Yunlong and Captain Chow remained oblivious to the looming crisis that had silently descended and then retreated. At that moment, Captain Chow stated, "I need to report this situation to my superiors." He then dialed a number. "Yes, it is confirmed. An intercontinental missile has been discovered aboard Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Yes, I have verified it. There is no nuclear warhead equipped. Requesting support." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Captain Chow could not help but mutter quietly, "Damn it. Everyone knows about it, but me. Could they not have informed me in advance? I find myself entirely unguarded here, nearly terrified to death by this thing." Zuo Yunlong inquired. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Lieutenant Chow retorted impatiently, "Stand by. We cannot handle this. If it detonates on the way back, we are all finished." Chapter 79. The Jiangwen Emperor, long sought by the entire nation, has been retrieved? Zuo Yunlong seemed to realize he had unearthed something extraordinary and fell silent. The psychic, observing the situation, couldn't help but smirk. There was no way to downplay the magnitude of what our boss had unearthed. If this were to leak out, no nation would dare to allow our boss to visit. The opposing party promises not to use nuclear weapons first, while we pledge not to employ Zuo Yunlong first. Viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at Lieutenant Chow's reaction. He was anxious indeed. He panicked upon seeing the intercontinental missile. It seems this officer is thoroughly impressed by our miraculous broadcaster. Is the explosion of this intercontinental missile a mere jest? Only our miraculous broadcaster, blessed and fortunate, could handle such a thing. Had an ordinary person retrieved it, it might have detonated long ago. I am genuinely impressed. A broadcaster capable of startling even a lieutenant to expletives certainly lives up to the title of miraculous broadcaster. I am curious to know what else this miraculous broadcaster is capable of. Truly remarkable, our miraculous broadcaster has simultaneously activated 2 accounts today. The archaeology master and the arms dealer online together. Even the king of hell would need to pay respects. The broadcaster is simply extraordinary. I'm sincerely grateful. At this moment, the crew spotted a fleet appearing in the distance. Lieutenant Chow, upon seeing the fleet, finally felt a sense of relief. The supporting troops had finally arrived. He feared that remaining here any longer would drive him to madness. As the warship approached, it finally drew near to Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. 2 individuals descended from the warship. Goodness, the commander has personally come? And Minister Ho as well? Lieutenant Chow was utterly astonished upon seeing these 2 figures. The police chief was no longer relevant. As the 2 men boarded Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel and beheld the intercontinental missile, they were profoundly shocked. This thing was indeed retrieved from the sea. Moreover, it was found within the territorial waters of Longhua. They knew the immense pressure their superior was under in the capital of Longhua. After all, the 2 had previously collaborated to search the nearby waters thoroughly, digging deep, only to find nothing. Yet, Zuo Yunlong returned and pulled out such a colossal object. Surely, this cannot be a jest? Exchanging glances, both men recognized mutual astonishment and helplessness in each other's eyes. For this intercontinental missile was no mere toy or joke. It was a genuine artifact of significance. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered upon seeing the 2 men disembark from the boat. Who are these 2? However, it didn't take long for some viewers to uncover their identities. Oh my, has the commander arrived? And even the director of the Public Security Bureau? Is the streamer now so renowned that even local officials can't keep their distance? Haha, what a joke. That's an intercontinental missile we're talking about. It's quite restrained of the leaders of our great nation not to intervene personally. Wouldn't you agree? Truly remarkable. This streamer is simply extraordinary. The presence of these 2 individuals is something I may never have the chance to witness in my lifetime. Yet, here they are, personally visiting the streamer. This is truly impressive. I can hardly contain my excitement. Zuo Yunlong had previously met both of them, so he naturally did not dare to be dismissive. Greetings, esteemed leaders, he said as he stepped forward to pay his respects. Director Ho and Commander Lu both nodded in acknowledgement. Young man, you've certainly given us quite a public embarrassment. Commander Lu remarked with a smile. Director Ho added, heroes emerge from youth. Your actions have left my face quite bruised, I must say. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Officially recognized. Both the director and the commander proclaimed, evidently affirming the streamer's miraculous status. What ist? Does the miraculous streamer even need validation? It is widely acknowledged. Haha, I can only imagine the turmoil in the hearts of the director and the commander. Indeed, we dispatched so many personnel, invested considerable funds, and spent countless days at sea, only to find that the streamer accomplished more in a single day. The streamer is undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Truly remarkable. The streamer is exceptional. Zuo Yunlong replied with displeasure. You can't blame me for this. Noticing his discontent, Director Ho quickly reassured him. We do not blame you. Certainly not. After all, to recover an intercontinental missile from our territorial waters is no small feat. It is not an exaggeration to call you a hero of our nation. Commander Lu concurred from his side. Zuo Yunlong sighed. But I simply wanted to catch some fish. Who would have thought it would be so challenging? Both Commander Lu and Director Ho were momentarily at a loss for words, having never encountered such a peculiar phrase. No matter how difficult it is to catch fish, can it be more challenging than retrieving an intercontinental missile? Yet, they suddenly realized that in Zuo Yunlong's case, that might actually be true. He had indeed recovered quite a bit of weaponry and antiques, but reports of him catching fish seemed rather scarce. Furthermore, it appeared that every time Zuo Yunlong set sail, it stirred the attention of both the police and the military. It seemed that his catches of fish were never substantial. Could it be that his luck in fishing had been expended on retrieving military equipment and antiques instead? The 2 exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that if such a trade were possible, they would certainly welcome it. Just as the 2 were awkwardly at a loss for words, Captain Chow approached, quietly reporting to them, Commander, Director, Zuo Yunlong has not only retrieved this intercontinental missile. Hearing Captain Chow's cautious demeanor, Both men were taken aback. Could it be? Has he truly recovered a nuclear warhead? The viewers in the live stream, witnessing the astonishment of the two officials, erupted into laughter, their amusement echoing throughout the chat. Behold, this is our esteemed host. Even a commanding officer must stand at attention and salute. Anyone who boards the host's vessel without a hint of astonishment shows a lack of respect for the host. Truly, we're commanding officers and department heads, but mere mortals, akin to us. Mortals cannot compare with the divine. Lieutenant Chao spoke little, merely gesturing towards the coffin placed beside the intercontinental missile. Commander Lu cast a glance and remarked, "It's nothing. It's merely a coffin that has been retrieved." Director Ho, with a resolute demeanor, added, "It's nothing to worry about. I'm certain that Mr. Zuo is not engaged in any unlawful activities." Liu Gao, with a sense of resignation, clarified, "What I intend to convey is that this coffin contains the remains of Emperor Jiangwen, Zuo Yunlong." Upon hearing this, both men widened their eyes in astonishment. The Emperor Jiangwen, whom the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di could not locate despite mobilizing the entire nation, has ultimately been discovered by Zuo Yunlong. Chapter 80. Fishing. Retrieving an imperial coffin seems rather reasonable, does it not? Zuo Yunlong was no stranger to such expressions of disbelief. After all, this matter indeed sounded far-fetched. Were it not for that imperial edict, he would scarcely have dared to believe it. Moreover, this was merely speculation. The specifics and technicalities would require the expertise of professionals. Regardless, Zuo Yunlong harbored doubts that this truly was Zuo Yunlong. Such coincidences are exceedingly rare. Lieutenant Chao cleared his throat softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. It turns out that even commanding officers and directors, accustomed to grand spectacles, could be taken aback. It was not that he was inadequate. Rather, it was Zuo Yunlong's remarkable prowess that was truly impressive. The online viewers in the live stream also became inexplicably excited upon witnessing the expressions of Commander Lu and Director Ho. "I told you. How could this be possible? It seems I'm not the only one who thinks so. Only a miraculous host could achieve such a feat, were it not for the miraculous host. These two would hardly have believed it at all. To put it simply, it is the extraordinary deeds of the miraculous host that astonish. It is said that the number of Zuo Yunlong retrieved over the course of a year is not less than 80, and had it been anyone else, these two would surely have dismissed it outright. Yet, this is precisely where the host's brilliance lies. You may choose not to believe, but you cannot deny the truth." With Lieutenant Chao's subtle cough, Director Ho and Commander Lu quickly became aware of their own indiscretion. To find someone who has been missing for a millennium is no small feat. It is akin to receiving a text message from someone claiming to be Qin Shi Huang. How could one possibly believe such a thing? Yet, what the miraculous host produces might indeed be akin to receiving a message from Qin Shi Huang himself. Is this not unfathomable? Commander Lu glanced at Director Ho and remarked, "This matter pertains to your jurisdiction. It is not appropriate for us in the military to intervene." Upon hearing this, Director Ho's expression darkened, as if the blame were being shifted onto him. Who doesn't he know that while transporting intercontinental missiles entails risks? With a bit of caution, there should be no significant issues. After all, weaponry that is ready for formal deployment is naturally up to standard in terms of safety. However, when it comes to these ancient artifacts, one misstep could lead to their utter destruction. After all, it is an artifact that has been preserved for a millennium, rather than a newly unearthed item. A moment's carelessness could lead to damage, which is a rather common occurrence. If this object were to be harmed, would those esteemed archaeologists not put their lives at stake? Who will be willing to take on such a hot potato? Director Lu, your assertion is misguided. We are all part of the same community, are we not? During the previous archaeological endeavor, your military also contributed significantly. In transporting this item, you ought to lend a hand as well. The two of them engaged in a back and forth, ultimately deciding to consult Director Ding. At this very moment, Director Ding and his team were diligently studying the artifacts retrieved by Zuo Yunlong. They had prior experience with the Crystal Cup from the Warring States period and the Gray Pottery Cup from the Xia Dynasty, which made them well prepared. However, the challenge lay with the Jiuzhou Ding, a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Should they be able to decipher the inscriptions upon it, it would be a monumental achievement, one that could etch their names into the annals of history. Who would not be tempted by such glory? While Director Ding was lost in thought over his research, his secretary interrupted. "Director, a call from Director Ho. Previously, to maintain order on site, Director Ding had been in frequent contact with Director Ho. Upon hearing the call, he suppressed his impatience and answered. Director Ding, it has been a while since we last spoke. Director Ho began, unsure of how to broach the subject. Indeed, Director Ding replied, what brings you to call? His mind was preoccupied with the desire to return to his research. Aware of Director Ding's progress, Director Ho was not irked. We have recently recovered an imperial coffin from the sea and would like to seek your guidance. What imperial coffin? Director Ding replied impatiently. It wouldn't happen to be that of the Jiangwen Emperor, would it? If it were indeed the Jiangwen Emperor, he would rather dismiss the matter entirely. In his experience, 10 out of 10 claims were fraudulent, with none being credible. Historical records suggest that the Jiangwen Emperor most likely became a monk after being overthrown by the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di. The tales of Zheng He's voyages to seek the Jiangwen Emperor or that the emperor fled to Southeast Asia are mere fabrications. Even the notion that Zhu Yuanzhang bequeathed the territory overseas to the Jiangwen Emperor before his death is nonsense. Such claims are utterly unfounded. Director Ho, you are not a specialist in this field, and while that is understandable, I do not hold it against you. However, should anyone assert that they have recovered the Jiangwen Emperor's coffin from the sea, do not come to me with such news. Instead, give them a sound slap. For it would not be unjust. There is no merit in such possibilities, and, as the conversation drew to a close, Director Ding's tone grew increasingly impatient. It was evident that he frequently received such calls. Director Ho found himself at a loss for words. Director Ding, indeed, showed no regard for sentiment. If there is nothing further, I shall hang up, as I am quite busy. Director Ding continued to jab. Director Ho, with a face full of resignation, had never been particularly convinced of the claims either. However, this item was retrieved by Zuo Yunlong, and it is undoubtedly worth examining. Director Ding, there is also an imperial edict within. Do you wish to take a look at it first? Director Ding's tone grew increasingly impatient. What imperial edict? It's all nonsense. If there is nothing of importance, please do not disturb me. Hearing that Director Ding was about to hang up, Minister Ho could no longer contain himself. Wait, don't hang up, Minister Ho said anxiously. If this item is a forgery, that would be one thing, but if it is genuine, then I would be a historical criminal. This item was retrieved by Zuo Yunlong, the same individual who previously recovered the Jiuzhou Ding. Initially, Director Ding was ready to terminate the call in frustration. However, upon hearing that the person who retrieved the Jiuzhou Ding was involved, his eyes immediately lit up. What did you say? It was the kid who retrieved the Jiuzhou Ding? If he was able to recover the Jiuzhou Ding, then this item merits serious consideration. After all, if a relic of the Jiuzhou Ding's caliber could be discovered, finding an Emperor's coffin seems quite plausible, doesn't it? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Director Ding's voice brimmed with urgency. Quickly, tell me the current situation. Upon hearing Director Ding's words, Minister Ho felt helpless. It appeared that nothing he said mattered. Even mentioning the imperial edict was futile compared to Zuo Yunlong's influence. Moreover, what had happened to Director Ding's previous unwavering conviction? Wasn't it mere fabrication? Hadn't he threatened to slap someone for spreading rumors? How could he so readily believe it now? Goodness, it truly is Zuo Yunlong. Chapter 81. Is the imperial tomb truly about to emerge? Both Commander Liu and Minister Ho felt exasperated. Where to begin? They only knew that Zuo Yunlong had retrieved it from the sea. Beyond that, they had no further information. It seemed Director Ding had come to the same realization. Sigh. I know that even if I ask you to explain, you wouldn't be able to clarify. Hurry and bring that item back. Utilize an armed helicopter for transport. Speed is of the essence. Do you understand? Hand the phone to Xiao Zhua. I wish to speak with him. Minister Ho, upon hearing this, promptly passed the phone to Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong, somewhat bewildered, took the phone and activated the speaker. Xiao Zhua, I've heard you've retrieved Emperor Jiangwen Zhu Yunjin again. Zuo Yunlong shrugged. I don't know. That's what the edict states. Oh, then it must be true. We still have a vacancy for an honorary fellow at our Archaeological Institute. What do you think? Director Ding inquired with a hint of amusement in his voice. Not interested. Zuo Yunlong replied without hesitation. Oh, Xiao Zhua, don't decline so quickly. There are numerous privileges that come with being a fellow at our Archaeological Institute. Would you not consider it? Director Ding earnestly persuaded. No consideration, Zuo Yunlong firmly responded. I simply wish to fish in peace. The audience in the live stream was left in utter disbelief at Zuo Yunlong's resolute answer. This is incredible. What did I just hear? No way. Director Ding actually extended an invitation to the streamer to become a fellow at the Archaeological Institute. Oh my goodness. Is it true that the host has outright declined the offer? Truly impressive. The host is remarkable. I admire them greatly. Incredible. The host would rather not accept even the title of an academician, simply to pursue their own interests? Astounding. This is the first time I have heard of someone rejecting such a tempting opportunity. Host, will you not reconsider? I am in awe. I have endured 3 years in hopes of entering the Research Institute, and yet my turn is yet to come. How can the host so effortlessly gain entry to the Institute and still refuse? Why is this person not me? I must hang the host picture on my wall. They are simply extraordinary. I must pay my respects. The host is so impressive. I am truly enamored. Meanwhile, Captain Chow was left bewildered upon hearing that Zuo Yunlong had rejected Director Ding's invitation. How many individuals strive desperately to gain entry to the Research Institute, only to be turned away by Zuo Yunlong? This is truly unfathomable. What could possibly be going through Zuo Yunlong's mind? On the other hand, Colonel Liu and Director Ho exchanged amused glances. Just moments ago, Director Ding had been so arrogant in their demeanor, and now it seems the tables have turned. Huh. How could Zuo Yunlong's intentions be swayed by Director Ding? Despite Zuo Yunlong's firm refusal, Director Ding remained unperturbed, continuing to persuade, "Little Zuo, please reconsider. The doors of our Archaeological Research Institute are always open to you. You are truly a rare talent." Zuo Yunlong's expression darkened slightly. Talent? What good is talent if one cannot even catch a fish, only dredging up bizarre trinkets every day? Yet, Zuo Yunlong recognized that Director Ding meant well. "All right, if I decide to join the Institute, I will reach out to you," he replied casually. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's nonchalant response, Director Ding became excited. Great, great. If you wish to come, do not hesitate to contact me. I assure you, the position of academician will be reserved for you. Remember, you missed the last opportunity with the Jojo Ding. Let us see if you can make it this time. Director Ding continued to press his requests. Zuo Yunlong pondered for a moment before responding. Okay, I will consider visiting when I have the time. The livestream chat erupted once more. The host tone is undeniably impressive. It feels as if they are conducting an inspection, as if to say this is merely routine. Why the fuss? You are absolutely right, for our miraculous host. This truly is a minor affair. Beyond the sheer admiration, I find myself a loss for words to express my feelings. At this moment, Director Ding's voice brimmed with excitement. Excellent. I will certainly await your arrival. This is settled then, goodbye. Having concluded the call, Director Ding hung up hastily, fearing that if he delayed even a moment, Zuo Yunlong might change his mind. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong wore a look of resignation. If only he could avoid going. What interest does he have in antiques? Can this endeavor truly satisfy one's hunger? Colonel Liu and Director Ho exchanged glances, both sensing a feeling of being overlooked. Upon hearing Dean Ding's invitation, the crew members erupted with excitement. No way. Dean Ding personally invited our boss to the identification site. Incredible. I want to go too. Look at that guy. Ever since he visited the Jojo Ding site, he has been flaunting it every day. We absolutely must go this time, all of us. Yes. Just look at his arrogant demeanor. It's infuriating. It's not like he is a skilled fisherman. The boss doesn't trust him, which is why he was assigned to the live broadcast. Zuo Yunlong turned to Colonel Liu and Director Ho. Do I still need to return with you? If possible. I'd like to cast a few more nets. After all, we haven't caught any fish today. Both Colonel Liu and Director Ho were taken aback by Zuo Yunlong's words. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. Wait, the host still wants to catch fish? Goodness. Is the host determined to not stop until he finds a nuclear warhead? Surely, he is not hoping to uncover something else. This place might truly hold something significant. After all, Zhu Yunlin was once an emperor, even in his downfall. Yes, perhaps there are burial treasures of Zhu Yunlin beneath the sea. If we could retrieve those, the host would surely soar to fame. Hey, if you can't contribute to the conversation, please refrain from speaking. The host has already ascended. When have you seen him come down? Indeed, the host is an extraordinary presence. I too am curious about what else the host might uncover. Could he possibly recover the tomb of Zhu Yuanzhong? If so, that would be astonishing. He wouldn't spare a single one of them. Can we ask the host to cast another net? I too wish to see what else lies beneath the sea. Suddenly, bubbles began to surface on the water. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed, "We know this scene all too well. Could it be that something else is about to emerge?" Is it truly the royal tomb that is coming to light? At this moment, Captain Chow, Director Ho, and Colonel Lu's expressions shifted dramatically. Attention! Protect the intercontinental missile. Chapter 82. The triad of military forces mobilized. Colonel Lu, Director Ho, and their companions stared intently at the sea surface. Who knows what else lies beneath, where an intercontinental missile can be recovered? As the water continued to churn, one coffin after another surfaced. What on earth? Is this a Tomb Raider's trove? The viewers in the live stream were left speechless. How can there be so many coffins? This is terrifying. Could it be that these coffins contain Zuo Yunlong's concubines? No way. Are they truly meant to accompany Zuo Yunlong in death? This is absolutely frightening. Wait a moment. These wood materials look somewhat familiar. No way, is that Wali? Precious Wali wood? This timber is incredibly valuable. And that black one, could it be ebony? An agarwood? My goodness, each of these items is something I wouldn't dare to dream of. The host has truly excelled. This is a remarkable achievement, regardless of what lies within. The mere timber alone is sufficient for the host to amass a fortune. If these were antiques, oh my, the imagination runs wild. The miraculous host has surpassed all expectations. Initially, one would have thought that retrieving a relic from the Jiangwen Emperor was already commendable, yet so much more has surfaced. An underwater burial site? Could it indeed be an underwater necropolis? Goodness, if this is a legitimate archaeological discovery, it would undoubtedly be unparalleled. In the annals of Dragon Kingdom history, no imperial tomb has ever been found beneath the sea. I am beside myself with excitement. How can the host be so audacious, so fortunate? Oh, if only I could share a fraction of that luck. I wouldn't still be languishing in obscurity. I can hardly bear it. My heart feels as though it might cease to beat at any moment. How on earth did the host achieve this? How is it possible? My goodness. I had merely speculated about what the host might uncover, and yet these treasures appeared of their own accord. When did the act of fishing at sea become so lucrative? Truly remarkable. The host is indeed a miracle worker. Meanwhile, the tense officials, Director Ho and Colonel Lu, witnessed the wooden artifacts rising and were left utterly astonished. Their mouths agape. Both stared wide-eyed, fearful of missing any detail. Are these coffins crafted from the finest timber? What incredible expenditure of resources. How many individuals must have collaborated to construct such a burial complex? The ingenuity of the ancients is astounding. And to think that Zuo Yunlong is the one making these discoveries is equally impressive. This is a moment for the history books. Zuo Yunlong, witnessing this spectacle, could only smirk. Coffins, promises of wealth and status. But what use do I have for coffins? I merely wish to catch fish. Can such exquisite wood even accommodate fish? This is absurd. The crew, unfamiliar with the materials of these coffins, nonetheless recognized their antiquity. First, the host retrieved the Jiangwen Emperor, and now so many coffins have surfaced. It requires no further thought. They must be intended to accompany the Emperor in death. This spells fortune for us. Goodness, our boss is truly remarkable. Could it be that we have directly unearthed the tomb of the Jiangwen Emperor Zuo Yunlong? How vulgar. Without proper finesse, how can one label this as theft? This is archaeology, a monumental discovery. Indeed, could we be excavating the royal tomb of the Jiangwen Emperor Zuo Yunlong? Who cares about the details? I simply revel in working alongside our boss. I feel as though my life has not been in vain. I suddenly feel compelled to offer some money to our boss. This experience is simply extraordinary. I will have stories to tell in the future. By heavens, I have participated in the excavation of an imperial tomb. Look at the heights we have reached. We have even retrieved intercontinental missiles. What is a royal tomb in comparison? Lieutenant Chow, overhearing the crew's banter, wore an expression of disbelief. The absurdity of all made him seriously consider transferring to Zuo Yunlong's vessel for fishing. This is indeed remarkable. Zuo Yunlong, feeling helpless, recognized that the coffin's rising could not be ignored. Colonel Lu hastily intervened to prevent Zuo Yunlong from proceeding. Let us first transport the intercontinental missile away. It is perilously dangerous to leave it here. Zuo Yunlong, however, was indifferent. Regardless of whether it was salvaged or not, the coffin remained, suspended in uncertainty. Soon, Commander Lu and Director Ho directed the troops to transfer the intercontinental missile onto the warship. Following this, Zuo Yunlong proceeded to hoist one coffin after another onto the fishing vessel. Before him lay 36 coffins arranged neatly, making a total of 37, including that of Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words. Was Zuo Yunlong attempting to gather the legendary 36 celestial generals? In the live stream, viewers were equally captivated. My goodness, another 36 appeared at once. This is astonishing. The host is truly remarkable. Host, can you spare one for me? How shameless. You even want a coffin? Host, I want one too. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the abundant coffins, feeling utterly drained. It seemed they would have to return after all. Director Ho, let's head back. Just then, Director Ho's phone rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted. He promptly answered the call. Hello, what is the matter with your efficiency? Are your helicopters moving at a snail's pace? I've been waiting for ages. Where are you? What about the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor? The voice on the other end, Director Ding, bombarded him with questions. Director Ho, feeling a bit wronged, began to explain. Who could have anticipated that just after hanging up, a multitude of coffins would surface? Director Ding fell silent for a moment. What? Could you repeat that? You are saying a royal tomb has been discovered in the sea? This is utterly unbelievable. Is this true? Quickly, provide me with your coordinates. I need to organize an archaeological expedition and expedite the transport of the items. Director Ho helplessly relayed a series of coordinates, precisely where they were located. He cast a resigned glance at Zuo Yunlong. It seemed they needed to return swiftly. Zuo Yunlong grimaced. Fishing was surely out of the question now. Under the protection of the warship, Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel returned to the harbor. At the harbor, Director Ding led his colleagues from the Archaeological Institute to await their arrival. Meanwhile, ground, sea, and air military forces were all mobilized, surrounding the harbor impeccably. The nearby fishermen were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is this the umpteenth time this month? Chapter 83, 37 coffins. Is this truly salvageable? The viewers in the live stream were equally confounded. Goodness, this is a welcome for heroes unlike any other. No wonder the host has summoned all 3 military forces. Incredible. Is this even possible? I feel a twinge of envy. Haha, if you're envious, why not try to salvage an intercontinental missile yourself? No. I fear that I may risk my life to retrieve it, yet not live to enjoy such treatment. Goodness, could this be the deployment of several fleets? This is simply beyond comprehension. One might mistake it for a military exercise. Incredible to be welcomed by so many. The anchor truly stands as the foremost figure in the Dragon Kingdom today. I have never witnessed such a grand reception, even for a national treasure. Is this the place? For Left Yunlong, such scenes have become commonplace. Regardless of the occasion, upon returning from the sea, he is invariably met by either the military or the police, occasionally accompanied by some curious individuals. He never returns alone. Meanwhile, the fishermen observing from the sidelines are intrigued, pondering the gravity of the situation that warrants such a police presence. What could this fishing vessel have done to attract such attention? I share their curiosity. What sort of catch could provoke the involvement of the armed forces? In all my years of fishing, I have yet to encounter anything that could summon such a response. At this moment, police have begun to clear the area. Excuse me, officer, may I ask what kind of offense has been committed to warrant the arrival of a helicopter? The officer, with a grave expression, replied, Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. At this point, a young fisherman overheard the exchange. No way. Are they really surfing on the deck now? Has the miraculous anchor never heard of this? They VE retrieved intercontinental missiles and even the tomb of Emperor Zuo Yunlong. What more do you wish to know? The veteran fisherman was left bewildered. Could this young man be spinning tales? How could we fishermen possibly retrieve intercontinental missiles or imperial tombs? Before long, the scene was cordoned off. To Left Yunlong's surprise, it was not the military commander who first greeted him, but Director Ding. Having previously met Director Ding, he extended his hands animatedly to Left Yunlong. Heroes emerge from youth. Indeed, seeing you reminds me of my younger self. Once again, you have made an indelible contribution to the archaeological pursuits of the Dragon Kingdom. Have you truly given no thought to the possibility of becoming an academician? A talent such as yours will be wasted if you do not join our Archaeological Research Institute. We are in dire need of individuals like you. Please consider joining us. Left Yunlong replied coolly, I decline. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Director Ding was actually refused? Incredible. Apart from the miraculous anchor, who else possesses such audacity? Truly, he is the man who can retrieve the 9 provinces cauldron. He is undeniably impressive. Huh, The Archaeological Research Institute cannot unearth what the anchor has retrieved. What else can I say other than that the anchor is remarkable? The anchor himself remarked, I find myself equally helpless, yet invincibility is a lonely pursuit. After being turned down repeatedly by Left Yunlong, Director Ding remained unfazed. No witties. You're still young, and there are many years to consider. We will always welcome you into our ranks. Left Yunlong replied with calm assurance. Thank you, Director Ding, for your kindness. However, I shall not consider it for the time being, as I still prefer fishing. Director Ding chuckled casually. He then addressed the military district commander, saying, All right, transport the recently discovered remains of the Jiangwen Emperor and his accompanying burial items to the Research Institute. This will undoubtedly be a revelation that shocks the Dragon Nation. The military district commander nodded, and soon, archaeological experts and soldiers boarded the fishing vessel. Upon sighting the coffins, the archaeologists were utterly astounded. Is this truly exquisite golden silk namu? Goodness, is that ebony? And this is it Wang Wali? Incredible. All of this was brought up by that young man while fishing. This is beyond belief. What on earth does he do? How could an ordinary fisherman recover such treasures? Remarkable, truly remarkable. To retrieve so many artifacts at once. Surely, the entire Dragon Nation will be shaken. If these findings can be validated, it will be yet another seismic event in the history of archaeology in our land. The 9 provinces tripod was already impressive enough, and this discovery rivals it. Astonishing. I never expected someone so young to achieve such heights. This young man's future is boundless. And even now, with his current accomplishments, should he rest upon the laurels of our research institute, we would feel no anxiety. Who else could have unearthed the 9 provinces tripod and then discovered the tomb of the Jiangwen Emperor? This was once beyond our imagination, yet he has accomplished it directly. Truly remarkable, simply remarkable. The archaeological experts gazed at the coffins aboard the ship with fervent excitement, their emotions beyond expression. Meanwhile, the soldiers worked industriously. After a brief process, the 37 coffins were swiftly transported onto the specially prepared helicopter of the military district. The roar of the engine echoed through the harbor as these historically significant coffins ascended, heading towards the branch of the Research Institute. Although Director Ding felt a twinge of reluctance for Zuo Yunlong, he too watched as these relics departed. After all, the subsequent handling of these antiquities required his personal oversight as the director. I shall await your esteemed presence at the Research Institute. You must come. With that, Director Ding waved farewell to Zuo Yunlong. After addressing the matters concerning the Jiangwen Emperor, the military district commander approached Zuo Yunlong. You are a hero of the nation, undoubtedly deserving of this title. I did not anticipate that after returning with 15 tanks, you would also discover intercontinental missiles. On behalf of the entire military district, I express my gratitude. The military district commander's words were sincere and filled with appreciation. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream could hardly believe their ears. Wait, did I hear correctly? The military district commander called our host a hero? No way. The commander personally came to express gratitude. Incredible. The military district commander came to welcome Zuo Yunlong on behalf of the entire military district. Our miraculous host is more formidable than a national treasure. Truly amazing. My miraculous host, you are extraordinarily impressive. Zuo Yunlong nonchalantly remarked, It's nothing, just delayed my fishing. The items are currently on the warship. You may go and take a look. He casually gestured towards one of the warships. After the military commander nodded in acknowledgement, he strode towards the vessel. Upon boarding, the commander was awestruck by the sight before him. Indeed, it was the genuine Adams intercontinental ballistic missile. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that such an object could be retrieved from the depths of the sea. Chapter 84. Days and nights spent in research. Yet no one was fishing. Zuo Yunlong, feeling somewhat helpless, inquired, Is there anything else for me to do? If not, I shall head home for some rest. The military commander, hearing Zuo Yunlong's intention to leave, did not impede him. Very well. Go home and take a couple of days to recuperate. You have rendered such great service to the Dragon Nation. It will not go unrewarded. A surprise has been prepared for you, which will arrive in a couple of days. You won't be late for the next sea expedition. So Yunlong paid little heed to this, waving his hand as he departed. After seeing Zuo Yunlong off, the military commander turned his attention back to the impressive object. Excellent. With this, we can research how to intercept missiles of this caliber. We can also examine the technological differences between us and those foreign nations. To excel in our strengths while acknowledging our weaknesses, this object is immensely valuable. I cannot fathom how he managed to retrieve such a colossal item from the ocean. The military commander marveled continually, still feeling as if he were in a dream. It was not that he lacked experience. Rather, the entire incident was simply too bizarre. What else might this young man manage to recover on his next expedition? The military commander mused quietly. The experts responsible for inspecting the intercontinental ballistic missile were equally incredulous. Incredible, this is actually real, and all the parameters are normal. This is utterly astonishing. How did this item come to be lost? This young man is remarkably fortunate. On the following day, as Zuo Yunlong awoke, his steward approached him. Young master, you should be heading to the research institute today. Oh, Zuo Yunlong replied dismissively, initially inclined to refuse. However, upon reflection, it seemed there were no pressing matters. So he decided to visit the institute. Although he had little interest in these affairs, it would not harm him to take a look. Inside the Archaeological Research Institute, Zuo Yunlong's crew and followers anxiously awaited his arrival. Do you think our boss might not come? One crew member whispered. It's hard to say. Besides fishing, has he ever shown concern for anything else? Another remarked, that's why our boss is so impressive. If anyone else had managed to retrieve such items, it would have made headlines. Frankly, our boss has the luck of the heavens. He's been remarkably low-key. I wonder how he manages such fortune. It's as if retrieving antiques is as easy as fishing for him. Inda. After years of fishing, I have finally realized the sheer joy of catching fish. It feels as though the fish I caught in the past were somehow less genuine. Am I truly capable of fishing? Our boss possesses a peculiar talent for making one question their very existence. Spending extended periods with such a boss has led me to doubt myself. It seems I am not alone in these sentiments. Yet, it is precisely the thrill of being alongside such a boss that invigorates the experience. Meanwhile, within the Research Institute, Director Ding anxiously awaited the arrival of Zuo Yunlong. Following their research the previous night, they had nearly confirmed that this was indeed the Jiangwen Emperor, Zuo Yunlong. Although evidence proving his identity was scant, the decree and its accompanying seal were indisputable. Without a doubt, it was a letter written personally by Zuo Yunlong to Zuo Yunlong. Now, all that remained was the arrival of the principal figure. After much anticipation, Zuo Yunlong finally arrived at the Archaeological Research Institute. Upon entering, many staff members were left astonished. Look, that's the fishing streamer who retrieved the Zhuzhou Ding. Goodness, he is surprisingly young and quite stunning. Suddenly, I find him somewhat charming. How could anyone not find him appealing after he unearthed both the Zhuzhou Ding and the coffin of the Jiangwen Emperor? Is such a feat even achievable by human effort? Wow, he just glanced this way, and I feel faint. My heart can hardly bear it. He is truly magnificent. Look, even the professors are brimming with excitement. In such a moment, it seems the professors hardly have the standing to approach him. Look, Director Ding personally went to welcome him. What a grand display. Upon seeing Zuo Yunlong, Director Ding enthusiastically rushed forward. Xiaozhua, you finally arrived. You had me worried. I thought you might not come. Oh, I got up late, and there wasn't much going on today, so I thought I'd drop by, Zuo Yunlong casually replied. Meanwhile, his assistant had already opened the live stream at the moment Zuo Yunlong appeared. The crew felt as if they had just received a reassuring tonic upon seeing Zuo Yunlong. The boss has arrived. Surely, this is our anchor. Viewers in the live stream witnessed the scene of Director Ding welcoming Zuo Yunlong. Goodness, the streamer is so relaxed. Wait, did I just hear that right? The streamer merely came by casually today? With all these antiques around, he is just here for a visit. Truly, the streamer is impressive. My heart is racing, feeling as if it might leap right before the streamer. I wonder how vast the shadow of doubt in Director Ding's heart has grown. After all these years, I doubt anyone has ever treated him this way. This streamer is indeed audacious, yet he possesses the credentials to be so. Clearly, he is a newcomer. One cannot comprehend the magnitude of his achievements. To the streamer, aside from fishing, everything else pales in comparison. Is this for real? Are there truly streamers of such caliber? I am utterly astonished, completely taken aback. I find myself kneeling before the host. Do not inquire how my keyboard became damaged. It is simply a consequence of my reverence for the host. All right, those above. Refrain from further remarks. I am currently practicing using my knees to perform the lyrics of Conquer. Haha, it's too amusing if you manage to master it. Do not forget to broadcast your performance live. Ding Ding paid no heed to Zuo Yunlong's words. Although they had interacted only a few times, Ding Ding had already discerned Zuo Yunlong's character. If one were not truly a sage indifferent to fame and fortune, who could resist the allure of an academician's title? Haha, young Zuo is indeed extraordinary. In comparison, my own achievements seem insignificant. Faced with Ding Ding's flattery, Zuo Yunlong felt quite helpless. Ding Ding, I have mentioned before, I merely wish to fish in peace. Yet these matters keep intruding. The individuals from the Archaeological Research Institute were nearly wide-eyed upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words. We toil tirelessly, day and night, in our archaeological pursuits, only to be overshadowed by a mere fisherman? Chapter 85. Opening the coffin and examining the corpse. The live stream room erupted in chaos at this moment. Incredible, remarkable. Our host has come to challenge the Institute. Goodness, even daring to confront the Archaeological Research Institute. Our miraculous host is truly exceptional. Haha, whether exceptional or not remains to be seen. If you possess such skill, why not attempt to unearth a tripod of the 9 provinces? Must you even invoke the tripod? The tomb of Emperor Jangwen alone would leave these archaeological experts weeping in despair. Truly, our esteemed miraculous host is nothing short of miraculous. Ding Ding shot a glare at his subordinates. Can we not avoid such embarrassment? Are we to disregard the dignity of the Archaeological Research Institute? Then, with a smile, Ding Ding said, Young Zuo, since you are here, let us commence. With that, he entered the appraisal room, followed closely by Zuo Yunlong and his crew. Indeed, the Archaeological Research Institute is impressive. The artifacts within are truly magnificent. The crew members marveled at the items housed in the institute, exclaiming in awe. Truly, even a single piece would fetch hundreds of thousands, and that would be for a substandard item. It seems that the wealthiest haven in our dragon country is the Archaeological Research Institute. I often wondered why so many cherish antiques. They indeed retain their value. In chaotic times, gold prevails. In prosperous times, antiques flourish. Ancient wisdom rings true. The junior assistant trailed behind, live broadcasting the Institute's collection. Last time, the junior assistant did not receive such a privilege. This was all thanks to Zuo Yunlong's influence. Ding Ding observed the excited expressions of the crew behind him, nodding in satisfaction. This is the appropriate response one should have upon entering the Archaeological Research Institute. Perhaps this is an opportune moment to persuade Zuo Yunlong? Ding Ding pondered internally, turning his gaze to Zuo Yunlong. However, Zuo Yunlong maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about the ancient artifacts within the institute. Ding Ding was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what kind of background must one have to regard such treasures with indifference? Truly remarkable. Even Ding Ding was astonished by Zuo Yunlong's reaction. The appraisal hall is significantly larger than the previous venue for the Zhuozhou Ding. Though the items this time are destined to fall short of the Zhuozhou Ding's value, the sheer quantity of artifacts is impressive, totaling 37 coffins, all crafted from high-quality wood. In terms of intrinsic worth, they may rival the treasures retrieved last time. However, the Zhuozhou Ding is a national treasure, an unparalleled artifact, a divine protector of the realm, making its value incalculable. The host on stage promptly announced the commencement of the appraisal. Zuo Yunlong and his crew sat quietly below, observing the proceedings above. The enthusiasm of the online viewers surged. Wow, it suddenly feels like unboxing a mystery box. Haha, truly, only our miraculous broadcaster could elevate antiques to such an exhilarating level. Indeed, no one knows what lies within these coffins. A tinge of excitement permeated the air. Could they uncover a limited edition? Wow, anything from the Ming Dynasty is bound to be a rare find. At this moment, the archaeological team responsible for the unearthing approached. The first coffin to be opened was fashioned from ebony. Setting aside all else, this coffin alone could fetch millions in today's market. The staff, donned in gas masks and biohazard suits, slowly approached the coffin. Taking a deep breath, they gently pried it open. The moment the coffin creaked ajar, the staff was taken aback. What lay inside? The live feed revealed the interior, a skeletal figure clad in the garb of a civil official, presumably a minister under Zuo Yunlong. Beside this official were heaps of gold. Could this be He Shun, the favored minister of Zuo Yunlong? My heavens, so much gold. I doubt I will ever see such a fortune in my lifetime. The individual must have been quite corrupt in life, presiding over an entire coffin filled with gold. This is absurd. Is this truly a civil official? What could they possibly need with so much gold? How could Emperor Jiangwen tolerate this? The staff was utterly bewildered. The sight of such a vast quantity of gold in a coffin was astonishing. Zuo Yunlong merely pursed his lips, showing no interest in the contents. Is this it? It doesn't even compare to my New Year's money. What is there to marvel at? Ding Ding frowned. Although gold holds value, it lacks archaeological significance. In this context, it is akin to a mere trinket. After waiting a while and confirming the absence of toxic gases, Ding Ding finally ascended the stage. This time, he did not extend any formal invitation, for the appearance of the Zhuzhou Ding had drawn the CRME de la CRME of China's archaeological, cultural relic, and antique restoration circles. Thus, no one was absent from this grand event. Mr. Ma and Master Zheng naturally followed Ding Ding onto the stage. The three of them represented the pinnacle of three formidable factions. Ding Ding examined the contents closely, discovering only regular gold ingots without any extraordinary characteristics. Mr. Ma meticulously examined the items, a look of surprise illuminating his face. Meanwhile, Master Zheng displayed a lack of interest, deeming the contents unworthy of his intervention. Suddenly, Mr. Ma's eyes fell upon an inconspicuous copper coin among the plethora of gold. Ding Ding swiftly followed suit, also spotting the coin. The two men cautiously retrieved it from the coffin. Mr. Ma's expression instantly transformed into one of exhilaration. Is this the Zhongtong Tongbao? He exclaimed. Ding Ding, upon hearing this, was equally astonished and requested to examine the coin more closely. It was flat, with a star-like pattern on the reverse. Could this truly be the Zhongtong Tongbao? Ding Ding could hardly believe his eyes. To think such a treasure lay hidden here. The Zhongtong Tongbao, minted by Kublai Khan, is regarded as one of the 50 rare coins of the Dragon Kingdom. Its value is undoubtedly in the millions, and for those who specialize in collecting these treasures, it can fetch 10 million with ease. This was currency from the era of Kublai Khan, the founder of the Yuan dynasty. Quick, search for more of these coins. Master Zheng urged suddenly. The three men immediately began to rummage through the coffin, searching for additional copper coins. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. What is happening? They're ignoring the gold to look for a copper coin? What do you know? The 50 rare coins are far more valuable than gold. As Zheng and the others scoured the first coffin, they found no additional coins. It seemed plausible that one had been inadvertently left behind during the museum setup. After all, who could have imagined that copper coins were worth more than gold in that era? Chapter 86. The Ming Dynasty's Red Cannon? The viewers in the live stream erupted once more. Wow, they discovered so many items in the first coffin. The host is incredible. My goodness, not even accounting for the coffin's own worth. The items alone would make the host a fortune. What a remarkable start. Who knew the sea could yield so much gold, and even the 50 rare coins? I wish I had gone out to sea too. Brother, I advise against that. Not everyone can become a miraculous host. It's unbelievable. I seriously suspect the miraculous host has some sort of advantage. This isn't something an ordinary person could achieve. I can't contain my excitement. I want to see what the remaining coffins hold. Come on, it's a given that the first coffin yielded gold. Surely the others must contain something equally valuable. Haha, just be careful the skeletons from the coffins don't come crawling to your home at night. Really? Ha! Bring it on, and throw in some 50 rare coins while you're at it. I want to have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of my life. This person has lost their mind. Haha. Ding Ding and the others exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of excitement. If there was any dynasty in the Dragon Kingdom known for its scant heritage, the Yuan dynasty would undoubtedly be among the most notable. There is no denying that the Golden Family's influence has spread extensively, resulting in many treasures no longer residing within the country. However, during the early Ming dynasty, it was an opportune time to preserve relics from the Yuan dynasty. Perhaps this recent discovery will yield unexpected surprises, a thought shared among Director Ding and his colleagues. Soon after, the second coffin was carefully opened by the diligent staff. This coffin, too, was crafted from ebony. As it was revealed, the workers collectively inhaled sharply. What lay within? It was a skeleton clad in armor, accompanied by the remains of a horse. Alas, the contents of this coffin were meager. Apart from the two skeletons, there were merely a few weapons. Due to the passage of time, most of them were in a state of disrepair. Director Ding and his companions approached to examine the findings. Both Director Ding and Mr. Ma frowned, for the items held little value. The weapons were standard armaments from the early Ming period, lacking any extraordinary features. As for the armor, it merely indicated the former identity of its owner without any remarkable attributes. And the horse, perhaps in life, it was a steed of great renown. But now it was nothing more than a desiccated skeleton. Yet, at this moment, Master Zheng was filled with excitement. Finally, he could showcase his skills. He meticulously examined each weapon, his expression often reflecting regret as he discovered many were beyond restoration. However, when he encountered a salvageable weapon, his joy was genuine. At last, he had work to engage in. Zuo Yunlong observed this scene with disdain. Is this all there is? It seems not every coffin contains treasures. Upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, Emperor Jiangwen, Zhu Yunjian, had fled to the sea. Had there been gold aplenty in this coffin, he would have long returned to the Central Plains. Perhaps the contents of this coffin are a true representation of what lies within most others. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were less than impressed. Seriously? I was ready to type, and this is what I get? Wow, it truly is a blind box. The contents are utterly unexpected. It seems this individual was a great general in life. Yet these are the items interred with him? I am speechless, completely speechless. The miraculous broadcaster always brings different surprises. I wonder, are these items valuable? Who knows, but they certainly cannot compare to gold. Given Master Zheng's excitement, it seems there is hope for these items. Even if they can be salvaged, it won't concern us anymore. I'm curious about what the next coffin might reveal. This feeling of anticipation is simply delightful. The broadcaster is leading us through a blind box experience. It feels exhilarating. I wonder what treasures await in the next coffin. It seems the broadcaster has taken a loss with this coffin. Please, those above, think before you speak. The host has contributed nothing, yet has acquired a plethora of Ming Dynasty weaponry. Can this truly be deemed compensation? Indeed, after passing through Master Zheng's hands, these weapons could easily fetch hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, Master Zheng is diligently occupied, and Director Ding has already instructed the staff to open the third coffin. Upon its opening, the contents are even more dismal. This coffin belonged to a civil official, and aside from some moldy grains that are quite repulsive, there is nothing else inside. The phrase clear as day aptly describes this official's final resting place. However, those grains do possess some value, depending on who lays claim to them. A biologist would surely take these remnants from the Ming Dynasty back for meticulous study, perhaps even discovering previously unknown microorganisms. Yet, this is not the realm of Director Ding and his associates. Zuo Yunlong's lips quiver slightly. The absurdity of this is striking. The first coffin contained gold, the second weapons. And what the third, empty? Director Ding swiftly commands the opening of the fourth coffin. As it creaks open, everyone is left in stunned silence. Inside lies an artillery piece, a cannon. Zuo Yunlong cannot help but bury his face in his hands. This is utterly unexpected. The viewers in the live stream had already lost interest in the blind box activity, feeling disheartened after two empty coffins. However, upon the opening of the fourth, their spirits are rekindled. What a cannon! A Ming Dynasty cannon, no less. I thought this coffin appeared larger than the others. Who would have imagined a cannon was hidden within? Is this truly possible? What extraordinary treasures is the miracle host unearthing? Incredible. The miracle host has truly surpassed expectations. Unearthing such relics. It seems the miracle host has not forgotten to honor arms dealers while playing the role of an archaeological master. With swords, guns, and now a cannon, this host is remarkable. After a brief daze, Director Ding and his colleagues feel somewhat overwhelmed. To discover a Ming Dynasty red-coated cannon within a coffin is utterly ludicrous. Chapter 87. Finding items from the Yuan Dynasty in a coffin is quite reasonable. Following the brief stupor, the expressions of Director Ding and his associates shift to exhilaration. A red-coated cannon. A Ming Dynasty red-coated cannon? This is truly astonishing. Director Ding steps forward, cautiously touching the cannon with both hands. This is indeed a formidable weapon. A national treasure. During the Ming Dynasty, its power rivaled that of modern atomic bombs. This is simply extraordinary. Director Ding never anticipated he would encounter a red-coated cannon under such circumstances, let alone have it salvaged. The viewers in the live stream are equally elated. Director Ding is ecstatic. Director Ding is thrilled. Director Ding has devoted his entire life to the study of antiquities, and perhaps he never anticipated that such examinations could take this form. Indeed, our host has delivered a profound lesson to Director Ding. As a master of archaeology, his casual display of skill has already reached the pinnacle of this era. The imposing red cannon from the Ming Dynasty, a formidable weapon, would undoubtedly stir excitement in Director Ding. The host has truly made a name for himself and will certainly navigate the archaeological realm with great prowess henceforth. This remarkable artifact requires little verification, as Director Ding meticulously examines the red cannon from start to finish. It represents the sacred legacy of his ancestors. However, Mr. Ma appears rather disinterested, recognizing that while such an object may seem grand, it is nearly impossible to possess as a personal collection. Although it has been preserved for many years, it remains a piece of ordnance. It is only at this moment that Director Ding notices not only the red cannon within the coffin, but also the remains of a military general. Zuo Yunlong, following the camera, witnesses this scene. Zuo Yunlong remarks, "This place truly does not seem to mind its size." With the diligent efforts of the staff, the fifth coffin is finally opened. Inside, it reveals nothing extraordinary, merely some gold. The viewers in the live stream have become somewhat apathetic toward gold, failing to evoke their interest any longer. Really? More gold? One comments, "Sigh, though I lack wealth, I find myself indifferent to gold now." Yes, indeed. I have no interest in gold whatsoever. Wow, upstairs, how do you all sound so similar? Yet, there is little to be done, as these gold pieces lack the intrigue of more peculiar artifacts. When Director Ding and his team approach to inspect the gold, they are momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, Mr. Ma displays a flicker of excitement, and soon Director Ding follows suit. The viewers in the live stream are perplexed, observing the gold within. The excitement surrounding the first coffin's gold did not elicit such enthusiasm from them. Wait, I have a foreboding feeling. Is there something unique about this? Isn't it just a peculiar shape? At its core, it's still just gold, right? Could there be something exceptional about it? One viewer expresses a vague sense of admiration, sensing that this gold may indeed possess some extraordinary quality. Director Ding cautiously lifts a circular gold artifact, his lips twitching slightly. Could this have been retrieved from the sea? Shouldn't it be found in the legendary desert? How could it possibly be in the ocean? Mr. Ma steps forward, examining another piece with great scrutiny. Zuo Yunlong, however, remains completely uninterested. Finally, some viewers in the live stream begin to connect the dots. Wait, this doesn't seem to be ordinary gold. It appears to be gold artifacts. What did you just say? These are gold artifacts? Oh, come on, who doesn't know that the early Ming Dynasty was impoverished? How could there be so much gold to craft artifacts? Indeed, if you dare to slander the late Emperor Zhu, you might find his coffin lid unable to contain itself. Could it be that our host is so exceptional as to have unearthed all of Emperor Zhu's gold artifacts? What do you know? It is precisely due to their rarity that encountering such a myriad of golden artifacts is so extraordinary. What else could possibly evoke such excitement in Director Ding? Holding the golden items with palpable enthusiasm, he cast a glance towards Mr. Ma, who mirrored his exhilaration with a nod. Director Ding then proclaimed, "These artifacts are treasures from the Yuan Dynasty." Upon this revelation, astonishment engulfed the room. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. What on earth? Isn't this the tomb of Emperor Zhou Yunwen? How did artifact from a Yuan dynasty come into the picture? One exclaimed. Could it be that the host has inadvertently unearthed Genghis Khan's tomb as well? If that were the case, the host would be nothing short of remarkable. Confusion ensued, as the initial focus on Emperor Zhou now seemed to include Yuan dynasty relics. Folks, let us remain calm. Emperor Zhou was the second emperor of the Ming dynasty. It is entirely plausible to find items from the Yuan dynasty, another chimed in. Besides, he was pursued to the sea. Wouldn't he have been too preoccupied to carry so much with him? Someone else argued. Come on, they've even found a red cannon. What's the big deal about these artifacts? Disregarding other opinions, many were simply in awe of the host's prowess, urging dissenters to challenge their views. Soon, Director Ding confirmed that although these items were indeed from the Yuan dynasty, they were likely not burial goods of the Golden Family or anything of that sort. They were probably treasures seized during the early Ming dynasty. Nevertheless, these artifacts held substantial value. The sheer weight of their historical significance alone warranted a good price. After cataloging the golden items from the coffin, the sixth coffin was opened. This one was peculiar, resembling a shadow coffin. Aside from some decayed garments, it contained nothing else. These items, requiring no manual intervention, were clearly the work of Master Zheng. If he could not restore these relics, they were merely refuse. The subsequent 4 coffins were equally disappointing, perhaps poorly handled at the time. The interiors had been infiltrated by seawater, rendering their contents either decayed or destroyed. Even Master Zheng shook his head in dismay. There was utterly no value. Aside from the coffins themselves, they were essentially worthless in comparison to the previous coffins. At this juncture, Director Ding finally regained his composure. Such is the nature of archaeology. If every coffin were replete with treasures, one would surely lose their sanity. Yet, his gaze fell upon a nonchalant Zuo Yunlong seated below. This young man had managed to retrieve 10 coffins, 6 of which were remarkably well preserved, a rarity indeed. Director Ding was vindicated. This lad was truly a born lucky star, destined for archaeology. In the realm of archaeology, beyond professional skills, luck is of utmost importance. As Director Ding pondered these thoughts, the 11th coffin was slowly opened. Chapter 88. An unending trove of treasures. To his astonishment, the 11th coffin contained nothing but copper coins. Director Ding's scalp prickled. This was rather alarming. Was the ancient coin treasure known as the 50 treasures of Guchuan originally meant to reside within this coffin? If this is indeed the case, the realm of antique coins may soon experience a seismic shift. Those rare and limited ancient coins could very well revert to their original state following the emergence of this coffin. Without hesitation, Director Ding promptly convened a panel of esteemed experts to examine the coins contained within. The viewers in the live stream were instantly amused. "Wow, our host has truly found them a remarkable task," they exclaimed. "Indeed, it takes our host's prowess. Who else could muster so many experts to evaluate something?" Laughter erupted. Just counting all these copper coins would take a considerable amount of time, not to mention the need for authentication. How astonishing. This spectacle is truly magnificent. Our host is impressive. First, they compelled the Navy and Coast Guard to fish for 3 days and nights, and now they have these archaeological experts frantically counting coins. Incredible. No wonder I admire our archaeological master the most. After more than an hour of effort and the dedicated work of over 50 experts, they finally completed the counting of the copper coins. Contrary to expectations, most of these coins were a type minted by the Zhengwen Emperor, known as the Fuming Tongbao. A few coins from the Yuan dynasty were also discovered, yet only 10 belonged to the 50 treasures of Guchuan. Thus, while there would be some impact on the world of antique coins, it would not be significantly profound. After all, the quantity of Yuan dynasty currency that has survived to the present day is already scarce. Whether there are 10 more or 10 fewer, demand still outstrips supply. With the 11th coffin finally examined, Director Ding let out a sigh of relief. This coffin had proven to be exceedingly troublesome. Had it been entrusted to that research institute, the authentication process would have undoubtedly taken over a year. Fortunately, Xiao's capabilities are widely recognized. There was no way to manipulate this matter. Consequently, Director Ding and his colleagues merely needed to extract the copper coins and perhaps take a cursory glance. Following the authentication of the 11th coffin, they proceeded to open 12 more consecutively. The contents varied greatly, yet none were particularly sensational. Of course, this was only in comparison to what had been previously discovered. In ordinary circumstances, any one of the items found within would have piqued Director Ding's interest, as they were all genuinely antiques, far superior to modern imitations. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream remained unaware of these nuances. They only recognized that the miraculous host was truly exceptional. Upon the opening of the 24th coffin, a somewhat bored Director Ding's interest was reignited. To his astonishment, this coffin contained calligraphy and paintings. Was this even possible? How could paintings have been preserved? Witnessing this scene left Director Ding astounded. These were indeed remarkable treasures. The legacy of Longwar relies on such artworks. Each piece vividly depicts the grandeur of mountains and rivers, capturing the essence of bustling marketplaces. As Director Ding slowly unfurled the scroll, he realized it was a work by Zuo Yunlong. Ding gasped, taken aback by the unexpected charisma of Zuo Yunlong. However, given that no items attributed to Zuo Yunlong had ever surfaced in the market, pricing them proved to be an arduous task. Subsequently, he unveiled a scroll, a work by an unnamed artist, presumably a painting crafted by one of Zuo Yunlong's literary officials. As Dean Ding meticulously examined the artwork, his heart surged with emotion. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left utterly astonished. Wow, who would have thought that Zhu Yunjian possessed such talent? This artwork is quite remarkable. No wonder he is of imperial lineage. Alas, it is a pity that Zhu Yunjian has remained obscure. Otherwise, his calligraphy and paintings would undoubtedly surpass those of the esteemed Elder Qichuan. This piece evokes memories of Emperor Huizong of Song. Furthermore, it reminds one of the last ruler of the Southern Tang, both of whom had their talents overshadowed by their thrones. Zhu Yunjian's potential truly seems squandered. Thankfully, we have the miraculous host. Otherwise, these treasures might have remained hidden from the world for an indeterminate period. Indeed, this miraculous host is exceptional, managing to unearth even Zhu Yunjian's artworks, truly deserving of the title. It appears that the miraculous host is destined for invincibility. At that moment, Mr. Ma stood behind Dean Ding, gazing at the successive paintings with misty eyes. The image of a dethroned emperor vividly sprang to life on the canvas, resonating with both song and sorrow. Zhu Yunjian's profound yearning for his homeland permeated the strokes of his brush. Once the coffin was properly arranged, Dean Ding refrained from further examination, recognizing that preserving such artworks required utmost caution. Should these precious pieces be damaged, he would never forgive himself. They were simply too rare and invaluable. The coffin opening continued, revealing an array of items, though most were ordinary and failed to elicit any sense of awe. The only object that rekindled Dean Ding's interest was a set of bronze artifacts found within a coffin adjacent to Zhu Yunjian's. This coffin, crafted from exquisite Wangwali wood, appeared to belong to one of Zhu Yunjian's consorts, as it contained a female corpse. The bronze items, though uniquely shaped, would appear to the untrained eye as mere scrap metal. Consequently, the livestream audience remained largely indifferent. Finally, they reached the last coffin belonging to Zhu Yunjian. As the coffin was gradually opened, it revealed an assortment of gold and silver treasures, showcasing the opulence and grandeur befitting an emperor, even one who had fallen from grace. The viewers in the livestream had long since grown desensitized to such displays. Is this truly the coffin of an emperor, only to contain such mundane items? One viewer mused, indeed, this emperor must have endured a rather constrained existence. Look, the miraculous host is nearly dozing off. Huh. Not even someone of such extraordinary caliber can sustain enthusiasm for these items, and I, a mere onlooker, find it hard to muster any excitement. Truly, it has become rather tedious. In the past, even encountering such coffins would have thrilled me. Alas, not anymore. Now, the miraculous host has truly refined our tastes. Indeed, watching other hosts' live streams has lost its allure. There's simply no contest. The miraculous host is exceptional, and one cannot help but be in awe. At this moment, Director Ding seems to have discovered something, his gaze oddly intense. Subsequently, he reaches into the coffin and meticulously explores, uncovering a hidden compartment. From this secret recess, Director Ding slowly retrieves a piece of fabric. What is this? It is astonishing that it could be concealed in such a manner, cherished by the Jiangwen Emperor. Chapter 89. The King of Heaven's Gift to His Son. As the painting is gradually unfurled, Director Ding is left in utter shock. How is this even possible? How could this be here? What exactly has Zuo Yunlong unearthed? Director Ding, gazing at the painting before him, is so overwhelmed that he begins to babble incoherently. Mr. Ma, upon witnessing Director Ding's expression, cannot help but approach to inspect the artwork. In an instant, Mr. Ma is equally astounded. How can this be? How can this be? He murmurs, as if something monumental has transpired. The crew members begin to speculate amongst themselves. I can't shake the feeling that our boss has once again accomplished something extraordinary. Indeed, that expression resembles the one he wore upon encountering the Jojo Ding. Truly, what could evoke such astonishment from Director Ding? Could it be the discovery of another artifact on par with the Jojo Ding? Boss, do you know what has been retrieved? Zuo Yunlong, at this moment, is leisurely tending to his nails, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding on stage. Only when he hears his crew's inquiry does he glance up. The painting immediately captures his attention. For a fleeting moment, Zuo Yunlong appears slightly taken aback. However, he soon regains his usual demeanor. It's nothing extraordinary, merely the King of Heaven's gift to his son. The crew exchanges bewildered looks. The King of Heaven's gift to his son? Is it renowned? I'm not sure. I've never heard of it. I'm just a rough fellow, uninterested in such matters. Have you heard of it? No, I haven't either. Who is the artist? Meanwhile, within the live stream, upon hearing this name, viewers are left momentarily speechless. Goodness, I thought I was seeing things. It truly is the King of Heaven's gift to his son? How could this painting possibly be here? It defies logic. Isn't the King of Heaven's gift to his son from the Shao family? How did it end up here? My word, it's indeed the work of the revered Wu Daozi. I simply must know if this King of Heaven's gift to his son is genuine or a forgery. I just checked, and it remains with the Shao family. How has it appeared here? Could it be? What on earth has transpired? I feel as though my mind is struggling to comprehend it all. Truly, one must admire what our miraculous host can unearth. Now, even the paintings of the esteemed Wu Daozi have surfaced. Everyone, remain calm. Let us first allow Director Ding to examine it. I sense there is a grand tale unfolding here. Dean Ding excitedly unfurled the scroll, meticulously examining the exquisite masterpiece inch by inch through a magnifying glass. Mr. Ma, equally cautious, scrutinized the brushstrokes and ink, his expression growing increasingly animated with each passing moment. It took nearly 2 hours for both Dean Ding and Mr. Ma to complete their inspection of the painting. Upon finishing, they exchanged a glance, the thrill of discovery glimmering in their eyes as they silently comprehended one another's thoughts. This painting of the Bodhisattva of childbirth is indeed authentic. Furthermore, it was undeniably crafted by the renowned Wu Daozi. Dean Ding's lips curled into a satisfied smile, as the Dragon Kingdom once again rose to prominence. He then proclaimed with great clarity, "This painting of the Bodhisattva of childbirth, attributed to the masterful Wu Daozi, has been authenticated as genuine." His announcement resonated through the air, leaving the crew in awe, aware only that this artwork was of great significance. Is it true? The master of painting? Does that mean the creations he produced are immensely valuable? They murmured. "Boss, have we struck gold again?" exclaimed one, overwhelmed with excitement. "This is remarkable. Truly exhilarating," scoffed Zuo Yunlong, dismissively pouting. "It's not a fish, so what's there to be thrilled about? Catching fish is where the real joy lies." Meanwhile, the livestream audience was left in a state of bewilderment. Did I hear that correctly? Did Dean Ding just declare this artwork to be genuine? Oh my, what about the painting from the Shao family? Could it be that they acquired a counterfeit? The host, known for miraculous discoveries, had seemingly diminished the pride of the Shao family by deeming their treasured painting a forgery. But wait, many artists create multiple versions of the same work. The Shao family's piece may not necessarily be a fake. One viewer remarked, "I don't know much, but I do know that our miraculous host is indeed extraordinary." Stay calm, stay composed, put away that naive demeanor. With the miraculous host, this is merely a small spectacle, another reassured. Wow, the miraculous host is truly incredible. I am eager to learn how the host achieved this feat. Is there even justice left in the world to unearth such a treasure? If that's the case, justice must have long vanished. Let us not forget, the Jojo Ding was also uncovered by our esteemed host. Haha, as a devoted fan of the miraculous host, I am immensely proud. Cut the poetic nonsense. Following the miraculous host is simply exhilarating. What fortune it is for me to be able to follow such a remarkable host. The archaeologists present were similarly stunned by this revelation. Isn't the Bodhisattva of childbirth supposed to be with the Shao family? How could it possibly be here? Dean Ding, could there be a mistake? Is it conceivable that there are two versions of the Bodhisattva of childbirth? They queried. Indeed, Dean Ding, how could there be two? Dean Ding, is this truly the case? Dean Ding, understanding their skepticism, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, after thorough examination alongside Mr. Ma, this painting of the Bodhisattva of childbirth is confirmed to be authentic. I have previously visited the genuine piece that you refer to, but even then, I sensed something amiss, which is why I could not acknowledge that version. Now, I can confidently assert that the painting known as Tian Wang, Sending Offspring, is indeed a forgery. However, to label it simply as a forgery would be misleading. It is in fact a replica from the Song dynasty. It possesses a remarkable semblance, achieving a level of artistry that could easily deceive the untrained eye. One cannot deny that this rendition of Tian Wang, Sending Offspring, is a commendable artwork in its own right. Nevertheless, when juxtaposed with the original, painted by the esteemed Wu Daozi, it pales in comparison. Archaeological experts are astounded. Could it be true that the Tian Wang, Sending Offspring, cherished in the Shao family's collection for so many years, is merely a counterfeit, just a mere imitation crafted by later generations? The absurdity of this revelation is palpable. Yet, witnessing the unwavering confidence radiating from Director Ding, the room fell into a hushed silence. After all, Director Ding's esteemed reputation precedes him. He would not assert such a claim without substantial evidence. At this moment, Mr. Ma stepped forward to corroborate the findings. Indeed, I have seen the genuine Tian Wang sending offspring, and it undeniably surpasses this version. Therefore, that piece is unequivocally a forgery. The crew members now realized the gravity of the situation. The artwork that the Xiao family had treasured as a national treasure was, in fact, merely a replica of this remarkable piece. How extraordinary must the owner of the original be? Chapter 90, a 5-character conclusion. The audience in the live stream was left in disbelief upon hearing Director Ding's proclamation. What? I merely speculated, and the host took it seriously? Goodness. The host just exposed the Xiao family's pride and joy as a counterfeit. This is incredible. The host's decisive action has stripped the Xiao family's illusion bare. Director Ding cautiously stored away the Tian Wang sending offspring. Subsequently, he retrieved another piece of calligraphy from the depths of his collection. Everyone was astonished. Another piece? Upon unveiling it, they discovered it bore the calligraphy of Zhao Mengfu. Zhao Mengfu, a descendant of the Song Taizu, had aligned himself with the Yuan dynasty, drawing criticism from later generations. Yet, this does not diminish the undeniable talent he possessed. Zhao Mengfu was erudite and versatile, excelling in poetry and prose, mastering economics, calligraphy, and fine arts, as well as stone inscriptions and musical theory. He pioneered a new style of painting in the Yuan dynasty, earning the title of the crown jewel of Yuan artists. His artistic repertoire was vast, demonstrating proficiency in landscapes, figures, flowers, and birds alike. His calligraphy drew inspiration from the likes of Zhong Yao, the Tu Wangs, Li Yong, and Zhao Go, excelling in various styles including seal, clerical, regular, running, and cursive scripts, especially renowned for his regular and running scripts. His calligraphy was characterized by elegance and grace, with a structured composition and refined technique, creating the Zhao style of calligraphy, which stand alongside the greats like Ouyang Sun, Yan Jinxing, and Lu Gongquan. The fact that he can be compared to Yan Jinxing and Lu Gongquan is a testament to his profound calligraphic mastery. This particular piece is an undisclosed masterpiece by Zhao Mengfu. Yet, due to the presence of Wu Daoxi's painting, Director Ding exhibited no surprise. However, this did not diminish the astonishment of the archaeologists present. After all, while the authenticity of Wu Daoxi's work remains in question, there is no doubt that Zhao Mengfu's calligraphy is indeed genuine. It is truly astonishing that it is the handwriting of Zhao Mengfu. The brilliance of the Yuan dynasty is encapsulated in this very script. Remarkably, another piece of Zhao Mengfu's calligraphy has been uncovered. Indeed, treasures hidden in the depths are always extraordinary. I am astounded that there is yet another work by Zhao Mengfu. I wonder what else lies concealed within this hidden layer. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream remain oblivious to this script, engrossed in animated discussions about Wu Daoxi's paintings. The crew, however, is exhilarated. Wow, boss, this is the handwriting of Zhao Mengfu. It is immensely valuable. Indeed, boss, you are truly incredible. With such skills, why bother with fishing? Zuo Yunlong, with a serious demeanor, replies, let's keep a low profile. Fishing brings a greater sense of accomplishment. The crew collectively falls silent. Just as the astonishment begins to settle, Director Ding produces a third piece of calligraphy. The attendees are left in a state of bewilderment. What? There's more? This is simply astounding. At this moment, a consensus forms among all present. Anything preserved within the hidden depths by Zuo Yunlong must be exceptional works of art. Who could be the creator of this piece? As the artwork is slowly unveiled, Director Ding is once again taken aback. The handwriting of Emperor Huizong of Song? His incredulity is palpable. The slender gold script, so distinct, could only be the work of Emperor Huizong himself. Though his reign may not have been remarkable, his artistic prowess is undeniable. At that moment, Director Ding comprehends why Zuo Yunlong chose these calligraphies as burial treasures. Wu Daoxi's works are undeniably precious. Yet Zhao Mengfu's betrayal of his ancestors and Huizong's lament over his own talents resonate profoundly with Zuo Yunlong's true essence. Contemplating this, Director Ding cannot help but sighed deeply. The archaeologists present, however, remain oblivious to these reflections, simply aware that the handwriting of Emperor Huizong has resurfaced. The handwriting of Huizong? This is extraordinary. To witness his authentic work once more is incredible. What exactly did Zuo Yunlong accomplish from the Tang to the Ming dynasties? He seems to have collected masterpieces from every prominent artist across these eras. Truly, he is remarkable, as expected of one who has donned the imperial crown. Why was this discovery made by a mere fisherman? I'm so envious. This fisherman has unearthed such unparalleled masterpieces in one fell swoop. How astounding. What use is my archaeology now? I want to learn to fish. Teacher, I wish to fish. The viewers in the live stream are equally stunned upon seeing this script. There is even more. This is simply incredible. The host is truly exceptional. Damn it, I knew this keyboard wouldn't go to waste. Look, I'm really putting it to use now. Host, I am in awe. Wow, I have finally mastered it. Host, I have managed to type these 5 characters with my knees. Damn, you are impressive. The crew is equally astonished. Is this script truly that of an emperor? Or perhaps the work of the esteemed calligrapher, Emperor Huizong? This is indeed remarkable. This is indeed far superior to the esteemed 10 complete elders. After a brief appraisal, Ding Ding promptly declared the painting to be an authentic masterpiece. As for Zuo Yunlong, Ding Ding was utterly bewildered. At this juncture, anything unearthed by Zuo Yunlong could be considered a guarantee of authenticity. Astonishingly, even a painting displayed for decades by a minor Japanese family had been deemed a forgery by Zuo Yunlong. Could anything he discovered possibly be counterfeit? It was preposterous. Even if Ding Ding harbored doubts about his own appraisal, he would never dare question Zuo Yunlong's findings. The online community's bestowal of the title Master Archaeologist upon him was no mere jest. Indeed, he transcended even that title. When the final artifact emerged from the depths, Ding Ding was left in a state of shock, for it was a document reminiscent of an autobiography. Clearly, this item was none other than the diary of Zuo Yunlong, potentially the earliest diary to emerge from the Dragon Kingdom. As Ding Ding perused its contents, a shroud of enigmatic history was finally unveiled. Following the siege of the capital by Zuo Yunlong, under the protection of palace attendants, feigned his escape amidst the chaos of a great fire. After his escape, Zuo Yunlong, accompanied by a few loyal followers, ventured onto the seas. After drifting for several days, they ultimately found a place to land. Subsequently, Zuo Yunlong established a base there to begin the formation of his own nation. Learning from previous failures, Zuo Yunlong swiftly consolidated his power in that land. It was during Zheng He's third voyage to the west that he encountered Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong petitioned for peace with Zhu Di, who graciously acquiesced. The subsequent voyages of Zheng He were instrumental in supplying resources to the still unstable Zuo Yunlong, while simultaneously enhancing the prestige of the Ming Empire. Upon his death, in accordance with Zuo Yunlong's wishes, he was interred in the South China Sea alongside several founding ministers. After absorbing this astonishing information, Ding Ding was left reeling. The revelations were utterly unexpected. How could this be? How dare it be so? Chapter 91. A new ship's crew, a new beginning. Within the live stream, viewers were equally astonished to hear Ding Ding unveil such a concealed history. This defied all logic. They could hardly fathom such conclusion. It was nothing short of miraculous, akin to the revelations of a miraculous broadcaster. Such a groundbreaking discovery, truly remarkable. Without this miraculous broadcaster, this chapter of history might have remained shrouded in obscurity for countless more years. It is evident now that the miraculous broadcaster is indeed a person of great stories. Astounding. Simply astounding. With the final revelations made, this appraisal session drew to a close. Zuo Yunlong rose from his seat and stretched languidly. Ding Ding hurriedly approached him. Young Zuo, I have a small, albeit somewhat inconvenient request. What is it? Zuo Yunlong inquired, casting a casual glance at Ding Ding. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ding Ding rubbed his hands together. Well, regarding the items unearthed this time, as well as those from the previous occasion. Zuo Yunlong raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to acquire them? Ding Ding shook his head vigorously. No. I am well aware that these treasures are priceless, and I would never dare to ask you for them. May I kindly request a moment of your time for our research? Left Yunlong, unperturbed, nodded and replied, Feel free. I harbor no particular interest in these items. Donating them to you is not out of the question. However, since it appears you are not especially eager for them, you may keep them for now. I shall return to collect them when time permits. With that, Left Yunlong departed without a backward glance. The crew stood in stunned silence, astonished by their boss's audacity. How could he be so indifferent towards such a plethora of antiques? This was a collection that even Director Ding praised as priceless. One extraordinary boss we have, willing to part with such treasures. It was mind-boggling. What others dream of possessing seemed utterly dispensable to him. Our boss is incredible, truly exceptional. The viewers in the live stream also caught wind of Left Yunlong's final remarks. Wow, the miraculous host is truly a treasure. I could never part with even one of those items, exclaimed a viewer. How is it that the miraculous host appears so unfazed by these possessions? Another chimed in, I cannot fathom how he thinks. This is the true essence of a miraculous host. He creates wonders without even realizing it. One viewer remarked, I give the miraculous host full marks. He is simply phenomenal. Meanwhile, Director Ding, upon hearing Left Yunlong's words, was left in a state of shock. Dispensable items? Does little Left comprehend the value of these artifacts? He lamented, regretting not asking him directly for the items. It was too late now. Little Left truly was a pillar of the nation. Director Ding gazed admiringly at Left Yunlong's departing figure. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Coronel Liu? This is Ding Xian. I have ensured the safety of that host. You must protect him at all costs, understood? Left Yunlong returned home in a state of ennui. Even if the items were authentic, he felt no great excitement, for he could not yet venture out to sea. The promised rewards from the military were still pending. Just then his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the enthusiastic voice of Lieutenant Chow. Hello, Left Yunlong. The fishing boat we prepared for you has returned. Tomorrow, you can set sail once again. Upon hearing this news, Left Yunlong felt a thrill akin to retrieving the coffin of Zuo Yunlong. Really? That is splendid. Let's meet at the harbor tomorrow. I look forward to it. The next day, Left Yunlong arrived at the harbor bright and early. His vessel was still docked, and the crew was ready. He scanned the area for his new fishing boat. At that moment, Lieutenant Chow approached from the dock, chuckling, I knew you would be eager. I rushed over last night. Captain Chow chuckled heartily as he approached Zuo Yunlong. Where's the ship? Zuo Yunlong inquired, a rare note of urgency in his voice. Captain Chow gestured towards the largest cargo vessel docked at the port. There it is, right over there. Upon seeing the ship, Zuo Yunlong's eyes lit up. The crew, too, were left speechless by the sight of the colossal vessel. Goodness, such a large cargo ship. Could it truly be ours? Our boss is incredible, upgrading from shotgun to a cannon. Look at the draft. It's astonishingly massive. This is the fishing vessel of our dreams. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. This time, the Dragon Kingdom has truly invested heavily. Amazing. Our boss is simply amazing. Captain Chow, brimming with pride, introduced the vessel. This cargo ship is among the largest currently in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, it was decommissioned just yesterday from active service. In terms of speed, deck thickness, and overall configuration, it far surpasses any ordinary fishing boat. Additionally, it is equipped with the latest fishing technology, ensuring that even 2 humpback whales can be easily caught. Furthermore, this ship retains the interception system from your previous vessel, guaranteeing exceptional safety. Even in the face of a maritime tornado, this ship can navigate through it effortlessly. Zuo Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is quite impressive. A sly smile crept across Captain Chow's face. I hope this voyage brings you back laden with bounty. After all, the more you bring back, the higher your status will rise. As for what Zuo Yunlong might retrieve, Captain Chow could only speculate, uncertain whether it would be arms or antiques, or perhaps a combination of both, as in this instance. The crew, after hearing Captain Chow's introduction, were even more bewildered. No way. Is this really for us? Zuo Yunlong rolled his eyes at their lack of ambition. Get on board, set sail. He was the first to board the new vessel. Once aboard, Zuo Yunlong was taken aback. Why is a swimming pool here? What purpose could it serve? 3 swimsuit-clad beauties had long awaited them on the ship. Hello, young master. Zuo Yunlong was utterly speechless. If we can't fish, what's the point of being on this ship? His assistant, upon stepping aboard, immediately opened a live stream to share the exciting news with their online followers. Viewers exclaimed, no way. The streamer has switched ships again? Chapter 92, I'm just fishing. Do I really need naval protection? The assistant enthusiastically shared the ship's background and specifications with the viewers. The audience was once again left in disbelief. I'm starting to feel numb. Every time I watch this miraculous streamer, there's always something astonishing. I can't believe it. A decommissioned military ship has been converted into a fishing vessel? My goodness, this is even more outrageous. And it was decommissioned just yesterday? I genuinely wonder if this ship was retired specifically for the streamer. No kidding, that does seem plausible. First, there was the 9 provinces cauldron, then the Jiangwan Emperor, and now intercontinental missiles. Bestowing a military vessel does not seem excessive, does it? Haha, the host has truly outdone themselves this time. Even the military must concede. And it's not just the military. Did you not observe the venerable gentlemen from the Archaeological Research Institute yesterday? They were utterly in awe of the host. Who could argue otherwise? They have directly unraveled a historical enigma. Who else could boast such prowess as the host? I, for one, am thoroughly impressed. Only the host could achieve such a feat unexpectedly. However, Captain Chow also boarded the vessel. Zuo Yunlong cast a puzzled glance at Captain Chow. Is there something else? A peculiar smile appeared on Captain Chow's lips. Crewman Chow Ming, reporting to the captain. Zuo Yunlong was bewildered. What on earth is happening? The live stream was equally incredulous, buzzing with speculation. What's going on here? That appears to be a captain's rank, right? Why are they reporting to the miracle host? Goodness. Could it be that the military is truly mobilizing against the miracle host? The miracle host is indeed worthy of being considered an unconventional strategic asset, now necessitating the protection of Captain. This feels like cheating. Miracle host, I wish to board the vessel too. Is it now the case that one cannot simply board the host's ship without some degree of skill? Zuo Yunlong looked at Captain Chow with resignation. What is the meaning of this? Captain Chow smiled. It's quite literal. When you set sail, I shall be your crew member. Rest assured, at sea, I will certainly not fall short of anyone. Zuo Yunlong felt even more resigned. What does that imply? To have a captain come here as a crew member is rather exaggerated. I lack the influence to recruit a captain to serve as crew. Captain Chow feigned a hurt expression. Captain, could you exercise some conscience? Even if you do not accept me as a crew member, I will still come running back to you. Consider it. On each of your recent voyages, Haven T, I always been there to seek you out. Instead of rushing here last minute, I might as well join the ship as a crew member. After hearing Captain Chow's account, Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed Captain Chow had a valid point. Chow had indeed been present on his recent voyages. Conversely, it had been several days since he last saw Captain Wong. Let it be understood that aboard the ship, all matters will be under my command. No problem. Captain Chow readily agreed, as this was also the directive from above. Regardless of what Zuo Yunlong intended to do, he could proceed with confidence. Captain Chow would not intervene. Even if they were to retrieve a nuclear warhead, they would first heed Zuo Yunlong's words. Seeing Captain Chow's agreement, Zuo Yunlong nodded, considering it settled. The new fishing vessel officially set sail. Captain Chow produced a radio and promptly transmitted, First Fleet, our vessel has set sail. Please provide escort. Shortly thereafter, a voice crackled through the radio. Received. Zuo Yunlong looked at Captain Chow with exasperation. What is happening here now? Captain Chow smiled faintly and remarked, a special fleet has been dispatched to escort our fishing vessel. Besides, as a dignified captain, I possess a modicum of authority. He refrained from disclosing to Zuo Yunlong that this was the command of the military district commander. Upon hearing Captain Chow's words, the online viewers were even more bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is watching the streamer live no longer sufficient? Are we boarding the streamer's ship directly? The streamer is truly remarkable, managing to secure naval escort from an entire fleet. The most extraordinary fishing vessel in history has emerged. I must ask, who else can boast such a privilege? I can't stop laughing. Only a miraculous streamer could receive such an impossible treatment. I am utterly confused. The captain is accompanying us on board, with a fleet of Navy ships providing escort. This must be the kind of treatment reserved for transporting national treasures, right? Were the upstairs commenters saying. Our streamer, based on the items retrieved, how can they not be considered national treasures? A regular person could never accomplish such feats. I maintain that our streamer is the greatest. If you disagree, come forth and argue. Captain Chow continued to explain, Zuo Yunlong. The original intention was to modify a warship and present it to you as a fishing vessel. However, after much deliberation, it was ultimately deemed too dangerous for you to possess such weaponry. Thus, this method was adopted instead. Zuo Yunlong wore a wry smile. I truly appreciate it. With your fleet arriving beside me, the fish must have already fled, leaving me with nothing to catch. What fish am I supposed to haul in now? Seeing Zuo Yunlong's discontent, Captain Chow promptly clarified, Zuo Yunlong, it's not as you imagine. Those warships will only maneuver at a distance from us, not hindering your fishing. Moreover, if all goes well, they might even drive the fish from their area towards you. Just think, isn't that quite splendid? After hearing Captain Chow's explanation, Zuo Yunlong stroked his chin. Well, if that is the case, it does sound promising. As long as they don't scare my fish away. I won't complain, he said with confidence. Captain Chow silently scoffed. Since we set sail, how many fish have you actually caught? And asked the viewers in the live chat, how many came here to watch you fish? Aspirations may be grand, but reality is often stark. Very well. Let them accompany us. Let them witness how I catch fish. The online viewers, hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, couldn't help but mock him. Wow. I adore this confident demeanor of the miraculous streamer. Clearly unable to catch fish, yet he insists on posing as a master fisherman. Haha, to be honest, seeing the streamer catch fish is far more exhilarating than witnessing him haul in weapons. Ah, the commenter upstairs is right. This is the joy of longtime fans, after all. It's much easier to see the streamer catch weapons than to witness him catch fish. Chapter 93. Is this how it goes? Zuo Yunlong set sail once more, heading out to fish. The journey was invariably tedious. The viewers in the live broadcast room were abuzz with speculation about what Zuo Yunlong would manage to retrieve from the sea this time. What miraculous treasures could the host possibly uncover? Based on past experiences, it is likely that our host would first catch a couple of protected species. However, that is not guaranteed. The host has a tendency to come up empty-handed. Is it possible that today, with a single cast of a net, he might actually haul in an antique? Surely not. One cannot genuinely believe that antiques are as common as refuse, easily plucked from the depths. Yet, you might be surprised. In the realm of the miraculous host, antiques are indeed akin to mere rubbish. Have you not witnessed the host pulling out the 9 provinces cauldron? Or the coffin of Zuo Yunlong? Can you even imagine? If he lacked such abilities, would he still be called a miraculous host? Indeed, it is clear you are a newcomer, unfamiliar with the temperament of our miraculous host. Haha, indeed. Any disagreement could lead to an antique. And if that fails, he might even unleash a tank, and if still unsatisfied, a single intercontinental missile to settle matters. I ask, who else could compete? Is there no one speculating about munitions? I sense a substantial chance that the host might uncover arms as well. Arms? I fervently hope the host does not unearth any munitions. If he were to retrieve arms, he would face another 2 days of suspension from broadcasting. Do you know how I have endured these past few days? My spirit has been utterly depleted. Indeed, the previous commenter is correct. I too have felt lethargic these last few days, and it appears this is the source of my malaise. Miraculous host, please do not start by retrieving arms. Zuo Yunlong, however, paid no heed to the chatter within the live stream. Unbeknownst to others, a large package rested beside him. The crew members were momentarily taken aback by the scene. What scheme is our boss up to now? Surely, that package does not contain munitions? What is he preparing? He appears quite solemn about it. Zuo Yunlong retrieved a compass to ascertain his bearings. Subsequently, he began to extract items from the package, one by one. Statues of Guanyin, the Tathagata, Mithriya, Jikong, and the victorious fighting Buddha were meticulously laid out upon the deck. The crew members stared in astonishment. What is happening? Is the boss preparing to convert to Buddhism? Even if he were to do so, must he be so devout? How many statues has he pulled out? What did he bring these aboard? Truly, our boss is impressive. Such an abundance of Buddhist statues is remarkable. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. What is the miraculous host doing? Is he about to engage in a Buddhist ritual? With so many statues, is he preparing to conduct a grand ceremony? What would he possibly be planning? Zuo Yunlong continued to ignore the surrounding commotion, extracting more items from the package. Statues of the 3 pure ones, Zhenyuan Daxian, the Jade Emperor, Erlang Shun, and the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. The crew members looked on in disbelief. These figures, does the boss not seem to be converting to Buddhism? Are these not all Taoist deities? Has the boss lost his mind? Upon witnessing these deities, the viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Goodness, have even the various gods of Taoism been summoned? Miracle host, please, I am frightened. Is it truly a live broadcast that we can watch without spending a dime today? I have an ominous premonition. This is hardly a conversion to Buddhism. It is evident that the host has clearly aligned himself with Journey to the West. Indeed, if another volume of Journey to the West were to be produced, it would fit seamlessly. However, the items that Zuo Yunlong produced grew increasingly absurd. The eight-faced Buddha, Brahma, Shiva, Odin, Zeus, Apollo. When Zuo Yunlong unveiled the statue of Jesus, everyone was left in shock. The crew exchanged glances, pondering what their boss was truly up to. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live chat erupted in excitement. Haha, no way. It appears the host intends to pay homage to deities from all eras and cultures. Goodness, I thought Journey to the West was already outrageous. Yet here we have a veritable M-lang of deities from East and West. I am merely curious about what the host seeks to have assembled such an extravagant display. This is indeed a spectacle. Even the King of Hell would have to stand at attention before departing. It must be said, the host is rather impressive. Miracle host, are you invoking so many deities to ascend to the heavens, or what? My word, does the host find a mortal realm too mundane and plan to transcend? Which deity would dare to accept our host? Remarkably, nothing was overlooked. All mythological deities from various civilizations were represented here. Wait, hold on. There are none from the land of the rising sun. Do you think it is possible that this is merely a quirky penchant of the host? Goodness, such a statement is utterly outrageous. Who else possesses such a quirk and displays it so publicly? Hee. I shall refrain from saying anything and quietly observe the host. I am curious to see his intentions. Zuo Yunlong bowed 3 times with reverence. O celestial beings and deities, I implore you, this time at sea, please do not let me recover arms or other bizarre items. I already possess ample antiques. I require no more. After retrieving so many coffins, I merely wish to fish in peace. Is that too much to ask? Such sinister occurrences should be avoided. Yes? With your protection, I am certain all will be well. Correct? Captain Chow, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, could only face-palm in disbelief. To orchestrate such an elaborate display merely for this? He almost thought Zuo Yunlong was genuinely summoning a divine presence. The crew was equally astonished. Just for this? To summon all conceivable deities? Indeed, our boss's mind is rather unconventional. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Haha, this is too much. To gather so many deities on the deck merely for this? Haha, I can hardly contain myself. This is truly entertaining. My word, it is still the miracle host. Who could conceive of such a method? Host, tell me, how much did my adversary pay you to make me laugh to the point of tears? I cannot stop laughing. It is somewhat amusing that our miraculous host has finally come to recognize his own peculiarities, realizing the necessity of invoking divine assistance to maintain order. Host, cease your struggles, for they are in vain. At that moment, an unexpected wave surged onto the deck, toppling the idle position there. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed. Chapter 94. The propeller of the armed helicopter? Upon witnessing this scene, the chat erupted in laughter once more. Haha, what a turn of events. The host's idol has been overturned. This is simply too comical. It seems the heavens disapprove of his attempts to catch a fish. O host, great responsibilities are bestowed upon those deemed worthy. This is fate, and you must accept it. Haha, the moniker of the miraculous host has been solidified. Even the Buddha would be ineffective, as I have stated. What does the Buddha have to do with it? Invite any deity you wish. If one dares to respond affirmatively, I shall concede defeat. Miraculous host, hurry and fish. Abandon these futile gestures. Indeed, miraculous host, you must believe in yourself. You have the ability to soar. Exactly, miraculous host. You are a deity. Why then do you worship others? Zuo Yunlong, unfazed by the banter, hastily righted the idol that had fallen on the deck. Subsequently, he collected the idols one by one. Once organized, Zuo Yunlong declared, "That's enough. We shall fish here today." The crew, bewildered, realized that this was not the predetermined spot. His assistant cautiously inquired, "Boss, did you perhaps misremember? We are still several nautical miles away from our original location." Zuo Yunlong shook his head with conviction. "No, this is indeed the place." At that moment, Lieutenant Chow approached, intrigued by how Zuo Yunlong selected his fishing spots, consistently retrieving bizarre items. The assistant, still confused after seeking confirmation, was left puzzled. Zuo Yunlong chuckled. "Just now, I struck a deal with the divine. Casting the net here will undoubtedly yield fish free from any oddities." The assistant couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I believe you not. How many times have you claimed the same?" Yet, what we retrieved were either arms or antiques. Naturally, such thoughts remained unvoiced in the assistant's mind. As for Lieutenant Chow, he could not restrain his curiosity. Zuo Yunlong, how did you determine this location? Zuo Yunlong confidently raised his chin. Did I not just beseech the deities for a bountiful catch? And as fate would have it, a colossal wave toppled the idols. If they fell, it signifies that we have arrived. This is guidance from the divine. I must adhere to it. This confirms that the deities have granted my request. Therefore, we shall cast our nets here today. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's explanation, the viewers in the live stream were once again left in a state of bewilderment. Wow, I would give the host full marks for reading comprehension. If it fell, it signifies we have arrived. It's remarkable that the host could conceive such reasoning. My goodness, looking back, it seems that ineptitude renders divine intervention futile. Even when given guidance, one fails to comprehend the situation. Astonishingly, I must admit, there's a certain logic to what the host is saying. The host is truly remarkable. How could one even conceive of such an idea? Surely, no one has misjudged this. The host's first catch is, astonishingly, a fish. It is beyond imagination that this miraculous host is about to haul in fish once again. Let's not speculate aimlessly. Perhaps the host is merely conjecturing. I maintain my stance. You are indeed a god, dear host. Do the words of other deities hold any weight? Even Lieutenant Chow is bewildered. Is the selection of location so arbitrary? There is no semblance of reference. Stop when commanded. Cast the net when instructed. Is it truly possible to catch protected species? Is it feasible to retrieve antiques? Can one even haul in weaponry? Lieutenant Chow is genuinely perplexed. If it were indeed this effortless to catch such items, it would be exceedingly simple. Chow silently muses. I refuse to believe you will produce anything as bizarre today. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the little assistant is utterly in awe. It is truly the proprietor who possesses such erudition. If it were up to me, I would not have been able to connect, overturned with arrived. This is truly astonishing. Lieutenant Chow retrieves his walkie-talkie and, having agreed on a distance with the team, patiently awaits Zuo Yunlong's command to cast the net. Zuo Yunlong, however, does not linger. A lack of enthusiasm for fishing indicates a flaw in one's mindset. Cast the net. With Zuo Yunlong's authoritative command, the crew swiftly lowers the first net of the day into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream anxiously observe the fishing net, sensing that perhaps this miraculous host might actually catch fish this time. How is it that watching a miraculous host fish evokes such excitement? Fishing vessels typically catch fish without fuss, yet here it feels transformed into something extraordinary. Indeed, the ability of a miraculous host to catch fish is, in itself, a miracle. It is akin to a barber claiming he never cuts the hair of those who can style their own. It is a paradox. Is it possible to elevate the act of fishing to such philosophical heights? Lieutenant Chow also watches the net with a hint of anxiety. He wonders if Zuo Yunlong will create yet another miracle. As time progresses, Zuo Yunlong resolutely commands the net to be raised. The net ascends slowly, revealing a metallic object within. Chow instantly recognizes it. A propeller? The propeller of an armed helicopter? To retrieve this on the very first haul? Initially skeptical of Zuo Yunlong, Chow is now completely convinced. He personally participated in every step from site selection to net casting. It was entirely random. To retrieve a helicopter propeller under such circumstances is astonishing. Indeed, the reputation of arms dealers is well deserved. Upon witnessing this, Zuo Yunlong's expression turns somewhat sorrowful. This is not right. Where are the fish we were promised? The crew members are equally bewildered. When has it ever been possible to catch such items from the sea? There have been no reports of armed helicopters crashing in this vicinity recently. The viewers in the live stream cannot contain their laughter. I must say, it is still the host. The divine remains unseen. With a hearty laugh, the host truly displayed remarkable prowess. Could it be that they have retrieved a helicopter rotor blade? Indeed, the host has proven their mettle. Observe the lieutenant's expression, as if he were contemplating bowing to the host in reverence. It is evident that anyone who boards the miraculous host's vessel must disembark in humility. Zuo Yunlong pondered for a moment. No, that cannot be right. It must be due to the time spent gathering equipment, which delayed the netting process. Let's proceed. I refuse to believe that we cannot catch any fish this time. The net, laden with the helicopter rotor, was slowly laid upon the deck. Lieutenant Chow approached to inspect it, but refrained from further comments. After all, identifying the helicopter solely from a rotor blade is no simple task. Before long, the second net descended into the depths, patiently awaiting its moment to surface. In the live stream, viewers were intently focused on the fishing boat. Could it be so soon? It appeared the host was eager to extract a helicopter. Miraculous host. Let the moment of wonder unfold. Helicopter, emerge. The chat was flooded with requests for a helicopter. Zuo Yunlong sighed in exasperation. Who desires a helicopter? I am here to catch fish. This net is undoubtedly filled with fish. The divine has given its guidance. This time, there can be no mistakes. Timing seemed just about right, so Zuo Yunlong decisively commanded the net to be raised. As the net slowly ascended, it revealed merely a wing from an aircraft. Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words. What is this? Where are the fish? Was this wing fashioned by fish? This must be a jest. Lieutenant Chow, now somber, could no longer find humor in the situation. It was utterly absurd. How could a single cast yield an aircraft component? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The viewers in the live chat expressed a mix of disappointment and excitement upon seeing the aircraft wing. It was not a helicopter. This defied logic. How could one possibly retrieve a wing? Do helicopters even have wings? Host, what are you attempting to do? Are you conjuring spells to fish out these useless items? The next net, the audience was certain, would surely bring forth an aircraft. The miraculous host retrieving a plane was merely a matter of time. Indeed, the host was veering further down the path of the extraordinary. Go, host. We believe in your capabilities, they urged. Let's witness how one extracts a helicopter from the depths of the sea. Could it be? To retrieve a helicopter from the ocean. Are you all serious? While others may hesitate, the miraculous host is undoubtedly capable. After all, this is someone who has pulled out intercontinental missiles. What is a helicopter in comparison? Zuo Yunlong gazed at the aircraft wing resting on the deck, lost in contemplation. Something must be amiss. This is not how it should be. He mused silently. Should we not have caught fish by now? There must be an issue. Confounded, Zuo Yunlong prepared to cast the net once more. The third net plunged into the depths of the sea. Zuo Yunlong quietly calculated time. Lieutenant Chow could no longer bear to watch. Could it be that this young man truly intended to salvage a helicopter? Is it even possible to retrieve such an object from the sea? This situation seemed utterly absurd. In the live stream, the viewers once again resonated in unison with their enthusiastic chants. Aircraft! Aircraft! Salvage the aircraft! Come on, streamer, let us see an aircraft. Miracle streamer. If you can't retrieve an aircraft with this net, I would lose all respect for you. Could it be possible, some speculated, that the miracle streamer plans to salvage the various components of the aircraft and assemble it? Such audacity was astonishing. Could the miracle streamer truly assemble an aircraft? This streamer was indeed remarkable. Ha! I told you, divine intervention is utterly futile. Even if a deity were to appear, they would surely veer away upon encountering our miracle streamer. After a brief pause, Zuo Yunlong commanded the net to be cast once more. At this point, he was uncertain how far he had ventured while retrieving the statue, so he opted to lower and raise the fishing net swiftly. This way, he could discern where the fish might be. Even an empty net would signal good fortune for Zuo Yunlong, as long as it did not yield any bizarre items. However, fate seemed inclined to play a jest on him. As the third net slowly surfaced, Zuo Yunlong gazed at the aircraft's tail wing within the net, sighing repeatedly. Is this never-ending? How could this happen again? Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chow found himself at a loss for words. Randomly selecting a spot, they had already retrieved a helicopter's rotor, then the wings, and now the tail wing. If the search team was this efficient, they would be unbeatable. It was a waste of talent not to pursue a search operation. The viewers in the live stream expressed their dissatisfaction fervently. Today, the miracle streamer is off his game. All we're getting are components. It seems that salvaging an aircraft is indeed a challenge for our miracle streamer. Haha. It looks like the streamer is determined to assemble an aircraft today. This miracle streamer has lost his touch. After 3 nets, we still have not seen the aircraft. Haha. This is hilarious. I just want to see when the miracle streamer will finally retrieve the aircraft. Naturally, some viewers came to Zuo Yunlong's defense. What do you know? You clearly aren't long-time fans. The streamer has always taken a gradual approach to salvage. Just like when they salvaged a tank. Didn't they first retrieve a track to give everyone a hint? Exactly. When salvaging an intercontinental missile, they began with the tires, then moved on to military vehicles. and finally the missile itself. Indeed, this is a considerate streamer who understands the need to inform us about what they intend to salvage today. Yes, if they had pulled up the helicopter right away, the live stream would have erupted in chaos. Go for it, streamer. So Yunlong thought to himself, what? I merely wish to fish in peace. Is it truly possible to retrieve an aircraft? Why does it feel as though I am here solely for the aircraft? At this moment, Captain Chow solemnly approached Zuo Yunlong and inquired, Zuo Yunlong, how did you know there were planes here? Zuo Yunlong was at a loss for words, lamenting, if I had known there were planes here, I would never have cast my net in this spot. All I wanted was to catch a simple fish. Is that too much to ask? How could I have known there were planes? Captain Chow regarded Zuo Yunlong with skepticism. Yet, he had closely observed every step of Zuo Yunlong's process, from the site selection to the net casting. After a moment's hesitation, Captain Chow ultimately refrained from voicing his doubts, silently pondering the absurdity of the situation. It truly felt as if this fellow was somehow destined for the plains. No, no, Zuo Yunlong muttered softly to himself. It must be that we haven't reached the place where the statue has fallen. The deity is displeased and is punishing me deliberately. Once we reach that spot, prepare to be astounded. I will surely bring up a net full of fish for you to see. The crew exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could it be that our boss possesses some extraordinary ability to know of the plane's presence? The sheer improbability of it all was overwhelming. It felt as though today, the boss was indeed seeking out the planes. Goodness, if that were true, our captain would be remarkable indeed. So impressive yet willing to take us, his underlings, along for the ride. He truly is a philanthropist. Zuo Yunlong, however, paid no heed to the crew's sentimental reflections. His mind was solely focused on hauling in fish to vindicate himself. Cast the net, quickly, cast it again, he urged loudly. The crew sprang into action, promptly lowering the nets. Now, all the crew believed that this net would undoubtedly bring forth a plane. The viewers in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. Look, the host is anxious. Haha, could there really be a plane down there? Wow, if this net actually retrieves a plane, the host will be nothing short of miraculous. Today, the host must surely catch a plane. Chapter 96, Absolutely Invincible. Once the crew submerged the fishing net to the seabed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. We nearly hindered our captain's quest for a plane. If we failed to retrieve a plane, every crew member present would bear the blame. Isn't our boss more keen on fishing? Someone mused. Of course. If you claimed you were out at sea to catch a plane, you'd surely be deemed insane. Well, I must say, our boss does possess some prowess. No wonder he remains so composed whenever he hauls something up. It seems he has a plan all along. They knew better than to speak of this. For if such thoughts were revealed, the captain might be taken away, and none of them would enjoy working on any fishing vessel in the future. Exactly. We must never let this slip. If Zuo Yunlong were aware of the crew's current discussions, he might well cough up blood in disbelief. All he wanted was to peacefully catch a fish. Now it seemed even his own crew doubted him. Presently, Zuo Yunlong was entirely focused on keeping track of time. Soon, Zuo Yunlong's expression shifted abruptly. With a grand gesture of his hand, he exclaimed, "Raise the nets." The crew, who had been casually chatting, immediately sprang into action upon hearing those two words. Let's go. Let's retrieve an aircraft. They cheered. Ha! I wonder which country's plane our boss has set his sights on this time. Surely not from our Dragon Nation, as our planes are remarkably safe. The crew, suddenly invigorated, worked with fervor, much to Zuo Yunlong's surprise and satisfaction. After all, they were his own crew. Their industriousness was commendable. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream became animated with excitement. Come on, let's witness a miracle. This time, it must be an aircraft. Third time's the charm, right? The streamer can surely deliver this time. Miracle streamer, thank you for your consideration. I've already fortified my mental defenses. Yes, no problem at all. We are all prepared. Miracle streamer, there's no need for you to feel constrained. Fearlessly bring that plane aboard. They urged, eager to witness the spectacle of an aircraft being retrieved from the depths of the sea. As the fishing net slowly ascended, Zuo Yunlong watched anxiously with anticipation. Once this net brings up the catch, let us see what you all have to say, he mused silently, observing the taut ropes of the net. He felt a rush of delight. This had to be a substantial haul. The crew, witnessing the unfolding scene, became even more energized. There's no escaping it. It's an aircraft. As the net gradually emerged from the water, it indeed contained a plane. Zuo Yunlong was left speechless. Why is it so challenging to simply catch fish? What on earth is this aircraft doing here? Who discarded it in the ocean? Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chow was equally bewildered upon seeing the plane. How is this even possible? They actually retrieved an aircraft? Chow had been a first-hand witness to Zuo Yunlong's entire process, noting that he had employed no high-tech equipment for underwater exploration. Yet, miraculously, they had indeed brought up an aircraft. Where could one even begin to make sense of this? The viewers in the live stream erupted with disbelief. No way. They really pulled up an aircraft? I told you, the miracle streamer is truly reliable. Haha, I guessed it right. I finally figured out what the miracle streamer would bring up. Oh my, I can't believe it. The miracle streamer really did retrieve an aircraft. Indeed, the more outrageous the claim, the more likely it was to be true. This is the essence of the miracle streamer. Goodness, miracle streamer, you are incredible. Indeed, even the divine would take a detour around you. Now, I must ask, who else dares to challenge this? Haha, miracle streamer, your reputation is well-deserved. You truly delivered, showcasing your prowess right before the lieutenant. Look, that lieutenant is utterly flabbergasted. Who would have thought? The miracle streamer is indeed this formidable. Who would dare to imagine that an aircraft could be retrieved? Wait a moment, I can hardly fathom that this aircraft was actually retrieved from the depths of the ocean. Is such a feat even plausible? It is evident before your very eyes. So what is there left to doubt? The crew, upon witnessing the aircraft being hoisted from the water, erupted into jubilant applause. Thank goodness our boss did not waste any time in salvaging the plane. Hearing the urgency in the boss's voice made it clear that something significant was afoot. Indeed, we have successfully brought up an aircraft. Our boss is truly remarkable. His prowess is undeniable. I'm left wondering how he managed to pinpoint its location with such precision. Could it be that he possesses some ancient secret to locating treasures? This is indeed extraordinary. We, as a group of brothers, have genuinely pulled an aircraft from the sea. I am grateful to have aligned myself with such an incredible leader. The prospect of recovering a plane was something I never dared to dream of in my lifetime, yet our boss has made it a reality. Why did I not come into this world a few years later, so that I could spend more time by his side? Alas, my years spent fishing seem wasted. I have not experienced a single day as exhilarating as being alongside our boss. This is the life a fisherman ought to lead. Who can deny that our boss truly understands the art of fishing? Zuo Yunlong, observing the exuberant crew, felt increasingly despondent. After all, they had not caught fish, but rather an aircraft. What was there to celebrate? Am I the only one who is not pleased with this development? While everyone else revels in joy, the aircraft was cautiously placed on the deck by several enthusiastic crew members, for this treasure was hard-won. Any damage to it would result in a considerable loss. When the plane finally rested on the deck, Lieutenant Chow regained his composure. Without hesitation, he rushed to inspect the aircraft. Upon closer examination, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. What on earth? It's a fighter jet. Zuo Yunlong followed closely behind Lieutenant Chow to assess the situation. Upon hearing that it was a fighter jet, Zuo Yunlong was momentarily taken aback. Are we truly so fortunate? Not only have we retrieved an aircraft, but a fighter jet as well. This solidifies our reputation as arms dealers, does it not? Indeed, viewers in a live stream who heard Lieutenant Chow's exclamation immediately expressed their astonishment. A fighter jet? The miraculous streamer has once again pulled a fighter jet from the depths of the ocean? Is there anything more outrageous than this? My goodness, what am I witnessing? The arms dealer moniker is certainly well-deserved. They have even managed to salvage a fighter jet. What an invincible streamer. In Chapter 97, trust me, the next haul will definitely be fish. Lieutenant Chow, after a brief moment of shock, meticulously examined the fighter jet. He noticed a small inscription on it, which he quickly recognized. It was a Type 15 fighter jet purchased by a certain nation from the United States. Although it is an older model, it remains in active service. The fact that this aircraft was acquired from the United States is astonishing. How could this possibly be? Lieutenant Chow was left in a state of surprise. If it were an ordinary retired fighter jet, it would be one thing. However, this aircraft is clearly still in active service. The viewers in the live stream continued to shower likes with fervor. Remarkably, it is a fighter jet belonging to the Shao family. This will surely leave them in tears. What a waste of money. Such a fine aircraft. How can they just abandon it? Indeed, it seems our host must personally intervene, which is quite distressing. Are we at odds with the Shao family? Recently, I heard that it was our host who cleared out their spies. Goodness. The Shao family is known for their underhanded tactics. Our host should be cautious. Huh. Our host is so formidable that they have even dispatched a warship for protection. Are they truly afraid of the Shao family as retaliation? As expected, when our miraculous host takes action, the impact is undeniably strategic. I cannot help but admire our host. They are truly remarkable. Zuo Yunlong cast a glance at Captain Chao. His expression clearly conveyed the message. You better keep a close eye on this. You are here for the entire process. The retrieval of this fighter jet has nothing to do with me. Captain Chao felt helpless. Who could have anticipated that a fighter jet could be salvaged from the sea? This situation is absurd beyond belief. However, under Zuo Yunlong's scrutinizing gaze, Captain Chao felt somewhat uncomfortable. Understood. I will handle this matter, Zuo Yunlong calmly stated. Then I shall continue fishing, he added. Captain Chao retorted, Are you sure you are fishing? What kind of legitimate fishing results in the retrieval of a fighter jet? Zuo Yunlong paid little heed to such concerns and directly ordered the crew to cast another net. Upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong's second cast, the viewers in the live stream started to speculate. Goodness, is our host not satisfied with just one fighter jet and preparing to haul in another? Haha, after all, this is an aircraft that is nearly obsolete. Our host surely wishes to uphold their reputation. Indeed, if our host could retrieve this fighter jet, how could they possibly refrain from retrieving a second? Let's watch the spectacle unfold. What? The audacity of those upstairs to remain seated. Quickly kneel. Yes, yes. Can you genuinely sit back and watch the host live stream? You truly do not regard our host. My legs have grown numb from kneeling, yet I persist in watching from this position. What a tenacious individual to be able to sit while watching. How large must their heart be? Zuo Yunlong gazed out at the sea, his eyes suddenly brightening. A statue. Is it the statue of Sun Wukong? This must be the spot. Zuo Yunlong immediately felt a surge of excitement. The statue of Sun Wukong is made of wood, and now it floats on the surface of the water. It must have been swept into the sea by that recent giant wave. However, this provided Zuo Yunlong with a precise location. This is definitely where the statue fell. There must be fish here. We've arrived. This is the place. Zuo Yunlong's voice carried an air of excitement. Captain Chao was still meticulously examining the fighter jet when he was startled by Zuo Yunlong's words. We've arrived? Could it be that another fighter jet awaits this young man to salvage? The crew members were equally exhilarated. Wow, has our boss locked in another coordinate? Is there something big about to emerge from this spot? Ha! I always knew our boss was a hidden gem. In critical moments, our boss is truly reliable. To discover something so quickly again, our boss is indeed extraordinary. The viewers in the live stream also buzzed with excitement. What does the host mean? What has arrived? Is the host once again contemplating the statue? Don't be naive. Our miraculous host must have uncovered something significant. No way. Are they now just being straightforward? Is this the big reveal? Goodness. Is our miraculous host about to lay it all bare? I came here hoping to snag a plane, so come at me. My goodness. The miraculous host has finally dropped the act. I was wondering why things seemed so absurd. Turns out the miraculous host had already scouted everything. Upstairs. Please think before you speak. Can that guy's intercontinental missile be arranged in advance? Just try to arrange a plane for me ahead of time. Seriously. Do they have a mine at home or something? Even if they did, they wouldn't dare let a fighter jet be tossed into the sea. Captain Chao hurried to Lieutenant Zuo Yunlong's side. What has arrived? Have you discovered another fighter jet? Zuo Yunlong looked at Captain Chao as if he were a fool. Discover a fighter jet in the sea? Are you joking? Is that even remotely possible? Captain Chao thoughtfully glanced at the fighter jets still on the deck, nodding solemnly. Zuo Yunlong instantly grasped Captain Chao's implication and calmly replied, This was all an accident. Do you believe me? Yes. I do believe you if you said you could summon Guanyin. Captain Chao replied with unwavering confidence. Zuo Yunlong was utterly speechless. Was this considered belief or disbelief? He shrugged and said, This fighter jet incident is purely coincidental. I'm just an ordinary fisherman hoping to catch some fish. Captain Chao wore an expression of disbelief. An ordinary fisherman? Not long ago, a corrupt official claimed to be the son of a farmer. Is this how humans speak? Captain Chao inquired. So what did you mean by what has arrived? Zuo Yunlong pointed to the statue of Sun Wukong in the sea. Look, this is the spot where the statue fell earlier. I found it, and I'm sure I'll catch fish soon. Captain Chao gazed at the drifting statue of Sun Wukong, letting out a helpless sigh. It seemed even Sun Wukong could not save Zuo Yunlong. Perhaps, in sheer desperation, he had jumped into the sea. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers were bewildered. Wow, I thought the host was about to reveal something significant, but instead, they found a statue? Is the miraculous host still struggling? They haven't given up yet? A statue of Sun Wukong? Can that even be possible? Our host is indeed extraordinary. Sigh, the miraculous host is still putting on a show. I bet what they pull up next will be a plane. No worries, since the miraculous host refuses to give up. Let us ensure they completely abandon this hope. Zuo Yunlong calmly declared, watch closely. Once I cast this net, I will cast another by the statue, and I'm certain we will catch some fish. Chapter 98. The Sioux, 35 multi-role fighter. Haul the net. With Zuo Yunlong's command, the crew sprang into action without the slightest hesitation. The fishing net, which had just sunk to the ocean floor, was gradually pulled back up. The taut lines of the net indicated that they had indeed caught something substantial this time. The crew exchanged astonished glances. No way. Did we really catch something so quickly after just casting the net? Our boss must have calculated this perfectly. Is it just me? Or is our boss operating at an unusually high efficiency today? This defies logic. How could we have caught anything in such a short time? This is absurd. To bring up a net so quickly and actually have it ensnare something? Let us just focus on our work. We shouldn't try to guess our boss's thoughts. I must have accrued some tremendous fortune in my past life to be able to follow my boss in this one. Zuo Yunlong, gazing at the taut net line, was equally bewildered. Is it even possible to catch something so soon? Has it even been 5 minutes since it sank? This feels a bit strange, he thought, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping in. After all, when they cast that net, they had not spotted the statue of Sun Wukong. He wondered if discovering the statue now would bear any significance. He hoped they weren't about to retrieve something bizarre again. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chow tensed as he observed the taut net line. Could it be? Has this kid caught something again? Could it possibly be a fighter jet? Chow's nerves were on edge as he fixated on the slowly rising fishing net. The viewers in the live stream were equally flabbergasted. What? They're pulling something up already? This seems utterly improbable. Are you criticizing the streamer by expecting scientific explanations? The miracle streamer embodies science. This is non-negotiable. Indeed, to approach science is to approach the streamer. The streamer is electricity, light, and the one true myth. Come on, reveal yourself, little treasure. As the fishing net gradually ascended, it finally surfaced. Ensnared within was indeed a fighter jet. I knew it. Not casting the net by the statue would surely yield something peculiar. Zuo Yunlong slapped his forehead, realizing his earlier misgivings had materialized. Lieutenant Chow stood there, utterly dumbfounded at the sight of the fighter jet. What is this? He stammered, excitement rendering him speechless. The viewers in the live stream erupted in fervor. I told you, our streamer would not be satisfied with just an old, battered fighter jet. Since it's already old, why not pull up two? Look closely, these two fighter jets are completely different, mind you. The streamer is incredible. To have pulled up two fighter jets in two nets? This is beyond absurd. Today, the arms dealer is undeniably formidable, leaving no room for Darwin or archaeologists. It must be because that lieutenant came aboard. He is surely showcasing his skills. Arms dealers, it seems, have a particular affinity for soldiers. And now they need not worry about finding buyers. Just look at the expression of Lieutenant Chow. One could ponder endlessly and still not comprehend it. Lieutenant Chow's mind is currently echoing the sentiments of online commentators. Upon encountering this fighter jet, his immediate thought is, how is this possible? How could one dare? The crew members, too, are exhilarated, exclaiming, wow, we've retrieved another fighter jet so swiftly? When did it become easier to catch a fighter jet than fish? Indeed, during fishing, one cannot guarantee a perfect haul. Our boss is truly ambitious, treating fighter jets as if they were mere fish to be caught. I maintain, our boss is extraordinary. Who could possibly dispute that? Goodness, I'm just a crew member. Yet even if I weren't, I would feel compelled to bow in reverence to our boss. The precision of this operation is astounding. Under the deft guidance of the crew, the fighter jet is gently placed onto the deck. The moment the aircraft touches down, Lieutenant Chow dashes forward. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing this, immediately lose their composure. Wow, why is that lieutenant so excited? Is there something remarkable about this fighter jet? Could the host have once again unearthed a strategic weapon? This situation is preposterous. Just look at how animated that officer is. There is no doubt about it. Has anyone checked? Check. What nonsense. There are professionals on site. Let us hear what they have to say. Really? Are you sure that officer can still articulate his thoughts? His mind must be consumed with disbelief. I can relate. I felt the same way the first time I watched a miraculous live stream. Let's not digress. I still feel that way now. This is precisely why watching the miraculous host streams is such a thrill. Zuo Yunlong cautiously follows Lieutenant Chao to the recently salvaged fighter jet. Do you believe this is merely a coincidence? Zuo Yunlong is now fraught with anxiety, having already discovered a divine idol. How could they not cast another net to see what they might find? Zuo Yunlong firmly believes that beneath the great sun Wukong, there must be fish, perhaps even a grand catch. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chao appears almost delirious, meticulously examining every aspect of the fighter jet. How is this possible? How could this be? Zuo Yunlong cannot help but call out again, Lieutenant Chao, look at this. At that moment, Lieutenant Chao seems to snap back to reality. He leaps down from the fighter jet, gripping Zuo Yunlong's shoulders tightly. Wow, kid, you've done it again. This is a monumental achievement. As he speaks, Lieutenant Chao pulls Zuo Yunlong's hand and points to the fighter jet behind them. Do you know what this is? This is a Su-35 multi-role fighter jet. It ranks among the top 10 fighter jets globally. This is unequivocally a fourth-and-a-half-generation fighter jet. Do you understand what this means? This is a true weapon of mass destruction. The most advanced aircraft in our Dragon Country is merely fifth generation. We spent a considerable fortune acquiring this from the Combat Nation, and now you've just pulled it out of the depths? Incredible. You are truly remarkable. The viewers in the live broadcast room listened intently to Captain Chao's introduction, utterly bewildered. Goodness, it turns out to be a fourth-generation fighter jet? This is truly astonishing. It is evident that the host is determined to soar to new heights today. Why else will we even watch the host? After all, we, the Dragon Nation, have invested a substantial amount to procure this, and our host has managed to fish it out directly. I maintain that with the host's prowess, it is inconceivable that he would retrieve something as rudimentary as a low-end fighter jet. Indeed, this fighter jet is finally worthy of our miraculous host. Chapter 99. Fishing for fish. Why are all the catches aircraft? Zuo Yunlong. I merely wish to catch a fish, and you inform me that I have pulled up a fighter jet that ranks among the top 10 in the world? Is there anything more absurd than this? Can it get any more bizarre? The crew members were equally stunned. My goodness, our boss is truly remarkable. He had just pulled up the 10th-ranked fighter jet globally. It seems the rumors circulating online about the enemy not deploying nuclear weapons while we, on the other hand, do not involve Zuo Yunlong, hold some merit. If other nations dared to launch nuclear weapons at our Dragon Nation, I believe our boss could effortlessly retrieve it from the sea in no time. My admiration for the boss flows endlessly, akin to a mighty river. Boss, enough with the pretense. Let us be honest. You are indeed here for the fighter jet. Aren't you? Meanwhile, discussions among the viewers in the live stream continued unabated. What do you think the host might fish out next? Goodness. The miraculous host can even retrieve fighter jets from the depths of the sea. Is there anything beyond his grasp? I maintain that the miraculous host is indeed here for the fighter jets. Do you believe it? It's as if you are unaware, regardless. The items the miraculous host retrieves rarely conform to the ordinary. It is truly an eye-opening experience. I feel as though the host has broadened my horizons. I jested. And who would have thought the host took it seriously and actually fished out a fighter jet that exceeds anything from that lowly nation? Indeed, the host is incredibly formidable. It is simply overwhelming. Those with weak hearts should refrain from watching the host fish, as it borders on the absurd. Zuo Yunlong glanced at Captain Chao and coughed gently. Captain, I understand this request may be a bit excessive, but could you please see if I might fish one more net? At least allow me to retrieve that statue. It was only then that Captain Chao recognized his own lapse in composure. He too coughed softly to alleviate his embarrassment. Subsequently, Captain Chao spoke earnestly. Absolutely. Why not? I am aboard your vessel today to ensure you feel free to fish without hesitation. Fish at will. If you manage to pull up another fighter jet, I shall personally recommend you for commendation. Zuo Yunlong quickly waved his hands. No need for commendation. I merely wish to catch a net full of fish. Today has been filled with all these peculiar items. I have yet to catch a proper fish. The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's remarks, became restless. Wait, what? The host has already pulled up 2 fighter jets, and he is still not satisfied? I am left wondering, what exactly does the host aspire to accomplish? Are they truly preparing to retrieve yet another fighter jet? What a jest. It is utterly inconceivable. How could anyone possibly extract 3 fighter planes from the depths of the sea? This is madness. The miracle streamer must be out of their mind. Having already salvaged 2 fighter jets, they dare to cast the net again? Surely, the miracle streamer cannot genuinely intend to recover another aircraft? Can they? The crew is now imbued with fervor. The boss is indeed remarkable. Having already retrieved 2, should someone not advise the boss to cease while ahead? Incredible. Is the boss truly contemplating the extraction of another fighter jet? Am I the only one sensing that the boss seems genuinely eager to catch fish? No, it must be your imagination. When has our boss ever seriously fished? Zuo Yunlong, however, pays no heed to such thoughts. After receiving Lieutenant Chao's approval, Zuo Yunlong promptly organizes the crew to cast the net again. The objective is unmistakable. The Sun Wukong statue submerged in the sea. The crew swiftly begins to cast the net towards the location of the idol. Zuo Yunlong watches the moment the fishing net is deployed towards the Sun Wukong statue. His heart racing and hands trembling. This time it is bound to succeed. Once this net is retrieved, I shall finally be vindicated. I am merely a fisherman, not some absurd arms dealer. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong casting the net once more, become agitated. Could it be that the streamer is genuinely serious? They are truly casting the net. Does this lieutenant not intervene? Goodness, could they possibly retrieve yet another fighter jet? Is it feasible for the miracle streamer-S vessel to accommodate another aircraft? It should be possible. Perhaps 3 fighter jets would fit just right. Huh. The streamer is indeed making the most of today, leaving no space on the fishing boat unutilized. Alas, does this mean that once the streamer retrieves a fighter jet, they must return to unload? It appears so, no. I have not yet had my fill of excitement. The streamer-S efficiency today is astonishing. Must they return so swiftly? My joy hinges on what this net will yield. I fervently hope it is not a fighter jet. If so, my delight for today would be abruptly curtailed. Influenced by your words, I too find myself wishing this net does not contain a fighter jet. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chao has contacted the escort ship. He reports that Zuo Yunlong has now salvaged 2 fighter jets, one from the small nation SF-15 and another from the fighter nation Su-35 multi-role combat aircraft. On the other end of the radio, astonished voices respond. Chao, you cannot be serious. How long has it been since we set sail? That miracle streamer has managed to retrieve 2 fighter jets already? Even the mules of the production team do not operate with such efficiency. Lieutenant Chao gazes helplessly at the 2 fighter jets lined up on the deck. I too find it hard to believe, yet this is indeed what has transpired. To be honest, I am still struggling to comprehend it. From the other end of the line, a voice inquires, is it truly so? Lieutenant Chao pinches himself hard. This is not a dream. He then nods vigorously. Indeed, it is real. A sudden burst of excitement echoed from the other end of the line. Wow, we've struck gold again. This host is truly a beacon of fortune. With that, the speaker announced their intention to connect with the military district commander, who would undoubtedly share in this exhilaration upon hearing the news. After this declaration, silence enveloped the conversation. Lieutenant Chao glanced helplessly at the walkie-talkie in his hand. Then at Zuo Yunlong. What else could this young man possibly unearth? One can only hope that he truly manages to catch something significant this time. At that moment, Zuo Yunlong was silently counting down the seconds. Haul the net, he commanded, prompting the crew to spring into action with alacrity. Hurry up. We must not delay our boss's grand endeavor. Put in extra effort. Surely we will catch something substantial this time. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, eagerly awaiting the moment the fishing net would emerge from the depths. Would this miraculous host once again perform an astonishing feat? As the net was hoisted upwards, it suddenly tautened, indicating the presence of something within. The crew erupted in excitement. They had indeed caught something once more, although they were uncertain of the contents. Their recent experiences alongside Zuo Yunlong assured them that whatever he retrieved was certainly extraordinary. Upon witnessing this scene, Zuo's heart raced with anticipation. Have we truly caught something? This time it must be fish. He silently invoked the blessings of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, of the Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain, hoping for a bountiful catch. My reputation hinges on this haul. Lieutenant Chao, attentively monitoring the situation, felt a surge of tension. Could there truly be something? This time, It must be fish, right? I am aboard a fishing vessel, after all. The title of arms dealer is no mere embellishment. If I were to accidentally board this ship, I might think I had stumbled into an armory, with 2 fighter jets conspicuously displayed. Who wouldn't feel a sense of alarm? The viewers in the live stream were even more electrified. Wow, the host has caught something again. I can't help but feel a twinge of anticipation. Could it possibly be another fighter jet? The fishing net gradually ascended, finally breaking the surface of the water. To everyone's astonishment, nestled within the net was yet another aircraft. Perched within the cabin of the plane was a statue of the victorious Buddha, Sun Wukong. Zuo Yunlong was left speechless. This defies logic. Another fighter jet? And why is the Buddha sitting atop it? Could it be that the Monkey King is guiding me not towards schools of fish, but rather a fleet of fighter jets? This situation feels utterly absurd. Lieutenant Chow, witnessing this bewildering sight, was equally flabbergasted. Another fighter jet, 3 nets, and 3 fighter jets caught? Can it get any more outrageous than this? Not even a script would dare to include such a twist. He was left in a state of shock, as were the crew members. Is our boss truly addicted to catching fighter jets? What kind of aircraft is this? Boss, you have truly outdone yourself. The output produced by the boss today nearly rivals the annual output of the military factories in the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream are entirely captivated by the statue of Sun Wukong, seated atop a fighter jet. Oh my, he has arrived. He has been lifted up riding a fighter jet. This is utterly absurd. The mighty Buddha, Sun Wukong, is not soaring on the 5-color cloud, but piloting a fighter jet instead. If Sun Wukong had possessed such abilities earlier, would the fairy Zixia have met her demise? Goodness, Sun Wukong is descending upon us aboard a fighter jet to greet fairy Zixia. Haha, I was initially in a state of confusion, but after hearing all of you, I suddenly find myself wanting to laugh. Goodness, the Bull Demon King stands in silence, while Tang Sung sheds tears. Haha, it must be said, the host's magical effects are indeed impressive. There hasn't been a single fish caught today. Yet, instead of fish, a fighter jet has been netted. Who could possibly handle that? Indeed, one must imagine that Sun Wukong is regretting not having had this fighter jet sooner. He could have vanquished the Bull Demon King long ago. The Bull Demon King, bewildered, exclaims, "Is this all because I married a wife? Must you use a fighter jet against me? Hey, the professional commentator on site, please enlighten us about this fighter jet." The viewers in the live stream shift their attention entirely to Captain Chow. After all, he is certainly among those who can identify the origins of this fighter jet without needing to consult any reference material. Moreover, as a military man, Captain Chow's words carry the most weight. The fighter jet is slowly lowered onto the deck, and Captain Chow is the first to rush forward. Left Yunlong, feeling helpless, laments that he intended to clear his fishing host's name, yet it seems he has inadvertently cleared the name of the arms dealer instead. However, now that the fighter jet has been retrieved, it would be unreasonable to toss it back into the sea. Captain Chow jumps onto the fighter jet, utterly astonished. How is this possible? This defies logic. I thought it was impressive enough to retrieve a Su-35 multi-role fighter jet, and yet, here comes something even more formidable. Left Yunlong follows suit, quietly storing away the statue of Sun Wukong before letting out a resigned sigh. Is this a test of my patience? To have fighter jets continuously delivered to me? I desire fish. I'm a fisherman, not a fighter jet collector. However, seeing Captain Chow's astonished demeanor, Left Yunlong realizes that this fighter jet is extraordinary. What? Is this fighter jet truly remarkable? Left Yunlong tentatively inquires beside Captain Chow. Captain Chow, finally regaining his composure, stammers. What? What did you just say? Are you asking me if this fighter jet is impressive? How do I even explain this to you? Have you heard of the most formidable fighter jets in the Dragon Nation? This fighter jet is on par with our nation's finest. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream are equally flabbergasted. What? It is on the same level as our nation's top fighter jet? What miracle has the host managed to fish up? Could it be that the miracle host has retrieved the American F-22? The F-22 fighter jet? That fifth-generation jet? One of the most advanced in the world? It can't be. Can it? How did the American fighter jets end up here? This situation is utterly absurd. However, the ensuing conversation between Zuo Yunlong and Captain Chow left the viewers in the live stream momentarily speechless. So what exactly is this fighter jet? Zuo Yunlong asked nonchalantly, though a hint of displeasure tinged his tone. After all, Having failed to catch any fish, he felt somewhat disheartened. Captain Chow stared at Zuo Yunlong with wide eyes, as if he were gazing at a peculiar creature. What? You don't recognize this fighter jet? I'm not a soldier. Why would I need to know about fighter jets? Zuo Yunlong shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Captain Chow, now in a state of frenzy, exclaimed, "This is the F-35, the most advanced fighter jet in America. It surpasses the F-22. It could be considered the king of fighter jets. You mean to say you don't even recognize it?" Zuo Yunlong's ears tingled from Captain Chow's outburst. He rubbed his ears and dismissively clapped his hands. Oh, how impressive, truly impressive. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. Wait, did I just hear that correctly? What fighter jet did the host just recover? The F-35? That legendary American fighter jet? Is that even possible? Chapter 101. Who cares about fishing when you can salvage a plane? In the live stream, upon learning that the salvaged aircraft was indeed an F-35, there was a brief silence. Wow, the host has really done a great service to the country. Watching the miraculous host is exhilarating. It hasn't even been long since we set sail, and he has already accomplished so much. At this rate, if the miraculous host keeps this up, he might earn a commendation within a year. Incredible, absolutely incredible. That is America's fifth-generation fighter jet. If the United States finds out, they will surely go wild. Did anyone else notice the Captain's blunder? Is the F-35 really superior to the F-22? Literally speaking, the F-35 is an upgrade of the F-22. Haha, you're unaware of this, aren't you? At least America can still produce the F-35, while the production line for the F-22 has been dismantled. Thank you, Bureau of Military Intelligence. Zuo Yunlong also raised a question beside Captain Chow. I've heard that the most formidable fighter jet in America is still the F-22? Captain Chow scoffed dismissively. What good is that? The production line is dismantled, and there are only a few left. Losing one means one less. Moreover, the cost of the F-22 is exorbitant. Only the wealthiest in America can afford it, making it impractical. The F-35, while not as high-performing as the F-22, boasts lower maintenance costs and is rugged and durable, making it the prime research subject for our dragon country. Zuo Yunlong was speechless. Does this aircraft really prioritize cost-effectiveness? Captain Chow had now calmed down from his earlier excitement. I'll make a call to inform the frigate about the situation here. Zuo Yunlong urged. Hurry, get these planes moved. It's interrupting my fishing. Captain Chow sighed in response. After all, this is America's F-35. Who wouldn't be thrilled to salvage it? To everyone's astonishment, Zuo Yunlong was still contemplating fishing. Lieutenant Chow, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "There's no need for concern. Your vessel could accommodate yet another fighter jet, even if they arrive a tad late. It won't hinder your fishing endeavors, unless, of course, you possess the extraordinary skill to haul in a fighter jet." So Yunlong vehemently waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, please. I certainly do not wish for such capabilities. I merely wish to engage in the simple act of fishing." With a sigh, Lieutenant Chow chose not to elaborate further and proceeded to make his report. Upon hearing Lieutenant Chow's remarks, the online viewers in the live stream began to comprehend the situation. Wow, has America begun to pursue cost-effectiveness too? Truly professional. Just listen to that analysis, it's spot on. The miraculous broadcaster is so discerning, even selecting fighter jets suitable for our Dragon Nation's development for fishing. What legend! I wonder if there's any news from the American side, and whether they will express a strong condemnation. What goes around comes around. It's finally their turn. Listening to the possibility of fishing again brightened Zuo Yunlong's expression. What are we waiting for? Let us go. I refuse to fish in this cursed place any longer. Let us change locations. With Zuo Yunlong's command, the fishing vessel began to glide slowly. After all, with 3 fighter jets aboard, no one dared to speed. The viewers in the live stream, finding themselves rather bored, began to marvel once more. Honestly, it seems only such a vessel could befit the miraculous broadcaster. Goodness, this fishing boat is nearly on par with an aircraft carrier. It truly resembles one, complete with carrier-based aircraft and interception systems. Indeed, there's a frigate nearby. This is undeniably an aircraft carrier. The most astonishing aspect is that among the carrier-based aircraft, there are both Su-35s and formidable adversaries of the 35 model. Truly impressive. The miraculous broadcaster is indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Lieutenant Chow also made a phone call. This time, whether due to numbness or habit, his tone was considerably more subdued. Hello, we've retrieved another fighter jet. After a brief silence on the other end, a voice responded, "This is Commander Liu. I am currently aboard the frigate." Lieutenant Chow was taken aback. Had he inadvertently involved the commander? "Good day, sir." He instinctively stood at attention, greeting over the phone. "Sir, why aren't you aboard the fishing vessel?" On the other end, Commander Liu sighed. "I'm afraid I hinder Young's was fishing efforts. I'll remain here on the frigate, awaiting your good news." Liu Den Gao Gon Fiden Asud. "I guarantee we will accomplish the task." Commander Liu then inquired, "I heard you've retrieved another fighter jet?" It dawned on Lieutenant Chow that he still had matters to report. "Yes, indeed, we have pulled up another fighter jet. Is it from the small island nation or the war-torn country?" Commander Liu inquired calmly. Although the Su-35, having seen combat, was indeed formidable, it was merely a matter of practicality for the Dragon Nation. It wasn't an absolute necessity, though having it would certainly be advantageous, considering fourth-generation jets remain the mainstay in aerial warfare. The daily life of Xiao Rizi's family is primarily sustained by imports from the United States. Given the nature of American character, would they be willing to part with their treasures? Absolutely not. Thus, the fighter jets in Xiao Rizi's possession were rather ordinary. No, that is not the case. This time, it is indeed from the United States. Lieutenant Chow reported truthfully, "It is an American F-35. Upon hearing the model of the aircraft, Commander Liu was clearly taken aback. What? What did you say?" Commander Liu exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You mean you've retrieved an American F-35? Lieutenant Chow immediately affirmed, "Yes, indeed, we have retrieved an American F-35. Is that even possible?" Commander Liu could hardly believe his ears. After all, it is an F-35. This is simply too hard to fathom. "What are you planning to do now?" Commander Liu promptly inquired. At that moment, he regretted not boarding that fishing vessel directly. The F-35 is a formidable weapon, without a doubt. Although its performance may not be the absolute best, its cost-effectiveness is unparalleled. The subsequent maintenance expenses are reasonable compared to the exorbitant costs of the F-22. Most importantly, the F-35 is equipped with the most advanced electronic systems. Furthermore, like the Su-35, it serves as a multi-role fighter. The deterrent capability of the F-35 against both land and sea targets far exceeds that of the F-22. Lieutenant Chow, feeling helpless, responded candidly, "Commander, Zuo Yunlong intends to cast another net. It seems he won't return without catching fish today." Commander Liu retorted, having already retrieved an F-35. "What more fish do you need? What absurdity!" Chapter 102. Ensure the mission is accomplished. You must protect Zuo Yunlong. Do you understand? This was Commander Liu's final directive to Lieutenant Chow. The Dragon Kingdom could afford to lose a lieutenant or even a commander, but it absolutely could not lose Zuo Yunlong. Lieutenant Chow, moved by the commander's words, assured him, "Rest assured, Commander, the mission will be accomplished." After hanging up, Lieutenant Chow felt the weight of his stars on his shoulders grow heavier. Meanwhile, Commander Liu, without hesitation, dialed another number, "Connect me to the military district headquarters." Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat continued to glide gently across the sea. When Lieutenant Chow reached Zuo Yunlong, the latter inquired nonchalantly, "So, have you completed your report?" Lieutenant Chow looked at him oddly and nodded. "Yes, the report is complete." A sudden realization struck Lieutenant Chow. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. What extraordinary fate does Zuo Yunlong possess? If it were him at 23, he too could have aspired for such fortune. "How is it?" Zuo Yunlong asked, somewhat anxious, as this pertained to whether he could continue fishing that day. "The commander's orders are for you to continue fishing. The rest is on them. In the Dragon Kingdom, you can fish as you please, as long as you dare and wish to do so. I am here to ensure your protection." Upon hearing these words, Zuo Yunlong finally felt a sense of relief. As long as he could fish, there remained a glimmer of hope for a successful catch today. Surely, it would not be the case that after a day at sea, he returned empty-handed, resorting instead to bringing back a few fighter jets. Would he lose face as a fishing streamer? If that were to happen, Zuo Yunlong felt he might as well rename himself as an arms dealer. Soon, the fishing vessel departed from that extraordinary expanse of sea. Lieutenant Chow, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Do you possess any secrets in selecting fishing locations?" Zuo Yunlong shrugged his shoulders. "If I had secrets, I wouldn't be hauling in these bizarre items." Lieutenant Chow could not help but give a thumbs up. Impressive. At this moment, Lieutenant Chow was completely convinced. Zuo Yunlong truly selected fishing spots at random, yet he managed to retrieve such astonishing treasures. Frustrating, isn't it? Between the realms of intentionality and mere chance, he opted for the guise of unintentionality. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Zuo Yunlong acknowledged that it was time for lunch. His assistant also closed the live stream. With Lieutenant Chow present, viewers might misconstrue the situation as a form of bribery. Yet, the loyal followers were well aware that their usual meals resembled this. Upon witnessing the exquisite dishes crafted from top-tier ingredients, Lieutenant Chow was taken aback. Is this how affluent fishing vessels have become? However, he quickly reconsidered. Can this truly be classified as a fishing boat? After all, who knows how many fish have been caught? But there was certainly no shortage of military artifacts being traded. Both of these ventures are quite lucrative. With this thought, Lieutenant Chow felt reassured. He indulged in the lavish feast, treating it as a delightful encounter with wealth. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong, feeling somewhat downcast, returned to the deck after finishing lunch. Gazing at the 3 fighter jets, he couldn't help but smile wryly. The fishing boat continued its voyage, and as for its destination, Zuo Yunlong remained uncertain. Staring at the boundless sea, one thought consumed his mind. Where could he possibly fish? Preferably not for protected species. In the afternoon, the crew members appeared on deck, each brimming with energy. The assistant promptly reopened the live stream, and the afternoon fishing endeavor commenced. This should be the spot. Let us cast the net. Zuo Yunlong had surrendered to fate. Since even Sun Wukong had proven futile, what more could he do? As the live stream began, millions of viewers flooded in. Wow, is this the streamer my friend mentioned this morning who pulled up 3 fighter jets? Incredible. No way, there are actually 3 fighter jets on the deck? Are we certain this is a fishing boat and not an aircraft carrier? This streamer is absolutely amazing. Truly a treasure. I'm following right now. Streamer, are those fighter jets for sale? Just imagine having a fighter jet as my private plane. That's exhilarating. Don't be ridiculous. We just call him an arms dealer. But he is not a real arms dealer. Dude, open your eyes and take a look. There's a lieutenant on board too. If you're thinking of something illicit, it doesn't need to be that complicated. Wow, what has this streamer actually pulled up? 15 fighter jets? So 3 to baits. To my astonishment, there are indeed 35 fighter jets. Oh, dear host, if you could manage to retrieve a 22, you would ascend to the heavens. Is there a military enthusiast among us? Remarkably, they can identify the specific model of the aircraft that our miraculous host has salvaged at a glance. Indeed, the live stream is filled with hidden talents. Goodness gracious. Do not say that, for no matter how impressive I may be, I cannot rival the host. Even a much-lauded F-35 from the United States has been dredged up. This host possesses extraordinary skills. I am now eager to behold the visage of the 22 fighter jet. The assistant, upon witnessing this, was left utterly speechless. Just this morning, we did not have so many followers. Has the count truly surged so dramatically by the afternoon? When the assistant glanced at the follower count, they were left flabbergasted. 2 million? The follower count has climbed to 2 million? When did this happen? The assistant stared blankly at the follower number on their phone, momentarily at a loss for words. Greetings to our new friends. Welcome to the Miraculous Hosts live stream. At this juncture, a netizen began to recount the valiant deeds of Zuo Yunlong. In truth, our host is not particularly special. Currently, the follower community is divided into 3 factions. The Darwin faction, an evolution of the environmentalist group, boasts the remarkable feat of retrieving the long-extinct stellar sea cow. The arms dealer faction, represented by today as host, is known for salvaging main battle tanks, intercontinental missiles, and the fighter jets you see today. Lastly, the archaeological expert faction proudly showcases the 9 provinces tripod, gray pottery cups, and the recently sensational discovery of the Jiangwen Emperor's tomb. We welcome everyone to join. Upon hearing this news, the newly joined followers were left in utter disbelief. No way could it be that all these feats were accomplished by a single individual? Is this even possible? I entered this space through a variety show featuring my idol, and I had no idea it would be such a treasure trove. Goodness, how can this be? How could all of these be salvaged by one person? This is simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, as the live stream buzzed with excitement, Zuo Yunlong instructed his crew to lower the fishing net into the sea. Chapter 103. Having successively salvaged 3 aircraft, is it possible to continue? Zuo Yunlong gazed at the submerged net, silently praying. Could I perhaps catch a fish? Just one will suffice. Please, no more peculiar items, especially not fighter jets. If another one surfaces, I might seriously contemplate returning. As the net descended, the attention of the viewers in the live stream refocused on this latest endeavor. Look, the host has cast the net. Indeed, the host is remarkably skilled. Let us see what the host can retrieve this time. Surely, it cannot be another aircraft. If the host cannot dredge up a 22 Raptor fighter jet, I shall lose all respect for them. Goodness, what a jest. Can a fighter jet of the 22 caliber truly be salvaged from the depths? If the host manages to retrieve a 22 fighter jet, those folks from the United States would surely be in tears. One can only wonder, if it were the host, who knows what might happen. At this moment, the crew aboard the fishing vessel was engaged in a flurry of anxious activity. After retrieving 3 fighter jets in succession, their excitement reached an exhilarating peak, leading Zuo Yunlong to question whether the purpose of their voyage was solely to salvage military aircraft. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chow discreetly rubbed his hands together, nervously observing the fishing net. If this haul turned out to be another fighter jet, Chow longed to conduct a thorough examination with Zuo Yunlong. How could it be possible to catch a fighter jet in every net? Zuo Yunlong anxiously glanced between the net and the jet, his mind in turmoil. Ultimately, he gave the command to haul the net. The crew sprang into action at Zuo Yunlong's signal, and the net was gradually lifted from the sea. To their astonishment, another fighter jet emerged within the net. Zuo Yunlong was utterly stunned. How could this be? Another fighter jet? 4 consecutive nets, each yielding a fighter jet, and not a single fish in sight? The absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. Lieutenant Chow, upon seeing the latest fighter jet, nearly fainted. Could it be that they truly recovered yet another aircraft? Was today destined to be a relentless contest with fighter jets? Furthermore, why did this particular jet appear so familiar? Goodness, wasn't this the F-22? Lieutenant Chow finally recognized the aircraft's distinctive silhouette. It was the United States' most advanced fighter jet, the F-22 Raptor. If the F-35 was celebrated for its cost-effectiveness and manageable maintenance expenses, the F-22 epitomized American technological prowess, crafted at any expense with sheer financial might. Its performance, speed, and combat capabilities were formidable. Even now, the U.S. employed the F-22 in tandem with the F-35, with the latter primarily suited for low-altitude operations targeting both land and sea objectives, while the F-22 was designed for engaging enemy aircraft directly. In the realm of aerial combat, no fighter could surpass the capabilities of the F-22. The Su-35 had broader applications, but when compared to these 3 aircraft, one might question whether Japan's fighter could even be classified as such. Though also an American creation, it lagged behind by at least 1 generation. To phrase it diplomatically, it could be considered military procurement. Less charitably, it was merely Japan's tribute to the United States. Yet, the tribute was rendered in a rather reasonable manner. In truth, only the latter 3 aircraft could be deemed true fighter jets. Lieutenant Chow felt his vision darkening. This aircraft was simply too extraordinary. The viewers in the live stream were in a frenzy. Goodness, look, the host has retrieved yet another fighter jet. Is it really possible to salvage a fighter jet? This is utterly outrageous. The host's actions clearly demonstrated that the ability to recover a fighter jet bore no relation to the location. It was entirely a matter of the host's prowess. The host was simply remarkable. Where's that military expert from earlier? Come and shed light on this fighter jet. Yes, indeed. Hurry and come out. The host has once again retrieved a fighter jet. Indeed, come quickly and take a look at this fighter aircraft. After a considerable wait, the expert finally responded in the chat. Hold on, let me gather my thoughts before revealing what this fighter jet is. Could it be that even a military enthusiast needs a moment to process this fighter? Is it truly the American F-22? This is utterly astonishing. No way. Could it really be? I see confirmation. Is it possible for such a fighter jet to be salvaged from the ocean? I am eager to know what else the host cannot extract from sea. This host is incredible. The treasures are abundant. I wonder who would still dare to claim our host's endeavors are scripted? What kind of script could unfold like this? If it were a script, how fond must the United States be of our host to send an F F-22 Raptor to participate. Military expert, have you composed yourself? Hurry and disclose what fighter jet it is. The military enthusiast finally regained composure and stated in the chat, you guessed correctly, this fighter jet is indeed the F-22. If we disregard maintenance costs and production expenses, this aircraft is undeniably the king of fighters. Upon hearing the enthusiast's words, the viewers in the live stream were once again utterly captivated. No way, did you hear that? It is indeed the F-22 Raptor. My goodness, my keyboard is about to endure great torment. I see confirmation. Please let it be true. This host is truly remarkable. Is there anyone who can come and manage this? If this continues, our Dragon Nation will become the world's foremost nation. I am so overwhelmed with excitement that I can hardly articulate my thoughts. This host is simply extraordinary. For networks, connecting 4 fighter jets. Wait, I must correct myself. Compared to these 3 jets, the J-15 does not even deserve to be called a fighter jet. At best, it is merely a larger toy. No way this is possible. That makes sense. It's not about ignorance of value, but rather about comparisons. Indeed, the first fighter jet was somewhat too inferior, unworthy of being on the host vessel. Exactly, what was stated above is correct. Our miraculous host has indeed salvaged 3 fighter jets, while the J-15 is just scrap. If others heard that the J-15 is considered trash, they would surely lose their minds. What a thrill. This sensation is truly exhilarating. The mere J-15 is hardly worth considering. Chapter 104. Who can withstand this? The crew remained unaware of the remarkable presence they had retrieved. Slowly, they placed the aircraft from the fishing net onto the deck. As the fighter jet landed on the deck, Lieutenant Chow was the first to rush forward once again. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong clearly felt overwhelmed. Gazing at this aircraft, he experienced waves of nausea, dizziness, and shortness of breath. The crew, witnessing Lieutenant Chow's hurried approach, immediately understood. More impressive goods have arrived. Just as I suspected. It must be the boss again. This one looks rather formidable. I simply wish to know what type of fighter jet this is. Captain Chow appears overjoyed, akin to a child of 3. How could what the boss has retrieved be anything less than remarkable? Captain Chow, surveying the jet, repeatedly exclaims, is this real? It truly is? Is this the Su-57 fighter jet? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. With this, the technological advancements from the United States will be swiftly acquired by our Dragon Nation. This is monumental, truly monumental. Zuo Yunlong approached Captain Chow's side, inquiring nonchalantly, are you certain? What fighter jet is it? Captain Chow, filled with excitement, grasped Zuo Yunlong's hand tightly. It's the Su-57. Have you heard of it? Zuo Yunlong raised an eyebrow. Did you not just claim that the Su-35 was the most formidable fighter? Now, upon seeing the Su-57, you seem to have shifted your allegiance? Captain Chow pouted. What do you know? The Su-35 is the most practical for our Dragon Nation. However, the Su-57 boasts unparalleled performance in every aspect. With this aircraft, our nation can swiftly develop even faster, better, and stronger fighter jets. This will elevate our research and development capabilities by at least a decade. Of course, this is under the assumption that our own fighter jets are already formidable. If this aircraft can be optimized, we could potentially advance by a century. This achievement alone could warrant a first-class merit award, and it would be presented personally by the military district commander. This is something one wouldn't even dare to dream of. And yet, it has happened so effortlessly today. You are truly remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream remained fervent. Is the miracle streamer attempting to play with fire? Look at that officer's expression. One fears for his heart. If his heart is weak, it could truly be perilous. Is a miracle streamer attempting to salvage every aircraft in existence? Who dares to assert that the miracle streamer is merely fishing? Following a series of tests, Captain Chow confirmed that this fighter jet was indeed the Su-57. Without hesitation, he rushed back to report. Commander Liu, we have salvaged another fighter jet. Commander Liu, at that moment, was at a loss for words. After years of military service, he had witnessed many storms, yet he had never encountered a situation quite like this. What fighter jet is it? It can't possibly be the Su-35 again? Captain Chow, brimming with excitement, replied, no, it's not. It's the Su-57. What? My heavens. You mean to say we managed to retrieve the Su-57? Upon hearing this name, Commander Liu was utterly taken aback. If the Su-35 was something the United States might consider exporting, the Su-57 is their most guarded military secret. No other nation could hope to lay claim to the Su-57. The might of the United States Air Force rests heavily upon this. Captain Chow naturally understood the significance of this aircraft. Indeed, it is the F-22 fighter jet. Commander Liu immediately exclaimed, "Quick, let us dispatch someone at once." Following this, Commander Liu promptly hung up the phone. He contemplated dialing the number again, but hesitated and ultimately refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, within the barracks of a certain military district, the district commander sat in his office, engrossed in a live stream of Zuo Yunlong. On another screen, commanders from various military districts and high-ranking officials were engaged in a video conference. Goodness, I always knew that Zuo Yunlong was capable, but I never anticipated he would excel to this extent. What are your thoughts, everyone? The district commander inquired of his fellow attendees. After all, the emergence of such a remarkable talent as Zuo Yunlong within their jurisdiction was indeed a matter of pride. A moment of silence enveloped the room, with gazes directed at the district commander revealing a complex mix of emotions: jealousy, admiration, and disbelief. Has this young man truly hit the jackpot? Just the fact that he managed to procure a Su-35 multi-role fighter is astonishing enough. And now, he has miraculously acquired an F-35 fighter as well. To top it off, he has now secured an F-22 fighter jet. It feels as though our years of experience have been rendered meaningless. Old Zuo, how did your military district come to possess such a prodigy? I heard that you previously managed to secure intercontinental missiles as well. At this moment, District Commander Zuo could hardly contain his delight. Ah, you're referring to that incident? How did you find out? He chuckled. We were already aware. It even reached the ears of the top brass. How could we not know? That young man was also responsible for procuring those intercontinental missiles. A slight smile graced the lips of District Commander Zuo as he spoke the plain truth. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a stunned silence. Unbelievable. It was indeed this young man? How on earth did he accomplish that? Are you certain he is merely a fisherman? He certainly doesn't appear to be one. Why do we lack such talent here? Commander Zuo, you see, our lake is quite large. Would he be interested in fishing here? Yes, good fortune should be shared. Absolutely. Our river is also substantial. It is the mother river of Longhua. Shouldn't he consider fishing here? This is the source. Come fish with us. The water is undeniably pure, and the quality of the fish is top-notch. Alas, we may not have water, but we do have sand. How about coming here to dig some sand? That could be quite entertaining. Our area is filled with tombs. Let him come here. He would surely reap great rewards. Hey, can you all be a bit more serious? Let us first consider what kind of reward we should offer him. District Commander Zuo remarked with dissatisfaction. Chapter 105, Striking at the Heart. Upon hearing the mention of rewards, the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. After all, what Zuo Yunlong had procured this time was a high-tech fighter jet from the United States. Moreover, the 3 fighter jets retrieved in this operation are of immense value to the Dragon Nation. Do not question the number. It is simply that we have not regarded the mere 15 from the Little Sun family with any seriousness. What significance is there in exchanging a fighter jet for a protection fee? The strategic importance of this J-22 fighter jet is profoundly significant. Indeed, it would not be inappropriate to bestow honors upon its discoverer. However, this individual is not a member of our institutional ranks. Should we not consider granting him a formal position? Is it not commonly said that the pinnacle of the universe lies in the pursuit of official status? Surely, this young man cannot be an exception. What nonsense, Old Lee. Is this position something we can merely decide upon? Furthermore, even if we were to grant him a position, what role would be suitable? Precisely, this notion seems rather impractical. No matter, special circumstances may warrant special considerations. You deliberate, and I shall draft the report. Commander Zuo of the military district spoke without hesitation. If this young man were truly integrated into the military, he would be an invaluable asset in any unit. After all, who knows what he might uncover next? Shall we offer him a few tens of millions? A few tens of millions? Is that even a reasonable amount to propose? This J-22 fighter jet is a rarity, and selling a minor target would pose no difficulty. Indeed, it is a J-22 fighter jet. Do you intend to exchange it for just a few tens of millions? When did America's most advanced fighter jets become so undervalued. What do you suggest we do? Perhaps a vessel? This young man has spent years at sea fishing, so he must have a need for a boat. Are you suggesting we provide a vessel that could rival a J-22 fighter jet? What foolishness! We have only just provided him with a boat. Indeed, this is out of the question. Perhaps we could offer him land? Allocating a parcel of land could certainly be worth a few minor targets. We might even consider constructing a villa for him. This approach seems feasible. Let us reserve this plan and see if any other viable options emerge. Shall we send a few female bodyguards to accompany him? After all, life is invaluable. This option is also acceptable. Let us keep it in reserve. Never mind, let us present all of these options to him and allow him to choose. Such a perplexing matter is best handled by him. We cannot ascertain his desires. Let us finalize this. Who knows what he might prefer? Wait a moment. Does he not have a fondness for fish? Why not allocate him a stretch of sea? Indeed, there are several islands that remain relatively undeveloped, are there not? Let us grant him the rights to develop and utilize an island. This would certainly facilitate his fishing endeavors. Yes, this is a viable option. Is there any better solution? Indeed, I also wish to know what course of action to take. The group convened to deliberate for quite some time, yet ultimately no definitive plan emerged. Commander Zuo of the military district made the final decision. Let him choose for himself. We have already demonstrated our utmost sincerity. Regardless of his choice, I shall ensure the report is filed. This time, we must secure the J-22 fighter jet. At this moment, another military district commander inquired what would happen if he chose not to exchange. After all, this was a Su-57 fighter jet, a pinnacle of global aviation, exceedingly challenging to acquire. The United States had yet to learn of this news. If they were to become aware, they would undoubtedly offer even greater rewards. Indeed, this aircraft could be considered one of their most prized possessions. But could it be? The tanks previously retrieved seemed to hold no interest for that young man. Would he truly be captivated by this fighter jet? What nonsense is this? How can those tanks possibly be compared to this fighter? Not to mention, the stealth coating alone on this jet warrants extensive study. Furthermore, this does not even account for the various capabilities that the aircraft possesses. When comparing tanks, each has its strengths and weaknesses, making it difficult to determine which is superior. However, should we manage to thoroughly understand this Su-57 and integrate it with our existing technology, our aerial capabilities would undoubtedly stand out on a global scale. Moreover, we have also retrieved a Su-35 and an F-35 fighter jet. If we could combine these three aircraft with our own, we would undoubtedly achieve an unparalleled status. I share the same sentiment. This fighter jet is of utmost importance. Regardless of the cost, we must acquire this aircraft. The left commander of the military district immediately stated, "All right, our prolonged discussion here seems futile. Ultimately, it depends on what that young man desires. In any case, we must secure this fighter jet." After hanging up the phone, the left commander immediately dialed another number. "Connect me to Colonel Liu." The discussions on the left commander's side were fervent. However, on the other hand, Zuo Yunlong wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the four fighter jets aboard the ship, feeling as though he could cry without tears. Lieutenant Gao, having recovered from his initial shock and excitement, asked, "What is the matter? You've retrieved the Su-57, yet you seem so unhappy. What is there to be happy about in retrieving a fighter jet? I am a fisherman. Shouldn't I be catching fish instead of fighter jets?" Zuo Yunlong replied helplessly, "This situation is absurd. Do you think this thing is edible?" Lieutenant Chao nearly dropped his jaw at Zuo Yunlong's words. What kind of statement is that? Is there truly someone questioning whether a fighter jet is edible? This situation is ludicrous. Zuo Yunlong paid no heed to Lieutenant Chao's astonished expression. Moreover, now that four fighter jets had been retrieved, there was no room left on my boat. At this point, even fishing had become impossible. Lieutenant Chao was at a loss for words. What fish are you trying to catch that is even more precious than a fighter jet? Zuo Yunlong turned to Lieutenant Chao and inquired, "You saw the process of my retrieving the fighter jet, didn't you?" "It was not my intention. It was merely an accident." Lieutenant Chao nodded, his expression becoming numb once again. What a heartless thing to say. How would you feel about me tossing a fighter jet back into the sea? Chapter 106. What kind of operation is this? Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the viewers in the live stream went into a frenzy. What could the host possibly be contemplating? Could it be that the host intends to cast the retrieved fighter jet back into the ocean? Truly, this host possesses a certain audacity. Captain Chao was taken aback and subsequently inquired, Are you serious? Indeed. I believe that the fighter jet from the Xiao family is rather unimpressive. Perhaps it would be best to return it to the sea. Captain Chow remarked. This is the first time I've witnessed such extravagance. To think one would simply toss a fighter jet into the ocean. Wouldn't it be more prudent to sell it? What fish could possibly compare to the value of a fighter jet? The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Huh, I knew our host wouldn't think much of that fighter jet. Truly, a miraculous host, ready to discard the jet if it displeases him. Goodness, miraculous host. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Another viewer chimed in. Exactly. This is a fighter jet, not a mere model. Has the host lost his mind? Only our miraculous host could be so brazen, ready to toss a fighter jet on a whim. This is certainly the hallmark of an arms dealer. Another noted, look at how frightened the officer is. He can hardly close his mouth. Miraculous host. Do you even comprehend what you've done? Is this something a person should do? Please, miraculous host, reconsider. If you throw that fighter jet away, the waters you currently occupy will surely be sealed off. Indeed, miraculous host, we understand your audacity and your indifference towards this fighter jet, but let us think this through. Yes, miraculous host, please don't proceed in this manner. It's unnerving. Captain Chow fell silent for a moment before replying. This fighter jet indeed holds little strategic significance for our Dragon Nation. Zuo Yunlong's eyes brightened at the implication. So you agree? Captain Chow quickly shook his head. How could that possibly be? Don't place the blame on me. I refuse to bear this burden. Moreover, Zuo Yunlong, you must consider carefully. This is an aircraft. Do you understand what that entails? If we manage this correctly, who knows, that fighter jet might very well be yours. Really? Zuo Yunlong's eyes sparkled. If that jet truly belonged to him, could he not fly to fish? The mere thought of soaring through the skies, unleashing a barrage upon the ocean's surface, conjured exhilarating images. Ultimately, the fish would rise to the surface. Wouldn't that be swifter than traditional fishing methods? However, Zuo Yunlong soon pondered a dilemma. Even if he managed to bring the fish to the surface, what would he do next? Would he truly fly the fighter jet to fish? One would be soaring through the skies, while the other swam in the sea. Such systems do not align. When he eventually returned on a fishing boat, not only would he struggle to locate the fish, but by the time he did, they would likely have perished, losing their freshness. The essence of fishing to enjoy the freshness of the catch, to catch, kill, and prepare on the spot. The fighter jet, in that case, seemed rather impractical, taking up valuable space on the vessel. Zuo Yunlong muttered quietly to himself. Captain Chow's face darkened with disbelief. Could it be that this young man genuinely regarded his fishing vessel as an aircraft carrier? He even contemplated deploying fighter jets on it? Well, if one were to utilize a fighter jet, it would need to be at a land-based airfield. This humble fishing boat would scarcely permit it to take flight. Captain Chow quietly interjected. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. No way. The streamer really thinks his fishing boat is an aircraft carrier? He even wants to land and take off fighter jets. How adorable. Indeed, streamer, you can do it. You will absolutely be able to fish out an aircraft carrier. Wow. The insight from above is incredible. I almost forgot our miraculous streamer's actual vocation. Wait a moment. If one were to fish an aircraft carrier out of the sea, wouldn't it merely be debris? This situation was absurd. Wasn't an aircraft carrier meant to float upon the ocean? Exactly. Can it still serve any purpose if it has sunk beneath the waves? No way. Could anyone genuinely believe that the miraculous streamer could retrieve an aircraft carrier? I feel as though I've been enchanted by the miraculous streamer. For a fleeting moment, I actually believed he could fish out an aircraft carrier. Left Yulong shrugged in resignation. What use would I have for this fighter jet then? I might as well toss it into the sea. Captain Chow was utterly speechless. How could this individual be so unreasonable? A mere disagreement, and he would throw the fighter jet into the ocean? Captain Chow continued to persuade him earnestly. Consider this. While the fighter jet cannot be placed on the boat and all the arms and ammunition would need to be removed, think of the grandeur when you invite friends aboard. Wouldn't that be far more impressive than those private jets? Of course, the ownership of this fighter jet rests with you, and you have the right to dispose of it. However, it would be prudent to inform me of the coordinates beforehand, so we can engage a professional team for retrieval. Why would I need to show off? I'm just a fisherman and have no need for an aircraft. Left Yulong scoffed. Captain Chow found himself at a loss for words, sensing that Left Yulong's fighter jet would undoubtedly be discarded today. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life. Captain Chow glanced apologetically at Left Yulong before attending to the call. Left Yulong's irritation grew as he gazed at the fighter jets. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to fish if those jets were absent? The viewers in the live stream started to speculate. Surely the streamer isn't serious, is he? Is he really going to throw that fighter jet overboard? It feels like the streamer is genuinely determined. I sensed a hint of menace in his eyes. I don't think anyone would dispute that the streamer possesses remarkable talent. Is the streamer truly preparing for a legendary showdown? Legendary? What a jest. The streamer is already a legend. I just want to know, where did that officer go? Why isn't he intervening? Left Yulong stood up, and the entire crew stood at attention. There was no denying that Left Yulong's series of actions had utterly captivated the crew. The boss is truly remarkable. Zuo Yunlong pointed at the fighter jet and declared with imposing authority, "Throw it into the sea." The sight of it infuriated him, as it hindered his fishing endeavors. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, the host is truly serious. What is the host attempting to do? The chat was flooded with question marks. Is he really discarding such an excellent fighter jet, just like that? The crew exchanged incredulous glances. Is our boss really that impressive? The expressions of all the crew members were filled with disbelief. Could it be that the boss is serious about this? This is a fighter jet, albeit an older model, but still a fighter jet. What should we do? Should we discard it or not? Goodness, who would dare to throw it away? If the boss regrets it later, we're surely in trouble. Is the boss trying to pull a fast one on us? Perhaps this is all for the sake of showmanship. It seemed plausible. After all, who could casually fish out a fighter jet? Our boss must be subtly showcasing his prowess. What a clever strategy, remarked his subordinate, who was the first to act. Boss, this isn't right. This is a fighter jet you worked so hard to retrieve. The subordinate dramatically threw himself to the ground, clutching Zuo Yunlong's leg and pleading. The crew shot disdainful looks at him. Damn, he beat us to it again. How else could he have become the boss's confidant? His skills are unmatched. I can only express my admiration in one word: respect. With this level of initiative, I can't even keep up with this kid while piloting the 22 fighter jets our boss just salvaged. Zuo Yunlong, visibly annoyed, restrained the impulse to kick this kid. Which of your eyes saw me struggle to retrieve this fighter jet? I casually fished it out. Where's the hardship in that? At this moment, the crew chimed in. Indeed, it would be a shame to toss it into the ocean. Boss, this could fetch a significant sum. Boss, think twice before acting. Exactly, boss. We brothers worked hard to retrieve such a magnificent piece. Zuo Yunlong could no longer contain himself. I casually fished out a fighter jet. And you still claim it was hard work? Are you jesting with me? His words resonated clearly in the live stream. The viewers erupted with enthusiasm. This miraculous host is quite something. Is this even something a person could say? Casually fishing out a fighter jet? Curious. Where in the ocean does one find such a thing? How is it so easy to retrieve? This miraculous host seems to be a bit too ostentatious. I can hardly contain my amusement. No wonder he is known as the miraculous host. Only he could utter such words. Am I the only one who thinks the miraculous host is spot on? This miraculous host is extraordinary. Fishing out a fighter jet seems easier than catching fish. Truly impressed. The crew exchanged glances. Could they have misjudged the situation? Indeed, the intentions of the higher-ups remain inscrutable. At this point, we have already acquired 4 fighter jets. Even if we were to discard one, our boss would not suffer any loss. Could it be possible that our boss is preparing to retrieve another one? Unbelievable. Having already secured the 22, how could our boss possibly surpass it with another fighter jet? If by some miracle, another aircraft even more formidable than the 22 is retrieved, that would be astonishing. I have heard whispers that the United States is clandestinely developing a fighter jet that outperforms the 22. Could it truly be so? It is rumored to be the legendary 6th-generation fighter jet. Should our boss manage to procure it, that would be remarkable. Truly, our boss is extraordinary, seemingly blessed by fate itself. Is this merely a stroke of luck? It feels more like a direct infusion of resources to our boss. Noting the crew's indifference, Zuo Yunlong, unusually vexed, urged them to expedite the process. Throw it into the sea. How else can we catch fish? The crew, resigned, complied with Zuo Yunlong's directive. At that moment, Captain Chow, having concluded his conversation, rushed back with great urgency. Upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong's intent to discard the 15 fighter jet into the ocean, he was alarmed. Stop. Leave that aircraft alone. Captain Chow shouted as he hurried to Zuo Yunlong's side. The crew, upon seeing Captain Chow's arrival, halted their actions. Zuo Yunlong, slightly displeased, retorted, "Didn't you say that I could handle this fighter jet since I retrieved it?" Captain Chow, looking resigned, replied, "That is indeed true, but you must wait for our personnel to arrive, right? They are on their way." After a moment's contemplation, Zuo Yunlong figured that having waited this long, a little longer would not matter. In no time, the roar of aircraft engines filled the air. Two middle-aged men descended onto the deck via ropes from a helicopter. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Captain Chow immediately stood at attention and saluted. The individuals were none other than Commander Zuo and Colonel Liu from the military district. In a live stream, viewers were momentarily stunned upon seeing these two figures. Wow, our miraculous broadcaster is so remarkable that he has even attracted the attention of the military district commander? Is this for real? Both the colonel and the commander have arrived simultaneously. Our miraculous broadcaster is truly making waves. It is no wonder that a man capable of retrieving the 22 fighter jet could summon the military district commander personally. Commander Zuo, upon meeting Zuo Yunlong, appeared anxious. Earlier, during a conference call, they had devised numerous plans. However, Commander Zuo still harbored doubts about the possibility of securing the 22 fighter jet. After all, it was the 22, a coveted aircraft sought after by numerous nations. The fact that Zuo Yunlong had salvaged it from the ocean was nearly beyond belief. Even now, Commander Zuo struggled to accept this reality. Colonel Liu was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated Commander Zuo's personal presence. Yet, upon learning of Zuo Yunlong's success in retrieving the 22, Colonel Liu understood immediately. With such a prize at stake, the military district commander had no choice but to be involved. To do otherwise would be to underestimate the significance of the 22 fighter jet. Commander Zuo approached Zuo Yunlong with a pleasant demeanor, clearly in need of assistance. Zuo Yunlong, with an air of irritation, exclaimed, "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" Upon hearing this, Commander Zuo of the military district was momentarily taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Captain Chow. The latter, with a sense of resignation, proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Commander Zuo's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of individual would insist on discarding the salvage fighter jets back into the ocean? This was an astonishing maneuver. Moreover, the rationale behind it was merely that their fishing endeavors had been delayed. Was this even conceivable? Commander Zuo felt as though his mind was struggling to comprehend how such an absurdity could occur. Meanwhile, Colonel Liu, upon hearing the news, was equally bewildered. Was this young man's audacity not excessively brazen? If the Japanese were to learn of this, would they not be utterly humiliated? To this young man, their fighter jets were merely an inconvenience to his fishing pursuits. Noticing their lingering hesitation, Zuo Yunlong expressed his displeasure. "Hurry and remove these fighter jets. They are hindering my work." Commander Zuo found himself utterly confounded. The stakes he had laid down had not even been placed on the table. Yet he had inexplicably emerged victorious. This was akin to discovering one had won the lottery, only to realize upon inspection that it was indeed the grand prize. Such fortuity was almost unfathomable. Observing the lack of response from Commander Zuo and the others, Zuo Yunlong urged, "Do expedite this. The sight of these fighter jets is causing me considerable annoyance." Colonel Liu regarded Captain Chow in disbelief. "You did not inform him of the value of these fighter jets?" Captain Chow, shrugging in resignation, replied, "I did mention it, but this young man appears utterly indifferent. His sole focus is on fishing, and these matters hold no significance for him." Captain Chow felt exasperated and powerless. What could he do if Zuo Yunlong refused to heed his words? Commander Zuo, unwilling to concede, inquired, "Are you truly unaware of the worth of these fighter jets?" Zuo Yunlong, unconcerned, replied, "Aren't they merely America as most formidable F-22 and F-35 fighters? Not to mention a Su-35, ranked 10th globally. They serve no purpose as food. They merely occupy space and obstruct visibility. So, do you intend to take them? Or shall I cast them back into the sea?" Captain Chow, observing from my vessel, was fully aware of the proceedings. I had not engaged in any unlawful activities. Even if I were to discard these jets back into the ocean, it would be entirely justifiable. This was Captain Chow's assertion. Would you not agree? Captain Chow regretted his choice of words. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing Captain Chow's expression, could not suppress their laughter. "Haha, look at this officer's comical demeanor. He must be thinking, the heart of a baby is troubled, yet the baby speaks not. Haha, one cannot blame this officer for the absurdity of the situation. Haha, indeed. Who would ever expect someone to throw fighter jets into the ocean? Truly, a miraculous streamer, always defying expectations. Whoever can fathom the thoughts of this miraculous streamer deserves to be called their godparent. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, Commander Zuo couldn't help but cast a glare at Captain Chow. Subsequently, Commander Zuo chuckled and remarked, "No problem, no problem. I shall have someone come over to take these fighter jets away." After hearing Commander Zuo's assurance, Zuo Yunlong finally felt at ease. Waiting a little longer was of no consequence. With Commander Zuo personally overseeing the arrangements, the entire military district operated like a colossal machine, steady and orderly. The frigate was the first to arrive near the fishing vessel. The 22 fighter jets were successfully transported onto the frigate by Zuo Yunlong. At this moment, experts from various regions were also boarding helicopters, hastening towards this maritime area with the intent to commence research on the 22 fighter jets as swiftly as possible. Often, such research is a matter of racing against time. Witnessing the successful transfer of the fighter jets, Zuo Yunlong felt considerably relieved. This way, he could return to fishing on the boat once again. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream began to discuss the event. Wow, the miracle streamer is truly generous. Not even blinking an eye, just donating 4 fighter jets like that. Our miracle streamer is indeed altruistic, giving them away so readily. My goodness, these are 4 fighter jets. Is a miracle streamer not being excessively selfless? The military district hasn't shown any gratitude, which seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? Just like last time with the tanks. Then the intercontinental missiles and now fighter jets, all donated to the military district. Surely they should express some acknowledgement, especially since this ship and its interception system, along with its armaments, are all specially approved by the military district. I'm curious to see what the military district will present this time to appease, oh no, to persuade the streamer. As the loading and unloading of the fighter jets was completed, commanders were nodded in satisfaction. Initially, he had contemplated how to negotiate the return of these fighter jets from Zuo Yunlong. Now, it seemed that everything was progressing surprisingly smoothly. Commander Zuo smiled at Zuo Yunlong and said, "Young man, you have achieved a great feat this time. Do you realize?" Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. "What great feat? Just don't delay my fishing." Commander Zuo was momentarily at a loss for words, due to Zuo Yunlong's response. Fortunately, Major Lu interjected, "This time, we are prepared to award you a commendation." Zuo Yunlong pouted, "No time for that. It would hinder my fishing." Captain Chow fell silent. A commendation. How many people yearn for such an honor, only to have it declined so casually? Hearing Zuo Yunlong's refusal, commanders were hesitated. "Then how much are you willing to sell these fighter jets to us?" In other cases, it's easier to discuss since there are prices for transactions worldwide. But for the 22 fighter jets, which are valuable yet have no market, name your price. Upon hearing this news, viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. We've reached the most thrilling bargaining stage. Haha, we've never seen the streamer negotiate before. Indeed, previously with tanks and intercontinental missiles, our streamer donated them without a second thought. Truly impressive. No wonder he's the miracle streamer. Let us observe how our miraculous host reveals the essence of an arms dealer. Haha, the arms dealer I adore is finally going online. This time, it's the shipping phase. This is indeed intriguing. I have never witnessed such a scene before. Goodness, previously I only saw collective procurement by the Ministry of Commerce, driving prices down, but it is rare to see the military personally take charge. Are we certain that there's no need for personnel from the Ministry of Commerce to intervene? Surely, this price reduction should involve them, right? Haha, our miraculous host has made numerous contributions, and it is high time to reap a little benefit in return. Indeed, let us see if the military district's pricing holds any sincerity. Zuo Yunlong glanced into the cargo hold, which was filled with top-tier ingredients such as black truffles and abalone, and turned to Commander Zuo. Subsequently, Zuo Yunlong also looked at Lieutenant Chow, who wore a face of dismay. "Why are you looking at me at this moment? I am not your insider. I cannot assist you in inflating prices," he exclaimed. "Please do not implicate me." Zuo Yunlong pointed at Lieutenant Chow. "You may inquire about what we have been consuming aboard the ship. Do you think I am lacking in funds?" Commander Zuo was momentarily rendered speechless. The live stream erupted once more. Wow, our miraculous host response is so domineering. Does this imply he is telling others not to bring up money? Haha, he seems to be indicating that if the money is insufficient, he will not be interested. I truly admire this. Hurry, hurry, I am eager to see how they negotiate and bargain. I have learned so much. This is indeed a model for the business world. Chapter 109. If you have the ability, can you also retrieve a fighter jet? We know you are not short of money, but you must allow us to express our appreciation, right? Commanders was said somewhat awkwardly. It is indeed feasible to take these few fighter jets. However, with so many viewers in the live stream, it feels rather ungracious. Moreover, with Long Kingdom as a solid backing, can we truly not afford it? Zuo Yunlong waved his hand and replied, "No problem, just do not delay the fishing. If there is nothing further, I shall continue fishing. You may proceed as you wish." Zuo Yunlong had now issued an eviction order. Commanders felt somewhat dejected. He desired to generously offer a favor, but was rebuffed in such a manner. How could this be permissible? The crew members were also puzzled by Zuo Yunlong's actions. What on earth is our boss thinking? Indeed, we worked hard to retrieve those 4 fighter jets, yet he doesn't want a single cent for them? Wait, I believe our boss is correct. 1 net. 1 fighter jet. Let's not speak of hardship anymore. Well, it certainly does not count as hardship. However, we cannot simply let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Can we? The way our boss operates is beyond our comprehension. If we could understand it, we would have already fished fighter jets from the sea ourselves. Indeed, if that were the case, would we still be working here to catch fish? After all, we do not possess our boss's resolve or integrity. The money obtained from trading a single fighter jet would suffice for us to enjoy the life of a wealthy gentleman. Wait, could it be that our boss is playing the long game to catch a big fish? Wow, if that is the case, then our boss's move is truly remarkable. The viewers in the live stream are equally puzzled. What is this miraculous streamer up to? Is he really considering donating these fighter jets? What happened to the bargain? How did he manage to diminish the price to nothing? Haha, is this a game of knife cutting? A slice for each, and he gets the fighter jets for free? The miraculous streamer's actions are bewildering, a divine enigma that ordinary mortals like us cannot comprehend. Commander Lu shook his head repeatedly. Brothers we, the left command, have put in considerable effort to reward you for retrieving these fighter jets. If you find monetary compensation too mundane, we can allocate a plot of land for you in Kyoto. As you know, Kyoto is a place where every inch is precious, and we can even construct a grand villa according to your specifications. Feel free to express any demands. We are committed to fulfilling them. You can see that we come with sincerity. If you still feel unsatisfied, please let us know your requests. Zuo Yunlong recalled his modest 180 square meter bedroom and shook his head in resignation. I can hardly be bothered to return to my own home. Why would you think I would venture to Kyoto? Is there an ocean there? Without an ocean, what fish can I catch? The viewers in the live stream were even more bewildered. Wow, the streamer has quite the appetite. My goodness, that land in Kyoto. How can he possibly be dissatisfied? My uncle recently bought a villa in Kyoto, and it cost a fortune. What on earth is the miraculous streamer thinking? He should just agree already. Incredible. As expected from the miraculous streamer who raises prices at will. This is a tough demand. The miraculous streamer is truly impressive. Who would have thought he excels not only in fishing, but also in bargaining? Commander Zuo and Commander Lu exchanged glances. I refuse to believe that I cannot satisfy your appetite today. This young man must learn a lesson about the grandeur of our great nation, the majesty of our celestial empire. If you regard Kyoto's land as beneath you, how about female bodyguards? I can assure you they're all fair-skinned, beautiful, tall, and skilled in various arts. Moreover, considering your contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, providing you with 2 female bodyguards is certainly no issue. The viewers in the live stream were left in disbelief. No way. Are they really willing to sacrifice their dignity for these fighter jets? Experience does indeed come with age. They're resorting to the allure of beauty. Is the miraculous streamer going to withstand this? Only children make choices. If I were the miraculous streamer, I want both. The thoughts of those upstairs are quite dangerous. It seems the military district is truly investing heavily. The miraculous streamer is indeed fortunate. After hearing Commander Zuo's words, Zuo Yunlong was filled with confusion. We already have 2 fair-skinned, beautiful, tall ladies on board, and I have no time to attend to them. Women only hinder my fishing speed. If you could take them back to the military camp for training, I would be grateful. The live stream was filled with voices of frustration. How could I forget that there are several stunning beauties aboard the Miracle Host ship? Is there such a thing as too many? I can handle 10. Is this even permissible? It's truly a case of droughts and floods. I confess, I am not noble, but I am indeed envious. This miracle host is astonishing. Even the beauty scheme seems ineffective. At this moment, Commander Zuo was sweating profusely. After pondering so many strategies, how could it be that the other party desired nothing in return? Sending out a female bodyguard was already a significant sacrifice of his pride. To his astonishment, it was still rejected by Zuo Yunlong. Is this scientifically plausible? This seems rather absurd. Today is no longer merely about rewarding a fighter jet. It concerns one's reputation. It is imperative to present a gift that Zuo Yunlong would accept. So, do you require a boat? Commanders would tentatively inquired. Zuo Yunlong gestured towards the fishing boat beneath him. This fishing boat had taken 2 days to be delivered, and now he wanted me to exchange it for another. What do you think? Commanders was slapped his forehead, realizing his desperate measures had overlooked this detail. Colonel Liu, standing beside him, remarked, "Young Zuo, I see great potential in you. Have you ever considered a position within the system? Talents like you are in short supply in our country. Your qualifications perfectly align with the special talent recruitment policy. There is a formal position available." Upon hearing this news, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. No way, they're actually offering a formal position. Have they gone mad? I've been trying for 3 years, and still Haven T succeeded. You think 3 years is something? I've been at it for 8 years, and this is my last chance. Incredible. We've exerted ourselves to no avail, and yet they so easily offer a position to the host. There must be some hidden agenda. Those who speak of hidden agendas are just bitter. If you have the capability, why not try to secure a fighter jet for yourselves? Chapter 110. What on earth does this kid want? Upon hearing about the formal position, Zuo Yunlong raised an eyebrow. Commander Zuo, noticing the change in Zuo Yunlong's expression, felt a surge of joy. It appears that the ultimate destination of the universe is indeed securing a position. Could it be that even Zuo Yunlong was somewhat tempted? With the excitement of discovering a new continent, Commander Zuo continued eagerly, echoing Colonel Liu's words. Young Zuo, while we are merely a military district, our army also has civilian roles. If you are concerned about the workload, there is no need to worry. Precisely. Moreover, promotions within military civilian roles, based on your current achievements, would surely be swift. You might even ascend to the rank of colonel within 3 to 5 years. Upon hearing Commander Zuo's words, Captain Chao was the first to be taken aback. No way, it can't be that simple. Colonel, that essentially corresponds to the rank of a division commander. In just a few years, the prospect of being promoted to such a level within 3 to 5 years? It took me 7 years to rise from second lieutenant to first lieutenant, and Zuo Yunlong could ascend to colonel in merely 3 to 5 years. This is truly infuriating. It sounds rather appealing. Zuo Yunlong smiled faintly and shook his head. I am accustomed to a carefree life like a wandering cloud and wild crane, unable to endure the strict discipline of the military. Commanders would felt a sense of urgency within. This system may be rigid, but are humans not alive? Could we not simply find a pretext to assign you to official duties? Moreover, you could continue your fishing pursuits. After all, it is only through a bountiful catch that your extraordinary value can be manifested. Surely, we do not intend to confine you within the walls of the military district, do we? However, Commander Zuo could not express this overtly. After all, such a statement would not set a favorable precedent. It was merely a matter that required special handling. What would become of the military without discipline? Worry not. We shall manage these matters without hindering your fishing endeavors, Commander Zuo asserted emphatically. Furthermore, we could even establish a dedicated department for you, solely focused on fishing at sea. What do you think? Colonel Liu now eagerly awaited Zuo Yunlong's concession. He continued, Of course, if you prefer not to join the military, there are various local and institutional options available to you. Everything depends on your needs. As long as you have requirements, we can fulfill them. Moreover, you must trust that our promises signify our capability. In the military, words carry weight. This is not mere rhetoric. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Wait, did I just hear that correctly? Really? Is it possible to choose between military and civilian positions at will? This is simply too extraordinary. What a remarkable opportunity. How can one refuse such conditions? Did you hear what Commander Zuo just said? With our miraculous broadcaster's current achievements, one could rise to the rank of colonel in 3 to 5 years. A colonel is at least a rank equivalent to a brigade commander, and it seems Colonel Liu is only at that rank now, right? Is this truly peacetime? Might we witness the emergence of the youngest military commander? This situation is outrageous. Miraculous broadcaster, please agree to this. Such conditions are filled with sincerity. Indeed, miraculous broadcaster, act swiftly. This opportunity will vanish if missed. The military district has truly invested heavily this time. If the broadcaster agrees, it is a guaranteed success. The crew members were equally astonished by Commander Zuo's statements. This is a promise from a military district commander. What does this imply? It signifies that these words will certainly be realized. Incredible. It is indeed our boss who has such formidable negotiating skills. Who would have thought our boss had been contemplating this? It is simply unbelievable. I always wondered how our boss could resist the temptations of wealth and beauty. It appears there was a greater ambition at play. Indeed, a man must wield power. With power, are there any other challenges? Remarkable, remarkable. Boss, should you achieve prosperity, do not forget us, the crew. If this comes to fruition, it would bring honor to my ancestors. My goodness, this is not merely a sign of good fortune. It is an explosion of blessings. Boss, you must agree. There is no reason to refuse this condition, right? Indeed, Commander Zuo has stated that a dedicated department will be established for you. Henceforth, you can venture out to fish without any hindrance. Yes, with this title, we shall possess an official shield of protection. In the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters, shall we not be able to navigate freely? After a moment of contemplation, Zuo Yunlong nonchalantly shook his head. I merely wish to fish simply. I do not require any formal structure. Moreover, this arrangement does not conform to the established regulations. Upon hearing this response, Commander Zuo appeared utterly bewildered. It was evident that he sensed Zuo Yunlong's wavering interest. Yet, a rejection? How absurd! After presenting such favorable terms, he still declined? Are you certain? Commander Zuo, with earnestness, persisted in his persuasion. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I will handle all issues. Even if you enter the system, your sole responsibility will be fishing. This will not impact your current life in any way. You have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing Commander Zuo's words, Zuo Yunlong's tone grew more resolute. Yes, I'm certain. I truly do not need this formal structure. The viewers in the live stream were equally perplexed. What does our miraculous host truly desire? He has even rejected a formal position. Miraculous host. You seem to be getting a bit carried away. Indeed, miraculous host, such opportunities are rare. If you do not accept now, it will be too late to regret later. Keep it up, miraculous host. You cannot do this. The crew members were also bewildered. What could the boss possibly want? Why refuse such favorable conditions? Could it be that the boss wishes for everything, which seems rather greedy? No, boss, this could lead to dire consequences if they do not agree to these terms. The fighter jets will surely not be granted to us. How could this be? The boss actually rejected it? I told you, my ancestral grave could not possibly explode. The boss really did refuse. This is madness. I feel as though my entire worldview has collapsed. Seeing that his final offer had failed, Commander Zuo felt disheartened. It seemed that he was destined to lose face today. What exactly are your requirements? You are free to express them. Yes, Xiao Zuo, if you have any demands. We are fully capable of fulfilling them. Colonel Liu chimed in. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chao was utterly stunned, feeling as if his entire perspective on life had shattered. The very thing he had longed for had been so easily dismissed by Zuo Yunlong. What on earth does this fellow desire? Chapter 111. You don't even consider this? Zuo Yunlong wore an expression of innocence. I have stated it before, yet you do not believe me. I merely wish to fish simply. Do not impede my fishing endeavors. As for those fighter jets, I merely find them to be an eyesore, hence my request for you to take them away swiftly. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Is it truly that simple? This defies all logic. That is indeed the most advanced fighter jet of the United States, an absolute treasure of the nation. How could it be dismissed as an eyesore by Zuo Yunlong? Is there no law, no moral order? This is simply beyond comprehension. The viewers in the live stream were also in disbelief. Could it be that the miraculous host genuinely intended to fish? Goodness, I thought the miraculous host was a titan of industry. Yet here we are. This series of actions is truly perplexing. Fame, beauty, power. This military district has truly exerted itself. Yet, our miraculous host seems utterly indifferent. Truly, our miraculous host is divine. Indeed, nothing mundane could capture their attention. At this moment, Commander Zuo and Colonel Liu exchanged glances, resembling generals returning from a lost battle, both destined for disappointment today. If you desire nothing, shall we then take these fighter jets away? Zuo Yunlong impatiently waved his hand. Hurry, hurry. The crew members could only lament. How could such an excellent opportunity slip away? Our boss is indeed extraordinary. Truly, extraordinary individuals perform extraordinary feats. Alas, it is disheartening. Our boss is simply too formidable. Yes, formidable to the point of being untouched by worldly entanglements. As Commander Zuo and Colonel Liu took a few steps back, suddenly, Commander Zuo seemed to recall something. He swiftly turned to Zuo Yunlong. How could I almost forget this? Commander Zuo retrieved a package from his pocket. This is the latest bait developed by our Agricultural Research Institute. You should find it intriguing. What? Upon hearing this, Zuo Yunlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He fixated on the bait in Commander Zuo's hand. The latest bait from the Agricultural Research Institute. This is a remarkable item. If I were to sprinkle some of this bait while fishing, would the fish not swarm into the nets? Seeing Zuo Yunlong's expression of barely restrained enthusiasm, Commander Zuo explained. This is a special request of mine, still in the research phase, but the results are promising. Currently, aside from what remains for research at the Agricultural Research Institute, this is the only package left. Zuo Yunlong immediately exclaimed, Let us trade. I'll trade. Commander Zuo was taken aback. Trade? Trade for what? This was originally meant as a gift from the Agricultural Research Institute. Commander Zuo had been so overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the fighter jets that he momentarily forgot about the bait. It was only as they were about to leave that he remembered this matter. Although Zuo Yunlong did not seek any reward, Commander Zuo still intended to present a token of appreciation. Seeing Commander Zuo hesitating, Zuo Yunlong boldly declared, I will exchange 4 fighter jets for this package of bait. Commander Zuo was stunned. Colonel Liu, upon hearing this, was equally bewildered. Everyone present, including the viewers watching the live stream, was left utterly astonished. What kind of miraculous maneuver is this from the host? Is there something distinct about this bait? Upon meeting Commander Zuo, he had yet to respond. Zuo Yunlong furrowed his brow and inquired, exchanging 4 fighter jets for a single pack of bait. Are you not at a disadvantage? The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Goodness, the host has truly lost his mind. Surely, trading 4 fighter jets for 1 pack of bait is absurd. The host's entrepreneurial acumen was nothing short of remarkable. This is not merely a callous merchant. This is a merchant of great integrity. The audacity to trade 4 fighter jets for a mere pack of bait? The host undoubtedly harbors grand ambitions. Wait, if you don't understand, refrain from making rash comments. Indeed, is the host exchanging for bait? No, he is exchanging for a favor. What? Such an operation exists? Our host is indeed impressive. How had this not occurred to anyone? The goodwill of a military district commander is not something one can easily obtain. As expected, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, Commander Zuo couldn't help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Trading 4 fighter jets for a single pack of bait? Is this something that can actually be done? Does he truly believe that fighter jets are as commonplace as cabbages on the street? Even if Zuo Yunlong proposed the exchange, Commander Zuo could not bear to make such a trade. If word got out, he would surely become the laughingstock among his peers in other military districts. Commander Zuo quickly interjected, What exchange? This is meant to be a gift for you. Zuo Yunlong's brow slightly furrowed. No, I dislike owing others favors. It must be an exchange. Offering unsolicited kindness is often a guise for ulterior motives. This bait is a test of my character. Zuo Yunlong instantly became alert. Were Commander Zuo to grasp Zuo Yunlong's thoughts at this moment, he would surely be distraught. Though this pack of bait is currently unique in the nation, the Agricultural Research Institute has nearly completed its studies. Otherwise, it could not have been offered to Commander Zuo. Full market release and mass production are merely a matter of time. Even if this bait is one of a kind, it holds little actual value. Exchanging a single pack of bait for 4 fighter jets? This is utterly ludicrous. Moreover, a pack of bait as a test of character? Who can withstand such scrutiny? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in an uproar. The host is being quite clever. This hints that Commander Zuo owes him a favor. The miraculous host maneuvering here is not without merit. Indeed, this exchange carries some value. Clearly, the miraculous host's 4 fighter jets are not easily obtained. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, Commander Zuo could only manage a wry smile. This is not a matter of you owing me a favor. It is I who owe you. If you give me this pack of bait and take the 4 fighter jets, we will be even. Zuo Yunlong spoke without hesitation. Commander Zuo, feeling helpless, could only silently acknowledge this debt in his heart. Suit yourself. Believe what you wish. Commander Zuo handed the bait to Zuo Yunlong. As Zuo Yunlong received the bait, his eyes sparkled with excitement. With this bait, I will surely catch fish. How foolish I have been. Why did I not think of the method of baiting before? Casting the bait into the sea, he then flung the fishing net into the depths. Surely, the fish would come. Chapter 112. Is there an armory here? The transport of the 22 fighter jets commenced as Commander Zuo and Commander Lu boarded the vessel. What is the situation? Commander Zuo inquired casually. Although it was merely a bag of bait, it was enough for Zuo Yunlong to accept it. However, Commander Zuo understood that he had incurred a favor. Who among ordinary folks could exchange a mere bag of bait for 4 fighter jets? Clearly, this was an attempt to bestow fighter jets upon the Dragon Nation. Given this, Commander Zuo felt compelled to honor Zuo Yunlong's goodwill. No problem. The experts are currently en route via helicopter and should arrive shortly. Excellent. This time, that young rascal Zuo Yunlong has made a significant contribution. We must swiftly comprehend the workings of this 22 fighter jet. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished, Commander Lu proclaimed loudly. At that moment, the roar of helicopters filled the air. One after another, helicopters appeared overhead. They have arrived. Seeing the helicopters, Commander Zuo immediately perked up. This is splendid news. Finally, they are here. Ropes descended from the helicopters and one by one, experts, escorted by special forces, successfully landed on the deck. As soon as the experts touched down, disregarding their trembling legs, they rushed towards Commander Zuo. Commander, we hear their SA-22 fighter jet? Without hesitation, Commander Zuo led them toward the 22 fighter jet. Suddenly, an expert gasped in astonishment. Could that be an American 35 fighter jet? No way. Is that a Su-35 fighter jet as well? Commander Zuo, where did you acquire these? A slight smile curled at the corner of Commander Zuo's mouth. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Why did this scene appear so familiar? Wasn't it just like when he first boarded Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel? With this realization, Commander Zuo's smile vanished. He could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. This young man truly has a knack for presenting unexpected surprises. If such surprises were to continue, his own life might not last much longer. Meanwhile, the experts surrounded Commander Zuo. Commander Lu, however, was less contemplative. No worries, these are all valuable acquisitions. You may take your time to study them. The immediate priority is to check the condition of the 22 fighter jet. The experts remained skeptical. Are you certain they're SA-22 fighter jet? This is merely a 35 fighter jet. True, but the 35 fighter jet is impressive in its own right. There are numerous technologies within it that merit our study. The 35 fighter jet is at least more practical compared to the 22, which even the Americans find somewhat challenging to maintain. The experts incessantly voiced their doubts, giving Commander Lu little chance to respond. At that moment, Commander Zuo finally regained his composure from a shock. Please remain calm. The F-22 fighter jet is right ahead. Due to its unique characteristics, we have concealed it to prevent observation by foreign spy satellites. Upon hearing Commander Zuo's words, the experts fell into a hushed silence. To ascertain whether it was indeed the F-22, they had to see it first. Commander Zuo guided the experts to the only area on the deck covered by a drape. This drape, however, was no ordinary fabric. It was coated with a special material designed to effectively thwart foreign surveillance. The experts approached the drape with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Without hesitation, Commander Zuo issued the command to unveil the F-22 for the experts to behold. As his voice echoed, the drape slowly ascended into the air. Although the drape had been lifted, it still managed to obscure the aircraft from aerial detection. Upon witnessing the F-22, all the experts were left in awe. No way. Is it truly the F-22? How can this American fighter jet be here? They marveled at its formidable appearance, recognizing it as the most advanced aircraft of the United States. This is insane. The F-22 has actually appeared within the borders of our nation. What could the Americans be planning? Noticing the unease in the atmosphere, commanders were quickly clarified. This fighter was neither shot down by us nor discovered in our operations. It was retrieved from the sea by a fisherman. Upon hearing this, the experts were left dumbfounded. Is it possible to fish an aircraft out of the ocean? Commander Zuo, you must be joking. How could a fighter jet end up in sea? One observant expert approached the aircraft and seemed to uncover a clue. It is indeed plausible. This fighter jet is entirely encased in a waterproof membrane. Even if it had been submerged, this would not hinder its operational capacity. Upon receiving this news, a look of ecstasy spread across Commander Zuo's face. He had initially believed that the fighter jet retrieved from the sea would be rendered inoperable. Yet now an expert was informing him that its waterproof coating would ensure its functionality remained intact. Could there be any more fortuitous news than this? Commander Zuo excitedly grasped the expert's arm. This aircraft can still be put back into service? The expert nodded affirmatively, stating, the impact of seawater on the fighter jet is negligible. As long as its internal structures remain undamaged, it can be redeployed for combat. Commander Zuo was elated. I never anticipated that Zuo Yunlong would return with such a remarkable surprise. If this fighter jet can not only be studied, but also return to active duty, the combat capability of our nation will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. The expert concurred. In theory, that is correct. However, we must conduct thorough inspections before confirming. Soon, the experts began their examination. Indeed, it was the most advanced fighter jet of the United States. The stealth coating held immense research value. Indeed, if we could comprehend the formulation of their invisible coating, our fighter jets could ascend to an unprecedented level of combat capability. Is it truly possible? An intact fighter jet? The engine is operational. The turbine functions normally. The cruising system is intact. The ignition is flawless. My goodness. This is akin to a freshly minted fighter jet emerging from the arsenal, is it not? What a jest. The production of the 22 fighter jets has ceased, and the assembly line has been dismantled. How could we possibly discover new fighter jets at this time? Chapter 113. There are enough fighter jets for a conference. Numerous scientists are engrossed in the study of the 22 fighter jet. This aircraft is simply too captivating. The materials, equipment, and devices on board are invaluable treasures for these scholars. Many scientists find themselves utterly absorbed in their research. Commander Zuo observes these scientists with a sense of resignation. When it comes to scientific inquiry, these individuals are indeed eccentric. However, the Dragon Nation requires such zealots for its resurgence. After all, due to various historical circumstances, the Dragon Nation has fallen behind significantly in modern times. Only these fervent minds can propel the nation forward. Colonel Liu observes this scene in silence. These individuals are worthy of respect and admiration. Suddenly, one of the scientists rushes over. Commander Zuo, do we have any testing instruments available? Upon hearing this, Commander Zuo is momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. No, this cargo ship cannot be equipped with such advanced instruments. Besides, the humid air at sea wouldn't permit such devices aboard. The scientist, upon hearing this, seems to understand. It still inquires hopefully, so any progress? Commander Zuo asks with genuine concern. Progress? Indeed, tremendous progress. The scientist's excitement is palpable as he discusses his area of expertise. The performance metrics of the 22 fighter jet are remarkably high, particularly in terms of its engine. There are many aspects we can learn from. By the way, Commander Zuo, where exactly did you discover this 22 fighter jet? Earlier, I thought I spotted Su-35 and 35 fighter jets as well. Commander Zuo feels a tinge of helplessness. I told you, these were truly salvaged from the ocean, and it was a streamer who did so. If you don't believe me, you may view the recorded footage to witness how he retrieved these fighter jets. These scientists, aside from their scientific pursuits and literature reviews, seldom have time for leisure. Thus, they have rarely heard of the recently renowned Zuo Yunlong. Upon hearing Commander Zuo's words, the scientist is momentarily stunned. You are not deceiving me, are you? Commander Zuo nods with certainty. The scientist is bewildered. Where's the recording? We must see it. With that, the scientist promptly returns to gather other researchers to watch. After the scientists confirm that the aircraft is indeed a 22 fighter jet, their disbelief in Commander Zuo's words only deepens. They attribute this to confidentiality concerns, and thus refrain from further inquiries. However, it is astonishing that this phenomenon is not merely about retrieving items from the ocean, it is being broadcast live in its entirety. Even scientists, who typically remain aloof from worldly matters, have become captivated. A gathering of individuals has assembled to view the recorded videos of Zuo Yunlong. When they witnessed him pulling up 15 fighter jets, the scientists were utterly astounded. Could it truly be possible to salvage fighter planes from the depths of the sea? Is this not a tad implausible? Subsequently, through the recorded footage, they observed Zuo Yunlong's valiant accomplishments of retrieving one fighter jet after another. Goodness, who is this individual? One scientist, unable to contain his astonishment, exclaimed profanities. For fighter jets, all retrieved by him alone? The 35 fighter jets, the 22 fighter jets, the Su-35 fighter jets. Each one of them is of monumental significance. This young man is truly remarkable. I find myself unexpectedly intrigued by him. I must admit, I too am fascinated by this unbelievable character. Colonel Liu, standing nearby, felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Surely these individuals do not intend to impose any undue burdens upon Zuo Yunlong? Commander Zuo overheard the scientist's discussions and, with a smile, remarked, "Do not set your sights on this young man. Let me tell you, he is now a national treasure. Even the unparalleled academician Liu has taken an interest in him." "You mean old Liu?" "Goodness, I heard that old Liu's optics lab has discovered a remarkable treasure, supposedly a laser weapon. Now that you mention it, I do recall something along those lines. By the way, I heard that the laser weapon was also retrieved from the ocean. Is it possible? Are you serious? Could it be that this young man also salvaged that laser weapon?" Upon hearing Commander Zui's words, the scientists erupted in excitement. Their fervor resembled that of ordinary citizens idolizing their stars. "Indeed, you are correct. The laser weapon was also retrieved by this streamer. If you're interested, you may wish to view his previous salvage videos," Commander Zuo confidently asserted. The scientists resumed their fervent discussions. What? It truly is this young man. He was able to salvage such a laser weapon, and now he has retrieved fighter jets? This is alarming. I find myself even more intrigued by this young fellow. Does he have a girlfriend? I have a granddaughter who is about to enter university. Old Zhang, have you no shame left? Wait, what about the intercontinental missiles and tanks that were delivered recently from the nation of combat? Could it be that all of this was salvaged by this singular individual? If that is the case, it is simply outrageous. How can this be scientifically plausible? Yet, Commanders will calmly nodded. Indeed, it is all him. At this moment, Commanders will felt a sense of triumph within. He observed the scientists, who usually held their noses high, looking down upon everything, now utterly astonished by a mere fishing streamer. Although Commander Zuo was aware that it was not due to his own influence, he still felt a surge of exhilaration within. This sensation was truly delightful. Consequently, the netizens bestowed upon him the moniker of arms dealer. Upon hearing this title, even the scientists could not help but chuckle. Indeed, this appellation suited the young man remarkably well. With laser weaponry, tanks, and now even fighter jets and intercontinental missiles in his repertoire, the title was certainly well-deserved. This lad was exceptionally impressive. Alas, if only old Liu had not fallen ill and could have joined them. He surely would have inquired about such a treasure of boy and why he had not introduced him to his old friends. Old Liu really ought to be more considerate. One could even wonder if he wished to recruit this young man as a grandson-in-law. Commander Zuo inquired with a smile. "Esteemed colleagues, having enjoyed the festivities, shall we now commence our work?" The scientists immediately sprang to life with excitement. Let us investigate these remarkable findings and discern what sets them apart. Chapter 114. Is this what you call useless equipment? This simply won't do. The equipment aboard this vessel is woefully inadequate to provide data support for this fighter jet. This is the only aircraft in the world that simultaneously boasts supersonic cruising, stealth capabilities, extreme maneuverability, and advanced information warfare capabilities. Truly extraordinary. Perhaps we should begin our research with the F-35 fighter jet. At that moment, a scientist proposed this notion. After all, the F-35 possesses numerous advantages over the F-22. The scientists collectively smacked their foreheads in realization. They had been so captivated by the allure of the F-22 that they had completely overlooked the existence of the F-35. Under normal circumstances, a single F-35 would have been enough to send them into a frenzy. However, the emergence of the F-22 had completely overshadowed the brilliance of the F-35. The optical components beneath the nose of the F-35 are absent on the F-22. Hence, the F-35 possesses superior situational awareness and electronic warfare capabilities. Thanks to technological advancements, the cockpit of the F-35 is also more sophisticated, with enhanced information processing capabilities and better coordination with other battlefield nodes compared to the F-22. Additionally, the stealth materials used in the F-35 are more advanced than those of the F-22, yielding superior stealth effectiveness and easier maintenance. Following this scientist's suggestion, the multitude of scientists came to realize that researching the F-35 was indeed the more prudent choice. Meanwhile, as the scientists of the Dragon Nation busily delved into the F-22 fighter jet across the ocean in the United States, the military leaders were roaring in the conference hall. What is happening? How could our esteemed American fighter jets appear in the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation? Why we lost our aircraft? Just recently, I had mocked the leaders of the combat nation, only to receive a phone call from them moments ago. Our most critical aircraft, the F-22, which is classified as never to be sold or have its intelligence leaked, has inexplicably surfaced in the waters of the Dragon Nation. It now appears to be on a vessel belonging to their military. Where is our dignity? The reputation of our great nation has been utterly tarnished by you inept fools. The individuals being scolded remain silent, unwilling to voice their thoughts. The loss of a single F-22 fighter jet is certainly not a trivial matter. After all, there are only a limited number of these aircraft, and the production line for the F-22 has long since ceased operations. This signifies that with each F-22 that is lost, the total number available to the United States diminishes. Sir, our military is undoubtedly in impeccable condition. There are absolutely no individuals within the U.S. military who would engage in corrupt practices like those in the combat nation. Our F-22s are currently all operational and would never be found within the waters of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, our F-22s have not been produced for over a decade. During this time, not a single unit has been manufactured. From the images received, it appears that the F-22 they claim to have discovered is undeniably new, which is simply impossible. Indeed, sir, I would stake my life on it. This cannot be genuine. It is likely a ruse employed by the Dragon Nation to confuse us and force us to disclose the technology of the F-22. Such a tactic would enable them to glean insights from our publicly available specifications and subsequently enhance their own fighter jets. Sir, we must remain composed during this critical moment. Everyone was endeavoring to persuade the U.S. leader. However, he remained unwavering, asserting, there is no doubt, the military of the Dragon Nation has indeed found an F-22. This situation is irrefutable. The pressing question is how long the Dragon Nation will detain this aircraft. The U.S. leader bellowed, quickly, investigate this matter. I demand to see the results today. With this command, everyone dispersed hastily. The United States had no intention of publicizing this incident. It was hardly a matter of pride. It was akin to a son suddenly referring to another man as father. Even if one knows the son's lineage, it does not sit well in the heart. The F-22 is akin to the U.S.'s own progeny. Minister of Foreign Affairs. The U.S. leader suddenly recalled something and swiftly summoned the minister. The minister entered the hall with urgency, respectfully bowing to the leader. Without hesitation, the leader declared, I wish to communicate with the Dragon Nation. I demand a stern negotiation regarding the F-22. It is ours, and we cannot allow their engineers to dismantle it. The foreign minister appeared somewhat disheartened. Sir, I have already communicated with the Dragon Nation regarding this matter. However, they have refused to negotiate over the retrieved F-22. According to their latest laws, they possess no authority to dispose of the aircraft discovered in their waters. They only have the right to use it and will compensate the owner annually. Thus, the Dragon Nation rejected any negotiations on this issue. Upon hearing this, the U.S. leader was on the verge of fury. Despicable, utterly despicable. Meanwhile, the events transpiring between the U.S. and the Dragon Nation were entirely unknown to Zuo Yunlong. After unloading 4 fighter jets, Zuo Yunlong felt an immense sense of relief. He had finally shed 4 burdens and was ready to resume his work. Brothers, prepare to get to work, he shouted, and in that moment, his spirit seemed to rejuvenate. The crew, however, was taken aback by his call. The military had just departed. Surely, the boss wouldn't summon something outrageous again? This could pose quite a challenge, especially since they hadn't yet had a chance to rest. Nevertheless, working alongside the boss was indeed a privilege, and there was bound to be urgent tasks ahead. Is our boss truly this extravagant now? One crew member mused. He has always been quite lavish, hasn't he? Captain Chow, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's command, was also bewildered. Zuo Yunlong, shouldn't we take a break? This isn't sustainable. Though he voiced this concern, he was secretly apprehensive about Zuo Yunlong's unpredictability. One net, one fighter jet. Was there a way to manage this? If they continued like this, the recently departed commander Zuo might return again. The viewers in the live stream were oblivious to these worries. Look, our host is about to perform again, they exclaimed. Goodness, having just sent off the fighter jets. What on earth will our host haul in this time? It feels as if he has come prepared. Could it be that the miracle host has set his sights on something extraordinary again? Who is the next big shot to emerge? Zuo Yunlong, feeling a surge of frustration, retorted, I haven't even caught a single fish today. Yet, I'm being told I can't continue fishing because of all this useless stuff? Captain Chow was taken aback. What did you say? Fighter jets are useless? Chapter 115. Have we just reeled in an aircraft carrier? The crew members were equally perplexed by Zuo Yunlong's assertion. Truly, the thoughts of their boss were inscrutable. To claim that fighter jets were of no value, this was indeed remarkable. I always thought our boss was merely putting on a show, but it seems he is genuinely theatrical. They chuckled. How bold of him to declare that fighter jets are worthless. I wonder what the military would think upon hearing such a statement. The viewers in the live stream were equally exhilarated. Did you just hear the miracle host declaration? Truly, he is remarkable, dismissing even fighter jets. Those are the pinnacle of American technology, the F-22s. If the Americans were to hear this, they would be devastated. The Americans might retaliate, claiming, how could the host here consider our top-tier fighter jets to be worthless? Zuo Yunlong handed the bait he had just acquired to his assistant. You know how to prepare the fishing spot, right? The assistant nodded in understanding. Although he had been solely focused on live streaming, he was, before joining Zuo Yunlong's crew, a dedicated fisherman. How could he not know how to prepare bait? No problem, boss, leave it to me. With that, the assistant made his way to the railing on the deck, beginning to scatter the bait into the sea. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Goodness, has the miraculous host resorted to technology? They chuckled. I wonder if this time the miraculous host will manage to catch any fish. It is indeed a remarkable fusion of technology and magic. Let us witness whether the might of technology surpasses that of magic. The miraculous host has certainly put in considerable effort to secure a catch. One cannot shake the feeling that this time, success is within reach. Haha, the Agricultural Research Institute's products are indeed reliable, they exclaimed. If no fish are caught this time, will the miraculous host be left in tears? Trust in science. After casually scattering 3 handfuls of bait, the assistant glanced at Zuo Yunlong. Without hesitation, commanded the net to be cast. The fishing net plunged into the sea precisely where the assistant had scattered the bait moments earlier. Captain Chow observed this scene, pondering silently. Surely, it cannot yield anything bizarre this time. After all, there is bait to attract the fish. The likelihood of a catch is high. Should anything peculiar surface, I might seriously consider sending Zuo Yunlong to the Non-Human Research Center. That would be utterly absurd. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing Zuo Yunlong's actions, were equally exhilarated. Come, let us witness the moment of miracles. They cheered. Though the miraculous host has employed technology, it would still be a marvel if he managed to catch fish. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of the unusual loomed in the air. Is it any wonder? The miraculous host has never adhered to logic in his endeavors. Indeed, if the miraculous host were to reason with you, he would never have caught a fighter jet. They quipped. Ladies and gentlemen, could it be that Darwin is about to make an appearance? After all, while bait may attract fish, it does not guarantee that the fish are not protected species. The analysis from above carries substantial weight. Perhaps the miraculous host genuinely considers this. After all, he is the man who single-handedly established a nature reserve. Indeed, our miraculous host will not disappoint us. As the excitement within the live stream reached a crescendo, the net had been submerged long enough. Haul up, Zuo Yunlong called out with vigor. With the support of the Agricultural Research Institute's bait, he himself could hardly believe that anything strange would surface this time. If it did, it would surely be fate. Zuo Yunlong felt resigned to whatever outcome awaited. Meanwhile, upon hearing the call to haul up the net, Captain Chow felt a knot tighten in his throat. Surely, there would be no surprises, right? He silently reassured himself. If anything peculiar were to emerge again, he would shamelessly have to summon the military district commander once more. At this moment, Captain Chow felt quite powerful. capable of summoning the military commander at will. If his colleagues were to learn of this, they would surely be envious. Of course, one must not forget the well from which one drinks. All of this was brought about by the extraordinary individual named Zuo Yunlong. Compared to him, Zuo Yunlong truly was a godlike presence. Even though Captain Chao is an avowed atheist, he cannot help but feel that Zuo Yunlong is nothing short of extraordinary. The viewers in the live broadcast room are quietly awaiting the moment the fishing net is cast into the sea. Surely, the miraculous broadcaster will not encounter any mishaps this time, right? One would think that the miraculous broadcaster should finally catch something, wouldn't they? If no fish are caught this time, it may be prudent for the miraculous broadcaster to abandon the title of fisherman altogether. I mean, really, aren't terms like arms dealer, archaeological expert, or Darwin far more befitting of the miraculous broadcaster's actual situation? Haha, from now on, the miraculous broadcaster shall be known as the master of non-fishing harvests. Indeed, aside from fish, who would doubt that the miraculous broadcaster could haul in anything? Yes. We wouldn't even be surprised if a naval aircraft carrier were to emerge from the depths. Should such a vessel actually be retrieved? One can only imagine the broadcaster's expression. Go for it, miraculous broadcaster. You are the best. As the fishing net gradually ascends from the sea, it reveals an object both familiar and foreign to the onlookers, a model of an aircraft carrier. Captain Chao slaps his forehead in disbelief. No way, not again. He was utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Has an aircraft carrier truly been pulled from the depths? Regardless of whether it is a model or not, let us just confirm if it is indeed an aircraft carrier. Should this be reported? It appears to be a legitimate display model of an aircraft carrier, and its value is certainly not negligible. Zuo Yunlong, witnessing this scene, is equally bewildered. What on earth is this? Is this for real? The bait has already been scattered, and this is what they retrieve. The crew, upon seeing this, is also at a loss. No way. They thought the boss had reconsidered and turned over a new leaf. Instead, the boss has nonchalantly drawn up a model of an aircraft carrier. Can such a thing even be found in the sea? This situation is simply absurd. How much could this be worth? Finally, it makes sense why the boss had previously caught so many fighter jets. Turns out, he was indeed preparing for the carrier's onboard aircraft. My goodness, this item is sizable. I wonder how accurately it has been scaled. Is it just me? Or is it truly ridiculous that the boss has retrieved a model of an aircraft carrier? Does the Agricultural Research Institute's bait not suffice to fulfill the boss's fishing dreams? Boss, please have mercy. Chapter 116, a model, well, that changes everything. The moment the model aircraft carrier is drawn from the sea, the live broadcast room erupts in excitement. No way. Has someone once again predicted what the miraculous broadcaster would haul in? My goodness, is this an undercover agent sent by the miraculous broadcaster to our live room? The miraculous broadcaster could actually retrieve something like this. And to think someone even guessed it? I merely made a random guess and did not expect to be right. My goodness, it is no surprise that the miraculous broadcaster has once again defied expectations. It appears that any wild guess is valid. This aircraft carrier model must be worth quite a fortune, right? Money? Isn't it rather mundane to discuss such a thing? Behold the size of this aircraft carrier model. It must surely be displayed in some military museum. Could it be? Aren't the models within meticulously crafted a scale? While the parameters remain unknown, the facilities and layout are undeniably identical. Is it possible for such an object to be retrieved from the depths of the sea? Given its dimensions, it could easily be deemed a small fishing vessel. Wouldn't you agree? The miraculous streamer is truly remarkable, managing to salvage such a thing. It's astounding. I feel as if my mind cannot comprehend it all. In the clash between technology and magic, it appears that magic has triumphed. I maintain that in the face of the miraculous streamer's divine prowess, technology is rendered utterly impotent. I am in awe of such a streamer, utterly devoid of reason. Zuo Yunlong turned to Lieutenant Chao, who wore a look of resigned disbelief. Let's place this aircraft carrier model onto the ship, Zuo Yunlong suggested with a nod. The crew promptly complied, positioning the model aboard. Lieutenant Chao approached to examine the aircraft carrier model, relieved to find it was merely a replica, sparing him excessive astonishment. Suddenly, a fish leapt from the model. Fish! At that moment, both the crew aboard the fishing vessel and the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Upon witnessing this, Zuo Yunlong was initially taken aback, but then transformed his surprise into joy. How he caught fish. He swiftly shoved Lieutenant Chow aside and dashed to the aircraft carrier model. It was then that Zuo Yunlong noticed the model was filled to the brim with fish. They truly had caught fish in this net. The crew was left in disbelief. Goodness, is our boss's fishing prowess truly so extraordinary? We pulled up fish from an aircraft carrier. The next time I encounter fellow fishermen, I shall boast of this. Indeed, we shall be the talk of the town. From now on, I shall declare, what is your catch? I've just salvaged fish from an aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, the young assistant, after a brief moment of astonishment, directed the camera towards the aircraft carrier model. The viewers in a live stream quickly lost their composure. No way. Is that model filled with fish? This must be a joke. The miraculous streamer has actually caught fish? This situation is absurd. Who would have thought that the miraculous streamer's fishing exploits could be so extraordinary? What does this even mean? Is it that the miraculous streamer has caught fish, or has he salvaged an aircraft carrier? The miraculous streamer said, "Children make choices. I want it all." Goodness. In this contest between technology and magic, has it concluded in a draw? The miraculous streamer has certainly not disappointed. The surprises just keep coming. The miraculous streamer can catch fish? Surely, today the sun has risen from the west. It's unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. No wonder I follow this streamer. Their prowess is unmatched. Zuo Yunlong gazed excitedly at the fish within the aircraft carrier model. Hurry, let us extract the fish from within. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong issued the command. At that moment, the fishing endeavor was destined to be exceptionally fruitful. The crew immediately sprang into action. Tears of excitement shimmered in the eyes of everyone present. At last, a fish has been caught. Zuo Yunlong felt a sense of triumph. Although he was still holding a model aircraft carrier, who would dare to claim they were not a fishing streamer? It was only when he examined the bait on the model aircraft carrier that Zuo Yunlong understood the situation. It turned out his little assistant had inadvertently tossed the bait onto the model. Clearly, the bait developed by the Agricultural Academy was indeed effective, he mused to himself. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chow was increasingly intrigued by the model aircraft carrier. After a thorough examination, he finally confirmed that it was, astonishingly, a model from Gaul. How could such a model appear in the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom? Lieutenant Chow looked at Zuo Yunlong in disbelief. This operation was simply extraordinary. Zuo Yunlong directed his crew to remove all the fish from the model, leaving the aircraft carrier on display. Lieutenant Chow, however, was enamored. Although there was no need to report this model to superiors, it was undeniably charming. The viewers in the live stream also took note of the aircraft carrier model. Judging by the officer's expression, it seemed there was more to this model than met the eye. Isn't that obvious? The miraculous streamer has never disappointed us. Oh my, I just realized that this is actually a model from the Gaul family. The Charles de Gaulle class carrier. Indeed it is, although merely a model. Its collectible value is extraordinarily high. My goodness, are archaeologists, arms dealers, and Darwin himself all simultaneously online? Our miraculous streamer has single-handedly altered our perception of him. Darwin, are there protected species among these fish? How narrow-minded. Indeed, when Darwin was developing the theory of evolution, did he care whether a species was protected? Come on. This explanation is quite far-fetched. Regardless, the streamer is truly impressive. All right, I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Just how many miracles can our miraculous streamer create? After managing the fish from the aircraft carrier model, Zuo Yunlong did not hesitate to cast the net again. Of course, before doing so, he instructed his assistant to scatter some bait into the sea. The viewers in the live stream became excited once more. Look, the streamer is casting the net again. Could it be that the streamer is determined not to stop until he hauls in another aircraft carrier? It's true. Our miraculous streamer is capable of such feats. After all, if he has already caught a model aircraft carrier, how much longer could it be before he catches an actual one? Chapter 117. Is this a gift to me? Lieutenant Chow finally returned to his senses after the initial joy of seeing the aircraft carrier model. Turning back, he was struck with alarm. How could another net be cast if something else were to be caught? Wouldn't that put the aircraft carrier model at risk of being discovered by others? If the division commander and military district commander were to be alerted, would the model even remain in their possession? Captain Chow felt a twinge of anxiety. He was determined to acquire the aircraft carrier model. He realized he must establish ownership of the model before this young man unearthed anything peculiar. Eagerly, Captain Chow approached Zuo Yunlong, saying, "Young Zuo, I have a matter to discuss with you." Since joining the military, Captain Chow had seldom sought favors from others, making him somewhat awkward in this moment. Zuo Yunlong, absorbed in the thrill of fishing, fixated his gaze on the sea. The fishing net had submerged, patiently awaiting the moment of retrieval. Without glancing at Captain Chow, Zuo Yunlong replied, "What is it? If you're after fish, just grab one. You know fresh catch is best when it's caught and killed on the spot. But don't worry, our fishing boat has a place to keep the fish alive for a while, so they won't perish immediately. I promise to treat you to the freshest fish once I haul in this catch." Captain Chow was momentarily at a loss for words. What was the connection between his desire for the aircraft carrier model and fish? The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Wow, I truly believe it now. Our miraculous streamer is genuinely fixated on fish. One commented, "Look at that officer's exasperated expression. It's hilarious. He must be feeling quite frustrated. What do fish matter to him?" Others chimed in, "Who would watch a serious person fish with a miraculous streamer? It's far more entertaining to see the streamer perform magic." Yet another viewer mused, "Am I the only one who finds the miraculous streamer fishing intriguing? It's certainly not dull, especially if it involves an aircraft carrier model. I'm witnessing the spectacle of an aircraft carrier fish." Zuo Yunlong remained oblivious to Captain Chow's contorted expression, continuing to gaze at the water. Taking a deep breath, Captain Chow suppressed the urge to interrupt Zuo Yunlong. For the sake of the aircraft carrier model, he would endure. He softly inquired, "What do you intend to do with that aircraft carrier model?" Zuo Yunlong nonchalantly responded, "It's not just a fish, so what else there to deliberate? However, if this fellow brings me an aircraft carrier-sized fish, I might just keep it as a good luck charm." The viewers in the live stream found this utterly amusing. I can't take it anymore. The miraculous streamer is trying to make me laugh to death. How can someone be so funny? Treating an aircraft carrier model as a mascot? Another viewer exclaimed, "Though I recognize the Model S contribution to our Streamer S fishing endeavors, this response is simply brilliant. I can't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, the power of technology was formidable. It is anticipated that in the future, the miraculous streamer will venture overseas, revering not even the deities, but rather this model of an aircraft carrier. Truly, it aligns with the quintessential traits of our dragon nation. Indeed. No matter how potent your powers may be, first show me a sign. There's nothing wrong with that. If your presence proves beneficial, I shall honor you daily. If not, then you can take your leave to wherever the climate suits you. No matter how formidable your abilities, what good are you to me if you do not assist? This miraculous streamer is simply too amusing. I am nearly at my wit's end." At this moment, Lieutenant Chow is equally astonished by Zuo Yunlong's words, feeling both bemused and charred inside. Is this truly happening? Using a model of an aircraft carrier as a talisman? This notion likely only crosses the mind of this young man. Everything about this situation reeks of absurdity. Lieutenant Chow cautiously inquired, "So, you have no intention of reselling it?" Zuo Yunlong dismissively retorted, "This ISNTA fish, who would you sell it to? Would you want it?" Presently, Zuo Yunlong's focus is solely on the fishing net adrift in the sea. Beyond this, he harbors no other thoughts. Lieutenant Chow tentatively asked, "What if I wish to purchase it?" The viewers in the live stream suddenly grasped the reality of the situation. This officer truly intends to buy a model of the aircraft carrier from our miraculous streamer. It appears that this officer genuinely admires the model. One can only imagine the despair he felt, considering that he would use his coveted aircraft carrier model as a talisman. Incredibly resourceful. And this officer is merely innocent in this absurdity. I am so curious to see if this miraculous streamer can actually sell the aircraft carrier model. Can even a talisman be sold? This indeed reflects the consistent style of our miraculous streamer. With the ingenuity of our miraculous streamer, one wonders what he might trade this aircraft carrier model for. Indeed, after all, our miraculous streamer is capable of exchanging 4 fighter jets for a mere packet of bait. I wager that in the mind of our miraculous streamer, this aircraft carrier model must be worth at least 100 grams of bait. Oh my. Is it truly so astonishing now that the currency unit for our miraculous streamer has become grams? I cannot contain my laughter at the notion of bait being used as hard currency in exchanges with our miraculous streamer. Upon hearing Lieutenant Chow's request, Zuo Yunlong finally regained his senses. You fancy this aircraft carrier model? Zuo Yunlong regarded Lieutenant Chow with a peculiar expression. What is there to like about a model of an aircraft carrier, which is neither edible nor utilitarian? Lieutenant Chow, somewhat shy, nodded in acknowledgement. How much do you intend to sell it for? Would 1 million suffice? Zuo Yunlong paused momentarily. 1 million? Can this model truly be valued at such a sum? The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. This officer must be genuinely wealthy, casually offering 1 million. Is it conceivable that 1 million would buy merely an aircraft carrier model? What is so strange about it? Some collectibles can cost hundreds of thousands. Selling this aircraft carrier model for 1 million is not a loss. Big shots, all of them. Zuo Yunlong remained unfazed. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. Captain Chow was fully prepared to increase his bid. After all, this aircraft carrier model was worth every penny. However, he was rendered speechless by Zuo Yunlong's words. What? You're giving it to me? Chapter 118. Fishing. Is this still the same streamer we know? The viewers in the live stream were astonished upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's declaration. Truly, the miracle streamer is impressively extravagant. Indeed, a person who could trade 4 fighter jets for a mere bag of bait. So domineering. Wow. Miracle streamer, do you need friends? You know, those who can enjoy free food and drinks? Incredible. To casually forego 1 million and to give it away just like that? Miracle streamer, I humbly seek your favor. No wonder he is a man who dines on truffles and abalone at every meal. So charming. In contrast, Zuo Yunlong appeared rather impatient. What? You don't want it? Captain Chow remained incredulous. Are you serious? You truly intend to give it to me? This is an aircraft carrier model, and I can assure you, it is a meticulously scaled replica. As if fearing Zuo Yunlong was unaware of the model's worth, Captain Chow repeatedly emphasized its value. This aircraft carrier model could even be auctioned off. It's not an exaggeration to say it's priceless. The crew was drawn to the commotion. Their gazes shifting between Captain Chow and Zuo Yunlong. What had our boss done to incite such ire? Look at the incredulity etched on Captain Chow's face. Well, take a good look. That's not anger, but utter disbelief. Oh, now makes sense. That bag of bait for 4 fighter jets? This incident will surely be remembered for a lifetime. They laughed, feeling fortunate to have such an extraordinary boss. Zuo Yunlong, growing more impatient, declared, when I say it's yours, it's yours. Don't delay me for my business. Noticing that time was of the essence, Zuo Yunlong ordered the net to be raised without hesitation. As the fishing net ascended, it astonishingly brimmed with fish. Zuo Yunlong was euphoric. Ha! The bait from the Agricultural Science Institute truly works wonders. We caught fish with just 1 haul. Finally, it's not some bizarre catch. The crew, witnessing this scene, was equally elated. Goodness, we've actually caught fish again? Ha! This feeling is simply exhilarating. At last, I feel like a fisherman once more. It's been such a long time. It's quite the challenge to fish alongside the boss. The viewers in the live stream were even more incredulous. This defies logic. The miracle streamer is actually fishing? Fishing for ordinary fish? Oh my, this is nothing short of a scientific miracle. The fishing streamer, who never fishes, is now catching fish. Goodness, miracle streamer. Are you planning to sell goods? If this bag of bait could entice the miracle streamer to fish, I must buy a bag to try it. Does anyone know where this bait is sold? Go outside and stand there. Haven't you heard that this bait is still in the experimental phase? Haha, it seems the miracle streamer is truly on a roll this time. Only Captain Chow couldn't help but mutter quietly, what is the big deal about catching a fish? Upon seeing the catch, Zuo Yunlong grew even more exhilarated. Quick, quick, cast the net again. Zuo Yunlong commanded without hesitation. The crew was equally spirited. Oh my, this is incredible. Being alongside the boss, I feel so much stronger when fishing than before. Truly, this experience is far superior to catching a fighter jet. Haha, 1 net. 1 fighter jet. I'm almost tired of it. Enough already. If it weren't for being next to our boss, would you all be reeling in fighter jets? Surely. You must be secretly elated inside. The crew chuckled, yet their hands moved with increasing dexterity. The viewers in the live stream also noticed this. No way. Why do the miracle streamer's crew seem so energized? At this rate, it feels like they're fishing for fighter jets. How can they approach fishing with such enthusiasm? Of course, if you've had your fill of abalone and lobster, a bit of wild vegetables would surely excite you. Haha, exactly. If they don't fish more, these crew members will surely become quite rusty in their skills. Indeed, it stands to reason that only on our miracle streamer's fishing vessel could such strange catches be made. If they were on another boat, Would they still reel in such oddities? Right, in the end, it all circles back to living off the fish catch. So, the question arises, who will make room for me? I wish to board the ship. This is the first time I've seen a fishing vessel so joyfully engaged in catching fish. It seems that if the miracle streamer could continue fishing like this, it wouldn't be so bad. The net was soon cast into the ocean. Zuo Yunlong's lips curled into a slight smile with this bait in hand. How could he possibly fail to catch fish? Yet, only Captain Chow remained apprehensive. He had been observing Zuo Yunlong's unreasonable behavior since boarding. Just moments ago, even with bait thrown, he managed to pull up a model aircraft carrier. Who knows what peculiar items this fellow might inadvertently catch while fishing. Zuo Yunlong silently calculated the time. Haul the net. With the bait support, Zuo Yunlong's confidence soared. The speed of casting and hauling increased. The fishing net swiftly emerged from the water, still filled with fish. The viewers in the live stream found it even harder to believe. No way. 3 consecutive nets. And they've all yielded fish? This is absurd. The miracle streamer isn't fishing for arms or antiques. He's genuinely fishing for fish now. And this time, he didn't even bring up anything else. Just fish. Logically, there should be some protected species among them. Right? Miracle streamer. Please check carefully to see if there are any protected animals. Zuo Yunlong dismissed the chatter online with contempt. After all, the fish caught in the past few nets were common among fishermen. However, while they may be common, their price is certainly not cheap. The crew was ecstatic, dancing with joy. They caught more fish again. At last, I have finally liberated myself from the daily dread of facing the superior. Oh wait, that is not right. I have already concluded my meeting for today. Haha, what does it matter? At least things have returned to normal. Goodness, I am overwhelmed with excitement. We have truly become an ordinary fishing vessel. Although it lacks the exhilarating thrill of dredging up antiques and arms, this sensation is quite delightful in its own right. Kudos to our boss. At long last, our boss is capable of managing matters effectively. Left Yunlong is determined to seize the moment, encouraging the crew to continue their fishing endeavors. The junior assistant murmurs, "Boss, we've run out of bait." Chapter 119, Trending Without Spending a Dime. Upon hearing the assistant's words, Left Yunlong's expression shifted. What? We've run out of bait? The assistant promptly overturned the small bag holding the bait, revealing it completely empty. There was hardly any bait to begin with, and just moments ago, the boss instructed to scatter a bit more. Inadvertently, too much was dispersed, and now it's all gone. Left Yunlong is at a loss. Is it truly possible that we've exhausted our bait after only 3 nets? This situation is utterly absurd. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Wow, it's a disaster. Our miraculous host's supplies have vanished. Haha, did 4 fighter jets really just return this meager amount of bait? Haha, one can almost feel our miraculous host's heart bleeding from across the screen. Miraculous host, hurry and chase after it. See if you can procure a bit more. Haha, what good would that do? This bait was newly developed by the Agricultural Research Institute. Even if you catch up, it won't help. Haha, witnessing our miraculous host, it's clear they're not cut out for business. This venture is a tremendous loss. We can expect to see more of our miraculous host's outrageous antics. Indeed, without this bait, let us see if our miraculous host can still reel in any fish. I am curious too. Go for it, miraculous host. I can't help but laugh shamelessly at the sight of our miraculous host's heart-wrenching expression. Yes, I am laughing too. Our miraculous host is truly a talent. Quick, miraculous host, it's your moment to prove yourself. Let us see if you are indeed the genuine miraculous host. Liu Gao, upon hearing that there was no bait left, appeared lost in thought. Left Yunlong, perhaps we should call it a day. After all, we've already caught some fish. Why not return to port? Lieutenant Chow genuinely feared that Left Yunlong, in his excitement, might inadvertently net something bizarre. After all the trouble he went through to retrieve a model aircraft carrier, he certainly didn't want those old superiors to snatch it away. Lieutenant Chow was well aware that our Commander Liu had no resistance to such model aircraft carriers. Left Yunlong pondered briefly and found merit in Lieutenant Chow's suggestion. After all, one cannot deplete all the fish in a single haul. It is wise to leave some behind. Abundance year after year, a good omen. Fishing is an everyday task, but this bait, still in the developmental phase, cannot be relied upon daily. Seeking a good omen today might just lead to a bountiful catch next time. Left Yunlong nodded and promptly issued the order. Haul nets, let us head home. Even upon realizing the absence of bait, Left Yunlong was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. The viewers in the live stream were not pleased. Is it possible that our miraculous broadcaster has faltered? Do not waver. Miraculous broadcaster, continue to fish. After all, the boat has space, does it not? Indeed, indeed. Miraculous broadcaster, will you cease fishing simply because there is no bait? Surely, one must catch something before returning home. That would prevent losses. Miraculous broadcaster, persevere. Perhaps there are still fish in the sea. Shall we cast another net to sea? One can only discern the presence of fish by casting a net. Lieutenant Chow gazed at the live stream with frustration. So, you are no longer on this boat? If something peculiar is caught in a net, who will take responsibility? Zuo Yunlong, with a dismissive expression, ignored the multitude of viewers' requests and instructed his assistant to shut down the live stream. Do I require your guidance on how to conduct my affairs? After the assistant turned off the stream, the viewers erupted in outrage. What? The miraculous broadcaster has actually shut down the stream? Ha! The miraculous broadcaster must be genuinely frightened. If the military district is alerted twice in one day, our broadcaster might face an investigation. This is not satisfying to watch. How can the miraculous broadcaster simply end the live stream on a whim? Indeed, I have yet to finish my work, and he has chosen to leave early. Ha! I feel as though our miraculous broadcaster is treating this like a job. Alas, with so many viewers watching, today he will be marked for an early departure. Yes. Let us penalize him by ensuring he catches no fish next time. Oh dear, that would be the most dreadful curse for our miraculous broadcaster. How vicious you all are. Miraculous broadcaster, if you manage to haul in a genuine aircraft carrier next time, I shall forgive you. What a preposterous notion. Do you truly lack faith in the miraculous broadcaster? I cannot speak for others, but I firmly believe that the miraculous broadcaster can succeed. If there exists in this world a person capable of catching an aircraft carrier, I am certain that individual is the miraculous broadcaster. Listening to your banter, I almost believed it. There's no need to almost believe. Simply have faith. Yes, sincerity brings forth miracles. You must trust in the miraculous broadcaster. For he is a deity. I cannot help but rally for our miraculous broadcaster. He is simply extraordinary. Zuo Yunlong, having shut down the live stream, looked at the fish on the boat, unable to suppress a smile. This is what life is about. In that moment, Zuo Yunlong resembled the old man from The Old Man and the Sea, his lips curling into a victorious grin. Some individuals you can destroy, yet you can never defeat them. Zuo Yunlong felt he was such a person at this moment. Lieutenant Chow also wore a broad smile. This model of an aircraft carrier is truly splendid. The more he gazes upon it, the more satisfied he becomes. With this, he would surely be the envy of those youngsters. However, the assistant remained unconvinced. Boss, shall we not give it another try? After all, so much bait has been thrown in. Should we not cast another net to see if more fish remain? Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. No more fishing. If we catch more, we cannot sustain them. If they perish, they will not be fresh. If they're not fresh, what fish shall I consume? The assistant was at a loss for words. While others wished to catch as many fish as possible, our boss was content to forego any more catches. Is our boss truly the environmental guardian depicted in online lore? However, it seems this title has fallen out of favor for quite some time. The little follower felt a pang of melancholy at this thought. Meanwhile, Captain Chow shot a fierce glare at the follower. Do you not comprehend your boss's true character? If a battleship were to be salvaged, could you bear the responsibility? If that were to happen, you can make the call. I certainly do not wish to witness the military commander's startled reactions again. The crew members, upon receiving the news, felt somewhat unfulfilled. Alas, we only caught 3 nets of fish. It's hardly satisfying. I recall my days at sea, when I would haul in fish with every net for 17 consecutive casts. Such a feeling has been absent for far too long. Well, with our boss, catching 3 nets of fish is already commendable. Indeed, one must learn to be content. Do you expect to catch fighter jets while fishing? While following our boss is indeed exhilarating. Without these few nets of fish, I feel as though I've forgotten my true purpose as a fisherman. It's simply the way our boss is, so extraordinary. At this moment, a tempest was brewing online surrounding Zuo Yunlong. Chapter 120. Stop struggling. You will not catch any fish. A video of Zuo Yunlong salvaging fighter jets rapidly gained traction on the internet. The miraculous streamer achieved yet another remarkable feat. What? Fighter jets can actually be retrieved from the sea? The elusive F-22 fighter jets, previously unavailable for sale, have seemingly appeared in the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation. The recovery of the F-22 raises questions about the decay of humanity or perhaps a gift from nature. The mysterious streamer possesses extraordinary powers. The great sage himself has come to assist. The Bull Demon King was left in a state of panic. Tang Sung appeared deranged, and Zixia was brought to tears. Video after video was edited and shared online. Zuo Yunlong once again ignited fervor across the internet. Those who followed him and those who did not were equally electrified. Goodness, is this not the miraculous streamer? Oh my, what have I missed today? How infuriating. I spent the entire day in meetings, or I would certainly have caught the live broadcast. This wretched job, I shall quit. From now on, I will dedicate myself to following the miraculous streamer. Wait, what do I see? This streamer has some formidable skills. Salvaging fighter jets from the ocean? Intriguing indeed. This streamer is astonishing. How have I never come across him before? It defies logic. If this streamer does not become famous, it would be an injustice. A divine maneuver. Trading a packet of bait for 4 fighter jets? This streamer is capable of such feats. I must inquire if this streamer is genuinely fishing. Why do I keep encountering him? It's utterly vexing. Can this streamer not pull up some fish? I feel as if he has salvaged everything but fish. What a jest. His profession is fishing. His side gig involves salvaging arms, and his independent endeavors include recovering antiques. No, let us not forget his philanthropic passion for rescuing and protecting animals. Haha, no, I can hardly breathe from laughing. No, you are all mistaken. The streamer's fishing is indeed his humanitarian endeavor. After all, one must be cautious not to evoke laughter that could lead to the demise of many. This is what true compassion entails. I can hardly contain my amusement. It feels as though I am in the throes of a fit. Goodness, the hospital queues are forming again. Streamer, are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by the hospital? I suddenly have the impression that our streamer has managed, single-handedly, to sustain an entire hospital. Are there any netizens in need of a registration ticket? I have tickets available. Not for 980, nor 780, but merely 180. Goodness. Is the streamer now also engaging in the resale of hospital registration tickets like a black market vendor? The public discourse can escalate in just the span of an hour. Soon, the tale of Zuo Yunlong spread rapidly across the internet. With nothing else to occupy his time, Zuo Yunlong scrolled through his phone, naturally coming across these videos and comments. Oh, there are still those who claim I am not a fishing streamer? This generation of netizens is quite difficult to please. Why are they sharing videos of my fishing rather than my retrieving fighter jets? I must post one myself. At this moment, Lieutenant Chow was right beside Zuo Yunlong, listening to his musings and feeling somewhat speechless. What is so captivating about fishing videos? There is simply no comparison to the sensational news of retrieving fighter jets. The assistant, too, wore a look of resignation. Our boss is remarkable in many respects, yet he is excessively infatuated with fishing. ISNT retrieving fighter jets, far more appealing? However, upon further reflection, the 4 fighter jets had indeed been exchanged for a packet of fish bait. It seems that retrieving fighter jets may not be as enticing after all. It would require billions to make up for the loss. Zuo Yunlong, however, cared little for such matters. He instructed his assistant to edit and post a fishing video. The accompanying text read, "Oh dear, I inadvertently caught so many fish today. What a bountiful harvest." The assistant was at a loss for words. To claim that catching 3 nets of fish constitutes a bountiful harvest is rather audacious. Nevertheless, considering the boss's own operations, it does seem that today's catch was indeed plentiful. After all, previously, managing to catch 2 nets of fish was already considered a significant achievement. The assistant edited the video as per Zuo Yunlong's instructions and subsequently posted it. Upon seeing the video from Zuo Yunlong's account, netizens flocked to his page to leave comments. Within minutes, the likes surpassed 1 million and comments exceeded 10,000. Zuo Yunlong retrieved his phone and noted the number of likes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, only fishing can bring genuine joy. Surely, these individuals share my sentiment. The thrill of retrieving fighter jets pales in comparison to the joy of fishing. Liu Dengao, observing Zuo Yunlong's expression, could not help but lean in for a closer look. What is the matter? The assistant also inquired, curiosity piqued. Zuo Yunlong, feeling somewhat smug, proclaimed, "See, I told you our fishing endeavors would garner recognition. The lights have exceeded 100,000. Indeed, fishing attracts more attention than retrieving fighter jets." The assistant stood bewildered by this assertion. Lieutenant Chow also wore an incredulous expression. Is this not a contradiction? How can fishing surpass retrieving fighter jets in popularity? What kind of absurdity is this? Have the world's values become so distorted? Subsequently, Zuo Yunlong opened the comments section, eager to receive compliments about himself. When his sidekick and Captain Chow saw the first message, they nearly lost their composure. Is this it? I could catch more fish while fishing than what you've pulled up. Upon reading this comment, Zuo Yunlong immediately became agitated. What is this? Is this a mockery of him? Captain Chow felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ah, finally it feels good. The world's moral compass has not yet been destroyed. The only one shattering worldviews here is this Zuo Yunlong. The sidekick fell silent upon seeing the comment. As a fisherman himself, he thought the remark might have been a bit too harsh. Yet there was indeed some truth to it. This amount of fish hardly seemed worthy of boasting about. With a darkened expression, Zuo Yunlong continued to peruse the comments below. Hey upstairs, please refrain from such remarks. It's quite disrespectful towards the miracle streamer. After all, the fact that the miracle streamer managed to catch any fish at all is already miraculous. Indeed, the miracle streamer catching fish is a tremendous gift to the fish. How could it possibly be compared to your fishing exploits? Right. If we fish with our eyes closed, we might catch just about this much. What? Are you looking down on someone? I absolutely do not mean to belittle the miracle streamer. No, I'm not saying you're belittling the miracle streamer. I'm saying, even if I fish with my eyes closed, I still catch more than the miracle streamer. Haha, you two are hilarious. You made my day. Haha. The miracle streamer has personally come to set the record straight. Indeed, it's quite accurate. But is there a possibility that this is fish given to the miracle streamer while he was out catching fighter jets? Perhaps the miracle streamer should stick to salvaging military supplies instead of showcasing his fishing videos. Yes, Idol. I'm counting on you to support your family. Indeed, by editing your videos, I've also become a minor tycoon. Miracle streamer, don't struggle. You might have everything else, but you certainly lack fish. Chapter 121. Shrimp and Pork Heart. At a certain video headquarters, a junior employee rushed in energetically. Supervisor, this video has gone viral. The supervisor glanced at the video. Is this it? How did it become popular? Isn't it just fishing? What is so extraordinary about it? Have the tastes of our esteemed audience become this peculiar? The junior employee, panting, replied, No, supervisor, look at who posted this video. The supervisor then noticed the account that had uploaded the video. What? It's this kid. As an operations supervisor. Failing to keep track of Zuo Yunlong's recent rise to prominence was indeed his oversight. He actually managed to catch fish. The supervisor was quite astonished to learn that the fish were caught by the miracle streamer. This streamer could catch anything, but fish seemed to elude him completely, as if he were deliberately avoiding them. The miracle streamer catching fish. That in itself is a miracle, the junior employee lamented. It is indeed rare for a fishing streamer to astonish so many people by catching fish. However, the miraculous broadcaster possesses such extraordinary abilities. Indeed, this very miraculous broadcaster, who showcased a mere catch of fish, instantly garnered millions of likes. The comment section erupted with enthusiasm. Yet prior to fishing, the miraculous broadcaster had already retrieved 4 fighter jets. Upon hearing this news, the supervisor appeared utterly bewildered. Is this a jest? For fighter jets were actually salvaged? Without hesitation, a junior employee affirmed, Indeed, the video of the fighter jets being retrieved has also gone viral. As he spoke, the junior employee displayed the footage of Zuo Yunlong retrieving the fighter jets for the supervisor's viewing. My goodness, truly deserving of the title miraculous broadcaster, indeed skilled at fishing. It would be utterly unjust if this video did not achieve fame. The supervisor finally comprehended why a seemingly simple video of fish catching could become so immensely popular. Were those netizens merely intrigued by fishing? What a ridiculous notion. What is captivating about fishing? Yet the miraculous broadcaster makes fishing undeniably fascinating. The supervisor, being astute in operations, quickly contemplated how to maximize the benefits from this incident. Quickly, launch a challenge, a fishing challenge. With a stroke of luck, perhaps a few more internet celebrities could emerge. The junior employee silently admired. Indeed, the supervisor is worthy of the title. Promptly, the junior employee departed. The challenge was soon issued, and those who relied on fishing for their livelihood became exhilarated. Isn't this a surge in traffic? In this era, what constitutes wealth? Traffic. With traffic, who fears a lack of money? Before long, videos of the fishing challenge flooded the internet. Miraculous broadcaster, behold, this is true fishing, exclaimed one broadcaster, proudly gesturing toward a mountain of fish stacked behind him. This is my haul after half a day's fishing. Dear friends, do give me some likes. Netizens began to scoff. Is that all? This is utterly unremarkable. It's merely fishing. The miraculous broadcaster's catch is indeed a marvel. Your haul is far too ordinary. If you had the skill, you would retrieve some antiques. Even a shard of porcelain would elevate you. Another broadcaster joined the fishing challenge. Come on, folks. Today we challenge the miraculous broadcaster's fishing prowess. Let us see if we can surpass the miraculous broadcaster's catch in 1 hour. This net is filled with large salmon, an exceedingly rare fish. Once again, a net filled with fish appeared. Is fishing truly that difficult? Alas, here's another net. As you can see, we are now nearly matching the miraculous broadcaster's catch. An hour later, the fishing vessel had amassed 5 nets of fish. A complete victory over the miraculous broadcaster. Is this really challenging? The broadcaster smirked with derision. Below, the screen was filled with scornful remarks. If you're capable, retrieve a fighter jet too. How embarrassing. Our miraculous broadcaster salvages fighter jets while you merely catch fish. What comparison? Yet another broadcaster meticulously explained the art of fishing. Finally, after pulling in a net full of fish, this broadcaster cheerfully proclaimed, "Miraculous streamer, come take a look, this is the proper way." Yet, netizens remain unconvinced. Goodness, do you really need to teach us how to catch fish? My word, if the miraculous streamer were to release a video on how to catch fighter jets, I would undoubtedly be the first to watch. With such poor fishing skills, how dare you instruct others? Spare us the embarrassment, please. Meanwhile, a few directors who had initially planned to create a fishing variety show seemed to have spotted an opportunity. Under the scheming of these directors, their artists' fishing videos were soon released. However, these artists were not originally from fishing backgrounds. Despite the guidance of professional fishermen, the entertainment aspect was heavily emphasized. Moreover, the harsh conditions of the sea left these artists complaining incessantly. The online backlash was overwhelming. Nevertheless, negative attention can still be attention. With traffic like this, how could they not become popular? At that moment, the catalyst for this situation, Zuo Yunlong, lay comfortably on his grand bed. Having caught 3 nets of fish, he could now enjoy a few days of rest at home. After all, if he couldn't consume all that fish, it would spoil and lose its freshness. What is this? Bored, Zuo Yunlong casually scrolled through short videos and soon stumbled upon this peculiar challenge. Teaching how to catch fish. Intrigued, Zuo Yunlong eagerly watched the video. However, after viewing it, he was indeed infuriated. What is this? A mockery of me? How outrageous! I exerted so much energy to catch just a little fish, and now they're producing instructional videos? Frustrating. Yet, as he pondered, Zuo Yunlong's expression calmed considerably. Was it truly impossible for him to catch fish? It was merely that he didn't wish to catch so many. If he caught too many, he wouldn't be able to eat them all. If left too long, they would spoil, and fish that isn't fresh lack soul. After a few days of rest, Zuo Yunlong finally cleaned up the fish he had caught. Gathering the crew, who had also been resting at home, Zuo Yunlong set sail once more. Upon boarding the vessel, his eager assistant immediately opened the live streaming room. The netizens had been waiting with bated breath. Miraculous streamer, you've finally emerged. Miraculous streamer, what are your thoughts on the fishing videos circulating online? Indeed, miraculous streamer. Hurry and see. Another streamer is mocking you. Haha. It turns out the clown is none other than the miraculous streamer himself. Miraculous streamer. Is the fish you caught with the fighter jet delicious? The miraculous streamer chuckled. I would never divulge that I merely snagged a couple of nets of fish with ease. Haha. How amusing that they challenge the miraculous streamer to catch fish. These people truly are bored. Striking at the heart, they aim to slay my spirit. Chapter 122. This was merely an accident. Do you believe it? Zuo Yunlong observed the comments flashing across the live stream, his blood pressure soaring. However, He found himself at a loss for words. The netizens were, shockingly, speaking the truth. In terms of fishing, it appeared he truly could not compete with those streamers posting videos online. These individuals managed to catch more fish in an hour than he did. Seeing Zuo Yunlong rendered speechless, the netizens in the live stream grew even more audacious. Laughter erupted as our miraculous streamer found himself rendered speechless. It was a futile endeavor to compare his fishing prowess to that of a miraculous anchor. It was akin to pitting a scholar against a weightlifter or a brute in a literary contest. How utterly unfair to burden the honest among us. Yet, can you truly envision any honest soul hauling in a fighter jet with a single cast? Our streamer, however, appeared genuinely aggrieved. So Yunlong pouted, as though declaring a proclamation. This time, he vowed to vindicate his identity as a fishing streamer. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Miraculous streamer, you need not justify your identity as a fishing streamer. Indeed, you have already proven your credentials. Not only did you haul in a fishing vessel named Tank, but you also netted 22 fighter jets. What shall you fish for next, dear streamer? They inquired. I wish to witness you reel in an aircraft carrier fish, exclaimed another. Indeed, you have caught everything that flies above and runs upon the ground. Yet, you have yet to procure anything from the depths of the sea. What? Have you not seen our streamer haul in a submarine? Exclaimed another, his true colors betrayed. Zuo Yunlong's irritation flared. You may claim I am incapable, but I shall not stand for such slander regarding my fishing abilities. Just wait, for this time I shall return with a bountiful catch. The chat overflowed with admiration. Indeed, you are correct. We have already witnessed your abundant haul. Yes, if only your fishing boat were larger, you might have caught another fighter jet. What nonsense! Do you think I was merely toying with those 15 tanks? I have faith that our streamer can indeed reel in a substantial catch. What shall it be this time? I have heard that our nation's lithography machines are in short supply. Perhaps you could procure a few. Or, dear streamer, I have heard our engines are lacking. Could you fetch some blueprints? Alas, I have no sons. Could you perhaps bring me a son? How absurd. You are all far too clever. You are making me laugh to the point of discomfort. Dear friends, our miraculous streamer is indeed a fishing streamer. He is not a wish-granting turtle in a wishing well. Precisely. When you wish upon a turtle, you must first cast in a coin. Come, dear friends, shower our miraculous streamer with gifts. Who knows what delightful surprises may arise? Zuo Yunlong grumbled. Have they truly mistaken me for a wish-granting turtle? Although Zuo Yunlong felt discontent, his loyal assistant was brimming with excitement and pride. Gifts flooded the screen, rockets launching one after another. The most ludicrous was that the short video official had even designed several gifts specifically for Zuo Yunlong. Bait, tuna, salmon, and, most outrageously, a fishing boat. Soon, viewers began to notice these exclusive gifts for Zuo Yunlong. The screen was awash with bouncing fish, causing him great distress. I have yet to catch any fish, yet these virtual fish are frolicking about. He lamented. How splendid it would be if they were real fish. Zuo Yunlong sighed in exasperation. I meant fish, not those ridiculous items. His frustration simmered. The viewers in the live broadcast room have become increasingly excited. He is anxious. Indeed, anxious. Our miraculous host is in a frenzy. Haha, do you believe that the miraculous host just mentioned catching fish? I know not whether others believe it, but I remain uncertain. Dear family, our miraculous host desires fish, do you hear? Come, listen to my organization. Let the salmon make their way to our miraculous host. Immediately after this proclamation, salmon surged into the live stream of Zuo Yunlong. Now, let us present a flotilla of tuna to our host. Shortly thereafter, the chat was dominated by the presence of Tuna. One particularly generous individual showered Zuo Yunlong with gifts worth a staggering $1 million. Naturally, most of these were fish. The assistant was ecstatic. Goodness, $1 million in gifts. Once we account for the platform's share, that translates to a whopping 500,000 for ourselves. And this is before we even begin the catch. How astonishing is that? The assistant gazed at Zuo Yunlong in admiration. Our boss is not only adept at fishing, but also at broadcasting. Zuo Yunlong's expression turned grave. Yet the viewers in the live stream continued to fervently send fish. They even kindly inquired, Miraculous host, is that enough fish? If not, we shall send more until you are satisfied. Indeed, miraculous host, you can do it. Haha, isn't there a popular fish-catching challenge lately? Let us assign our miraculous host a fish-catching challenge. Right, miraculous host. Do you dare to challenge whether you can catch more fish than we send you? Zuo Yunlong could no longer contain himself. If I manage to catch military supplies and other things this time, I shall. Zuo Yunlong was abruptly silenced by his assistant's hand over his mouth. Boss, don't act impulsively. We are out at sea to catch fish. Such oaths are ill-advised. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Miraculous host. What will you do? Right, miraculous host. Don't speak carelessly. It's inauspicious. Indeed, you can do it. Zuo Yunlong pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding against it. Better to guard one's life than to gamble recklessly. It is easy to lose oneself in such pursuits. Moreover, it seems exceedingly ordinary to catch military supplies. Seeing Zuo Yunlong falter, the viewers became even more audacious. Haha, the host is back down. He is back down. Just finish your thought. I detest those who leave their statements incomplete. No, don't incite him. What if we lose such a splendid host? Yes. Where shall our joy come from in the future? The more Zuo Yunlong contemplated, the angrier he became. I shall prove to you that I am a fishing host. Whatever military supplies or other random items I catch are mere accidents, purely accidental. The assistant could sense the laughter of the viewers from across the screen. Do you think we believe you? Purely accidental? That seems quite the coincidence. Chapter 123. What will the host catch today? The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's declaration. Our broadcaster is indeed a tenacious individual, refusing to yield to adversity. Even in such circumstances, one might wonder how he maintains the conviction that he can catch fish. Surely, he isn't resorting to the power of science once again, is he? Strangely enough, if he were to harness scientific principles, he might genuinely stand a chance of reeling in some fish. Zuo Yunlong gazed at the comments flooding the live stream, rendered speechless. If you all remain skeptical, then allow me to demonstrate otherwise. The vessel sped towards the designated fishing grounds, the very same area where another broadcaster had previously imparted fishing wisdom. Those Zuo Yunlong felt reluctant. If others could succeed in catching fish, why couldn't he? As the scenery grew increasingly familiar, some viewers in the live stream recognized the location. No way. I can't believe our miraculous broadcaster seems a bit overconfident today, they remarked, feeling a sense of déjà vu, but unable to recall the specifics. Recently, a certain broadcaster had undertaken a fishing challenge in this very spot. Could it be that our miraculous broadcaster is employing some underhanded tactics? They speculated. Perhaps not. While others might be stealing techniques, our miraculous broadcaster could merely be here to prove a point. This world has indeed become quite mad, hasn't it? Our miraculous broadcaster can undoubtedly achieve this. Let us witness the original video. A viewer had already shared the clip from the other broadcaster. Catching fish is as simple as this. The moment the other broadcaster concluded his statement, a net brimming with fish was effortlessly drawn from the sea. Isn't this merely a matter of having the right approach? The mocking tone of that broadcaster lingered in the live stream. Haha, that broadcaster has underestimated our miraculous broadcaster. Yes, indeed, miraculous broadcaster, teach this young streamer a lesson. Show him that catching a fighter jet is not as simple as it seems. What nonsense about hauling in a fighter jet. Arms dealers should have logged off by now. They ought to switch accounts today. Indeed, let's bring forth a protected species to showcase what it means to be an environmental guardian. Perhaps we should just fish for antiques instead. Lately, the pickled cabbage crowd has been rather arrogant, denying our history. What do you mean arms dealers have logged off? My aircraft carrier hasn't even made an appearance yet. Perhaps the broadcaster merely wishes to catch fish. He has come here to learn. Zuo Yunlong remained unfazed. Stealing techniques? That pales in comparison to actually catching fish. Soon, the fishing boat reached its destination. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong instructed his crew to cast the nets. After a brief respite, the crew was filled with renewed vigor, especially now, when mentioning that they served aboard the miraculous broadcaster's vessel. It felt more prestigious than any official title. Each of them was brimming with pride. With the crew's cooperation, the fishing net was swiftly submerged into the depths. Zuo Yunlong silently recited in his heart. Yes, the steps are correct. It should be straightforward, and this time we will undoubtedly catch fish. The viewers in the live stream were left in disbelief. No way. Could it be that our miraculous broadcaster was genuinely imitating that other streamer just now? That other broadcaster is in for a surprise. Let him discover what it truly means to have the right approach. Our miraculous host has personally demonstrated. And you must not miss it. The miraculous host has never disappointed anyone. I wonder if this time the miraculous host will be able to fish something out again. What kind of talk is this? Are you doubting our miraculous host? Our miraculous host isn't employing any advanced technology, so it is natural that they might not catch anything. Goodness, you startled me. I thought someone was about to say our miraculous host could indeed fish something out. The crew is also feeling a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Our boss has been secluded at home for so long. Were they preparing to bring forth this time? Who knows? The last catch of a fighter jet was quite impressive, but it might be a bit challenging for the boss to surpass that. So, what might our boss fish out this time? I wonder if they will catch something? The last time they caught fish was quite delightful, evoking a sense of nostalgia and reflection. Goodness, is fishing now associated with reminiscing about hardships? My word, now we're fishing for weapons and antiques. It has been ages since we caught fish. Do we even remember? The moment I caught fish, I finally felt like a true fisherman. Haha, we are in trouble. Our boss has spoiled our tastes. If we were to leave this ship, I doubt we would have any interest in continuing. Indeed, our boss has put our livelihoods at risk. Captain Chow has once again boarded the ship. It is said he is working for Zuo Yunlong to fish, and Captain Chow is quite resolute about it. Furthermore, having just received Zuo Yunlong's aircraft carrier model, he is undoubtedly more motivated. However, the moment the fishing net hit the water, Captain Chow felt a familiar sensation of being under Zuo Yunlong's control. He silently gazed at the fishing net, inwardly hoping for a smooth outcome this time. Please, let it not be those bizarre items again. If such things emerge once more, my worldview will surely be shattered again. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong is also focused on the fishing net. Surely there won't be any mishaps this time? It seems so effortless for others to fish. It can't possibly be different for me, right? As he calculated the time, Zuo Yunlong promptly commanded, "Raise the net." The crew, without hesitation, immediately began to haul in the net. Captain Chow continued to silently pray. If they could summon the district commander this time, he would truly gain fame in the military district. Damn, who in the entire military district can casually invite the district commander to visit? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream held their breath, quietly watching the surface of the sea. Goodness, they are raising the net. Let us see what surprise our miraculous host has prepared for us this time. I hope we are not disappointed. The fishing net slowly emerged from the sea, revealing only a few bones inside. Zuo Yunlong was taken aback. What does this mean? The crew was also stunned. This isn't fishing for antiques or weapons. It's turned into fishing for bones? Captain Chow was alarmed. Could these possibly be human bones? The viewers in the live stream erupted once more. Goodness, this is the first time I've seen this. Wait, has our host unlocked a new profession this time? Do they really pull out bones? Our streamer is aiming for a comprehensive victory this time. Truly, the miraculous streamer lives up to their name. Remarkable indeed. Who could have foreseen what astonishing finds awaited from this miraculous host? Is there a possibility that the account logged in today belongs to Darwin? Chapter 124. What on earth is this? Zuo Yunlong exclaimed. I intended to catch fish, yet all I retrieved were some bones. This operation wasn't erroneous. As the bones landed on the deck, Lieutenant Chow hurriedly approached to inspect them. Fortunately, they could not belong to a human. They must be from an animal, for a human could not possess such large bones. Meanwhile, the crew appeared perplexed, pondering the peculiar interests of their captain today. With a grim expression, Zuo Yunlong promptly issued a command. Drop the net again. The crew sprang into action upon hearing the order. The fishing net was submerged into the depths of the sea. In a live chat, viewers began to speculate on the origins of these bones. Could they belong to a whale? Or perhaps a dolphin? Is it possible they are dinosaur bones? Goodness, if they are indeed dinosaur bones, how extraordinary. Wouldn't that be akin to discovering fossils? Surely, if they were dinosaur bones, they should have disintegrated long ago. How could they possibly be so intact? Yet, considering the miraculous streamer, perhaps such feats are indeed attainable. One might jest that even the miraculous streamer could not be so fantastical as to retrieve dinosaur bones, especially in such pristine condition. Yet, there may be a chance. The wonders of the miraculous streamer are beyond our comprehension. After all, which ordinary person could pull a fighter jet from the depths of the sea? Indeed, if they can retrieve extinct creatures and discontinued aircraft, what limits are there for our miraculous host? Lieutenant Chow, too, found himself intrigued by these bones, as he could not discern their originating species. Meanwhile, the assistant neglected the fishing net entirely, directing the camera towards the bones to allow viewers to speculate and analyze. Zuo Yunlong calculated that it was time to cast the net again. Enough of the bones. Our miraculous streamer is raising the net once more. The net, under the crew's deft control, gradually ascended. The viewers in the live chat watched anxiously as the surface of the sea came into view. Why do I feel a bit apprehensive? One commenter remarked. You're not alone. I feel the same way, another replied. Given the miraculous streamer's track record, first tires, then military vehicles, and ultimately an intercontinental missile, what could possibly follow? Last time it was propellers and aircraft wings, leading to the retrieval of a fighter jet. This time, surely it cannot be bones followed by meat, ultimately culminating in the emergence of a Godzilla. Goodness, your words have shifted my perspective from mere spectator to one of saving the world. Haha, could it be that our miraculous streamer is on the verge of discovering a new species? This suddenly reminds me of those two mermaids. This joy is truly understood only by loyal fans. Indeed, with the prowess of our miraculous broadcaster, the sudden discovery of a new species should hardly elicit astonishment. However, one must not be taken aback when the nature of this newfound entity is revealed. As the fishing net finally surfaced, it was filled with an even greater number of bones. Upon witnessing this scene, Zuo Yunlong felt a wave of despair wash over him. More bones, again? I'm not a dog. I do not relish bones. The crew members exchanged helpless glances, pondering what had come over their boss. Had he developed an affinity for bones? Perhaps after 2 days of fish, he was now inclined towards bone broth? The crew silently exchanged looks, unable to voice their thoughts. Lieutenant Chow, upon seeing the bones, was equally bewildered. No way, not again, more bones? Although he had previously examined a batch that could not possibly belong to humans. This new discovery left room for uncertainty. What if? Suddenly, Gaozetga zoning facing vetsai. While it was true that they often caught something of substance, it was also a source of considerable anxiety. The recent incident involving a fighter jet had already put him on edge, and now, another batch of bones had emerged. Zuo Yunlong ordered the crew to unload all the bones onto the deck. I refuse to believe that the next haul will also yield bones. He commanded them to cast the net once more. The viewers in the live stream, having recovered from their initial shock, began to react. Look, our miraculous broadcaster is at it again. I do enjoy seeing our broadcaster in such a fervent state. But truly, is there no expert who can identify what these bones belong to? The creatures of the sea are so diverse. Who can say? Another viewer chimed in. If more bones are pulled up, our miraculous broadcaster can conduct his own research on the creature. Laughter erupted in the chat. As the net descended for the third time, Lieutenant Chow was meticulously inspecting the pile of bones. Who knows what creature these remnants belong to? However, he quickly concluded that there were certainly no human bones among them. The crew silently wondered, could it be that their boss had indeed pulled up more bones? Zuo Yunlong assessed the time and promptly commanded the net to be raised. If this haul contains bones again, I shall accept that I have wasted my time today. I am determined to uncover the nature of this peculiar nuisance that has thwarted my fishing endeavors multiple times. The viewers speculated fervently. Could it possibly be bones again? It is already absurd to haul up 2 nets full of bones. 3 would be utterly ridiculous. One viewer remarked, at this point, I am utterly unfazed. Our miraculous broadcaster is capable of anything. Another quipped, why does it always seem like you imply our miraculous broadcaster isn't a good person? A good person? Can a good person pull up fighter jets? Can a good person retrieve intercontinental missiles? This is nothing short of a war fanatic. Hello, let us engage in a proper conversation without deriding the miraculous streamer. No. I certainly did not intend to mock the miraculous streamer. I merely wish to express my astonishment at the sheer absurdity of this situation. During the third fishing expedition, the net, unsurprisingly, was filled to the brim with bones. Left Yunlong exclaimed in disbelief, I am utterly flabbergasted. Why is it always this kind of nonsense? What on earth is this? Even in death, does it refuse to rest in peace? Lieutenant Chow was nearing madness as he had just finished examining one net full of bones, only to pull up yet another. Damn it, next time, I should borrow a police dog. I being treated as one? He lamented. If only I were a dog, I would revel in this abundance of bones. The crew members were equally at a loss for words. The truth had emerged. Our boss simply desired bone broth. Now that the bones were plentiful, all that remained was to simmer the soup. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. However, this silence was fleeting. At this moment, Left Yunlong was consumed by one singular question. What in the world were these bones? Chapter 125. Have we unearthed dragon bones? The viewers in the live stream erupted in frenzy. What on earth has our miraculous streamer pulled up? Another heap of bones? Is today the day our miraculous streamer meets his demise? How terrifying. Is it possible to keep hauling up bones from the depths of the sea? This feels rather eerie, doesn't it? Could it be that our miraculous streamer has unlocked a new profession as a master of the macabre? It felt as though this was unfolding like a horror story. I am keen to uncover the origin of these bones. They appear utterly unfamiliar. Who knows? Our miraculous streamer always manages to surprise us. Left Yunlong silently approached the pile of bones. Lieutenant Chow watched him with curiosity. What are you planning to do? Left Yunlong replied indignantly. I am going to assemble the bones. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Did the miraculous streamer just say he was going to piece together the bones? Is such a feat within his capabilities? Could it be that the miraculous streamer intends to construct something with these bones like building blocks? How extraordinary! This is indeed a novel approach. I have learned something new today. The miraculous streamer is truly remarkable, and the idea of assembling them on the spot is quintessentially him. Should we consider crowdfunding for a set of building blocks for our streamer? Indeed, the miraculous streamer never ceases to amaze. Who could argue against his invincibility? Does no one wish to discover what the miraculous streamer will create? Today, he seems particularly different. Indeed, there's a sense that if he successfully assembles this, it may result in something astonishing. Miraculous streamer, we are eagerly awaiting the revelation of your creation. Lieutenant Chow cast a glance at Left Yunlong, and upon confirming that Left Yunlong was not jesting, he felt a wave of resignation wash over him. What if what he creates is truly extraordinary? Chow, the captain, found his thoughts rather difficult to articulate. He was torn between the fear that Zuo Yunlong might truly assemble the skeletal structure and a certain anticipation that he would succeed. After all, who could resist the allure of the unknown? Curiosity, they say, killed the cat, and such a notion is not to be taken lightly. Meanwhile, the crew looked on in bewilderment. Our boss has abandoned fishing to indulge in a game of building blocks? It felt rather embarrassing, didn't it? How childish, one might say. Yet Zuo Yunlong was unconcerned by such judgments. He was determined to discover what it was that could divert him from catching fish to assembling mere bones. He meticulously sifted through all the bones, patiently piecing them together. The viewers in the live stream expressed their confusion. What on earth is our miraculous host doing? Surely, assembling a skeletal structure is far less entertaining than fishing. Could it be that the unusual items our miraculous host has caught are indeed remarkable? Do not fret. Allow the miraculous host some time for assembly, and perhaps a surprise will emerge. However, with so many bones, how long will it take for our miraculous host to finish? No need to panic. Let us assist our miraculous host in this endeavor. With this suggestion, the viewers began to collaborate in the live stream. Some skilled builders among them offered their insights. Yet, alas, the skeletal pieces all appeared quite similar, and no one knew what final form they would take. All that remained was to keep trying. As the viewers began to withdraw, the crew grew increasingly disinterested. Watching their boss fixated on assembling bones rather than fishing left them restless. Boss, let us help you, one crew member exclaimed, leaping down to Zuo Yunlong's side. Zuo Yunlong did not refuse. After all, the assembly of the bones was secondary to uncovering their true nature. With the crew eager to lend a hand, they all began to contribute to the assembly. Seeing others make mistakes, Captain Chow could no longer contain his eagerness. Let me take over, he declared, joining Zuo Yunlong in the endeavor. With Captain Chow's involvement, the pace of assembly quickened significantly. As a model enthusiast, he possessed certain skills in this regard. With everyone's assistance, the speed of assembly increased remarkably. Yet, as they immersed themselves in the joy of building, they barely noticed what they were constructing. No, that doesn't belong there, one pointed out. Look, shouldn't that bone connect to that one? Another chimed in, this must be the tail. But why does it feel so peculiar, resembling a snake? A snake? That is indeed a possibility. Let us proceed with a serpentine model. No, this cannot be a snake. How could a snake have feet? Oddly enough, it did seem a bit peculiar in that regard. Never mind. Let us continue assembling. At this moment, the netizens are filled with an insatiable curiosity. wishing fervently that they could be the ones battling on the ship. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong increasingly feels that something is amiss. Could it be a gecko? It resembles a snake, yet is not quite one. And it has legs. Could it truly be a gecko? But is it possible for a gecko to exist in the ocean? And such a large one at that? This situation is utterly absurd. Lieutenant Chow furrows his brow, a sense of déjà vu washing over him, although he cannot pinpoint the source of this familiarity. Could it be that Zuo Yunlong has indeed stumbled upon something extraordinary once more? Despite his reluctance to entertain such thoughts, Chow cannot help but succumb to them. Since boarding the vessel, the normal objects Zuo Yunlong has retrieved are few and far between. The bones he has fished up are already quite bizarre. If these bones were to assemble into a creature, that would be even more peculiar. Could it be possible that these are two distinct beings? The assistant, engaged in a live broadcast, lacks the time to contribute to the discussion. However, this does not deter him from offering insights from the sidelines. 2. Organisms? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lieutenant Chow immediately shakes his head. No, that is incorrect. This is undoubtedly the skeleton of a single organism. Observe how there are no discrepancies at the joints. Thus, this entity must be one. Yet, we have never encountered such a creature before. At this juncture, some viewers in the live stream adopt the perspective of mere spectators. Wow, doesn't this resemble the dragon from our totem? One netizen suddenly inquires. At this moment, others begin to realize it as well. Strangely enough, it does seem to bear a resemblance. Chapter 126, classified as a national secret. Once the suggestion is raised, the viewers in the live stream find themselves in a state of bewilderment. Wow, really? After you mentioned it, it does look like a dragon. It resembles a snake, has legs, and even sports horns on its head. Quick, let us try to assemble it in the shape of a dragon. The assistant, who has been observing the situation in the live stream, is left speechless upon receiving this information. A dragon? What a joke. Isn't that a creature from legend? Could it be that dragons truly exist in this world? Perhaps a dinosaur would be more believable. The assistant feels as though his worldview has been turned upside down. However, soon after, a netizen in the live stream begins to analyze the situation. Look at this image. It genuinely resembles a dragon. This viewer promptly shares a photo of a divine dragon on the public screen of the live stream. In comparison, this is the portion that Zuo Yunlong, Lieutenant Chow, and the crew have just pieced together. The viewer even kindly marks which part of the dragon-esque body corresponds to this section of bones. Wow, is there evidence now? Could this truly be a divine dragon? Is there really a divine dragon in this world? The viewers in the live stream find it hard to believe this astonishing fact. Yet, the comparison of images seems to lend some credence to the claim. After recovering from his astonishment, the assistant soon realizes the implications. Boss, should we attempt to assemble these bones in the shape of a divine dragon? Left Yunlong responded with incredulity. What? You mean to tell me this is a divine dragon? That's utterly absurd. Left Yunlong felt a sense of disbelief. However, since his subordinate had proposed the idea, he found himself willing to indulge it. Following the resemblance of a divine dragon, he promptly issued orders to the crew. The crew, equally bewildered, thought, could it be that our boss has indeed unearthed a divine dragon? Is that even possible? Regardless, as the boss commanded, they resolved to give it a try. Upon receiving Left Yunlong's orders, the crew swiftly sprang into action, while Lieutenant Chow stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing with disbelief. Could it truly be a divine dragon? He pondered, as he envisioned the model of this creature. After Left Yunlong mentioned the divine dragon, a mental image began to take shape in Chow's mind. Could these bones genuinely culminate in the form of a divine dragon? Is it possible to retrieve such a being from the depths of the sea? As an atheist, Chow was naturally skeptical, yet the unfolding reality left him no room for doubt. Chow gazed silently at the bones, neither speaking nor acting. The crew members eagerly began reconstructing the bones in accordance with the divine dragon's form. Meanwhile, Left Yunlong paused in his actions, desiring to confirm whether this creature could truly be a dragon. If it indeed were a dragon, it would be more acceptable, as dragons oversee the seas. Yet, he was left pondering whether this divine dragon was the Dragon King of the East Sea or the South Sea. As the crew's efforts progressed, excitement and astonishment filled the air as they assembled the bones. Gradually, a skeletal model of a dragon emerged. Viewers in the live stream held their breath, captivated by the crew's meticulous work. Lieutenant Chow, however, felt overwhelmed, his thoughts consumed with how to report this extraordinary event to his superiors. This situation was simply outrageous. When the final bone was assembled, astonishment gripped everyone present. The crew stared at the completed dragon skeleton, utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that our boss has truly retrieved dragon bones? Is this the legendary resting place of the divine dragon? Our boss is indeed remarkable. Managing to extract such a thing from the sea, I wonder whether this was intentional or merely a stroke of luck. No wonder our boss was so invested in this dragon bone. It turns out to be quite significant. Our boss is simply phenomenal. To have pulled dragon bones from the depths. The viewers in the live stream erupted with enthusiasm upon witnessing the dragon skeleton. I told you our miraculous host Wun Ti embark on a puzzle for no reason. They exclaimed. Our miraculous host is astonishing. Having directly retrieved the bones of a divine dragon, how could such a thing possibly be dredged from the sea? Well, is there anything that can't be brought up? Indeed, the Dragon King reigns supreme over all that lies within the depths of the waters. It is certain that the peculiar treasures unearthed by our miraculous broadcaster have bewildered even the Dragon King. This must be the case, without a doubt. The extraordinary finds of our broadcaster have left the Dragon King utterly astonished. Truly remarkable. Could this still be considered fishing? Henceforth, who would dare to claim that our miraculous broadcaster merely engages in fishing? This is clearly a venture far beyond mere fishing for dragons. Miraculous broadcaster, pray tell, how did you come upon this place? At this moment, Zuo Yunlong stands there, utterly confounded. What has become of the promised fish? Instead, he has retrieved a dragon's bone? What could this possibly signify? Is it that the Dragon King would rather perish than allow himself to be fished? It seems there is no profound enmity or grievance between myself and the Dragon King. Why must the Dragon King subject himself to such torment? Meanwhile, Captain Xiao remains in a state of daze. How does one report this to the higher-ups? Captain Xiao cannot help but give a thumbs up to Zuo Yunlong. You truly are remarkable. You were able to bring this forth? This is only the second time I have encountered a dragon's bone. Zuo Yunlong, still in disbelief, asks what? This object has appeared before. How am I unaware of this? The viewers in the live stream are equally bewildered, astonished that the Dragon Kingdom has previously discovered a dragon's bone. This matter seems to have escaped their knowledge. Captain Xiao appears to realize he has misspoken and shakes his head vigorously, stating, No, I too have only seen it for the first time. However, at this moment, some netizens have unearthed an old news story regarding an incident known as the Dragon Drop event. Good heavens! Is it possible that someone discovered a dragon's bone before our miraculous broadcaster? Haha! Could it be that our miraculous broadcaster is the reincarnation of that individual? My word, must we entertain such absurdity? Reincarnation. I would prefer to regard our miraculous broadcaster as a deity. Indeed, does our miraculous broadcaster even require reincarnation? Surely their current prowess speaks volumes. Indeed, our miraculous broadcaster remains an everlasting deity in my heart. Zuo Yunlong gazes quizzically at Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao, with a sense of resignation, remarks, Do not overthink it. This matter must undoubtedly be reported. Previously, that incident was classified as a state secret. Now, I fear this matter cannot be concealed any longer. Zuo Yunlong, slightly exasperated, raises his hands in surrender. Is this my fault? Chapter 127. A biology professor's official visit. The viewers in the live stream cannot contain their laughter. This officer is truly a talent, even contemplating concealing the truth for our miraculous broadcaster. Ha! There is no helping it. Our miraculous broadcaster faces insurmountable challenges. Every expedition to sea seems to summon the Coast Guard or military forces. This officer appears to be quite helpless. Haha! I wonder if this officer anticipated that our miraculous broadcaster would not be salvaging arms, but rather dragons. Are there any experts among us? Please, come forth and elucidate the nature of this creature. Indeed, time is of the essence. We await your insights. Apologies. I'm a biology expert. Goodness, there truly is an expert. We beseech you, please clarify what in the world is happening. The individual who claimed to be an expert in biology calmly typed messages on the public screen. This requires a more thorough explanation. The dragon is a creature from the ancient mythology of the Dragon Kingdom, revered as the leader among scaled beings and symbolizing one of the hallmarks of the Chinese nation. Legends suggest that dragons possess the ability to fly transform, and summon winds and rain. They are often associated with auspicious creatures, such as the phoenix and the qilin, historically signifying imperial authority. Ancient texts describe the dragon as having antlers resembling those of a deer, a head akin to a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck similar to that of a snake, a belly reminiscent of a clam, scales akin to fish, claws resembling those of an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like those of an ox. As everyone can see, it resembles the bone currently observed. Goodness, what difference does that make? I might as well consult Baidu than ask an expert. I was astounded. Indeed, one should take expert opinions with a grain of salt. The expert's actions demonstrated that he knew nothing at all. At that moment, within a certain university's biology department, "Professor, I have an urgent matter to discuss," exclaimed a student, excitement evident as he held up his phone. The esteemed professor, adjusting his glasses, looked at the student with a furrowed brow. During research time, "You were playing with your phone," he reprimanded, irritation creeping into his voice. The student, realizing his oversight, felt a rush of adrenaline. He had momentarily forgotten that it was his time for research. "Oh no, I got overly excited and totally lost track of time. What a blunder." The professor continued. "Have you forgotten the task I assigned you?" The student, undeterred, replied, "Professor, I haven't forgotten, but I have a question I wish to ask you." Not wishing to prolong the matter, the professor inquired, "What is your question?" "Professor, do you believe that dragons exist in this world?" The student asked directly. The professor's brow furrowed slightly. "What show have you been watching? Such childish questions should not come from someone in your field. Do you genuinely think dragons exist? From a perspective of scientific evolution, explain to me how a dragon could fly. Do you honestly believe in cloud riding and mist walking?" The student trembled under the professor's scolding. "Professor, if I told you I saw a dragon, would you believe me?" The professor felt as if he were being teased. "You saw a dragon? Where? Show me," he demanded. "If you can present it, you shall become my teacher." Such a vivid imagination. Calmly, the student presented a live stream featuring Zuo Yunlong. "Professor, do you think this bone could be a dragon bone?" The professor, with a hint of disdain, replied, No, I cannot claim to be your teacher. You've even discovered dragon bones here. You are impressive." Taking the student's phone, the professor cast a dismissive glance at the live stream. However, that single glance left him dumbfounded, and he swallowed the words he was about to utter. The professor stared blankly at Zuo Yunlong's live stream for an extended moment. The student, observing the professor's expression, cautiously asked, "Professor, do you understand now?" The professor, fixated on the bone, nodded, then shook his head in disbelief. "How is this possible? How can this be?" The student, concerned that the professor might be losing his composure, asked, "Professor, do you recognize it?" Only then did the professor regain his senses. Could it truly be a dragon bone? And from a dragon kingdom at that? How is this possible? How can this be? The student continued to inquire, "Teacher, but this has already been retrieved." The professor, suddenly realizing, hastily grasped the student's shoulders. "Quickly, tell me how this dragon bone was discovered." The student, feeling a bit of pain from the grip, replied, "Well, it was fished out from the sea." The professor was taken aback by this revelation. "Is it truly from the sea? Could the legendary dragon palace actually exist?" he exclaimed. "I must see it. I have no idea where it is." The student responded helplessly. At that moment, the student regretted asking the professor about this matter. "Moreover, Professor, if you go, what will happen to our research project?" The professor wore an expression of disappointment. "What? If I leave, the research will not continue? You must strive for scientific progress under any circumstances. Have you forgotten how our predecessors pursued research?" The student replied, "All right, miracle broadcaster, I become your fan again." Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chao was on a call, reporting this news to his superior. Instructor Liu, sounding resigned, said, "All right, I already know. An old colleague just called me. He might be heading to Zuo Yunlong's ship soon." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Chao felt equally helpless. It seemed that Instructor Liu would have to make another trip. Reflecting on his own previous back and forth, he realized Instructor Liu was now in the same situation. "All right, Instructor," he began, but Liu interrupted. "You all continue with your work. It's just a dragon bone. No need for such alarm. Besides, the previous dragon bone has not been confirmed as genuine. This one may not be authentic either. It could merely be a replica. With today's advanced technology, anything is possible." Lieutenant Chao was at a loss for words. He suspected that even Instructor Liu himself did not truly believe his own words. While one might doubt the authenticity of what Zuo Yunlong retrieved, one could never question its reality. If it were anyone else's find, Instructor Lu might not even bother to acknowledge it, deeming it a fake. However, what Zuo Yunlong discovered was undoubtedly real. It was simply ludicrous. After hanging up the phone, Zuo Yunlong looked at Lieutenant Chow, who gave a wry smile. Soon, the instructor would return, accompanied by a biology professor to examine the dragon bone we had retrieved. Suddenly, a viewer in the live stream became ecstatic. "Oh my gosh, my teacher. My teacher is actually going to the Miracle Broadcaster ship? Chapter 128. Is this even livable?" The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. What level is that? Can they board our Miracle Broadcaster ship? No way. Who is your teacher? My teacher is Professor Yi from the field of biology. No way, it's actually Professor Yi. Oh my, has yet another eminent figure been stirred? Just how many notable personalities have we captivated as Miracle Broadcasters? We have already garnered the attention of academician Lu from the Optics Institute, Director Ding from the Archaeological Institute, and now even Professor Yi from the Biological Research Institute. And let us not forget Commander Zuo from the military region. Truly, our Miracle Broadcaster is exceptional. This is astounding. With Professor Yi present, the true nature of this bone will undoubtedly be unveiled. Indeed, having our Miracle Broadcaster around makes everything exceedingly intriguing. Zuo Yunlong, however, was not particularly concerned about who would be gracing his vessel. After all, he had encountered numerous high-profile individuals before and had long since grown indifferent. Moreover, fishing could hardly be deemed illegal, as we are law-abiding citizens with all the necessary permits. Yet, this constant influx of visitors would surely hinder his fishing efforts. Zuo Yunlong gradually attributed his inability to catch fish to the incessant interruptions caused by these individuals, which prevented him from concentrating on his task. Nonetheless, he was aware that the items he had unearthed seemed to warrant the interest of such figures, and it would indeed be a challenge to keep them at bay. With a dissatisfied pout, Zuo Yunlong asked, "Who cares who comes? I simply wish to know if I can continue fishing." Lieutenant Chow hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Previously, Captain Huang had cautioned against allowing Zuo Yunlong to fish continuously, as he was genuinely oblivious to what he might catch next. Yet, Lieutenant Chow found no valid reason to impede Zuo Yunlong's endeavors. Upon seeing Chow's silence, Zuo Yunlong inferred the answer. "Come on, let us continue fishing." Lieutenant Chow covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. The crew exchanged glances upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words. Having already retrieved the dragon bone, should they continue? "Boss, perhaps we should wait?" the cautious assistant suggested. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense, let us keep fishing. I'm curious to see what else we can catch. Just imagine, we've already brought up the dragon bone. Surely the smaller creatures will come to snatch it away. We must allow them the chance to come aboard and see the dragon bone." The assistant replied, "Boss, are you trying to ensure the Dragon Palace's lineage comes to an end?" With a slight smirk, Zuo Yunlong urged the crew to resume fishing. Although the crew had their reservations, they quickly set to work, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Zuo Yunlong understood their superstitions and did not rush them, allowing them to proceed at their own pace. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in a frenzy. "Wow, our Miracle Broadcaster is casting the net again? Haha. This is a little gift for Professor Yi before his arrival. How fortunate Professor Yi is to be personally welcomed by our Miracle Broadcaster. I truly admire the swiftness of our Miracle Broadcaster's actions. Indeed, if they had delayed any longer, Professor Yi would have arrived." So Yunlong gazed out at the sea, estimating that the time had come. "Raise the net," he commanded without hesitation. The crew, however, lifted the net with a deliberate slowness, as if afraid of startling something. The viewers in the live stream anxiously focused on the fishing net. What could possibly be caught in this net after retrieving the Longwood dragon? Surely it couldn't be a flood dragon, could it? Was there a chance of pulling up a soaring serpent? Hurry up! Why do I suddenly feel rather anxious? The net slowly emerged from the water, and to everyone's astonishment, it contained wood. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, "What am I supposed to do with a heap of rotten wood?" The live stream erupted with disbelief. Could it be that the host had become addicted to playing with building blocks? This situation was utterly absurd. How could they possibly haul up a pile of wood? This was hardly befitting of a gracious host. Haha, Professor Yi studies biology. Could he also be researching these woods? Someone mused. Well, that's a valid point. Another replied, "Truly, our miraculous host shows remarkable foresight. Fearing that the animals might disappoint Professor Yi, he has prepared some plants instead? How outrageous! At that moment, Lieutenant Chao exhaled slowly, relieved. Watching Zuo Yunlong fishing was indeed exhilarating. Thankfully, it was merely a heap of rotten wood, no cause for alarm. The crew also felt a sense of relief. Hee, our boss is truly enigmatic, one remarked. Indeed, we thought he might pull up a legendary creature this time. Fortunately, it was just some ordinary rotten wood. The crew immediately felt lighter, their movements becoming more fluid. The net was gently placed on the fishing boat, and the assistant aimed the camera at the wood. While it might not be impressive, it was rare for Zuo Yunlong to haul up such refuse. It was akin to someone accustomed to feasting on grand meals, occasionally yearning for wild vegetables. However, the assistant, upon closer inspection of the wood, began to feel something was amiss. Finally, he confirmed, "Boss, take a look at this wood." Zuo Yunlong, somewhat irked, replied, "What is so interesting about a pile of wood? Just throw it away." Meanwhile, some viewers in the live stream recognized the wood. Wait, doesn't this resemble the raw timber of golden silk namu? No, it's not just a resemblance. It truly is, they exclaimed. Incredible. So it really is raw golden silk namu? It was surprising, having previously only encountered finished products. Seeing the raw timber was a revelation. Our miraculous host indeed lives up to his name, casually pulling up raw golden silk namu. Haha, this is splendid. Professor Yi will have work to do when he arrives. Our miraculous host has prepared quite the gift for him. He will surely be delighted. Indeed, after all, raw golden silk namu is hard to come by these days. After witnessing the content in the live stream, the assistant became convinced of his thoughts. Boss, these truly seem to be raw golden silk namu. The crew gasped in astonishment. They had actually pulled up golden silk namu this time? The crew was certainly no strangers to golden silk namu. It was, after all, the first time that Zuo Yunlong encountered such raw timber. He paused momentarily, contemplating the golden silk namu. Wasn't it merely wood? Something that could not be consumed, reduced to nothing more than a pile of decaying timber? Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chao felt utterly bewildered. Goodness, was it truly another haul of golden silk namu this time? How could one possibly endure such a situation? Chapter 129. This batch of netizens is truly challenging. As Zuo Yunlong gazed at the net of golden silk namu, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him. At that moment, some viewers in the live stream began to recollect. Dear friends, could it be that our miraculous host has once again stumbled upon an ancient tomb? A simple remark detonated like a drop of water in a hot oil pan, instantly igniting a fervor. How peculiar, one might muse, that I had felt an odd sense of déjà vu just moments ago. I thought I was merely dreaming this scene, yet here it is, manifest before my eyes. Indeed, the coffin of Zuo Yunlong was discovered in a similar fashion, was it not? Another ancient tomb? Unthinkable. Yet, it is difficult to say. Even if there isn't an ancient tomb, one might speculate that treasures lie beneath. Are we to embark on yet another treasure-seeking adventure with our miraculous host? It seems, however, that some have overlooked a critical detail. Our miraculous host had just pulled up a dragon bone, had they not? Oh my heavens! How could I have forgotten such an essential matter? It's truly vexing. I should have anticipated this, right? Pray tell, what are you all discussing? Could you articulate it a bit more clearly? I comprehend now. In legend, dragons are known to be rather avaricious creatures, hoarding wealth and gathering rare treasures within their lairs. Ah, I see. Thus, it is no wonder that Sun Wukong sought treasures in the Dragon Palace and journeyed to the west. Wait a moment, are you jesting? Is it conceivable that our miraculous host could plunder the Dragon Palace? This is utterly absurd. What is so absurd about it? Have you all forgotten who provided our miraculous host with the warplane? That would be the victorious Buddha, Sun Wukong. Can we refrain from jesting? A fish-catching host entangled in metaphysics? Do you truly believe our miraculous host is scientific? Within the live stream, an unprecedented debate erupted. The little sidekick watched the commotion. Smirking mischievously, Zuo Yunlong wore a frown of discontent. What is so amusing about this? Without hesitation, the little sidekick articulated the ongoing events in the live stream. Upon hearing the discussions, Lieutenant Chao was completely taken aback. What? Such an outrageous notion could even be conceived? The imagination here is indeed vast. Zuo Yunlong, however, was more intrigued by the Dragon Palace. Are you implying that the viewers in the live stream are debating whether there is a Dragon Palace beneath? The little sidekick nodded. Indeed, one group of viewers believes there is a Dragon Palace below, while another insists it's an ancient tomb, and they are currently embroiled in a heated argument. So Yunlong questioned, if there were a dragon palace down there, where are the shrimp soldiers and crab generals? And the fish? If not a single fish is present, how could there possibly be a dragon palace? The little sidekick chuckled, explaining they never mentioned fish. They're asserting that treasures lie beneath. Don't believe me? Just take a look. With that, the little sidekick handed his phone to Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong stared at the barrage of comments on his phone, feeling utterly speechless. Surely, beneath this surface lay an ancient tomb, or perhaps a sunken treasure site, but it was certainly not the fabled dragon palace. Who even conceived of such a notion? It was utterly absurd. If there were truly a dragon palace down there, I would livestream myself eating excrement. Do they seriously believe in mythological elements? Such naive and foolish expressions. Can they genuinely believe in the existence of a dragon palace? For heaven's sake, we live in a scientific era. Even children understand that the dragon palace is a fabrication. Indeed, do they even comprehend what mythology is? It's merely an upgraded version of ghost stories. What? You're trying to discuss science with a miracle streamer? When has the miracle streamer ever spoken of science? Haha, exactly. Can science be contained within a single net, like a fighter jet? Perhaps we should delve into metaphysics with a miracle streamer instead, to see how they select such auspicious sites. Truly, every expedition at sea could yield a unique performance. Hee, scientific enthusiasts. Shall we first discuss the nature of these dragon bones? Indeed, are these dragon bones not creatures from mythology? Prior to Professor Yi's arrival, I maintained a neutral stance towards the dragon bones. It merely resembles something. A child's toy, perhaps? Are you all blatantly betraying the miracle streamer by doubting their credibility? Regardless, I firmly believe these dragon bones to be authentic. Now let us engage in some reasoning. To state my conclusion, there must be a dragon palace below. Sun Wukong has even sent a fighter jet to our miracle streamer. Surely the Dragon King must make some acknowledgement? Yes, exactly. With Sun Wukong in the fray. If the Dragon King fails to respond, is he preparing for another uproar from Sun Wukong? Precisely. The Dragon King must certainly acknowledge our miracle streamer. That dragon bone we just saw is unequivocally proof of his identity. Come now, are you all out of your minds? The Dragon King would not unearth his own bones merely to prove himself. What you're suggesting is utterly heartless. Are you implying that the Dragon King would disturb his ancestral grave to appease Sun Wukong? How ludicrous. Haha, I must admit, the idea of disturbing ancestral graves is quite intriguing. Such an original concept, indeed. Zuo Yunlong observed the lively discussions of netizens in the live stream with a bemused expression. What on earth is happening here? Are they actually investigating the household registrations of the Dragon King and Sun Wukong? Can those deities even have their registrations checked? How absurd. Lieutenant Chao approached Zuo Yunlong, equally baffled by the content of the live stream. Goodness, have netizens become this difficult to engage with? Their imaginative leaps are laced with a stubborn streak. However, once Lieutenant Chao regained his composure, he cast a meaningful glance at Zuo Yunlong. The crux of the matter is that Zuo Yunlong's feats truly defy scientific explanation. The improbability of it all is simply staggering. What Zuo Yunlong has accomplished is akin to humanity evolving wings. Utterly preposterous. Zuo Yunlong continued to peruse the messages in the live stream, with his young companion observing alongside him. Finally, some netizens in the live stream noticed that Zuo Yunlong was intently watching their discussions. A netizen has finally regained their composure. This miraculous broadcaster is rather intriguing. ISNT it? Have they come to witness their own live stream? Everyone, let us not bicker. Our miraculous broadcaster is watching us. Goodness, miraculous broadcaster. Do you need to pay an admission fee for this? Indeed, let us give ourselves a rocket first. Haha, the miraculous broadcaster is actually eavesdropping on our conversation. Miraculous broadcaster, tell us what lies below. Miraculous broadcaster, confess. Which celestial being have you descended from? From the mountains? Shouldn't that rather be referred to as a bandit? Miraculous broadcaster, stop watching and get to work. Yes, I wish to see what lies beneath. Regardless of what it is, it must be a treasure. Of course, when a miraculous broadcaster takes action, disappointment is never an option. Zuo Yunlong remarked. This generation of netizens is indeed hard to manage. Chapter 130. Provocation, is it? Zuo Yunlong rose and surveyed his surroundings. A simple gesture immediately stirred the hearts of countless netizens. The miraculous broadcaster has stood up. Our miraculous broadcaster is preparing to descend from the net. Kulme, let us discover whether what lies below is a dragon palace, an ancient tomb, or simply a treasure. Haha, is the miraculous broadcaster finally ready to take action? We have been eagerly waiting. The crew members are also rolling up their sleeves, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. They have already heard the details from their aide about the live stream. Whether it be a dragon palace or an ancient tomb, let them bear witness firsthand. I must say, our boss is truly remarkable. My hands tremble with excitement. A dragon palace? An ancient tomb? I could boast about either for a lifetime. What? Boast for a lifetime? If we can indeed retrieve the dragon palace, I shall create a new family tree. Forget about the previous entries. I will be the first. And let us see who dares to challenge that. My descendants will proclaim, our ancestor was one who retrieved the dragon palace. Goodness, be cautious, we are live. If you fail to bring back the dragon palace, your father might just disown you from the family tree. Haha, cast out from the clan. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I was merely boasting, please disregard that. What? You do not believe in our boss? Indeed, with our boss's capabilities, retrieving the dragon palace is surely a matter of moments. Make a note of this. We must inform a boss. You are lacking in martial ethics. At this moment, Lieutenant Chow was also feeling somewhat anxious. Originally an atheist, the atmosphere had escalated to such a degree that he could not simply dismiss it. If Lieutenant Chow had no thoughts on the matter, it would be rather unreasonable. If Chow's mind wandered to the possibilities, if Zuo Yunlong truly retrieves the Dragon Palace, would that not validate many of the myths and legends of the Dragon Kingdom? After all, if the Dragon Palace has emerged, what the underworld, the heavenly realm, the celestial soldiers and generals, the deities listed in the investiture of the gods must indeed be real. Contemplating this, a sense of anticipation began to well up within Lieutenant Chow. If all of this were true, just how ancient is the history of the Dragon Kingdom? If those unverifiable events were to materialize, how formidable would the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom truly be? Just as anticipation swelled among the masses, Zuo Yunlong resolutely issued his command. Set sail. Proceed southeast. A momentary silence enveloped the crowd before the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. What on earth? Is the miraculous host jesting with us? They're actually fleeing. Miraculous host, don't leave. We wish to witness a historic moment. Indeed, Professor Yi and Commander Liu are on their way. You must wait for them. Yes, prepare some surprises for them. Miraculous host, you cannot falter at such a critical juncture. Quickly, lower the nets. We cannot allow the Dragon Palace to escape. Should we miss the treasure being brought up, it would haunt us for a lifetime. Absolutely. We must commence the haul. How could we possibly retreat? The viewers, who had previously been in debate, now found an extraordinary consensus. Whether it be the Dragon Palace, ancient tombs, or simply treasure, there must certainly be something beneath. Given that there is something, how could the miraculous host simply abandon the pursuit? The crew, too, were bewildered. What is the boss planning? Fishing with a long line for the big catch? I was all set to return home, facing expulsion from the family tree. Only to witness this? Is the boss being rather unreasonable? Shall we take matters into our own hands? Let us cast the net ourselves. Are you out of your mind? Do you even know who pays your salary? It feels like not casting this net would be a tremendous waste. I feel the same. Perhaps our boss will change their mind soon. Lieutenant Chow, observing from the side, inquired, are we really not going to cast a net? Zuo Yunlong, visibly irate, responded, look what we are pulling up. The viewers in the live stream had nearly come to a consensus that treasure lay beneath. Treasure? For heaven's sake, I came here to fish. The crew murmured in disbelief. The viewers were equally flabbergasted. The miraculous host truly possesses a unique character, opting to forsake treasure for fish? Huh. The miraculous host is always so oblivious. Indeed, how could you wish to fish? First, recognize your identity. Exactly, you are the miraculous host. How can you compare yourself to mere fishermen? Right? You were born for these treasures. Miraculous host. Face reality and do not act impulsively. The crew could only shake their heads in resignation. It appeared their boss had grown weary of collecting such treasures. Yes, it seems our boss has developed a fear of money. They avoid it at all costs. I wish I could have such an affliction. One must possess a fortune to dare to walk away from money. Enough, since our boss is in such a dire state, let us extend our sympathy. Dear uncles and elders, please do not take my previous words to heart. I still wish to leave a legacy in the family tree. Lieutenant Chow was well aware of Zuo Yunlong's temperament. However, Captain Chow could only persuade. Why not go to another internet CAF? Professor Yi and Commander Liu are on their way. If you change the location at the last minute, it will be difficult for them to find you, wouldn't it? Zuo Yunlong pouted. You could just inform them, couldn't you? Captain Chow's face grew more troubled. Is it really appropriate to leave the leaders in the lurch like this? They're your superiors, not mine. Zuo Yunlong shrugged. Isn't my pursuit of fishing at sea meant to be carefree and unencumbered? If I am restricted everywhere, what is the point of going out to fish? Captain Chow wore a pained expression. Please, don't leave. Just cast another net and see. Let us wait here for a while. The little assistant, seeing Captain Chow's pitiful state, tentatively added, Yes, boss, do you believe in the Dragon Palace? There might be fish down there. Don't underestimate my instincts. I truly feel there must be fish below. Upon hearing the assistant's words, the crew members also reacted. Right, boss. Just imagine if there are fish down there and you miss out on them. How miserable would that be? Zuo Yunlong retorted angrily. No way. We must change locations today. That's my final word, and no one can change it. No, we cannot change locations. Just as Zuo Yunlong finished speaking, someone shouted loudly from the side. Zuo Yunlong raised an eyebrow. Who dares to provoke him? Who is it? Chapter 131. An unusual arrival? The ship is broken? The viewers in the live stream erupted upon hearing this. The savior has arrived. Wow. Who is this fierce warrior, so audacious? This brother is impressive. He is ready to confront our miraculous streamer. A talent, indeed. Big brother, we entrust you. You must ensure our miraculous streamer casts the net here. Yes. We've waited so long. We can't miss what's beneath the water. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong was also furious. How dare someone challenge him? Is this the end of good days? Following the sound, Zuo Yunlong looked over. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, this ship must move. Just then, the crew parted, revealing a robust, middle-aged man. The crew watched the man in silence. The man angrily threw a wrench onto the deck. All right, you come and get the ship moving. When Zuo Yunlong saw the newcomer, he was taken aback. Isn't this Master Chow, the repairman? Come on, fix it. Upon recognizing Master Chow, Zuo Yunlong forced a smile. Master Chow, don't be so angry. What is the matter? Master Chow replied tersely, the ship is broken. There's a mechanical failure, and it can't move for now. Zuo Yunlong was also bewildered. What kind of fate is this? The ship is malfunctioning at such a time? The viewers in the live stream finally understood what was happening. Ha! Miraculous streamer. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Our miraculous streamer has actually clashed with the repairman on the ship? Ha! It seems we want TB moving now. Oh, how amusing. Our miraculous host, with that defiant demeanor, is truly delightful. I must say, I cannot contain my laughter. Could we perhaps request our miraculous host to refrain from such hilarity next time? Now, it seems we are stranded, and our miraculous host may be compelled to continue broadcasting. Zuo Yunlong? Am I being forced to salvage here? Is it destiny? What the predicament? The crew glanced at Zuo Yunlong. Do you think our boss will cast a net? Who knows? Can you truly predict our boss's actions with the logic of a normal person? Well, has our boss ever played by the rules? Indeed, if our boss were conventional, could we ever hope to salvage a fighter jet? Master Chow is remarkable, managing to leave our boss speechless. Of course, if Master Chow were displeased, he could easily make us all swim back to shore. Do you believe that? Indeed. It must be Master Chow. He is truly formidable. The state of this vessel is absurd. It chose to malfunction precisely when our boss intended to depart. Do you think this is the will of heaven, compelling our boss to fish here? Surprisingly, that could indeed be the case. The crew exchanged whispers. Lieutenant Chow, meanwhile, urged, Little Zuo, given the current situation, the ship is immobile. Why not cast a net here? Upon hearing the suggestion of casting a net, Zuo Yunlong leapt up as if someone had grabbed his tail. Me? Fish for treasure? Impossible. I, Zuo Yunlong, would rather perish of thirst or hunger aboard this ship than cast a net for treasure. The viewers in the live stream were astonished by his words. Wow, our host is truly strong-willed. This will be quite the spectacle. Let us see how our host ultimately decides. To let himself perish of thirst and hunger rather than cast a net? Our host is remarkably stubborn. Perhaps our miraculous host is acutely aware of the situation. Catching anything edible seems rather challenging. I believe our miraculous host ought to give it a try. After all, our host possesses Darwinian attributes. Haha, indeed. If he were to catch a protected species, I wonder if our miraculous host would dare to take action. Why not? I recently learned a new term, emergency avoidance. Do you understand? Oh, emergency avoidance? Are you referring to that individual who consumes pandas when they see pandas and gold-haired monkeys when they see gold-haired monkeys? It's a disaster. Your words make me even more eager to see the host cast a net. If he were to catch a protected species and consume it, surely our host would meet the criteria for emergency avoidance, right? Indeed, miraculous host, cast a net. Don't you wish to savor the flavor of a green-haired turtle? What is a green-haired turtle, you ask? It is called a green sea turtle. Mind you, no mistake there. If our miraculous host doesn't eat soon, the green sea turtle might grow hair. Goodness, you are utterly outrageous. You even wish to consume protected species? What do you mean by we want to eat? We merely wish to witness our miraculous host indulging in a feast. Indeed, it is quite the spectacle, particularly since one rarely witnesses someone consuming protected species. Today shall be an eye-opening experience. Go, miraculous host. Let us cast the next net swiftly. After all, opportunities to legally partake in such delicacies are exceedingly rare. The assistant gazed at the comments streaming in the chat room, his expression a mixture of disbelief and bemusement. Have netizens truly devolved into such madness? Zuo Yunlong turned to inquire, Master Chow, can you devise a solution? Why has this vessel suddenly ceased to move? Master Chow shot him a glare. How would I know? If I had the answer, I would have fixed it by now. I've inspected for ages without uncovering the cause. Be patient. I shall descend to investigate further shortly. Do not entertain thoughts of departure. Should that particular component be damaged, once we set sail, we would be doomed to call for rescue. Zuo Yunlong responded, Indeed. You are correct. Master Chow, you are the most formidable. Zuo Yunlong was almost amused by the situation. Master Chow's temperament was indeed quite formidable. The viewers in the live stream sent in more comments. Goodness, is it truly this chaotic now? How can one be so brazen without possessing the skills to repair? This Master Chow seems quite capable. What a riot. He truly deserves his place among the crew of our miraculous host's vessel, boldly claiming competence even when he lacks it. Miraculous host, you simply need to cast the next net. Perhaps after that, the vessel will be able to move. Indeed, do not attempt to rationalize the miraculous host's actions with science. Mysticism is far more fitting. Zuo Yunlong watched as Master Chow returned to the cabin. There was no doubt. He was undoubtedly returning to conduct further repairs. It appeared this predicament was indeed considerable. Otherwise, Master Chow would not be displaying such frustration. The assistant leaned closer to Zuo Yunlong, asking, Boss, what shall we do now? Zuo Yunlong smirked slightly. What shall we do? We shall remain on standby. Regardless, we are not casting the net. Chapter 132. What is the situation? The viewers in the live stream continued to wait. Surely our miraculous host would not remain utterly still. Truly, they embody the patience we respect. Goodness, why does the miraculous host not engage in direct hook fishing? Miraculous host, cast a net. Your protected species awaits your attention. Meanwhile, the crew members were idly playing cards aboard the ship. Lieutenant Gao sat beside Zuo Yunlong. Are you truly not considering casting another net? There may indeed be fish. Zuo Yunlong shook his head vigorously. First, we retrieve the keel. Now, we have drawn up golden silk enamel. Is there any fish lurking below? Who knows what treasures the next net may yield? But the likelihood of uncovering riches is far greater than that of catching fish. Lieutenant Chow found himself at a loss for how to persuade Zuo Yunlong. Just then, a vessel suddenly appeared on the horizon. The lookout spotted it immediately. Have we called for a rescue boat? The lookout was momentarily bewildered, but quickly relayed the news. The crew members were instantly filled with excitement upon hearing this announcement. The rescue boat has arrived, boss. Are we finally able to leave? The timing of this rescue vessel is impeccable. Although the crew expressed a desire to cast another net, they were left with no choice but to relent due to Zuo Yunlong's disapproval. Rather than languishing here, they would prefer to seek a different location to fish. After all, given our boss's prowess, is there any doubt that fish could be caught? Our boss has demonstrated that the ability to catch fish is not contingent upon location. It is fundamentally a matter of skill. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted in a chorus of surprise. How infuriating that the rescue boat has arrived at this moment. I was eager to witness the miraculous performance of our host. Should we send the rescue boat away? This would surely hinder our host's spectacular display. Truly, the speed of rescue in our great nation is unparalleled. While it feels rather unfortunate, we still hope our miraculous host can cast another net. Oh well, it's far too dull right now. It would be better to let our host change locations for fishing. Indeed, it makes sense. Our miraculous host can catch fish anywhere. Hee. Does our host believe that merely changing locations will alter his fate? I adore our host's naive yet foolish aspirations. Our miraculous host, who is essentially being driven by fate to forage for sustenance, thinks he can escape. Dream on. I am eager to see if our host can indeed catch fish by relocating. Upon hearing this news, Zuo Yunlong was momentarily taken aback. He then turned to Captain Chow. Did you call for the rescue? Captain Chow shook his head, astonished as he gazed at Zuo Yunlong. Wasn't it you who summoned them? Zuo Yunlong, equally perplexed, was at a loss. With Master Chow present, Zuo Yunlong was confident that repairs to the vessel were merely a matter of time. Why would he squander public resources when he had no pressing concerns? Captain Chow appeared somewhat anxious. Could it be that pirates were involved? Such a scenario would not be surprising, considering Zuo Yunlong's notorious reputation has already spread beyond our borders. If foreign powers were to set their sights on Zuo Yunlong, it would not be without justification. After all, they had already salvaged tanks from the combat nations and American fighter jets. Surely this warranted careful consideration. With this thought, Captain Chow immediately reached for the binoculars. Upon confirming that the approaching vessel was indeed from our nation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a naval ship from our country. Captain Chow relaxed, and Zuo Yunlong inquired, "What is the situation?" Captain Chow waved his hand dismissively. "No witties. It's our own people." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Captain Chow's face lit up with joy. It must be Commander Liu and Professor Yi arriving. The viewers in the live stream were elated by this news, their excitement surpassing that of a festive celebration. It's truly Commander Liu and Professor Yi? Oh my goodness, their arrival is so timely. Indeed, if they had arrived just a moment later, our miraculous host would have taken his leave. Now that they are here, our miraculous host will have no choice but to cast another net. At that moment, Master Chow also appeared on the deck. "Boss, the ship is repaired. It can be used normally." The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. No way. Is the ship really fixed so promptly? Everyone has arrived. And now the vessel is operational? Is the heavens playing a trick on us? Are they nudging our miraculous host to dive in, or discouraging them from doing so? It is futile now. We can already see the ship across from us, and they must have noticed our host's vessel as well. I wish to sing a song for our miraculous host. I want to escape, but I cannot. This is truly a matter of life and death. It seems our miraculous host cannot flee now. It turns out the ship had been broken for so long, just waiting for Commander Liu and his team to arrive. To be honest, our miraculous host is quite impressive. Upon hearing the news of a ship's repair, Zuo Yunlong's eyes brightened. "Quick, let us go. This is too timely." However, at that moment, the military ship was already approaching Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Commander Liu and Professor Yi stood side by side on the deck, observing Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat. "Professor Yi, that vessel belongs to Zuo Yunlong." As a frequent visitor of Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat and an old acquaintance, Commander Liu introduced it to Professor Yi. It was even modified from our warship. On the way here, Professor Yi had also heard of Zuo Yunlong's remarkable achievements. He nodded in satisfaction. This is what should be done. Talents like him are rare. Individuals who contribute significantly to the development of our dragon nation deserve all protection. Commander Liu nodded in agreement. Indeed, we currently have a captain stationed on that ship, an absolute elite. Professor Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Why does it feel like that ship is about to leave? Commander Liu frowned. "Captain Chow, what is the situation? We are not enemy agents. Why do you intend to flee upon seeing us?" At that moment, Captain Chow, aboard the ship, was both blocking Zuo Yunlong and reporting back. "Commander, Zuo Yunlong does not wish to salvage the treasure. He insists on leaving. You all need to hurry over. I can't hold out alone for much longer." Upon hearing this, Commander Liu raised an eyebrow. "Leave? That cannot happen. You must stop Zuo. Do not use force, but absolutely do not let him depart. If there is anything down there, only Zuo can retrieve it. Do you understand? This is not a discussion. It is an order." After receiving the command, Captain Chow immediately acquiesced. Rest assured, Chief, I will ensure the task is completed. Professor Yi cast a concerned glance at Commander Liu. What's going on? Commander Liu smiled wryly and replied, Zuo Yunlong wants to leave, but our officer stationed there has intercepted him. Professor Yi, please hold on. We are about to accelerate. All units, heed the command. Full speed ahead. Close in on the fishing vessel. Chapter 133. Studied in solitude? Professor Yi adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Hurry, we must stay on course. Commander Liu nodded. Subsequently, the naval vessel surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Zuo Yunlong observed the rapid approach of the warship, his brows furrowing slightly. However, he found himself in a rather precarious situation, as Lieutenant Chao had firmly ensconced himself around Zuo Yunlong's thigh. The crew, witnessing this peculiar scene, stood frozen in astonishment, too stunned to react. What does this mean, Lieutenant Chao? Zuo Yunlong inquired, bewildered by the lieutenant's unwavering grip. Lieutenant Chao, sprawled on the ground, clung even tighter to Zuo Yunlong's leg, declaring that the commander had issued orders that he must not be allowed to leave. Zuo Yunlong, his expression darkening, thought to himself, am I a fugitive to be treated in such a manner? Undeterred, Lieutenant Chao insisted, no matter what, you cannot leave. Zuo Yunlong was at a loss, exclaiming, this is not how one plays the game. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this unfolding drama, were equally bewildered. Wow, this officer is truly sacrificing his dignity. Although the specifics of the situation were unclear, comments flooded in, praising the audacity of the move. Yes, we cannot let our miracle streamer leave so easily. You must fish one more time. Keep going. Perseverance leads to victory. Zuo Yunlong, feeling a sense of helplessness, pleaded, Lieutenant Chao, could you please loosen your grip? I can wait here for Commander Liu and Professor Yi. Only upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words did Lieutenant Chao gradually release his hold. But remember, you are not allowed to run away. So Yunlong gazed at the approaching naval vessel with a wry smile, realizing that even if he wished to flee, the opportunity had likely vanished. The warship drew nearer to Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat, and two figures disembarked. One was instantly recognizable to Zuo Yunlong as Commander Liu from the military district, who had visited several times with the district commander. The other individual, however, was someone Zuo Yunlong had never encountered before, undoubtedly the Professor Yi spoken of by the online viewers. Commander Liu promptly approached Zuo Yunlong, greeting him warmly. I've heard you have achieved another commendable feat. Zuo Yunlong felt a deep sense of futility, thinking that such accolades were unnecessary. He merely wished to enjoy a simple fishing expedition. Why did it seem increasingly difficult? Meanwhile, Professor Yi's gaze was entirely captivated by the dragon bone resting upon the boat. What is this? He exclaimed, astonished. The disparity between the dragon bone's online appearance and its physical presence was stark. The specimen viewed through a screen paled in comparison to the grandeur before him, leaving Professor Yi in awe of its true scale. Zuo Yunlong, aware of Professor Yi's purpose for visiting, shrugged and replied, as you can see, it is simply a dragon bone. Professor Yi, now visibly excited, struggled to articulate his thoughts. Finally managing to stammer, may I take a closer look? His words formed a coherent sentence at last. The live stream audience erupted in enthusiasm upon witnessing Professor Yi and Commander Liu boarding the vessel. Haha, my teacher has arrived. Yes, really here. With Professor Yi's personal presence, the resolution of the mystery seemed imminent. Professor Yi, come quickly and take a look. What exactly is this dragon bone? Could it truly be the fabled bone of the dragon from the Dragon Kingdom? Yes, please verify what this dragon bone is. Seeing Professor Yi's enthusiastic demeanor, Zuo Yunlong nodded without hesitation. Whatever. After all, I was merely passing the time with it. At that moment, Captain Chao was also reporting the current situation to Commander Liu. Commander Liu appeared equally astonished. What did you say? Is there something down there beneath the sea? Captain Chao nodded solemnly. Certainly, there is more. We just retrieved some raw wood of golden silk namu, as you know. Such wood does not grow in the sea. Therefore, I deduce that there must be more down below. As for what it is, I am not entirely certain. After a brief silence, Commander Liu replied, there is no rush. We are already aboard Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. As long as we remain here, Zuo Yunlong cannot leave. Let us first allow Professor Yi to examine the dragon bone and see if any discoveries can be made. After all, whether it is an ancient tomb or a dragon's lair, there may be dangers involved. For now, there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Captain Chow nodded in agreement. Especially in this enigmatic sea, no one can predict what lies beneath. Otherwise, how could Zuo Yunlong have easily retrieved the dragon bone? Meanwhile, Professor Yi was diligently inspecting the dragon bone. The assistant naturally recognized who the focal point was, as the camera remained fixed on Professor Yi and the dragon bone. Professor Yi appeared utterly engrossed. It is understandable, given that this is a mythical creature, never before encountered. If it is confirmed that this is indeed the dragon bone of our dragon kingdom, would that not signify the discovery of a new species? Certainly. Has anyone ever encountered this creature before? Wait, it seems you have reminded me of something. Wasn't there a previous incident involving a dragon falling? My goodness, I remember now. Could this be corroborative evidence for that event? If so, the existence of dragons could be definitively confirmed. This is simply unimaginable. It is a discovery of epical significance. Can this situation truly be so absurd? At that moment, Professor Yi, armed with his tools, meticulously examined the dragon bone. Yet, the more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. Is it true? Could this dragon bone genuinely be authentic? Although no concrete evidence exists to substantiate this, the bone could not possibly be fabricated. Has the Dragon Kingdom discovered yet another dragon bone? Might the research on that previous dragon bone finally progress? Professor Ye's excitement grew with each glance, as he became increasingly absorbed in the study of the dragon bone before him. Zuo Yunlong, witnessing Professor Ye's fervor, refrained from interrupting and instead occupied himself idly with his teeth. Captain Chow displayed a look of disappointment, while Commander Liu remained indifferent, patiently awaiting Professor Ye's completion of his examination. After a considerable period, Professor Yi finally concluded his inspection of the dragon bone, thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, Professor Yi had already envisioned a rough model of the dragon, including its appearance and life. However, certain aspects still required the assistance of a computer to complete the work. If fully equipped, Professor Yi might have been able to finalize the entire study on the dragon bones right then and there. How is it, Professor Yi? Upon seeing that Professor Yi had finished his analysis, Director Liu promptly approached to inquire. Indeed, this is the dragon bone. Professor Yi asserted confidently. Chapter 134. The knowledge is exhausted. The knowledge is exhausted. As Professor Yi announced his conclusion, the viewers in the live stream erupted in astonishment. What? Did I hear that correctly? Professor Yi actually confirmed that this is the dragon bone? The dragon bone of our dragon nation has emerged? Oh my goodness. This is a divine blessing for our dragon nation. Are you telling me that the legendary dragon of the dragon nation truly exists? My heavens, miracle streamer. You are simply incredible. How is this possible? How can this be true? Professor Yi is a titan in the scientific community, and he made such a judgment so swiftly? Oh my miracle streamer, how outrageous can you be? Director Liu raised his eyebrows. This news was indeed a boon for the Dragon Nation. Can it be confirmed? Professor Ye's face displayed a hint of discontent. Was Director Liu questioning his academic integrity? Realizing this, Director Liu quickly corrected himself. I dare not. I dare not. It's just that this matter is of great significance. Professor Yi understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, I should return and ponder this matter thoroughly. Upon my return, I will convene a research conference under the name of the Institute. I assure you, I will not disappoint you, Director Liu. Director Liu nodded repeatedly. That would be best. That would be best. At some point, Zuo Yunlong had stood up, positioning himself beside Professor Yi and Director Liu. Professor Yi glanced at Zuo Yunlong with a hint of embarrassment. Young man, might you be willing to lend us this dragon bone for our research for a while? Zuo Yunlong felt a surge of frustration, recalling that their fishing expedition had been hindered by the very dragon bone. Hurry up, get this thing out of here. Professor Yi chuckled. Rest assured, I will not take this dragon bone without compensation. I can pay you on a daily basis. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. Money isn't the issue. Just don't delay my fishing. Professor Yesimilit Shipipish. It was then that Director Liu remembered the precious item Zuo Yunlong had retrieved from a sea. Zuo Yunlong interjected. Now that the items here have been identified, can I take the fishing boat and continue fishing? Wait, Director Liu, hearing Zuo Yunlong's intent to leave, was immediately apprehensive. Without Zuo Yunlong's presence, he felt a lack of assurance. Zuo Yunlong, slightly displeased, asked what now. Director Liu ignored Zuo Yunlong's question and turned to inform Professor Yi about the valuable golden silk Nama wood Zuo Yunlong had salvaged. Upon hearing this, Professor Yi exclaimed in wonder, "How is that possible? You managed to recover golden silk Nama wood?" Professor Yi was incredulous at this revelation. However, regardless of Professor Yi's skepticism, the items lay before him. At a glance, he could ascertain that they were indeed made of golden silk Namu. To think such a feat could be accomplished, Professor Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Is it even possible?" Commander Liu inquired tentatively. Professor Yi nodded. "It is possible." Soon, he regained his composure. If the dragon bones could be retrieved, then it would not be surprising to find some golden silk Namu as well. Professor Yi continued to elucidate. According to legend, dragons were known to collect rare treasures and dazzling objects. Thus, the retrieval of golden silk Namu should not be deemed fortuitous. Upon hearing this news, Commander Liu's expression brightened. The viewers in the live stream echoed his sentiments. Truly, Professor Yi is remarkable. The previous so-called expert should make way. Indeed, Professor Yi is exceptional. He is my mentor, after all, with profound knowledge. Miracle streamer, do you now believe? Hurry and log off. Zuo Yunlong promptly expressed his stance. I am merely a fisherman, uninterested in these treasures. After hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, everyone fell silent. Uninterested? Is it possible to net a fighter jet while being uninterested? Can one unearth the tomb of Zuo Yunlong without interest? Can one retrieve 15 tanks without interest? Is this what one calls disinterest? If Zuo Yunlong possessed the ability to read minds, he would surely protest his innocence. These were not my desires. They were the ones who recklessly leapt into my net. Of course, the first to take the lead must be our viewers. Why do I feel our miracle streamer is being somewhat pretentious? Seriously, are you telling me you have no interest? Yes, you may not be interested in treasure. But surely you are interested in fishing? You're a paragon of virtue, all right? We are all mundane. Haha, if you're interested in fishing, you must be able to catch something. Are you out of your mind? Our miracle streamer claims to have no interest in treasure. Miracle streamer, I trust your sincerity. But upon hearing this, I cannot help but feel the urge to confront you. No, if you confront our miracle streamer, where else would we find such entertaining live streams? Our miracle streamer never fails to meet our expectations. After a brief silence, Commander Liu spoke again. Young Zuo, I believe you're genuinely uninterested in these items. However, what lies below may hold great significance for the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, it was you who unearthed the dragon bones. Therefore, I hope you will join us in witnessing what else awaits beneath. Zuo Yunlong spread his hands in resignation. Goodness, invoking the Dragon Kingdom, what more can I possibly say? Witnessing is no issue, but I shall absolutely not descend to retrieve anything. I will merely observe. Whatever emerges does not concern me. I am simply an ordinary fisherman. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Commander Liu nodded at Zuo Yunlong's words. Rest assured, since we are here, you will not need to take action yourself. Whatever lies below will rightfully belong to you. We are here to assist you. Of course, you need not venture online. We shall undertake the exploration ourselves. The viewers in the live broadcast were equally bewildered. Goodness, has our miraculous streamer become so formidable that even military vessels are at their service? This is truly a model for our generation. The miraculous streamer indeed lives up to their name. Are they preparing to lounge and reap treasures? Having mastered this technique, the miraculous streamer proves their prowess. Zuo Yunlong was equally confounded. I had stated that the items below had no connection to me. So why must they be for my benefit? At that moment, Colonel Liu paid no heed to Zuo Yunlong's thoughts. Prepare the underwater robot. First, let us descend to assess the situation below. If all is well, the personnel will then retrieve the items from the depths. With Colonel Liu's command, action was swiftly taken. The underwater robot was promptly cast into the sea, and everyone anxiously focused on the screen to discern what lay beneath the waves. Chapter 135. Could there really be a mountain of wealth? As the underwater robot descended, the sights from the ocean floor were transmitted in real time to the screen aboard Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. Zuo Yunlong kept his distance, asserting that this was their own venture, unrelated to him. However, it was widely acknowledged that without Zuo Yunlong, no one would have unearthed the treasures hidden beneath. Meanwhile, his assistant directed the camera towards the screen, and the viewers in the live chat marveled at the sight. Goodness, could there truly be so much golden Nama wood? The underwater robot first captured a heap of timber. Those familiar with golden manhua would recognize it immediately. Was this not the very wood just harvested by the miraculous streamer? These logs were secured underwater by a large net, preventing them from surfacing. Our miraculous streamer is truly remarkable, managing to retrieve golden manhua wood in this manner. Heavens, what am I witnessing? This is not merely golden manhua wood. This is a veritable mountain of dragon coins. My goodness, why was this not discovered by me? This is a windfall. The miraculous streamer has come to stock up. Goodness gracious, so much golden manhua wood. The miraculous streamer is poised for an extraordinary haul. How underestimated we have been regarding our miraculous streamer. Could such a modest bounty truly drive them to madness? Indeed, the miraculous streamer is intent on driving us to distraction. On board the vessel, Lieutenant Chow gazed at the abundance of golden manhua wood, rendered speechless. If all of this timber were to be retrieved, what immense fortune would it represent? Colonel Liu glanced at Professor Yi, who was equally astonished by the spectacle before them. Professor Yi turned to Zuo Yunlong, who appeared indifferent, gazing up at the birds in the sky, embodying a demeanor of detached apathy. This fellow is truly remarkable. How can he remain so composed? Colonel Liu, however, chose not to dwell on the golden manhua wood. After all, regardless of its value, it would hold little advantage for the Dragon Kingdom. Colonel Liu had no faith that Zuo Yunlong had merely discovered this golden manhua wood alone. Even though the golden silk manhua wood was of immense value, it still fell within the acceptable range for Commander Liu. Without hesitation, he issued a command to Captain Chow, who, recovering from his astonishment, resumed maneuvering the underwater robot for further exploration. As they traversed the golden silk manhua wood, the robot's camera suddenly shifted perspective, revealing a magnificent mound of wealth composed of coins, gold ingots, and silver ingots. Everyone present held their breath, while viewers in the live stream expressed their disbelief. Could it be true? First, a pile of golden silk manhua wood, and now a mountain of money. This situation felt utterly bizarre. A mountain of wealth hidden beneath the sea. My goodness, so much gold, silver, and copper. The miracle streamer had truly struck it rich. This was no joke. These were antiques. Incredible! Our miracle streamer's archaeological expertise was now in full display. It was unfathomable that someone would conceal such a fortune underwater. Were they mad? If these treasures were brought to the surface, they would undoubtedly rival the worth of the golden silk manhua wood. Did you not see? It wasn't merely coins. There were also gold and silver. Just imagine how many dragon coins could be exchanged for all this wealth. This was madness, sheer madness. It was something unheard of. This was even more astonishing than when the miracle streamer recovered the coffin of Zuo Yunlong. Indeed, if anyone could surpass our miracle streamer, it would be the miracle streamer themselves. Commander Liu glanced at Professor Yi, who waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am not an archaeology expert. I am unsure of the value of these items." Commander Liu sighed, yet he was already convinced of their significant worth. The remaining mystery could only be unveiled upon Director Ding's arrival. Such a mound of gold, silver, and copper coins would undoubtedly astonish the seasoned experts from archaeological institutes. Captain Chow was rendered speechless. Indeed, wherever Zuo Yunlong appeared, extraordinary treasures seemed to follow. It was truly undeniable. Meanwhile, Professor Yi offered commentary, explaining that legends spoke of dragons being fond of wealth. So if the dragon bones were authentic, the presence of such riches beneath them was not surprising. Furthermore, ancient traditions involved substantial tributes offered to dragons annually. If I am not mistaken, there should be even more treasures ahead, Professor Yi speculated, drawing from ancient texts about dragons. Upon hearing of further treasures, Commander Liu felt a surge of urgency. Continue the exploration. Captain Chow promptly directed the underwater robot to navigate over the mound of coins. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong had already risen and began to retreat. "This has nothing to do with me," he silently repeated, reminding himself that these treasures lay at the ocean's depths, not something he had retrieved. However, Commander Liu, noticing Zuo Yunlong's intention to leave, called out to him urgently. Without Zuo Yunlong's presence, Commander Liu felt a profound unease. The difference was stark. Without Zuo Yunlong, there was a lingering fear that, should he depart, the true treasures below might vanish. Certainly, Commander Liu was aware that his thoughts might seem somewhat ludicrous. However, considering the remarkable achievements of Zuo Yunlong, One might argue that such notions were not entirely absurd. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing Commander Lu's inquiry, Zuo Yunlong did not hesitate to respond. The matters below have absolutely nothing to do with me. I am merely retreating to avoid suspicion. I am just an ordinary fisherman, and the treasures down there are beyond my grasp. Zuo Yunlong promptly distanced himself from the treasures beneath. The viewers in the live stream were filled with admiration. Indeed, you are noble. The treasures below are not something you discovered alone. Exactly. Even without the miraculous host, treasures like the dragon bones can be uncovered. Wow, miraculous host. You're being a bit excessive here. Why not distribute some red envelopes in the live stream? So many exquisite items. And the miraculous host claims they have no connection to him? Ha, miraculous host, I truly misjudged you. Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, Commander Lu immediately interjected, No, you must remain here. There are so many people watching. They all know this place was discovered by you. We will certainly not take what is yours. We are only here to assist you in exploration, eliminate dangers, and help you retrieve the treasures. The rest is entirely up to you. Commander Lu spoke with unwavering certainty. Zuo Yunlong replied, Oh no, you can take them. I don't want them. I just wish to fish simply and have no desire to delve into these troublesome matters. Chapter 136, The Dragon's Lair. Although Zuo Yunlong contemplated leaving, he felt reluctant to diminish Commander Lu's authority. Reluctantly, he returned to his seat, maintaining an air of indifference. Commander, your statement is inaccurate. I have not retrieved anything. How can these items be considered mine? They clearly belong to you. Commander Lu would not permit Zuo Yunlong to argue. If I say they are yours, then they are yours. You are broadcasting live. What would it mean if I took these items? Commander Lu resolutely dismissed Zuo Yunlong's protests. Lieutenant Chao's heart ached. Commander, Zuo Yunlong is genuinely uninterested in these items. If we were to accept them, how much equipment could we exchange for? Noticing Lieutenant Chao's dazed expression, Commander Lu expressed his displeasure. What are you dawdling for? Continue the exploration. Lieutenant Chao nodded vigorously in agreement. As the underwater robot navigated over the Money Mountain, the scenery before them was once again breathtaking. Suddenly, a glimmer appeared in the depths of the ocean, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. What on earth is that? The viewers in the live stream were once again astonished. This time, it was neither a mountain of gold nor silver, but rather a magnificent hill formed from a plethora of porcelain and gemstones. The towering porcelain, even to those unfamiliar with antiques, evoked awe. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. Within the porcelain hill, a mix of renowned gemstones lay nestled together. Emeralds, jade, rubies, pearls, and white jade. Are these truly real? Some viewers in the live stream expressed their disbelief in sheer astonishment. My goodness, how much could this possibly be worth? Have they gone mad? Just look at the colors of these jade stones. Any one of them could fetch over $1 million. This mountain of porcelain and treasures is simply beyond imagination. Do you see the piece of jade? Is it not the exquisite mutton fat jade? Good heavens, the hue of that sapphire is simply stunning. All of this lies dormant beneath the sea. Look at that emerald. Is it not the legendary imperial green? And there are rubies? Emeralds? My word, is it possible that all the world's gems are amassed within this small hill? This is utterly insane. Wait, why is there light in the ocean? Do you see that pearl above? Could it be the fabled luminous pearl? Really? Is that truly the luminous pearl? Goodness, what has our miraculous host discovered? Even the luminous pearl is present. That is a legendary treasure. Indeed, our miraculous host has never disappointed us. They have even uncovered the luminous pearl. At this moment, Commander Lu is equally astounded. He finds himself regretting, if all these treasures could be acquired, how much would that amount to? Tens of billions, hundreds of billions? It could rival the annual military budget of his entire district. This is, without a doubt, a veritable treasure trove. Commander Lu is rendered speechless, his gaze fixated on the screen. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Chao is at a loss for words. Zuo Yunlong is astonishingly impressive. If he were to continue retrieving these treasures, they could quietly slip into his own pockets. Who needs a lottery win when one has such excitement? It is simply remarkable, utterly extraordinary. Professor Yi, who has never been one to covet wealth, is wide-eyed at the sight of these mountain-like treasures. They are all submerged in the sea. Ancient texts do mention that dragons are fond of such items, but this is simply outrageous. Could this truly be a dragon's lair? Professor Yi is increasingly convinced of the authenticity of the dragon bones, as the treasures found in the sea provide further evidence of the dragon's existence. If such treasures could be amassed, how could they not have existed? The viewers in a live stream are in an uproar. Incredible. Our miraculous host is beyond impressive. Compared to this trove, the earlier finds seem utterly trivial. Indeed, the value of just a few of these gems far exceeds that of the previous mountains of wealth. Remarkable. Our esteemed, miraculous host truly excels in archaeology. I can hardly bear it. My heart is racing. This is overwhelmingly shocking. If all of these treasures were to be retrieved from the sea, the entire world would be in awe. Lieutenant Chow looks toward Commander Lu. The unfolding events are now beyond Commander Lu's control. If all these treasures were to surface, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge for the entire Dragon Nation. Who knows how many foreign forces would covet the treasures of the Dragon Nation? Wait, let me make a call, Commander Lu whispered. Upon hearing the words of Mayor Lu in the live broadcast, the netizens were enlightened. Truly, our miraculous broadcaster leaves even the commanding officers in awe. Such matters are likely only comprehensible to a select few. Our miraculous broadcaster is simply astounding, effortlessly impressing even the commanding officers. Goodness, it is hard to believe that even the military district commander would be taken aback here. How is this possible? How did our miraculous broadcaster uncover so much? As Major Lu dialed the phone, the voice of Commander Zuo from the military district echoed on the other end. What is the matter? Has Zuo Yunlong discovered something again? Commander Zuo didn't need much contemplation. Upon recognizing it was Major Lu's call, he immediately thought of Zuo Yunlong. Who else could possibly leave Major Lu at a loss? Major Lu sighed with a wry smile, realizing that his rank was still insufficient in the face of Zuo Yunlong's prowess. Commander, it is as follows. Major Lu swiftly reported the current situation to Commander Zuo. Initially, he thought it was merely the discovery of a new species, not warranting the attention of the military district commander. However, he soon understood that he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. After listening to Major Lu's report, Commander Zuo fell silent for a considerable time. Major Lu softly called out to him twice before Commander Zuo's voice returned. Are you saying you've discovered a dragon bone? And possibly even a dragon's lair? Are you certain you're not jesting? Major Lu felt increasingly helpless. Commander, how could I possibly jest with you? These discoveries are all thanks to Zuo Yunlong. Do you not believe in Zuo Yunlong? Upon hearing that it was Zuo Yunlong's discovery, Commander Zuo could understand. Yet he still found it hard to believe. This is utterly absurd. Quickly send me your coordinates. Immediately mobilize all available resources to seal off that sea area. Major Lu promptly complied with the order. Understood. Chapter 137. Did I drink several kilograms of liquor last night and start babbling? After hanging up the phone, Major Lu immediately proclaimed, by the orders of Commander Zuo, we are to seal off this sea area at once. The netizens in the live broadcast were bewildered. Goodness, could it be that our miraculous broadcaster is about to set a new record? After creating a natural animal reserve at sea, are they now designating a marine exclusion zone? This miraculous broadcaster is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this news, Zuo Yunlong's lips twitched slightly. What is going on? Is this solidifying the reputation of our miraculous broadcaster? I merely wish to catch some fish. Must it come to this? Lieutenant Chow was nearly driven to madness. A direct sealing of the sea area? Who knows what might follow? It is certainly unprecedented. This exclusion zone is unlike any previously sealed waters. Since Commander Zuo has already spoken, this sea area is likely to be permanently designated as a military exclusion zone, akin to the existence of Lop Nur, an absolute military center. All of this, simply due to Zuo Yunlong retrieving a dragon bone? Can this truly be happening? General Lu subsequently dialed several phone numbers, issuing orders for various formations to converge upon this maritime area. With the few individuals he had brought, it would be somewhat challenging to impose a blockade on the waters. However, the personnel at his disposal were more than sufficient to accomplish the task. At this moment, the military district had commenced its operations with a sense of urgency and tension. What was happening? Why the sudden emergence of an urgent mission? A perplexed regiment commander questioned, as everything had seemed perfectly fine until now. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, as the command had been personally issued by the general. This was not a drill. This was an unprecedented real combat scenario. The deputy commander reiterated this emphatically. Following General Lu's instructions, several formations were quickly mobilized. All those summoned, except for the deputy commander, harbored a singular doubt. It had come to light that a well-meaning civilian had discovered a location of immense significance to the Dragon Nation. Therefore, it was imperative that we protect this site. Do you understand? The deputy commander swiftly elucidated the mission's objective. The personnel were left even more bewildered. Could it be that such a large mobilization was merely to safeguard a stretch of sea? This seemed utterly absurd. What had been uncovered that warranted such a grand display? It appeared that such events had never occurred before. Wait, that is not entirely true. There had been a previous instance, albeit a mere temporary blockade. Nothing like the current situation. Could it be Amanitim Zon? Was it possible that the miraculous streamer had unearthed something once more? It made sense. Who else but that miraculous streamer could possess such an aura? This situation was indeed bizarre. What had truly been discovered? Curiosity enveloped everyone as they pondered the nature of the findings that necessitated the military's involvement in sealing off the waters. Meanwhile, the deputy commander remained lost in thought, still reeling from General Lu's call. Surely, this couldn't be a myth? Nevertheless, both the deputy commander and the other soldiers were resolute in their obedience to orders. After issuing commands, General Lu made another call, this time to Director Ding. Given the discovery of numerous antiques, it was essential to involve a seasoned archaeologist like Director Ding to address the matter. Hello, Director Ding. It's Old Lu. Director Ding was still engrossed in his studies of the Jiuzhou Ding, his time exceedingly precious. Old Lu, why are you calling? Speak quickly. I must continue my research on the Jiuzhou Ding. Director Ding responded curtly upon recognizing General Lu's voice. General Lu could only manage a wry smile. Dealing with such individuals was certainly not his forte. I'm afraid your research will have to be postponed, he said with a hint of resignation. We've discovered something here that requires your personal attention. Director Ding's reluctance was palpable upon hearing this. What have you found that necessitates my presence? I wonder if you're currently researching the Jiuzhou Ding? What could be more significant than the study of the Jiuzhou Ding? Dean Ding's tone betrays his dissatisfaction. At this moment, the research on the Jiuzhou Ding has consumed Dean Ding entirely. Not a young man anymore. He yearns to comprehend the Jiuzhou Ding within his lifetime. This artifact represents the soul of the Dragon Nation, its national treasure. To decipher its mysteries would indeed be a monumental achievement, one that would echo through the annals of history. How could Dean Ding possibly relinquish his pursuit? Naturally, Director Lu understands Dean Ding's sentiments. However, aside from Dean Ding, he finds no one more suitable for this task. Dean Ding, this is truly something only you can handle. I recognize the significance of the Jiuzhou Ding to you. Yet, I assure you, this discovery will undoubtedly rival the Jiuzhou Ding. Dean Ding, aware of Lu's character, knows he does not speak lightly. Discovery? Director Lu, what have you uncovered? Lu, not one to conceal information, acknowledges that while this matter should remain confidential, Dean Ding would certainly be involved. After all, he is no outsider. We have discovered dragon bones. On the other end of the line, Dean Ding remained silent for a long moment. Old Lu, how much did you drink last night to be spouting such nonsense? Dragon bones? Are you referring to those of dinosaurs? You ought to consult Old Yi. Director Lu, feeling somewhat helpless, responds, Old Yi is already here. Since he has arrived, my presence is of little significance. So please do not hinder my continued research on the Jiuzhou Ding. Dean Ding resolutely declines. Moreover, I know little about dragon bones. Even if some historical records hint at them, most are mere fabrications. Thus, my attendance would serve little purpose. Unable to restrain himself, Lu resorts to a bold tactic. Dean Ding, let me tell you, these dragon bones are discovered by Zuo Yunlong. Do you not wish to take another look? Upon hearing Lu's words, Dean Ding is momentarily taken aback. Then, a roar emanates from the phone. Who did you say? Zuo Yunlong? The very one who uncovered the Jiuzhou Ding. Are you certain you're not jesting? A smile graces Lu's lips. Indeed, invoking Zuo Yunlong proves effective. Of course, I'm not joking. So will you come? Without hesitation, Dean Ding replies, What do you mean, will I come? I absolutely must go. Since it is Zuo's discovery, it cannot be trivial. I cannot trust a bunch of roughnecks to handle this. Immediately give me the address. I shall depart at once. Chapter 138. Everyone, let us have a good lesson. The conversation between Director Lu and Dean Ding, having been unreservedly shared, was broadcast live. Wow, Director Lu can pull this off? He actually managed to invite Dean Ding using our miracle streamer's name? Haha, this is hilarious. A Dean who wouldn't come at the request of a mere director. yet he arrives at the mention of our miracle streamer's name? This situation, no matter how one views it, feels utterly absurd. Alas, there is no denying that our miraculous broadcaster is truly extraordinary. Indeed, even Director Ding, upon hearing the name of our miraculous broadcaster, could immediately ascertain that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. It seems Director Ding has been completely captivated by our miraculous broadcaster. How could it not be? The treasures of the 9 provinces are not something an ordinary person could easily retrieve. Our miraculous broadcaster is undoubtedly the favored child of fortune, possessing an unparalleled stroke of luck. Director Ding has already verified his identity. It is an immense honor for us to be fans of such a miraculous broadcaster. At this moment, Colonel Liu is at a loss for words. Indeed, no matter what he says, it seems futile. As soon as the name Zuo Yunlong is mentioned, old Ding immediately acquiesces. Colonel Liu swiftly sends his location to Director Ding. Lieutenant Chow looks at Colonel Liu and inquires, "Sir, shall we continue our exploration?" The viewers in a live stream quickly provide their responses. "What? Are we stopping halfway through our exploration? That is quite inconsiderate." "Exactly. We've only discovered a few luminous pearls. We haven't yet uncovered anything truly remarkable. Have we really only retrieved a dragon bone? Is that all there is? I suspect you all look down upon our miraculous broadcaster." Indeed, Colonel Liu finds himself in a dilemma. Continuing the exploration holds the uncertainty of what may yet be discovered, while not continuing leaves him with lingering regrets. He cannot help but glance at Zuo Yunlong, who shrugs his shoulders. "Do as you please. It has nothing to do with me. Whatever you discover is not my doing. Continue." Soon, Colonel Liu issues the command. Having come this far, surely there would be no issue in proceeding further? Lieutenant Chow had long desired to continue the exploration as well. With Colonel Liu's affirmative response, he promptly begins the exploration without hesitation. The viewers in a live stream are quite satisfied. If they were to halt now, their hearts would feel as if they were being clawed by a cat. That's more like it. Our miraculous broadcaster surely has more surprises in store for you. Let us hope our miraculous broadcaster doesn't present them with an atomic bomb this time. If it were indeed an atomic bomb, that would be quite acceptable. The atmosphere has been so well set that it would be somewhat unreasonable not to reveal some splendid treasures at this point. Have the tastes of the viewers grown so discerning that even these antiques can no longer satisfy them? Look at what you're saying. If it were an ordinary broadcaster, we would be dumbfounded to discover a luminous pearl. Yet this is a miraculous broadcaster, having retrieved a dragon bone. Anything less than extraordinary would hardly be worthy of such a broadcaster. I wholeheartedly agree. Our miraculous broadcaster is simply remarkable. Zuo Yunlong gazes at the viewers in the live stream, who are unabashedly extolling his virtues, feeling a slight flush on his face. He merely wished to catch some fish. Who could have imagined that there were so many stories hidden beneath? At present, Zuo Yunlong can only hope that further exploration will yield no more surprises. Captain Chow skillfully maneuvered the underwater robot, continuing its operations. The visuals from beneath the waves were transmitted promptly back to the computer on land. After navigating around a small mountain of rare treasures, the camera revealed a sense of clarity. Beyond these 3 great mountains lay an expanse of open space, devoid of corals or seaweed, merely pristine white sand. Upon the sand, several bronze artifacts were displayed. Captain Chow was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the bronze pieces. Are we truly embarking on an archaeological endeavor? The discovery of bronze artifacts is quite unexpected. Similarly, Commander Liu was astonished. No one anticipated that behind this mountain of wonders lay merely a few bronze vessels. The viewers in the live broadcast were equally at a loss for words upon seeing these items. I have a premonition that the origins of these bronze artifacts are undoubtedly extraordinary. Indeed, they must be the grand finale presented by our miraculous host. If they were simple, it would be quite suspicious. Fortunately, Director Ding will be arriving shortly. Yes, our miraculous host has truly achieved legendary status this time. The arms dealer corresponding to Commander Liu, the Darwin figure represented by Professor Yi, and the archaeological master embodied by Director Ding. Our miraculous host seems prepared to gather everyone for an enlightening lesson. I eagerly anticipate witnessing how our miraculous host will proceed. After observing the bronze artifacts, Captain Chow glanced at Commander Liu. Clearly, apart from these items, There was nothing else in the sea. Commander Lu quickly grasped Captain Chow's intention. Let us refrain from salvaging for now, until Director Ding arrives. Commander Lu pondered briefly before promptly issuing a command. Meanwhile, Professor Yi, having admired the dragon bones once more, turned his attention to the underwater objects. Indeed, these accounts were not mere fabrications. The Dragon Kingdom had a penchant for collecting such exquisite treasures. It is wise to wait for old Ding. No one else knows how to safeguard these relics properly. Once we retrieve them, if we damage one or two, old Ding will undoubtedly be furious with us. Commander Lu nodded in agreement. Observing their reluctance to leave, Zuo Yunlong could not help but inquire, "You've seen everything and know where the items are. May I take my leave now?" Commander Lu firmly refused. "No. Everything here belongs to you. You cannot leave." Zuo Yunlong felt helpless. Is it truly possible that in this day and age, someone would discover treasures and not want them? The viewers in the live stream exclaimed in admiration. "Wow, Commander Lu is truly magnanimous. He can still think of our miraculous host at this moment. Truly deserving of respect, Commander Lu. Haha, our miraculous host indeed regards wealth as trivial." Commander Lu is equally impressive. Zuo Yunlong spread his hands and asked, "What shall we do now?" Without hesitation, Commander Lu replied, "First, we must wait for our team to secure the sea area, and then we will await Director Ding's arrival. Under his guidance, we shall commence the salvage of these treasures. Rest assured, these possessions are yours. We shall not claim even a fraction." Chapter 139. The maritime area is once again sealed off. Do I utilize these items? Zuo Yunlong merely scoffed, opting not to elaborate further. It seemed that uttering another word would imply some illicit intent toward these belongings. Commander Lu remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the arrival of Dean Ding. Once Dean Ding arrived, everything could resume. "Commander Lu, the Third Fleet has reported in. A total of 8 warships soon emerged on the horizon, even before the vessels arrived." News crackled over Commander Lu's intercom from the opposite side. "Understood. Seal off this maritime region." The fleet swiftly acknowledged the command. "Excellent." The fleet began to transform, promptly enclosing the area. Upon spotting Zuo Yunlong, the soldiers of the fleet suddenly enlightened. "So it is the miracle broadcaster. No wonder. Haha, this is hardly surprising. Only the miracle broadcaster could mobilize all our forces with such immediacy across these waters. I can't believe it. It's the miracle broadcaster again. I am eager to discover what extraordinary finds he has unearthed this time. After all, nothing he has retrieved could be deemed ordinary. That much is certain. Miracle broadcaster, please enlighten us. What extraordinary things have you dredged up this time?" The soldiers had all transformed into fervent admirers of Zuo Yunlong. It was not due to their limited horizons, but rather because the items Zuo Yunlong brought forth were utterly astonishing. Who would have imagined that one day intercontinental missiles, aircraft, and tanks could be salvaged from the depths of the sea? Indeed, the secrets of the ocean are not meant for the average person to uncover. Moreover, these munitions held an irresistible allure for every soldier. Who does not wish for superior and more formidable equipment? This could signify a greater chance of survival for them on future battlefields. Zuo Yunlong, too, felt helpless. He had intended to maintain a low profile, yet here he was. It appeared that his reputation had indeed become widespread. Upon witnessing the soldiers' reactions, the viewers in the live stream felt a sense of balance within themselves. "Did you see that? It's not that I am incapable. Our miracle broadcaster is truly remarkable. Even these individuals find it hard to contain their excitement. Haha, indeed, with the miracle broadcaster's intervention, our Dragon Nation is stepping into a new era." Exactly. The items our miracle broadcaster has retrieved, any one of them would suffice for us to study for quite some time. Of course, I do not mean to imply that our Dragon Nation is inferior to others. Every place has its strengths and weaknesses. It is unimaginable that in the future, every high-tech innovation will bear the name of our miracle broadcaster. Haha, it is unavoidable. Our miracle broadcaster shall undoubtedly be remembered for generations to come. Oh, let us not speak so morosely. Our miracle broadcaster is still alive and well. Ha! You all are quite the talents, already contemplating how to immortalize our miracle broadcaster's legacy. While the viewers in the live stream exchanged banter and laughter, Dean Ding finally arrived at the fishing vessel. Upon stepping aboard the fishing vessel, Director Ding immediately inquired, "Where's the dragon bone?" Professor Yi, upon recognizing an old acquaintance, ceased his examination of the dragon bone and approached him directly. To fully comprehend the significance of this dragon bone, Professor Yi would undoubtedly require Director Ding's assistance. After all, his expertise allowed him to interpret it solely from a biological perspective. In contrast, Professor Yi possessed a profound knowledge of history and could uncover descriptions of dragons within ancient texts. Although he was aware that much of this was steeped in mythology, who could assert that there were no kernels of truth embedded within? At least, after encountering this dragon bone, Professor Yi hesitated to make such claims. Old Ding, behold, this is indeed the dragon bone. It seems I need your historical insights to help elucidate the timeline of its existence, Professor Yi said earnestly, taking hold of Director Ding's hand. Despite excelling in different fields, the two were friends, both distinguished figures within their respective domains. Even though they had rarely met, this did not hinder their mutual respect and admiration. Rest assured, Old Yi, I shall devote all my learning to assist you in studying this dragon bone, Director Ding replied. Professor Yi, upon hearing this, was filled with joy, nodding vigorously as he exclaimed, Indeed, indeed. This dragon bone may hold significant importance for our nation. Director Ding solemnly nodded in agreement, realizing that this time he must truly showcase his expertise. Just as he began to delve into his memories of dragons to share with Professor Yi, Colonel Liu interjected at an inopportune moment. Professor Yi, Director Ding, please hold on a moment. Since the dragon bone has been salvaged, it certainly will not vanish, Colonel Liu remarked, causing Director Ding to furrow his brow in mild annoyance at Liu's repeated interruptions. Yet, Liu pressed on, shouldn't we first discuss the dragon's lair? After all, both the lair and the dragon bone were discovered by Zuo Yunlong. We must approach this matter with caution. With this prompt, Director Ding experienced a sudden realization. Something felt amiss since boarding the ship. Where is Zuo Yunlong? He pondered, having not yet encountered him. Colonel Liu cast a glance toward a nearby corner. He is over there. Director Ding followed Liu's gaze and spotted Zuo Yunlong hiding away. When Zuo Yunlong saw he could no longer evade attention, he stepped forward. Young friend, you have made tremendous contributions to our nation, Director Ding declared as he strode forward, grasping Zuo Yunlong's hands firmly. Zuo Yunlong, feeling a bit overwhelmed, thought to himself, wasn't it just the retrieval of the Jojo Ding? Is such a fuss truly warranted? Viewers in a live stream couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. This is the charm of our miraculous broadcaster. Director Ding is a titan in the field of archaeology. Yet he must pay respects to our miraculous broadcaster and call him young friend. There is no denying that the miraculous anchor's retrieval of the Jojo Ding will render Dean Ding ashamed for a lifetime. Ashamed? I believe it is pride that he should embrace instead. Indeed, for our miraculous anchor has made Dean Ding the first to study the Jojo Ding. It is no wonder that Dean Ding holds our miraculous anchor in such high esteem. However, Colonel Liu interrupted their banter, as there were numerous matters awaiting his attention below, and the sooner they could be resolved, the sooner his mind would be at ease. Chapter 140. Another arrival? Shall we first examine the dragon's lair beneath the sea? Upon hearing of the dragon's lair, Dean Ding perked up. Young friend, what discoveries have you made this time? Zuo Yunlong sighed in exasperation. It was not my doing. Thanks to Colonel Liu, utilizing an underwater robot, we were able to uncover what lies beneath the sea. I have merely played a passive role. Dean Ding wore an expression of understanding. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in fits of laughter. Our miraculous anchor has begun to flaunt again. Indeed, look at Colonel Liu. His face is flush with embarrassment. He wouldn't dare take credit for this accomplishment. If Colonel Liu were to claim this credit, I suspect he would face the wrath of Dean Ding and Professor Yi first. Our miraculous anchor is truly humble. Without him, would we have witnessed such remarkable events related to the dragon bones? I cannot wait to see Dean Ding's reaction upon discovering the treasures of the sea. Surely, I do not wish to be the sole one to recognize our miraculous anchor's prowess. I am eagerly anticipating the astonished expression on Dean Ding's face. What kind of expression do you think Dean Ding will have upon seeing the treasures beneath the sea? Just recall your own expressions moments ago, and you will know. It seems my experiences are not lacking after all. I cannot contain my excitement any longer. Let us get to the main point. As the viewers suggested, Colonel Liu coughed au quadri. Was Zuo Yunlong not placing himself on the hot seat? Dean Ding was increasingly pleased with Zuo Yunlong, who not only lent this national treasure, the Jojo Ding, to the research institute without expecting compensation, but also selflessly attributed the discovery of the dragon bones entirely to Colonel Liu. Such young individuals are indeed rare these days. Professor Yu is also aware that without the dragon bones retrieved by Zuo Yunlong, the discovery of the dragon's lair would have been impossible. Now, Professor Yi understood Zuo Yunlong's noble intentions. It turned out he refrained from diving to bestow this honor upon Colonel Liu. One has to admit, Zuo Yunlong possesses remarkable interpersonal skills. If he were to learn of this misunderstanding, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. Is there anything wrong with merely wishing to avoid recognition for these accomplishments? I am simply a fisherman. What significance do these rare treasures hold? Colonel Liu recognized the awkwardness of the situation and promptly shifted the topic. Ding ding. Let's watch the video once more. As he spoke, Commander Liu presented the footage captured by Captain Chao's underwater robot to Director Ding. Upon witnessing the majestic golden silk Nanmu, Director Ding merely nodded slightly. Indeed, these golden silk Nanmu are remarkable treasures, immensely valuable. Professor, you must be well aware of their worth, he remarked. Professor Yi, who had been engrossed in studying a dragon bone, also nodded after viewing the video. These golden silk Nanmu are indeed quite valuable, but they are not exceedingly rare, he observed. Director Ding concurred, adding, moreover, these woods hold little significance for Longhua. They are rather ordinary. The viewers in the live stream expressed their disbelief. Wow, as expected of Director Ding, remaining unfazed in the presence of such golden silk Nanmu. One commenter exclaimed, will our miracle broadcaster face a setback this time? Let us allow Director Ding to contemplate a bit longer. Another added, suddenly, I feel my perspective pales in comparison to Director Ding's. Laughter erupted as they noted, just this pile of golden silk Nanmu is enough to leave me in awe. What seems extraordinary to us is merely valuable to others. They eagerly awaited the next revelation. As the footage continued, the scene shifted to the mountain of coins. Upon seeing this treasure, Director Ding's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The old adage rings true. Amateurs marvel at the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Clearly, Director Ding belonged to the latter category. His gaze intensified as he focused on the screen, scrutinizing the gold and silver coins. After the footage concluded, he promptly pressed the pause button and rewound to review it again. Commander Liu inquired, what do you think, Director Ding? Is this mountain of coins valuable? Indeed, it is highly valuable, Director Ding affirmed with a nod. I can identify numerous coins from different dynasties here. It is evident that these coins were not amassed in just one generation. Coins from the Warring States to the Qing dynasty are present. However, since these coins have yet to be exported, their specific value remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that their worth surpasses that of the golden silk Nanmu. Director Ding expressed his admiration, stating, only such a discovery is worthy of our dear Zuo. Yet, he continued, although these coins appear precious, they are not unique or unparalleled. They are indeed valuable, but their collectible worth is somewhat average. This mountain of coins is certainly a treasure coveted by ordinary individuals. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Is Director Ding truly this unyielding? How is it possible that our miracle broadcaster cannot impress him? One exclaimed, this is quite unscientific. When the Jiuzhou Ding was unveiled, Director Ding was utterly astonished. Another commented, what is going on with Director Ding today? It appears he came prepared. They eagerly anticipated the next segment, hoping for a revelation that would truly astonish Director Ding. Upon witnessing Director Ding's composed demeanor, Commander Liu could not help but silently admire him. Indeed, as the head of the Archaeological Research Institute, his insight was extraordinary. The myriad of ancient coins before him merely elicited a momentary surprise, which he swiftly masked. Such rapid restoration of composure seemed almost unnatural. Yet, Director Ding was not as tranquil as others perceived. The treasures contained within, especially a few rare and exquisite pieces, would undoubtedly incite fervent competition among numismatists. Should there be any renowned items among them, the entire collector's community would surely tremble with excitement. However, upon recalling the identity of the individual who discovered this dragon's lair, Director Ding found it easier to accept. Commander Liu, undeterred, continued to play the video. As the underwater robot navigated through the mountain of coins, illuminating the extraordinary treasures before them, Director Ding's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could such items exist in the sea? The viewers in the live stream felt a sense of relief. Yes, that was the expression. Hilariously, that was the expression they had been waiting for. Chapter 141. The recovered artifacts could fill a museum. Director Ding gazed at the astonishing treasures submerged in the ocean, his astonishment evident. All of these were discovered beneath the waves? It appears that the ancient texts were indeed truthful. The dragonkin certainly favored such artifacts. Yet, the sheer volume of discoveries was utterly staggering. Observing Director Ding's expression, Commander Liu finally exhaled, relieved that he was not merely overreacting. It seemed even Director Ding could be so easily impressed. Director Ding meticulously examined the artifacts. Initially, when he had encountered the copper coins, he had only scrutinized them twice. However, here, he had already inspected the treasures 5 times and continued to do so. With each glance, his astonishment deepened. The viewers in the live stream were somewhat perplexed. Really? He had already seen them 5 times and still hadn't had enough? Were they merely gemstones and porcelain? What was so captivating about them? What do you know? These must be antiques, undoubtedly of historical significance. Why else would Director Ding scrutinize them so diligently? And let us not forget, it is indeed Director Ding himself who is so thorough. Is there anyone knowledgeable who can elucidate what these items are? Haha, with such a question posed before Director Ding, who would dare claim expertise? Even the miraculous streamer would only assert that the recovered artifacts surpassed anything we could muster. When it comes to appraisal and expertise, who could possibly rival Director Ding? Commander Liu echoed the sentiments of many viewers. Old Ding, what can you say about this? Is there a significance? Director Ding gazed at Commander Liu with astonishment, as if he were an extraterrestrial being. There's indeed a significance. These items are priceless treasures. Everything here is a gem. Absolutely invaluable. Even within our dragon country, many of these artifacts are beyond our means. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback. Oh my goodness. I never anticipated the value of these items would be so astonishing. What marvels has our miraculous host truly uncovered? An invaluable treasure akin to a small mountain? This is utterly outrageous, especially coming from the mouth of Director Ding. How extraordinary! How could our miraculous host have achieved this? Director Ding continues to enlighten Commander Liu. Do you see that luminous pearl above? It is said to have been brought back by Zhang Qian from the western regions during the Han Dynasty, from the kingdom of Wusun. Just this one piece, imperishable for a millennium. Wouldn't you say it is a treasure? Commander Liu, upon hearing this, was left agape in astonishment. Is it really that remarkable? This item lies beneath the sea? Director Ding nodded, affirming, indeed, it is that remarkable. Look at the porcelain within. Any museum would consider it a centerpiece of their collection. Do you know what they are? Et ouvre. Have you heard of it? The pinnacle among porcelain treasures. An absolute national treasure. Commander Liu, astonished, pointed at the screen and inquired, Old Ding, are you telling me that this mountain of porcelain is all Ruware? The viewers in the live stream erupted in disbelief. This situation is quite absurd. What a joke. I knew our miraculous host was exceptional, but I never imagined it could reach such heights. Each discovery, from luminous pearls to Ruware, is utterly remarkable. Miraculous host, do you dare to delve even deeper? What incredible good deeds must our miraculous host have performed in a past life to attract such treasures in this one? Director Ding scoffed dismissively. All Ruware? What are you thinking? Such precious Ruware cannot all be Ru. The remaining porcelain is equally impressive. Do you see that piece? That is Guware, along with Xizhou-ware, Junware, Dingware, and Guanware. Let me put it this way. Among this mountain of porcelain, all 8 famous kills are represented. What I see before me encompasses them all. Moreover, this collection contains not just the 8 famous kills. It also includes Yuan Blue and White, Ming Chenghua, and Qianlong enamels. Each of these, if presented individually, could command a price exceeding 100 million. Commander Liu was rendered speechless by Director Ding's revelations. Is it truly worth so much? And this is merely the porcelain. We have yet to mention the gemstones within. The viewers in the live stream felt as though they might lose their minds. Oh my goodness, our miraculous host has single-handedly raised the average income of the entire nation with so much porcelain, according to Director Ding. Isn't this small mountain of porcelain valued at over 10 billion? 10 billion? What a joke. There's an abundance of items here. I believe this value must surely exceed 100 billion. Oh my goodness, our miraculous host single-handedly outmatches an entire province. This is truly extraordinary. The crew aboard the miraculous host's vessel must be incredibly fortunate. Inda. Just a mere glimpse of treasures revealed by our miraculous broadcaster is enough to ensure a lifetime of comfort for these crew members. Oh my, miraculous broadcaster. I wish to abandon my struggles. Miraculous broadcaster, are you in need of crew members? A life of ease with little toil. When shall I board the miraculous broadcaster's vessel? Director Ding, I advise you to establish a branch directly aboard the miraculous broadcaster's ship. With the treasures unearthed by the miraculous broadcaster, should a museum be opened, it would undoubtedly yield a fortune. Truly, the artifacts retrieved by the miraculous broadcaster would more than suffice for an entire museum. Just the thought is staggering. If the miraculous broadcaster were to establish a museum, any single artifact would outshine the majority of existing collections. Haha, how can this even compare? The prized possessions of other institutions would be mere trivialities in the presence of the miraculous broadcaster. My goodness, this is the first time I've realized that fishing could lead to such wealth. Haha, I strongly advise you not to emulate our miraculous broadcaster. Indeed, if everyone could achieve this, could we still refer to our broadcaster as miraculous? No, I feel my heart racing. Watching the miraculous broadcaster's live stream truly requires a robust heart. I feel the same. Excuse me, I must take my leave. Indeed, the divine and we mere mortals exist in entirely different realms. Director Ding then proceeded to introduce each of the gemstones. Although some items lacked documented provenance, he still believed, given their proximity to these porcelain artifacts, that they too were tributes from the western regions. As for the true value of these items, only after their retrieval and through specialized equipment could they be accurately appraised. Naturally, it was essential to research their origins, distinguishing between items with lineage and those without, which could yield vastly different valuations. After hearing Director Ding's introduction, Commander Liu suddenly realized the breadth of what he had witnessed. I had thought I'd seen the entirety of Zuo Yunlong's endeavors, only to discover I had merely glimpsed a fraction. Chapter 142, Blockaded Waters, Salvaging for 3 days and nights. Upon reaching this point, Director Ding found himself lacking the heart to continue watching. Old Ding, stay composed. The last few items must surely be of significant value. That artifact appears to be a bronze relic. Hearing of the porcelain's immense worth, Professor Yi could not refrain from advising Director Ding. With a sigh, Director Ding remarked, setting aside other matters, the porcelain salvaged this time will undoubtedly astonish the archaeological community. Moreover, the items retrieved will surely have a profound impact on the collecting sphere. These artifacts are simply too precious. Director Ding sighed deeply, feeling as though his years of archaeological endeavors had been squandered. Had he discovered just one of these treasures, it would have constituted a monumental achievement. Yet now, all these treasures have been discovered by a young prodigy. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves forward. Director Ding felt a sense of heroic decline. However, upon contemplating the 9 provinces Ding, his spirit surged with fervor once more. Indeed, as long as the Zhuozhou Ding exists, and with the ability to thoroughly study it, one is destined to leave an indelible mark on the annals of Longwa's history. However, when Ding Ding cast his gaze upon Zuo Yunlong, his expression became somewhat intricate. Youthful, indeed far too youthful, evoking a sense of envy even in Ding Ding. The achievement of discovering the Zhuozhou Ding is something that no one could possibly overshadow. Moreover, this young man has unearthed more than just the Zhuozhou Ding. Director Liu also interjected, Ding Ding, we fully understand your concerns. However, given the current circumstances, we kindly ask you to continue viewing the remainder. With that, Director Liu resumed the video playback. At long last, the underwater robot navigated past the pile of porcelain. Each maneuver of the robot left Ding Ding's heart suspended in his throat. It was truly terrifying. A single misstep could result in the loss of billions in antiquities. Fortunately, the underwater robot deftly traversed the small mound without causing any damage. When the final few bronze artifacts emerged, Ding Ding was visibly taken aback. He then gazed incredulously at the bronze pieces, 7 in total, all shaped like Ding, adorned with various intricate patterns. Initially, everyone anticipated that Ding Ding would review the footage multiple times, yet after a single viewing, he abruptly terminated the video. Ding Ding quietly closed his eyes, seemingly deep in contemplation. Director Liu attempted to approach with inquiries, but Professor Yi promptly intercepted him. Meanwhile, the online viewers were left bewildered. What on earth was Ding Ding doing? Could it be that the miraculous discoveries made by our miracle broadcaster were so astonishing that they rendered Ding Ding faint? What a jest! What storms has Ding Ding not weathered? Yet, when it comes to our miracle broadcaster, it remains uncertain. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, how could our broadcaster be deemed miraculous? I am simply curious about how our miracle broadcaster achieved this. Despite following for so long, I remain perplexed. It was said to be scripted, yet the officials have validated it. This cannot possibly be a script. Truly, it is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Suddenly, Ding Ding's eyes widened in astonishment. Quick, bring everything from below to the surface. Seeing Ding Ding's fervent demeanor, Director Liu was momentarily taken aback. What had transpired? Ding Ding waved dismissively, instructing, "Do not concern yourselves. Quickly retrieve the items below and send them to our Archaeological Research Institute." After speaking, Ding Ding cast an apologetic glance at Zuo Yunlong. "Young Francois, this matter is of great significance. I hope you can understand." Zuo Yunlong waved his hand, replying, "It was not I who discovered it. You may deliberate amongst yourselves." Ding Ding regarded Director Liu with a somewhat peculiar expression, while Director Liu offered an awkward smile, refraining from providing an explanation. After all, how could he take Zuo Yunlong's words seriously? Moreover, upon observing the countenance of Director Ding, it became evident that these items were indeed of paramount significance. Suddenly, Director Ding halted Commander Liu, stating firmly that recovery through salvage methods was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly dismissed the notion of salvage, for any loss incurred during the process would render him a historical pariah. Commander Liu seemed to grasp the gravity of Director Ding's concerns. Initially, he had given it little thought, but upon realizing the value of the porcelain pieces, he began to devise a plan. "Fear not, Director Ding. This maritime region has been secured by our forces. Just look, we can dispatch seasoned soldiers with combat experience to retrieve them. What do you think? Is that truly an option?" Director Ding raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "If it could be done, that would be splendid." Commander Liu nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, it is." He then summoned the absent-minded Captain Chow. "You, let a few divers to the sea and retrieve these items." Upon hearing this directive, Captain Chow wore a grim expression. "Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Those objects are as high as a small mountain. Are we truly expected to recover them by mere human effort? Surely this is no jest." Memories of their previous endeavor, where they had spent 3 days and nights recovering munitions in the blocked waters, flooded his mind, seemingly orchestrated by Zuo Yunlong. Noticing Captain Chow's reluctance, Commander Liu promptly interjected, "Are you unwilling? This is a heroic feat. If you refuse, I shall replace you. Consider it a reward for your efforts these past few days alongside Zuo Yunlong, even if you have not achieved any notable merit." Captain Chow immediately acquiesced. Yes, I shall proceed at once." With his words, he departed from Zuo Yunlong's vessel and ascended to the warship. Underwater operations are no trifling matter. Professional equipment is indispensable. Zuo Yunlong, merely a fisherman, surely lacked such specialized apparatus. Captain Chow's departure was akin to a bombshell dropped in a live-stream chat room. What? They're relying solely on manual labor? How audacious! Is it truly to be taken this far? This situation seems utterly absurd. With so many items, how long will it take to retrieve them? Soon enough. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the answer. Captain Chow, accompanied by over 10 soldiers, donned professional diving gear. Report, preparations complete, requesting permission to commence. Commander Liu, upon seeing the team, turned to Director Ding. After a brief silence, Director Ding gathered the individuals together, imparting essential instructions before nodding at Commander Liu. Without hesitation, Commander Liu issued the command. Commence the operation. Chapter 143, The Mountain of Wealth. Captain Chow, leading the remaining team members, acted decisively, plunging into the sea without hesitation. Director Yi anxiously monitored their efforts through an underwater robot, while Commander Liu couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. These items were of considerable value. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. The viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment. "Oh my goodness. Are we really sending people down to retrieve what our miraculous anchor casually brings forth? Can just anyone compare to our miraculous anchor? Indeed, just look at the value of these items. Even one of them could easily be exchanged for military weaponry. Haha, it's evident that some are not paying attention. Hee hee, our miraculous anchor has made it clear that he does not engage in such trivial pursuits. Thus, we must send someone down. Our miraculous anchor is quite the trickster. Indeed, our miraculous anchor seems to enjoy toying with us, doesn't he? Ha, but enough of this. I too wish for our miraculous anchor to tease us a bit. O miraculous anchor, I beseech you for a playful reprimand. My goodness, brothers, have you all developed such peculiar tastes? Haha, but consider who it is. Our miraculous anchor is no ordinary individual. To be struck by him would surely feel like being touched by gold. Haha, it seems our miraculous anchor's legend is becoming more outrageous by the moment. Truly remarkable. I find myself growing fonder of our miraculous anchor with each passing day. The viewers in the live stream are fervently extolling the virtues of Zuo Yunlong. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong is simply basking in the sun. It appears that today's fishing expedition may prove to be rather challenging. Alas, our venture has barely begun, and we've only managed to catch 2 nets before calling it quits. Am I truly unsuited for this endeavor? Presently, Zuo Yunlong is beginning to question his purpose. Beneath the waves, Lieutenant Chao and his team have finally descended to the ocean floor. The sensation seen on video pales in comparison to the reality. Only by being present can Lieutenant Chao comprehend the extraordinary nature of Zuo Yunlong's finds. Not to mention, just a pile of golden silk namu stands at an impressive 4 to 5 meters high. The mountains of treasure are nearly as substantial as the accumulation of this golden silk namu. What kind of luck does Zuo Yunlong possess? Lieutenant Chao gazes at these treasures, and it would be disingenuous to say he does not feel envious. Why does fortune seem to favor others? Lieutenant Chao feels a twinge of frustration. Yet, a thought strikes him. He is currently aboard Zuo Yunlong's vessel. Could he not also uncover something of worth? With this thought, Lieutenant Chao's enthusiasm is reignited. Gold and silk namu and coins are no fragile items. They are resilient to handling. Utilizing the fishing machinery, Lieutenant Chao and his team promptly fill their containers with these treasures. Once full, the machine gradually operates, hoisting the items onto the deck. Naturally, the crew aboard the fishing vessel has been replaced by military personnel. To say they will not fish is definitive. While they may lend you their equipment, our men shall not get involved. This may very well be Zuo Yunlong's final act of defiance. A crate of golden silk namu has been successfully transported to the deck. Below, the bustle continues. While Professor Yi ascends to inspect the golden silk namu, the quality is superb. Truly commendable material. An expert is indeed an expert, as he can discern the quality of these items at a mere glance. Director Ding nods in agreement beside him. Such sizable pieces must surely date back several years. If these materials could be crafted into furniture by a master artisan, a valuation exceeding 100 million would be effortlessly attainable. Listening to the conversation between the two individuals, Commander Liu remained silent. Is 100 million a significant amount? The viewers in the live stream, upon hearing this remark, took in stride. What a joke. If it were not for 100 million, would it do justice to that dragon, which serves as a testament to the miraculous anchor? However, the crew was undeniably exhilarated. Goodness, did I just hear that correctly? This thing can actually exceed 100 million. Incredible. Following the boss to fish for treasures is truly remarkable. I did not choose the wrong person. If I had ventured out to sea alone, who knows how many years it would take to gather such riches. Huh, what a joke. You think you can do it alone. Without following the boss, you might never even lay eyes on these treasures in your lifetime. Is it truly so difficult? Why does it seem so effortless for the boss? Goodness, are you out of your mind? Do you think you're the boss? It cannot merely be described as challenging. It is akin to a Martian collision with Earth. Perhaps Pangu, in creating the world, only gave rise to such a prodigy as our boss. I am truly in awe, genuinely in awe. While everyone was still expressing their admiration, the sea below continued to frenzy with activity. Lieutenant Chao felt utterly exhausted, yet the treasures appeared to be far from diminished. With each box retrieved, only a third of the golden namu wood was lost. Another box was brought up, and a small amount of golden namu wood remained. Commander Liu was also intently observing the situation beneath the waves. Witnessing this, he felt compelled to issue an order. Lieutenant Chao, bring the team up to rest shortly and send another group down. Upon hearing this news, Lieutenant Chao immediately shook his head. No need. I can manage. Let them come up and rest first. His reasoning was simple. Since this location was discovered alongside Zuo Yunlong, he felt a duty to see it through to the end. Commander Liu said nothing further. Everyone has their own principles, which need not be elaborated upon. Finally, after securing all the golden Nama wood, the first team of divers ascended with their boxes. Lieutenant Chao, however, staggered toward the next mound of treasures. The remaining golden Nanmu would had entirely lost its allure for the two experts, who directed their attention to the seabed. Although Professor Yi did not specialize in antiques, he held a certain fondness for them. Of course, his interest was more for amusement than anything else. However, Director Ding was genuinely focused on the artifacts. Soon, the first team emerged and the second team descended into the depths. The second team swiftly joined Lieutenant Chao. The crew resumed their efforts to transport the mound of treasures. As they worked, more and more coins were revealed. Director Ding's expression gradually grew serious. Could it be that there are coins from the Warring States period? He gazed at the camera in disbelief. If these coins were indeed collected by that dragon, how many years must it have lived? This was utterly unfathomable. The coin mound, while seemingly more abundant than the golden Nama wood, was smaller and easier to store. Originally, it took 3 boxes to transport the precious golden silk Namu. But upon reaching Qianshan, only 2 boxes were needed for the delivery. However, during this period, Director Ding had become somewhat desensitized. This was simply outrageous. How could such a vast collection of coins from various dynasties be amassed in this pile from the front mountain? One could only wonder how long this dragon had lived. Chapter 144. A fishing boat worth 1 million, laden with goods amounting to billions. Naturally, Captain Chao and his companions would not keep Director Ding waiting for long. Once the 2 boxes of coins were filled, they were promptly transported to Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. At this juncture, an awkward predicament arose. Zuo Yunlong's fishing boat was inexplicably full. How could a vessel designed to accommodate 5 fighter jets be completely filled with golden silk Nanmu and coins? Seeing the situation, Colonel Liu was somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, in a display of expediency, he instructed his men to transfer these items to various warships. Concerned that Zuo Yunlong might mind, Colonel Liu attempted to explain. However, Zuo Yunlong waved his hand impatiently, prompting Colonel Liu to relent. It appeared that Zuo Yunlong was indeed indifferent to these items. The viewers in the live stream were incensed. Wow, this officer looks so imposing, yet turns out to be no good. How could he possibly load these items onto his own boat? Goodness, I wish I could sail over and have some loaded onto my vessel, exclaimed one viewer. Wow, I too would love to haul this cargo. It's incredibly lucrative. Fantastic, I want to go too. Miracle Streamer, do you still need a boat? It seemed that the Miracle Streamer's fishing vessel was indeed filled to capacity. It was the first time anyone had seen such a haul. All right, am convinced. This fishing boat must be the most expensive in history. As the cargo was transferred away, space became available on the boat once more. Captain Chao and his companions resumed their labors, albeit with greater caution this time. Colonel Liu redeployed the first group to the seabed, assisting Captain Chao in retrieving those precious items. There was no alternative. Those porcelain artifacts were exceedingly valuable. A single misstep could lead to losses in the hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, Director Ding grew anxious, remotely directing Captain Chao and his team in the transportation efforts. Captain Chao and his team did not disappoint Director Ding, although their pace slowed. They managed to secure everything intact. The viewers in the live stream, unusually silent, watched intently as Captain Chao and his team worked. Of course, Zuo Yunlong remained uninterested in these matters, but everyone knew that with such a treasure trove, any slip could turn those exquisite porcelain pieces into ruins, reduced to mere shards. Such a scenario was one nobody wished to witness. This time, Captain Chao and his team refrained from using containers and retrieval equipment, acknowledging the risks associated with such tools. Much like the resilient wood and metal that fear no abrasion, nature remains indifferent. However, these are the most delicate porcelain pieces. A long line of people extends, passing the retrieved porcelain one by one to the surface of the sea. Subsequently, those waiting at the water's edge transfer these exquisite artifacts onto the ship. At this moment, Director Ding sits aboard, observing each piece of porcelain as it passes before him. He is nearly overwhelmed by the sheer volume. It is simply astonishing. Porcelain from various kilns flows onto the fishing vessel as if it were free of charge. Such fine-quality porcelain is exceedingly rare, not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but across the globe. Furthermore, nearly every piece is a masterpiece. Director Ding begins to question whether these items have become so commonplace. After a substantial number of porcelain pieces have been transported, Colonel Liu instructs everyone to come aboard and take a respite. This time, Lieutenant Chao does not decline and joins the main group to rest. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong is almost certain that today will yield no fish. Consequently, he opts to lie back and relax, thinking to himself that they are free to do as they wish, as long as they do not claim these finds as his own. The equipment has been lent to them, and the personnel are their own. This matter bears no connection to him. After Lieutenant Chao emerges and removes his diving suit, his first act is to approach Zuo Yunlong. "You are truly remarkable. How did you manage to discover all of this?" Zuo Yunlong is speechless. What does this even mean? Lieutenant Chao disregards such thoughts and simply lies down to rest, for they must continue their efforts shortly. At this moment, Director Ding enthusiastically recounts the details of these porcelain pieces to Professor Yi. Every archaeological expert possesses their own area of specialization. Some excel in paintings, others in inscriptions, and some in bronze artifacts. As previously mentioned, coins are a relatively niche field within this context. Director Ding has knowledge across various domains, yet his expertise lies most firmly in bronze and porcelain. Professor Yi listens in astonishment, pondering how none of these numerous porcelain pieces are forgeries. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquires, "Old Ding, are all of these porcelain pieces genuine?" Director Ding gazes at Professor Yi in disbelief. Could there be any doubt regarding the authenticity of the antiques retrieved by Zuo Yunlong? Even if he questioned his own judgment, he could never doubt the veracity of what Zuo Yunlong has unearthed. Professor Yi is somewhat at a loss for words. While he must concede Zuo Yunlong's exceptional abilities, he wonders if it is possible for him to be so extraordinary. "Old Ding, are you perhaps elevating our young friend Zuo to near mythical status?" He cautions. Such high praise could lead to an inevitable fall. Director Ding nods with responsibility, asserting that it is not an exaggeration. "I do not speak lightly. While I may not have personally handled each piece, do you not trust my discerning eye? Anything that has come before me should be genuine." Professor Yi was left speechless, astonished by the sheer miraculousness of the situation. After a brief respite, Lieutenant Chao and his companions plunged back into the sea, continuing the relentless transport of porcelain, while Director Ding had yet to uncover any counterfeit items. Moreover, the porcelain being delivered was of exceptional quality. Professor Yi, eager to assist, felt somewhat out of his depth, akin to a novice brandishing a sword before a master. Thus, he refrained from imposing himself further. This time, Lieutenant Chao worked with remarkable efficiency. Once he had transferred the precious gems back onto the vessel, a sigh of relief escaped him. Next came the enigmatic bronze artifacts. The group struggled to lift the bronze pieces, managing only a slight elevation, thanks to the buoyancy of the water. In desperation, Lieutenant Chao called for assistance. After ensnaring the bronze in nets, they instructed those aboard the ship to hoist it up. Director Ding, aware that the upcoming haul consisted of bronze artifacts, displayed a mixture of excitement, seriousness, and anticipation. Professor Yi could hardly comprehend how such complex emotions could coexist on a single visage. As the bronze artifact emerged from the depths, Director Ding's expression shifted dramatically. It was indeed it. Chapter 145, Just a Stroke of Luck. Viewers in the live stream were perplexed. What could this object be that stirred such enthusiasm in Director Ding? Observing his fervor, a sense of intrigue enveloped the audience. Could this artifact truly evoke such exhilaration? Was it a bronze vessel? Perhaps something akin to the legendary tripod of the 9 provinces? Could anyone uncover the origins of this bronze piece? Attempts to research yielded no results. How could this be possible? It defied logic. Meanwhile, Colonel Liu gazed at Director Ding with curiosity. "What is this?" Director Ding excitedly grasped Colonel Liu's hand. "I did not misinterpret. These are the tripods of the 9 provinces. 7 of them, combined with the 2 previously retrieved. The tripods of the 9 provinces have all resurfaced." Director Ding was so overwhelmed that he scarcely knew what he was saying. What? All the tripods have manifested? Was such a bizarre occurrence truly feasible? Goodness, is this even possible? The live stream erupted in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. The miraculous host had achieved the impossible, retrieving the tripods without even diving in. Could it be that the dragon's bones were indeed linked to this? It appeared certain now. The dragon was undoubtedly guarding the tripods. The emergence of all the tripods signified something monumental. Was the dragon kingdom destined for ascendance? This notion seemed entirely plausible. Miraculous host, how did you manage such a feat? That was a dragon's lair, the domain of the tripods. The audacity of the miraculous host was staggering. Did their family even comprehend the risks involved? Truly astounding. Miraculous host. Must every endeavor be so full of surprises? My heart can scarcely endure this. The 9 provinces cauldron. That is indeed the 9 provinces cauldron. A normal person would go mad merely by retrieving one. Yet you, remarkably, have drawn out 2 the first time, and now, astonishingly, 7 more. Oh heavens, miracle streamer. Are you attempting to gather all 9 provinces cauldrons to summon the divine dragon? What nonsense is being spouted upstairs? The divine dragon has already been summoned. Has it not? Goodness gracious. Miracle streamer, is there anything beyond your capabilities? This is utterly insane. The miracle streamer has completely lost it. Incredible, truly remarkable. Miracle streamer, what happened to your fishing exploits? Is this your definition of a big catch? Captain Chow is equally bewildered. The promised riches and rare treasures pale in comparison to the 9 provinces cauldron. This is akin to a rural maid in ancient times encountering the empress. The disparity is monumental. Money? Can the value of the 9 provinces cauldron be measured in currency? Not even a mountain of gold nor a sea of wealth could purchase a single 9 provinces cauldron. This is the essence. This is the root. Just ask the Americans if they would ever consider selling the original manuscript of their Declaration of Independence. The reality of the 9 provinces cauldron is beyond anyone's expectations. Colonel Liu gazes at the 9 provinces cauldron, his mind a blank canvas. How could this be possible? How dare one even imagine it? The 9 provinces cauldron, which could not be found despite the nation's efforts, has all inexplicably sunk to the seabed. Why? How could this occur? Colonel Liu's mind is devoid of thoughts, merely turning to seek answers in the eyes of Zuo Yunlong. Are you certain these are not your prearranged schemes? How is it that all these items fortuitously surfaced under your guidance? Zuo Yunlong shrugs nonchalantly. This matter bears no relation to me. I merely cast a couple of nets, and I have not participated in the subsequent events at all. Please do not place the immense responsibility of retrieving the 9 provinces cauldron upon my shoulders, or else my persona as a fishing streamer may truly collapse. Meanwhile, Professor Yi, a scholar, comprehends Director Ding's sentiments profoundly. Old Ding, let's take these treasures back first. Director Ding, striving to calm his exhilarated heart, reflects on how he never dared to dream of witnessing all 9 provinces cauldrons manifesting in reality. This is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Turning to Zuo Yunlong, his eyes radiate excitement and gratitude. All of this is due to that miraculous young man. He is indeed a blessing for the Dragon Nation. With the simultaneous emergence of the 9 provinces cauldrons, the dragons soar. This is undoubtedly an auspicious sign, a true harbinger of good fortune. Even the staunchest skeptics now harbor thoughts of a similar nature. The rise of the Dragon Nation is imminent. The crew members, too, feel a sense of pride. Although they lament not having retrieved the 9 provinces cauldrons themselves, these treasures were discovered by their boss. With this alone, they will have stories to boast about for a lifetime. Colonel Liu's assessment of the situation is most direct. Following a moment of astonishment, Colonel Liu promptly issues orders. All fleets, heed my command. Protect Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel on its return. There is no need to concern ourselves with this maritime area for the time being. I will coordinate with other units to establish a defense. Commander Liu swiftly issued the order. He understood very well that, in comparison to this dragoness lair, it was far more crucial to escort the Jiuzhou Ding safely back to the ports of Longhua. The significance of the Jiuzhou Ding is unparalleled. It is likely that others are coveting these treasures. The warships quickly received their orders and approached Zuo Yunlong's fishing vessel. The ships encircled Zuo Yunlong, and Commander Liu and his comrades turned their gazes towards him. Zuo Yunlong sighed in resignation. His dreams of fishing today had once again been dashed. He promptly commanded the fishing vessel to return to port. The fishing boat swiftly set sail. The crew members were all exhilarated, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Everyone knew that this discovery would etch their names into the annals of history. Their family truly shared in this honor. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were fervently discussing Zuo Yunlong and the Jojo Ding. Oh my, I suddenly realized, could our miraculous streamer be a celestial being sent to deliver the Jojo Ding? I've always said our miraculous streamer is not of this world. This is undoubtedly a divine presence. Let us not be absurd. Our miraculous streamer is just a tad fortunate. Huh, you call that a tad fortunate? This is clearly a miracle worker with boundless luck. Wow, your enthusiasm is commendable. Everything about this situation seems rather extraordinary. Haha, if it weren't extraordinary, it wouldn't be our miraculous streamer. Let us return. There will surely be a live stream for appraisal, and this time, we will definitely get our fill of eye candy. Our miraculous streamer truly never returns empty-handed from sea. No, he might. For instance, this time he didn't catch any fish. Chapter 146. The aircraft carrier battle group has been mobilized? At the mention of fish, laughter erupted in the live stream. Oh my, this fellow seems to be stabbing a knife into our miraculous streamer's gut. Is this stabbing the gut? This feels like a direct jab to the lungs. Haha, for some reason, hearing this gentleman say, so lightens my heart. Indeed, at least in terms of fishing, I feel I can measure up to our miraculous streamer. Darn it, I must join the fishing challenge. Yes, since our miraculous streamer leaves us no room to breathe. We can't let him have it easy either. Exactly. While we may not compare to our miraculous streamer in catching these extraordinary treasures, we can surely compete in fishing. Right, I'm off to prepare. Is anyone forming a group to set sail? Oh my, I suddenly find those participating in the fishing challenge quite adorable. Haha, let us crowdfund to buy a fishing boat. I'll splurge $1 billion to buy one. What, $1 billion? Why not just say a dime? No way, for I am a miser, not a penny to spare. Darn it, I'll lavish a single cent. Come. Is anyone interested in crowdfunding? Haha, treat it like a personal affair. Let South not drive our miraculous broadcaster to despair. Indeed, if he were to become exasperated, who would retain such charm and wonder? No worries, just wear him down. After all, he merely selects a location and engages in conversation. Haha, why not elevate him to the status of a mascot? I find this proposal quite feasible. Observing his fishing endeavors, there appears to be no discernible difference aside from his presence on the boat. It's undeniable that our miraculous broadcaster possesses extraordinary talent. Soon, the buoyant atmosphere washed away the astonishment of the crowd as the fishing vessel, under the protective escort of warships, made its way to the harbor. On their return journey, a fleet passed by them, undoubtedly en route to safeguard the dragon's lair in that sea region. Although the treasures of the ocean have been extracted, who can truly ascertain whether there might still be undiscovered wonders beneath the waters? After all, no one has bothered to sift through the silt of the sea. During the return voyage, Commander Liu had already established contact with the military district leaders. Director Ding and Professor Yi also reached out to prominent figures within their industry, including Mr. Ma, a renowned collector. Upon receiving Director Ding's call, Mr. Ma could hardly remain composed. This young man again? Moreover, what they had retrieved might possibly include 7 tripods of the 9 provinces. The sudden emergence of all 9 tripods, and all connected to this young man, Mr. Ma, who owns a museum, understood well that should this young man establish a museum, it would undoubtedly eclipse all others. Not to mention, the previous haul associated with Zuo Yunlong was nothing short of extraordinary. And now 9 tripods? This was beyond mere imagination. Mr. Ma promptly summoned his assistant. How much do we have available? The assistant checked and replied, we have assets amounting to 100 billion. Mr. Ma furrowed his brow and decisively stated, immediately contact the previous interested buyers of our museum's artifacts. Inform them that we are willing to sell, but it must be in cash. Furthermore, it must be settled immediately. The assistant looked perplexed. Was this the rhythm of bankruptcy? Selling off artifacts? This was uncharacteristic of Mr. Ma. Seeing the assistant's expression, Mr. Ma's frustration escalated. Hurry, get in touch now. I need to step out shortly. I expect these funds to be in my account before I leave. The assistant inquired again. Boss, if we sell those, it amounts to nearly 1 trillion in assets. It seems unlikely we can finalize this quickly. Mr. Ma, growing impatient, insisted handle it immediately, regardless of the means. Boss, what about our museum? Not to worry. We want to deplete everything. There are still sufficient pieces left. Which of my collections isn't a masterpiece? Selling these now will enable me to acquire something of even greater value shortly. The assistant, looking even more perplexed, thought to himself, goodness, has our boss fallen victim to a telecom scam? Who in the entirety of the Dragon Country can rival our boss in the field of collecting? The only ones who could possibly stand alongside our boss are a handful of national museums. Now, our boss is considering trading away a significant portion of the collection for something in return. Is this not absurd? Just as the assistant was deliberating whether to report this matter to the authorities, Mr. Ma once again bellowed, "Hurry!" Upon hearing this, the assistant promptly abandoned any thoughts of persuading Mr. Ma. Given Mr. Ma's current demeanor, it seemed he was unlikely to heed any advice. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for a more opportune moment to attempt persuasion again. The assistant quickly departed, while Mr. Ma stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. With assets worth billions, he mused, surely that could secure a Jiuzhou ding. Others who shared Mr. Ma's sentiments were actively preparing after receiving the call. The Jiuzhou ding is a treasure of fortune. Acquiring it could potentially bless future generations. Thus, many with a modicum of influence sought to take a chance. Naturally, numerous state-affiliated entities also wished to try their luck. There were, of course, skeptics regarding the authenticity of this endeavor. However, since it was Director Ding himself extending the invitation, the likelihood was overwhelmingly high. Yet, no one could ascertain whether the cunning old fox, Director Ding, might pocket the gains for himself. Meanwhile, Commander Lu notified various units to assemble urgently at the port. In a flash, the port was teeming with prominent figures. Among them were not only military personnel, but also archaeological experts, biologists, and representatives from numerous national museums, collectors, merchants, and politicians. This meant that if an attack were to occur at this port, the scientific prowess and economic standing of the Dragon Country would regress a decade. Observing this scene from a distance, the fishermen were left bewildered. So many fleets were guarding a single ship, and the port was bustling with military forces and individuals of unmistakable distinction. Which aircraft carrier was undergoing trials this time? Gutzi, you're well informed. Have you heard that our Dragon Country has launched another aircraft carrier? The spectacle was truly grand. Guzzi gazed at the scene before him, recognizing the familiar fishing boats. Goodness, the miraculous streamer has returned from this port. Incredible, absolutely incredible. An Elderliman, Pazit, Inquiret, Miraculous Streamer? What miraculous streamer? Just a fishing streamer, Guzzi replied impatiently, offering no further explanation. The elderly man gazed into the distance, murmuring, what sort of trouble must this child have caused for an entire fleet to be mobilized? Chapter 147. Understanding without speaking, still good friends. Upon returning to the port, Commander Lu finally felt his anxious heart settle. With so many items aboard the ship, any mishap would be an unforgivable transgression for him. Once the fishing vessel docked, Zuo Yunlong, accompanied by Commander Lu, Professor Yi, and Director Ding, was the first to disembark. Upon seeing Mr. Ma and the others, Director Ding's expression momentarily faltered. Old Ma, weren't we supposed to wait for you at the Research Institute? Chuckled Old Ding. Old Ding, would you be able to wait if the roles were reversed? Mr. Ma inquired with a smile. Director Ding immediately fell silent. Wait, I must contact the military district overnight to have everything shipped. This is hardly excessive. Meanwhile, the military district commander approached Zuo Yunlong to shake his hand. You have achieved merit again. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. It was all discovered by Commander Lu. I had no part in it. The military district commander paused slightly at Zuo Yunlong's words, then turned his gaze to Commander Lu, his eyes seemingly questioning. When did you acquire such capabilities? Commander Lu could only offer a wry smile. Commander, there are matters that I cannot clarify at the moment. I will report to you shortly. The military district commander nodded in response. Regardless, your contribution is substantial. Feel free to request any reward. As long as it is within my power, I will certainly comply. Commander Zuo was well aware of the competence of those under his command. He would never believe that Commander Lu possessed such abilities. Zuo Yunlong merely waved his hand, saying nothing further. Those gathered nearby, wishing to greet Zuo Yunlong, found themselves with no opportunity. With Commander Zuo present, who would dare to steal the spotlight? On the ship, crew members and soldiers were already directing the unloading of several crates from the fishing boat. Naturally, these contained the spoils of Zuo Yunlong's recent expedition. As crates were brought ashore one after another, everyone stood in astonishment. Goodness, did Zuo Yunlong go robbing? Weren't there only 7 provinces tripods? How come there are so many crates? This is madness. What on earth happened during this expedition? Please don't tell me all these items were dredged from the sea. This situation was far too absurd. How could it be possible? The numerous dignitaries gathered on the shore were momentarily taken aback. Each of them had witnessed grand spectacles. Yet the scene before them seemed to surpass imagination. Clearly, Zuo Yunlong's harvest this time was extraordinary. Aside from exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Ma, Director Ding paid no heed to the others, deeming them unworthy of his attention. Zuo Yunlong likewise ignored these individuals. After all, he was unfamiliar with any of them. Why bother? Mr. Ma, gazing at the crates, was equally bewildered. Old Ding, weren't we talking about the 9 provinces tripods? Why are there so many items? Hee old Ma, why do you only half listen? I said I dredged up the 9 provinces tripods, but I never claimed that was all. During this expedition, Zuo Yunlong not only retrieved the 9 provinces tripods, but also an array of antiquities. Let me let you in on a little secret. The Changhua fighting rooster cup you've always wanted, along with the Yuan blue and white porcelain, are all among them. You better take a good look. Director Ding grinned at Mr. Ma. Indeed, Mr. Ma's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Old Ding, you can't be serious. These two. Director Ding nodded, still smiling. Indeed, all of it. At that moment, Mr. Ma felt utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, I find myself regretting the insufficient amount of money I brought this time. With so many exquisite items available, there must be treasures I would covet. To speak of just 2 items mentioned by Director Ding earlier, they are indeed rare and invaluable. It seems I would struggle to acquire them. Mr. Ma gazed at Director Ding with an eager glint in his eye. Old Ding, we are old friends. Do enlighten me about the remarkable items here. Without hesitation, Director Ding replied, there are indeed many treasures. 50 rare coins, Ru-ware, Tizhou-ware, Gukiln, and Guankiln pieces. To put it plainly, coins from various dynasties should be present. Moreover, we also have pieces from the 8 great kills. And let us not forget about some exquisite jewelry. It surely is not merely antiquities. Upon hearing Director Ding's words, Mr. Ma felt a sense of despair. All these treasures were unearthed by Zuo Xiaoyu? Director Ding shrugged. Who else could possess such capability? At this moment, Mr. Ma found himself at a loss for words. His fortune had been built upon serendipitous discoveries. And now there was someone surpassing him, effortlessly extracting such a bounty from the depths of the sea. Soon, Mr. Ma calculated that with his current funds, he would be unable to acquire all these items. Old Ding, tell me honestly, is there any possibility of me collecting a Kyushu Ding? Upon hearing Mr. Ma's request, Director Ding regarded him as if he were speaking of the fantastical. What did you say? You wish to collect a Kyushu Ding? Do you think that is feasible? That is a Kyushu Ding. Such a notion is utterly fanciful. The Kyushu Ding will undoubtedly remain within our research institute. Furthermore, your desire for just one Kyushu Ding holds no substantial value. Listening to Director Ding's words, Mr. Ma began to ponder. Since the Research Institute was destined to retain the Kyushu Ding, he would need to consider what else he might wish to acquire. Given his current financial standing, it was likely that none among those present could rival his purchasing power. Forgive my intrusion. I shall go and engage in a chat with Zuo Xiaoyu. After all, we are somewhat acquainted. Director Ding, aware of Mr. Ma's intentions, chose not to comment further. He knew well that Mr. Ma was preparing to converse with Zuo Yunlong. With a slight shrug, Director Ding murmured, as you wish. After apologizing, Mr. Ma approached Zuo Yunlong. At that moment, the military district commander had just finished his conversation with Zuo Yunlong. Without hesitation, Mr. Ma stepped forward. Zuo Xiaoyu, it has been a long time. My surname is Ma. We have met before. Having just concluded his interaction with the military commander, Zuo Yunlong, noticing another newcomer, did not say much. They had indeed met once during an appraisal event. Though Zuo Yunlong was not adept at recalling names, only finding Mr. Ma's face somewhat familiar. Mr. Ma inquired whether the young friend might be willing to part with some of his possessions, assuring him that he would do everything within his power to reach a satisfactory agreement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he promptly addressed the matter at hand. This was, after all, a crucial aspect of his investment strategy, and Mr. Ma was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. No way. Zuo Yunlong responded without hesitation. Mr. Ma's expression faltered momentarily. Could it be that the young friend harbored an interest in collecting? If so, based solely on a few items he had recently unearthed, he would undoubtedly be considered a connoisseur of the art. Such statements must not be made lightly. Mr. Ma nodded, fully acknowledging Zuo Yunlong's esteemed status as an archaeological master. If an archaeological master were to dabble in collecting, what hope would there be for those of them who were merely collectors? Zuo Yunlong shrugged. I have no interest in collecting. The audience in the live stream had just emerged from watching the unloading process with the assistant. No one anticipated witnessing such a scene upon their exit. The viewers became even more fervent. What on earth did I just see? Even Mr. Ma's been captivated by our miraculous host. Is this even just? Is there any humanity left? After all, those familiar with Mr. Ma understood that he was already a legendary figure in his own right. Now, it appeared that he had been utterly charmed by their miraculous host. Goodness, this is an endorsement from a master collector. Incredible. Our miraculous host has unlocked a new achievement. With the treasures our miraculous host has amassed. Is it so far-fetched to consider him a master collector? It was truly astonishing. Mr. Ma had built a museum from his finds, and now their miraculous host had seemingly surpassed him in this endeavor. My heavens, this is a legendary encounter. Both of these individuals are my idols. I wish I could be like them. Look, the seas and the markets have been claimed. Perhaps you should consider the underground. What audacity! This is nothing short of sedition. Absolutely incredible. Mr. Ma remained blissfully unaware of the assistant's predicament. Since Mr. Zuo has no interest in collecting, would he be inclined to part with the items he has retrieved? I've said it before, discuss this with Master Lu, not with me. Zuo Yunlong replied calmly before turning to leave, leaving Mr. Ma alone in a state of bewilderment. What has happened? Mr. Ma pondered, struggling to comprehend Zuo Yunlong's parting words. Could it be that Master Lu had abandoned his previous stance and was now mingling with a young friend? How had he become the spokesperson for Zuo Yunlong? This did not seem plausible. If that were the case, Old Ding would not have omitted such significant information. Was it possible that Master Lu had intervened and inadvertently angered the young friend? Mr. Ma considered this possibility. The recent haul included the legendary Jiuzhou Ding, an artifact of immense significance. If Master Lu were to claim it for himself, it seemed plausible. After all, he would surely not keep it. It would be donated to the state. Once it entered the hands of the government, it would undoubtedly be entrusted to Director Ding. No wonder Old Ding had exhibited such confidence earlier. In a fleeting moment, Mr. Ma's mind conjured an elaborate drama. With this thought, he stormed off to confront Commander Lu, who was presently overseeing the soldiers as they loaded boxes onto the arriving trucks. Old Lu, speak. What's going on? Though Mr. Ma was typically courteous, he had risen from humble beginnings and naturally possessed a temper. Commander Lu looked at Mr. Ma with confusion, puzzled by the sudden confrontation. What is the matter? Why does it feel as though I am being summoned for judgment? Their altercation quickly drew the attention of others. The military district commander frowned slightly. After all, Commander Lu was one of his subordinates, and seeing him treated thus left a sour taste in his mouth. Dean Ding, witnessing the unfolding situation, was equally bewildered. Why is Old Ma so enraged? Has he stepped on a landmine? He hurriedly searched for Zuo Yunlong, but the young man was nowhere to be found. This lad? Dean Ding sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, other prominent figures cast curious glances. In the realm of collecting, Mr. Ma's stature was akin to that of Dean Ding in archaeology, academician Lu in science, and Professor Yi in biology, individuals perched atop the pinnacle of their fields. It was astonishing that such a figure would question a commander. What a spectacle! Yet, Dean Ding was not about to grant them such a diversion. Ladies and gentlemen, heed my words. Let's all return for now. Tomorrow, at the Archaeological Research Institute, the items will be presented to you. Dean Ding was at a loss. He had intended to commence the appraisal immediately upon returning. However, with Zuo Yunlong's departure and the conflict between Mr. Ma and Old Lu, it seemed that today's endeavors were thwarted. Such a waste of time. Upon hearing this news, everyone finally grasped the situation. Indeed, they had not come merely to observe. They were there to study the Jiuzhou Ding. Wait, where is Zuo Yunlong? It dawned on everyone that Zuo Yunlong had mysteriously vanished. Someone was the first to react. Since the appraisal will not proceed today, I shall take my leave. With that, the individual hurried off. Naturally, as one person departed, others followed suit. Although they were curious about the altercation between Commander Lu and Mr. Ma, their primary task was to locate Zuo Yunlong. Each individual wished to partake in the forthcoming bounty. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream quickly noticed Zuo Yunlong's exit. Wow, is the miracle streamer so audacious? With so many big shots present, he just walked away. Truly a miracle streamer. Even the mightiest figures seem inconsequential in his presence. As Zuo Yunlong left, he cast a glance at the several trucks that had also departed almost simultaneously. Those trucks contained the Jiuzhou Ding and porcelain unearthed during the excavation. Zuo Yunlong was utterly speechless. Is this never-ending? Am I truly unsuited for fishing? Why is it that I can never catch anything? Zuo Yunlong pondered in perplexity. Especially after the initiation of the fishing challenge on short videos, Zuo Yunlong observed others reeling in their catches with effortless ease, feeling a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, his own efforts yielded nothing but a collection of peculiar items. Perhaps this was simply his fate. With a resigned sigh, Zuo Yunlong instructed his steward to drive him back home. These past few days, he felt the need for some quiet reflection. Was he really at odds with the sea? On the other hand, numerous influential figures were seeking Zuo Yunlong, yet his whereabouts remained elusive. At the port, Colonel Liu found himself bewildered by Mr. Ma's inquiries. What's wrong with me? Mr. Ma glared at Colonel Liu, demanding, Did you anger young Master Zuo? Colonel Liu appeared utterly innocent. Did I offend him? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Mr. Ma, taken aback by Colonel Liu's expression, found it hard to believe. You truly did not provoke young Master Zuo? Colonel Liu asserted firmly, Absolutely not. There's no way. Subsequently, Colonel Liu cast a nervous glance at Commander Zuo. Mr. Ma, you can't make baseless accusations. I could accuse you of slander. Mr. Ma, amused by Colonel Liu's response, replied, So, are you planning to follow young Master Zuo into the sea? Colonel Liu was struck with alarm by this suggestion. Commander, I certainly have no intentions of retiring or transferring. Almost in tears, he turned to Mr. Ma. You must not speak such nonsense. Our commander is right here. Mr. Ma, perplexed, inquired, When I asked young Master Zuo about these matters, he directed me to consult you. Realizing the situation, Colonel Liu's expression morphed into one of helpless laughter. He had truly been ensnared by Zuo Yunlong's antics. Commander Zuo regarded Colonel Liu with a serious demeanor. Chapter 149. Is this still in need of authentication? Colonel Liu felt a sense of injustice. I merely went to survey the seabed. I had no intention of usurping any credit from Zuo Yunlong. The military district commander scoffed. As if you could. If you could actually take credit, I would have our military district support you entirely. You wouldn't need to leave. You could simply sit in the office surveying the world map. You may choose the locations, and I would ensure our Navy follows your every command. Your orders would take precedence over mine. Do you have what it takes? The aide was taken aback by the commander's fiery demeanor, his mouth agape in shock. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream fell silent. This brief stillness was merely a prelude to an explosive reaction. Wow, this commander is quite the personality. I absolutely adore him. What does this commander mean? Is he stepping back to make way for others? Haha, miracle streamer, you're incredible. Even the military district commander admires you. No way. This is killing me with laughter. Indeed, one might doubt the antics of anyone else, but the miracle streamer's performance was undeniably captivating. Colonel Liu bowed his head in reprimand. Heavens above, I truly had no intention of usurping Zuo Yunlong's achievements. At this moment, Ding also stepped forward to attest to Commander Liu's integrity. Indeed, Zuo Yunlong declared that he had no interest in these artifacts. They were irrelevant to him. Mr. Ma was utterly bewildered. What audacious words were these? Those were priceless antiques. How could Zuo Yunlong claim they were of no concern to him? What did this mean? Mr. Ma felt as if the treasures he had long coveted were merely discarded items in someone else's eyes. The pain was palpable. How could this be? Commander Liu nodded in affirmation, assuring, Commander, I have always maintained that these artifacts belong to Zuo Yunlong. This matter has no connection to me whatsoever. Ding corroborated Liu's statement. Initially, the commander harbored doubts regarding the situation. However, after the explanations from both men, Commander Zuo found himself both amused and exasperated. Zuo Yunlong was indeed a source of constant worry. Once the matter settled, the items retrieved by Zuo Yunlong were transported to the Archaeological Research Institute by military personnel. The crowd dispersed, yet Mr. Ma lingered behind. Ding regarded him with suspicion. Old Ma, do you have further inquiries? Mr. Ma inquired mysteriously. Is it true that Liu holds the final say on this matter, as Zuo Yunlong claimed? Ding cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Ma. How would I know? Moreover, this matter is of no concern to me. I am merely an appraiser. Mr. Ma smiled ingratiatingly, but you have yet to provide an appraisal. I offer 10 billion for a Jiuzhou Ding. Is that acceptable? If it's a counterfeit, I shall bear the loss. What do you say? Ding Ding scoffed at Mr. Ma. Do you take me for fool? You offer me 10 billion, but are you truly willing? Your words sound pleasant, yet the risk is all yours. Who is unaware that the items retrieved by Zuo Yunlong require special appraisal? They are practically authentic. Tomorrow will merely be a formality for you and your associates. Mr. Ma was rendered speechless by Ding Ding's retort. Previously, if someone had claimed to have salvaged a Jiuzhou Ding from a sea, he would have believed it without question. Now, if anyone claimed the same, he would believe it wholeheartedly. If Zuo Yunlong was the one who salvaged it, Mr. Ma would be absolutely convinced. If there were distinctions in the fishing community, it would be that Zuo Yunlong stood apart from the rest. After all, while others genuinely caught fish, Zuo Yunlong indeed caught fish too. Disheartened, Mr. Ma returned home, awaiting the appraisal conference the following day. Regardless of whether Ding Ding's appraisal yielded authenticity or forgery, Mr. Ma would unreservedly purchase the item. It was not that Mr. Ma doubted Ding Ding. Rather, he placed greater trust in Zuo Yunlong. The next day, everyone who had gathered at the port arrived at Ding Ding's Archaeological Research Institute. Simultaneously, even more experts and scholars, invited by Ding Ding, also made their way there. As for Zuo Yunlong, having participated in an appraisal once before, he displayed no interest whatsoever. However, his loyal follower dutifully arrived on the scene to broadcast live to the charming viewers in the streaming room. Goodness, how many times has our miraculous host entered this place this month? This situation feels utterly absurd. I yearn to ascertain whether these several tripods are indeed the legendary Jiuzhou Ding. What? Are you questioning the tripods or doubting our miraculous host? Huh. If these tripods are not Jiuzhou Ding, it must be a mistake of the sea, not a fault of our miraculous host. Indeed, how could our miraculous host possibly be mistaken? Meanwhile, Director Ding had already ascended to the stage. Mr. Ma and Master Zheng, who had initially stood beside Director Ding, remained in their positions. Additionally, 7 or 8 individuals stood nearby, some of whom the viewers in the streaming room recognized. No way is that Elder Xiao, the living fossil of the Longhua archaeological community? How long has it been since he made an appearance? He is here too? Is that Mr. Sima? This is astonishing. What an impressive lineup. It's like the Celestial Kings gathering. I am truly awestruck. This assembly is simply terrifying. Mother, I wish to go home. Haha. I initially thought our miraculous host had stirred half the cultural relic circle, but unexpectedly, our miraculous host turned the entire realm of cultural relics upside down. Truly, anyone who does not recognize our miraculous host henceforth should refrain from claiming to be a luminary in the cultural relics community. Is this an appraisal event? This is a witnessing of the birth of an era. Goodness, all of this is merely due to our miraculous host? This is remarkable. Director Ding began to introduce the individuals present on stage. Among them were the living fossils of archaeology and renowned figures from various specialties. Director Ding felt a slight sense of reassurance. As the viewers noted, those present could be regarded as the CRME de la CRME of the entire archaeological and cultural relics community. It is no exaggeration to say that when they speak, it is worth millions of long coins. Almost every expert in their respective fields had gathered here. There was even a foreign friend present. It was not that Director Ding harbored any ill intent, but rather that they were not well-versed in items like rubies and black pearls. Much like foreigners studying our jade pendants, there truly is no comparison. The audience assembled was equally distinguished. With a command from Director Ding, the appraisal began collectively. Viewers in the streaming room were expressing their exhilaration. Goodness, this is nothing short of a historical marvel. So many prominent figures are currently serving our miraculous host? Haha, I told you they were being superfluous. Does what our miraculous host brings forth require appraisal? It must surely be authentic. Chapter 150, Jiuzhou Ding assembled. As anticipated by the viewers, the golden-threaded Nanmu would require no explanation before so many dignitaries. One glance sufficed to discern the authenticity of the wood. Of course, it is possible to create fakes, and as long as there is profit to be made, counterfeit items will always abound in this world. However, before these esteemed figures, fakes cannot possibly evade detection. The viewers in the live stream expressed their exasperation. Look, I told you what our miraculous host has salvaged could possibly be counterfeit, right? Sigh. I have grown accustomed to such occurrences. Goodness, is this truly the work of a miraculous host? Why not try it with someone else? Who could possibly rival our miraculous host? Surely, that is a jest. Ah, it seems that no one can. Ding Ding and his associates are all extraordinary individuals. They can discern the age of this precious golden silk nanmu with just a glance. Of course, the golden silk nanmu is merely an appetizer. Next, we have the ancient coins. After their arrival last night, the archaeologists did not touch these boxes. After all, these artifacts are meant to be opened by Zuo Yunlong himself. Otherwise, if someone were to tamper with them, no one would be the wiser. However, since Zuo Yunlong did not come today, Ding Ding had no choice but to open the boxes before the viewers. The coins poured forth as if they were not mere currency, cascading in abundance. Even the worldly wise were left speechless. Yesterday, they knew there were many items, but no one had anticipated such a plethora of ancient coins. Could it be that all of these were salvaged from the sea by our miraculous host? So much wealth. Did this lad extract an entire treasury from the ocean? It is utterly astonishing. I'm left wondering how such treasures came to be. No, you have yet to grasp the terrifying aspect of this. These coins are from multiple dynasties. How utterly frightening. Those knowledgeable in attendance understand what this signifies. It implies that among these coins, there's a strong possibility of rare collectibles. Ding Ding regarded the items with indifference. After all, when one is accustomed to thousands, a single coin holds little value. He even summoned several apprentices to sort through the coins. Naturally, the ordinary ones need not be examined. The focus should be on identifying any notable specimens. The helpers approached, momentarily stunned, but soon realized that the sheer volume of ordinary coins was overwhelming. If they were to evaluate each one, it would take them a year or two just to assess these items, and they're not all from the same dynasty. This indicates that nearly every dynasty would require its own evaluation. The crowd swiftly began to select the coins. The term evaluation hardly suffices. The viewers in the live stream became restless once more. Goodness, let me take a turn at this. This is exhilarating, akin to reclining atop a mountain of gold and silver while counting riches. Could it be that I just witnessed something extraordinary? That appears to be a gold ingot. This is a bit alarming. Isn't it? There's gold too. Haha, I can only wonder how much ancient gold would be worth today. This is akin to residing in a mountain of gold. It is a pity our miraculous host could not attend today. Otherwise, the sight would surely leave him in awe. Hee, is this truly such a grand spectacle that it would astonish our miraculous host? Surely you jest. Ding Ding casually opened another box, revealing an abundance of copper coins inside. The viewers in the live stream were utterly flabbergasted. However, those who were truly bewildered were the individuals conscripted into service. Gazing at yet another box brimming with copper coins, they couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This can't be happening." Another box? How long will this take to count? Each person silently cursed their luck, fearful of voicing their discontent in the presence of esteemed scholars. After all, these luminaries of academia were in attendance. Offending them could spell the end of their careers in this field. In any sphere, it is the elite who wield the power of discourse. And these scholars could easily determine the fates of most of those present with a mere gesture. Ding Ding observed the bustling crowd, feeling a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, his curiosity was piqued by the prospect of finally unveiling the legendary 9 Provinces cauldron. Items like Rue were entrusted to specialists for assessment. The reason for gathering such a multitude today was to authenticate these artifacts. After all, they were not equipped to evaluate these treasures. In the coming decades, they would undoubtedly be tasked with the authentication of these items. Ding Ding had effectively consolidated national resources to facilitate his work. Naturally, the extent of their evaluations would be limited, with the remaining artifacts necessitating further scrutiny by the Archaeological Institute. Once the distribution of these items was complete, Ding Ding took a deep breath. Are we ready? He seemed to inquire of those around him, as well as himself. Mr. Ma's lips curled into a slight smirk. Old Ding, you're really pulling this off, aren't you? The items retrieved by Left Little Friend are merely a formality. They are undoubtedly genuine. If anyone could fabricate a fake of this caliber, I would gladly acknowledge it. This is truly a display of talent. Ding Ding shot a glance at Mr. Ma. Will you perish if you remain silent? Mr. Ma chuckled, and indeed fell silent. The expressions of the others were grave, even somber. Each individual understood the significance of the upcoming authentication. As 7 boxes were opened, each of the 7 individuals prepared to evaluate a grand cauldron, their faces betraying a hint of seriousness. Time ticked away slowly. The scene of so many individuals conducting simultaneous evaluations was unprecedented. The viewers in the live stream, bored, began to jest. I wonder if our miraculous host will feel guilty knowing so many were inconvenienced for these artifacts. Haha, this is absurd. Besides our miraculous host, who else could have access to such treasures? If only I possessed half of our miraculous host's abilities. Just then, the first person announced, "The number 1 cauldron has been authenticated as genuine." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Another 9 provinces cauldron had emerged. Everyone is aware that even if everything else were a fabrication, possessing such a vessel would still not be considered a loss. One after another, individuals took to the stage to report their findings. Truly, indeed, the audience below had grown numb to the revelations. With the final assessment completed, it was confirmed that the 7 vessels were, in fact, the remaining 7 tripod cauldrons of the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces cauldrons were finally gathered. Chapter 151. A frenzied scramble. Could it be that they are all genuine? Below the stage, numerous dignitaries were no longer composed. They had anticipated that among these grand cauldrons, there would surely be some from the 9 provinces. However, no one had expected that all 7 retrieved cauldrons would indeed be authentic. The viewers in the live stream were equally agitated. Is our miraculous host embarking on yet another legendary journey? Indeed, the miraculous host is undeniably reliable. Setting aside their value, how much could these few 9 provinces cauldrons be worth? To discuss our miraculous host in terms of monetary value is rather pedestrian, utterly mundane. If our miraculous host desires wealth, surely they must now ascend the rankings of prestige. Upon hearing such news, Ding Ding finally exhaled with relief. As expected, Zuo Xiaoyu had never disappointed him. The 9 provinces cauldrons had resurfaced, and the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom had returned. Upon receiving this news, Mr. Ma felt a mix of excitement and sorrow. His excitement stemmed from being a collector who could personally participate in and witness the re-emergence of the 9 cauldrons. A rare honor indeed. This accolade would accompany Mr. Ma for the remainder of his life. Yet, the sorrow lay in the fact that the 9 cauldrons were destined to remain beyond his grasp. As a collector, not being able to possess one of the 9 cauldrons was a significant regret. Meanwhile, the crowd below had begun to murmur amongst themselves. It seemed the legend of the divine dragon guarding the 9 provinces cauldrons was indeed true. Who would have thought that the one to discover the dragon's lair would be a fishing host? It is incomprehensible. How could such an extraordinary event occur? Truly, I never anticipated that the miraculous host, spoken of online, could possess such astonishing fortune. How splendid it would be if our associates could uncover this. Each individual harbored their own thoughts and musings. Subsequently, those assessing other artifacts began to report their findings in turn. Without exception, all were authentic. Furthermore, they were indeed genuine. However, the heritage of these items still required further investigation. This is the essence of archaeology. Confirming the authenticity of an item is merely the beginning. Numerous inquiries remain, such as when these items were created, why they were crafted, and for whom they were intended. Each seemingly insignificant detail may conceal a story. This is history, the profound depth of history. As the audience listened to the successive reports, their hearts had grown numb. Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong's crew members were now shining with excitement. Really? They are all genuine. I told you the boss is no ordinary person. Wow, this event is sure to be recorded, right? To be recorded? The scale has diminished. It is indeed not an exaggeration to say that this matter will be remembered through the ages. Truly, take a moment to behold what the Jiuzhou Ding is. The Jiuzhou Ding, a legendary artifact from the Dragon Kingdom, is known as the sacred vessel from the era of the Great Yu. Our boss is incredibly impressive. I find myself inexplicably transformed into a legend. Indeed, as we follow our boss, we have all become part of this legend. Who would have thought that I, Zhang Laosan, could one day serve as a crew member on a legendary fishing vessel? The prologue of the future is unveiled by us. As the viewers of the live stream listened to report after report, they couldn't help but contemplate the meaning of life. Why is it that our miraculous host can catch a legendary treasure with a single net? Incredible. Having witnessed many fishing endeavors, I have never encountered a host like ours. I feel that in this past month, the miraculous host has completely reshaped my understanding of what a miraculous host truly is. Do you desire the treasures of the miraculous host? They are right there. It feels as though our miraculous host is about to usher in a new era. The great fishing era, perhaps? That sounds rather intriguing. I must say, our miraculous host possesses remarkable prowess. I am at a loss as to who could possibly rival our miraculous host. Rival our miraculous host. Surely, that is a jest. Ordinary fishermen might not even catch a glimpse of our miraculous host back. Indeed, they are the true fishermen, while our miraculous host's success has been somewhat serendipitous. Yet, do you not find it astonishing how many unexpected occurrences our miraculous host has conjured? Online, discussions abound regarding the treasures unearthed by Zuo Yunlong, our miraculous host. Meanwhile, in the venue, after a brief silence, someone could no longer contain themselves. Everyone present was well aware of the underlying motivation for their attendance, not merely to witness this historic moment, but to pursue the Jiuzhou Ding. Finally, a museum curator spoke up. "Old Ding, may we exhibit the Jiuzhou Ding in our museum for 2 days? I am willing to offer 1 million per day." The young assistant was left utterly stunned. What is happening here? 1 million per day? Is this extortion or a printing press? How many fish could this million procure? However, before Director Ding could respond, another voice chimed in. 1 million per day to exhibit the Jiuzhou Ding? Old Ding, trust me, 2 million per day for 2 days will suffice. The assistant was even more perplexed. 2 million per day? The price can actually rise higher? The viewers in the live stream were also in a frenzy. Are they truly beginning to compete for the exhibition of the Jiuzhou Ding? 2 million per day? Have these curators lost their minds? This price seems utterly outrageous. Outrageous? But is the Jiuzhou Ding the inaugural exhibition in all of the Dragon Kingdom, and 2 million per day is deemed excessive? Just wait. This price will surely escalate online. As one viewer remarked, with the initial bids from these two individuals, others began to join in, no longer holding back. The exhibition rights of the Jiuzhou Ding have soared dramatically, with bids reaching an astonishing 10 million per day. To think that a month's exhibition could amount to 300 million. This price left the young assistant utterly speechless. Could there be even higher bids? The assistant had grown numb, as this figure seemed utterly incomprehensible. Mr. Ma, upon hearing this price, could only manage a bitter smile. He had originally intended to seize the opportunity and bid 10 billion for a Jiuzhou Ding, but now it appeared that such a notion was entirely out of reach. 10 billion would merely cover the rental of a Jiuzhou Ding for 2 or 3 years. Meanwhile, the bidders below grew increasingly animated, with tensions rising to the point of confrontation. Although they were generally civilized individuals who would not resort to violence, there were limits to their patience. Eventually, 2 museum curators were pricked at their sore spots and began to grapple. Viewers in the live stream were left in disbelief. Could it be that a fight had broken out over the Jiuzhou Ding? Chapter 152, The New Fishing Vessel. The live stream was never short of onlookers. Wow, a tiger's heart is being extracted. A monkey steals a peach. Give him a dragon's claw. Scratch him, yes, right on the face. Meanwhile, Director Ding, witnessing the escalating situation, quickly sought help to intervene. Amid the chaos at the Archaeological Institute, Zuo Yunlong was at home, contemplating life. The recent expedition had truly affected him. This time at sea, Zuo Yunlong had come back empty-handed. Could the issue lie with the boat? He began to question the fishing vessel itself. After all, in previous outings, he had managed to catch several nets full of fish, yet this time, he hadn't caught a single one. Was it possible that the boat was cursed? The thought lingered in his mind. The more he pondered, the more he felt there was some truth to this suspicion. After all, this vessel had been converted from a warship, and perhaps it was not ideally suited for fishing. Professional matters should be left to professionals, and thus, the task of fishing ought to be entrusted to a specialized vessel. Gradually, a new idea took shape in Zuo Yunlong's mind. Yes, this time at sea would surely be a success. With this determination, he promptly set about to change his fishing boat. He made his way to the vessel trading market. Wow, look, isn't that the miracle streamer? Indeed, it appeared to be the miracle streamer. To think that we might actually encounter the living miracle streamer here. How extraordinary! What could the miracle streamer be doing at our trading market? Didn't the miracle streamer have a fishing boat? Could it be that the miracle streamer intended to purchase another vessel? This could be the opportunity we've been waiting for. Surely, acquiring a new fishing boat would necessitate recruiting new crew members, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Who else would serve the new boat? Upon being recognized, Zuo Yunlong was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic fans. Miracle Streamer, are you hiring? Miracle Streamer, I want to board your ship. Miracle Streamer, I have extensive fishing experience. Hire me. Hire me. Miraculous Streamer, might I request your autograph? You are truly remarkable. Could you share your thoughts on retrieving the 9 provinces cauldron? Zuo Yunlong, I am merely a fisherman. What is your purpose here? Upon hearing the news of the miraculous streamer's presence, the market administrator was taken aback. What? The miraculous streamer has come to our trading market? This cannot be. We must ensure he remains. Swiftly, the administrator organized the market security personnel to escort Zuo Yunlong to the trading area, specifically designated for esteemed clients. The administrator had been waiting here for quite some time. Aware of the security's intentions, Zuo Yunlong did not refuse, for being surrounded by fans was rather overwhelming. Moreover, these fans did not admire him for his fishing prowess, but rather for those trivial antics. Upon entering the private room, the administrator approached eagerly. Miraculous Streamer, it is truly an honor to have you at our trading market. To be frank, I am also a fan of yours. Your fishing escapades are simply extraordinary. How do you manage to retrieve so many treasures? Zuo Yunlong's lips twitched slightly. Here it comes again. Was this a veiled mockery? Noticing Zuo Yunlong's displeased expression, the administrator quickly shifted the topic. Are you here today to purchase a fishing vessel? With irritation, Zuo Yunlong replied, I would rather buy a rocket. Do you have one? The administrator was momentarily stunned. Wow, truly the miraculous streamer. His words are commanding. The administrator chuckled awkwardly at Zuo Yunlong. Come now, you're joking, right? We are a fishing vessel trading market. If you want a rocket, you might as well fish one out yourself. Suddenly, it seemed as if enlightenment struck the administrator. Could it be that the miraculous streamer's next target is to fish out a rocket? How astonishing. Could you kindly share where you plan to retrieve this rocket? Zuo Yunlong suppressed the impulse to give the administrator a stern reprimand. Am I also supposed to fish out an atomic bomb? I just want to buy a boat for fishing. I am not fishing for rockets. The administrator exhibited a knowing expression. No problem. Whether you wish to fish out an atomic bomb or an old rocket, we can certainly accommodate you. Zuo Yunlong responded, that sounds splendid. But please refrain from such comments next time. The administrator promptly presented a plethora of information. This fishing vessel can reach a capacity of 100,000 tons. Regardless of what you intend to catch, it will surely suffice. Even the fighter jets you previously retrieved could be parked here. Over 10 of them. I assure you, you will have an exhilarating experience. Zuo Yunlong was utterly speechless. What on earth was this? Nonetheless, he still wished to inspect the fishing vessel. Has the ship ever caught fish? The administrator shook his head. Zuo Yunlong immediately stated, no, I want one that has. The administrator pondered, could there be such criteria? Truly, the miraculous streamer possesses profound understanding. From this perspective, it is evident that our miraculous broadcaster possesses considerable expertise in the realm of feng shui. After all, if the miraculous broadcaster had a limited understanding of feng shui, how could they possibly unearth such an abundance of treasures? Currently, there are widespread rumors online that our miraculous broadcaster is akin to who buy from the sea, specializing in the art of dragon seeking. Upon grasping these insights, the administrator promptly retrieved a stack of documents. Sir, these materials have been meticulously selected according to your specifications. Zuo Yunlong examined the documents. Which of these vessels has the highest fish yield? The administrator was well versed in the details of these boats. Sifting through the materials with great speed, the administrator finally pinpointed a rather dilapidated fishing boat. This fishing vessel has the highest catch in this area. It belonged to a legendary fisherman who battled the sea for many years. Only after the fisherman's passing a few years ago did his son consign this vessel to us for sale. The price is not exorbitant, but its power and other specifications are somewhat lacking. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. Is power truly a concern? My own boat excels in both power and cargo capacity. Yet here I am, struggling to catch a single fish. This vessel, despite its shortcomings, was once wielded by a king of fish. Surely, it must carry a bit of his good fortune. I refuse to believe that I cannot catch fish with this boat. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong pointed at the fishing vessel. This is the one. I shall purchase it. Chapter 153. Am I not permitted to fish? The administrator was taken aback. What is this? With so many new and superior boats available, why opt for such an antiquated vessel? Has our miraculous broadcaster developed an obsession with archaeology? Truly, the thoughts of the miraculous broadcaster are unfathomable. Will you not reconsider? The administrator inquired tentatively. Zuo Yunlong was resolute. What ist? A boat once used by the king of fish is not easily found. I will not reconsider. This is the one. The administrator promptly handed the documents to Zuo Yunlong. Shall we proceed with the paperwork? Zuo Yunlong, unwavering, asked, how much does it cost? The administrator broke into a smile. Ah, miraculeux broadcaster. Your willingness to purchase a vessel from our trading market is a testament to your esteem for us. We cannot possibly accept your money. This boat, I shall personally gift to you. I only hope that after you acquire it, you will take a photograph with it. Upon hearing this, Zuo Yunlong's expression shifted slightly. Is there such a fortunate opportunity? Could there be some ulterior motive? Yet, the administrator's demeanor did not suggest anything sinister. Noticing Zuo Yunlong's lingering doubts, the administrator ingratiatingly remarked, miraculous broadcaster, you are unaware of your current influence. If you were to take this fishing vessel from our market and subsequently uncover remarkable treasures, our trading market would surely gain widespread acclaim. At that time, the mere presence of individuals coming to our trading market to purchase vessels would suffice to cover the cost of this ship. Of course, this was merely a whimsical notion from the administrator. After all, the ship that Zuo Yunlong had chosen was not particularly expensive and had lingered unsold in this trading hub for quite some time. It might be better to simply gift it to Zuo Yunlong as a token of appreciation. If Zuo Yunlong could indeed extract something valuable from this ship, it would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of our trading post. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement was hard for the administrator to decline. Upon hearing the administrator's words, Zuo Yunlong's lips curled into a slight smile. Rest assured, when I ascend to the throne of Fish King, I shall not forget your trading post. The administrator was already grinning from ear to ear. The following day, Zuo Yunlong summoned a few individuals to the ship while others were granted paid leave. After all, contracts with those individuals were signed for 5 years, and even if they did nothing, Zuo Yunlong could afford to support them. Zuo Yunlong arrived at the port first. And indeed, this ship had seen better days. Many areas were rusted from the relentless assault of seawater. Yet, Zuo Yunlong felt no disdain. Only such a vessel could befit the Fish King. Stepping aboard, he savored the weight of time etched into the ship's structure. His loyal aide and several crew members he had summoned soon arrived at the port. However, they searched in vain for Zuo Yunlong's ship. Boss, where's the ship? The aide, feeling helpless, had no choice but to call Zuo Yunlong. Upon receiving the call, Zuo Yunlong promptly provided them with directions. When they finally laid eyes on the vessel, they were utterly astonished. Goodness, could this be the treasure our boss spoke of? The aide jaw dropped in disbelief. The visual impact was indeed overwhelming. Boss, have you lost your mind? You actually brought back such an antiquated relic? The boss's thoughts were truly inscrutable. The ship? Even my grandmother wouldn't want to sail it. One had to admit, our boss certainly possessed remarkable capabilities. You call this capability? Nonsense. Why don't you try bringing back a vessel of this antiquity yourself? Faced with such a retort, one could only be left speechless. Where on earth do we even find a ship like this? Meanwhile, Zuo Yunlong, aboard the ship, spotted them and waved enthusiastically. The crew, feeling resigned, boarded the vessel. What choice did they have? After all, given that he was their boss. They genuinely worried that a sudden wave might capsize the ship. Once aboard, Zuo Yunlong excitedly began to regale the crew with tales of the ship's history. What do you think? Isn't this ship magnificent? It was previously used by the Fish King for fishing expeditions. Who knows how many fish it has brought aboard? With this ship, we are certain to catch something on our next outing. Listening to Zuo Yunlong's enthusiastic introduction, the aide's eyes brimmed with deep concern. This ship can catch fish. It might just end up feeding the fish instead. However, Zuo Yunlong was undeterred by such worries. With a commanding shout, the ship set sail. The aide reluctantly opened a live stream, wishing desperately that the viewers wouldn't witness this ship. For no other reason than the fact that he couldn't afford to lose face. The subordinate had no choice but to comply with Zuo Yunlong's demands. As soon as the live stream commenced, millions of viewers flooded in. Is this the host who retrieved the 9 provinces cauldron? My goodness, what kind of vessel is this? It feels entirely different. Where on earth is the swimming pool? Where are the beautiful women? They've all vanished. Ha, our miraculous host truly lives up to the name. While others have upgraded from bird guns to cannons, our miraculous host seems to have swapped a cannon for a bird gun. What? Have you never seen the fishing boat our miraculous host used previously? This is hardly an upgrade. It's akin to exchanging an atomic bomb for a cleaver. Our miraculous host is indeed a talent. How on earth did he manage to acquire such a ship? Zuo Yunlong cast a disdainful glance at the live stream. What do these people know? The subordinate was left to explain. The viewers were clearly unconvinced. Good grief, the antiques our miraculous host retrieved yesterday must be worth a fortune, right? And yet, we are presented with this fishing boat. What on earth is our miraculous host thinking? I truly cannot comprehend it, even if it's the Fish King's vessel. Could he not at least procure a modern one? Exactly, this antique boat is hardly appealing. The viewers were filled with confusion and bewilderment at Zuo Yunlong's decision to switch to this fishing boat. Logically, one would assume that our miraculous host would upgrade to something better. Why then did he opt for this antique vessel? Yet, no matter what anyone said, Zuo Yunlong's determination to fish could not be dissuaded. The fishing boat soon set sail for the open sea. A journey that should have taken merely an hour was painfully stretched to half a day aboard this vessel. The entire morning was spent either navigating or merely on the way. Fortunately, despite its dilapidated state, the boat had not encountered any mechanical failures. Finally, after lunch, Zuo Yunlong and the others reached their destination. The subordinate and crew had already grown restless with anticipation. Each harbored their own thoughts. Let us cast the nets. We'll know soon enough. The items our boss retrieved have nothing to do with the fishing boat. It's entirely a matter of skill. This fishing boat is clearly not meant for human use. Every individual gazed at Zuo Yunlong with hopeful eyes. A slight smile graced Zuo Yunlong's lips, causing the subordinate to feel an ominous premonition. Boss, are we casting nets here? The subordinate tentatively inquired. Zuo Yunlong shook his head emphatically. Cast nets? Not a chance. Did you not notice that there are no fishing nets aboard this vessel? It was only after Zuo Yunlong's reminder that the subordinate realized there were indeed no fishing nets on the boat. Could they have been left on the previous fishing boat? Zuo Yunlong's spirits lifted further. This time we shall fish. No more net fishing. Chapter 154. Fishing is absurd? Upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's words, the subordinate felt utterly lost. Fishing? Could you not at least find a seaside fishing ground for that? What is the meaning of taking an antique boat deep into the ocean to fish? The other crew members were equally bewildered. Why did you invite us here for fishing? Is it merely to set sail for you? Zuo Yunlong felt a sense of pride within. I refuse to believe that this time fishing will yield anything remarkable. On this outing, Zuo Yunlong decided against using nets for his catch. He simply wished to fish in peace. Now, Zuo Yunlong had come to a realization. Using a net was evidently unsuitable for him. Surely, fishing would pose no issues. I cannot believe that fishing could produce arms. The little follower was utterly captivated by Zuo Yunlong's extraordinary skills. The viewers in the live stream were buzzing with excitement. What on earth is our miraculous host planning this time? No way, I must have misheard. Our miraculous host intends to fish? Although this vessel may be a bit shabby, surely our miraculous host need not resort to such self-deprecation. Fishing? What could you possibly catch after 3 days and nights? Has he lost his mind? Sailing into the deep sea to fish? Miraculous host, do you even have enough fuel for this? It's over, our miraculous host has completely lost it. Zuo Yunlong, however, gazed at the live stream with calm amusement. This time I shall demonstrate the prowess of the fishing king. Can I really catch something bizarre while fishing? That is simply impossible. Let's see who dares to call me a miraculous host after today. I am merely an ordinary fisherman. The viewers in the live stream were filled with admiration. Wow, our miraculous host is truly exhausting every effort to redeem himself. I am genuinely impressed by our miraculous host. It's remarkable. Goodness, for the first time, I feel our miraculous host possesses some wit. What an ingenious idea. Perhaps our miraculous host might truly succeed this time. Fishing? Is this truly a concept that one could conceive? Oh no, just as our miraculous host suggested, it cannot be that something bizarre will surface again, can it? Upon witnessing the live stream's reaction, Zuo Yunlong felt a surge of satisfaction. My dear friends, those hoping to see me unearth strange items will likely be disappointed. This time, I shall fish, not dredge. There will certainly be no peculiar items this time. For those who genuinely love fish, today you are in for a treat. Allow me to show you what I can catch. With those words, Zuo Yunlong cast his fishing rod. The crew stood in stunned silence. They had initially thought their boss was joking, but it turned out he was quite serious. The little follower's mind was now a blank slate. What then? Was the purpose of gathering so many people merely to watch you fish? This is utterly outrageous. The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered. No way. Surely no one actually wishes to see our miraculous host fish? What a joke. I am firmly a merchant of arms. Goodness, I belong to the Darwinian school. I'm a master of archaeology. Our miraculous host is unlocking new skills today. Let us continue watching. Perhaps our miraculous host has some unexpected surprises in store. I find it rather remarkable that the miracle streamer could indeed catch fish. After all, I have seldom witnessed the miracle streamer reeling in a catch. Should I happen to see the miracle streamer land a fish today, it would certainly alleviate the regret I have harbored. Haha, it's enlightening to hear what the person above said. Indeed, the miracle streamer catching a fish is nothing short of a miracle. Why is it that, upon hearing your words, I suddenly feel less resistant to the idea? It is just that it is so rare to witness our miracle streamer fishing. Today, watching them fish is quite delightful. Haha, did you think the miracle streamer was merely jesting? Haha, I have a premonition that this time, the miracle streamer will employ an extraordinary technique. What if they reel in a great white shark? Haha, that would be unexpected, yet the miracle streamer has caught sharks before. Let us think bigger. Perhaps they might hook a blue whale. Goodness, with such a small vessel, can they truly catch a blue whale? Are you certain it's feasible? With this boat, if a blue whale were to be caught, I wonder who would be reeling in whom. The viewers in the live stream began to speculate about what Zuo Yunlong could possibly catch this time. Before long, Zuo Yunlong felt a tug on the line. Without hesitation, he lifted a rod. Goodness, this catch seems quite substantial. As he sensed the weight transmitted through the fishing rod, he was internally astonished. Yet, a smile soon graced his lips. To catch something significant on the first attempt. Indeed, purchasing this fishing vessel was a wise decision. It has certainly brought him good fortune. Seeing Zuo Yunlong's effortful expression, his assistant was also taken aback. Could the viewer's ominous predictions truly be coming to fruition? Is he really going to catch a whale or a shark on his first try? Zuo Yunlong exerted himself further, the fishing rod forming an enormous arc. However, he still could not bring the creature from the depths to the surface. He couldn't help but glance back at his crew. Come on, lend a hand. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. No way. Is our miracle streamer truly about to demonstrate their prowess? It feels like quite a formidable creature. Remarkably, they managed to catch something significant on the very first attempt. The curve of the fishing rod is extraordinary. I genuinely fear it might break. The crew, upon hearing Zuo Yunlong's call, finally snapped back to reality and rushed to assist him. The viewers in the live stream were filled with eager anticipation. 1-2 lift. 1-2 lift. 1-2 lift. Under Zuo Yunlong's rallying cry, the crew exerted themselves. The fishing rod felt as if it was nearing its limits, as if it could snap at any moment. Thankfully, Zuo Yunlong had brought a rod made from a special material, preventing it from being too fragile. At last, with the collective effort of everyone, the fishing line suddenly erupted from the sea and a mass shot into the sky. Zuo Yunlong and the others, having suddenly lost their strength, tumbled into a heap. A graceful arc was traced as the object descended onto the deck. To everyone's astonishment, it was a clump of seaweed. The viewers in the live broadcast were utterly dumbfounded. Is this what we have been waiting for? Laughter erupted in the chat. I get it. I understand too. Our miraculous host today is a master comedy. Goodness, miraculous host. Are you here to amuse me to death? I seriously suspect you aim to make me laugh myself to the grave today. I can't breathe from laughter. After exerting such tremendous effort, all we managed to catch was a mass of seaweed? It must be said that our miraculous host is indeed quite ruthless in their endeavors. Indeed. Look at this. The seaweed was uprooted entirely. No wonder our miraculous host worked so hard. Miraculous host, please spare me. I can hardly catch my breath from laughing. Can you let me off this time? Chapter 155, Guarantee of Catching Seaweed. At this moment, Zuo Yunlong and his crew were utterly disoriented. Upon rising, Zuo Yunlong immediately glanced at what had been caught. The other crew members followed suit. Goodness, seaweed. The crew's spirits were undeniably low. After such considerable effort, all they had caught was a clump of seaweed? Yet Zuo Yunlong felt a twinge of excitement. See, I told you we wouldn't catch anything ridiculous this time. He chuckled. So what if it's seaweed? ISNT seaweed, still seafood? Let's make some seaweed soup. Oh, how delicious that would be. The viewers in the live chat were in stitches. Goodness. How long has it been since our miraculous host caught a fish? This is too hilarious. Just pulling up seaweed has brought such joy. You're killing me. Our miraculous host seems so pleased to have caught seaweed. Haha, let us be understanding. After all, seaweed is one of the few edible seafoods our miraculous host has managed to bring aboard. No doubt, seaweed is indeed seafood. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I originally thought today would be quite dull for our miraculous host, but it turned out to be so entertaining. Suddenly, I feel that today's miraculous host is far more amusing than when fishing for arms or antiques. Haha, indeed, it was right for me to stay. Truly, our miraculous host is unparalleled. There's nothing they can't accomplish. Miraculous host, hurry, hurry, catch your line again. Oh no, I feel as though I'm going a bit mad, like our miraculous host. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what else they might catch. Miraculous host, you've truly set a splendid tone for yourself. Zuo Yunlong paid no mind to the viewers' comments in the live chat. See, I told you, this king of fish's vessel is extraordinary. Ever since boarding this ship, I feel a deeper connection to the ocean. The viewers in the chat were merciless in their banter. Yes, you're absolutely right. Miraculous host. Have you considered that it might be because your ship is lower? Haha, there is absolutely no flaw. Your boat is considerably lower than before, bringing you closer to the sea. I can't take it anymore. The miracle streamer is determined to make me laugh to death today. I just want to ask, miracle streamer, are you certain your boat doesn't leak? Haha, don't say that. If it does leak again, who knows? Our miracle streamer might end up having a negative distance encounter. Ha, you made me laugh so hard. The miracle streamer is truly remarkable. Indeed, aside from our miracle streamer, there exists no other with such extraordinary talent. The little follower anxiously glanced at Zuo Yunlong. Boss, should we just head back? It will probably take us half a day to return, and we won't reach the port until evening. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean head back? We've finally made a good start today. How can we so easily give up? We'll stay here tonight and have some seaweed soup. He chuckled. I'll cast my line again. Perhaps tonight's fish soup will finally come to fruition. With that, Zuo Yunlong promptly cast his line back into the sea. After all, it was impossible to catch anything bizarre today. At worst, he would just catch some seaweed. With the seaweed as a safety net, Zuo Yunlong's entire demeanor transformed. The little follower and the other crew members exchanged helpless glances. There was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were thoroughly engrossed in watching Zuo Yunlong fish. The initially monotonous atmosphere dissipated in an instant. There is simply no denying that the miracle streamer was exceedingly entertaining. However, this time, the fishing endeavor was not smooth. After several casts, he had caught nothing at all. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, "Is fishing really this difficult?" The other crew members had already resorted to playing cards out of boredom. Only the little follower remained quietly supporting Zuo Yunlong's live stream. Haha, the miracle streamer seems to be having a bit of bad luck. Now, he can't even catch seaweed? Haha, it seems our miracle streamer's luck is running dry. Could it be that catching just a clump of seaweed exhausted all his luck? Haha, have you forgotten? Our miracle streamer has always had a rather tumultuous fortune when it comes to fishing. Haha, miracle streamer, don't struggle. If it's not working out, just scoop it up. Haha, exactly. Perhaps there are weapons waiting for you in the sea. Please, let us not be too ridiculous. Fishing isn't quite your forte. Zuo Yunlong paid no heed to the mockery in the live stream. It appeared that he had to resort to some tactics. Zuo Yunlong retrieved various items from the fishing box. The little follower was left utterly dumbfounded. What is our boss planning to do now? The viewers in the live stream were equally curious. Is the miracle streamer about to perform some magic again? Haha, it's futile. Even if our miracle streamer summoned a deity, it wouldn't help. Right? Don't you remember? The great sage Sun Wukong would deliver a fighter jet to our miracle streamer. Haha, you understand our miracle streamer well. However, I'm still quite curious about what our miracle streamer has pulled out this time. The little follower leaned in closer. Boss, what are these? Zuo Yunlong replied with a mysterious smile, cutting-edge technology. The little assistant gazed at the prominently displayed words fish bait, feeling speechless. Is this truly considered cutting-edge technology? Naturally, the viewers in the live stream witnessed this as well. Wow, our miraculous host is straying from the path of virtue. No way. Our miraculous host is delving into technology now. Ha! It seems our miraculous host has a remarkable memory. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, one of the few times our miraculous host caught fish was with bait, wasn't it? Rest assured, That bait was developed by the Agricultural Research Institute and is currently unavailable on the market. Do you really think ordinary technology could overshadow our miraculous host? Haha, our miraculous host has finally outsmarted himself this time. Wait a minute, what does the spicy flavor mean? With the viewer's reminders, the little assistant noticed that each different bag bore distinct labels. Boss, do these have any differences? A vague sense of foreboding crept upon the little assistant. Indeed, the boss was a true prodigy, ready to stir things up again. Zuo Yunlong proudly proclaimed, "Of course, they're different. These flavors vary." Chapter 156, An Unbearable Existence? Different flavors? The little assistant was astounded. Does fish bait really come in flavors? It's not like it's dog food. Zuo Yunlong seemed oblivious to any misgivings. He spread out the bait and casually pointed to introduce it to the little assistant. Look, this is barbecue flavor, this is spicy flavor, and this is green pepper flavor. The little assistant, gazing at the dazzling array of baits, was at a loss for words. The most bizarre among them were the durian and stinky tofu flavors. What fish could possibly have such peculiar tastes? Herring, perhaps? The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Wow, looking at these flavors. I thought our miraculous host was going to cook fish. Huh, the fish said, "Don't bother, I'll marinate myself first. Just boil me straight after you catch me. If I use the braised flavor bait, will the fish caught taste like braised fish?" Haha, our miraculous host is truly ingenious, managing to think of such a method. Indeed, our miraculous host never disappoints. Miraculous host, are you planning to cook these fish directly? Zuo Yunlong casually remarked. What can I do? Not knowing what flavors the fish in the sea prefer, I bought a bit of everything. The little assistant could not help but admire Zuo Yunlong's foresight. Truly, the boss could think of everything. However, as times progress and technology advances, have fish become so capricious? Zuo Yunlong paid no mind to the chatter and directly placed a braised flavor bait on the hook. Subsequently, he continued fishing, eagerly anticipating the braised flavor. Yet, despite the passage of time, no fish had bitten the hook. Zuo Yunlong felt helpless. Are fish nowadays so picky? The little assistant felt even more helpless. Isn't it better to go for the original flavor? Why indulge in such extravagant choices? Zuo Yunlong continued to cast his line, yet no fish took the bait. After several attempts, he still had nothing to show for his efforts. The viewers in the live stream began to chuckle without restraint. It appeared that these fish did not appreciate unique flavors. Haha, the miracle streamer truly possesses skills, managing to acquire such bait. Can ordinary technology compete with a miracle streamer? Haha, it seems futile now. Miracle streamer, should we set up a link? Haha, I am no longer curious whether you can catch any fish. Rather, I am intrigued by the taste of your bait. Haha, after hearing the miracle streamer, I am tempted to sample the bait myself. You're hilarious, miracle streamer. It seems you are determined not to let me off the hook today. Oh, miracle streamer, please grant me mercy. Zuo Yunlong gradually lost his patience. These fish were far too finicky. He decided to grab a handful of various flavors of bait and cast them directly into the sea. Surely, they can choose whatever flavor they prefer. The assistant beside him urged, "Boss, perhaps we should call it a day." The fish are not biting. Zuo Yunlong scoffed. Fishing requires patience, you know? Just wait, I assure you, fish will start biting soon. Moreover, although they had only caught a clump of seaweed today, they hadn't reeled in anything particularly peculiar. Just as Zuo Yunlong spoke, the fishing float on the surface of the water began to bob. Haha, see? Fish are definitely biting. Patience always yields rewards, doesn't it? Zuo Yunlong explained to his assistant with a smile. The assistant looked puzzled. Wasn't the bait he had on the hook durian-flavored? What kind of fish would go for such an intense flavor? The viewers in the live stream witnessed this moment, exclaiming in disbelief. No way. Could such a strong-flavored bait actually attract fish? Wow. My worldview has been completely reshaped once again. Perhaps the fish in the sea have never encountered this flavor and are eager to try something new? Haha, how astonishing it is that our miracle streamer has actually succeeded. Surely, the miracle streamer cannot pull up just another clump of seaweed this time. Zuo Yunlong's movements were fluid as he promptly lifted the rod. The weight on the line was still considerable. It must weigh around 40 pounds. A slight smile crept across Zuo Yunlong's lips. A 40-pound fish is not particularly large in the vast ocean, yet it is certainly no small catch either. Zuo Yunlong proudly tugged at the fishing rod. Quick, prepare the net. This fish is likely substantial, probably around 40 pounds. The assistant quickly readied the net, awaiting Zuo Yunlong's catch. Zuo Yunlong, brimming with pride, declared, "See, one cannot expect to catch anything strange while fishing. Once this 40-pound fish is up, we can start preparing dinner. Tonight, the boss will even treat you to an extra dish." The crew showed no signs of excitement upon hearing this. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream lavished praise, marveling at the miracle streamer's achievement. Wow, the miracle streamer has indeed broadened our horizons, managing to catch a fish. I had thought that today was destined to be a day of seaweed soup for our miraculous host. At last, it seems that this endeavor has not been in vain. Now, let us ascertain whether this fish is a protected species. Goodness, how could I have forgotten about this? I wager that this fish is undoubtedly a protected one. Perhaps the yellow-lipped fish is. Our miraculous host is indeed impressive. Weighing in at 40 pounds, Zuo Yunlong still managed to reel it in. After executing a few impressive maneuvers, Zuo Yunlong was left in awe. This fish is quite clever, knowing to dart towards the depths of the sea. However, can I allow you to escape to the ocean floor? Rise, I command you. Zuo Yunlong abruptly lifted his rod, and the fishing hook broke the surface of the water. Yet, what hung from the hook was not a fish at all. Astonishingly, it was a sniper rifle. Zuo Yunlong's eyes widened in disbelief at that moment. No way. Can one truly catch ordnance while fishing? The young assistant's eyes also widened, fixated on the sniper rifle. Truly, our boss is remarkable. Even fishing has yielded weaponry. The crew, previously engrossed in their card games, rushed over to witness this spectacle. What on earth is this? A crew member with a penchant for military affairs stared at the sniper rifle in shock. Is this a joke? It turns out to be the Model 821 sniper rifle. Nicknamed the Light 50, also known as Barrett, commonly referred to as a cannon. Can such a thing actually be fished out? Our boss remains as extraordinary as ever. Everyone was in a state of astonishment. To catch a sniper rifle while fishing? This is truly unprecedented. What a marvel our boss is. What a miraculous host. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, after offering so much bait to catch something entirely unrelated to fish. A piece of ordnance? How is one to live with this? Chapter 157. Are we here to fish or to feed the fish? The viewers in the live stream were equally bewildered upon witnessing this. Goodness, can our miraculous host truly be this skilled? To catch ordnance while fishing, who would dare believe it? Indeed, our miraculous host proves that fishing has its unexpected surprises. Is that really a Barrett? The kind that takes out a cute little target with a single shot? Well done, miraculous host. Once again, you have diverged from the ordinary in your fishing pursuits. Our miraculous host can conjure weaponry from any item. How can one not be impressed? Truly impressive. Our miraculous host never fails to deliver miracles. With such prowess, our miraculous host is certainly worthy of having disciples. My goodness, miraculous host, you are my inspiration. Miraculous host, are you on your way to legendary status once more? The young assistant, gazing at the Barrett sniper rifle, was left speechless. Boss, what shall we do? Zuo Yunlong felt helpless. All I wanted was to quietly fish, and yet this has proven to be so challenging. What else can we do? Perhaps a phone call. Zuo Yunlong chuckled with exasperation. Upon making the call, he found that Lieutenant Chao was currently on leave. Upon receiving a call from Zuo Yunlong, a sense of foreboding enveloped Captain Chao's heart, akin to a warning bell tolling ominously. What could have transpired with Zuo Yunlong? Captain Chao calmly inquired, while secretly musing to himself. It must be nothing serious, surely. After all, Zuo Yunlong's vessel is still docked in the harbor. He wouldn't stir up trouble while relaxing at home, would he? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zuo Yunlong, feeling a hint of embarrassment, replied, Captain Chao, I've ventured out to fish. Upon hearing this news, Captain Chao's anxious heart finally began to ease. Fishing? Splendid. Surely, fishing would yield some delightful catches. Where are you? I too relish the sport of angling. Shall we fish together? Captain Chao naively assumed that Zuo Yunlong's call was merely an invitation to share in the pleasure of fishing. After all, what is fishing without the camaraderie of friends? However, Zuo Yunlong seemed quite perceptive. How could he have known of Captain Chao's fondness for fishing? Had his enthusiasm been inadvertently revealed? With a sigh, Zuo Yunlong responded, Yes, indeed, we should. I'm fishing in the sea. Captain Chao's heart skipped a beat. Fishing in the sea? Deep sea fishing? This Zuo Yunlong certainly knows how to enjoy himself. engaging in such an adventurous pursuit. That's wonderful. Where are you? I shall come find you. Captain Chow exclaimed without hesitation, grateful for the diversion from his otherwise uneventful day, especially with Zuo Yunlong's invitation to alleviate his boredom. I've hooked a barret, Zuo Yunlong declared. Captain Chow was taken aback, puzzled by the mention of a barret. What species of fish is that? He had never heard of such a thing. Wait a moment, could Zuo Yunlong have caught some rare and protected species? With a sigh, Captain Chow reassured himself. It's fine, just catch it and release it later. It wouldn't count as the unlawful hunting of a protected species. I'm on my way to meet you. Honestly, you ought to have thought to call me after you had caught something. I assure you, my fishing skills are quite commendable, Captain Chow boasted, only to be met with Zuo Yunlong's urgent clarification. No, it's not a fish, it's a gun. Captain Chow remained bewildered. A tuna? Well, that is not a problem. Are you inviting me to dine on tuna? Zuo Yunlong, realizing Captain Chow had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, continued to elucidate. Not a tuna, but a gun, a sniper rifle. A Barrett sniper rifle. A cannon. On the other end of the line, Captain Chow fell into a profound silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Moments later, he erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Good heavens, brother. Are you truly my dear brother? I finally have a day off, and you've dragged me back into work. Are you out of your mind? You're telling me you've caught a sniper rifle while fishing? Where on earth are you fishing? I must come to you at once. This is unprecedented. I have never encountered someone who could fish up a sniper rifle. What kind of madness is this? After Captain Chow's tirade, Zuo Yunlong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, the sniper rifle I inadvertently reeled in was a result of my own carelessness. I did not anticipate this. However, after hearing Captain Chow's remarks, I felt compelled to provide an explanation. No, I wasn't at the fishing grounds. I was in the sea. Captain Chow appeared increasingly bewildered. What? You were in the sea? How could you be out there without even setting sail on your fishing boat? Did you swim there? It was clear that Captain Chow was beginning to lose his temper, his words becoming rather brusque. Left with no choice, I could only concede. I recently purchased a fishing vessel, the Fish King's boat, and I set out to sea today. Captain Chow exclaimed, You must be joking. You actually changed boats? And you chose the Fish King's vessel? Moreover, you managed to catch a Barrett sniper rifle while fishing? I doubt even the Fish King himself could have imagined such a thing. Wait, send me your coordinates. I'm coming over. With that, Captain Chow abruptly ended the call. I, too, did not hold back, promptly sending him my location. After hanging up, my assistant inquired, What shall we do now? I shrugged my shoulders. Let us continue fishing. Captain Chow will be here shortly. My assistant couldn't help but express genuine admiration for me. Boss, you're truly remarkable. Even during your leisure time, you managed to summon someone to work. Meanwhile, I resumed my fishing endeavors. Yet, it felt as though an unseen force was gripping my fishing line with great intensity. After several more attempts, I found myself catching nothing at all. Gazing at the dwindling bait, I felt a surge of despair. Viewers in the live stream began to chuckle at the situation. Can we still call him a miraculous streamer? This miraculous streamer is truly impressive. Wow, he is so considerate. Is he here to fish? No, he is here to feed the fish. Ha! He is worried that the fish might not fancy his bait, so he brought an assortment of flavors to nourish them. Miraculously, he could scatter all the bait at once, but chooses to do it in portions. Ha! ISNT it, because he fears the fish might overindulge and suffer. Indeed, what a compassionate, miraculous streamer. Just then, a speedboat raced toward my fishing vessel. On board, Captain Chow stood at the bow, shouting at the top of his lungs. Damn it, Left Yunlong, I'm here. I promptly tossed my fishing rod aside to greet him. As Captain Chow boarded the boat, he immediately launched into a tirade of complaints. Why didn't you take me with you? What is the point of not bringing me along? In the end, I had to come here myself. Next time you go out to sea, remember to call me right away. I want to run away. I'd rather not sit at home, feeling the cold wind while reading, only to receive a last-minute call to work overtime. Do you understand? If you inform me in advance, I get paid for overtime. And now, not only do I miss out on overtime pay, but I also have to cover the rental cost of the boat myself. Chapter 158. I cannot compete with you in arms fishing, but when it comes to fishing, I shall not let you off easily. What else could I do but repeatedly acknowledge his words? Indeed, you are correct, Captain Chow remarked with a hint of irritation. There are countless surprises in life. Who would have imagined that fishing at sea could yield arms? It's just shy of an atomic bomb. If you were to catch one of those, you would truly be remarkable. Subsequently, Captain Chow took a tour of Zuo Yunlong's new vessel. Goodness, how did you come by such an antiquated ship? Zuo Yunlong waved his hands dismissively. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking nonsense. This vessel was once used by the King of Fish. Captain Chow gazed at the ship, imbued with the weight of history. Are you certain this is the King of Fish's vessel? Which king are you referring to? The one from the last century? Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong nodded. You are well versed in history. Indeed, it is that very king. Captain Chow fell into silence. The mere fact that such an antique ship had not sunk was miraculous. Yet, Zuo Yunlong had the audacity to take it out for fishing? This vessel ought to remain in a museum, awaiting archaeological exploration. Zuo Yunlong pointed to a Barrett sniper rifle resting in a corner. Shall we deal with this first? Upon seeing the sniper rifle, Captain Chow was even more speechless. Who would have thought that fishing could also yield weaponry? Zuo Yunlong shrugged. Who could have predicted that? I certainly didn't. Captain Chow picked up the rifle to examine it. It's still functional, in good condition. All parts seem well preserved. This should pose no issues, right? Zuo Yunlong inquired cautiously, fearing that another unsuccessful fishing expedition would be a regrettable outcome. Captain Chow shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? Zuo Yunlong rubbed his hands together. It should be fine. I have video evidence. Captain Chow sighed. If it were anyone else who had caught this, there would undoubtedly be issues, significant ones. But since it's you, we can overlook it. It's trivial in comparison to what you've caught before. Hearing this, Zuo Yunlong felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, after such an extended period of fishing, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed, especially after reeling in a Barrett sniper rifle. This incident had left an emotional scar. Initially, he believed fishing would be uneventful, yet unforeseen complications arose. What do you say? Shall we continue fishing? Captain Chow pulled out a fishing rod, looking at Zuo Yunlong questioningly. Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong nodded eagerly. Of course. Why not continue? Captain Chow quickly assembled the fishing rod and responded, Very well, let us do it together. With a graceful arc, he cast the line into the sea, while Zuo Yunlong resumed his fishing endeavors, hoping this time would not result in anything bizarre. In a short while, Captain Chow's rod indicated a catch. Without hesitation, he began to reel it in. A tuna was effortlessly caught by Captain Chow, leaving Zuo Yunlong in a state of bewilderment. After spending an entire afternoon without a glimpse of a fish, how could it be that Captain Chow arrived and immediately reeled one in? What was the reason for this? After securing the fish, Captain Chow cast his line once more, while Zuo Yunlong remained fixated on the surface of the sea, waiting for his turn to catch a fish. Yet, Zuo Yunlong continued to be disappointed, as Captain Chow soon landed another catch, this time a squid. Viewers in the live stream marveled at the spectacle, exclaiming in disbelief that this military officer was also a master angler. Haha, miracle streamer, you're falling behind. He has already caught 2, while you haven't landed a single one. Where are the fish? They've all been taken by this officer. Captain Chow cast a triumphant glance at Zuo Yunlong, teasingly remarking, I may not match your prowess in weaponry, but watch me excel at fishing. Zuo Yunlong, increasingly restless, anxiously observed the bobber floating on the water's surface, which remained utterly still, showing no signs of sinking. Huh, what fish? It's impossible to catch anything here. Meanwhile, after catching 2 fish, Captain Chow cast his line for the 3rd time, this time with remarkable speed. As soon as the hook hit the water, a fish bit. Captain Chow felt a rush of joy, realizing that his luck in fishing today was exceptionally good. Although he usually managed to catch a fair number of fish, nothing compared to the ease with which he was reeling them in today. Upon reeling in this latest catch, he was delighted to discover it was a prized grouper, a rare specimen known as the tiger grouper. Captain Chow was beaming with happiness, relishing the thrill of fishing. However, Zuo Yunlong's mood was far less jubilant. He glanced at the bobber, then at Captain Chow, and retrieved his hook, only to find the bait had vanished. Damn it, why aren't these fish biting? It must be the location. Seizing the moment while Captain Chow was reeling in, Zuo Yunlong suggested they change spots. Captain Chow regarded Zuo Yunlong thoughtfully, considering his contributions to the country, and nodded in agreement. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at this development. Haha, our miracle streamer is abandoning his principles. Seeing the officer catch fish after fish, he couldn't remain calm. A self-proclaimed fishing enthusiast, the miracle streamer found himself outshone by an amateur. I suspect he believes it's a matter of location. Come on, Let us be real. It's clearly a personal issue. The viewers speculated that, after changing positions, the miracle streamer would still fail to catch anything. As anticipated, after Zuo Yunlong and Captain Chow swapped locations, no fish came a bite. It seemed Captain Chow was also affected by the change, as there was a lull on his end as well. Suddenly, Captain Chow's expression shifted with excitement. Another fish? Zuo Yunlong's heart raced as he turned to look at Captain Chow. Indeed, Captain Chow's fishing hook has once again ensnared a fish. Zuo Yunlong glanced back at his own hook, which remained utterly still. How could this be fair? Is this not just a form of bullying? Captain Chow, however, paid no heed to such thoughts and directly lifted his rod to reel in his catch. Another grouper was added to his collection. As he continued to gather his fish, he remarked to Zuo Yunlong, "I must say, your choice of spot is quite commendable. Look at me, I've already caught 4 fish in such a short time. There are indeed plenty of fish here." Zuo Yunlong surveyed the meager seaweed he had collected throughout the afternoon and then looked at Captain Chow, who had effortlessly caught 4 fish in no time. He promptly withdrew his line. Enough of this. This is downright absurd. Chapter 159. While others can catch fish, I can't even scoop one up. Captain Chow noticed Zuo Yunlong's expression and felt puzzled. "Brother, what's wrong?" Without hesitation, Zuo Yunlong replied, "I'm done fishing. It's simply too difficult. I might as well scoop fish instead." Captain Chow's lips twitched slightly. Is he upset? Zuo Yunlong had his own plans. Since Captain Chow could catch fish, surely it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to net a few himself. "Boss, are we heading back?" The young assistant inquired as he approached Zuo Yunlong. The viewers in the live stream were instantly stirred. Wow, the miracle streamer can't handle it anymore. Is a miracle streamer about to flip the table? Yes, that's the sentiment. I can't catch fish, but you can, and it's making me unhappy. The miracle streamer is quite entertaining. Zuo Yunlong waved his hand dismissively. What return? We're going to catch fish. Upon hearing the words catch fish, Captain Chow grew anxious. Oh my goodness, please don't. I was mistaken. Can't we just forget it? Who knows what strange things you might pull out while fishing? The young assistant chimed in, "Boss, we didn't bring a net today." "Who said that?" Zuo Yunlong smirked casually. The assistant pointed at Zuo Yunlong, saying, "Boss, it was you." "Me?" Zuo Yunlong raised an eyebrow. The assistant then pointed at Captain Chow. It's him, it's definitely him." Captain Chow looked bewildered. "What does this have to do with me?" The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. "Wow, what a character. Not bad. This kid knows who pays his salary. The miracle streamer is indeed impressive. Is he really this cunning?" Zuo Yunlong nodded in satisfaction. "Exactly, this is how it should be. It has nothing to do with me." With that, he retrieved a fishing net from the depths of the boat's hold. The assistant and the crew were left speechless. When he didn't want a fish, he claimed there was no net, yet now he produced one out of thin air. "Boss, are you a werewolf?" Captain Chow began to feel uneasy at the sight of the net. "Zuo Yunlong, shall we just forget this? I'll give you the fish I caught. Let us not use the net. In this place, one cannot help but wonder what treasures might be unearthed." Zuo Yunlong smirked with disdain. You cannot deceive me. If you can catch so many fish, how could I possibly fail to retrieve them? I refuse to believe it." Lieutenant Chow was rendered utterly speechless. Indeed, fishing with nets is often more fruitful than angling, but that pertains to others. Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Moreover, after such a long duration of fishing, I find myself somewhat fatigued. Thus, I shall continue with the netting. Faced with Zuo Yunlong's resolve, Lieutenant Chow had no choice but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, the eager subordinates were invigorated at the prospect of Zuo Yunlong resuming his netting. Wow, we're about to start netting again? The viewers in the live stream felt a tinge of anticipation at this moment. I wonder if this Fish King vessel possesses any enhancements? It better not have any, as our miraculous streamer is already formidable enough. If there were enhancements, it would be chaos. What's so surprising about that? It's perfectly normal, isn't it? Keep it up. Miraculous streamer, we have faith in you. Laughter and encouragement filled the live stream, with viewers speculating and cheering for Zuo Yunlong. What they anticipated remains a mystery. Zuo Yunlong's lips curled into a slight smile, yet the crew wore expressions of dismay. No way. Can this fishing apparatus truly be used? It has been ages since I utilized such an archaic device. Indeed, our boss genuinely believes in us. This is nothing but a test. Of course, grievances aside, work must continue. While modern equipment is more user-friendly and efficient, this ancient apparatus is not without its merits. It merely requires a bit of practice. Cast the net. The long-awaited phrase escaped from Zuo Yunlong's lips once more, igniting fervor among the viewers. The miraculous streamer has begun to net fish again. Although watching the miraculous streamer fish is enjoyable, it somehow pales in comparison to the thrill of netting. Go for it, miraculous streamer. This time, let us witness what marvels you can conjure. Yes, indeed, with your acquisition of a miraculous vessel, it would be a disservice not to create a miracle. Haha, I hope the miraculous streamer does not simply retrieve relics again. Last time we discovered a dragon's lair. I wonder what else we might uncover. Haha, surely this time the arms dealer will have reason to celebrate. The arms dealer certainly will. From the bear we caught, I sense that today will be extraordinary. Miraculous streamer, I still believe in you. You can do it. The viewers in the live stream eagerly speculated on what Zuo Yunlong might retrieve this time. Despite Lieutenant Chao informing everyone that there were indeed fish below, no one dared to guess that Zuo Yunlong would be successful in netting fish. Netting fish? Impossible. That is not the style of our miraculous streamer. The individuals had already established the presence of fish, yet the miraculous streamer continued to fish, which seemed to belittle our remarkable broadcaster. What does it mean to perform miracles if not to achieve what others cannot? So Yunlong gazed quietly at the surface of the sea, while Lieutenant Chao dared not look, fearful of encountering something he did not wish to see. Zuo Yunlong silently calculated the time. Haul the net. He determined that the moment had arrived and promptly commanded the operation. The fishing apparatus of the vessel creaked as it gradually began its labor. No questions asked, the equipment was antiquated, but its functionality was all that mattered. Zuo Yunlong, well aware of the situation, allowed a faint smile to curve his lips, albeit with a sense of resignation. Lieutenant Chao, on the other hand, felt as though his heart had lodged in his throat, silently wishing for no overtime, no overtime, no overtime. Meanwhile, the online audience fell into a hushed tension, their eyes fixated on the sea. Due to the aged equipment, the ascent was notably sluggish, and Zuo Yunlong's impatience began to surface. Conversely, Lieutenant Chao hoped that this net would never surface. Regardless of its contents, as long as it remained submerged, there would be no issues. At last, the fishing net slowly emerged from the water, revealing, as expected, an absence of fish. Instead, it contained a metallic object resembling a bomb. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? How is it that others can catch fish while I am unable to?" Chapter 160. An atomic bomb? Zuo Yunlong was concerned about the fish, while Lieutenant Chao was more preoccupied with the peculiar metal object. The crew and the entourage stood frozen upon witnessing the item. No way. Could our boss's uncanny abilities be at play again? Surely this isn't a bomb. It looks quite old. The situation was dire. Was it possible that our boss had retrieved a bomb this time? Incredible, my boss can achieve this too. The viewers in the live stream were equally astounded upon seeing the object. No way, it's actually a bomb? How could we possibly haul up a bomb? Today, it appeared that arms dealers and archaeological experts had logged in. Haha, this bomb looks ancient. Is it still functional? Who knows? It might just be a dud. Zuo Yunlong, in exasperation, waved his hand dismissively. Since it was already aboard, they should promptly secure it on the vessel. The moment the object landed, Lieutenant Chao rushed forward without hesitation. Zuo Yunlong did not intervene, allowing him to proceed. Lieutenant Chao meticulously examined the bomb, while the live stream viewers and crew members focused intently on him. Such specialized matters were best left to the professionals, and it was likely that Lieutenant Chao had encountered more bombs than anyone else present. Upon completing his inspection, astonishment filled Lieutenant Chao's eyes. How is this possible? How could such a thing be retrieved from the sea? Good heavens! What other secrets lie beneath the waves that we remain unaware of? Zuo Yunlong, however, was unconcerned with these revelations. His only interest was whether he could continue fishing. Lieutenant Chao, what is this object? Is it manageable? Lieutenant Chao stared blankly at Zuo Yunlong. The very essence of his soul seemed to have been drained away. Captain Chao's lips twitched incessantly as he dazedly uttered a single word. Possible. Yet almost immediately, he appeared to spiral into madness. What nonsense! Do you even realize what you've pulled out? Have you ever heard of an atomic bomb? You actually fished out a nuclear warhead from the sea. This is utterly unbelievable. I merely took a short vacation, and you had to surprise me to such an extent? Young man, I only caught a few more fish than you. And you wish to drag me down with you? This is simply too ruthless. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned by Captain Chao's sudden outburst. Soon, One of the viewers regained their wits. Wait, what did that officer just say? I think I heard atomic bomb. Another chimed in. Did I hear atomic bomb as well? No way. Did our miraculous streamer really just fish out an atomic bomb? This vintage item is indeed an atomic bomb. Our miraculous streamer can be outrageous, but it can't be to this extent. My goodness, we can actually pull out an atomic bomb? The crew members and the young assistant exchanged bewildered glances, each equally perplexed. What? Our boss has finally laid hands on an atomic bomb? Who said it before? That our boss would eventually handle an atomic bomb? Is it really possible to fish out an atomic bomb? Is our boss planning to take us to the heavens? Zuo Yunlong was equally unsettled. I was merely trying to catch some fish. How did it turn into an atomic bomb? Are you certain? Are you sure this is an atomic bomb? Captain Chow nodded without hesitation. Indeed, this is an atomic bomb, if my eyes do not deceive me. This should be the warhead that emerged during the dissolution of a combatant nation. As for how it ended up here, I am at a loss. This matter must be reported. Zuo Yunlong understood the gravity of retrieving an atomic bomb and nodded resolutely. Commander, it's me. Captain Chow swiftly dialed the commander. Yes, Zuo Yunlong has gone out to sea, but not on the vessel we provided. What have we fished out this time? An atomic bomb in one haul. Yes, an atomic bomb. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Commander Liu was equally bewildered by Captain Chow's report. What? You retrieved an atomic bomb? Are you certain you're not sleepwalking right now? Wait, hold on. Let me see if I'm dreaming. Ouch, this really hurts. By heaven, I'm not dreaming. That kid Zuo Yunlong truly fished out an atomic bomb? Then there's no time for chit-chat. Quickly send the coordinates and immediately secure the surrounding waters. Have everyone stand by in place, awaiting our arrival. Upon confirming that it was indeed an atomic bomb, the viewers in the live stream completely lost their composure. Is it really an atomic bomb? My goodness, that officer reported it. And he wasn't joking with us? The miraculous broadcaster has finally imparted a lesson to us, the youth. Oh, miraculous broadcaster, why have you taken our words to heart? We acknowledge our error, and we beseech your mercy. Perhaps it would be best to return the atomic bomb to the depths of the ocean. The prospect is simply too terrifying. Miraculous broadcaster, such volatility is indeed unbecoming. This live stream is not intended for our viewing. It is evidently meant for those of a higher echelon. Upon discovering the dragon's lair, our miraculous broadcaster promptly ascended to a more elite level. My word, could this be a case of divine protection? Meanwhile, after Lieutenant Chow concluded his call with Commander Liu, he immediately turned his gaze towards Zuo Yunlong. The gravity of the atomic bomb's significance left him no choice. I shall temporarily assume command of this vessel. Lieutenant Chow declared resolutely to Zuo Yunlong. Zuo Yunlong, feeling equally helpless, realized that thoughts of fishing were now futile. Survival was the pressing concern. With the presence of this atomic bomb, even a minor leak could spell doom several times over. Upon receiving the news, Commander Liu swiftly issued orders for various fleets to converge on the coordinates provided by Lieutenant Chow. Subsequently, without hesitation, Commander Liu placed a call to Commander Zuo. Enjoying tea and perusing the news, Commander Zuo casually answered Liu's call. What is it? Commander Liu promptly began to report the situation. Commander Zuo chuckled. Old Liu, do not attempt to deceive me. Zuo Yunlong's vessel remains docked. How could it possibly set sail? And to retrieve an atomic bomb? Old Liu, have you lost your wits in slumber? I know that Zuo Yunlong can be rather outrageous, but to extract an atomic bomb? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Even if he is Zuo Yunlong, it remains unfathomable. Chapter 161. What absurd words you speak. Commander Liu felt a twinge of helplessness. Commander, do not be so agitated. I too find it hard to believe that this young rascal could accomplish such a feat, however. You may observe the live stream. Surely, it cannot be fabricated. Upon hearing this, Commander's demeanor shifted dramatically. The live stream is indeed unassailable. Could it be that the atomic bomb has truly been retrieved? This young man is impressive. What is he planning? To affix a nuclear warhead to the intercontinental missile previously salvaged? Upon reflection, it seems the fighter jets are also prepared. Is he intending to orchestrate a full-scale operation? Transporting fighter jets, launching intercontinental missiles, and deploying a nuclear warhead. World nuclear parity? This young man harbors grand ambitions. A cold sweat began to dampen Commander Zuo's back. Hurry, instruct him to return. Commander Zuo urgently commanded. Yet, he reconsidered. That would not do. No, returning is out of the question. He swiftly revised his orders. If the warhead were to return, Any misstep could lead to disaster. This thought sent a shiver down Commander's spine. Have him remain on standby. Under no circumstances should he take any unnecessary actions. Once more, I emphasize, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. After receiving the orders, Commander Liu promptly contacted Captain Chow. Remain on standby at your current location. I shall dispatch a warship to assist you. Do not move under any circumstances, understand? Captain Chow, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, readily complied. Rest assured, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. However, he glanced at Zuo Yunlong, perplexed. It was unfathomable how Zuo appeared so unconcerned. Did he not grasp the enormity of the situation? This was an atomic bomb, an atomic bomb. Captain Chow swiftly relayed the orders. Zuo Yunlong's expression darkened. It seemed that his hopes of reaping rewards had been dashed. He cast a wistful glance at Captain Chow's catch, feeling a twinge of envy. Alas, while others effortlessly reeled in their catches, he had come up empty-handed. Well, not entirely empty. He had indeed discovered an atomic bomb. But what utility could that possibly hold? What sane individual would opt to use an atomic bomb to fish? Would the fish even be edible afterward? Zuo Yunlong felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Why was there an atomic bomb in the ocean? How could our miraculous streamer actually haul one up? This astonishing feat was nothing short of terrifying. As news of Zuo Yunlong's discovery spread rapidly across the internet, nearly everyone learned of the individual who had retrieved an atomic bomb from the sea. At the Optical Research Institute, academician Liu stared at the news in stunned silence, realizing that the laser weapon was merely the beginning of something far greater. Initially, he believed that retrieving a laser weapon would render him invincible. Yet this young man had gone so far as to recover an atomic bomb. It seemed he had not misjudged the boy. He truly was a chosen one. At the Archaeological Research Institute, Director Ding wore a look of exasperation. Why was this young man, with so much potential, wasting his time fishing for an atomic bomb? Would it not have been more rewarding to unearth ancient relics? Artifacts like the Sueho Pearl and Xinyuan Mirror were undoubtedly of greater value than an atomic bomb. With the recent discovery of the 9 Provinces Cauldron, which dated back to the Xia dynasty, could this young man not exert himself a little more and push the timeline all the way back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? Would that not encompass 5,000 years of history? Mr. Ma stood by, somewhat dazed. What was this young man trying to achieve? Was mere historical relics insufficient for him? Did he aspire to establish a military museum? The fact that he even unearthed such a formidable weapon was indicative of his extraordinary character. Clearly, if he were to open a museum, he would undoubtedly be unrivaled. Master Zheng, meanwhile, watched the live stream with rapt attention. This young man should bring back more antiques. My hammer is already yearning for action. At the Biological Research Institute, Professor Yu was deeply engrossed in studying the skeleton of the Dragon Kingdom. Every detail exuded an air of mystery, as if this creature were never meant to exist on this planet. Suddenly, a student rushed in, breathless. Teacher, has the miracle broadcaster unearthed something again? Professor Yu raised an eyebrow at the mention. What? What has the miracle broadcaster unearthed this time? Surely it cannot be the candle of Nine. The student quickly shook his head. No, this time our miracle broadcaster has brought forth an atomic bomb. Upon hearing this, Professor Ye's demeanor shifted dramatically. He silently gazed at the nearly reassembled dragon skeleton. Could it be that Zuo Yunlong had secretly made a wish upon this dragon? Such an absurd item could actually be retrieved? This defies all scientific reasoning. Yet, it seems that every endeavor Zuo Yunlong undertakes is equally unscientific. Meanwhile, politicians and business magnates were closely monitoring the progression of Zuo Yunlong's exploits. Even on an international scale, there was heightened attention directed towards him. Is it common for an ordinary individual to recover an atomic bomb? How many nations are yearning for such weaponry, yet achieve no results? And yet, it has been unearthed by an utterly mundane person? Is this even polite? On board, after the initial excitement had dissipated, the crew returned to a state of rationality. Could this pose a danger to us on the ship? One voiced, I too am curious. I've heard that this thing emits radiation. Oh please, don't be ridiculous. The Japanese consume this stuff directly. Are you referring to Fukushima? What else could it be? No, I still wish to live a bit longer. I haven't had enough of life yet. At this moment, Lieutenant Chow was also feeling the tension. After all, he had merely heard of this colossal entity before, and now it lay before him. Zuo Yunlong, bored, toyed with the fish caught by Lieutenant Chow. What a perplexing situation. How could such an object be recovered? I only wish to know which country lost such a thing without even realizing it. What, do they feel their equipment is too advanced? Lieutenant Chow smirked at Zuo Yunlong's words. Well, during the disintegration of great powers, many such items went missing. It's hardly surprising that one has been retrieved now. Zuo Yunlong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. So much time has passed. Surely retrieving such an object should not cause any issues? Lieutenant Chow was at a loss for words. Can you guess? Do you wish to inquire about the implications of your so-called wolfish words? Chapter 162. The Grand Conclusion. Zuo Yunlong shrugged, falling silent. At that moment, helicopters began to circle overhead, one after another. Finally, they have arrived. Upon seeing the helicopters, Lieutenant Chow felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Damn it, don't call me timid. Who would be anxious in proximity to an atomic bomb? Of course, excluding Zuo Yunlong, whose mind seems unhinged. Anyone with a semblance of sanity would never retrieve such an extraordinary item. A group of individuals rapidly descended from the helicopters. Soon after, Zuo Yunlong witnessed an increased urgency as the area was cordoned off. Lieutenant Chow's radio crackled with information. Everyone within a 30-kilometer radius is being urgently evacuated. The vessels are also being directed away. Regarding the marine life, I regret to say that humanity is currently unable to manage its own affairs, let alone those of the creatures beneath the waves. Zuo Yunlong stood in astonishment at the scene before him. Surely, these individuals do not genuinely intend to employ an atomic bomb to catch fish? Such a wastefulness. Zuo Yunlong yearned to voice his thoughts when he noticed someone approaching. It was the commander of the military district, Commander Zuo. Upon seeing Zuo Yunlong, Commander Zuo felt an overwhelming urge to weep, though no tears would come forth. The viewers in the live stream were equally tense. The presence of Commander Zuo signified the gravity of the situation. Young man, what do you plan to haul in next? You have already retrieved an atomic bomb. Are you not satisfied? Zuo Yunlong felt exasperated. I merely wished to catch some fish. Who could have anticipated that I would pull up an atomic bomb instead? Very well. We shall take control of this fishing vessel. Without further ado, Commander Zuo issued orders for the military district to seize the fishing boat laden with the atomic device. It was likely that even the king of fish could not have imagined that his fishing vessel would one day bear such a formidable weapon. The viewers in the live stream began to voice their criticisms. I believe our miracle streamer has gone a bit too far this time. After all, the destructive power of an atomic bomb is immensely great. Even if our miracle streamer can retrieve such a colossal object, surely he does not intend to declare war on any nation or region. That is certainly the case. After all, our miracle streamer possesses but one life. Zuo Yunlong, upon hearing that Commander Zuo intended to seize his fishing boat, wore an expression of indignation. By what right? Commanders were retorted, you have already hauled up an atomic bomb. What more is there to question? Surely, it cannot be based merely on your handsome visage. Commander Zuo, not wishing to engage in further banter, candidly stated, this is an order from the military district. You have no grounds to dispute it and must comply. Zuo Yunlong pouted in response. This location was discovered by me. Are you attempting to rob my find? Commanders would chuckled lightly. What robbery? You should depart first. Those Zuo Yunlong felt helpless. He had no choice but to board the helicopter. Upon entering the helicopter, Zuo Yunlong's father looked upon him with tearful eyes. My son, do not venture out to sea again. With your skills, you'll catch nothing. If you wish to fish, I shall simply lease you a pond where you may fish to your heart's content. Zuo Yunlong remained silent, recognizing that retrieving the atomic bomb had imparted a valuable lesson. Meanwhile, the soldiers aboard the fishing vessel were diligently working to devise a method for disarming the atomic bomb. No one expected that, after so many years, the device would remain intact. Upon detecting energy fluctuations within the bomb, it became evident that it still held the potential for detonation. As Zuo Yunlong sat idly in the helicopter, gazing out at the changing landscape, he inquired, where are we headed? If they were returning home, they should have arrived by now. Our commander wishes to see you, the pilot promptly replied. Zuo Yunlong was utterly bewildered. What? The leader wishes to see me? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were in a frenzy, exclaiming, wow, he seems to be quite a significant figure. Indeed, an influential person. They've even unearthed an atomic bomb. It's imperative to add some weight to this situation. Haha, undoubtedly, if our miraculous broadcaster cannot be restrained, the next time he might just bring forth a miraculous kingdom. Truly, our miraculous broadcaster might just accomplish this feat as the helicopter steadied its descent. Zuo Yunlong found himself astonished by the figure before him. Wasn't this the esteemed number one from the Dragon Nation? How could he be here? The number one greeted Zuo Yunlong warmly, saying, I have long heard of your exploits, yet have never had the opportunity to converse with you. What is it? Even upon meeting the eminent figure, Zuo remained remarkably composed, as if the number one were merely an uncle from a neighborhood. I am genuinely surprised that you managed to unearth an atomic bomb. Zuo Yunlong shrugged and replied, Not just you, I too did not foresee this. I hope you will refrain from venturing out to sea. Zuo Yunlong was taken aback. What? You want me to abstain from going to sea? What then becomes of my fishing endeavors? He was astonished that the number one would present him with such a formidable dilemma. The number one nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I require a smooth transition. However, the implications of what you have unearthed on this world are monumental. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. Therefore, I must prohibit you from going out to sea. Zuo Yunlong exclaimed. Not going out to sea. I'd rather perish. He fixed his gaze intently on the number one. The latter's authority was palpable, matching Zuo Yunlong's resolve. I acknowledge the immense contributions you have made to the nation, but this does not equate to stability. While many may admire and appreciate you, your existence will inevitably offend certain individuals. What we require now is steady development, a gradual progression that does not rely on external factors. Do you understand my point? Zuo Yunlong was speechless. It felt as though he were being deliberately constrained. The number one refrained from further elaboration. Henceforth, Zuo Yunlong's aspirations of fishing at sea were rendered impossible. Goodness, is my fishing career destined to end like this? Zuo Yunlong sank into despair. My fish. I haven't even caught a few nets yet, and now I'm barred from going out to sea? This is truly disheartening. Suddenly, the phone of Director Ding rang. What significance could a phone call hold at this moment? A year later, on a small island in the Pacific, Zuo Yunlong was on vacation. He had completely relinquished his fishing pursuits. This lifestyle was far too exhausting. Initially intending to fish, he found that he had caught nothing but disappointment. Forget it. I shall retire here and savor life. On the island, Zuo Yunlong hosted a live stream, announcing his departure from the fishing realm. Don't ask. The answer is simply fatigue. I am weary at heart. From now on, let those who love fishing indulge in their pursuits. As for me, I shall no longer cast my line. With that, Zuo Yunlong turned to gaze upon the more than 500 newly acquired maidens. Enough said. I shall embark on a journey to savor life's pleasures. Netizens. So many beautiful women? Damn, streamer, you truly are something. The book concludes.